transformed into a disciple with a defective spiritual root. I find myself at the mercy of a mech prodigy who crushes my hand. Fortunately, I possess a modern Feng Shui energy manipulation system. Observing the Feng Shui, I can discern the conflict position of the mech at a glance, provoking my opponent's fury to its peak, allowing me to exchange for energy pills and achieve a breakthrough on the spot. Utilizing energy manipulation, I mock the mech master, claiming their skills are no better than a driving school simulator, converting their rage into a thunderous battle armor that I use to bring them to their knees. What is most absurd? The modern Feng Shui techniques, rendered ineffective due to the depletion of spiritual energy, can gather energy, determine fate, and control mechs in this world. From now on, my path to immortality relies on my wit, my ascension on energy manipulation. With a compass in my left hand to discern fortune and misfortune, and a mech in my right hand to traverse the galaxy, none shall hinder my joy. Bang! Lin Feng was jolted awake by excruciating pain. His back slammed against the stone slab, bones feeling as though they were shattered, and a cold, metallic mech arm pressed down on his right hand, causing a burning numbness. The metal patterns pressed against his flesh, turning it pale, while his fingers trembled. Trash is just trash with a broken spiritual root. How dare you come for a talent assessment? A haughty voice pierced his ears. Struggling to lift his gaze, Lin Feng saw a youth clad in silver-white mech armor looking down at him, his boot resting upon the clothing of the original owner. You've sullied the grounds of the Qingyun sect. You might as well roll off to feed the pigs. This was not his rented room. Surrounded by unfamiliar ancient-clad disciples, levitating spiritual assessment crystals, and this mech he had only seen in sci-fi films. Lin Feng's mind exploded. Countless fragments of memories flooded, and he was the last heir of the Lin family, a Feng Shui master. Unfortunately, with the modern spiritual energy depleted, his compass could not turn, talismans were useless, and even when he attempted to assess burial sites, he was deemed a charlatan. Just yesterday, he had lamented in a bar that learning this useless skill was worse than delivering takeout. How had he suddenly found himself in this new realm? Still daring to glare at me? Zhao Hao, seeing Lin Feng's blank expression, assumed he was defiant and pressed down harder with the mech arm. Today, let me show you the gap between trash and genius. It's as vast as the difference between your feeble hands and my mech. The pain in Lin Feng's hand intensified, yet he suddenly focused on the ankle of Zhao Hao's mech, his eyes brightening. The metal seam was misaligned, directly facing the southwest corner of the spiritual assessment platform, where the wind rushed in through the gap, causing the mech's energy lights to flicker dimly. This was the conflict position in Feng Shui. In the modern world, it would be useless, but in this energy-rich realm. Is your mech secondhand junk? Lin Feng suddenly spoke, his voice raspy from sleep, yet clear. The southwest corner belongs to metal with the wind at the conflict position. Your mech seam is poorly sealed. If you use it twice more, the energy chamber will explode. Do you still dare to show off? Silence fell instantly. The disciples surrounding the assessment platform were dumbfounded that a lowly disciple dared to confront an inner-sect genius, and even claimed Zhao Hao's prized mech would explode. Zhao Hao was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Feng Shui? What a load of nonsense. This is the Qing Feng mech bestowed by the sect. What right do you, a waste, have to critique it? Yet, despite his bravado, he instinctively glanced at the mech's ankle. Sure enough, a narrow gap was leaking light, and his expression darkened. Nonsense. Lin Feng pushed himself up, rubbing his hand and inwardly scoffing at the ignorance of this world. Look at your mech's paint job. Red and green clash, breaking the Feng Shui principle of water and fire in conflict. No wonder you nearly fell off a cliff during the last trial. Your luck has been completely drained. You're talking nonsense. Zhao Hao exploded in rage, the mech's energy lights glowing ominously as he clenched his fists. I see you're tired of living today. They'll break your bones and feed them to the dogs. Ding. The multiverse energy manipulation system has been activated. Detected target's intense anger fury level. Anger value 300. Newbie gift pack issued. Energy pill 1. Basic Feng Shui compass fragment 1. Mech left leg part 1. The mechanical voice that suddenly rang in his mind made Lin Feng's eyes widen. Was this the golden finger of a Transmigrated? He could exchange anger for items? His heart raced even faster when he felt a fragment of the compass appear in his hand. The moment his fingertip touched it, the surrounding spiritual energy surged like a living entity, drilling into the compass. The previously blurred needle swiftly pointed toward the chest of Zhao Hao's mech, where a dark aura was faintly visible. So it's not that my learning was worthless, it's that modernity lacks spiritual energy. Lin Feng rejoiced inwardly, but feigned disdain on the surface, shaking the fragment of the compass in his hand. With a mech filled with malevolent energy like yours, you still dare to strike me? Do you believe I can give you a few more pointers and have your mech become scrap today? I will kill you. Zhao Hao, enraged, had his mech arm launch a gleaming blade toward Lin Feng's face. The surrounding disciples gasped, thinking Lin Feng was doomed. Yet Lin Feng focused on the compass needle, lightly shifting his feet and stepping precisely on the life gate position of the assessment platform. A gentle flow of spiritual energy enveloped him, instantly lightening his body. Is this all the speed you have? Lin Feng easily sidestepped the blade and deliberately reached out to pat the chest of Zhao Hao's mech. This must be the energy core, right? It's filled with malevolent energy. Strike again, and you might blow yourself to smithereens. Detected target's anger upgraded furious level. Anger value 600. Current cumulative anger value 900. Would you like to exchange for an energy pill? Consuming it will allow for a direct breakthrough to the energy refining first layer. Exchange. Lin Feng silently commanded, and instantly a round energy pill appeared in his hand, which he swallowed without a second thought. The pill melted in his mouth, a warm current coursing down his throat, instantly filling his previously aching body with strength, and his dantian resonated with a hum, achieving the first layer of energy refining. Zhao Hao stared in disbelief as Lin Feng not only remained unharmed, but also grew stronger, utterly perplexed. You broke through? Lin Feng flexed his wrist, feeling the spiritual energy within and the mech part in his hand, a wicked smile gracing his lips. What's a breakthrough worth? Thanks for the anger value you just granted me. I must also thank you for helping me gather enough points to exchange for a mech. He waved the mech left leg part in his hand, his voice not loud, yet resonating through the crowd. By the way, I almost forgot to mention the core weakness of your mech. I could tell just by glancing with my Feng Shui techniques. If you still wish to fight, I wouldn't mind helping you scrap it. Zhao Hao gazed at the mech part in Lin Feng's hand, then at the dark aura in his mech's chest, his face cycling through shades of green and white, trembling with rage yet too afraid to make a move. All the issues Lin Feng mentioned regarding the seam and paint job were spot on. He genuinely feared his mech would explode. Detected target's anger value overflow anger stagnation level. Additional anger value 200. Current cumulative anger value 1100. New function unlocked. Can view target's anger value fluctuations. Lin Feng beamed at the 1100 anger value hovering above Zhao Hao's head in his mind. This world not only made Feng Shui useful, but energy manipulation could also be exchanged for cultivation, and Mechsit was simply tailor-made for him. He dusted off his clothes, waved at the astonished disciples, and walked directly toward the quarters of the lower disciples, leaving Zhao Hao standing there, his mech's energy lights flickering ominously, nearly malfunctioning on the spot. Upon reaching the corner, Lin Feng took out the compass fragment and watched the needle spin ceaselessly in the spiritual energy, his eyes growing brighter. Feng Shui's secret arts, our ancient divine abilities, energy manipulation can exchange for mechs. In this alternate world, I, Lin Feng, shall seize my destiny. Unbeknownst to him, in a distant pavilion overlooking the assessment platform, an elder with a white beard stared at his retreating figure, the teacup in his hand trembling slightly. That boy's possession resembles the long-lost innate compass. Moreover, the position he just stood in was the life gate. Chapter 2. Setting up a Feng Shui arrangement in the disciple quarters. Confronting the lackey for another gain. Lin Feng, clutching the mech part and compass fragment, nearly choked on a musty odor as he entered the dilapidated dwelling of the lower disciples. The ramshackle earthen house in the yard leaned at odd angles, its northern window tightly blocked by a mountain of firewood. Dark green moss accumulated in the corners, and even the air was heavy and stagnant. It was a place where, not to mention gathering spiritual energy, merely residing could be deemed miraculous. No wonder the original owner was a failure living in such a dilapidated place. Spiritual energy would only bypass it. Lin Feng squatted in the center of the yard, his fingers pinching a fragment of a compass as its needle spun wildly in the direction of north. In the I Ching, can represents water, aligning with true north. The hexagram can states, practicing the water, one maintains a sincere heart, success is assured, and conduct should be esteemed. With this northern window blocked, water energy stagnates into malevolence, preventing spiritual energy from entering and instead accumulating misfortunia, quintessential deathly energy formation. He retrieved the remnants of a fire-finding pill he had just exchanged leftover from his recent breakthrough and scattered it by the woodpile. He then found a shard of a broken clay pot and collected some rainwater from the corner of the yard, placing it on a stone pedestal beneath the northern window. The Tao Te Ching states, the highest good resembles water, which benefits all things without contention. Let's use this rainwater to establish a rudimentary water-gathering formation to dispel this deathly energy first. Just as he finished arranging it, the rainwater in the pot suddenly rippled, and the formerly stagnant air began to flow faintly. The compass needle gradually stabilized, pointing toward the pot. Just as Lin Feng was about to sense the change in spiritual energy, a coarse voice called out from outside the yard. "Where's that waste, Lin Feng?" "I, brother Hu, am here to settle the score." 3 disciples dressed in servant uniforms blocked the entrance. The leader, Wang Hu, burly and robust, his arms adorned with a crooked tattoo of a tiger, wielding a wooden stick, flanked by 2 henchmen, who wore fierce expressions indeed. They were Zhao Hao's lackeys. "Oh, isn't this Zhao Hao's loyal dog?" Lin Feng straightened up, brushed off the dust from his hands, and a hint of mockery seeped through his words. "What's wrong? Has your master been so thoroughly humiliated by me that he sent you to bite back? Unfortunately, your brain is denser than rammed earth. You can't even comprehend that dogs rely on their masters. The seams of Zhao Hao's mecha are leaking. Your brain must be leaking too, no?" Wang Hu was taken aback, clearly not anticipating Lin Feng's audacity, and his eyes widened in fury. "How dare you insult me? You've forgotten how Zhao Shixiang stomped you into the ground this morning. That was the original owner, not me." Lin Feng waved the compass fragment in his hand, his gaze sweeping over Wang Hu's feet. "And I advise you to shift a bit to the left. You're currently standing in the death gate position. As per the I Ching, Jin signifies mountain and stillness. This spot is rife with negative energy. If you linger here, you'll surely feel a tingling in your feet, and, when it comes to blows, you might just fall flat on your face. Don't blame me for not warning you." Wang Hu glanced down at his feet, then at Lin Feng's rusty piece of iron, scoffing. "What are you pretending for? Death gate and living gate? I think you've been hit too hard. Today, they'll break your bones for Zhao Shixiang, so you understand what rules are." With that, he swung his stick at Lin Feng, and his 2 henchmen rushed forward, shouting, "Brother Hu, beat him. Teach him not to mess with Zhao Shixiang." Ding. Detected target Wang Hu anger level, anger value 150. Ding. Detected target Li Gooden agitated level, anger value 50. Ding. Detected target Zhang Taizhu agitated level, anger value 50. Having already adjusted his body with the spiritual energy from the formation, Lin Feng nimbly shifted his feet as the wooden stick came crashing down. He deftly stepped onto the resting gate position in the yard, and a surge of gentle spiritual energy enveloped him, making him even more agile as he easily dodged the blow. "Is this all you've got?" Lin Feng moved to the side of the woodpile, deliberately patting the water-gathering formation he had just created. "I told you standing in the death gate position would bring you misfortune, but you didn't believe me." Wang Hu's swing missed entirely, nearly losing his balance. His anger flared further. "Stop dodging. If you have the guts, face me, heathen." "Face you, heathen?" Lin Feng scoffed, his eyes glancing at Wang Hu's arm. "That tiger tattoo on your arm looks like a caterpillar, probably done by Master Wang at the village for $10. And that stick you're wielding? You chose wood from the shadow side. The Tao Te Ching states, all things bear the shadow yet embrace the light. With that broken stick, before hitting me, you've already reduced your own strength by 1/3. No wonder your arm shook earlier. Did you feel a lack of power?" Wang Hu instinctively touched his arm, realizing it felt a bit sore, which only fueled his rage. "Nonsense. I think you're just trying to be tough." He swung again, this time aiming for Lin Feng's legs, but Lin Feng used the woodpile for cover, darting behind him. With a push to Wang Hu's back, who was already standing in the death gate position, he suddenly felt a tingle in his feet, and, with a thud, fell flat on the ground, sending his stick flying far away. "Ouch!" Wang Hu grimaced in pain, glaring at Lin Feng, his eyes reddening with fury. "He'll kill you." Ding. Detected target Wang Hu's anger escalating furious level, anger value 300. Current cumulative anger value 1600. Redeemable, Mecha right leg part 1. Basic talisman, dispelling talisman 2 foot. Redeem Mecha right leg part. Lin Feng silently commanded, and instantly, he held a mecha part that matched the left leg. He waved it in front of Wang Hu, teasing, "See this? It's a mecha part 1 earned from taking down your master. Now, as I take on you, I can earn another one. You must be quite the darling for sending me anger values." The 2 henchmen, witnessing Wang Hu's fall, hesitated to assist. Having seen Zhao Shixiang's mecha exposed by Lin Feng earlier, they knew better than to approach now that he had produced another part. That part is fake." Wang Hu climbed to his feet, pointing at the part in Lin Feng's hand, his bravado faltering. "Servants can't possess mecha parts. You must have stolen it." "Stolen?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, stepping to the water-gathering formation, shaking the clay pot. The spiritual energy ripples in the rainwater became even more pronounced. I dispelled your master's mecha's malevolent position with Feng Shui, earning the anger value for this part. What? Don't believe me? Or should I point out that your clothes are buttoned wrong? Left 3, right 2? You've committed the yin-yang error of bad omen. Indeed, you might just fall flat on your face today. Wang, who looked down and, to his horror, realized he had indeed buttoned his clothes incorrectly. He trembled with rage, but was too frightened to make another move. Lin Feng's insights about the compass, positioning, and buttons had all struck true, and he genuinely feared being further cursed by Feng Shui. You just wait. He'll go find Zhao Shixiao. Wang, who spat defiantly, picked up his stick, and along with his 2 henchmen, fled in disgrace, nearly tripping over the threshold, eliciting laughter from Lin Feng. Ding. Detected target Wang, who flustered level, additional anger value 200. Ding. Detected target Li Gooden terrified level, anger value 30. Ding. Detected target Zhang Taiju terrified level, anger value 30. Current cumulative anger value 2060. Lin Feng surveyed the left and right mecha parts in his hands, then glanced at the water-gathering formation in the yard, a broader smile gracing his lips. The Tao Te Ching's wisdom of water benefiting all things, and the I Ching's guidance on determining good and bad fortune proved remarkably effective in this world. With the anger value system assisting him, upgrading was an utter breeze. As he began to assemble the mecha parts, the fragment of the compass in his hand suddenly buzzed, the needle sharply pointing toward the back mountain outside the yard, accompanied by a line of blurred text. Qian represents heaven, seeing a dragon in the field, advantageous to meet a great person. Is there something in the back mountain? Lin Feng's eyes brightened as he tucked away the parts and compass. First, he'll assemble the mecha, then head to the back mountain. Perhaps I can earn another wave of anger value and gather materials for setting up Feng Shui formations. Meanwhile, outside the servant courtyard, a small disciple in gray attire was wide-eyed, observing everything within the yard, jotting down notes hurriedly. Senior brother Lin Feng used a broken clay pot and rainwater to set up a formation, driving away Wang Hu, and he mentioned Death Gate and Resting Gate. Is this the legendary Feng Shui technique? Chapter 3. The Double Threat Meets a Fair Maiden. Harnessing the power of Feng Shui for another gain. As Lin Feng carefully stowed away the components of his mecha's left and right legs, clutching the heated remnants of a compass, he made his way toward the back mountain. The compass needle pointed toward the auspicious Qian position, subtly pulsating with ethereal energy, suggesting the possibility of uncovering fine materials for setting up a Feng Shui array, perhaps a spirit-gathering sky-blue stone or a calamity-dispelling thunderwood. However, just as he rounded the ancient locust tree behind the servant quarters, he was met with the sharp crack of mecha joints. Blocking his path were 3 figures. Zhao Hao stood prominently in the center, his Qin Feng mecha's ankle joint indeed patched with inferior metal plates, the exposed areas smeared with a dark substance akin to soot scraped from a fireplace. Beside him was a young man clad in a black mecha, the shoulder armor inscribed with the words Rift Wind, though the right wing was misaligned by half an inch, sending wisps of weak spiritual energy spiraling from the seam, a clear sign of wind calamity intruding the body. Lin Feng, you seem to be quite sprightly. Zhao Hao's mecha energy indicator flared crimson once more fiercely than before. Allow me to introduce my cousin, Li Rui, an intersect disciple. This Rift Wind mecha can withstand the blows of a foundation-building practitioner. Today, you shall learn that offending me, Zhao Hao, cannot simply be brushed aside by hiding in the servant quarters. Li Rui lifted his mecha's arm guard, the metallic knuckles crunching audibly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Feng with palpable disdain. So, you're the one who nearly caused my cousin's mecha to explode? A mere servant disciple daring to dabble in Feng Shui? You clearly do not comprehend the might of the Rift Wind mecha. Just the other day, a golden core rogue was struck down by a single punch from this very machine. Before Lin Feng could respond, he heard the sound of light footsteps approaching from behind. Turning, he beheld a young woman in moon-white disciple robes, hurrying towards him, her hair adorned with a jade hairpin and carrying a Dan furnace. It was Su Qingwei from the Intersex Alchemy Pavilion. She was renowned as a rare dual cultivator of alchemy and martial arts, not only excelling in alchemical skills, but also adept at wielding the flowing frost mecha. However, her temperament was somewhat hasty. Just last time, someone remarked that the pills she crafted were not sweeter than sugar cubes, and she promptly singed their hair with alchemical flames. Zhao Hao Li Rui, it is prohibited to engage in private battles near the sect's forbidden grounds. Are you both intent on violating sect rules? Suinge's brow furrowed. The flames on the Dan furnace flickering ominously. Lin Feng is merely a servant disciple. Even if he has erred, such matters should be handled by the law enforcement hall. Was it to block someone with a mecha? Zhao Hao scoffed, Su's senior sister. This waste dares to call my mecha secondhand and curses me to fall off cliffs during trials. Is that not a fault? Today, I must break his bones to teach him the meaning of rules. Li Rui chimed in, Su's senior sister, do not meddle in this. This brat employs dubious Feng Shui techniques to conjure illusions. I shall cleanse the sect of such practices today. Just watch how my Rift Wind mecha dismantles his Feng Shui array. Lin Feng touched the remnants of the compass, and as his fingertips made contact, the compass suddenly emitted a resonant hum. Two faint red streaks appeared on the needle, one pointing towards Zhao Hao's mecha chest, the other towards Li Rui's right wing. Is this a newly unlocked system feature? Ding. Frequent application of Feng Shui techniques detected. Unlocking Feng Shui Calamity Position Marker, Beginner. This feature highlights the target object's calamity position, precisely inciting the target, with an anger value acquisition efficiency of 10. Lin Feng felt a surge of delight. This function had arrived just in time. He raised his gaze towards Li Rui, his tone imbued with a hint of regret. Brother Li, your Gale mecha is indeed magnificent. Yet it is a pity that the right wing is somewhat flawed. The burial book states that when the wind is harnessed, it dissipates, and when the boundary waters are contained, it halts. Your right wings seems misaligned by 3 inches, precisely facing the southeast sun wind position. The malevolent wind has been incessantly flooding into your mecha. I fear the core has long been tainted by its aura. Just a moment ago, when you flex your fingers, did the mecha not hesitate? While we were conversing, the energy light flickered twice. What if, during the battle, the mecha suddenly powered down, causing you to lose face in front of Sister Su? Li Rui's expression shifted dramatically. His Gale mecha indeed harbored such a flaw. It had felt sluggish during recent activations, and despite having sought the sect's mecha craftsman for repairs twice, no issues had been detected. He was taken aback by Lin Feng's astute observation. Instinctively, he glanced at the right wing of his mecha, only to notice the aura threads at the seam were even more pronounced than before. Enraged, he exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? This mecha was specially crafted by our sect. How could it possibly have a problem?" Ding. Detected target Li Rui. Anger level. Irritated. Anger value. 330. Efficiency bonus. 10. Current cumulative anger value. 2,390. Seeing his cousin being challenged, Zhao Hao immediately joined in. Lin Feng, cease your pretentiousness. My cousin's mecha is flawless. Rather, your rusty scrap is a mere counterfeit. Today, I shall demonstrate how my Azure Blade mecha, once repaired, will trample you into the ground. Lin Feng turned to Zhao Hao, his gaze sweeping over the dark energy emanating from the chest of his mecha, a smile gracing his lips. Brother Zhao, your patching skills must have been learned from the cobbler at the village entrance, no? Using charcoal ash to seal seams, and you dare claim it has been repaired? The Book of Changes states that Li represents fire and brightness. Your mecha's core is the energy center belonging to the Li position. Currently, it is suffocated beneath charcoal ash, preventing the fire from dispersing, while the malevolent energy accumulates significantly. Just now, when you spoke, did the energy light not appear dim? If you continue this way, the core may very well explode, rendering your mecha a mere shadow of its former self, truly worse than scrap metal. The disciples passing by, initially mere spectators, could not help but glance at Zhao Hao's mecha upon hearing Lin Feng's words. Indeed, as he had described, the energy light at the chest glowed a dim red, considerably darker than Li Rui's Gale mecha. Furious, Zhao Hao's mecha armaments snapped open, revealing sharp blades, as he pointed them at Lin Feng and shouted, "You dare curse my mecha to explode. If I do not dismantle you today, I shall not bear the surname Zhao." Ding. Detected target, Zhao Hao, anger level, enraged. Anger value, 660, efficiency bonus, 10. Current cumulative anger value, 3,050. Seeing Zhao Hao about to make a move, Su Qingwei quickly stepped forward, the flames on the alchemy furnace leaping half a foot high. Zhao Hao, dare you to make a move and see what happens. However, Zhao Hao was consumed by the flames of anger ignited by Lin Feng's taunts, paying no heed to Su Qingwei. He maneuvered his mecha forcefully towards Lin Feng. The blades aimed directly at his chest, shouting, "Sister Sue, do not obstruct me. I must eliminate this waste today." Lin Feng had already been observing the markers of malevolent energy on the compass, his feet shifting subtly until they landed precisely beneath the old locust tree. In a resting position, this location, sheltered by the great tree, belonged to the Gen Mountain position, capable of warding off malevolent energy while gathering faint traces of spiritual essence. As he stood firm, a gentle aura enveloped his body. Simultaneously, the components of the left and right legs of his mech unexpectedly heated up, as if responding to his spiritual energy. "Brother Zhao, why the haste?" Lin Feng effortlessly dodged the blade, intentionally patting Zhao Hao's mech chest. "I haven't even mentioned that the charcoal used for your patchwork is of inferior quality. It will fall apart with a gust of wind, and when your mech explodes, don't blame me for not warning you." Zhao Hao's blade missed its target, and he was infuriated when Lin Feng patted his chest. His eyes turned red with rage as he maneuvered his mech to turn and strike again. But this time, Li Rui suddenly pulled him back. "Cousin, don't act rashly. What this fellow said about the fatal spot seems to be true. My mech indeed faltered for a moment. What are you afraid of, brother?" Zhao Hao shrugged off Li Rui's hand, convinced that Lin Feng was merely putting on a show. "I must take him down today." With that, he lunged at Lin Feng once more, but this time, Lin Feng did not evade. The components of his mech's left and right legs clicked into place, assembling themselves onto his limbs. The metallic armor gleamed coldly, with the ankle joints moving with agility. Although he had only 2 legs, they exuded an undeniable authority. "Oh, are you in a hurry?" Lin Feng stood atop the mech legs and leaped effortlessly 3 meters high, landing gracefully on a branch of the old locust tree. Looking down at Zhao Hao, he taunted, "Your Qi Feng mech can't even keep up with my single leg, and you dare call yourself a genius? Your skills are worse than mine in a driving simulator. At least the simulator 1T let my mech leak air." Zhao Hao trembled with rage as he saw Lin Feng perched on the tree. The energy light of his mech buzzed ominously, turning red and hot, as if on the verge of overload. "Why you dare insult me? I'll blow up this tree and make you fall." Beep. Target Zhao Hao, furious level, rage level. Anger value, 1100 efficiency bonus, 10. Current total anger value, 4150. Redeemable, 1 mech torso component, 3 demonic dispel talismans, 5 Qi refining pills. Redeem the mech torso component. Lin Feng silently chanted, and instantly, a shimmering mech torso component appeared in his hand. He deliberately waved it in front of Zhao Hao, saying, "Brother Zhao, thank you for the anger value. I've gathered enough for this mech torso. Are you not my anger value, ATM? Every time I see you, I can exchange for something valuable." Li Rui observed the mech torso component in Lin Feng's hand, and then glanced at the seams of his own mech's right wing. Suddenly feeling anxious, Lin Feng's mention of the fatal spot had hit the mark. If they pressed further, Lin Feng might reveal even more weaknesses of the mech. He quickly grabbed Zhao Hao. "Cousin, don't act rashly. This fellow has mech components in hand. He might genuinely have backing. Let us retreat for now and seek another opportunity." Zhao Hao wanted to argue, but upon seeing the mech torso component in Lin Feng's grasp and recalling the dark energy emanating from his mech's chest, he ultimately relented. He feared that, as Lin Feng had suggested, his mech might indeed explode. With a fierce glare at Lin Feng, he warned, "Lin Feng, you wait. Next time, I will dismantle your mech and ensure you have no remains." With that, he and Li Rui turned to leave, carefully avoiding the southeastern wind, apprehensive about their mech malfunctioning again. The surrounding disciples, witnessing Zhao Hao and Li Rui's dejected departure, could not help but gather around, gazing in astonishment at the mechanical armoring on Lin Feng's legs and the disassembled parts in his hands. "Brother Lin Feng, how did you acquire this mecha? Did you exchange it for anger points? Is what you mentioned earlier about the Feng Shui malevolent positions true? That's incredible." Su Qingwei also approached Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Lin Feng, the burial book and Qing spoke of, are they ancient Feng Shui texts? And is it true that you obtained these mecha components with anger points?" Lin Feng tucked away the mecha parts and patted his mechanical leg with a smile. "Sister Sue, Feng Shui techniques in this world are not mere superstition. As you witnessed earlier, they can dismantle the mecha's malevolent positions and even earn anger points to exchange for parts. By the way, if you encounter malevolent energy while refining pills, You might also try employing Feng Shui techniques. For instance, placing a piece of sky blue stone to the left of the alchemical furnace can gather energy and dispel malevolence, enhancing the efficacy of the refined pills by at least 30%. Su Qingyue's eyes brightened. Really? I'll give it a try the next time I refine pills. By the way, are you heading to the back mountain? I heard there's sky blue stone there, and I need to gather some materials for alchemy as well. Shall we go together? Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. Having Su Qingyue accompany him might lead to more encounters with those who could provide anger points. And he could also search for the sky blue stone to set up a Feng Shui arrangement. He nodded. Sure, I also want to find a piece of sky blue stone. Please lead the way, Sister Su. The two walked side by side toward the back mountain. Lin Feng took out a fragment of a compass, and the pointer indicated a more pronounced fluctuation of spiritual energy at the Qian position. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, this back mountain likely conceals numerous treasures. Perhaps I will even run into Zhao Hao and Li Rui again and earn another wave of anger points. After all, one cannot overlook the anger point ATM. Chapter 4. The stone tablet in the back mountain holds secrets. Signs of a spiritual source crisis. The forest path in the back mountain was deeper than Lin Feng had anticipated. The stone-paved road was mostly covered by fallen leaves, and the ancient trees on either side intertwined their branches, casting only scattered shadows of sunlight, resulting in the spiritual energy in the air being slightly more stagnant than in the front mountain. Holding the compass fragment tightly, Lin Feng could distinctly feel the pointer trembling slightly, not directing toward the sky blue stone at the Qian position, but occasionally veering toward the dense forest in the northwest, as if being drawn by some unseen force. The Feng Shui in this back mountain felt peculiar. Suddenly, Lin Feng halted, pointing at a crooked ancient tree on the left. Sister Su, look at that tree. Its trunk leans northwest while its roots delve southeast, clearly indicating a reversal of energy flow. The Qing Nong Jing states that energy rides the wind and disperses, while it halts at water. The spiritual energy in a normal mountain should flow downward according to the terrain. Yet here it seems to be trapped by something, accumulating rather than dispersing, and has even gathered some malevolent energy. Su Qingyue followed his gaze and indeed noticed that the fallen leaves surrounding the ancient tree were thicker than elsewhere, with even the grass growing crookedly. Now that you mention it, when I came here last time to gather dew grass, I also felt that the herbs in this vicinity were growing slowly. I thought it was just a seasonal issue. Could it truly be related to Feng Shui? Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, the compass fragment suddenly emitted a buzzing sound and became heated, the pointer abruptly fixing on the northwest. To his astonishment, several lines of faint golden characters appeared on the dial, almost instantly fading away, too swiftly for him to grasp more than the words. Spiritual source depletion, innate compass. The rest becoming a blur of light. Ding! A fluctuation in the ancient Feng Shui imprint has been detected, triggering a fragment of the world's truth. 1. Fragment information. The spiritual source of this realm serves as the foundation for both the celestial martial and mechanized civilizations. Currently, the reserve of spiritual energy is reduced to merely 30%. Should there be no external intervention within the next century, it will be utterly depleted. The sole solution: gather all the fragments of the innate compass and activate the ancient Qinkuan gathering spirit array. Unlocking the main objective: locate the remaining 7 fragments of the innate compass and restore the complete compass. Current progress, 18. Completing this task will trigger the prerequisite quest for the restoration of the spiritual source, with an estimated duration of 50 chapters. Each time a fragment is collected, a segment of the world's truth will be unlocked. Lin Feng halted in his tracks. The depletion of the spiritual source? A century's deadline? This was far from a mere traversal into a world of cultivation. It was as if he were carrying a ticking time bomb. He glanced down at the fragment of the compass in his hand, suddenly recalling the words of the elder with the white beard in the first chapter regarding the lost innate compass, as well as the inscriptions on the dial he had just seen. It dawned on him that this seemingly ordinary fragment was, in fact, the key to saving the world. Lin Feng, what is wrong with you? Su Qingyue, noticing his altered expression, reached out to touch his arm. Is there an issue with the compass? Lin Feng quickly suppressed his shock, feigning nonchalance as he scratched his head and attempted to mask his astonishment with humor. Oh, it's nothing. The compass just heated up suddenly. Gave me quite a scare. Perhaps the Tianqing stone is nearing. It's eager to acknowledge its kin. Despite his light-hearted words, a tempest was brewing within him. 7 fragments of the compass to find, and 50 chapters to do so. During this time, he would need to accumulate rage points to exchange for a mech, enhance his cultivation, and contend with Zhao Hao, that rage point ATM, not to mention the potential factions coveting the compass. However, on second thought, with the system and Feng Shui techniques at his disposal, along with the ability to exchange for mechs, this goal seemed attainable after all. It was certainly preferable to living as a charlatan in the modern world. The two continued their journey northwest, where the spiritual energy grew denser, even the air imbued with a sweet fragrance. As they rounded a bend in the mountain, a broad stone platform suddenly came into view. Scattered across it were several half-man-high taunting stones, and at the center stood a black stone tablet riddled with cracks, etched with incomprehensible spiral patterns that sparkled with flecks of silver, reminiscent of shattered stars. Taunting stone. Su Qingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. But just as she was about to step forward, Lin Feng grasped her arm. Wait, there's something off about this tablet. Lin Feng pointed to the patterns on the tablet, his brow furrowing. These designs are not mere carvings. They are ancient suppressive inscriptions. Observe the flow of the patterns. They draw an energy counterclockwise and expel it clockwise, evidently designed to seal something. Furthermore, the location of this stone platform coincides with the intersection of the Qin water and Qian heaven, embodying the hexagram of water and heaven. The hexagram, as commentary indicates, that sincerity leads to success, and it is beneficial to traverse great rivers. Thus, this place either conceals treasures or harbors danger. No sooner had he spoken than the grass surrounding the stone platform rustled ominously, and 3 shadowy figures emerged. Zhao Hao, Li Rue, and a middle-aged man clad in black combat attire. The man's mech was a deep purple, adorned with a character for shadow on the shoulder plates, and he wielded a short blade that gleamed with a chilling light. Lin Feng, what do you think you're running? Zhao Hao's mech energy lamp glowed a fiery red, evidently brimming with suppressed rage. This individual was Lord Chun of the Shadow Pavilion, tasked with apprehending those like you, mere subordinates who pilfer ancient treasures. Today, you must relinquish not only the compass, but all your mech components. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The man accompanying Lord Chun cast a disdainful glance at the stone tablet on the stone platform, then fixed his gaze on the fragment of the compass in Lin Feng's hand, a cold smirk curling at his lips. Boy, surrender the compass in your possession, and I may grant you a swift death. Do not presume I am unaware that it is a fragment of the innate compass, concealing ancient secrets. Lin Feng's heart tightened. Someone actually knew about the innate compass? It seemed this endeavor required not only the collection of fragments, but also vigilance against those who sought to seize the compass. He deliberately waved the compass fragment, his tone laced with mockery. Lord Chun, I believe you ought to be called Chun the Thief, if you desire the compass. Just say so instead of concocting excuses about capturing thieves. Your mech is painted like a purple yam. I suspect you've pilfered someone else's paint. And that short blade of yours, its edge is so dull it would struggle to chop wood, yet you dare to brandish it to intimidate? Ding! Target Chun Ing detected. Anger level, furious. Anger value, 440. Feng Shui mark efficiency bonus 10. Current total anger value, 4,590. Chun Ying's expression darkened instantly, and a short blade in his hand snapped out with a crack. Sharp-tongued brat, you clearly do not comprehend the methods of the Shadow Pavilion. Today, you shall experience the taste of having your mech dismantled into parts. With that, he maneuvered his mech to lunge at Lin Feng. The dark purple mech moving with astonishing speed, a gust of wind trailing as the blade aimed directly at Lin Feng's chest. Su Qingyue hastily summoned the alchemical furnace, its flames illuminating with brilliance. Lin Feng, be cautious. This is the Shadow Pavilion's Shadow Kill mech, proficient in ambushes. Lin Feng had already fixed his gaze upon the compass's ominous mark. A faint red light glimmered at the seam of Chun Ying's mech's left wing, precisely the point where the wind's malice gathered. He pulled Su Qingyue aside, just in time, simultaneously controlling the mech components on his legs, using the recoil to leap atop the stone tablet in the center of the stone platform. Chun the Thief, is your mech's left wing perpetually jammed? The Book of Burials states that conflicting malice causes mechanisms to fail. Your left wing's seam has accumulated 3 years' worth of wind malice. after 2 more uses. It may not even be able to lift an arm. Chunying's actions faltered momentarily. Indeed, his mech's left wing had a jamming issue that even the mech engineers of the Shadow Pavilion could not rectify. He had not anticipated Lin Feng to discern it so easily. His face turned a shade of thunderous rage as he commanded his mech to charge once more. Nonsense. Today, I shall dismantle your bones. Standing on the stone tablet, Lin Feng suddenly noticed the spiral patterns on the tablet's surface glowing with silver light under the stimulation of the mech's malice. A spark ignited in his mind as he intentionally stepped on the brightest part of the pattern, calling out, "Zhao Hao, do you not wish to dismantle my mech? Come quickly. I stand here immobile. If you manage to touch me, I shall give you the components. Provided, of course, that you do not fall victim to Chunying's mech. After all, he might even harm his own comrades." Zhao Hao, already simmering with fury, was incited by these words and immediately maneuvered the Qi Feng mech towards the stone tablet. "Lin Feng, do not be arrogant. Today, I shall dismantle you." As 2 mechas lunged forward simultaneously, Lin Feng fixated on the compass with a smile. The spot where he had just stepped was precisely the auspicious position of the water and sky need hexagram. Once the 2 malevolent forces collided, it would trigger the counteraction of his steel S suppression. Indeed, just as Chunying's dagger was about to strike Lin Feng, Zhao Hao's mecha crashed into it. The malevolent energy from both machines erupted, causing the silver light on the steel to surge dramatically, and a gentle stream of spiritual energy suddenly repelled the 2 combatants. With a sharp crack, Chunying's mecha's left wing jammed unexpectedly. Alert! Target detected. Chunying, fury level. Anger value, 880. Target detected. Zhao Hao, frustration level. Anger value, 770. Current cumulative anger value, 6,240. Redeemable. Mecha left arm part 1. Feng Shui technique suppression talisman 2. Qi refining mid-stage breakthrough pill 1. Redeem the mecha left arm part and breakthrough pill. Lin Feng silently chanted within, and instantaneously parts and pills appeared in his hand. Before the 3 onlookers, he promptly consumed the pill. A wave of warmth surged down his throat, and with a resonant hum in his dantian, he achieved the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Impossible. How did you break through again? Zhao Hao's eyes reddened as he observed Lin Feng's enhanced aura. Lin Feng waved the mecha left arm part in his hand and pointed towards the steel. "Thank you for the anger value you provided. By the way, let me remind you, this steel is for suppression. If you dare to touch it again, beware of the malevolent energy entering your bodies. Not even your mechas will save you. After all, the spiritual resources are running low. When that time comes, you'll be left to fight with iron rods." Spiritual resources? Chunying's expression shifted drastically as she fixed her gaze on Lin Feng. "How do you know about the spiritual resources?" Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, having struck a nerve. He deliberately turned to leave the stone platform, waving his hand. "Curious, are you? Wait until I gather all the compass fragments to find out. By the way, I'll take 2 pieces of the Tianqing stone, leaving the rest for you as mementos. After all, by our next encounter, you might not even have your mechas." With that, he swiftly departed with Su Qingwei, leaving Chunying and Zhao Hao on the stone platform, their faces ashen, one pondering the matter of spiritual resources, and the other lamenting the mecha parts that slipped away. Once they were a distance away, Su Qingwei could no longer contain her curiosity. "Lin Feng, what exactly is this spiritual resource you mentioned? And what secrets do the compass fragments hold?" Lin Feng glanced at the compass fragment in his hand, its needle subtly pointing towards the sex direction. He smiled. "As for secrets, they must be uncovered gradually. But rest assured, once I gather all the fragments, not only will the spiritual resources be restored, but you will also be able to refine even better pills. In due time, you shall be the foremost alchemist of the Qingyun sect." Yet he was acutely aware that the quest for the compass fragments had only just begun. What would the next fragment be? Would there be others vying for it? How many truths lay hidden behind the depletion of spiritual resources? All these questions would unfold gradually in the upcoming chapters. However, he felt reassured. With Feng Shui techniques, the system, and the mechas at his disposal, coupled with the ability to accumulate anger value, he was ready to embrace this challenge. Chapter 5. The Secrets of the Cauldron Shock the Heart. The Tao Heart Pill is formed to swear revenge. The descent was far more solemn than the ascent. Lin Feng clutched 2 freshly harvested azure stones. his fingertips unable to resist brushing against the mechanical arm component nestled against him. He had yet to fully calculate the anger points earned from the earlier encounter at the stone slab, and Su Qingwei had remained largely silent, occasionally glancing at him with an expression veiled in an indescribable worry. "Sister Su, do not fret about Zhao Hao and his gang," Lin Feng declared, deliberately shaking the fragment of the compass in his hand. The faint golden patterns on its surface shimmered momentarily. "Next time we encounter them, once I gather enough parts for my mech, I shall confront them head-on. Besides, with my geomantic skills, I can effortlessly discern their mech's weaknesses. If I cannot defeat them, I can certainly evade." Su Qingwei halted in her steps and turned to face him, the jade hairpin in her hair glinting softly in the setting sun. "I'm not concerned about Zhao Hao. It was just beside the stone tablet. I felt as though unseen eyes were watching us. Moreover, regarding the depletion of spiritual essence you mentioned, I revisited the ancient texts of our sect. They merely mentioned an ancient artifact capable of stabilizing the world. Perhaps your compass fragment is more significant than we realize." As her words faded, a sudden sound of air being cut through pierced the atmosphere above. Lin Feng instinctively pulled Su Qingwei aside, just as a deep black mech descended from the sky, shaking the ground upon landing. The mech was intricately adorned with ominous patterns, and 3 black tokens floated at its shoulder. The hatch opened, revealing an elder clad in purple robes, holding a compass that resonated with Lin Feng's fragment. Elder Zhuangjizi. Su Qingwei's complexion paled, and she instinctively took a step back. "What brings you here?" The elder's gaze fell upon Su Qingwei, as if appraising a rare treasure, and a cold smile crept across his lips. "Qingwei, do you believe the sect values your dual cultivation of alchemy and martial arts for your talent? You are the pure Yin furnace I selected 3 centuries ago. Once you establish your foundation, you will serve to nurture my Xian Yin battle armor, aiding my ascendance to the transformation stage. As for this young man, unexpectedly wielding an innate compass fragment, he is merely a fortunate surprise." "A furnace?" Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, tightening his grip on Su Qingwei's hand. "What did you just say? Treating people as furnaces and still daring to call yourself an elder? I see you have lost your senses. Your cultivation has stripped you of your humanity, and that mech of yours, painted as black as ink, is teeming with malevolent energy." The Qing non-classic states that excessive Yin energy can harm one's foundation. It seems you may ruin yourself before achieving transformation. Beep. Target Zhuangjizi detected. Anger level, furious. Anger points, 550. Geomantic mark efficiency bonus, 10. Current cumulative anger points, 6,790. Zhuangjizi's expression darkened in an instant, and the arm of the Xian Yin battle armor suddenly released a torrent of black energy aimed directly at Lin Feng's chest. "You, a mere child, dare to speak so boldly against me? Today, you shall learn what it means to be an ant shaking a tree." Lin Feng had already been observing the malevolent energy's position on the Xian Yin battle armor. There was a fracture in the patterns on its chest, revealing the weak point of the leaf fire position. He tugged at Su Qingwei, attempting to evade, but Zhuangjizi's speed was overwhelming. The black energy ensnared his wrist, a chilling force coursing through his arm toward his dantian, rendering even his mid-stage Qi refinement cultivation powerless to move. Lin Feng. Su Qingwei wished to summon the alchemical furnace. It was ensnared by a dark energy emanating from Zhuangjizi, rendering her powerless to intervene as Lin Feng was drawn forth before him. "Boy, relinquish the shard of the compass, and I shall grant you a swift demise." Zhuangjizi grasped Lin Feng's chin, his gaze brimming with disdain. "Do you believe that possessing an anger value system can alter your fate? In my eyes, you are unworthy even to serve as my footwear. Your system and your geomantic arts are nothing but trivialities." Lin Feng felt a tightening grip around his throat, the spiritual energy within him frozen, even the system panel flickering ominously. For the first time, he sensed death so close at hand. Yet, gazing at Su Qingwei's reddened eyes and Zhuangjizi's arrogant demeanor ignited a fire within him. "You old fool, even if you seize the compass and utilize the furnace, you shall never ascend to immortality. Your mech's dark patterns have fractured in 3 places, and malevolent energy has already infiltrated your meridians. Within a decade, you shall meet your explosive demise." Ding. Target Zhuangjizi detected. Fury level. Anger value 1100. Geomantic mark efficiency bonus 10. Current accumulated anger value 7,890. Detected host in a life-threatening crisis, triggering emergency system protocol. 7,000 anger value can be consumed to exchange for the innate Tao Heart Pill. After consumption, it will instantly break the suppression, solidify the Tao Heart, and unlock the passive skill Geomantic Counterstrike. Exchange. Lin Feng roared within, as a warm pill suddenly appeared in his mouth, dissolving instantly. A torrent of warmth surged down his throat, dispersing the chilling energy within him. The spiritual energy in his dantian surged violently, hinting at a potential breakthrough in his realm of Qi refinement. More importantly, a newfound clarity filled his mind, dispelling the confusion surrounding the depletion of his spiritual source and the compass shard, transforming it into resolute belief. What? Zhuangji's expression shifted dramatically. As he attempted to strike again, Lin Feng forcefully pushed him away, though tendrils of dark energy still coiled around Lin Feng's wrist. He harnessed the power of the Tao Heart Pill and aimed a punch at the malevolent core of the Xian battle armor. Bang! The dark patterns on the chest of the mech shattered, and a surge of black energy erupted from the fissure. Zhuangji gasped, retreating 2 steps. You actually managed to break my Xian malevolent energy? Lin Feng steadied himself, supporting Su Qingyue while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with icy resolve. Old fool, do you think that by suppressing me, you can act with impunity? Let me be clear. Even if you take senior sister Su away today, I will pursue you. I will amass enough anger value to exchange for a stellar-grade mech. Gather the complete shards of the innate compass, and make you realize that treating lives as mere fodder, as if they were mere fuel for your furnace, comes at a cost. Zhuangji's expression darkened completely. He glanced at the sky, then at the shard of the compass faintly glowing in Lin Feng's grasp, and scoffed. You have guts, boy. Today, I shall take Qingyue with me. Once you establish your foundation, we shall settle our scores. He maneuvered the Xian battle armor, enveloping Su Qingyue in a shroud of dark energy as they ascended into the air. Su Qingyue struggled, casting a determined yet tearful look at Lin Feng. Her voice trembling yet resolute. Lin Feng, become stronger. You must become stronger. Lin Feng watched as Zhuangji and Su Qingyue vanished into the horizon, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. For the first time, he felt an intense loathing for his own weakness, and for the first time, he clearly understood his purpose, to gather the 8 fragments of the compass, to restore the spiritual source for the sake of the world, and to grow stronger and acquire a mech in order to rescue Su Qingyue, ensuring that those who regard human lives as mere trifles would face the consequences they deserve. He retrieved the fragment of the compass from his pocket. The faint golden patterns on its dial suddenly illuminated, pointing towards the direction where Zhuangji had disappeared, revealing a line of small text. The next fragment lies in the falling sunset valley. Lin Feng took a deep breath, securely stowing the mech parts and the azure stone, and turned towards the servants' quarters. He understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, with a formidable being like Zhuangji watching, the Shadow Pavilion attempting to seize the compass, and the likes of Zhao Hao, a source of trouble, lurking nearby. Yet he no longer felt lost. The clarity bestowed by the heart pill remained. The system's notifications still echoed in his mind, and the knowledge of Feng Shui techniques lingered. Sister Su, wait for me. Lin Feng gazed at the evening glow on the horizon, a determined smile gracing his lips. In no more than 50 chapters, I will find you, and I will ensure that this old wretch pays the price. Beep. Host's heart is steadfast. Main mission progress unlocked. Current objectives. 1. Seek the remaining 7 fragments of the innate compass. 18. 2. Elevate cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Current, mid-Qi refining. 3. Unlock star-level mech core components. Current, left leg, left arm. Completing each sub-objective grants additional system rewards. Chapter 6. Breaking into the spirit gathering bureau in the dilapidated courtyard of the servants' quarters. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the adobe houses. Lin Feng crouched in the center of the yard, sanding down the left arm component of the mech he had just exchanged for. The edges of the part still bore remnants of malevolent energy and needed to be smoothed before it could be fitted onto the torso. Meanwhile, inside the spirit gathering bureau, the rainwater in the earthen jar shimmered with delicate ripples of spiritual energy, brighter than it had been yesterday. Yet his mind remained preoccupied with the image of Su Qingyue being taken away by Zhuangjizi, causing his sanding to falter. Sighing, Lin Feng placed the polished component on a stone stump and pulled out the compass fragment. The light still pointed towards the falling Sunset Valley. But where exactly was it? Were Zhuangjizi's people already there? He had no leads to follow. He needed to assemble at least half of the mech and advance to the late Qi refining stage. Otherwise, venturing into the falling Sunset Valley would be tantamount to delivering himself as a meal. Just as he finished his thought, the earthen jar in the spirit-gathering bureau suddenly splashed, sending tiny droplets of water flying. Lin Feng looked up to see a tiny loach, no longer than a finger, perched at the edge of the jar, its slippery body glistening with a faint golden-red hue and two minuscule horns adorning its head. As it extended its tiny tongue to lick the rainwater infused with spiritual energy. Where did this little loach come from? Lin Feng was taken aback. This servant's quarters scarcely had even mice. How could such a creature appear? He reached out to grasp it, but the little loach swiftly darted onto the stone pedestal, snatching up a fragment of the refining pill that had just fallen from his hand, swallowing it whole. It then tilted its head to gaze at him, its tiny tail swaying gently. Lin Feng was amused by its antics. Just as he was about to laugh, the fragment of the compass in his hand suddenly buzzed, and the light points on the dial flickered towards the direction of the little loach. What was happening? Could the compass sense the loach? Ding! Detection of an ancient demon progeny's aura. Target: Divine Dragon 9 Transformations Bloodline. First transformation. Loach form. Current state. Initial awakening of intelligence. Can be contracted as a mech symbiotic partner. Upon growth, confuse with the mech and unlock dragon form weapon modules, e.g., Dragon Flame Cannon, Dragon Scale Armor. Detection of the progeny absorbing spiritual energy from the gathering spirit array, triggering the opportunity for a contract. Would you like to expend 1,000 rage points to sign an equal contract? After the contract, the progeny will recognize its master and grow alongside them, gradually unlocking the Divine Dragon 9 transformations. Lin Feng's eyes widened. The Divine Dragon 9 transformations? A mech symbiotic partner? This little loach was actually a dragon? He looked at the small creature, still licking its paws on the stone pedestal, and suddenly felt his earlier gloom dissipate. He couldn't help but jest. No way, system. This thing is a dragon? I'd say it's more like a little dragon loach. Just look at those stubby legs. It can hardly climb a stone pedestal, let alone wield a dragon flame cannon. It's probably only capable of spitting water. As soon as he finished speaking, the little loach seemed to comprehend, suddenly raising its small head and puffing out a tiny spark. The spark was no larger than a fingernail, landing on the ground without igniting even the grass. Instead, it extinguished itself, producing a bit of black smoke. The loach looked at its creation with a pitiful expression, swaying its tail, and nudged Lin Feng's fingers with its little head. Lin Feng was amused by its woeful demeanor and burst into laughter. All right, I won't laugh at you anymore. 1,000 rage points, right? Let us exchange for the contract. Ding! Equal contract successfully signed. The host can name the progeny. Naming will unlock the partner panel. Lin Feng watched the little loach rubbing against his hand, recalling how it eagerly devoured the refining pill fragments earlier. He casually remarked, seeing how much you can eat. Like a little bun. I shall name you Little Dragon Bun. Ding! Progeny named Little Dragon Bun. Partner panel unlocked. Species: Divine Dragon 9 transformations. First transformation. Loach form. Current abilities. 1. Spiritual energy perception. Can sense the surrounding spiritual energy concentration and malevolent positions. 2. Minor Dragon Flame. Can ignite low concentration malevolent energy. 3. Mech Affinity. Can temporarily attach to the surface of the mech, clearing a small amount of malevolent energy. Growth requirements. Spiritual energy. Rare heavenly materials. Dragon Origin Pills. Exchange with host rage points. Little Dragon Bun seemed to relish its new name, circling Lin Feng's hand twice before darting onto the components of the mech's left arm. It licked the edge of a component that had residual malevolent energy, which surprisingly began to emit a faint golden glow, the malevolent energy vanishing instantly. Wow, you possess such abilities? Lin Feng was astonished as he picked up the component, stroking the previously tainted area, now smooth to the touch. It seems naming you wasn't in vain. From now on, the task of cleaning the mech's malevolent energy will be entrusted to you. Little Longbow proudly swayed its tail, and leaped onto Lin Feng's shoulder, nuzzling its tiny head against his ear. Just as Lin Feng was about to interact further with it, a voice called out from outside the courtyard. "Senior brother Lin Feng. It's bad news. Zhao Hao has brought people again, claiming he wants to demolish your courtyard." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, but inwardly he felt amused. Just when he was short on a source of anger value, Zhao Hao presented himself at the door. It was the perfect opportunity to test little Longbao's abilities and accumulate some anger value to exchange for dragon essence pills, aiding in the little one's swift growth. He tucked the mech parts into his cloak and patted the little Longbao on his shoulder. "Come on, little Longbao, let us see what this source of anger looks like. If you spot a fool in a silver-white mech, give him a fiery breath to scare him." Little Longbao seemed to understand, letting out excited chirps and wagging its tail with greater enthusiasm. As Lin Feng reached the courtyard entrance, he saw Zhao Hao blocking the way with Li Rue and 2 servant disciples. A shoddy metal plate was affixed to Zhao Hao's mech gauntlet, evidently a makeshift patch after Lin Feng had previously pointed out the seam issues. "Lin Feng, you finally decided to come out." Zhao Hao's mech energy light flickered red. "Today, not only will I demolish your courtyard, but I shall also seize your pitiful mudfish. I hear it can cleanse malevolent energy, just what my mech needs." Lin Feng deliberately took little Longbao off his shoulder and cradled it in his hands, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Zhao Hao, are your eyes faulty? This is little Longbao, not a mudfish. With that patchwork mech of yours, it will be too filthy to serve as a nest for little Longbao. And that metal plate, did you scavenge it from a garbage heap? The color clashes with your mech horrendously." Ding! Target Zhao Hao detected. Anger level, irritated. Anger value, 330. Feng Shui mark efficiency bonus, 10. Current accumulated anger value, 7890100033072220. Zhao Hao's mech fist cracked ominously as he seethed. "Stop the nonsense. Hand over that mudfish, and I might spare you some suffering. Otherwise, I'll demolish your courtyard and toss you to the pigs." Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, little Longbao suddenly shot up into the air and unleashed a fiery breath at Zhao Hao's mech. This time, the flame was larger than before. While it did not ignite the mech, it landed squarely on the patched metal plate, which instantly became scalding and emitted wisps of black smoke. "Ah, my mech!" Zhao Hao exclaimed in shock, hastily maneuvering his mech backward, desperately trying to detach the metal plate. "What kind of mudfish is this? It can breathe fire." Lin Feng burst into laughter, reaching out to take little Longbao back into his hands. "Zhao Hao, this is called little Longbao, my companion. What it just spewed was dragon fire. If it continues a while longer, your patched-up mech will explode. So what? Do you want to try again?" Little Longbao cooperatively released another small spark, sending Zhao Hao retreating in panic, nearly colliding with Li Rue behind him. Ding! Target Zhao Hao detected. Anger level, enraged. Anger value, 660. Feng Shui mark efficiency bonus, 10. Current accumulated anger value, 7220-660-7880. The little dragon bag was detected to have provoked the target, triggering a partner rage bonus, an additional rage value of 50. The current accumulated rage value reached 7,930. Lin Feng was overjoyed with the little dragon bag. Not only was the clearing of the mecha's malevolence made easier, but there was also an added boost to his rage value. He deliberately shook the little dragon bag in his hand, saying, "Zhao Hao, if you don't leave now, I shall have a little dragon bag give your mecha a makeover, burning away those patches and turning your mecha into nothing more than scrap metal." Zhao Hao, seeing the excitement in the little dragon bag's eyes, recalled the last time when his mecha nearly exploded, causing him to feel anxious. He retorted with a harsh remark, "Lin Feng, just you wait. Next time, I will bring an even stronger mecha and dismantle both you and this slippery creature." With that, he scurried away with Li Rue and the others. Lin Feng watched Zhao Hao's retreating figure, laughing even more heartily. He patted the little dragon bag's head, saying, "Well done. Soon, I will exchange your rage value for dragon essence pills to help you grow faster. And next time, we shall unleash a grand dragon flame upon Zhao Hao." The little dragon bag excitedly nuzzled Lin Feng's hand, leaping onto his shoulder and releasing a small spark in the direction of Zhao Hao's escape, as if bidding him farewell. Beneath the setting sun, Lin Feng, cradling mecha parts with a little dragon bag perched on his shoulder. gazed at the spirit-gathering bureau in the courtyard. His earlier gloom had completely dissipated. With the little dragon bag as his companion, along with the system and geomancy techniques, the quest to gather the compass fragments and rescue Su Qingyue seemed far less daunting. Little dragon bag, Lin Feng whispered, we shall grow stronger together, seek the compass, and deal with those foolish ones who lack foresight. Once you unlock your second transformation, I will provide you with larger mecha components to enhance your prestige. The little dragon bag appeared to understand, nuzzling its little head against Lin Feng's ear, producing a gentle chirp. In the golden hues of sunset, a scene of warmth and ease was beautifully portrayed. Chapter 7. In the Valley of Falling Sunset, setting the fiery malevolence. Dragon Flame dismantles armor to seize the fragments as dawn's light crested over the gates of the Qinyan sect. Lin Feng set off towards the Valley of Falling Sunset. Clutching 3 mecha parts, left leg, left arm, with the round little dragon bag resting on his shoulder. Having consumed the dragon essence pill exchanged with rage value the previous night, the little dragon bag had grown half a finger longer by morning, and its dragon flame had expanded from the size of a fingernail to that of a ping-pong ball. At present, it was nibbling on the remnants of a Qi refining pill from Lin Feng's pocket, its little tail wagging like a rattle drum, occasionally releasing a small spark near Lin Feng's ear, causing his earlobes to tingle. Little dragon bag, stop it. Lin Feng gently patted its small head, noting that the compass fragment in his hand was glowing with a faint golden light, pointing directly towards the Valley of Falling Sunset. Within lay not only the second compass fragment, but also, potentially, members of the Shadow Pavilion awaiting them. If you see anyone in a purple sweet potato-colored mecha, remember to spit fire at the seams of their mecha. Understood? The little dragon bag, seemingly comprehending, nodded and swallowed the last of the pill remnants, affectionately rubbing its cheek against Lin Feng's face as a sign of agreement. As the two individuals, one being Long, stepped into the Valley of Twilight, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight before them. The rocks within the valley were a striking crimson hue, appearing as if they were ablaze under the sunlight, with the very air carrying an oppressive heat. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the fragment of the compass, his fingertips instantaneously sensing the rich essence of fire energy. The patterns on the dial flickered wildly, revealing a rudimentary Feng Shui map of the Valley of Twilight. It became evident that the valley was a natural formation of the Li-Fire hexagram. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. In the I Ching, Li represents fire, illuminating the surroundings. The concentrated fire energy within the valley formed a perfect fiery configuration. If ignited, even a foundational mecha could be incinerated. Just as he concluded his analysis, a sudden sound of clanking mecha joints echoed from the depths of the valley. Chun Ying, accompanied by 4 disciples clad in black mechas from the Shadow Pavilion, emerged from behind the rocks, their dark purple mechas resembling freshly unearthed purple yams against the backdrop of the crimson stones. Lin Feng, you truly have the audacity to venture into the Valley of Twilight, Chun Ying declared, his short blade glinting ominously. The 4 disciples fanned out behind him, encircling Lin Feng. Hand over the compass fragment, and if you persuade that little eel of yours to submit, I may grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, I shall turn you and your pet into a roasted eel. Lin Feng deliberately lifted the little dragon bow into view, scratching its chin with a mockingly derisive tone. Shin the thief, have you never seen a dragon before? This is little dragon bow, not an eel. Your purple yam mecha isn't fit to be a grill for little dragon bow. And those 4 lackeys behind you, their mechas look like they were painted with unblended ink. Is the Shadow Pavilion so impoverished that you can only scavenge leftover paint? Ding. Target detected. Chun Ying. Anger level. Anger value 484. Feng Shui mark efficiency bonus 10. Detected targets. 4 Shadow Pavilion disciples. Irritated level. Each with an anger value of 110. Efficiency bonus 10. Total 440. Current accumulated anger value. 79304844408854. Chun Ying's expression darkened instantaneously, and he commanded his mecha to lunge at Lin Feng. You sharp-tongued brat, today I shall make you aware of the Shadow Pavilion's might. Lin Feng had already been eyeing the central crimson rock, the most intense focal point of fire energy within the valley. Cradling little dragon bow, he deliberately darted towards the rock while calling out, Chin the thief, dare you pursue me? This rock is the Eye of the Leaf Fire hexagram. If you touch it, you shall experience the searing embrace of fire energy upon your mecha. Chen, disbelieving Lin Feng's words, scoffed. You think you can play tricks? There's nowhere for you to escape. With that, he charged forward, followed closely by his disciples. As they approached the rock, Lin Feng abruptly halted, swiftly retrieving 2 pieces of azure stone from his pocket and embedding them in the grooves on either side of the rock. These are the fire attractors he had calculated using Feng Shui the previous night. The moment the azure stones were set in place, the rock erupted in a crimson glow, and the fire energy within the valley surged towards the rock like ignited gasoline, causing the air to grow increasingly oppressive. Not good. Chun Ying's expression shifted drastically as he attempted to retreat, only to find Lin Feng blocking his path. Now you wish to escape? It's too late. Lin Feng placed the little dragon bag upon his shoulder and exclaimed, "Little dragon bag, breathe fire." Immediately, the little dragon bag comprehended the command and unleashed a dragon flame the size of a ping-pong ball towards the fiery demon on a rock. Upon contact, the flame detonated, igniting the entire fiery demon domain. Crimson flames surged into the sky, resembling a serpent of fire that coiled around Chun Ying and his 4 disciples' mechs. The malevolent energy at the seams of the mechs was ignited by the flames, billowing thick black smoke. My mech! Chun Ying cried out in despair, attempting to wrest free from the flames controlling his mech. Yet, the fiery demon clung to it tenaciously, growing fiercer with each passing moment. The energy indicator of the mech began to flash erratically. Lin Feng, you dare to destroy my mech. I will have my revenge. Observing his mech engulfed in flames, Lin Feng's heart swelled with delight, deliberately shaking the fragment of the compass in his hand. Chin the thief, your mech is of such poor quality that it cannot withstand fire. I suggest you reconsider your allegiance to the Shadow Pavilion and perhaps take up shoe repair at the village entrance, where you need not fear your mech being incinerated. Ding. Target Chun Ying detected, furious level. Fury value 1056, efficiency bonus 10. Target Shadow Pavilion disciples 4 detected, furious level, each with fury value 242, efficiency bonus 10. Total 968. Current cumulative fury value 8854105696810878. Little Dragon Bag triggers Fire Demon Resonance. Unlocking new ability. Dragon Flame Fire Demon version can ignite malevolent energy, power doubled. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. 10878 fury value. Just enough to exchange for the right arm component of a mech. He silently chanted, exchange for the right arm component of a mech. Instantly, a shimmering silver arm component materialized in his hand, imbued with a faint spiritual aura. Thank you, Chin the Thief, for the fury value. Lin Feng deliberately raised the arm component, waving it before Chen Ying. Look, this is the right arm of my mech that I just acquired. Once I assemble my mech, the next time we meet, I shall use this arm to dismantle your purple sweet potato mech into pieces. Glaring at the right arm component in Lin Feng's hand and then at his own mech, which was billowing black smoke, Chen Ying trembled with rage, yet hesitated to advance. The flames continued to burn, and the energy gauge of his mech was dangerously low. If he pressed on, the mech would surely explode. Lin Feng, you will pay for this. Grinding his teeth, Chun Ying commanded his mech to break free from the fiery circle, retreating in disarray along with his 4 beleaguered disciples. Next time, I will bring a stronger mech and tear you to shreds. As Lin Feng watched them flee, he burst into laughter. Just as he intended to retract the fiery demon domain, the little dragon bag on his shoulder suddenly squeaked, pointing towards the rear of the rock. Following its direction, Lin Feng discovered a stone box, half his height, hidden behind the rock, adorned with ancient sealing patterns that resonated with the aura of the compass fragment. Upon opening the box, he indeed found another fragment of the compass, radiating golden light. When placed together with the one in his hand, the engravings on the compass face illuminated, revealing a new segment of truth. Ding! Obtain the second innate compass fragment, current progress, 28. Unlocking segment of world truth. 2. The depletion of spiritual essence is not a natural occurrence, but rather the result of the ancient mechanical celestial master extracting this essence to forge the Panga mech. The innate compass not only activates the Chinquan gathering spirit array, but also locates the core components of the Panga mech. If we can gather all the compass fragments, we might be able to prevent the mechanical celestial master from further draining the spiritual essence. Lin Feng clutched 2 fragments of the compass, his heart a tumult of astonishment and joy. So, the depletion of spiritual essence was indeed a man-made calamity. Furthermore, there exists the mechanical celestial master and the Panga mech. The main objective has become clearer. Assemble the 8 fragments, thwart the mechanical celestial master, rescue Su Qingyue, and restore the spiritual essence. He tucked the fragments into his pocket and affectionately patted the head of his little dragon companion. Well done, little dragon. Next time we encounter Chuning, let us unleash your fire Sha dragon flame to completely incinerate his purple sweet potato mech. The little dragon nudged his hand excitedly, releasing a small fireball that landed on a patch of grass nearby, creating a tiny hole. Lin Feng hurriedly extinguished the fire, bemusedly cradling the little dragon in his arms. All right, no more random fire spitting. Let us return to assemble the mech's right arm. And next time we shall seek out the anger value ATM to accumulate some anger points. In the morning light, Lin Feng, holding his little dragon companion, with 2 compass fragments and 4 mech parts, the left and right arms and the torso, made his way out of the valley. Chapter 8. Mech Master Afflicted by a Strange Illness? Feng Shui Disruption and Core Exchange. Lin Feng squatted beside a stone pillar in the menial labor courtyard, fiddling with the assembled mech limb parts. The left leg, left arm, and right arm shimmered with a silvery sheen, arranged on the ground like a disassembled metallic marionette. Yet they lacked the most crucial energy core. Without the core, these limbs were merely heaps of scrap metal. They could not withstand even the Xianyin battle armor of Xuanjizi, let alone Zhao Hao's Qing Feng mech. System. How many anger points are required for the energy core? Lin Feng inquired in his mind. Ding. The mech energy core requires 15,000 anger points for exchange. Current anger points, 10,878. Deficit, 4,122. Still over 4,000 short. Lin Feng rubbed his temples, pondering where to find an anger value, ATM, when Xiao Pang rushed in, panting, clutching a rusty mech gear. Lin Feng, senior brother, Lu Bo from the Sex Mech Workshop, is unwell. I heard he possesses a purple crystal energy core. If we can cure him, perhaps we could procure the core. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He knew Lu Bo, the most seasoned mech master of Qingyun's sect, reputed to be capable of repairing ancient mech from a century past, though he had seldom made appearances in recent years. He quickly stowed the parts in his pocket and gently roused his drowsy little dragon. Let us go, little dragon, to the mech workshop for a visit. We might earn ourselves a core in the process. The little dragon, roused from slumber, yawned and emitted a small spark, nuzzling Lin Feng's ear in agreement. The mech workshop was located on the western side of the sect, and even from a distance, the scent of machine oil and rust permeated the air. Upon pushing open the door, Lin Feng beheld an elderly man with graying hair seated in a wheelchair, gripping a mech control stick, his complexion as pale as parchment. A tremor accompanied his cough. You must be Lin Feng? I have heard that you possess some unconventional skills capable of curing strange ailments. Indeed, this was Lu Bo. On the workbench beside him lay a fist-sized amethyst core, emanating a faint blue glow. Next to it rested a medicinal bowl, the concoction inside long cooled, clearly ineffective. Lu Bo, this is not an ailment. It is malevolent energy invading your body. Lin Feng crouched down, refraining from immediately touching the core, and instead circled the studio. The door on the east faced the back door on the west, allowing a breeze to sweep through, causing the blueprints on the table to flutter noisily. In the corner, a pile of old mech parts lay covered in dust, exuding a faint black aura. The workbench was positioned directly beneath a crossbeam, a wooden beam slanting ominously overhead. You see, Lin Feng pointed towards the doors. The Qing Nong Jing states that when energy rides the wind, it dissipates. When it encounters water, it halts. A door facing another door creates a straight passage of malevolent energy, allowing the external dark energy to invade the room. The old parts in the corner are points of concentrated malevolent energy, as old metal harbors hidden misfortune, accumulating over time. And this beam, pressing down above the workbench, is a crossbeam malevolence, signifying great pressure and physical weakness. Your trembling hands while controlling the mech and the chill in your body are all caused by this trifecta of malevolence. Medication will not suffice. Lu Bo stared blankly for a moment, then gave a wry smile. I consulted the alchemist from the sect. They all said my vitality was deficient and prescribed a myriad of tonics. Yet I have seen no improvement. Can you truly resolve this? You will know when you try. Lin Feng retrieved a piece of azure stone from his pocket, placing it on the left side of the workbench. The azure stone gathered spiritual energy, temporarily blocking the crossbeam malevolence. He then sought a screen to place between the east and west doors, severing the straight passage of malevolence. As for the dark energy in the corner, he set down the little dragon bag from his shoulder, pointing at the pile of old parts. Little dragon bag, it is your turn to work. The little dragon bag sprang to life, darting to the pile of old parts, directing its gaze at the area with the densest black energy. With a puff, it expelled a dragon flame the size of a ping-pong ball. Upon contact with the black energy, white smoke erupted, and the dark energy dissipated as if it had encountered the sun's rays, while the dust on the old parts was roasted off, revealing the gleaming metal beneath. Is this little mud eel truly capable of dispelling malevolence? Lu Bo's eyes widened. His gaze towards the little dragon bag transformed. Lu Bo, this is little dragon bag, a creature of the divine dragon bloodline. Lin Feng chuckled, cradling the little dragon bag. Its dragon flames can incinerate dark energy, far more effective than your tonics. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the studio was suddenly kicked open, and Wang Hu barged in with two lackeys, brandishing a wooden stick. Lin Feng, you're up to your tricks again. Lu Bo, don't believe him. This kid is a fraud. Last time, he tricked me into standing in a doorway, and I fell. Lu Bo frowned, remaining silent. However, Lin Feng was delighted. The anger was coming his way. He scrutinized Wang Hu from head to toe and suddenly pointed at his clothing. Wang Hu, you've worn your clothes inside out. Haven't you? The left side of your collar is pressed over the right side, committing a yin-yang error. The I Ching states that disorder in yin and yang invites disaster. Did you perhaps fall flat on your face this morning? Wang Hu glanced down, his face instantly flushing red. Indeed, his clothing was inside out, and he had indeed stumbled earlier that morning, even holding the wooden stick incorrectly. Infuriated, his face turned the color of liver as he raised the stick towards Lin Feng. How dare you insult me? Today, I will break your bones. The target, Wang Hu, has been detected furious level, with an anger value of 330, enhanced by a 10 efficiency bonus from Feng Shui markings. Additionally, a subordinate has been detected irritated level, each with an anger value of 110, totaling 220. The current accumulated anger value stands at an astonishing 1087833022011428. Taking advantage of the ethereal energy gathered from the azure stone, Lin Feng swiftly dodged to the side as Wang Hu swung his stick, nearly colliding with the workbench. Lu Bo quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Stop! Do you wish to be apprehended by the law enforcement hall for causing a ruckus in my mecha workshop?" Wang Hu, begrudgingly retracting his wooden stick, glared menacingly at Lin Feng, vowing, "Just wait. Next time, I shall bring Senior Zhao to dismantle your mecha." With that, he slinked away in disgrace. Lin Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head before turning his attention to Lu Bo, who, at that moment, appeared considerably rejuvenated. The trembling hands that once quaked now steadied upon the control stick. It truly works. I feel much warmer now, and my hand is no longer shaking. However, his gaze fell upon the amethyst core on the table, and a frown creased his brow. Lin, it's not that I am stingy, but this core is meant for repairing the old Xian-time mecha I possess. That mecha is an ancient relic from a century ago, imbued with a heavy malevolent energy. I have spent 3 years attempting to restore it, yet to no avail. If you can revive it, this core shall be yours. Lin Feng followed Lu Bo's gesture to a corner where a half-human high Xian-time mecha sat, its surface marred with rust and emanating dark energy from its joints. Upon closer inspection, a smile crept onto his lips. Lu Bo, this mecha is not broken. Rather, it is ensnared by malevolent locks. Observe its joints, which are precisely caught between the positions of Gen Mountain and Qin Water, embodying the hexagram of mountain and water. The hexagram's text states, Meng, success, not I seeking the childlike, but the childlike seeking me. In simpler terms, the malevolent energy has locked the joints, and as long as we clear the malevolent points at the joints, it shall move. He instructed the little dragon to unleash a breath of dragon flame upon the mecha's joints and retrieved a piece of azure stone to embed in the cavity of the mecha's chest. The moment it was placed, the Xian-time mecha emitted a crisp sound, and the rust from its joints began to fall away, the dark energy illuminating. Lu Bo hurriedly stepped forward, manipulating the mecha to move its arm, and was astonished to find it truly responsive. It worked. It truly worked. Tears of joy nearly welled in Lu Bo's eyes as he handed the amethyst core to Lin Feng. This core is now yours. Should you encounter any issues with your mecha in the future, do not hesitate to consult me. Notification: acquired mecha amethyst energy core. Current mecha components: left leg, left arm, right arm, torso, energy core, missing head, shoulder armor. Detected host has resolved the Feng Shui malevolent lock, unlocking a new skill. Malevolent point localization, intermediate. Can accurately locate internal malevolent points within objects, with a 30 efficiency increase. Lin Feng accepted the amethyst core, his heart brimming with joy. The mecha was now nearly complete, bringing him one step closer to achieving a stellar-grade mecha, just as he intended to express his gratitude. The compass fragment in his arms suddenly hummed, the two pieces clicking together to point towards the back mountain of the sect, revealing a line of text. The third fragment lies within the Cold Pool Cave, requiring dragon flame to break the ice. Cold Pool Cave? Lin Feng gently patted the little dragon on the head, smiling as he remarked, "It seems next time, we shall rely on your dragon flame to explore the cave." Little Dragon Bag seemed to comprehend, excitedly nudging his hand and releasing a small fireball that landed perfectly on the amethyst core. The core instantly illuminated, radiating a deeper blue light as if in response to it. Lu Bo observed the interaction between the boy and the dragon with a smile. Shaking his head, "What an intriguing little fellow. Perhaps the future of Qingyun's sect rests upon your shoulders." Lin Feng, cradling the amethyst core with Little Dragon Bag perched on his shoulder, exited the mecha chamber. The sunlight was just right. As he gazed at the core in his hand and then at the direction indicated by the compass shard, his resolve grew stronger, to gather all the shards. Rescue Su Qingyue and thwart the mechanical immortal. With the assistance of geomancy, the system, Little Dragon Bag, and an inexhaustible source of anger value, he was certain he could succeed. Chapter 9. Encountering the rascally guest before the Cold Pool Cave, a dual rascally alliance to break the ice curse as Lin Feng strolled toward the Cold Pool Cave. Stepping through the morning dew, Little Dragon Bag nestled in his collar, dozing off while occasionally poking its head out to breathe a small fireball that scorched the grass leaves by the roadside. The compass shard in his arms glowed with an intense heat, the junction of the two fragments subtly shimmering with blue light, pointing clearer than ever. The Cold Pool Cave lay deep within the dense forest on the shady slope of the back mountain, reputed to be perpetually frozen. A place even Foundation establishment cultivators dared not tread lightly. Just as he passed through a thicket of low shrubs, a shadow suddenly darted out from behind a tree, brandishing a machine part decorated with graffiti, nearly colliding with Lin Feng. "Hey, are you blind, my good sir? Did you not see this young master surveying the terrain?" The shadow brushed off the dust from his garments, revealing a face marked by thieving brows and rat-like eyes, a blade of grass clamped between his lips. "I am Sun Shao Jian, the foremost informant of the sect, privy to everything from whether the elder's alchemical furnace has exploded to whether the servant's dog has gone missing. There is nothing I do not know. I hear you are searching for treasures in the Cold Pool Cave. Take me along. I only require a 30% share of whatever we find. What do you say?" Dressed slightly more decently than the servant disciples, Sun Shao Jian wore a gray cloth gown that had become faded with washing, a jingling bag hanging for his waist filled with small gears and shards of glass. Clearly a person fond of scheming. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, not rushing to agree but rather fixating on the bag at his waist. "Brother Sun, I believe those parts in your bag are remnants from the abandoned mechs on the western slope from 3 years ago. Are they not? They are tainted with damp rot. Have you been losing things frequently lately? Weren't you mistaken for a thief and apprehended by the law enforcement hall yesterday?" The blade of grass that Sun Shao Jian had been chewing fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes widening in astonishment. "How did you know? I found that part just last week. I never told anyone about losing money or being caught. The text from the Book of Burials states that decayed wood rots gold, and rotted hears to objects. Abandoned mechs buried in damp soil for long periods accumulate damp rot, and carrying them close for too long can lead to financial loss. Or worse, calamity." Lin Feng pointed to the mold spots on his bag. "Look at the shape of those mold stains. They're the marks of financial loss. If you carry it for another 2 days, even your undergarments will be stolen. In a flurry, Sun Shao Jian hastily removed the bag, flinging it to the ground and stomping on it for good measure. What bad luck! Had I known, I wouldn't have picked up this wretched thing. By the way, Lin brother, your geomancy is truly remarkable. I want to join you. For the treasure, I will only take a 20% share. No, just 10. I could be your errand boy, fetching water, scouting the way, or even cursing along. Lin Feng found himself amused by his sudden change of expression. Just as he was about to speak, a sound reverberated from the distance. The crunch of mech treads rolling over fallen leaves. 3 dark gray mechs approached, emblazoned with the character for Shadow from the Shadow Pavilion. Leading them was Chun Ying, the very opponent who had been driven away last time. This time, his mech sported a new left arm, albeit still crooked and seemingly haphazardly assembled. Lin Feng, what a coincidence to meet you here. Chun Ying's mech's energy light flashed red. This time, I have brought the breaker mech. Let's see how you will employ your Feng Shui techniques now. Sun Shao Jian immediately ducked behind Lin Feng. Peeking out to shout, "Oh, is that not Lord Chun, who was charred to a crisp like a purple sweet potato last time? What happened to your arm? Did you salvage it from a rubbish heap? Your mech is unbalanced, heavy on the left and light on the right. It wobbles with every step. Breaker mech indeed, more like a broken pot." Chun Ying's expression darkened instantly. Who is this insolent brat? How dare you interject? Lin Feng stepped forward, pointing at the new left arm of Chun Ying's mech. Lord Chun, that new arm appears to be from the iron pattern mech, does it not? It is a pity that it is installed incorrectly. The left arm joint of the iron pattern mech should rotate clockwise, yet you have affixed it counterclockwise, trapping all the malevolent energy within the joint. When the time comes to engage, your arm may very well fall off. And those 2 mechs behind you? Their tires look like discarded refuse, soaked in filth. They will slip after just 3 steps. Why not let them give it a try? Just as the 2 disciples of the Shadow Pavilion behind Chun Ying were about to retort, a sudden clattering sound erupted from their mechs, causing them to skid perilously close to colliding. Ding! Target detected. Chun Ying, furious level. Anger value, 1210. Feng Shui mark efficiency bonus 10. Target detected. Shadow Pavilion Disciples 2, furious level. Anger value, 264 each. Total, 528. Detected assistance from Sun Shao Jian in provoking the target, triggering the effect double brats unite, resulting in an additional 15 efficiency in anger value acquisition. Current cumulative anger value, 1142812115528115 11428139156072134267. Sun Shao Jian's eyes sparkled as he leaned closer to Lin Feng's ear. Brother Lin, is it possible to earn anger values like this? Next time, I shall lead the charge in insults, and you can deliver the finishing blow. Chun Ying, infuriated, heard the mechanical arm of his mech snap ominously as he maneuvered it towards Lin Feng. I will tear your tongues out. Lin Feng swiftly produced a piece of azure stone, embedding it into the ground precisely in Chun Ying's path. It was a protective Feng Shui point at the position of Gen Mountain. As soon as Chun Ying's mech stepped onto it, a resonating hum echoed, and the malevolent energy at the joint was drawn out by the azure stone, causing the newly fitted left arm to seize up, immobilized. Little dragon bag, do your work, Lin Feng commanded. The small dragon, hidden within his collar, darted out and unleashed a fiery torrent of dragon flame upon the joint of Chun Ying's mech. The flames engulfed the malevolent energy, causing the mech's joint to emit dark smoke. Chun Ying let out a piercing scream as he attempted to retreat, only to be collided with by his own slipping disciples, resulting in a chaotic pileup of 3 mechs. Lord Chun, is this not quite the predicament? Sun Shao Jian stood with his hands on his hips, laughing uncontrollably. I think it would be better if you didn't remain a member of the Shadow Pavilion. Why not sell sweet potatoes at the village entrance? At least if the sweet potatoes burn, they are still edible. Your mecha, once destroyed, can only be sold as scrap metal. Ding. Target detected. Chun Ying, Qi, GL level. Additional anger value, 440, efficiency bonus. Current accumulated anger value, 134267440138667. Can exchange for Mecha, Frostproof Coating 1. Break, Evil Talisman 5. Exchange for Frostproof Coating. Lin Feng silently recited to himself. The cold pool cave is perpetually frozen. If the mecha becomes encased in ice, it will malfunction. And this coating is just what is needed. Chuning glared at the frost-proof coating that had suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's hand, then glanced at his own mecha, now a tangled heap. Trembling with rage, he dared not approach again and could only leave with a threat. Lin Feng, Sun Xiaojian, you will pay for this. With that, he fled in embarrassment, accompanied by his disciples. Sun Xiaojian patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Brother Lin, your skills are truly remarkable. And this little mud loach? Oh no, little dragon bag, can actually spit fire. It's simply divine. The little dragon bag, seemingly displeased by being called a mud loach, huffed out a small fireball towards Sun Xiaojian's hair, singeing a tuft. Sun Xiaojian let out a cry of distress and hurriedly extinguished the flame. Ouch! Dear little dragon bag, I was mistaken. You are a divine dragon indeed. With a smile, Lin Feng scooped up the little dragon bag and pointed toward the dense forest ahead. Enough of the antics. The cold pool cave is nearly upon us. Inside, there are ice spirits, and we will need the dragon flame from the little dragon bag to break through. Sun Xiaojian immediately became serious and pulled out a crumpled map from his pocket. I've done my homework. The entrance to the cold pool cave is ensnared by the ice spirit soul lock, and the ice at the entrance is a millennium-old profound ice, impervious to ordinary flames. However, I have this. He produced an oilcloth pouch from his bag and opened it to reveal half a bag of fire oil. This is the blazing oil I secretly pilfered from the alchemy room. It ignites instantly, combined with the little dragon bag's dragon flame. It will surely break the lock. The trio, 2 humans and 1 dragon, arrived at the cold pool cave, where they indeed found the entrance sealed by thick, profound ice, with faint black mist rising from it, indicating the presence of the ice spirit. Lin Feng crouched down and arranged a fire separation array at the cave entrance using a sky blue stone, while Sun Xiaojian sprinkled the blazing oil over the icy surface. The little dragon bag perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, gathering energy for the impending attack. Light it, Lin Feng commanded. The little dragon bag unleashed a fireball the size of a fist, landing on the blazing oil with a resounding explosion. Flames erupted immediately, enveloping the energy of the fire separation array and causing the profound ice to sizzle and crackle. The black mist above the ice was quickly dissipated, revealing a slowly emerging passageway. Sun Xiaojian, watching the melting profound ice, rubbed his hands together in excitement. It worked. Brother Lin, let us hurry inside to seek treasures. However, Lin Feng remained focused on the stone wall at the entrance, his brow furrowed. Ancient runes were etched into the wall, indicating traces of a mechanism lock. Just as he intended to examine it closely, the fragments of a compass in his arms suddenly buzzed, and the joining point of the 2 pieces glowed with golden light. Pointing deep into the stone wall, the 3rd fragment lies within the ice column inside, but there must be a mechanism, right? Sun Xiaojian leaned closer, pointing at the runes. This is the 9 Palaces lock. It happens to be my ancestral skill to break such mechanisms. Observe the arrangement of these runes. It is akin to the principle of wearing the 9th while treading the 1st, with 3 on the left and 7 on the right. If we follow the correct sequence, we shall unveil the passage, he declared, carefully extracting a small copper needle from his pouch and cautiously prodding the runes. With a crisp sound, the stone wall gradually shifted aside, revealing a dark passage where a bluish ice column could be faintly discerned at its end. Lin Feng, watching Sun Xiaojian's deft movements, chuckled. It seems bringing you along was indeed a wise decision. Sun Xiaojian patted his chest proudly, of course. From now on, following this young master, one shall dine lavishly and enjoy all the delights. However, the fragment belongs to you, but I must select a couple of treasures from within the cave. Is that too much to ask? Excessive, Lin Feng promptly retorted. Should you continue to speak so recklessly next time, I shall have Xiaolong Bao singe every strand of your hair. Xiaolong Bao obliged by exhaling a small fireball, causing Sun Xiaojian to quickly silence himself as they ventured deeper into the passage. The chill within the corridor intensified, prompting Sun Xiaojian to wrap his clothing tighter around himself, muttering, "Had I known, I would have brought a thicker coat." Lin brother, do you think the fragment within the ice column poses any dangers? Perhaps there are guardian beasts lurking about? Lin Feng touched the compass fragment nestled in his pocket, feeling the escalating fluctuations, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Dangers are certainly present. However, with your intelligence and Xiaolong Bao by our side, even the gravest peril can be transformed into mere anger points. Sun Xiao Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, if we encounter a guardian beast, I shall hurl insults. You shall adjust the Feng Shui, and Xiao Longbao will breathe fire. Together, we shall be invincible. Their laughter echoed through the passage, while Xiao Longbao poked its head out from Lin Feng's collar, peering at the ice column ahead, its little tail swaying gently. The third fragment of the innate compass was now within reach, and their duo embarked on the principal quest of seeking the fragments to save the spirit source. Chapter 10. The Icy Column. A triumphant encounter, dragon flame evolution shattering the cold iron as they ventured further into the chilling tunnel of the cold pool cave. The air grew increasingly frigid, with their breaths crystallizing into tiny ice particles. Sun Xiao Jian, wrapped in a borrowed outer robe from Lin Feng, clutched the copper needle in his hand, occasionally poking at the runes on the stone wall while grumbling, "This wretched hole is colder than the ice cellar back home. I should have brought along some roasted sweet potatoes." "Lin brother, do you hear that? It seems there is movement ahead." Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, the ice beneath their feet suddenly cracked with a sharp sound, creating a fissure. 3 ice spikes, as thick as a man's arm, surged forth from the surface, aimed directly at his chest. "Be cautious." Sun Xiao Jian reacted swiftly, driving the copper needle into the stone wall beside the ice spike. The spike halted abruptly, its surface coated with a layer of frost. "This is an ice vein trap. A misstep could trigger it. My grandfather once said that in ancient ice tunnels, every 10 steps there lies a pit, and every 5 steps a spike. We must follow the path indicated by the ice patterns. Look at the patterns on the ice surface. The left spiral signifies life, while the right spiral signifies death. We shall tread along the leftward path for safety." Lin Feng followed the direction he indicated, noticing the faint blue leftward spirals that resembled hidden streams beneath the ice. As he took 2 steps along the pattern, a surge of dark energy suddenly erupted from beneath the ice, rising ominously towards them. It was the icy malevolence they had encountered at the cave entrance, now 3 times more potent, wrapping around his pant legs with an excruciating chill. "Xiao Longbao, cleanse the malice." Lin Feng gently patted his collar, and the little dragon bag immediately sprang forth, unleashing a breath of fiery dragon flame towards the dark mist. Instead of dissipating as it usually did, the flames intensified the darkness, causing it to thicken and envelop the dragon flame in a layer of frost. "Ah, quite stubborn, this malevolence." Sun Xiao Jian produced an oilcloth pouch, sprinkling a measure of yellow powder onto the icy surface. This was sulfur nitrate powder, which ignited fiercely when exposed to fire, capable of incinerating the ice malevolence. The little dragon bag seemed to comprehend, and with another breath of dragon flame, a resounding explosion erupted as the fire engulfed the powder, soaring to a height of half a person. The ice malevolence crackled and sizzled as it was consumed, transforming into wisps of white vapor. The patterns beneath the ice became increasingly pronounced, warming the air by several degrees. Ding! Detecting Sun Xiao Jian's assistance in disarming the trap, the synergy effect is upgraded. Anger value acquisition efficiency increased by an additional 20, trap disarming speed by 30. Now, that is what one calls professionalism. Sun Xiao Jian clapped his hands in satisfaction, just as he intended to move forward when suddenly, the sound of mech treads grinding against the ice echoed from the end of the corridor. 2 shadows of dark gray rushed around the corner, emblazoned with the emblem of the Shadow Pavilion, wielding ice picks that glinted ominously. It was the advanced team of the Shadow Pavilion. Sun Xiao Jian quickly ducked behind Lin Feng, peeking out to exclaim, "Oh, aren't these the ice rats from the pavilion? What brings you here? Are you scouting the path for us? Your mech treads are coated in ice, moving like a limping rabbit. I doubt you can evade even an ice spike." The leading mech soldier tightened his grip on the ice pick, his tone dripping with derision. "You 2 mere servant disciples think you can seize the fragments of the compass? Our leader has declared that the treasures of the cold pool cave belong solely to the Shadow Pavilion. Be wise and retreat swiftly, lest you find yourselves frozen into ice sculptures." Lin Feng scrutinized the mech's treads, noticing the shards of ice lodged within the crevices, still tainted with malevolence, clearly indicating a recent trap activation that had not been thoroughly cleared. He retrieved a piece of azure stone, embedding it into the ice surface, perfectly positioned at the water level of the mech's path. In the Book of Changes, can represents water, You tread upon the water level with your mech tainted by malevolence? One more step forward, and your tread shall freeze, leaving you immobile. The mech soldier, skeptical of the warning, maneuvered the mech forward. Indeed, as the treads made contact with the icy surface surrounding the azure stone, a resounding crack echoed as they froze in place, rendering the mech motionless. Its energy lights flickering briefly. Ding! Detecting target, advanced team of the Shadow Pavilion, furious level. Each target's anger value 308, efficiency bonus 20, total 616. Current accumulated anger value 138, 667, 616, 144, 827. You deceitful scoundrel. The mech soldier fumed, attempting to swing his ice pick, only to find the mech immobilized, helplessly watching as Lin Feng and his companions advanced. As Sun Shao Jian passed, he deliberately kicked the frozen treads, saying, "Thanks for that, Ice Rat. You've helped us trigger the trap and even provided us with anger value. Do remember to bring more companions next time." The two men and the dragon arrived at the corridor's end, revealing a vast cavern of ice. At its center stood a colossal ice column, embracing a compass fragment that shimmered with golden light, precisely the third piece they had been seeking. Beside the ice pillar stood two familiar figures, Chun Ying and a middle-aged man clad in black battle armor, adorned with the character Han. He wielded a towering black iron shield, its surface inscribed with the pattern of Zhen Yan. "Lin Feng, you have indeed arrived," the middle-aged man, the master of the Shadow Pavilion, declared, his tone dripping with disdain. "Do not think that overcoming a couple of trivial traps makes you impressive. My Han Iron Shield is specifically designed to counter flames. Your little mudfish's dragon flame cannot even warm the surface of my shield. And as for Chun Ying's mech, having swapped in an ice-breaking core, your Feng Shui techniques are nothing but a jest in the face of absolute power." Chun Ying maneuvered the mech forward, its joints shimmering with blue light, carving two deep grooves into the ice beneath. "Lin Feng, I let you escape last time, but this time, I shall freeze you and your accomplice into ice sculptures." Sun Shao Jian, hands on hips, interjected with bravado, "Oh, isn't this Chun Purple Sweet Potato? Just because you've changed your core, you think you can act so arrogantly? Is your mech's core for breaking ice or breaking spirits? Last time, you were reduced to tears, and now you think a mere iron shield will secure victory? I reckon your core was scavenged from a junkyard." Ding! Target detected. Chun Ying, Qi, GL level. Anger value 1540, efficiency bonus 20. Target detected. Master Han, irate level. Anger value 660, efficiency bonus 20. Current accumulated anger value 1448271540660166827. Master Han's expression darkened as he raised the Han Iron Shield, seeking death. Chun Ying attack. Suddenly, Chun Ying's mech lunged towards Lin Feng, its arm launching an ice blade aimed directly at his chest. Lin Feng had been observing the mech's core attentively. Though the ice-breaking core was formidable, it had been installed incorrectly, with the intake port facing the ice pillar's ice malevolence, an obvious vulnerability. "Little dragon bag, utilize the ice malevolence," Lin Feng commanded. Without hesitation, Little Dragon Bag darted to the ice pillar and exhaled a plume of dragon flame. This time, the flame did not scorch the pillar. Instead, it absorbed the ice malevolence, transforming into a pale blue ice flame that radiated a chilling aura. What in the world is this? Master Han was momentarily taken aback and quickly raised his shield to protect Chun Ying. The ice flame struck the Han Iron Shield, bypassing the Zhen Yan inscriptions, and instantly formed a layer of ice upon its surface, causing the shield to frost over and Master Han's hand to stiffen. "You call that a Han Iron Shield? It seems more akin to a frozen iron shield." Lin Feng jested as he produced a frost-resistant coating and sprayed it onto his mech's components. The silvery parts were swiftly enveloped in a pale blue membrane, melting away upon contact with the ice malevolence. "And Chun Ying, your ice-breaking core is installed backwards. The intake port is absorbing the ice malevolence. If you continue using it like this, the core will explode. Do you believe me?" Just as Chun Ying was about to retort, the mech's core emitted a sudden hum, releasing a cloud of white vapor, and the energy indicator turned red. Indeed, a problem had arisen. "Impossible." Master Han, infuriated, swung the frozen shield towards Lin Feng. "This shield is crafted from millennium of Han iron. How could it possibly be frozen?" And what of a millennium of Han iron? Lin Feng wielded the newly acquired mech shoulder armor, shimmering with a silvery glow as he fastened it onto his shoulder, perfectly obstructing the shield. The shield's pattern, however, was that of right spiraling flame suppression, while the ice flame was characterized by a left spiraling chill. The reversed patterns not only failed to provide protection, but also absorbed the ice malevolence. According to the Qing Nanjing, malevolence follows the pattern. A reversed pattern breeds malevolence. How could one who lacks such understanding aspire to be a hallmaster? He declared, delivering a powerful punch to the shield's malevolence node. With a crack, the cold iron shield fractured, allowing the ice malevolence to surge forth, enveloping the hallmaster's mech and rendering it immobile in an instant. Chun Ying, witnessing the hallmaster frozen in place, was paralyzed with fear. Attempting to maneuver the mech to flee, he was swiftly struck by Sun Xiaojian's copper needle, piercing the mech's joint. Thinking of escaping? It's not so simple. Your mech's leg is the left leg of an iron pattern mech. Isn't it? There is a small mechanism at the joint. One jab and it gets stuck. My grandfather once said that I could dismantle such a defective mech by the age of 3. The mech's joint became instantly jammed, causing Chun Ying to topple over, landing on his back, while the mech's core emitted a low hum, spewing black smoke. Ding! Target detected. Hallmaster Han critical condition. Additional anger value. 1320. Efficiency bonus. 20. Target detected. Chun Ying, terrified. Anger value. 880. Efficiency bonus. 20. Current accumulated anger value. 1. 668. 271. 320. 880. 188. 827. Lin Feng approached the ice pillar. As Xiao Longbao exhaled a breath of ice flame, causing the pillar to melt away and reveal the third fragment of the compass. He combined this fragment with the previous 2, and the dial illuminated with golden light, unveiling a new segment of truth. Ding! Acquired the third fragment of the innate compass. Current progress. 38. Unlocked world truth segment. 3. The mechanical celestial sovereign's Panga mech requires the heart of spiritual source for activation, which is hidden within the Qingyun sect's forbidden area, the locking spirit tower. The shadow pavilion serves as the mechanical celestial sovereign's minions, aiming to seize the compass fragments and locate the heart of spiritual source in advance. Clutching the 3 fragments, Lin Feng gazed at the hallmaster encased in ice and the incapacitated Chun Ying, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Sun Xiaojian, let's be on our way. Should we encounter members of the shadow pavilion again, we shall extend them the same hospitality. Sun Xiaojian dusted off his hands, grinning as he followed suit. Absolutely. The duo of mischief is invincible. By the way, Lin, should we sell this frozen hallmaster as an ice sculpture? It would undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum. Xiao Longbao, peeking out from Lin Feng's collar, spat a small breath of ice flame at Chun Ying's mech antenna, eliciting hearty laughter from Sun Xiaojian. The morning light outside the ice cave streamed through the passage, illuminating the trio and one dragon. The main storyline advanced another step, the enemy's plot coming into sharper focus, while their mischievous duo grew ever stronger through each confrontation. Chapter 11. Encountering interception before the locking spirit tower. The holographic malevolence point projector demonstrates its might. The path leading to the locking spirit tower was significantly more arduous than that of the cold pool cave, with the terrain strewn with weathered rubble and, occasionally, remnants of mechs embedded within the crevices of the rocks. It was evident that a battle had previously taken place here. Lin Feng grasped 3 fragmented pieces of a compass in his hand, the golden light on the dial extending along the mountain path, pointing directly towards the mist-shrouded peaks ahead, which led to the forbidden area of the Qingyun sect, the Soul Lock Tower. Brother Lin, do you truly believe that the heart of the spiritual source exists within the Soul Lock Tower? Sun Xiaojian toyed with a copper needle, occasionally prodding at the remnants of a mechanical soldier by the roadside. I heard from an old ghost in the servants' court that the Soul Lock Tower hasn't opened in a century. It is filled with ancient mechanisms and guardian mechas, and even cultivators at the transformation stage dare not approach. Just as Lin Feng was about to respond, his collar's little dragon bag suddenly fluffed up, squeaking at the front. Around the bend of the mountain path, 5 mechas were lined up, blocking the way, with Zhao Hao at the forefront. His mecha had been newly painted in a striking red and black, with 2 sharp spikes welded onto the shoulder armor, giving it a fearsome appearance. Standing beside were two mechas adorned with black feather patterns, the Shadow Pavilion's black crow mechas, brandishing poison blades glowing with a green hue. Lin Feng, this time, I see no way for you to escape. Zhao Hao's mecha's energy light blazed brightly, his tone dripping with arrogance. These two are the Black Crow messengers from the Shadow Pavilion, here to assist me in dealing with you. My Gale Mecha is a new reward from the sect, capable of withstanding Foundation establishment cultivators. Your patched-up mecha doesn't stand a chance against even a single one of my fingers. The Black Crow messenger on the left advanced a step, the green glow on the poison blade intensifying. Kid, hand over the compass fragments, and we can grant you a swift death. Don't think that having a fire-breathing loach makes you impressive. Our Black Crow mechas specifically counter fire-type beasts. Sun Xiaojian immediately ducked behind Lin Feng, peeking out to shout, "Hey, Zhao Hao, your mecha looks like a braised lion's head. Those spikes on your shoulder armor were probably scavenged from scrap metal, right? And your Black Crow mechas seem to have crooked wings when you take off. You're bound to spin in place. You're the one who should be worried about fire." Beep. Detected target Zhao Hao, furious level, rage value 1650, efficiency bonus 20. Detected target Black Crow messengers 2, irate level, each with rage value 770, efficiency bonus 20, totaling 1540. Current accumulated rage value 1-888-271650-1540-220-727. Lin Feng gazed at the rage value panel, a smile tugging at his lips. Over 22,000 rage points were sufficient to exchange for a grand toy. He silently urged, "System, exchange for a hollow projector of malevolent points, the highest grade." Beep. Consumed 20,000 rage points to exchange for malevolent points hollow projector, epic level. Item functions. 1. Real-time scanning and projection of the target's malevolent points, forming a holographic image visible to all. 2. Support shared mode, allowing teammates to use it. With an additional 30 rage point acquisition efficiency during sharing. 3. Can consume surrounding residual rage points to briefly amplify the target's malevolent points, triggering the malevolent points out-of-control effect. In an instant, a palm-sized silver disc appeared in his hand, with a small compass embedded in its center, replicating the patterns of the innate compass fragments. Lin Feng handed the disc to Sun Xiaojian. "Take this, press the button in the center, and authorize shared mode to you. Let's show them just how inferior their mechas are." With a spark of inspiration in his eyes, Sun Xiaojian pressed a button, and the disc instantly projected a beam of azure light, landing squarely on the core of Zhao Hao's Gale Mecha. A dark red image of a flaw materialized vividly in the air, visible even to the surrounding disciples. "Zhao Hao, is this Gale Mecha defective piece?" Lin Feng pointed at the holographic image, his voice echoing along the mountain path. A crack was evident at the core, a clear sign of a forging error, indicating that the metal had not been sufficiently tempered. If used 3 more times, the core would surely explode. Did you think the sect rewarded you with a treasure? In truth, they merely handed you a nearly obsolete mecha to serve as cannon fodder. Zhao Hao's expression paled instantly as he hurriedly maneuvered the mecha to inspect the core. And indeed, he discovered a minute crack beneath the paint. Impossible. This was a new mecha provided by the sect. How could it be defective? Enraged, he activated the mecha's spikes, which snapped out with a crack. Yet he refrained from acting rashly, fearing that, as Lin Feng suggested, the core might indeed detonate. Beep. Target detected. Zhao Hao Qi block level. Additional anger value 880. Efficiency bonus 20. Current accumulated anger value 2207200008880295527. What is there to fear? We are here too. The Black Crow envoy to the right controlled his mecha to charge at Lin Feng. The poison blade aimed directly at his chest. It's merely a flimsy projector. What did it do to me? Lin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Xiaojian, who promptly pressed the magnification button on the disc. The projector instantly absorbed the surrounding residual anger value. The 880 Zhao Hao had just accumulated was entirely absorbed, and suddenly, a black flaw image at the joints of the Black Crow mecha magnified threefold, revealing even the rust within the joints. Your mecha's joints are corroded. It hasn't had its lubricant changed in 3 years, has it? Lin Feng chuckled, sidestepping. According to the Qing scripture, metal decays and flaws breed. If you swing that poison blade again, the joints will snap. The Black Crow envoy, undeterred, defiantly swung his blade. With a crack, the mecha's joint indeed broke, and the poison blade clattered to the ground, leaving the mecha immobilized, its energy lights flashing wildly. Another Black Crow envoy, frightened, quickly halted, only to be locked onto by Sun Xiaojian's projector. Don't be in such a rush. There's still you. Your mecha's wings are eroded by wind, with nearly all feathers gone. When it flies, it resembles a vulture. Dare to call yourself a Black Crow? I'd say a bald crow suits you better. The projector displayed an image of the damaged wings, clearly showing the frayed edges and exposed wiring. The Black Crow envoy trembled with rage, but was too intimidated to move, fearing that any action might cause the wings to fall off. Beep. Target detected. Black Crow envoy, Qi exhaustion level. Additional anger value 660, efficiency bonus 20, total 1320. Current accumulated anger value 295271320422727. Little dragon bag, finish it off. Lin Feng commanded, and a little dragon bag sprang forth from his collar, unleashing a breath of icy flames upon the immobilized Black Crow mecha. The icy flames struck the flaw point, instantly freezing the mecha's core, rendering it powerless and unable to restart. Zhao Hao, witnessing the defeat of both Black Crow envoys, was so terrified that he lost his wits and attempted to flee in his mecha, only to be locked onto at the leg joints by Sun Xiaojian's projector. Trying to escape? Your leg joints are a haphazard assembly, constructed from outdated parts, and the moment you run, they fall apart. Indeed, as Zhao Hao took a single step, the joints of his mechanized armor emitted a sharp crack, splitting open, causing the machine to topple over, landing on its back. The fissures at its core became even more pronounced, releasing wisps of faint black smoke. Lin Feng, this is not over between us. Zhao Hao lay on the ground, infuriated, the energy lights of his armor flickering erratically, unable even to rise. Lin Feng approached him, picked up the toxic blade from the ground, and said with a smile, "Next time you seek assistance, perhaps you should first assess the quality of your mechanized armor. Furthermore, cease your collaboration with the Shadow Pavilion. They cannot even repair their own machines. How can they aid you in vengeance?" After speaking, he strode away towards the Spirit Lock Tower with Sun Xiaojian and Zilong Bayo, leaving Zhao Hao fuming, cursing vehemently, while a crowd of disciples pointed and whispered about his armor. The holographic image of the earlier incident had been witnessed by all, and henceforth, everyone would know that Zhao Hao's Gale mechanized armor was a defective model. Not far along, Sun Xiaojian, toying with the projector in his hands, exclaimed, "Lin, this device is utterly magnificent. Next time we encounter someone from the Shadow Pavilion, I shall project their failures onto the Sex Plaza for all to see how inferior their mechanized armors are." Lin Feng chuckled as he reclaimed the projector, which suddenly illuminated with a golden light, directing its beam towards the Spirit Lock Tower. The tower was enveloped in a faint purple barrier, and the projector displayed the image of the barrier, densely covered with numerous minor energy points. Ding! Barrier detected at the Spirit Lock Tower. Holographic projector activated. Barrier energy point detection. 5 pieces of the innate compass fragments are required to unlock the barrier and access the Spirit Lock Tower. Lin Feng contemplated the image of the barrier, feeling the 3 fragments in his pocket, a determined smile gracing his lips. Just 2 more to go. However, it matters not. With this projector, any obstacle we encounter can be transformed into a source of righteous fury. Zilong Bayo seemed to understand, nuzzling against his collar, releasing a small fireball that landed precisely on the projector. The golden light of the projector intensified, causing even the distant barrier to shimmer with a subtle disturbance. Ahead, the outline of the Spirit Lock Tower emerged through the mist, and their next objective was to locate the remaining 2 fragments of the compass, unlock the barrier, and obtain the heart of Spirit Source. The first step to halting the mechanical immortal was right before them. Chapter 12, The Spirit Suppression Shrine. Poisonous energy blocks the path. Dragon flame shatters the toxin with divine might. The barrier of the Spirit Lock Tower glimmered with a soft purple glow amidst the clouds. Lin Feng, wielding the energy point holographic projector, scanned the area. The screen displayed a multitude of energy points resembling scattered stars, with the most central lines twisting into the shape of a poison lock. A small text appeared in the lower right corner of the projector to temporarily dispel the outer layer of poisonous energy. The cleansing jade from the spirit suppression shrine must be utilized. The fourth fragment lies hidden near the cleansing jade. The spirit suppression shrine? Sun Shaojian leaned closer to examine the screen, his copper needle spinning in his palm. I have heard from Old Wu of the Servants' Court that it is an annex of the Spirit Lock Tower, housing the ancient remains of the spirit suppression beasts, perpetually shrouded in toxic mists. Not one disciple who ventured inside has returned alive. However, Old Wu also mentioned that there is a dog hole at the back door, through which one can crawl in. Lin Feng remained silent, his fingertips gripping 3 fragments of a compass, which emitted a faint warmth at the seams, pointing directly towards the dense forest to the left of the tower. It seemed the Spirit Town shrine lay hidden within. The little dragon, nestled in his collar, peeked out and unleashed a small flame of icy fire towards the forest. However, as the flame floated just half a foot away, it was dispersed by an invisible wave of energy, and where the icy fire landed, the grass instantly turned black and withered. It was poison. Lin Feng adjusted the projector to the poison point tracking mode, and a blue light swept across the forest, revealing winding green patterns on the screen. This poison was the corrupt bone toxin. It would rot flesh upon contact and could even corrode mecha. Clearly, the Shadow Pavilion had been waiting here for some time. Just as he finished speaking, a rustling sound emerged from the forest, and 5 shadows of dark green mechas sprang forth. The leading mecha was entirely covered in scaled armor. With a skull-shaped poison pouch hanging from its shoulder, the dark green liquid inside flowing along tubes to the mecha's arm. Lin Feng, I never imagined you would find the Spirit Town shrine. The voice of the corrupt bone envoy rasped like sandpaper on wood. This corrupt bone toxin was concocted with the lives of 300 people. Don't think your little icy fire or even the true fire of a golden core cultivator could disperse it. Hand over the compass fragments if you know what's good for you, and I'll grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you and your companions will be left with nothing but bones. Sun Shaojian immediately ducked behind Lin Feng, poking his head out to shout, "Oh, aren't you the poison mud, eel envoy? Your mecha looks like moldy seaweed, and I suspect the liquid in your poison pouch is nothing but your own foot-washing water, and your scales are so rusted they could crumble at a mere poke with a copper needle. You dare claim to corrode mecha? It seems you're just boasting without a draft." Beep. Target corrupt bone envoy detected. Anger level. Furious. Anger value. 880. Combined efficiency bonus. 20. Target poison mecha disciples detected. 4. Agitated level. Each with an anger value of 220. Efficiency bonus. 20. Totaling 880. Current cumulative anger value. 42727888088060327. The corrupt bone envoy, infuriated, caused the poison pouch to emit a gurgling sound and commanded the mecha to launch poisonous spikes. You seek death. 5 dark green poison arrows shot forth from the mecha's chest, aimed straight at Lin Feng's face. Even before the arrows arrived, the surrounding air carried a pungent stench, and the grass touched by the arrow's remnants instantly darkened. Lin Feng swiftly pressed the poison point magnification button on the projector. The blue light locking onto the tips of the poison arrows where a minuscule poison aggregation point was concealed. Little dragon bag, strike the tails of the poison arrows with icy fire. He shouted, and the little dragon sprang from his collar, releasing a fist-sized icy fire that collided precisely with the poison aggregation point. Boom! The poison arrow exploded on the spot. The dark green toxic mist crystallizing upon contact with the icy fire, falling to the ground and shattering into fragments. The corrupt bone envoy momentarily stunned, then commanded the mecha to spew forth a cloud of poison mist, which formed into the shape of a poisonous python mid-air, lunging towards Sun Shaojian. Terrified, Sun Shaojian ducked behind Lin Feng, but his copper needle was not idle. He thrust it into the ground, striking the Jin Mountain position poison point. Lin, this poison mist is snake-shaped and fears the earth. Lin Feng's eyes brightened as he extracted a piece of sky-blue stone and embedded it into the ground. He then retrieved the Dragon Essence Pill, advanced version, he had just exchanged for with his anger points. 2,000 points spent specifically for Little Dragon Bag's advancement. Little Dragon Bag, consume this. He handed the pill over, and Little Dragon Bag swallowed it whole. Instantly, a soft blue light enveloped its body, and the ice flames it exuded bore golden patterns, melting the toxic ice crystals upon contact with the ground. Ding! Little Dragon Bag has consumed the Dragon Essence Pill, advanced version. unlocking a new ability, Ice Flame Detox. It can freeze and purify toxic energies, doubling the damage against poison-type targets. What sorcery is this? The Bone Eater's expression changed drastically as he observed Little Dragon Bag's ice flames, prompting him to hasten the control of his venomous python. Yet, as soon as the ice flames touched the python, it froze instantaneously like snow under the sun, radiating golden, purifying light, and soon transformed into harmless vapor. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng directed his projector towards the Bone Eater's mech, revealing the core weak point of the machine on the screen. At the junction of the venom sac's connecting pipes, a dark red point of rotting energy was evident. Bone Eater, your venom sac's pipeline appears to be askew, does it not? He pointed at the projection, his voice resonating through the dense forest. The pipeline had shifted left by half an inch, and toxic energy had accumulated inside for 3 months. Another use would cause the sac to explode, transforming you into a mere skeleton in the process. Panic seized the Bone Eater as he instinctively touched the mech's venom sac, indeed feeling the liquid bubbling more violently than usual. Just as he intended to inspect it, Sun Xiao Jian suddenly circled around to the back of the mech and poked its joint with a copper needle. Is this joint made of rotten iron? My grandfather always said that such defective joints leak poison with a mere poke. With a sharp crack, the mech's joint indeed began to leak a stream of dark green toxic energy, causing the Bone Eater's mech to momentarily freeze. Lin Feng seized this chance, equipping the newly exchanged anti-poison armored gauntlet, costing 3,000 anger points, onto his shoulder. The gauntlet shimmered with golden light as he delivered a powerful punch to the venom sac's focal point. Boom! The venom sac exploded, and the dark green toxic energy was immediately purified by Little Dragon Bag's ice flames, causing the Bone Eater's mech to lose power and crash to the ground with a resounding thud. The remaining 4 toxic disciples, witnessing their leader's downfall, were struck with fear and attempted to flee, only to be incapacitated by Sun Xiao Jian's copper needle piercing their mech's weak points, leaving them motionless on the ground. Lin Feng approached the Bone Eater, rummaging through the storage compartment of his mech to retrieve a piece of jade glowing with a white light. Indeed, it was the detox jade. Beside it lay a fragment of a compass, the 4th piece. He pieced together the fragment with the previous 3, and, as the 4 fragments aligned, a golden light emanated from their connection, causing the toxic energy in the outer layers of the Spirit Locking Tower's barrier projection to diminish significantly. Little Dragon Bag leaned in, nudging the fragment with its small head, and suddenly, the fragment pointed towards the opposite side of the Spirit Locking Tower, where a black stone platform was vaguely visible. It seemed the 5th fragment awaited there. Sun Xiao Jian picked up the copper needle from the ground, brushing off the dust. Brother Lin, there is still some undetonated venom in the Bone Eater's sac. Shall we collect it? Next time we encounter the Shadow Pavilion, we can douse them with it. Lin Feng remained silent, the purifying jade in his hand radiating a gentle glow. As he approached the boundary, the outer layer of poisonous energy receded like a tide, revealing an entrance wide enough for a single person. He glanced at the Spirit Lock Tower beyond the boundary and then at the direction indicated by the 5th fragment before stepping inside. Xiao Longbao, nestled within his collar, exhaled a small flame of ice, illuminating the path ahead, while Sun Xiaojian hurriedly followed, muttering that next time he would ensure Xiao Longbao scorched the hair of the Shadow Pavilion. Chapter 13. The Gathering of the 5 Elements at the Spirit Platform to seize the fragment. The system awakens to assist in overcoming the enemy. The white light of the purifying jade enveloped the 3 of them and the dragon as they crossed the outer layer of the boundary. Suddenly, the mountain path opened up before them, revealing a dark green stone platform embedded in the valley. The platform was divided into 5 sections, each inscribed with ancient runes representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. In the central depression of the earth rune lay a compass fragment emitting a yellow-brown glow. Indeed, it was the 5th piece, the 5 Elements Spirit Platform. Sun Xiaojian's eyes widened, nearly dropping the copper needle in his hand. My grandfather's journal mentioned this type of platform, used in ancient times to harmonize attributes. Each rune corresponds to a specific spirit energy. Gathering all 5 attributes would trigger a resonance. No wonder the fragments were divided into 5 pieces to be sought after. Just as Lin Feng was about to step forward, the runes surrounding the platform suddenly ignited with a red light. 5 mechas, each adorned in different colors, sprang forth from either side of the valley. The gold rune mecha wielded a massive axe. The wood rune mecha was entwined with poisonous vines. The water rune mecha shimmered with mist. The fire rune mecha flickered with flames, and the earth rune mecha was encased in rock. They were none other than the 5-element envoys of the Shadow Pavilion, led by the gold rune envoy, who was holding an all-too-familiar figure, Su Qingyue, who had been taken away by Zuanjizi, bound by dark energy. Su Qingyue's face was pale. Yet she called out to Lin Feng, don't worry about me. They intend to seize the fragment to activate the spirit platform and extract the spirit source from the spirit lock tower. Qingyue, Lin Feng clenched his fists, the 3 fragments in his embrace radiating warmth. The faint glimmers of gold, wood, water, and fire attributes seeped from the fragments, perfectly aligning with the runes on the platform. 5-element envoys, release her, and I can grant you a swift end. The gold rune envoy scoffed, commanding the mecha to slam the massive axe into the ground, causing the stone platform to tremble. Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you have a few fragments. Our 5-element mechas are specifically designed to counter your attribute fragments. Gold overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, and fire overcomes gold. The fragments in your possession are worthless before us. Zhao Hao peeked out from behind the fire rune envoy, his mecha painted in a gaudy manner, with a crooked character for king welded onto it. Lin Feng, I have long allied with the Shadow Pavilion. Once they obtain the heart of the spirit source, I shall become the new leader of Qingyun's sect, and both you and Su Qingyue shall perish. Sun Shaojian immediately retorted, Zhao Hao, has your brain been crushed by that mecha? Collaborating with the Shadow Pavilion? They are willing to turn their own 5-element envoys into cannon fodder. And you think you can become a leader? I see you wish to become a dead leader. And that mecha of yours, just because you welded a character for king, you think you're a tiger? I see a sickly cat, one still weaned. Beep. Target Zhao Hao, furious level detected. Anger value 1980, combined effect of Sun Shaojian and Lin Feng 20. Target 5-element envoys detected 5, irate level, each with an anger value of 880, efficiency bonus 20, totaling 4,400. The current accumulated anger value stands at 603, 273,000 for the exchange of armors. The Golden Pattern Master, infuriated, swung his axe towards Sun Shaojian, exclaiming, seeking death. The massive axe, imbued with golden malevolence, caused the very air to tremble. In haste, Lin Feng retrieved a fragment of gold attribute, the first piece, corresponding to the ice and flame of the cold pool cave, which instantly emanated a radiant white light, intercepting the colossal axe. With a resounding clang, the axe was actually forced to yield a dent. Impossible! How can your fragment shatter golden malevolence? The expression of the golden-patterned master shifted dramatically. The Qing Nong Jing states that the 5 elements promote one another, rather than merely restraining. Lin Feng raised the fragment. The gold, wood, water, and fire fragments simultaneously glowed. Gold generates water, water nurtures wood, wood fuels fire, and fire forms earth. You only understand the principle of restraint and not that of promotion. Yet you dare wield a 5-element mecha? Observing this, the wood pattern master commanded toxic vines to ensnare Lin Feng, the vines dripping with dark green venom. Lin Feng produced the wood attribute fragment, the 4th piece, corresponding to the detoxifying jade of the spirit sealing shrine, which illuminated with a verdant glow, causing the toxic vines to wither upon approach, the venom transforming into clear water. Seizing the opportunity, the little dragon emerged, exhaling an icy toxin antidote that precisely landed on the joints of the wood pattern mecha, freezing it in place. The water pattern master swiftly unleashed a jet of water in an attempt to rescue the wood pattern master. But Lin Feng redirected the water column with his water attribute fragment, the 2nd piece, corresponding to the water generated from the fire malevolence of the falling Sunset Valley, dousing the fire pattern mecha instead. With a sizzling sound, the flames of the fire pattern mecha were extinguished, releasing plumes of black smoke, causing Zhao Hao to leap from a mecha in a disheveled tumble. Ding! The system has detected that the host has gathered the gold, wood, water, and fire attribute fragments, triggering the prerequisite for the 5 elements resonance. The 5th earth attribute fragment has been detected at the spirit gathering platform, satisfying the requirements for system upgrade. System upgrading 1050100. Congratulations, host. The Wan Jiechi Rin system, advanced version, has been activated. The system consciousness little anger is now unlocked, enabling verbal communication, along with a new function of 5 elements attribute fusion, allowing for the consumption of anger value to merge fragment attributes and unleash combined skills. A clear and youthful voice suddenly resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Hey, host, are you capable? Just now you nearly got cleaved by the golden axe. If it weren't for my urgency to upgrade, I would have warned you to dodge sooner. And that Zhao Hao, could you reprimand him more harshly? The anger value is rising far too slowly. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then realized it was the system consciousness. Little anger? You could talk now? Why not? Little anger's voice dripped with disdain. Hurry and grab the 5th fragment. The Earth attribute fragment can counter the Earth pattern master's mecha. Delay any longer, and Su Qingyue will be ensnared by the dark energy. Lin Feng rushed towards the center of the spirit gathering platform, where the Earth pattern master controlled the mecha to block his path, the rocky encasement resembling a small mountain. Want to obtain the fragment? You must first pass my test. Little anger, fuse the 5 elemental attributes. Lin Feng urged in his heart. Received, consuming 5,000 anger value, fusing the attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Unleashing the 5 elements, breaking Malevolent's fist. As Little Anger's voice faded, the 5 fragments soared simultaneously, coalescing into a resplendent, multicolored orb within Lin Feng's palm. The orb enveloped in a faint dragon flame, a manifestation of the little dragon's ice flame intertwined with the fused attributes. Lin Feng struck the earth pattern mech with a powerful punch, causing a radiant orb of colors to collide with the machine, shattering the rocky exterior in an instant. The core of the mech emitted a deafening explosion, and the earth manipulator let out a cry of despair as he was hurled out, immobilized. The remaining elemental manipulators, witnessing their companion's defeat, were overcome with fear and attempted to flee, only to be incapacitated by Sun Shaojian, who deftly targeted their mech as critical points with copper needles, rendering them helpless on the ground. Lin Feng rushed to Su Qingyue's side, using the verdant light from the wood attribute fragment to dispel the dark energy enveloping her. Qingyue, are you all right? He inquired. She shook her head, her gaze fixated on the 5 floating fragments. Are these the 5 shards of the innate compass? They are resonating. Suddenly, the fragments soared toward the spirit gathering platform, assembling into a complete ethereal image of the compass, which projected the internal imagery of the locking spirit tower. Within the mid-level of the tower, a heart of spiritual essence glowed with golden radiance, guarded by a figure clad in golden mech armor, the minion of the mechanical immortal. The voice of Xiao Nu echoed once again. Host, the shards have resonated and pinpointed the heart of spiritual essence. However, the mid-level is protected by a golden malevolent barrier, which can only be breached through the fusion of the 5 elemental attributes. Also, Zhao Hao has escaped toward the tower. He must be attempting to notify the mechanical immortal's associates in advance. Lin Feng glanced at the direction of the locking spirit tower, then at Su Qingyue and Sun Shaojian. Clenching his fists tightly, let us proceed to the mid-level of the tower. We cannot allow them to seize the heart of spiritual essence. Little dragon nestled within his collar, exhaling a vibrant flame that embodied the fusion of the 5 elemental attributes, illuminating the path ahead to the locking spirit tower. Su Qingyue followed closely beside Lin Feng, clutching the purifying jade, while Sun Shaojian wielded the malevolent point projector, scanning the mountain path ahead and muttering to himself, this time, Zhao Hao shall truly experience the might of the 5-element fist. Chapter 14. The Golden Malevolent Guards block the path. Breaking the barrier with elemental fusion in the late stage of Qi refinement, the stone steps of the locking spirit tower were covered in a delicate layer of golden frost. With each step upward, the oppressive aura of malevolent gold intensified. Lin Feng grasped the 5 aligned compass fragments, their edges shimmering with radiant colors that subtly clashed against the golden patterns of the steps. As he ascended hastily, he could feel a slight sting in his palm. Xiao Nu, scan the malevolent points ahead, Lin Feng commanded in his mind. Understood, replied a crisp, youthful voice as a semi-transparent panel materialized before him. A golden line extended from the tower's pinnacle, twisting into an impenetrable barrier at the entrance of the mid-level, marked by 5 red dots indicating the presence of 5 golden malevolent guards. Their mechs were forged with golden patterns, vulnerable to fire. Let little dragon unleash more flames. I will calculate the anger value for you. Once sufficient, we will break through. Sun Shaojian followed closely, poking at the golden frost on the stone steps with his copper needle. The needle tip instantly became ensconced in golden particles. This malevolent gold is quite resilient. My grandfather once mentioned that ancient malevolent gold can corrode spiritual energy. A mere touch from an ordinary mech would render it useless. Lin, is that Zhao Hao? Sun Shaojian asked, pointing. Lin Feng looked up to find, indeed, a flamboyant mech standing at the entrance of the mid-level. It was Zhao Hao, flanked by 5 fully golden mechs, each adorned with the inscription Golden Malevolent Guard. In his hand, he wielded a long blade that glimmered coldly, its body entwined with threads of condensed malevolent gold. Lin Feng, I knew you would come. Zhao taunted. The mech energy lamp of Zhao Hao flickered intensely, his tone brimming with pride. These 5 esteemed golden saber guards are direct subordinates of the mechanical immortal sovereign. Their golden saber can sever the swords of golden core cultivators. Your haphazardly assembled mech is insufficient even to fill the gaps between my teeth. The leading golden saber guard stepped forward, the joints of his mech creaking ominously, and the golden threads dripped down the blade. Kid, hand over the compass fragment and ensure that the mudfish submits to the immortal sovereign. I can grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to mere fragments with my golden saber. Submit? Sun Shaojian interjected, hands on his hips. With a mech that looks as if it were gilded like a toilet. Do you really think you can make little Longbao submit? A mere breath of fire from him could melt your golden saber. Do you dare to believe otherwise? And Zhao Hao, the character on your mech is crooked, and you dare to act as a lackey when you just tumbled into the mud? Have you forgotten the taste of being turned into an ice sculpture last time? Beep. Target Zhao Hao, furious level, detected, rage value 2178, double cunning, efficiency bonus 20. Target golden saber guard 5, irate level, detected. Each target rage value 968, efficiency bonus 20, totaling 4,840. Current accumulated rage value 941275000. Fusion of the 5 elements 21784840114307. Little Fury, is this enough to break through to the later stage of Qi refinement? Lin Feng pondered in his heart. Almost. Just a bit more provocation. Little Fury's voice brimmed with excitement. The core of the golden saber guard's mech was located in the left chest, with a gap in the golden pattern. If you insult their core as a defective product, it is bound to explode. Lin Feng comprehended immediately, pointing at the leading golden saber guard's left chest. Golden saber guard? I believe you mean defective guard. The golden pattern in your mech's core is missing half an inch. Was it poorly forged? The Qing Nong Classic states that with a deficiency in the golden pattern, the devil cannot gather. Your golden saber may appear formidable, but it can't even break through my mech's armoring. Go ahead, give it a try. The golden saber guard was indeed enraged, directing the golden saber towards Lin Feng, the golden threads coiling towards him like venomous serpents. Lin Feng had already grasped the fire attribute fragment, the third piece, derived from the ice flame of the cold pool cave, which instantly illuminated with red light. Little Longbao also sprang forth from Lin Feng's collar, releasing a flame infused with the fusion of the 5 elements. The flame enveloped in red light collided with the golden saber, producing a sizzling sound as the golden threads melted instantly, leaving a gash on the blade. Impossible. How could my golden saber be melted? The expression of the golden saber guard changed drastically, and he maneuvered the mech to spew forth a stream of golden sabers, attempting to ensnare Lin Feng. Little Fury, calculate the rage values. That last surge raised the golden saber guard's rage by 5280, plus Zhao Hao's 880, bringing the total to 11430752808801755907. Enough. Exchange for a 5 elements Qi refining pill and utilize the spiritual energy from the fragments to assist in the breakthrough. In an instant, Lin Feng held a colorful pill that dissolved upon entry, a wave of warmth cascading down his throat. The spiritual energy in his dantian surged as if ignited by dry kindling, flowing fervently. The 5 fragments floated around him in a circle, their multicolored light patterns penetrating his meridians, clearing the previously stagnant spiritual energy with unimpeded vigor. Lin Feng could not suppress a soft grunt as the aura around him coalesced into a miniature vortex, drawing in the golden frost from the stone steps, only to be refined by the intricate patterns of the 5 elements. The barrier of the Qi refinement stage was pierced with the ease of paper, and the energy in his dantian became more solidified, his vision sharpening considerably, allowing him to discern the subtle fissures in the core of the Golden Slaughter Guard's mech. Had he truly broken through? Zhao took a startled step back, nearly losing his footing in the mech. This was impossible. How could he have ascended to the later stage of Qi refinement? Ding! The host has broken through to the later stage of Qi refinement, unlocking the passive skill, control of 5 elements aura, allowing direct manipulation of fragments with aura without consuming rage points. Reward: golden pattern coating for the mech, enhancing its resistance to malevolent forces. Lin Feng flexed his wrist, feeling the surging energy within him, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Zhao Hao, did you just say my mech was inadequate? Allow me to demonstrate how I shall dismantle yours in the later stage of Qi refinement. He commanded the mech's arm to spray a layer of golden coating, which shimmered with a faint golden light as it charged toward another Golden Slaughter Guard's blade. With a resounding clash, the golden blade was sent flying, while his mech's arm remained unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, the little dragon unleashed a burst of fire upon the core of the Golden Slaughter Guard's mech, which immediately erupted in black smoke, losing all power. The remaining Golden Slaughter Guards, witnessing their companions' defeat and wary of Lin Feng's newfound strength, hesitated to advance. Sun Shaojian took the chance to circle behind them, jabbing a copper needle into the mech's critical point. What are you waiting for? Your gold is vulnerable to fire, and its core is a defective product. If you don't retreat now, prepare to be reduced to scrap metal. The Golden Slaughter Guards exchanged glances and, gritting their teeth, reluctantly began to withdraw. Their orders were to intercept, not to perish. Zhao Hao, seeing the Golden Slaughter Guards retreat, was also frightened and attempted to flee, only to have Lin Feng ensnare his mech's leg with aura. Zhao Hao, you cannot escape. Last time, you settled your score with the original owner. This time, you shall account for your actions with the Shadow Pavilion. Today, we settle it all. Zhao Hao's mech leg was ensnared by the aura, rendering him immobile as he could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng approached. A voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Host, do not kill him. Keeping him alive can yield rage points, and he possesses valuable information regarding the mechanical immortal lord. We might extract something useful. Lin Feng pondered briefly before sealing Zhao Hao's mech's energy reservoir with his aura and tossing it to Sun Shaojian. Keep a close watch on him. Do not let him escape. Sun Shaojian promptly produced a rope, binding Zhao Hao's mech to the stone steps, and deliberately poked at the mech's joints with a copper needle. Fear not, he won't get away. This rope is made from binding immortal vines. Even a defective mech like his, or even a Foundation establishment practitioner, cannot break free. Disregarding Zhao Hao's lamentations, Lin Feng approached the Golden Slaughter Barrier, where 5 fragments automatically flew to the barrier, their multicolored patterns dancing along the golden threads. Xiao Nu, how do we break through? Use the fire attribute fragment to ignite the golden threads of the barrier, then suppress it with the earth attribute fragment. The 5 elements are interdependent, and a gap shall open. Following Xiao Nu's instructions, the red light of the fire fragment met the barrier, causing the golden threads to heat up. The earth attribute fragment, the 5th one, the spirit gathering platform, pressed down, and with a crack, the barrier split open, revealing a faint golden light. Indeed, the essence of the heart of spiritual source. It was accomplished. Su Shaojian exclaimed with excitement. Brother Lin, let us hasten inside to seize the heart of spirit source. Lin Feng nodded, just as he was about to step forward. Suddenly, a heavy sound of mechanized footsteps echoed from deep within a barrier, accompanied by a frigid voice. I never anticipated that you would breach the Golden Fiend barrier. However, the heart of Spirit Source is beyond your reach. Chapter 15. The Guardian of the Spirit Source blocks the path. The 5 elements fiend points shatter the spirit armor. From the fissure in the barrier, golden light intensified, infusing the air with a pure essence of Spirit Source. Just as Lin Feng was about to advance, The deep recesses of the gap resonated with a rhythmic thud. The sound resembled a colossal hammer striking stone, each step causing a slight tremor in the stone steps of the Spirit Lock Tower. A silver-golden figure in mechanized armor gradually emerged. This armor exuded a more substantial weight than that of the Golden Fiend guards, intricately etched with spiral patterns of spirit source. Embedded in its chest was a semi-transparent crystal, within which flowed a faint golden liquid. On either side of its shoulder armor, 3 bony spikes extended, entwined with threads of condensed spirit source. In its grasp was a spirit war hammer, towering at the height of a man, its striking surface engraved with the character for Guardian. It was none other than the trusted confidant of the mechanical immortal, the guardian of spirit source. Those who trespass the Spirit Lock Tower shall perish, declared the Guardian, its voice devoid of emotion, akin to a machine delivering an announcement. With a mighty slam of the spirit war hammer upon the ground, the surface instantly fractured into a web of cracks. The essence of Golden Fiend coiling towards Lin Feng's feet. Su Qingwei hurriedly produced a detox jade, its radiance illuminating the vicinity and halting the advance of the Golden Fiend. This is the guardian of spirit source. Ancient texts describe them as half-mechanical beings driven by the power of spirit source, impervious to blades and bullets, capable of absorbing the surrounding spirit source to augment their strength. Absorb spirit source. Su Shaojian retreated behind Lin Feng, the copper needle in his hand spinning rapidly. Does that mean the more we strike, the stronger it becomes? No, we must first bewilder it. I say, oh, esteemed Guardian, your armor appears to be coated in a layer of tinfoil. The spirit source patterns are askew. Could it be that the mechanical immortal provided insufficient materials, leaving you to cobble it together? And what of your warhammer? The character for Guardian is inscribed backward. Do you wish to protect the spirit source or bestow it? Ding. Target spirit source Guardian detected. Anger level. Furious. Anger value. 1056. Double Brat Synergy Efficiency Bonus. 20. Current cumulative anger value. 175907105618647. A voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Host. The patterns of its spirit source are indeed flawed. The crystal in its chest is a focal point for Spirit Fiend, and the absorbed spirit source is tainted with fiendish energy. You can purify it using the wood element fragment spirit energy, and then burn its bone spikes with the fire element fragment. Fire counters metal. Once the spikes are severed, it will weaken. Lin Feng nodded, retrieving the wood element fragment, the 4th piece, and applying it to the detox jade in Su Qingyue's hand. The jade's radiance transformed to a vibrant green, spreading along the ground's patterns, ensnaring the Guardian's mechanized legs. The once fluid spirit source patterns instantly became sluggish, and the crystal in its chest dimmed slightly. Purifying spirit source? The Guardian finally exhibited a flicker of emotional turbulence, wielding the spirit war hammer towards Lin Feng, its striking surface imbued with a pulling force, attempting to siphon Lin Feng's spirit energy. Little Dragon, Fire Flame. With a resounding call from Lin Feng, Xiao Longbao sprang forth from his collar, unleashing a conflagration infused with the essence of the 5 elements. The flames, enveloped in a crimson glow, collided forcefully with the handle of the war hammer, severing its spiritual veins in an instant, and the suction effect vanished immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng commanded the mech's arm to strike down upon the Guardian's bony protrusion. With a sharp crack, one of the spikes shattered, causing the ethereal strands of energy to dissipate. The Guardian staggered back, retreating 2 steps as the crystal at its chest ignited with a fierce red glow, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence from the stone steps, the ambient atmospheric qi, and even the residual energy from Zhao Hao's mech in the distance, illuminating the mech's patterns with blinding brilliance. This is bad. He is about to go berserk. Su Qingwei exclaimed urgently, her jade talisman radiating a vibrant green light as it purged the nearby malevolent energies. Sun Shaojian maneuvered behind the Guardian, prodding the mech's lower back with a copper needle. Going berserk? The spiritual conduit in your mech's lower back is leaking. If you continue to absorb qi, it will explode. My grandfather warned me that such mechs, reliant on siphoning spiritual essence, become ticking time bombs when their conduits are compromised. Absorb any more, and you risk turning yourself into fireworks. Ding. Target detected. Spiritual Guardian. Rage level. Anger value. 23, 10 efficiency boost, 20. Current accumulated anger value, 1-86-467-2-3102-09-567. What can small anger be exchanged for to counter him? Lin Feng pondered. Exchange for a spiritual disruption bomb. Cost, 20,000 anger value. It can temporarily incapacitate his essence absorption system. Without hesitation, Lin Feng executed the exchange, and a fist-sized silver bomb materialized in his hand. He aimed for the crystal at the guardian's chest and hurled it with all his might. Upon contact with the crystal, the bomb detonated with a resounding boom, enveloping the mech in a pale blue energy shield. The spiritual patterns dimmed instantaneously, and the crystal ceased its absorption, even beginning to overflow with spiritual essence. The spiritual system was disrupted. The guardian panicked, attempting to flee, but Lin Feng ensnared him with the quintessence of the 5 elements. Golden Qi constraining the joints, with Qi entwining the conduits, water Qi dousing the crystal, fire Qi scorching the patterns, and earth Qi grounding the mech, intertwining to firmly immobilize the guardian's mech. Seizing the moment, Xiao Longbao charged forward, unleashing his most potent flames upon the crystal. With a thunderous explosion, the crystal fissured, releasing the malevolent essence within. The guardian screamed in agony as the mech lost its power, crashing to the ground and revealing a half-machine, half-human form within. Lin Feng approached, levitating 5 fragments of a compass with his spiritual energy. Where's the celestial master? What protective mechanisms guard the heart of spiritual essence? The guardian, gritting his teeth, remained silent. However, Sun Xiaojian prodded the mechanical arm with the copper needle. Still unwilling to speak? This needle is forged from the iron that dispels malevolence. A single jab will cause your mechanical joints to rust, and 10 jabs will render you a cripple. The guardian trembled, ultimately relenting. The celestial master is on the top floor of the locking spirit tower. The heart of spiritual essence is secured by the spirit lock and requires 6 primordial compass fragments to unlock. Furthermore, the celestial master has dispatched a dark spirit envoy. His mech can manipulate dark malevolence, making him 10 times stronger than I. 6 fragments? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He currently possessed only 5 fragments and was still short of 1. Xiao Nu's voice carried a hint of surprise. The previous examination revealed only 5 pieces. Could the final fragment be concealed near the heart of spiritual source? Lin Feng refrained from further inquiries, using his spiritual energy to immobilize the mechanical joints of the guardian and discarded it beside Zhao Hao. Sun Xiaojian immediately approached, binding the 2 captives together with rope. Now we have 2 prisoners. When the Dark Spirit Master arrives, we can use them as hostages. Lin Feng remained silent, stepping towards the fissure in the barrier. The crack had widened enough for a person to pass through, revealing a more intense golden light within. Vaguely, he could discern a golden crystal, roughly the size of a fist, suspended in the center of the tower. Indeed, it was the heart of spiritual source. However, surrounding the heart were dark chains, emanating a sinister aura, unmistakably the spiritual lock the guardian had mentioned. Little Dragon, nestled in his collar, rubbed against him and chirped towards the heart of spiritual source, as if warning him of impending danger. Suing Yue approached Lin Feng, her cleansing jade gleaming with a vibrant green light. There is dark malevolence within, more potent than golden malevolence. We must exercise caution. Lin Feng nodded, gripping the 5 remaining fragments tightly. He needed the final piece to unlock the spiritual lock. Meanwhile, the Dark Spirit Master could arrive at any moment, and the mechanical celestial sovereign awaited them at the top. The path ahead would only grow more treacherous. Taking a deep breath, he was the first to step through the fissure in the barrier, followed closely by Little Dragon, Su Qingwei, and Sun Xiaojian, leaving the 2 captives behind to lament on the stone steps. Chapter 16. The Dark Malevolence Clone Conceals Deceit. The fragments emerged to unravel the spiritual lock. The air within the tower was saturated with darkness, the black mist formed by dark malevolence swirling close to the ground, leaving a trail of tiny pits etched into the stone steps. The heart of spiritual source hovered in the center, its golden barrier barely holding back the encroaching black mist. The edges of the barrier already beginning to darken. The spiritual lock that entwined it resembled a living entity, with the dark malevolence, soul-binding patterns growing more pronounced with each rotation, intensifying the surrounding black fog. This dark malevolence was far more insidious than the golden variety. Sun Shaojian utilized a copper needle to prod at the black mist, only for the needle's tip to turn black and emit wisps of smoke. My grandfather warned that dark malevolence invades the body and disrupts the soul. We must hasten to find the sixth fragment, otherwise. Once the black mist consumes the barrier around the heart of spiritual source, we will all fall prey to the dark malevolence. Lin Feng activated the malevolence point holographic projector. Scanning the area, the screen displayed a dense cluster of dark malevolence points, resembling a surging black tide, except at the intersection of the chains of the spiritual lock, where a faint golden light flickered. Suddenly, Xiao Nu's voice echoed. Host, that light is the aura of the fragment. The sixth fragment must be embedded within the core of the spiritual lock. We must first defeat the dark malevolence clone to approach it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sudden rustle of black mist erupted behind them, revealing three mechanized clones identical to the Dark Spirit Master, brandishing dark malevolence blades glimmering with green light, aimed directly at Su Qingyue's back, just as she prepared to defend with the cleansing jade. The clone's black mist ensnared her wrist, causing the jade's glow to dim instantaneously. Qingyue, Lin Feng quickly retrieved a fire attribute fragment. A flash of red light illuminated the space. Little Dragon understood the cue, unleashing a torrent of elemental fire that enveloped the red light, crashing into the black mist with a sizzling sound, creating a hole through which Su Qingyue seized the opportunity to break free. How dare you ambush us, revealing your presence so brazenly? Sun Shaojian stood with hands on his hips, shouting into the black mist, I must say, Dark Spirit Master, your cloning technique leaves much to be desired. It's akin to a cat that has not hidden itself well, with its tail sticking out in plain sight. And what of your mech? It's painted to resemble a black plastic bag, devoid of any reflection. Are you afraid that others might glimpse the rust upon your shabby armor? Ding. Target Dark Spirit Master. Anger level. Furious. Detected. Anger value. 1144. Dual jeering efficiency bonus. 20. 3 Dark Sha clones detected. Agitated level. Each with an anger value of 242. Efficiency bonus. 20. Totaling 726. Current cumulative anger value. 2095 672 0000. Exchange for disruption bomb. 11447262 8267. Little Wu, where lies the weakness of those clones? Lin Feng inquired, his gaze fixed on the approaching clones. The fragments of the 5 elements in his hand emanating a faint glow. At the nape of their necks, the Dark Sha clones are driven by the Dark Sha pearls located there. Fire counters darkness, so use the fire from Little Longbao to strike that spot. Lin Feng promptly directed Little Longbao, who leaped into the air and unleashed a fiery breath upon the nape of the foremost clone. With a resounding explosion, the clone's neck erupted in a cloud of black mist, causing the mech to collapse to the ground, transforming into a puddle of black water. Upon witnessing this, the remaining 2 clones attempted to retreat into the black mist, seeking to remerge. Do not let them escape, Sun Shaojian exclaimed, producing a copper needle and plunging it into the ground, precisely striking the Kuan Earth point. Earth counters water. This needle will immobilize the black mist. The copper needle radiated a soft yellow light, instantly freezing the black mist in place, rendering the 2 clones suspended in midair, now mere targets. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng manipulated the gold element fragment, and with a flash of golden light, 2 spirit blades cleaved through the nape of the clones, shattering them to pieces. A furious roar erupted from the black mist. You are courting death. A shadow darted forth from the fog, the mech entirely black. Adorned with 2 Dark Sha pearls on its shoulders, the Dark Sha blade in hand dripping with black mist, it was none other than the Dark Spirit Master himself. With such feeble skills, you dare to call yourself a Dark Spirit Master? Lin Feng shook the fragment in his hand. The Dark Sha pearls on your mech are installed incorrectly. The one on your left shoulder is an absorbing Sha pearl, yet you have it configured as a dispelling Sha pearl. Now, the dark energy is wreaking havoc within your mech. If you employ the Dark Sha blade once more, you shall be ensnared by the very darkness you wield. The Qing Nong Jing states that misalignment of the Sha pearls leads to self-destruction. Do you not comprehend this principle? The Dark Spirit Master's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively reaching to touch the Dark Sha pearl on his left shoulder, and indeed, He could feel the dark energy thrashing about within. Enraged, he commanded his mech to lunge at Lin Feng, the dark Sha blade infused with a pull, aiming to siphon Lin Feng's spirit energy. Nonsense. This is my latest dark Sha mech. How could it be installed incorrectly? Ding. Target Dark Spirit Master. Furious level detected. Anger value 2508. Efficiency bonus 20. Current cumulative anger value 28267250853347. Little Wu, what can we exchange for? Exchange for the Dark Sha Purification Talisman, consuming 5,000 anger points. It can purify the dark energy within the mech and temporarily immobilize it. Without hesitation, Lin Feng exchanged for the talisman, now holding a piece of talisman paper glowing with golden light. He prepared to affix it to the Dark Sha pearl on the mech's left shoulder as the Dark Spirit Master charged towards him. As the talisman glowed, the dark malevolence within the dark malevolence pearl was instantaneously purified. The mecha stood frozen in place, and the Dark Spirit Master emitted a piercing scream, attempting to maneuver the mecha in retreat. However, Sun Shaojian deftly pricked its joint with a copper needle, exclaiming, "Thinking of escaping? The malevolence conduits in your mecha's knees are leaking. A single move, and it will explode." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng charged forward, landing a powerful punch against the mecha's chest. With a resounding crack, a fissure opened, revealing a fragment of a compass radiating golden light, the sixth piece. As the fragment touched the ground, it autonomously soared towards the spiritual source lock, joining the other 5 fragments to form a complete ethereal image of the innate compass. The image shimmered with a spectrum of colors, causing the dark malevolence soul-locking patterns on the spiritual source lock to halt and begin to rotate in reverse. Impossible. How could the fragment be inside my mecha? The Dark Spirit Master gaped in disbelief. Did you truly think the mechanical celestial sovereign trusted you? Lin Feng retrieved the 6th fragment, which, alongside the 5 others, coalesced into a complete compass in his palm. I concealed the fragment within your mecha to ensnare you, intending for you to be the bait. Once we secured the fragment, we would have you detonate the malevolence and obliterate the heart of the spiritual source. Alas, your foolishness is unparalleled, as you were oblivious to the fragment residing within your own mecha. Only then did the Dark Spirit Master comprehend, trembling with rage as he resolved to detonate the malevolence within the mecha. Even if I must perish, I will take you down with me. Yet, as he attempted to act, Xiao Longbao unleashed a torrent of flames, severing the mecha's malevolence conduits, causing the malevolence to dissipate instantaneously. Su Qingwei hastily employed the purifying jade to cleanse the surrounding black mist. The jade emitted a brilliant light, causing the mist to recede like a tide, and the golden barrier of the spiritual source heart brightened considerably. Sun Shaojian bound the Dark Spirit Master next to the previous captives, deliberately prodding at his mecha with a copper needle. Now we're all set. 3 captives. When the mechanical celestial sovereign descends, you'll serve as our welcoming gifts. Ignoring the wails of the captives, Lin Feng approached the spiritual source lock, brandishing the complete innate compass. The ethereal image of the compass aligned with the spiritual source lock, and the multicolored light danced along the chains. The dark malevolence, soul-locking patterns began to melt away, and the golden light of the spiritual source heart grew ever brighter, revealing the flowing spiritual energy within. A voice filled with excitement emanated from Xiao Nu. Host, the spiritual source lock is about to open. However, there is movement at the top of the lock spirit tower. The mechanical celestial sovereign is activating the core of the Panga Mecha. We must swiftly secure the spiritual source heart, or else, if he obtains the core, no one will be able to stop him. Lin Feng nodded, tightening his grip on the compass. The chains of the spiritual source lock were slowly opening, and the aura of the spiritual source heart intensified. Yet, he sensed an unsettling presence. Although the surrounding black mist had receded, a more formidable force was approaching, as if something awaited them at the tower's pinnacle. Xiao Longbao nuzzled against his collar, chirping towards the upper levels, its tiny tail standing rigid, clearly sensing the imminent danger. Su Qingwei approached Lin Feng, the green light of the purifying jade radiating brilliantly in her hand. Regardless of what awaits above, we shall face it together. Sun Shaojian clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, asserting absolutely, with our combined strengths, myself, Sister Qingyue, and Xiao Longbao. There's no need to fear the mechanical celestial sovereign, even the Pangam Mecha itself. We shall dismantle it. Lin Feng smiled as he watched the last chain of the Spirit Source lock melting away, the golden radiance of the heart of Spirit Source nearly overflowing. With the heart of Spirit Source in his grasp, he could thwart the mechanical immortal and save Su Qingyue, thus restoring the Spirit Source. All his objectives were within reach. He took a deep breath, awaiting the moment when the Spirit Source lock would fully unlock, preparing himself for the final challenge. Chapter 17. Rage Infusion Breaks Foundation. Flame Dragon Mecha shatters Pangu. The last chain of the Spirit Source lock snapped with a resounding crack, and golden spirit energy cascaded down like a waterfall. Just as Lin Feng reached out to touch it, a deafening roar erupted from the top of the locking spirit tower. The entire tower shook violently, debris raining down like a storm, as a colossal shadow shattered through the apex and descended slowly. It was a massive mech, entirely painted in black, shouldering two dark golden cannons, with a pulsating dark core embedded in its chest. The metallic wings unfurled behind it, entwined with semi-solid spirit energy. A crimson light swept across the scene from the mech's head, and the icy voice of the mechanical immortal resonated through its speakers. Lin Feng, I thank you for assisting me in gathering the shards to unlock the Spirit Source lock. The core of this Pangam mech shall be activated with your spirit blood. Sun Shaowan, clutching a copper needle, recoiled in shock but suddenly pointed at the mech and laughed maniacally. Ha ha! Is this the Pangam mech? Its wings look like charred chicken wings, and the cannon's mouth is blocked with rubble. Did you fish it out from a junkyard? And that core of yours, a blend of dark energy and Spirit Source, resembles a bowl of ink-smeared porridge. It will surely explode upon activation. Ding! Target detected. Mechanical Immortal, Fury Level. Rage Value 3696. Double Jeering Fusion Captivity, Stimulus Bonus 40. Current Accumulated Rage Value 533473696900307. Little Fury. What lethal moves can we exchange? Lin Feng tightened his grip on the compass shard, feeling the spirit energy surge from his palm to his dantian. Host, look at the captives. Little Fury's voice brimmed with exhilaration. The dark spirit envoys are still tied up. They're being cursed as traitors, and the rage value can double. Understanding immediately, Lin Feng kicked the dark spirit envoy's mech. The mechanical immortal intends to use you as sacrifices, and you still dare to feign death? Is this dark pearl made of plastic? It can't even withstand the radiance of the Spirit Source. The dark spirit envoy trembled in rage, about to retort. But Sun Shaowan interjected with a sharp jab. And you, elemental envoy, are so weak that even the golden fiend guards consider you a stepping stone. The guardian envoy doesn't even know where to hide the shards. The mechanical immortal would be better off nurturing a dog than this bunch of useless trash. Ding. Captive group detected in a rage value 5280. Mechanical immortal's fury ignited. Rage value 4840. Current accumulated rage value 90307528404840191507. Warning. Pangam Mech Activation Countdown. 30 seconds. Detected that the host can expend 18,000 rage value to unlock. 1. Break through 2 realms to Foundation Establishment. 2. Divine Grade Modification of Mech. Flame Dragon Destruction Armor. 3. Ultimate Fusion of Shards. Innate 5 Elements Compass. Physical. All of it. Lin Feng nearly shouted. In a fleeting moment, the golden spiritual essence surged into his dantian like a tsunami, shattering the barrier of the late stage of Qi refinement in an instant. He ascended through the early and mid stages of Foundation Establishment, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment realm. The elemental spiritual energy coalesced into a tangible form at his dantian, transforming into 5 miniature spiritual dragons that spiraled and danced. Simultaneously, the armors of his mechanized suit contorted wildly, intertwining the spiritual essence with rage to form a vivid crimson exoskeleton. A pair of blazing dragon wings unfurled from his back, while a 5-element compass pattern emerged upon his chest. Beep! The flame dragon slaughter armor has been successfully upgraded, unlocking golden attributes. 5 elements resonance. Using 5-element skills incurs no spiritual energy cost. Raging flame critical hit. The The higher the enemy's rage value, the damage is doubled. Beep. Innate 5-element compass has materialized, capable of summoning 5-element spiritual dragons to devour malevolent energy and convert it into rage value. The Panga Mecha of the mechanical immortal had been activated, with 2 enormous cannons firing thunderously, dark golden projectiles barreling forth, entwined with ominous energy. Lin Feng, with a flick of his fiery wings, instantly teleported to the side of the mech as the 5-element compass spun within his palm. Golden spirit blade, a beam of golden light, a foot in length, cleaved through the mech's wings, severing them in half. The mechanical immortal, filled with rage and astonishment, commanded the mech to unleash a colossal fist, which Lin Feng effortlessly deflected with the water spirit shield. The shield glimmered with spiritual light, rebounding the punch with such force that it caused the Panga Mecha to stagger backwards. Impossible! How can your mech be so powerful? The mechanical immortal roared, pressing the fire button for the cannons, only to discover that the barrels were jammed with debris thrown there moments earlier by Sun Shaoan, causing the cannons to malfunction and emit plumes of black smoke. Beep. Target mech malfunction detected. The mechanical immortal is enraged. Rage value 6,600. Current cumulative rage value 11507660077507. Little dragon bag, merge, Lin Feng shouted. The small dragon bag within his collar suddenly expanded, transforming into a lengthy flame dragon that seamlessly fused with Lin Feng's mech. The wings of the flame dragon slaughter armor grew sturdier, while the dragon-headed shoulder plates opened their massive jaws, unleashing 5-element flames infused with spiritual essence. The voice of Little Rage thundered in his mind. Utilize Raging Flame, critical hit. His rage value had surpassed 10,000, amplifying his damage tenfold. Lin Feng leaped into the air, the 5-element compass unfurling above his head as 5 spiritual dragons spiraled forth, ensnaring the limbs of the Panga Mecha. 5 elements unite. Flame Dragon Break. He struck with a fist towards the dark, malevolent core at the mech's chest. The flames spewing from the dragon-headed shoulder plates, enveloping the core in an instant. The clash of spiritual essence and dark malevolence erupted violently, causing the core to explode with a resounding boom, scattering golden spiritual essence as the dark malevolence receded like a tide. The mechanical immortal's mech lost all power. Crashing to the ground, Lin Feng landed atop the wreckage, forcefully prying open the cockpit door. Inside, the mechanical immortal, his hair and beard white with shock, stared in terror at Lin Feng, a half-broken dark malevolent core embedded in his chest. Why your cultivation level is impossible. Thanks to you, Lin Feng replied, waving the innate compass in his hand. The power of spiritual essence flowed through the compass into the spirit lock tower. Your Panga Mecha is merely a tool for me to harvest rage value. Beep. Defeated the mechanical immortal, receiving first kill reward. Heart of Spiritual Essence X1. Unlocking new skill. Mecha Fusion. True form of the Flame Dragon. The heart of the spiritual source gently floated into Lin Feng's hands, its golden radiance instantly dispelling all the dark malevolence within the tower. Sun Shaojian hurried over and kicked the corpse of the mechanical celestial being. Brother Lin, can this mech wreckage still be of use? Dismantling it for sale would surely fetch a handsome sum. Suing Jue Proust, Lin Feng. The cleansing jade resonating with the heart of the spiritual source, emitting a gentle green glow. The spiritual source has been restored, and the crisis of the locking spirit tower has been averted. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the heart of the spiritual source as the glow of the flamed dragon's destruction armor gradually receded. Suddenly, Xiao Nu exclaimed, "Be careful, host. The core of the dark malevolence has not been entirely destroyed. It is fleeing towards the outside." Everyone looked up to see a wisp of black malevolence slithering through the crevices of the stone, faintly tethered to a denser aura of darkness behind it. Lin Feng's fiery wings unfurled once more, his gaze sharp as a blade. Pursue. We must root out the source. Chapter 18. The flame dragon pursues the dark malevolence. The altar severing the core roots as the fiery wings sliced through the night sky. The innate compass in Lin Feng's palm glowed a vivid red. The fleeing dark malevolence did not scatter, but instead congregated towards the ancient altar on the back mountain of the Qingyan sect. The markings of malevolence on the compass revealed that the dark malevolence was linked to the residual souls of dozens of cultivators, evidently aiming to achieve a fusion of malevolent souls at the altar. This entity was voraciously consuming residual souls to bolster itself. Su Qingwei clutched the cleansing jade tightly, its luminescence casting the shadow of the altar in the distance. Ancient texts recorded that the ancient altar could amplify malevolent energy should it succeed in merging the residual souls. It would transform into a colossal malevolent beast impervious even to the divine transformation stage. Sun Shaojian secured a copper needle at his waist and pulled out a yellowed formation diagram from his bag. This is a trapping formation diagram left by my grandfather. It will serve perfectly to seal the altar's entrance. However, someone needs to lure it into the formation, and that task is beyond my capabilities. Before he could finish, a surge of black energy erupted from the direction of the altar. A towering amalgamation of dark malevolence arose from the energy wave, entwined with translucent residual souls. Wielding a long spear of dark malevolence, Lin Feng, you have destroyed my celestial host and severed my Panga mech. Today, I shall use your soul and that of the sect's cultivators to replenish my malevolent essence. Suspended in midair, Lin Feng's flame dragon's destruction armor flared with greater intensity. His gaze sweeping over the amalgamation's chest where 3 pulsating dark purple cores were embedded, the key to maintaining its form. He raised his hand to summon the innate compass, its golden light piercing the dark malevolence. What you call the fusion of malevolent souls is merely the theft of 37 cultivators' cores, forcibly amalgamating their residual souls. Among those you have consumed is an old friend named Lu Bo, whose mech fragments I still possess. If he were to learn that his core was being used for such vile deeds, do you think he would rise from his residual soul to tear you apart? The amalgamation's movements abruptly halted, the residual souls around it suddenly becoming agitated. Lu Bo was the very old mech master who had previously gifted Lin Feng the purple crystal core, clearly a victim of the dark malevolence's treachery. It gripped the spear tightly, its voice twisting. Nonsense. I have absorbed unclaimed residual souls. There is no question of theft. Ding. Target detected. Dark malevolence amalgamation. Anger level. Anger value 4200, hitting the core source's pain point. Residual souls agitated bonus. Current accumulated anger value, 7750-4200-11950. Unclaimed residual souls? Lin Feng let out a cold laugh as he retrieved a mech insignia engraved with the character Lu from his storage pouch. Before Lu Bo's demise, he had left a spiritual mark upon this insignia, claiming that a nefarious entity had ambushed him, coercing him to surrender his spiritual core. Can you assert that this mark is not your doing? Moreover, those 3 spiritual cores embedded in your chest, the one on the left bears the patterns of Xian iron, belonging to the Shadow Pavilion's Bone Eater. The central core, marked with golden malevolence, belongs to the Golden Malevolent Guard, and the one on the right. Is it not the one you devoured from the late Elder Wu of the Servant Academy? His granddaughter is still awaiting his return to repair the mech. With every utterance, the malevolent energy surrounding the dark malevolence entity grew increasingly chaotic, and the wails of the lingering soul grew louder. It detested any mention of the dubious origins of spiritual cores, as it would induce a repulsion within the lingering soul, destabilizing its form. Beep. Target's form detected as chaotic. Rage value 5800, core weakness exposed, backlash from the lingering soul enhanced. Current accumulated rage value, 11950-5800-17750. Enough. The dark malevolence entity roared as it hurled its dark spear, accompanied by the anguished cries of the lingering soul towards Lin Feng. I shall tear you apart now, transforming you into sustenance just like the others. Little fury, exchange for the spiritual source dispersing cannon. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, his 17,000 rage value was depleted. The right arm of the flame dragon dispersing armor suddenly morphed into a colossal golden cannon, its barrel coalescing with the combined energy of the spiritual source and the flame dragon fire. Sun Shaojian, prepare the binding array. Sun Shaojian had already set up the array flags around the altar, and upon hearing this, promptly activated the formation. Here it comes. Formation activate. 6 beams of yellow light ascended from the flags, forming a transparent barrier that ensnared the dark malevolence entity at its center. The dark spear barely grazed the barrier before being repelled and embedded into the altar stone, its malevolent energy significantly diminished by the formation. Little dragon bag, merge! Lin Feng leaped into the air, intertwining the flame wings with the flame dragon formed from the little dragon bag. The cannon's barrel radiated golden light more intensely. You relish devouring spiritual cores, do you not? Today, allow me to let you savor the taste of a spiritual core being incinerated by a spiritual source. The dark malevolence entity panicked, violently battering against the binding array. Impossible. How can your cannon wield the power of a spiritual source? You are merely a foundation establishment cultivator, because the wills of those spiritual cores you consumed are aiding me. Lin Feng pulled the trigger, unleashing the spiritual source, dispersing flame dragon cannon. The golden cannon light surged forth like a fire dragon, striking directly at the spiritual core embedded in the dark malevolence entity's chest. The first spiritual core detonated instantly, followed by the second and third, causing the entity's form to shatter, transforming into a tempest of black malevolence, which was purified into harmless spiritual energy by the light of the cannon. The lingering souls of the devoured cultivators transformed into specks of white light within the spiritual source light, drifting towards their sect. The insignia of Lu Bo in Lin Feng's hand began to warm slightly, then transformed into a beam of white light, merging into the night sky. Beep. Killed the malevolent soul entity. Gained 3,500 rage value. Current accumulated rage value, 7503-500-4250. Beep. Purified all devoured lingering souls, unlocking hidden reward. Spiritual source affinity, passive. The mech's absorption speed of spiritual sources increased by 50, immune to malevolent attacks. As the binding array dissipated, tranquility returned to the altar. Sun Shaojian approached and kicked at the remnants of the spirit core fragments on the ground. Finally resolved, the sect should be stable now, right? Su Qingyue gazed at the drifting white light of the lingering souls and softly remarked, "They can finally rest in peace." Lin Feng stowed away the spirit source breaker cannon, and the radiance of the flame dragon breaker armor gradually receded. Suddenly, Xiao Nu spoke up, "Host, the innate compass is responding anew." The heart of spirit source resonates with the compass, indicating that the next step for spirit restoration is to seek assistance from the demon clan in the Wanyao Valley, where there lies a demon spirit crystal capable of activating the Qinquan spirit gathering array. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the heart of spirit source and lifted his gaze toward the direction of Wanyao Valley. Beneath the night sky, faint fluctuations of demonic power emanated from that location. He glanced back at Su Qingyue and Sun Shaojian, a smile curling upon his lips. "It seems our journey is far from over. Our next destination is Wanyao Valley." The little dragon nestled on his shoulder nuzzled against him, expelling a small flame that illuminated the path ahead. Chapter 19. Wanyao Valley, Demonic Chaos. Spirit Source Demonic Power Purification Core. The entrance to Wanyao Valley was entwined with ancient vines aged a millennium, their leaves shimmering with a pale green aura of demonic energy. A gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of spiritual plants. However, as they ventured deeper, the sweetness in the air diminished, replaced by a subtle yet pungent odor. Even the spiritual herbs by the roadside appeared wilted, their leaves speckled with minute-black demonic spots. Something was amiss. Su Qingyue halted, feeling the clear poison jade in her palm grow slightly warm. The demonic energy should have been pure. It was now tainted with a sinister essence, suggesting that the demon spirit crystal was indeed in peril. No sooner had she spoken than a snow-white fox demon sprang from the thicket, its 3 tails standing upright, clutching a tainted maple leaf. "You must be Lin Feng and his companions. I am Bai Ling, an elder of the Fox clan. Hurry, follow me. Elder Haishi of the Bear tribe has gone mad. He has contaminated the demon spirit crystal with demonic energy and fed the rebellious clansmen to demonic beasts." Following Bai Ling deeper into the valley, the scenes became increasingly grim. Remnants of spirit plants ravaged by demonic corruption littered the ground, with several feeble rabbit demons huddled in the crevices of the rocks, their demonic energy nearly drained. Rounding a bend in the mountain, they arrived at the entrance of the demon spirit crystal mine. surrounded by dozens of demon clan members under the control of the malevolent force. The leader, a bear demon towering over them, was clad in a hard shell of black demonic armor, holding a piece of demon spirit crystal emanating dark mist. Bai Ling, how dare you bring outsiders to thwart my plans? Elder Haishi's voice boomed like thunder, the spikes on his black demonic armor glinting ominously. This demon spirit crystal, refined with demonic energy, can allow the demon clan to break through their realms. You short-sighted fools know nothing. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the shard of demon spirit crystal in his hand, feeling the wings of the flame dragon breaker armor quiver slightly. The demonic energy within the shard was being slowly devoured, transforming into a murky black-purple hue. He raised his hand to summon the innate compass, its golden light sweeping across the mind. Refining? You are merely forcing the residual dark demonic energy from the valley into the demon spirit crystal and using the power of your clansmen as nourishment. The 3 little wolf demons you threw into the demonic pool yesterday, their mother is still outside the mine, waiting. Do you dare say you did not hear its wails? Elder Haishi's movements abruptly halted, the glow on his black demonic armor flickering. Those 3 little wolf demons had been captured by him, and he had thought no one would know. Little did he expect Lin Feng to expose his actions. He clenched the shards of the demon spirit crystal, his tone turning menacing. They willingly sacrificed themselves for the future of the Valley of 10,000 Demons. What is the loss of a few minor demons? Ding. Target detected. Black stone. Anger level. Furious. Anger value. 4,500. Hitting the pain point of slaughtering kin. The truth of demon spirit crystal pollution revealed. Current accumulated anger value. 4250-4500-8750. Willingly? The white spirit was infuriated, its tail bristling as it pulled out a blood-stained wolf fur from its bosom. This was thrown out by the little wolf demon from the slaughter pool, still entwined with your black calamity. They screamed no before their demise. Do you dare claim this was voluntary? And the demon spirit crystal in your hand, which could have nourished the entire valley's demon race, is now tainted by you. In 3 days, it will completely transform into Calamity Crystal, and by then, the entire valley of 10,000 demons will be submerged in calamity. You are leading the demon race to extinction. The expression on Blackstone's face darkened completely, as he commanded the Black Calamity armor to shoot out spikes directed at Lin Feng. Outsiders should refrain from meddling in the affairs of the demon race. Today, I shall tear you apart, and then use your spiritual source heart to purify the demon's spirit crystal. Oh no, rather, I shall let calamity devour your spiritual source, making it stronger. Ding. Target detected. Blackstone, furious level. Anger value. 5,300. Genocide conspiracy exposed, killing intense surges. Current accumulated anger value. 8750530014050. Little Fury. Exchange for the spiritual source demon power cannon. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as 14,000 anger value was instantly cleared. The left arm of the flame dragon calamity armor morphed, resonating with the innate compass in his palm, as the cannon's mouth coalesced with intertwining golden and green energy. Sun Xiaojian changed the calamity confinement formation to demon confinement formation. Do not harm our controlled kin. Sun Xiaojian had already pulled out new formation flag from his bag, inscribed with demon race runes. Rest assured, my grandfather's formation diagram contains methods to confine calamity while freeing demons. It only locks calamity, not demons. With a flick of his hand, 6 formation flags fell around the mine, a flash of green light forming a transparent shield. The demons controlled by calamity crashed into it, and the black calamity was instantly absorbed by the shield, restoring their consciousness. Little dragon bag, resonate with demon power, Lin Feng shouted, and the little dragon bag on his shoulder leapt up, surrounded by faint golden dragon flames. As the dragon flames touched the shield, they fused with the demon power of the demons, transforming into a green-gold protective barrier, securing the mine. Seeing this, Blackstone frantically urged the calamity within the demon spirit crystal shards. As black calamity surged toward Lin Feng like a tidal wave. If I cannot obtain the demon spirit crystal, neither shall you survive. Do you think this will be effective? Lin Feng pulled the trigger of the spiritual source demon power cannon, and a golden green beam shot forth like a dragon, aimed directly at the demon spirit crystal shards in Blackstone's hand. You have fed calamity with the demon power of your kin. Today, let the demon power turn against calamity. The moment the beam struck the demon spirit crystal shards, the tainted demon power within them erupted, resonating with the spiritual source in the canon. The black calamity ignited like paper, sizzling and crackling, while Blackstone's calamity armor began to shatter, revealing the bear-like body marred by calamity scars within. Impossible! How can demon power turn against me? Blackstone shrieked in retreat, only to find himself encircled by the restored demons. The wolf demon mother, who had been guarding outside the mine, lunged at him, sinking her teeth into his arm, her eyes filled with hatred. Lin Feng stepped forward, the golden light of the innate compass illuminating the fragments of the demon's spirit crystal. The dark malevolence within the shards was completely purified, returning to a pristine pale green. He handed the fragments to Bai Ling, saying, "Place it back in the core of the mine, and the demon's spirit crystal will gradually restore itself." Bai Ling received the shards, her voice trembling with excitement. "Thank you, young Master Lin. From now on, the Valley of 10,000 Demons owes you a favor. Should you require anything, the Demon Clan stands ready to assist." Ding! Purified the demon's spirit crystal shards. Gained Demon Clan Favor Max. Unlocked new ability. Demon Power Resonance. Can borrow demon power to enhance mechs. No side effects. Ding! Defeated, heavily injured. The Blackstone gained 3,800 rage points. Current accumulated rage points, 503,800,3850. Outside the mine, the awakened demons were clearing the traces of malevolence. The mother of the little wolf demon cradled 3 tiny wolf fur pieces, softly whimpering in the direction of the mine. Lin Feng observed this scene, tightening his grip on the innate compass. The heart of the spirit source within the compass resonated with the demon's spirit crystal fragments, revealing the ethereal image of the Qi gathering spirit array, with the focal point directed towards the distant extreme north ice field. Next stop, the extreme north ice field. Lin Feng turned to look at Su Qingyue and Sun Xiaojian, the wings of the flame dragon breaking evil armor shimmering with a golden green light. Only by activating the Qi gathering spirit array could they fully restore the spirit source, freeing this world from the torment of malevolence. The little dragon bag nuzzled against his shoulder, exhaling a puff of golden green flame, illuminating the path to the extreme north. Sun Xiaojian stowed the array flags into his bag and patted Lin Feng's arm, exclaiming, "The extreme north it is. My grandfather once mentioned that there exists a millennium-old profound ice on the ice field that can freeze malevolence, perfect for adding an ice layer to our mechs." Su Qingyue nodded with a smile, the clear poison jade resonating with the demon spirit crystal fragments, emitting a soft glow. "Let's go together." The silhouettes of the 3 individuals and 1 dragon gradually vanished into the morning mist of the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Behind them, the diligent figures of the Demon Clan rebuilding their homeland. The journey to restore the spirit source was still long, yet their steps had never been so resolute. Chapter 20. The Extreme North Ice Field. Frozen to the bone, ice malevolence brings rage points as soon as they set foot in the territory of the Extreme North Ice Field. Sun Xiaojian erupted with a loud shout, bouncing up and down, his feet drumming against the snow like a percussionist. "What the hell? Is this cursed place where winter went to die?" My grandfather said when he ventured into the ice field, "It was cold enough to freeze off your ears," but never mentioned it could freeze you to the point of not daring to let one rip. If you do, you'll probably turn into an ice shard. No sooner had he finished speaking than a gust of white fur-like wind whipped up snowflakes, striking his face. The breath from his mouth instantly crystallized into tiny ice shards, hanging from his chin like a white beard. Although Lin Feng's flame dragon breaking evil armor could withstand the cold, the wind still seeped through the gaps in the mech. The little dragon bag had curled up into a fur ball, nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, revealing only a small head. It occasionally poked out to breathe a small fireball, but as soon as it emerged, the wind extinguished it, forcing Lin Feng to shield it with his hand to allow it to breathe more comfortably. Su Qingyue's clear poison jade emitted a faint glow, barely warding off the chill, yet she couldn't help but laugh at Sun Xiaojian's predicament. Did your grandfather's notes not mention the ice field's abundance of malevolence, requiring a stove? Yet you insisted on claiming you could withstand the cold. Have you realized your folly now? Isn't it because I thought the stove would take up too much space? Sun Xiaojian rummaged through the bag, and after a prolonged search, he retrieved a frozen, rigid cloth bundle. Goodness, the formation flag passed down from my grandfather has turned into an ice brick. If I were to toss it, it could very well crack open the head of an ice demon. Just as he was lamenting, a mound of ice suddenly emerged from the snowy ground ahead, and with a crack, it split in two. From within emerged a blue-hued mech, its body adorned with icicles, its shoulder pads resembling crooked ice spikes. And in its grasp was an ice spear, the tip still clinging to a frozen beast hide, as if it had just been retrieved from an icy abyss. How dare you mere mortals trespass upon the domain of my ice demon lord? A deep, resonant voice echoed from the mech, sounding as if it had swallowed a mouthful of ice shards. If you hand over the heart of Spirit Source, and let that little mudfish serve as my heater, I might grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, I shall turn you into ice sculptures to adorn the entrance of my palace. Upon hearing this, Sun Shaojian immediately felt a surge of warmth. Placing his hands on his hips, he retorted, "You must be quite the fool, Ice Demon Lord. Leaving aside the fact that your mech resembles a frozen popsicle, that ice spear you brandish is practically falling apart. My grandfather once said that a true master of the ice plains would have symmetrical icicles on their mech. Your left shoulder spike is longer than the right. It's evident you've taken the path of a self-taught novice." The Ice Demon Lord's mech momentarily faltered, as if it were inspecting its own shoulder pads. Nonsense. This is asymmetrical aesthetics. You mere mortals simply do not comprehend. Understand what? Lin Feng interjected, utilizing his innate compass to scan the mech. Your mech's core is constructed from expired ice spirit, isn't it? The Qingnong Jing states that ice spirits past their season become stagnant. Just now, when you emerge from the ice, your left leg was stuck for 3 seconds, and now your voice trembles. Is your core on the verge of freezing over? Furthermore, the ice armor on your chest is hollow. It rattles with the wind, sounding like a broken windbox. You dare call it an ice palace? I dare say it resembles an ice cellar. Ding. Target Ice Demon Lord detected. Anger level, furious. Anger value, 4200. Hit mech flaw, aesthetic mockery. Current cumulative anger value, 3850-4200-8050. The Ice Demon Lord, incensed, lost 2 icicles from its mech, and it thrust the ice spear towards Lin Feng, exclaiming, "You seek death. My ice spirit core is composed of millennium ice marrow. How could it possibly be expired? Speak another word, and I shall freeze you into a popsicle, allowing you to experience the taste of an ice demon gnawing on bones." Millennium ice marrow? Lin Feng feigned contemplation, reaching for the little dragon pouch nestled in his arms. Little dragon pouch, exhale some fire for this fool to witness what true prowess entails. The little dragon pouch perked up instantly, poking its head out, and conjured a fireball twice its usual size, which it puffed toward the ice spear. Though the fireball was slightly skewed by the wind, it still singed the tip of the spear, instantly melting a small pit into it. The Ice Demon Lord's mech indeed stumbled for a moment, the left leg cracking audibly, nearly causing it to topple into the snow. See, did I not speak the truth? Sun Shaojian seized the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. If your core were truly millennium ice marrow, could it be hindered by a mere fireball? I suspect you have merely cobbled together some common ice shards, likely never having laid eyes on genuine ice spirits. As for the ice palace you mentioned, I suspect it to be a mere snow cave of your own making. Otherwise, why would you hesitate to take us to see it? Ding. Target Ice Fiend Master detected. Furious level. Anger value 5100. Core deception exposed. Ice Palace lie unraveled. Current accumulated anger value 80505100135150. The Ice Fiend Master erupted in fury, manipulating the mech to expel a burst of icy energy. The frost crystallized mid-air into a barrage of ice arrows, hurtling towards the group. I'll show you stubbornness. Today, I shall freeze you into ice sculptures and see how you continue to berate me. Little Fury, exchange for an anti-freeze warm mech coating, and procure an ice dissolving agent. Lin Feng, quick-witted and nimble, instantly depleted 13,000 anger points. The surface of the flame dragon breaking fiend armor was immediately coated with a layer of orange, resembling a mech adorned with warmers, effectively blocking even the chill gusts seeping through the gaps. He also acquired a spray bottle, inscribed with specializes in ice fiend treatment, and conveniently melts ice sculptures. Sun Xiaojian chuckled upon seeing the spray bottle. Goodness, Brother Lin, your gadgets are becoming increasingly practical. Shouldn't you consider acquiring some anti-slip shoes for icy terrains next? Let us deal with this fool first. Lin Feng pressed the spray bottle, directing the green, dissolving agent at the ice arrows. Upon contact, the arrows melted into water, causing even the accumulated snow beneath to dissipate. Little Dragon Bag seized the opportunity to leap forth, unleashing a fireball enveloped in the dissolving agent towards the Ice Fiend Master's mech. Squeak. Translation: let us see you freeze me now. The mech of the Ice Fiend Master was scorched by the fireball, causing the icy spikes on its surface to instantly melt away, revealing a rust-ridden metallic shell beneath. It turned out the ice armor was merely a temporary facade, the underlying mech more dilapidated than Zhao Hao's. Impossible. How could my ice armor melt? The Ice Fiend Master panicked, attempting to retreat, but his left leg was ensnared, stuck firmly in the snow. Don't come near. I am the Ice Fiend Master, and I have reinforcements. Reinforcements? Sun Xiaojin approached, poking the mech's leg with a frozen flag. Your reinforcements must be the rabbits in the snow, I presume. I suggest you cease the pretense and promptly surrender the ice spirit core you've hidden away, or we may have to douse you further with dissolving agent, turning your mech into a heap of scrap metal. The energy light on the Ice Fiend Master's mech flickered, finally conceding. The ice spirit core is in my ice cellar. I merely intended to harness the heart of spirit source to strengthen the core. I did not intend to harm anyone without waiting for him to finish. Lin Feng used the dissolving agent to melt the cockpit of the mech, revealing a short, stout ice bear demon inside, swathed in animal skins, with a nose reddened from the cold. Sun Xiaojian laughed heartily. So, you are a demon after all? No wonder your mech is so clumsy. It appears you have never learned proper mech operation. Ding. Subjugated the Ice Fiend Master, Ice Bear Demon. Gained 3,200 anger points. Current accumulated anger value 1,503,200,3350. Ding. Unlocked new item, Ice Spirit Core. Usable to activate the Qi Gathering Spirit Array. Gain favor with the Ice Bear Demon. Unlocking Ice Field Guide Services. The Ice Bear Demon hung its head low, leading a few individuals toward the ice cellar while muttering, I salvaged this mech. And the Ice Spirit Core was a hard-fought treasure. I merely wished to gain some respect in the icy plains, yet I never anticipated encountering such a harsh crowd. Sun Xiaojian patted its shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. Stick with us, and your reputation will surely soar, provided you cease your foolish antics. It's quite embarrassing. Lin Feng gazed at the little dragon pouch nestled in his arms, which was curiously fixated on the ice spirit core held by the ice bear demon, licking its lips in anticipation. Su Qingwei smiled and remarked, with the ice spirit core in hand, the Qi Gathering Spirit Array can soon be activated, correct? Indeed. It won't be long now. Lin Feng lifted his gaze toward the ice cellar's direction, feeling the warmth radiating from the thermal coating. Once we acquire the ice spirit core, we shall proceed to the array's focal point, where the spirit source can be completely restored. I wonder if this ice bear demon's cellar conceals any delightful treasures. Perhaps ice spirit fruits to serve as snacks for the little dragon pouch? Upon hearing the mention of snacks, the little dragon pouch perked up immediately, nuzzling Lin Feng's hand with eager anticipation. The ice bear demon quickly interjected, Yes, yes. I have plenty of ice spirit fruit stored in my cellar, frozen solid and oh so sweet. Laughter erupted among the group, and even the biting winds of the northern tundra seemed to lose their chill. The goal of the extreme north was now within reach, and the final step toward restoring the spirit source was finally at hand. Chapter 21. The Ice Cellar Reveals Its Secrets. The array awakens to confront the remnants. The ice bear demon's ice cellar was hardly concealed, located within a half-collapsed ice cave deep in the plains. A crooked ice spear marked the entrance, adorned with a wooden sign that read Forbidden Zone of the Ice Demon. The lettering appeared as if a worm had crawled across it, prompting Sun Xiaojian to point and chuckle from a distance. My goodness. Did you carve this sign with your claws? Even a 3-year-old from my neighborhood writes more legibly. Are you afraid others might miss it? Scratching its head, the ice bear demon chuckled sheepishly. I was worried that other demons might steal my ice spirit fruits, so I made the sign. Admittedly, my handwriting leaves much to be desired. As it spoke, It lifted a thick ice slab within the cave, revealing a cellar brimming with ice spirit fruits. Glowing a soft blue, a single bite was enough to overwhelm the senses with sweetness, accompanied by a refreshing aura. The little dragon pouch, unable to contain its excitement, darted forward and snatched a fruit before Lin Feng could respond, its face quickly drenched in juice. At the far end of the ice table lay a palm-sized copper box, secured with a cartoonish safety lock. Sun Xiaojian leaned in for a closer look, bursting into laughter. Where did you find this lock? From a children's toy store? The keyhole is shaped like a teddy bear. I could pry it open with a toothpick if I wished to steal. This was traded from a human merchant, who claimed it to be the safest. The ice bear demon hastily defended itself, clumsily producing a key adorned with an ice spirit fruit charm. Do not mock me. This lock is indeed secure. I nearly couldn't open it myself last time. Unable to suppress his laughter, Lin Feng reached out to assist in unlocking it. Inside the copper box lay an ice spirit core the size of a pigeon egg, radiating a pristine blue light. As soon as it was brought forth, it resonated with the innate compass in Lin Feng's possession, causing the ethereal image of the Qinquan gathering spirit array to sharpen, directing their attention to the ice crystal peak at the heart of the icy plains. Let us proceed to the ice crystal peak. Lin Feng tucked the ice spirit core into his embrace, while Little Dragon Bag continued to nibble on the ice spirit fruit, juice dripping onto Lin Feng's mech and freezing into tiny beads of ice. Sun Xiaojian, with pockets full of ice spirit fruits, chewed thoughtfully as he walked, remarking, "This fruit is delightful, far superior to the sect's spirit-resolving pills, though too much may lead to an upset stomach. By the way, Ice Bear, do you have any more in your ice cellar? We could use some snacks for the journey." The ice bear demon nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. I'll fetch you another bag. As he dashed towards the ice cellar, he collided with an ice slab, the sound echoing with a dull thud. Gripping his head in pain, he grimaced, eliciting laughter from Su Qingwei. Not far from the ice cellar, three dark figures suddenly emerged from the snowy terrain, their mechs camouflaged to match the snow, wielding shadowy weapons. At the forefront stood a tall, slender figure, adorned with a crooked vanguard insignia on his chest, clearly a makeshift edition. Hand over the ice spirit core and the spirit's source heart. His voice echoed, tinged with the chill of the cold, his mech joints creaking ominously. We are the Dark Ice Vanguard, specifically dispatched to eliminate you. Surrender promptly, or we shall freeze you into statues. Sun Xiaojian, still chewing the ice spirit fruit, mumbled defiantly. Dark Ice Vanguard? More like the Dark Ice Fools. Your mechs look like melted ice cream, and your joints can barely move from the frost. Yet you dare threaten us? My Little Dragon Bag could roast your mech to a crisp with a mere fireball, believe it or not. Little Dragon Bag seemed to comprehend, trotting over with the ice spirit fruit and exhaling a small fireball towards the slender mech. Although minuscule, the fireball singed the mech's joints, melting the frost and revealing rusted metal beneath, turning the slender figure's face a shade of green. Alert! Target Dark Ice Vanguard. Anger level. Furious. Detected. Anger value. 4100. Exposed mech flaw. Identity mockery. Current accumulated anger value. 335041007450. You dare damage my mech. The slender figure shouted, thrusting his shadowy weapon towards Little Dragon Bag. However, Lin Feng stepped in front, the wings of the flame dragon breaking the evil armor, unfurling as a golden shield materialized to block the weapon's tip. Hold on. I haven't even mentioned that your Vanguard title is self-proclaimed. The Shadow Pavilion is nearly disbanded, and their mechanical deity has turned to scrap. Yet you still pretend to be a Vanguard? I suspect you seek refuge, hoping we might take you in. Beside him, a short, stout mech soldier couldn't contain himself. We're not unwanted. If we acquire the spirit's source heart, we can pledge loyalty to a new master. Pledge to a new master? Lin Feng scoffed, the golden light of his innate compass sweeping across their mechs. With your dilapidated machines? Even a bargain bin mech would outclass yours. Your new master would surely dismiss you as a waste of resources. And that shadowy weapon you wield, its tip bent and incapable of piercing even an ice bear's slab. How do you intend to breach my mech? You'd be better off returning home to sell sweet potatoes. At least that way you could afford a warm meal. Alert! Target Dark Ice Vanguard. Anger level. Enraged. Detected. Anger value. 5200. Pledge fantasy exposed. Ability mockery. Current accumulated anger value. 7450-5200-12650. The tall, slender figure erupted with fury, manipulating a mech to unleash a blast of dark ice, intent on freezing his adversaries. I'll silence your defiance. Today, you shall become ice sculptures, and I shall sell your frozen cores for profit. He bellowed. Little rage, exchange for the ice-melting cannon. Provide the Ice Bear Demon with a frost-resistant mech suit. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and in an instant his 12,000 rage points were depleted. The right arm of the Flame Dragon Destroyer mech transformed, its cannon channeling a swirling energy of gold and blue. The Ice Bear Demon, now adorned with an orange mech suit, felt an immediate warmth and excitedly waved its paw. Sun Shaojian, trap formation. Lin Feng commanded. Sun Shaojian swiftly produced the array flags, raising them high. The 6 flags landed in the snow. A flash of green light illuminating the area as a transparent barrier encapsulated the 3 dark ice vanguards. Seizing the opportunity, the Ice Bear Demon charged forward and delivered a powerful punch to the mech, causing it to tilt and its energy lights to flicker erratically. You're cheating. How dare you enlist the aid of demons? The tall figure shouted in rage, thrusting his dark energy gun at the barrier, only to be repelled, jolting his hands painfully. Cheating? Sun Shaojian retorted, hands on his hips, chewing on an ice spirit fruit. This is called teamwork. Do you not understand? You 3 are isolated, without any allies. Yet you have the audacity to accuse us of cheating? I suspect you're merely envious of our numbers. Beep. Target Dark Ice Vanguard. Qi level detected. Additional rage points. 300. Current cumulative rage points. 650, 330, 3,950. Lin Feng chose not to waste further words. He pulled the trigger of the ice-melting cannon, and a stream of golden blue energy surged forth, striking the 3 mechs trapped within the formation. The dark ice instantly melted into water, and the mechs were obliterated by the cannon's power, rendering them as scrap metal. The 3 dark ice vanguards crawled out of their cockpits, shivering uncontrollably, and knelt in defeat. Please don't kill us. We're just trying to survive. The tall figure pleaded, cradling his head. We acknowledge our mistakes. We will never follow the Shadow Pavilion again. Just as Sun Shaojian was about to respond, the Ice Bear Demon interjected. Let them go. They are quite pitiful, nearly frozen to death. Lin Feng nodded, choosing not to press them further. Leave, and do not let us see you again. The 3 dark ice vanguards, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambled away, stumbling in their haste, which elicited hearty laughter from Sun Shaojian. With the remnants of their foes dealt with, the group finally arrived at the Ice Crystal Peak. At the summit lay a circular formation eye, inscribed with ancient patterns of the Qi Gathering Spirit Array. As the Ice Spirit Core was placed at the center, it radiated a brilliant blue light, resonating with the spirit heart Lin Feng held and the innate compass. Little dragon bag, dragon flame, Lin Feng called out. The little dragon bag leapt into the air, exhaling a sphere of golden dragon flame that landed on the formation eye. The fusion of the dragon flame, spirit source, ice spirit core, and the Ice Bear Demon's voluntarily infused demonic energy caused the formation's patterns to illuminate instantly. Golden light spread along the designs, and the entire ice crystal peak began to tremble, with spiritual energy surging towards the formation eye like a tidal wave. Su Qingwe's purification jade shimmered with green light, cleansing the residual dark energy surrounding the formation eye, while Sun Shaojian stood nearby, stabilizing the array flags to prevent them from being toppled by the wind. Lin Feng gazed at the increasingly radiant light at the formation's core, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It is done. The Qi Gathering Spirit Formation has been activated. The Ice Bear Demon clapped its paws in excitement, while Little Dragon Bag nuzzled Lin Feng's hand, still clutching a half-eaten ice spirit fruit. Sun Shaojian, his pockets brimming with ice spirit fruits, chuckled. At last, our journey to this desolate ice plain has borne fruit. Not only have we activated the core, but we've also amassed quite the collection of snacks. Brother Lin, where shall we go next? Should we pay a visit to the Qingyun sect? Lin Feng lifted his gaze towards the horizon, observing the spirit patterns on the innate compass gradually clarifying, as the spiritual energy of the entire world slowly began to rejuvenate. He replied with a grin. A visit to the Qingyun sect sounds splendid. It will be an opportunity for those who once looked down upon us to witness our present selves. Little Dragon Bag appeared to understand, puffing out a small fireball to illuminate the path down the mountain. The Ice Bear Demon hurried to keep pace. I want to go too. I've never visited a human sect before, and I've heard tales of the delectable roasted meats you have. I wish to taste them. The laughter of the group echoed across the ice crystal peak, the wind and snow seemingly softened by their merriment. Chapter 22. The Clumsy Bear's Comedic Antics. A humbling encounter at the sect's gate on the journey back to the Qingyun sect from the Ice Crystal Peak. The Ice Bear Demon remained in a state of exuberance, marveling at the world it had never seen before. Sun Xiaojian procured an old wooden horse cart that the sect had discarded. Just as they loaded the ice spirit fruits and their belongings onto the cart, the Ice Bear Demon squatted beside a wheel, poking at it curiously while muttering, "Can this round thing move? It's far more entertaining than the ice balls in my ice cellar." Before Lin Feng could intervene, the demon suddenly smacked the wheel, and with a crack, the wooden wheel split open. Sun Xiaojian nearly spat out the ice spirit fruit he had just bitten into. "My brother, this is a horse cart, not your ice cellar's ice sculpture. If you break it further, we'll have to walk back to the sect, and you can forget about your 10 servings of roasted meat." The Ice Bear Demon immediately withdrew its paw, remorsefully touching the wheel. "I just wanted to see if it was sturdy. Had I known, I wouldn't have done it." Lin Feng, at his wit's end, utilized his spiritual power to repair the wheel and offered the Ice Bear Demon another ice spirit fruit as a peace offering, finally settling it down in the cart. They jostled their way to the entrance of the Qingyun sect, where they spotted a familiar, flamboyant mech from a distance. Zhao Hao had surprisingly upgraded to a new Crimson Flame mech, its red paint unevenly applied, with crooked flame patterns welded onto the shoulder plates. He held a loudspeaker, shouting at the disciples entering and exiting, "Pay attention when Lin Feng returns. I shall dismantle his fire dragon mech and show him who the true genius of the Qingyun sect is." Sun Xiaojian lifted the cart's curtain. Peering out, "Zhao, the great genius, did you salvage that mech from a junkyard? The paint is peeling, and the flame patterns look like burnt chicken wings. Is this a Crimson Flame mech? More like a peeling paint mech." Zhao Hao turned around and, upon spotting Lin Feng and his companions, his eyes widened with fury. Forgetting to turn off the loudspeaker, "Lin Feng, how dare you return? This Crimson Flame mech was newly provided by the sect. It can withstand the attacks of late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, and today, you shall taste its might." Lin Feng stepped down from the cart, cradling Little Dragon Bag, and glanced at Zhao Hao's mech, a smile creeping upon his lips. "Newly provided, you say? I suspect the core of your mech is a second-hand Crimson Flame core. Isn't it? The Qing Nong Jing states that the Crimson Flame core requires nourishment from pure spiritual essence. Yet, your core is tainted with dark malevolence. When activated, even the left leg of the mech trembles, and during your earlier rallying cry, the energy lamp flickered 3 times. Pray, do not let it be that when you take action, the core explodes, turning you into nothing more than a charred sausage." Ding. Detected target Zhao Hao anger level, furious. Anger value, 4,300, striking the truth of the mech core, mockery of the sausage. Current cumulative anger value, 3950-4300-8250. Enraged, Zhao Hao hurled his horn away and directed the mech towards Lin Feng, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. My core is pure spiritual essence. If I do not dismantle you today, I shall not continue to bear the Zhao name." Suddenly, the Ice Bear Demon approached, paw-tapping on Zhao Hao's mech's shoulder, and in a bumbling manner said, "Your mech is no sturdier than the ice slabs in my ice cellar. I could crush it with a single punch." As he raised his paw, Zhao Hao hastily retreated, and indeed, the left leg of his mech quivered, nearly toppling over. Ding! Detected target Zhao Hao, anger level, enraged, anger value, 5,400, mocked by the demon race. Flaws of the mech exposed. Current cumulative anger value, 8250-5400-13650. With a small surge of anger, he exchanged for a spiritual essence explosive and a rust remover for the mech. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, the 13,000 anger value was reset to 0. In his hand appeared an explosive the size of a fist, along with a spray bottle emblazoned with specially for treating rusty second-hand mechs. A single spray restores its brilliance. Sun Xiaojian snatched the rust remover and sprayed it twice on Zhao Hao's mech. Underneath the peeling red paint, the rusted metal shell was revealed. and even the flame patterns on the shoulder armor lost their paint, exposing the old insignia of the Qi Feng mech. Good gracious! Sun Shaojin laughed until he could scarcely stand. Zhao the genius, did you merely coat your old Qi Feng mech with a layer of red paint? As for the crimson flame mech, it appears to be a mere skin swap. The sect must think you are quite the craftsman, deliberately using an old mech to fool you. Zhao Hao's face turned a deep shade of green, and the mech spewed forth a poor quality flame, aiming to incinerate Lin Feng. I shall show you. Today, I will burn you all. Xiao Longbao, extinguish the flames. Lin Feng commanded, and Xiao Longbao leaped into action, unleashing a small fireball. The fireball did not reach its intended target, but accurately scorched the core of Zhao Hao's mech, which responded with a loud hum and emitted black smoke, freezing the mech in place as the energy lamp extinguished entirely. Ding! Detected target Zhao Hao, anger level, speechless, additional anger value, 3,600. Current cumulative anger value, 6,503, 600, 4,250. You have destroyed my mech. Zhao Hao climbed out of the cockpit, stamping his feet in frustration. I will report you to the law enforcement hall. Report us? Sun Shaojian placed his hands on his hips. You are the one using an old mech to masquerade as new, and you struck first. If the law enforcement hall were to apply reason, they would first penalize you with 3 years of wall-facing reflection. Moreover, even if your mech were not damaged, it would explode after 2 more uses. We are helping you avoid injury. You ought to thank us. Zhao Hao, taken aback by the retort, could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng and his companions entered the sect. As the ice bear demon passed by, it gave his shoulder a gentle pat. Do not be angry. I have ice spirit fruits in my ice cellar, sweet ones. Would you like one? With a swift motion, Zhao Hao produced an ice spirit fruit and extended it forward, only to have it angrily swatted away, rolling onto the ground where it was promptly snatched by a passing disciple. Upon entering the sect, numerous disciples gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity as they beheld Lin Feng's flame dragon mecha and the ice bear demon. Sun Shao Jian, walking alongside, boasted, did you see? This is our friend from the extreme northern ice plains, capable of crushing a mecha with a single punch, and it even relishes ice spirit fruits. Upon hearing the word eat, the ice bear demon perked up immediately, asking, Lin Feng, when shall we feast on roasted meat? I've heard that human barbecues are delectable. I could devour 10 portions. First, let us pay our respects to the elders, and we shall discuss the barbecue afterward, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head in resignation. The little dragon nestled in his arms rubbed against him, still clutching an ice spirit fruit, clearly unsatisfied. Sun Shao Jian, with pockets full of ice spirit fruits, murmured behind. What is the point of seeing the elders? We might as well check the cafeteria first. By the way, Lin, do you think the elders will reward us? Perhaps with spirit source stones, perfect for upgrading the mecha. Their voices gradually faded as they left, leaving a group of onlookers to discuss. Lin Feng actually brought back a demon and even destroyed Zhao Hao's mecha. I heard he activated the Qinquan Gathering Spirit Array in the extreme northern ice plains. He is truly remarkable. Zhao Hao stood frozen in place, staring at the ice spirit fruit on the ground, furiously stamping his feet, yet he dared not pick it up. He understood that he had once again suffered a setback, and this time it was even more devastating than the last. Chapter 23. Confronting the Elders. Trading spirit source stones for roasted meat. The threshold of the Elder Hall at Qinyan sect was higher than the earthen walls of the servant quarters. As the ice bear demon stepped inside, it nearly stumbled, its claws clutching the threshold as it muttered, "Why is the threshold of human houses so high? It's more difficult to traverse than the icy slopes of my ice cellar." This remark elicited stifled laughter from the disciples on guard outside, prompting Sun Shao Jian to quickly tug at him and whisper, "Mind your words, the elders are inside. Be careful, or you might miss out on the roasted meat." Inside the hall, the Grand Elder with a white beard sat at the head, flanked by 6 other elders. Among them, Elder Wang, clad in a green robe, bore the most intimidating gaze. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter with the ice bear demon, he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Lin Feng, how dare you conspire with a demon and intrude upon the Elder Hall? This bear demon exudes malevolence. What if it harms the disciples of our sect? Hurry and expel it, and surrender the heart of spirit source and the innate compass, lest your hoarding of treasures brings calamity." Before Lin Feng could respond, Sun Xiao Jian interjected. Elder Wang, your words are unjust. The ice bear is our friend from the extreme northern ice plains. It assisted us in activating the Qian Gathering Spirit Array. How can that be deemed collusion with demons? Furthermore, are your eyes blind? Have you not noticed the frost-resistant coat on the ice bear? It is a proper item exchanged with anger value, far cleaner than your own faded green robe. Ding. Target detected. Elder Wang, anger level, anger value 4,000, touching the essence of favoritism, garment mockery. Current accumulated anger value, 4,250. Elder Wang, infuriated, had his beard bristling as he pointed at Sun Xiao Jian, scolding, "You, a mere servant disciple, dare to interject. The late Elder Xuanji foretold that your spiritual roots were flawed and you would amount to nothing. He was indeed correct." Xuanji? Lin Feng scoffed, letting the innate compass spin in his palm, its golden light sweeping over Elder Wang. How dare you even mention Xuanji? He regarded Sister Su as a furnace, secretly hoarding the Xian battle armor. You must have assisted him in concealing this from the sect back in the day, didn't you? And as for yourself, despite being at the late stage of Foundation establishment, you have stagnated for 5 years without a breakthrough. This is not due to an inadequate spiritual root, but rather the malevolent beam obstructing your cave dwelling remains unaddressed. With the bed pressed against the beam, the flow of spiritual energy is impeded. Even if you were to reside there for another decade, ascension would remain elusive. How can you dare to criticize others for their lack of potential? Elder Wang's face flushed a deep crimson, his hands trembling. Why, you're speaking nonsense. The feng shui of my dwelling was evaluated by a master. How could there be malevolent beams? A master? Perhaps a charlatan instead. Lin Feng retrieved a malevolent point holographic projector, casting a brilliant blue light upon the floor of the hall, clearly revealing the feng shui diagram of Elder Wang's residence. You see, the bed is in a tremor position, and the beam is situated in a position of obstruction, creating a detrimental configuration where wood overcomes earth. Do you not wake each morning feeling sore and fatigued? Does the spiritual energy not rush towards your arms during cultivation? These words struck a nerve with Elder Wang, rendering him speechless. The surrounding elders could not help but nod. Everyone was aware that Elder Wang's condition had been peculiar in recent years, and it turned out to be a feng shui issue. Alert. Target detected. Elder Wang, furious level. Anger value, 5,100, concealed crimes exposed, feng shui flaws confirmed. Current cumulative anger value, 8250-5100-13350. The Grand Elder quickly intervened. Enough, enough. Elder Wang is merely concerned for the sect. Lin Feng, your activation of the Qian Gathering Spirit Array has been commendable. The heart of spiritual source and the innate compass will be entrusted to you, and the sect shall reward you with 1,000 spiritual source stones for mech upgrades and subsequent spiritual source repairs. Upon hearing spiritual source stones, the ice bear demon displayed no reaction, but when he heard the disciples outside mention roasted meat from the cafeteria, his eyes sparkled. Grabbing Lin Feng's sleeve, he inquired, "Lin Feng, can spiritual source stones be exchanged for roasted meat? I want 10 portions, with plenty of chili powder." This remark shattered the solemnity of the Elder Hall, prompting the Grand Elder to chuckle. "Very well. Let the cafeteria prepare 10 portions of roasted meat for our esteemed friend from the demon clan, charged to the sect's account." The ice bear demon instantly beamed with joy, his claws scratching the ground, almost marking the tiles of the Elder Hall. Elder Wang still sought to find fault, but Sun Xiaojian produced a bag of ice spirit fruits and offered it. "Elder Wang, how about a fruit to soothe your temper? These are a specialty from the northernmost ice plains, sweeter than that jar of expired spiritual tea you've been hoarding. Perhaps it will aid you in breaking through. Just don't sleep with your head pressed against the beam. It won't help." Elder Wang, infuriated, pushed the fruit aside, only for Elderly to seize it, taking a bite and exclaiming, "Delicious! Much better than the purification pill." Lin Feng, there is still some residual dark malevolence in the spirit lock tower that needs addressing. If you have the time, take a few people to handle it, and the sect will reward you with 500 spiritual source stones. 500 spiritual source stones? Sun Xiaojian's eyes lit up as he whispered to Lin Feng, "Let's go. Once we deal with the dark malevolence, we can exchange the spiritual source stones for some mech parts, and don't forget to request an extra 10 portions of roasted meat from the cafeteria." Lin Feng nodded, cradling the little dragon bag as he stood, No problem. I'll head over first thing tomorrow morning. The little dragon bag nuzzled against him, releasing a small fireball that landed right in front of the ice bear demon, as if to remind him not to forget their roasted meat agreement, prompting the ice bear demon to eagerly respond. I'm going too. I can help you smash the malevolent beasts. A few individuals emerged from the Elder Hall, where the ice bear demon eagerly tugged at Sun Shaojian, inquiring, when will the roasted meat be ready? May I go to the cafeteria and wait? Sun Shaojian patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, patience, once we resolve the dark energy at the Spirit Lock Tower, I shall take you to feast, and we can even request extra portions. Lin Feng observed their retreating figures, shaking his head in resignation. Su Qingwei approached with a smile, remarking, I never imagined the Elder Hall could be so vibrant. When I visited previously, one had to speak with utmost caution. Things have certainly changed. Lin Feng shook the bag of spiritual source stones in his hand, realizing he possessed spiritual source stones, Mecha's friends, along with Little Longbao and the Ice Bear, liberating him from the need to regard others' expressions. Little Longbao seemed to understand, clutching an ice spirit fruit in his embrace, his tail wagging like a tambourine. Upon returning to the servant quarters, Sun Shaojian eagerly rummaged through mecha parts, contemplating what to exchange for spiritual source stones. Brother Lin, let us trade for a spiritual cannon upgrade module. Next time we encounter a demon beast, we can strike directly, sparing Little Longbao the trouble of expelling flames. Meanwhile, the ice bear demon lay in the yard, fixated on the distant cafeteria, counting aloud, 1 portion, 2 portions, 10 portions of roasted meat, with extra chili powder. Lin Feng paid them no heed, extracting the innate compass. The dial indicated the Spirit Lock Tower area still emanated a faint black mist, evidently retaining considerable dark energy. He patted Little Longbao's head. Tomorrow we have work to do, but after that, we can savor roasted meat. That's not too shabby. Little Longbao emitted a small fireball that landed on the compass, as if in agreement. As night deepened, the lights of the servant quarters flickered to life. Sun Shaojian continued to mutter about mecha parts. The ice bear demon had already begun to snore, while Lin Feng's compass emitted a subtle golden glow, pointing resolutely towards the Spirit Lock Tower. Chapter 24. The bear demon's culinary antics and the Spirit Lock Tower's cleansing of malice before dawn had fully broken. A furry black figure squatted at the entrance of the Qingyun sect cafeteria. The ice bear demon hugged its knees, pressing its nose against the door's crack, inhaling deeply, while its claws traced circles on the ground, murmuring the aroma of roasted meat. Why is the door not open yet? If I wait any longer, the 10 portions exchanged for spiritual source stones will grow cold. Just as the cafeteria chef opened the door, he was startled, nearly dropping his ladle, exclaiming, what sort of bear demon is this? Attempting to steal meat? The ice bear demon immediately stood, pointing accusingly at the approaching Sun Shaojian. I am not stealing. Lin Feng said we would come for roasted meat after clearing the dark energy. I can no longer contain my anticipation. Sun Shaojian shouted from a distance, Master Zhang. Do not misunderstand. This is our friend. Last night, the elder approved 10 portions of roasted meat. Please do not skimp on the chili powder. Handing over a piece of spiritual source stone, he added, make it a bit more. Consider it my personal request, lest certain bears complain of insufficient portions. Upon hearing extra meat, the ice bear demon eagerly nodded, yes. More meat. I can consume 15 portions. Master Zhang, bemused yet resigned, nodded in agreement and returned to the kitchen to prepare. By the time Lin Feng arrived with Little Longbao, the ice bear demon was already peering through the cafeteria window, its tail wagging vigorously. Lin Feng, with a sense of exasperation, handed over a bag of dried fruits, saying, nibble on these for now. We shall feast after clearing the dark energy from the Spirit Lock Tower. Otherwise, should a scuffle ensue, you might find yourself unable to move, and the demon beasts would certainly mock you. Little Longbao peered out from Lin Feng's embrace, snatching a piece of spirit fruit and deliberately flaunting it before the ice bear demon, who, irritated, reached out to snatch it, but, fearing Lin Feng's reprimand, had to obediently accept the fruit, chewing with bulging cheeks. The group made their way to the Spirit Lock Tower, and, as they passed the alchemy room, the ice bear demon abruptly halted, fixating on the chimney that was emitting light. Is that a barbecue grill? Why is it continuously releasing steam? Could there be large skewers roasting inside? Sun Shaojian nearly burst out laughing. That is the chimney of the alchemy furnace. What is being refined inside are elixirs, not skewered meat. If you keep daydreaming, the Elder of Alchemy might just toss you in as a material for bear bile. The ice bear demon quickly retracted its neck, muttering softly, if it's alchemy, then let it be. Why make it resemble a barbecue grill so much? Just as they reached the entrance of the spirit-locked tower, two shadowy figures suddenly darted out from behind a pillar. The one on the left was a mech painted with mottled black, its shoulder armor askew, clutching a rusted demonic bone staff. The one on the right was in a worse state, one leg, clearly a makeshift edition, limping and shedding parts as it walked. Halt! This tower is under my protection, and I am in charge of this demon. A gruff voice emanated from the crooked-shouldered mech, identifying itself as the temporary leader of the Dark Demon Guards. Hey San, want to clear the Dark Demons? Hand over the Spirit's source stones. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. Sun Xiaojian, hands on his hips, retorted, temporary leader? Your mech's collar is still speckled with last night as cafeteria food. The insignia of leadership on your shoulder was drawn with a red marker. Wasn't it? My little longbow could have drawn it more neatly with its claws. And your limping companion there, shedding mech parts more than you speak, surely broke his leg while sneaking into the tower and being chased by a demon beast? Ding. Target Hey San, anger level, furious, anger value, for 1,500, exposed as a fraud and mocked for food stains. Target Limpy underling, annoyed level. Anger value, 3,000, revealed truth of the broken leg. Current accumulated anger value, 2335045003000300850. Fuming, Hey San slammed the demonic bone staff onto the ground. Not even a spark igniting. The rust was too thick. You speak nonsense. This insignia is authentic from the Shadow Pavilion. Today, let you experience the might of the demonic bone staff. With that, he swung the staff at Sun Xiaojian, but Lin Feng had already scanned with the Demonipoint projector, and a blue light illuminated Hey San's mech, revealing a distinct crack at its core. Stop swinging. If you continue, your core will explode. I suspect that core was forged from scrap metal taken from the Spirit-Locked Tower, right? There's even some demonic residue stuck in the crack, just now. It flickered 7 times while you walked. If you move again, you shall transform into the exploded leader and exploded underling, and you won't even get to taste any roasted meat. Hey San froze momentarily, instinctively reaching for the mech's core, and indeed felt vibrations. The limping underling grew anxious, attempting to retreat, but was blocked by the ice bear demon. The ice bear demon smacked the mech's leg, and with a crack, the makeshift leg fell to the ground, causing the underling to tumble out of the cockpit, landing on all fours. Stop it! I painstakingly salvaged that leg. The underling wailed, and upon seeing this, Hey San panicked, attempting to control the mech to flee, but Little Longbow spat a small fireball that singed the core's crack, causing the mech to emit black smoke, and the energy light extinguished entirely. Ding! Upon detecting the target, Black 3, Fury level. An additional Fury value of 5,200 was registered. The target's follower, Choked level, was detected with an extra Fury value of 2,800. The current accumulated Fury value stands at 3085052002800388850. Exchange for the Mecha Core Repair Kit and the exclusive barbecue seasoning for the Ice Bear Demon. Lin Feng silently recited in his mind, as a toolbox and a small pouch of red powder appeared in his hands. He intended to save the former for potential future repairs, while he promptly handed the latter to the Ice Bear Demon, suggesting it be sprinkled on the barbecue later to enhance its flavor. The Ice Bear Demon instantly beamed with delight, stashing the seasoning in its embrace, and didn't hesitate to taunt Black 3's mecha. You wouldn't let us clear the Dark Shah? And now look what happened. The mecha is damaged, and we can't enjoy the barbecue. Upon entering the Spirit-Locked Tower, the residual Dark Shah was less than anticipated, mostly hidden in the corners and crevices of the stone steps. The little dragon bag leaped forth, exhaling flames that incinerated the Dark Shah upon contact. The Ice Bear Demon took charge of smashing the Shah Beast. A mid-sized Shah Beast suddenly sprang from the shadows, and with a powerful swipe, the Ice Bear Demon missed the beast but shattered a nearby stone table, causing Sun Xiaojian to hastily evade. My brother, are you here to clear the Shah or to dismantle the tower? That table belongs to the sect, and you'll have to pay for it with 10 portions of barbecue. The ice bear demon immediately ceased its rampage, remorsefully patting the fragments of the stone table. I didn't mean to. I'll be gentle next time. Lin Feng, at a loss, utilized his spiritual energy to restore the table and offered the ice bear demon a slice of spiritual fruit to soothe it. Once all the dark sha were cleared, the sun had risen high in the sky. The ice bear demon tugged at Lin Feng, racing towards the dining hall while calling out, "Master Zhang, is the barbecue ready? I brought seasoning." Sun Xiaojian followed closely behind, shaking the repair kit in his hand. "Lin, brother, after we finish the barbecue, shall we fix Zhao Hao's broken mecha? Once repaired, we can have him join us in battle, earning fury points while enjoying a good laugh." Lin Feng nodded with a smile. The little dragon bag in his arms nibbling on the spiritual fruit, its tail wagging joyfully. With matters concerning the Spirit Lock Tower temporarily settled, a significant amount of spiritual stones had been amassed, and plans for mecha upgrades were taking shape. The only concern was to hurry and stop the ice bear demon. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly deplete the dining hall's barbecue stock. Chapter 25. Old Hatreds Resurrected in the Xian Palace. The flame dragon vows to rescue you, as the barbecue was just served at the dining table. The ice bear demon had yet to touch the skewers when a disciple from the sect stumbled in, nearly crushing the communication talisman in his grasp. Lin, brother. This is bad. The law enforcement hall has received news that Elder Xuanji has appeared at the abandoned Xianin Palace in the Western Territory, and he has captured Sister Su's apprentice, claiming he will refine the pure Yin constitution in 3 days to energize the Xian battle armor. These words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the lively atmosphere at the table. The skewer in Su Qingyue's hand clattered into the plate, her complexion turning as pale as death. Her apprentice, Lin Xiaowan, had grown up alongside her, and Lin Xiaowan's pure Yin constitution was even more refined than her own. The fact that Xuanji had seized her was clearly a substitution since he had failed to capture Su Qingyue last time. Xuanji. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, as the innate compass in his embrace suddenly radiated heat, the dial pointing towards the Xian Palace, glowing with a glaring black-red hue, an intertwining of dark sha energy and the stench of blood. He abruptly stood up, the spikes of the flame dragon's breaker armor instinctively protruding from his shoulders as the heat waves of dragon fire subtly surged in his palm. Sun Xiaojian, gather the formation flags. Ice Bear, pack the roasted meat for our journey. Little Dragon Bao, prepare the dragon fire. This time, we shall confront Elder Xuanjizi. The Ice Bear demon, momentarily forgetting to chew the skewer in its mouth, promptly nodded. I will pack it right away. 10 portions aren't enough. I'll have Master Zhang roast 20 more. If Xuanjizi dares to obstruct us, I'll smash his mecha with 1 punch. Sun Xiaojian also set aside his playful demeanor, pulling formation flags and copper needles from his satchel, adding a few packets of sulfur and nitrate. My grandfather's formation diagram has a method to break the Xian evil. I have investigated the Xian Palace. It is a perilous place from ancient alchemical times, and we must prepare in advance. Sensing Lin Feng's fury, Little Dragon Bao poked its head out from his embrace and exhaled a small fireball into the air, the flames shimmering with a faint black-golden hue. This indicated the initial fusion of dragon fire with the Xian evil, suggesting that it too was gathering strength for the impending battle. The group rode the fastest spiritual steed of their sect toward the Western Territory. Along the way, Su Qingyue, regaining her composure, spoke with a tremor in her voice. Xuanjizi's Xian battle armor requires pure Yin blood to fully activate. His last attempt to capture me failed, and now he aims to seize Lin Xiaowan, seeking to completely control the Xian evil. At that point, even golden core cultivators will be unable to stop him. Lin Feng placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his tone resolute. That won't happen. We will reach the Xian Palace within 3 days, rescue Lin Xiaowan, and make Xuanjizi pay for his deeds. He treats you as a furnace and human lives as mere weeds. This time, I shall dismantle his Xian armor and cripple his cultivation. Ding! Detected a surge in host's hatred value, triggering an anger acquisition multiplier, specifically targeting Xuanjizi and his followers, doubling the efficiency of anger acquisition. Current accumulated anger value, 38,850, base, with a hatred bonus of 500, 043850. The voice of Little Angry resonated in his mind, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Host. The Xianyin evil in the Xianyin Palace will suppress spiritual energy. Ordinary attacks will be ineffective. It is advisable to exchange for the Xianyin version of the Flame Dragon's breaker armor with spiritual source stones, and also to exchange for Dragon Fire Xianyin Essence for Little Dragon Bow, which can directly break the evil and absorb the Xianyin evil to convert it into anger value. Without hesitation, Lin Feng declared exchange. Utilize all available resources. As long as we can rescue Lin Xiaowan and deal with Zuan Jizi. Ding. Consume 20,000 spiritual source stones and 30,000 anger value to exchange for the Xianyin version of the Flame Dragon's breaker armor. Golden attributes unlocked. Xianyin Rebound. Rebounds 30 damage when attacked by Xianyin Evil. And Evil Energy Conversion. Absorbs Xianyin Evil, converting 100 points of evil energy into 1,000 anger value. Ding. Consumed 5,000 anger value to exchange for Dragon Fire Xianyin Essence. Little Dragon Bow unlocks a new ability. Dragon Fire can now devour Xianyin Evil, with power increasing alongside the concentration of the evil energy. As light flashed, a layer of dark golden patterns adorned the surface of Lin Feng's Flame Dragon's breaker armor, with subtle black-red hues flowing between the lines, as if sealing the Xianyin evil within the armor. Little Dragon Bow's Dragon Fire transformed into a black-golden color upon touching the ground. The stones beneath were scorched into dark crystals marked with patterns of evil energy. After 2 days and nights of relentless travel, we finally arrived at the Xianyin Palace on the third morning. This abandoned palace lies hidden within the black stone mountains of the Western Territory, its crumbling walls inscribed with twisted Xianyin runes. From these runes seeped a malevolent black-red aura, causing the surrounding flora to wither, leaving only bare black stones that resembled a row of menacing teeth. At the entrance stood 4 jet-black mechas, their shoulder plates engraved with the words Xianyin Guard, wielding Xianyin blades that glimmered with a cold light, their blades entwined with a corrosive black aura. The leader of the Xianyin Guards sneered upon spotting Lin Feng and his companions. Lin Feng? I never expected you to have the audacity to come here. Elder Xianji has stated that if you willingly surrender the innate compass and the spirit source heart, we might spare your life. Otherwise what? Sun Xiao, Jian interrupted, spinning a copper needle rapidly. Is your mecha coated with inferior Xianyin lacquer? It peels under sunlight, and the aura cannot even be contained. How dare you talk about sparing lives? My grandfather once said that those who use such shoddy mechas are looked down upon by even the malevolent beasts. Furious, the leader of the Xianyin Guards trembled with rage. You seek death. He commanded the mecha to swing at Sun Xiao Jian, the black aura coiling like a venomous serpent. The Ice Bear demon charged forward immediately, its frost-resistant armor glowing green as it landed a powerful punch on the mecha's shoulder. With a resounding crack, the shoulder plate shattered, allowing the black aura to surge forth, only to be absorbed by the runes on the Ice Bear's armor, leaving it unscathed. Is that all you've got? It hurts less than the ice spikes in my ice cellar. The Ice Bear demon grinned, delivering another punch that sent the Xianyin Guard's mecha crashing to the ground, the pilot screaming as he crawled out, incapacitated. Seeing this, the other 3 Xianyin Guards immediately surrounded Lin Feng, their blades unleashing black aura in an attempt to trap him within a malevolent formation. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as the wings of the flame dragon breaking aura armor unfurled, releasing a stream of black golden dragon flames. When these flames met the black aura, instead of being suppressed, they devoured it like a ravenous wolf, causing the black aura to sizzle and transform into a surge of rage. Beep. Absorbed Xianyin aura. 1,200 points, converted to rage, 12,000. Current accumulated rage, 438. 503 5000 120 002 0850. Beep. Detected Xianyin Guard. Raging level 3. Rage 60002. Hatred bonus doubled 12,000. Current accumulated rage 20850 12000 32850. The little dragon leapt into the air, unleashing black golden dragon flames upon the core of the leftmost Xianyin Guard's mecha. With a thunderous explosion, the core detonated, scattering black aura, which was swiftly absorbed and converted by Lin Feng's mecha. The remaining 2 Xianyin Guards, terrified, attempted to flee but were ensnared by Sun Shao Jian's confined aura formation. The formation flags glowing green, firmly locking their mechas in place, preventing the black aura from escaping. Speak. Where is Xianji? Where is Lin Xiaowan? Lin Feng approached the trapped Xian guard, the spikes of his mecha pressing against the cockpit, his tone icy. The Xian guard trembled, unable to hide the truth, in the refining platform inside the palace. Elder Xianji is preparing to initiate the refining array. It will begin in an hour. Lin Feng ceased to engage in further meaningless dialogue, and with a powerful swing of his fist, he shattered the malevolent formation, leading his companions into the inner sanctum of the hall. The interior of the Xianin Hall was even more foreboding than its exterior, with the ground engraved with a colossal diagram of a cauldron, from which flowed a viscous black-red liquid, permeating the air with an acrid scent of blood. It was evident that numerous cultivators had previously fallen prey to Zuanaizi's nefarious alchemy. At the heart of the hall stood the alchemical platform, a towering black stone structure, upon which was bound a girl clad in white, Lin Xiaowan. Her wrists and ankles were shackled by Xianin chains, which siphoned her pure, spiritual essence. While Zuanaizi loomed at the edge of the platform, his armor glimmering with a sinister black-red hue. In his grasp was a bronze cauldron, simmering with bubbling malevolent liquid. Prepare to be poured over Lin Xiaowan. Lin Feng, your timing is impeccable, Zuanaizi exclaimed, his demeanor unfazed and even more malevolent upon seeing him. I was concerned that Lin Xiaowan's pure essence might be insufficient. With your arrival, your spiritual heart and innate compass will provide just the enhancement I need. Once I have refined you both, my Xianin armor will be fully activated, and the entire Qingyan sect will be at my command. Upon seeing Lin Feng, tears welled in Lin Xiaowan's eyes, yet she gritted her teeth and cried out, Senior Brother Lin, don't worry about me. Kill Zuanaizi. He has captured other cultivators with pure physiques from various sects and has transformed them into malevolent liquid. Her words ignited a blazing fury within Lin Feng. He surveyed the heap of skeletal remains piled beside the alchemical platform, each bone entwined in Xianin chains, clearly victims of Zuanaizi's brutal alchemical practices. Gazing at Lin Xiaowan's ashen face, the bloodstains etched into her wrists, and recalling the horrific scene of Zuanaizi seizing Su Qingwei, his words of using her as a furnace flashed vividly in his mind. This was no mere adversary. He was a demon who regarded human life as inconsequential. Zuanaizi, you shall pay for your sins. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as the black stone of a Xianin hall. The black golden patterns of the Yanlong Pashishan armor flickered wildly as flames coalesced in his palm, forming a blade of fire over 10 feet long. Today, not only will I rescue Lin Xiaowan, but I shall dismantle your Xianin armor and make you atone for the lives you have extinguished. Zuanaizi scoffed derisively. You dare challenge me with your mere foundation establishment cultivation? My Xianin armor can absorb malevolent liquid. The stronger you are, the more malevolent energy I can draw from you. In the end, it will be you who meets your demise. He raised his hand, pouring the malevolent liquid from the bronze cauldron over his armor, causing its black-red radiance to intensify, drawing the surrounding malevolent energy towards him in a frenzy. Ding! Detected Zuanaizi, hostility level, explosive, hatred multiplier doubled. Rage acquisition efficiency, 3. Current accumulated rage, 32, 850. Zuanaizi's initial rage, 800, 035, 6,850. Little rage, exchange for the ultimate form of Yanlong Pashishan. Lin Feng roared internally, willing to pay any price to incapacitate him. Ding! Consumed 50,000 rage points, unlocking the ultimate form of Yanlong Pashishan. The mech and the dragon companion fully merge, transforming into the Xianin flame dragon, capable of devouring Xianin malevolence and unleashing the annihilation flame cannon. A radiant burst of light soared skyward as Lin Feng's mech and dragon companion instantly fused, transforming into a 10-foot-long black gold flame dragon, its scales inscribed with malevolence-dispelling runes, and its claws gleaming with the golden light capable of rending malevolent energy asunder. The countenance of Xuanji Zi changed dramatically as he commanded the Xian battle armor to expel a torrent of malevolent liquid in an attempt to obstruct the flame dragon. However, the flame dragon merely opened its maw and inhaled, consuming all the malevolent liquid, transforming it into an even more potent dragon flame. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Xuanji retreated in a frenzy as the core of the Xian battle armor began to flicker, evidently overwhelmed by the excessive absorption of malevolent energy. On the verge of catastrophic failure. Xuanji, do you not revel in the art of refining malevolence? Today, you shall experience the taste of being consumed by it. The flame dragon unleashed a massive, black gold extinguishing dragon flame cannon, striking directly at the core of the Xian battle armor. With a resounding explosion, the armor detonated. Malevolent energy splattering everywhere. As Xuanji was violently ejected, his body scorched by dragon flames, his cultivation obliterated. Lin Feng reverted from his fused form, rushed to the stage, and released Lin Xiaowan from her Xian chains, while Su Qingwei hurried to administer a healing pill. Leaning against Su Qingwei, Lin Xiaowan could no longer hold back her tears, exclaiming, "Qingwei, I thought I would never see you again." Xuanji lay on the ground, gazing at his crippled hands, filled with resentment and bitterness. "Lin Feng, I will not let you go unpunished. The remnants of the mechanical immortal lord will seek vengeance for me." Lin Feng approached him, crushing the bronze cauldron in his hands beneath his foot. "You have no chance left. The deeds you have committed will lead to your execution by the sect, and those cultivators you have wronged will not let you escape." Ding! Defeated Xuanji, cultivation obliterated, gained 20,000 fury points, hatred bonus. Unlocked achievement. Cauldron Rescuer, reward. Pure physique affinity can resonate with pure physique cultivators. Enhancing spiritual essence efficiency. Current accumulated fury points, 568, 505, 000, 020, 000, 268, 50. Sun Xiaojian and the Ice Bear Demon soon arrived, the latter glancing at the prostrate Xuanji and quipping, "With such skills, how dare you capture young maidens for refining malevolence? I could crush you with a single punch. I should have known not to bring so much barbecue." Sun Xiaojian rummaged through the Xianin palace and quickly unearthed the storage bag. Goodness! Inside are numerous Xian malevolence crystals, enough to exchange for a considerable amount of spiritual essence stones, just right for upgrading the mech. As Lin Feng surveyed the gradually calming Xian palace and glanced at Su Qingwei, Lin Xiaowan, Sun Xiaojian, and the Ice Bear Demon, along with the little dragon on his shoulder, the flames of anger within him began to subside, replaced by a more resolute conviction. Although Xuanji had been dealt with, the remnants of the mechanical immortal lord still lingered, and the restoration of spiritual essence was yet incomplete. The journey ahead remained long, but he no longer felt fear. Hatred had fostered his growth, pushing him to transcend his limits in battle, and the companions by his side instilled in him the courage to confront any danger. "Let us return to the sect." Lin Feng raised his hand, summoning the innate compass. The dial depicting the Xian palace area returned to its normal golden hue. He would tend to Lin Xiaowan's wounds upon their return and prepare to face the remnants of the mechanical immortal lord. The next time they encountered an adversary, they would emerge even stronger. Upon hearing the mention of returning to the sect, the Ice Bear Demon perked up immediately. "Does returning to the sect mean we can feast on barbecue? I haven't finished the ones I packed." Sun Xiaojian patted him on the shoulder, assuring him, "Fear not. We shall have Master Zhang prepare 30 more for you upon our return. There will be plenty." A group of individuals emerged from the ominous Xian palace. Laughter and chatter filling the air as sunlight cascaded upon them, dispelling the palace's eerie atmosphere. Lin Feng glanced back at the malevolent structure, silently vowing never to allow a tragedy like that of the furnace cauldron to occur again. He resolved to protect those around him, safeguarding the world's spiritual essence and peace with his own strength. This determination, born from hatred, would become the most potent driving force on his path of growth. Chapter 26. The Iron Fiends of the Northern Territory seized the fiendish crystal. Pangu's echoes herald new perils, having traversed much of the journey back to Qingyan sect. The Ice Bear Demon clutched the Xian fiendish crystal bag as if it were a prized roast, his claws occasionally reaching in to touch the shimmering stones. Muttering to himself, "How much roasted meat can this sparkling stone fetch?" Master Zhang said, "One spirit source stone can be exchanged for 2 portions. This bag must contain at least 20 stones, enough for 40 portions." Sun Xiaojian rolled his eyes at this, reaching out to snatch the bag for a closer look, only to be deftly evaded by the Ice Bear Demon. "Don't touch. This was entrusted to me by Brother Lin. If I lose it, I'll have to forfeit my roasted meat. As the two engaged in their playful banter, a sudden gust of dark wind swept across the main road ahead, carrying with it the scent of rust. 3 pitch-black mechas burst forth from the nearby woods, blocking the path. These mechas were adorned with menacing spikes, seemingly forged from scrap metal, with 3 exposed fiendish crystals embedded in their shoulder plates, the black-red malevolence dripping down the iron spikes. The leader of the mechas wielded a massive axe, its blade entwined with a rusty iron chain, a skull hanging from its end, a clear indication of their nefarious intentions. "Hand over the Xian, fiendish crystal," barked the leader, his voice scraping like iron. The mecha spikes suddenly glowed red. "Do not force our hand. Among you are 2 pure, bodied young girls, perfect for capturing and presenting to the chief as new furnace cauldrons, far more valuable than this bag of fiendish crystals." Upon hearing this, Su Qingwei immediately shielded Lin Xiaowan behind her, the clear poison jade emanating a green light that surrounded them protectively. Lin Feng's Yanlong break fiendish armor instantly shifted to battle mode, its black and gold patterns illuminating as dragon flames surged ominously in his palms. The memory of Xian Jizi capturing a pure body for use as a furnace cauldron flashed before his eyes. The Iron Fiends were clearly harboring the same malicious intent. The blend of old grievances and new fury rendered his gaze icy. Sun Xiao Jian stepped forward, his copper needle spinning rapidly as he pointed at the Iron Fiend leader's mecha, taunting, "With this shabby mecha of yours, you dare to steal fiendish crystals? Just take a look at the fiendish crystal on your shoulder. It's crooked, leaking half its malice, making it sound like a leaky gong when you run. The middle one has cracks. Use it a couple more times, and it will explode, taking your mecha down with it. My grandfather's diagram state that those who expose their fiendish crystals are fools. Do you really want everyone to know your mecha core is made of scrap iron? Beep. Target detected. Iron Fiend leader, furious level, fury value 4800, exposed fiendish crystal defect, mecha taunt. 2 Iron Fiends detected, annoyed level, each with a fury value of 3200, totaling 6400. Current cumulative fury value 2685048006400385050. The Iron Tyrant leader, infuriated, slammed his massive axe into the ground, creating a pit from which rust cascaded down. "You dare to speak of my mech, you mere child," he bellowed. "This is an external crystal-driven mechanism designed to accelerate the flow of malice energy. What do you mortals know?" As he spoke, he maneuvered the mech to swing the axe towards Sun Xiaojian, the blade trailing rust and malevolent energy, causing the air to tremble. In an instant, the Ice Bear demon charged forward, its frost-resistant mech exterior switching to the Iron Tyrant resistance mode. Its paws gleamed with golden light as it caught the massive axe with sheer force. "This axe is duller than the ice spikes in my ice cellar. It barely scratches my armor. You wish to strike me? Clearly, you have never savored roasted meat. Your mind is rusted." With a powerful twist of his wrist, he sent the axe flying to the side, causing the Iron Tyrant leader's mech to stagger 2 steps, leaking malice energy from its shoulder crystals. Ding! Target detected. Iron Tyrant leader, furious level, rage value 6600, mocked by the demon race, mech in disarray. Current accumulated rage value 38050660044650. Little dragon bag. "Xian, quenching dragon flame," Lin Feng shouted, as the small dragon on his shoulder leaped into action. The black gold dragon flame surged towards the nearby Iron Tyrant minions. Upon contact with the mech's iron spikes, the flame instantly turned them red hot, forcibly draining the malice energy from the crystals. The minion's mech lost power with a crash, collapsing to the ground, screams emanating from the cockpit. The remaining minion, witnessing this, attempted to maneuver his mech to ambush Lin Xiaowan from behind, but was intercepted by Sun Xiaojian's malice binding array. Planning an ambush? Not a chance. This array flag is crafted from the remnants of the broken Iron Tyrant, specifically designed to counter your iron lump of a mech. Observe the runes on the flag. With each rotation, your mech's iron spikes rust away, and soon you'll be pushing your mech to move. The array flag emitted a green light, and as the runes rotated, the iron spikes of the minion's mech indeed began to rust, rendering its joints immobile. The Iron Tyrant leader, seeing his 2 subordinates subdued in quick succession, was consumed by rage. He hurled his massive axe to the ground and directed his mech towards the malice crystal pouch at his chest. If I cannot possess it, neither shall you. We shall all perish together. Do you think I would grant you that opportunity? Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. As the right arm of the flame dragon breaking malice armor transformed into the spirit source breaking malice blade, the black gold blade pierced directly into the core of the iron tyrant leader's mech. With a crack, the core's malice crystal shattered, and malice energy surged forth like a tidal wave, only to be absorbed and transformed by Lin Feng's mech. Ding! Absorbed iron tyrant malice energy. 800 points. Converted to rage value. 8,000. Current accumulated rage value. 446508000522650. Ding! Defeated the Iron Tyrant leader and minions. Gained rage value. 12,000. Vengeance bonus. Targeting furnace scheming. Current accumulated rage value. 526501200064650. The Iron Tyrant leader lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at the shattered malice crystal with eyes filled with bitterness. You will regret this. Our leader has allied with the remnants of the mechanical immortals' forces, who possess fragments of the Panga mech. They will soon come seeking vengeance. These words sent a chill through Lin Feng. Fragments of the Panga mech? Previously, the Panga mecha of the mechanical immortal was destroyed, and he believed that the fragments had vanished with the explosion. To his surprise, remnants remained in the hands of the northern forces. Just as he was about to inquire further, the Xian Insha crystal bag in the embrace of the ice bear demon suddenly emitted a low, vibrating hum. A fragment of the crystal illuminated with a crimson glow, producing a chilling mechanical voice. Pangu core undestroyed. Gather fragments beneath the extreme north ice field. Reforge Pangu. Dominate the spirit source. The voice, intermittent yet familiar, unmistakably belonged to the mechanical immortal. It was evident that within this Xian Insha crystal, remnants of the mechanical immortal's influence had been infused, intended to guide individuals to the extreme north ice field in search of the core of the Panga mecha. Su Qingyue's expression shifted. The extreme north ice field? When we previously activated the Qianquan gathering array, we did not detect any traces of the Panga core. Could it be hidden deep within the ice field? Sun Xiaojian retrieved his grandfather's array map, flipping to the page depicting the extreme north ice field, where an unknown area was marked in red ink. My grandfather's array map indicates that deep within the extreme north ice field lies a perpetual frost layer, concealing ancient restrictions, which even he dared not approach lightly. Perhaps the Pangu core is hidden within. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the innate compass in his hand, as the area of the extreme north ice field on the compass dial suddenly glowed red, pointing towards the depths of the perpetual frost layer, perfectly aligning with the resonance from the crystal. He glanced at his companions and recalled the mention of Pangu fragments by the Iron Sha gang, a resolute decision forming in his heart. It seems we must venture to the extreme north ice field once more. Lin Feng's voice was unwavering, the black and gold patterns of the Yanlong Pa Sha armor shimmering. The remnants of the mechanical immortal aim to reforge the Panga mecha, should they succeed. Not only would the spirit source fall under their control, but the pure Yin cultivators we had previously rescued would once again be in peril. This time, we must utterly destroy the Pangu core, leaving them no opportunity. Upon hearing extreme north ice field, the ice bear demon initially paused, then his eyes brightened. To the ice field? Does that mean we can gather more ice spirit fruits? And I can also meet the ice fox demon I knew before. But this time, we need Master Zhang to prepare more roasted meat. It's too cold in the ice field, and we must eat well to have the strength to fight. Lin Xiaoan peeked from behind Su Qingyue, her gaze resolute. Lin Shixiang, I wish to go too, although my cultivation is not high. My pure Yin constitution is sensitive to malevolent energy, and I might help you locate the Panga core. Sun Xiaojian tucked away the array map and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Then it settled. We'll return, heal Lin Xiaoan's injuries, prepare some frost-resistant supplies and roasted meat, and set off promptly to prevent the Iron Sha gang from getting ahead of us. Lin Feng nodded, securing the crystal that emitted the remnants of sound. This would be a crucial clue in locating the Pangu core, possibly heralding a new crisis. The group resumed their journey, sunlight cascading upon them, yet failing to dispel the gravity in their hearts. Within the perpetual frost layer of the extreme north ice field, not only lay the secrets of the Pangu core, but also the schemes of the remnants of the mechanical immortals' forces. This battle would likely prove more arduous than any they had faced before. Nonetheless, Lin Feng did not fear. Hatred has etched the tragedy of the furnace alchemist into his memory, while companionship has bestowed upon him the courage to fight side by side. The innate compass and the flame dragon armor in his possession shall serve as his most formidable weapons in shattering conspiracies and safeguarding the spiritual essence. Though the winds of the northern realm are frigid, they cannot extinguish the fire that burns within his heart. This time, he shall ensure that the remnants of the Panga Mecha are irrevocably buried beneath the eternal frost of the farthest icy expanse. Chapter 27. The Azure Cloud prepares for battle amidst chaos. An icy encounter with the Ice Fiend priest on the day of their return to the Azure Cloud sect. Master Zhang from the cafeteria was nearly driven to a standstill by the Ice Bear Demon. The Bear Demon, clutching a bag filled with Xian frost crystals, blocked the kitchen entrance, pounding its claws on the stove and proclaiming, "Master Zhang, please roast me 50 portions of meat. Make sure to add double the chili powder and 2 extra spoonfuls of cumin. Once we reach the icy plains, I want to have the luxury of such delectable fare." Master Zhang's spatula trembled in his hand as he replied, "Honorable Bear Demon, the meat supply in the cafeteria is insufficient. I have just distributed the fasting pills to the disciples and only have 20 pounds of pork belly left. I can roast a maximum of 30 portions. 30 will suffice." The Ice Bear Demon quickly acquiesced, adding, "But make sure to include more meat and less bone. The last skewer, I had more bones than meat, and it hurt my teeth." This remark elicited laughter from the kitchen helpers. As Sun Xiaojian passed by, he seized the opportunity to hand Master Zhang a packet of ice spirit fruits, saying, "Master Zhang, roast these fruits alongside the meat to alleviate the greasiness. And while you're at it, please roast 10 more skewers for me. Make them a bit charred." Lin Feng refrained from meddling with the roasting of meat, opting instead to report to the Elder Hall alongside Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan. After hearing about the conditions of the farthest icy plains, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow and handed over a bronze box. This is the Eternal Frost Breaking Talismans, which can temporarily fend off the extreme cold of the Eternal Frost layer. Take them with you. Additionally, the Law Enforcement Hall has dispatched 10 sets of anti-freezing mecha suits for you and your accompanying disciples. However, exercise caution. The Iron Fiend gang from the Northern Territories has colluded with the remnants of the Mechanical Immortal sect and may have set ambushes across the icy plains. Lin Xiaowan took the bronze box, and as her fingertips grazed the talisman paper, she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, this talisman paper seems to resonate with my pure constitution. I can sense the breaking energy within. Perhaps when we reach the Eternal Frost layer, I can guide everyone along the routes where the malevolent energy is weaker." Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Previously, he had been concerned about the dense malevolent energy in the Eternal Frost layer hampering their search for the Panga core. Now, with Lin Xiaowan's resonance ability, many troubles may be alleviated. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a loud crash resonated from outside the hall, followed by Sun Xiaojian's cry of despair. "Ice Bear, don't take my formation flag. That was passed down from my grandfather. If we lose it in the icy plains, we will be encased in malevolent energy like popsicles." When they rushed outside, they were met with a comical sight. The Ice Bear Demon was clutching Sun Xiaojian's bag, stuffing it with skewers of roasted meat, while the formation flag tumbled to the ground. Upon noticing Lin Feng's approach, the bear hastily concealed the bag behind its back, chewing on a meat skewer and stammering, I was just helping Sun Xiaojian with his roasted meat, so he wouldn't go hungry on the way. This flag takes up too much space, so I was just making room for him." Sun Xiaojian was infuriated, jumping up and down, making room. "You just threw my locking frost copper needle onto the ground. That needle is made from 1,000-year-old black iron. If it falls on the stones, it will rust. Can you afford to compensate for that?" Lin Feng found himself at an impasse, compelled to allow the two individuals to sort their belongings. Sun Xiaojian meticulously placed the array flags and copper needles into a small cloth bag, while the grilled meat skewers from the Ice Bear Demon were carefully wrapped in oil paper and tucked into the pocket of his mech suit, thus averting any further mix-ups. The following morning, as the group prepared for departure, they were unexpectedly halted by 2 uninvited guests, 2 henchmen from the Iron Kill gang, their mechs still bearing the scars from their last defeat. Clutching a dilapidated wooden sign, which bore a crooked inscription reading "Challenge," one of them shouted, Lin Feng, our leader demands that you venture to the Ice Shale Valley in the far north within 3 days. Or else we shall detonate the spirit source mine surrounding the Qinyan sect. The henchman on the left bellowed, his voice trembling with fear of retribution. Sun Shao Jian stepped forward, pointing accusingly at their mechs. With such pathetic machines, you dare to threaten us? Last time, Little Long Bao S Dragon Flame scorched your mech S armor to the point of peeling, and you haven't even repainted it. Are you here simply to deliver a message out of fear that we might not show up? The henchman on the right blushed. Attempting to maintain a facade of bravado, our leader possesses remnants of Pangu, capable of summoning ice shale beasts. If you refuse to comply, prepare to be besieged by them. Ice shale beasts? Lin Feng scoffed, the black and gold patterns of his flame dragon break shale armor shimmering momentarily. Perfect. I could use a few of those beasts for practice and to absorb their malevolent energy in exchange for rage points. Go back and inform your leader that we shall arrive at Ice Shale Valley by tomorrow, and he should prepare an ample supply of ice shale beasts, lest he find himself short of adversaries. Ding. Detected Iron Kill Gang Henchman. Fear level. Rage points 1800. Taunt. Intimidation. Current accumulated rage points 646501800. 66450. The two henchmen, terrified, turned and fled, their mech shedding parts as they ran, much to the amusement of the ice bear demon, who chuckled heartily. These fools run faster than the rabbits in my ice cellar. When I encounter their leader, I shall crush his mech with a single punch. On the day of their departure, the group mounted their spirit steeds, equipped with frost-resistant gear and abundance of grilled meat, hastening towards the far northern ice plains. After 4 days of travel, the cold intensified as they ventured further north, causing even the hooves of the spirit steeds to begin freezing. Yet, the ice bear demon grew increasingly exhilarated, occasionally pointing at distant ice hills and exclaiming, "Behind that ice hill lies the ice spirit fruit I unearthed last time. We must gather some. It is sweeter than grilled meat when roasted." Sun Shao Jian rolled his eyes in exasperation. "First, we seek the Pangu core. Then we can look for the ice spirit fruit. If you continue to fantasize about food, I shall have Lin Feng deduct 10 portions of grilled meat from your share." Instantly, the ice bear demon fell silent, obediently trailing behind, though his eyes would still occasionally dart towards the distant ice hills. By the evening of the 5th day, they finally reached the edge of the far northern ice plains. As they stepped onto the icy expanse, Lin Shaoan suddenly halted, her expression shifting with alarm. Ahead, there is a potent presence of ice malevolence. It is even colder than the malevolence in the Xian Yin Hall, intertwined with energy fluctuations from Pangu remnants. We must be approaching Ice Shale Valley. Lin Feng withdrew the innate compass, and indeed, the red light on the dial pointed resolutely towards Ice Shale Valley, pulsating faintly as if issuing a warning. As he was about to urge everyone to quicken their pace, the ice surface ahead suddenly cracked with a sharp sound, and a cerulean mech emerged from within. This mech was more exquisite than the previous ice shaman, its shoulder armor sculpted in the shape of eagle wings. And in its hand, it wielded an ice staff topped with a shard of Pangu, radiating a bluish glow, clearly a remnant of the mechanical Celestial Lord's faction. "At last, you have arrived." A chilling voice resonated from within the mech, identifying itself as the ice shaman. "I have awaited your arrival at the behest of the mechanical Celestial Lord. Surrender the innate compass and the pure Yin girl, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, you shall be entombed in the valley of Ice Shaman, forever encased in ice and transformed into sculptures." An ice bear demon immediately leaped forth, thumping its chest, declaring, "You, with your ice-sculpted mech, dare to boast? I could shatter your icy shoulder armor with a single punch. That shabby shard atop your staff, where did you scavenge it from? It's missing a piece at the edge, and yet you have the audacity to flaunt it." Ding. Detected Ice Shaman. Anger level. Furious. Anger value. 5200, provoked by the defect of the shard, mech taunt. Current cumulative anger value. 66450, 5200, 71650. Fuming, the ice shaman slammed its staff onto the ground, causing a thin layer of ice to freeze instantly. Ignorant bear demon. This is a shard of the Pangu mech, capable of controlling ice beasts. What do you mere mortals understand? With that, it waved the ice staff, and the distant ice mound erupted, revealing 3 ice-armored beasts, each towering a height of 10 feet. Their claws glinting with a cold light. Control ice beasts? Sun Shaojian retrieved a formation flag and planted it firmly into the ground. My grandfather's formation diagram contains the frozen shaman array, specifically designed to counter your ice beasts. Look at this flag. Each side has been soaked in spiritual source water, capable of freezing the beast's claws. Soon enough, your beasts will become clawless, clumsy bears, struggling to walk. The formation flag emitted a green glow, and as the ice beasts charged forward, their claws became frozen to the ice surface, immobilized. The ice shaman's expression shifted dramatically as it attempted to wave its staff to dispel the spell, but Little Dragon Bag suddenly leaped up, unleashing black golden dragon flames upon the ice staff. The flames, imbued with the power of the dark Yin essence, instantly burned a hole through the staff, scorching the shard atop it and causing a significant leak of malevolent energy. Ding! Detected ice shaman. Furious level. Anger value 7,800. Array suppression. Dragon flames destroy shard. Current cumulative anger value 71650-07800-79450. Little Fury. Exchange for the eternal frozen breaker cannon. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as the 75,000 anger points were instantly cleared. The left arm of the flame dragon breaker armor transformed into a colossal ice blue cannon, its barrel gathering the power to shatter. Ice Shaman, do you not relish controlling ice? Today, let me show you the sensation of being bombarded by the breaker cannon. Terrified, the Ice Shaman attempted to flee, but was immobilized by Lin Xiaowan's resonance of pure Yin essence. Her fingertips glowed with green light, instantly freezing the mech's legs to the ice, rendering it unable to move. Lin Feng pulled the trigger, and the eternal frozen breaker cannon roared to life, launching an ice blue beam directly at the core of the Ice Shaman's mech. With a thunderous explosion, the mech disintegrated, ice shards scattering everywhere, and the shard atop the staff was sent flying, landing on the ice surface. Lin Feng approached and picked up the shard, still glistening with icy essence, faintly resonating with the primordial energy within, echoing the remnants of the previous crystal. Just as he intended to stow it away, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the ice expanse, causing the distant ice hills to tremble as if a more formidable ice beast was approaching. Sun Shaojian retracted the formation flag, furrowing his brow. It seems this ice spirit priest was merely an appetizer. More formidable foes await us. The ice bear demon picked up a piece of shattered ice armor, took a bite, then spat it out. This ice armor lacks flavor. Nothing compares to roasted meat. Let us quickly find a place to grill some meat. We should replenish our strength before confronting the beasts ahead. Lin Feng did not disagree. They indeed needed to restore their stamina, uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead. He pointed towards a distant ice cave. Let us take refuge in there, roast our meat, and then venture deeper into the ice spirit valley. The group made their way towards the cave, with the ice bear demon sprinting ahead, not forgetting to carry the oil paper package for roasting meat, muttering, 30 portions of roasted meat. I shall consume 20, and you can share the remainder. Sun Shaojian rolled his eyes in response. If you dare eat 20 portions, tomorrow you shall walk at the front, serving as the shield against the beasts. Lin Xiaowan and Su Qingyue trailed behind, quietly conversing, while Lin Xiaowan remained attuned to the surrounding malevolent energy, occasionally warning the group to steer clear of areas dense with ominous energy. Xiaolong Bao perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, nibbling on a piece of ice spirit fruit, its little tail swaying joyfully. Though the ice expanse was perilous, the presence of companions, along with roasted meat and spirit fruits, rendered the journey more bearable. Outside the ice cave, the shard emitted a blue luminescence, as if guiding or summoning something more dangerous. Inside, the jubilant cheers of the ice bear demon mingled with the enticing aroma of grilled meat, marking the onset of a contest centered around the core of Pangu. Chapter 28. Encounters with clumsy demons and discoveries in the ice expanse. The winds of the extreme northern ice expanse were even more ferocious than before. As soon as Sun Shaojian crossed the border, the anti-freeze warm patch he had affixed his collar was blown away. He hunched his neck and hopped a few times, cursing as he rummaged through his bag for a spare. This wretched warm patch must be mixed with sand. It worked at Ice Crystal Peak, but now it's vanished with the wind. Had I known better, I would have heeded my grandfather's advice and brought a copper stove. At least I could warm my hands. The ice bear demon led the way, its claws gripping the snow without slipping, occasionally bending down to sift through the snow. Beneath this snow lie ice spirit fruits. Let us find a sheltered spot to dig some out. They are far more effective than your warm patch, sweet and satisfying. As he spoke, he crouched down, scraping the ground to unearth a small fruit glowing blue, which he handed to Lin Xiaowan. Little girl, your constitution is weak. This will help you withstand the cold. Lin Xiaowan accepted the fruit with a soft thank you, while Su Qingyue assisted Lin Feng in adjusting the innate compass. The red glow on the dial shone brighter than before, pointing towards a low ice cave deep within the expanse, marked by faint waves of malevolent energy. Evidently the location of the Pangu shard mentioned in the remnant sounds of the mechanical celestial being. Ahead lay the shattered ice cave. The ice bear demon pointed towards a distant ice cave, half buried in snow. The last time I came to extract ice spirit fruits, I noticed a malevolent aura emanating from within, initially mistaking it for a mere common, malevolent beast. It now appeared that this was indeed the hiding place for that group S fragments. As soon as the words left my lips, 5 diminutive figures suddenly emerged from the snow, all half the height of human, resembling ice demons. Their bodies were encased in thin ice, wielding frozen branches as weapons. The leader of the small demons sported a tattered cloth belt around its waist, upon which the character for malevolence was clumsily embroidered, clearly indicating a makeshift band of misfits. This path is mine to tread. This snow is mine to traverse. To pass this way, leave behind 10 pounds of malevolence. The leader's voice trembled, its grip on the branch unsteady, yet its gaze fixated intently on the malevolent crystal pouch in Lin Feng's arms, evidently mistaking it for the very essence they sought. Sun Xiaojian nearly burst into laughter, placing his hands on his hips as he approached. Are you robbing us or merely playing house? You dare block the road with a mere twig? My little dragon can incinerate your fragile ice with just a puff of fire. Do you believe it? The leader of the small demon immediately panicked but tried to maintain composure. We are subordinates of the ice malevolence's little commander. The commander decreed that we must collect 10 pounds of malevolence today, or else we shall not be allowed to feast on the frozen meat within the ice cave. Upon hearing this, the other 4 small demons wilted visibly, clearly terrified of their little commander. Lin Feng, observing their pitiful and clumsy demeanor, refrained from immediate aggression and instead crouched down to inquire, "What is your commander doing in the shattered ice cave? Is he in possession of a black stone?" "A black stone?" The leader's eyes brightened. "Yes. The commander was laughing with that stone yesterday, saying that once we gather 3 pieces, we could summon the great malevolent deity, and then the entire ice field would belong to us." One of the small demons chimed in. The commander also said that stone was left by the immortal lord, and it's particularly powerful, capable of amplifying malevolence. It was evident that the black stone referred to a fragment of the Pangu Mecha, while the immortal lord pointed to the remnants of the mechanical immortal's forces. Just as Lin Feng was about to inquire further, the leader suddenly regained its composure, raising its branch and shouting, "Do not think you can extract information from us. Hand over the malevolence, or we shall unleash the malevolent hounds upon you." Malevolent hounds? The ice bear demon, intrigued, patted the ground with its claws. "Were they? I happen to be rather hungry. If there are indeed malevolent hounds, I would gladly capture one to roast as a delicacy." This statement sent shivers down the spines of the small demons, who instinctively recoiled. The leader gritted its teeth, producing a whistle from its pocket and blowing it with all its might. However, instead of summoning the malevolent hounds, it merely sent itself into a fit of sneezing, causing the whistle to fall into the snow. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiaojian took out an array flag and planted it firmly in the ground. "Enough of this charade. With your skills, you are inferior even to the watchdogs of the servant quarters." The 6 array flags glimmered with a green light, swiftly forming a binding formation. Before the small demons could comprehend what was happening, they found themselves ensnared within a luminous barrier, their branches falling to the ground. Little Dragon Bao peeked out from Lin Feng's arms, exhaling a tiny fireball that landed at the center of the formation. The fireball did not harm them, but merely melted some of the thin ice encasing the small demons, causing them to huddle together in fright. Beep. Detected ice malevolent demons. Panic level. Rage value 1500. Mocking taunt. The current accumulated anger value stands at 64650150066150. Speak, apart from that black stone, what other allies does your leader possess? Lin Feng approached the front lines, his tone softening slightly. If you speak the truth, I shall allow you to depart, and even offer you a few ice spirit fruits, which are far more delectable than the frozen meat your leader provides. The leading little demon swallowed hard and whispered. The leader has two subordinates, both clad in black mechs. Just yesterday, a masked individual arrived, claiming they would wait for Daoist Shun before making a move. Beyond that, I know nothing. Daoist Shun? Lin Feng's heart stirred. The name resonated with the essence of Daoist practitioners. Could it be that the remnants of the mechanical immortals' forces have allied with the Daoist sect? He refrained from inquiring further, instructing the ice bear demon to excavate a bag of ice spirit fruits and toss them into the formation, thereby dismantling the confinement array. The little demons clutched the ice spirit fruits and scurried away, tumbling and rolling as they called back. Be careful. The leader's mech can unleash icy devastation. It's quite formidable. Sun Shaojian stowed the array flag, curling his lip in disdain. Formidable? To me, it seems no different from the shoddy match of the Iron Devil gang. Once we dismantle it, we can ascertain if any spirit source stones lie within. The ice bear demon, eager to proceed, hastened towards the ice shatter cavern, its claws digging swiftly into the snow. Stop dawdling. If we resolve this quickly, we might still unearth some ice spirit fruits to bring back from Master Zhang to prepare into roasted ice spirit fruit. It will surely be delicious. Lin Feng glanced at Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan, both of whom nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaowan's pure yin physique rendered her sensitive to malevolent energy, and she could faintly perceive the sinister fluctuations emanating from the ice cavern, which felt colder than the Xian Yi malevolence they had previously encountered. Clearly, the power of the Panga fragment was formidable. Let us proceed to the ice shatter cavern. Lin Feng grasped the innate compass, the black and gold patterns of the Yanlong breaking malevolence armor faintly glowing. Regardless of whether it is the ice malevolence leader or Daoist Shun within, this time, we must retrieve the Panga fragment and ensure they are denied any opportunity to reconstruct the Panga mech little dragon nestled on his shoulder, nudging him affectionately before expelling a small fireball to illuminate their path. The outline of the ice cavern drew nearer, and the malevolent energy in the snow thickened, with the sounds of mechs operating faintly audible from within. Chapter 29. The secrets of the black ice minions and the frozen meat that lures bears the entrance to the eternal frost layer lay concealed beneath an icy cliff, its face cloaked in half a foot of profound ice. The malevolent energy seeping from the ice fissures glowed a pale blue, and, as one approached, an almost bone-chilling cold could be felt. Even Lin Feng's Yanlong breaking malevolence armor automatically illuminated its black and gold patterns, barely warding off the frigid air. The ice bear demon had curled itself into a furry ball, paws tucked away, grumbling. Had I known, I would have brought a heater. This place is colder than my ice cellar. Even the roasted meat in my arms would turn into ice clumps. Sun Shaojian retrieved his grandfather's array map, gesturing at the icy cliff for an extended period before suddenly pointing to an inconspicuous ice pattern on the wall. Look here. This is the entrance marker for the profound ice concealment array. It requires the spirit energy of an ice spirit core to activate. Do we still have any of the ice spirit cores you excavated last time? Bring it out and let us test it. The ice bear demon hastily retrieved an ice spirit core, the size of a pigeon egg, from its bosom, just as it extended the offering. 4 black and blue mechas suddenly sprang forth from either side of the icy cliff, enveloped in a thin layer of frost and wielding hardened bone clubs, clearly remnants of the mechanical celestial lord's underlings. The crooked insignia emblazoned on their chests read Black Ice Squad. One of the mechas stumbled awkwardly, its leg not functioning properly, shedding shards of ice from its bone club with every step. Who allowed you to approach the entrance? The leading minion trembled, his voice quaking with the evident chill that penetrated him, yet he feigned ferocity. This is the territory of Lord Black Tiger. If you dare to advance another step, we shall report to our master and have your mechas dismantled. Upon hearing this, Sun Shaojian chuckled, placing his hands on his hips as he sauntered closer. Lord Black Tiger? Surely your Black Ice Squad is merely a makeshift assembly. Just look at your mecha's icy armor. It is nearly falling apart. The ice shards on your club exceed the weight of your threats. And as for your limping companion, his mecha legs must have been cobbled together from frozen timber of the tundra. You lose 2 pieces of ice with every 3 steps. And you wish to report to your master? I wager you haven't even entered the eternal frost layer. You are likely here just to enjoy the cold breeze. Beep. Target detected. Black ice minions, furious level. X4, rage value 300, 041, 2000. Current cumulative rage value 6, 4650, 1, 200, 0, 7, 6, 650. Enraged, the leading minion slammed his bone club onto the ground, causing ice shards to splatter upon his leg. Nonsense. We were just within the eternal frost layer yesterday. There lies the Xianbing killing array, specifically designed to deal with intruders like you. The moment he uttered these words, the limping minion quickly tugged at his mecha, whispering a warning, "Do not speak carelessly. The master has instructed that outsiders must not learn of the array. Now you fear? It is too late." Lin Feng stepped forward, the palm of his Yanlong breaking killing armor igniting with dragon flames. "Speak. How do we break the Xianbing killing array? Who is Lord Black Tiger? Where is the Pangu core hidden within the eternal frost layer? Should you dare conceal the truth, I shall have the dragon flames of Little Dragon, Bao, roast your mecha into an ice-melted egg." Little Dragon, Bao, promptly complied, releasing a jet of black golden dragon flames that scorched past the leading minion's mecha, causing the thin ice to sizzle and melt, revealing the rusted metal shell beneath. The minion trembled in fear, immediately succumbing. I will tell you, the Xianbing killing array can only be broken using the pure spiritual energy of an ice spirit core. Lord Black Tiger is the leader of the Northern Demon Clan, rumored to have some ties to the lineage of Gongming. The Panga core is hidden within the ice cavern behind the killing array. The lineage of Gongming? Su Qingyue's expression shifted as she leaned toward Lin Feng, whispering. Ancient texts mention a revered figure, Lord Zhao Gongming, a powerful entity among the demon clan, skilled in manipulating killing force. This Lord Black Tiger may well be his descendant, which explains the establishment of the Xianbing killing array within the eternal frost layer. Lin Feng mentally noted this clue and was about to inquire further when the ice bear demon suddenly rushed forward, snatching the storage bag from the leading minion's grasp. "Speak. Is there roasted meat in your bag? I can smell the savory aroma." The minion jumped in distress. "That is frozen jerky. Our rations. It is not roasted meat. Do not take it, or we will be scolded by Lord Black Tiger." The ice bear demon opened the storage bag and indeed found several pieces of frozen, hard jerky inside. He pouted in disappointment, but did not return the bag. After all, frozen meat was better than nothing. "You are all about to be captured by us. So why keep provisions? You might as well let me have them as snacks." Sun Shaojian leaned in for a closer look and suddenly burst into laughter. "Goodness, this jerky still has ice shards on it. Did you take it directly from the ice fields? Even my little Longbao wouldn't eat something this hard. Only an ice bear like you would tolerate it." Little Longbao, as if understanding, peeked out from Lin Feng's embrace and bared its teeth at the jerky, clearly showing disdain. Ding. Detected black ice minion. Qi GL level 4. Anger value 2,510,000. Current accumulated anger value 76, 65, 10,000, 86,650. Little anger, exchange for the profound ice-breaking talisman and the ice spirit core enhancement agent. Lin Feng thought to himself, reserving the talisman for emergencies in case there were ambushes inside the array. Ding. Consumed 80,000 anger value. Exchange for 3 profound ice-breaking talismans and 1 ice spirit core enhancement agent. The enhancement of the ice spirit core increases the purity of spiritual energy by 50, allowing direct penetration of the outer layer of the profound ice fiend array. Lin Feng took the enhancement agent and handed it to the ice bear demon. "Take out the ice spirit core and spray this on it. It will activate the entrance." The ice bear demon immediately complied. As the enhancement agent was sprayed onto the ice spirit core, it instantly radiated a faint blue glow, visibly increasing the concentration of spiritual energy. He pressed the ice spirit core against the ice markings on the cliff, and the markings were promptly illuminated, spreading into a wide ice door. Behind it, faint waves of malevolent energy emanated from the depths of the eternal frost layer. The 4 black ice minions, witnessing the door open, trembled in fear. "Please, don't kill us. We're just trying to earn a living. We never harmed anyone. Lord Black Tiger ordered us to keep watch here, and we never dared to truly stop anyone. Sun Shaojian produced a binding rope, tying the 4 minions together, deliberately hanging the bag of frozen jerky above their heads. Don't worry, we won't kill you. We just want you to stay here. Once we've dealt with Lord Black Tiger, we will naturally let you go. As for this jerky, you certainly won't get to eat it. The Ice Bear Demon quickly tucked the bag of jerky into his bosom, fearing it might be taken back. Let us go into the Eternal Frost Layer to find the Pangu core. The sooner we find it, the sooner we can return to the sect for barbecued meat, he exclaimed, eager to rush into the ice door, but Lin Feng pulled him back. Wait, the malevolent energy inside is intense. Let Little Longbao scout ahead first to avoid any ambush. Little Longbao leapt forward, enveloped in black and gold dragon flames, and charged into the ice door. Before long, it poked its head out, chirping at Lin Feng and wagging its tail, clearly indicating that there was no immediate danger inside. Lin Feng nodded and stepped into the ice door first, followed closely by Su Qingwei, Lin Xiaowan, Sun Shaojian, and the Ice Bear Demon. The ice door slowly closed behind them, leaving the 4 bound black ice minions at the base of the ice cliff, glaring at the bag of frozen jerky above them, snorting in frustration, yet too fearful to struggle. After all, they couldn't even reach the hem of their captor's clothing and could only pray that Lord Black Tiger would discover them soon. The interior of the Eternal Frost Layer is colder than its exterior. The ground is blanketed with thick, dark ice, etched with faint, sinister patterns. Every few steps, one can glimpse ancient beast bones frozen within the ice, emanating an eerie aura. The Ice Bear Demon, while munching on frozen jerky, mumbled, "This place is even shabbier than my ice cellar. How could Lord Black Tiger possibly choose to hide the Pangu core here? If it were up to me, I would conceal it beside a roasting pit, allowing me to enjoy a meal while keeping an eye on it." Sun Shaojian rolled his eyes. Only you could think of barbecued meat. When we encounter Lord Black Tiger, if you dare to compete with him over meat, I want to come to your aid. Lin Feng remained silent, the innate compass in his hand glowing red, pointing toward the depths of the Eternal Frost Layer. The fluctuations of malevolent energy there were growing stronger, indicating that the sinister ice formation and the Pangu core lay ahead. He tightened his grip on the ice-breaking talisman, fully aware that the real trouble was only just beginning. Chapter 30. The initial manifestation of the Eternal Frost Layer's restrictions. A foolish demon accidentally triggers a comical incident. After dealing with the 2 black ice lackeys, Lin Feng found himself in possession of a crumpled map of the Eternal Frost Layer. Although it was labeled as a map, it merely consisted of crooked lines drawn with charcoal on animal hide, marked with hasty notes. Avoid stepping on the red stones in the restricted area. The scrawl was clearly the work of a lowly demon. What is this? Even a 3-year-old's doodles could surpass this. Sun Shaojian held the animal hide map up to the sunlight, questioning, avoid stepping on red stones? The stones on the ice field are either black or white. Where could there possibly be red stones? Surely these 2 lackeys are trying to deceive us, hoping we'll step into a trap? The bound lackey quickly interjected. I swear it's not a trick. The red stones are hidden beneath the snow. Stepping on them will trigger the ice spike restriction. Last time, one of our brothers stepped on one and was turned into a porcupine by the ice spikes. As for that restricted area, it requires an ice spirit crystal as a key. Otherwise, entry is impossible. The Ice Bear Demon squatted next to the lackey, waving a piece of frozen jerky in front of him. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you keep secrets, you want to even get a taste of this jerky. By the way, are there ice spirit fruits in the Eternal Frost Layer? Are they sweeter than the ones I dug up last time? The lackey swallowed hard, nodding vigorously. Yes, the ice spirit fruits are piled up like mountains inside, 10 times sweeter than those outside. It's just that the guarding malevolent beasts are too fierce. No one from our group dares to approach. Before he could finish, the Ice Bear Demon had already shoved the frozen jerky into his hands and was pulling Lin Feng toward the Eternal Frost Layer. Hurry, hurry! The ice spirit fruits are 10 times sweeter. If we delay, we'll be beaten to them by the malevolent beasts. Lin Feng, with no alternative, allowed Sun Shaojian to hand over the lackey to the disciples from their sect who were arriving shortly, while he led their party toward the Eternal Frost Layer. Along the way, Sun Shaojian rummaged through the formation flags for inspection when suddenly he exclaimed, "Oh no! I mixed up the ice-breaking formation flag and the anti-freeze formation flag while tidying up. If we encounter the ice spike restriction, the flags will not only be useless, but will also attract more malevolent beasts. Upon hearing attract malevolent beasts, the ice bear demon immediately halted. What should we do? Should we go back and swap them? I'd rather eat less ice spirit fruit than be chased by malevolent beasts. The one we encountered in the Xianin Hall could crush half my roasted meat with a single bite. Going back will waste too much time. Lin Feng retrieved the remaining ice spirit crystal from his storage pouch and activated the array flag, hoping to temporarily alter its attributes. Xiao Onu, can you calculate the success rate? The voice of Xiao Nu echoed in his mind. The ice spirit crystal contains pure Yin's spiritual energy, which can precisely neutralize the excess attributes of the anti-freeze array flag. The success rate is 80. However, it requires a consumption of 5,000 anger points as a startup fee. Exchange. Without hesitation, Lin Feng watched as the ice spirit crystal illuminated in brilliant blue light and adhered to the array flag. The runes on the flag gradually transformed from white to a pale blue, and the original anti-freeze patterns indeed morphed into the ice-shattering patterns. Sun Xiaojian clapped the array flag and grinned. What a remarkable move. We won't need to carry so many array flags in the future. It saves us from the hassle of constantly mixing them up. As they approached the entrance of the eternal freeze layer, the ground suddenly began to tremble, revealing a faint red glow beneath the snow, precisely the red stones mentioned by the minion. Lin Xiaowan abruptly halted, her pure Yin constitution allowing her to sense the ominous energy surrounding them. The restraints within were fierce, and the sinister aura was mingled with remnants of the Mecha, as if drawing the malevolent energy towards its core. The ice bear demon curiously edged closer to the snow's edge, eager to uncover the appearance of the red stones. Just as it extended its paw, the snow beneath it cracked with a resounding snap, revealing a red stone the size of a basin. The symbols on the stone instantly glowed, and dozens of ice spikes erupted from the ground, aiming directly at the ice bear demon's chest. Be careful. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, the wings of the flame dragon breaking evil armor flaring as he yanked the ice bear demon aside. The ice spikes grazed its armor, plunging into the adjacent snow, which instantly froze into ice columns. The ice bear demon, terrified, clutched Lin Feng's arm, exclaiming, "That thing almost pierced my meat pouch. Had I known, I wouldn't have looked at the red stones. No matter how sweet the ice spirit fruit is, it's not worth my life." Little Dragon Bao peered out from Lin Feng's embrace and unleashed a small fireball at the redstone. Upon impact, the radiance of the runes dimmed significantly, and the tremors ceased. Xiao Nu's voice timely resounded. The redstone is the trigger point for the restraints. Little Dragon Bao's profound, refined dragon flame can temporarily suppress it, but we must find the ice spirit crystal Qi swiftly. Otherwise, the restraints will become increasingly ferocious. The group cautiously circumvented the red stone and ventured deeper into the eternal freeze layer. Not long after, a mournful wailing echoed from ahead as 3 half-human-sized malevolent beasts emerged from the ice crevices, their bodies cloaked in black ice, with fangs gleaming coldly, precisely the guard beasts described by the minion. At last, we have encountered living ones. Sun Xiaojian brandished the modified ice-shattering array flag. Lin, let the ice bear and little dragon Bao lead the charge while I set the formation to trap them. You take the opportunity to bombard them with the spirit source cannon. Upon hearing they were to battle, the ice bear demon immediately forgot its earlier fright. Seizing a block of ice and hurling it at the malevolent beasts, behold my ice brick attack. If it hits, you'll serve as my stepping stone to pluck the ice spirit fruit. The ice brick shattered upon striking the black ice shell of the beast, reduced to shards, while the beast remained unscathed, now infuriated, lunging toward the ice bear demon. Seizing the moment, little dragon Bao leaped into the air, unleashing its black gold dragon flame upon the beast's black ice shell. With a sizzling sound, the shell melted away, revealing the essence of the malevolent energy within. Sun Xiaojian swiftly activated the array flag, enveloping the 3 malevolent beasts in a pale blue light, their sinister aura firmly restrained, rendering them immobile. Ding! Suppressing the guarding malevolent beasts, gain 9,000 wrath points. Current accumulated wrath points, 68,000, 900,000, 770,000. Lin Feng raised the spirit source breaking cannon, a blue light coalescing at its muzzle. Let us not squander time. Let us resolve this swiftly. The cannon's beam flashed, dispersing the essence of the malevolent beasts, which transformed into wisps of dark mist, consumed by little dragon bag, converting into the energy of dragon flame. With the malevolent beasts dealt with, a faint blue light suddenly emanated from the ice crevice ahead. It was the luminous glow of the ice spirit fruit. The fruit tree bore numerous fist-sized ice spirit fruits, glistening enticingly. The ice bear demon's eyes widened, breaking free from Lin Feng's grasp and rushing forward to pluck one, exclaiming, "Sweet, truly tenfold sweeter, better than roasted meat." Sun Shaojian also approached, gathering a few fruits to taste. Indeed sweet, even more tender than those he had sampled in the ice cellar. "By the way, Lin brother, do you see behind that fruit tree? Is it not an ice door? The runes on it look exactly like those in the forbidden zone depicted on the map." Following his gaze, Lin Feng indeed spotted a massive ice door behind the fruit grove, intricately engraved with complex runes. In the center, there was a recess perfectly shaped to accommodate an ice spirit crystal. Clearly, this was the core forbidden gate of the eternal freeze layer. Lin Xiaowan approached the ice door, her pure spiritual aura resonating with the runes. The recess requires both the ice spirit crystal and pure spiritual energy to activate. "Allow me to attempt to infuse my spiritual energy." She raised her hand, channeling her spiritual breath into the recess. The runes instantly glowed with a soft green light. Yet it still lacked the final step for complete activation. "We need the ice spirit crystal." The ice bear demon hastily retrieved the largest ice spirit crystal from its pouch and inserted it into the recess. As the two energies melded, the ice door creaked open slowly, revealing a rich resonance of the Panga Mecha and a faint ripple of spiritual energy. "It worked!" Sun Shaojian exclaimed joyfully, waving the array flag. "This must be the hideout of the Pangu core. Lin brother, we must be cautious upon entering. We cannot trigger any strange prohibitions like before." The ice bear demon, with its pockets brimming with ice spirit fruits, popped another into its mouth, declaring, "Entering is fine. But we must agree first that when we locate the Pangu core, I shall gather enough ice spirit fruits. Otherwise, I will lack the strength to fight." Lin Feng shook his head in resignation, the black gold patterns of the flame dragon breaking armor igniting, readying for battle. "Let us proceed, but remember, if danger arises, protect Lin Xiaowan first, then devise a plan to counter the enemy. Little dragon bag, prepare the dragon flame and remain on standby." Little dragon bag chirped twice, leaping from Lin Feng's arms to perch on his shoulder, vigilantly watching the darkness beyond the ice door. The group filed in, the ice door slowly closing behind them, leaving behind the bountiful ice spirit fruits, shimmering with a sweet luminescence in the soft glow of the eternal freeze layer. The secrets of the Pangu core were finally on the verge of revelation. Chapter 31. The Black Ice Minion leaks the secret of the talisman. Expired jerky sparks laughter. The shimmering barrier of the Everfrost layer emanated a pale blue glow. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the pulsating red dot on the innate compass. His brow furrowed with such intensity it could shatter ice. The compass indicated a connection to the barrier and the Panga core, but offered no insights on how to dismantle it. Sun Shaojian had thoroughly perused his grandfather's array diagrams, only to discover a vague reference to the necessity of invoking an object of extreme cold. The ice bear demon, having long lost patience with the study of the barrier, scraped its claws in the snow, muttering, "Where's that promised ice spirit fruit? This wretched place is nothing but ice and snow. Not a single trace of fruit to be found. If I can't find something to eat soon, I'll have to resort to gnawing on mech parts." As it spoke, it edged closer to Lin Feng's flame dragon exterminator armor, jaws agape, only to be swatted away by the little dragon's tail, inciting its frustration as it squatted in the snow, drawing circles. Lin Xiaowan, assisting Su Qingyue in organizing the spiritual tools, suddenly pointed towards the distant snow slope, exclaiming, "There's movement. It sounds like a mech." The group looked up to see 3 rotund black mechs emerge from behind the snow hill. Rather than mechs, they resembled haphazardly assembled tin cans. The one on the left had a clearly outdated ice bear mech leg, crookedly welded, limping as it walked. The middle one sported a rusted metal plate for a shoulder guard, secured with wire to its body. The one on the right was in even worse shape, with half of its cockpit glass shattered, covered by a piece of plastic, revealing a driver bundled in a thick cotton coat, with only their eyes visible. This is the territory of Lord Black Ice. You are not permitted to approach the barrier. A timid voice emerged from the limping mech, sounding like a novice minion. We're the Black Ice Squad, tasked with guarding the entrance. If you come any closer, we shall not be courteous. Upon hearing this, Sun Shaojian burst into laughter. Not courteous? Your mech must have been salvaged from scrapyard. That left leg is as crooked as if a bear had swatted it. The middle shoulder guard is tied less securely than my shoelaces, and that plastic covering could be blown away by a gust of wind. With such equipment, you dare claim to guard the entrance? My little dragon could roast you into crispy black ice chicken with a mere breath of fire. Ding! Target detected. Black Ice Squad, timid angry level, rage value 3200, targeting mech assembly flaws, crispy chicken taunt. Current cumulative rage value, 68500. 3-2-0-0-7-1-7-0-0. The limping minion was so incensed that its mech leg trembled even more violently. You speak nonsense. Our mechs were personally modified by Lord Black Ice. They are very impressive. As it gestured with its mech arm, the wire on the shoulder guard snapped, causing the metal plate to clatter to the ground, revealing the damaged core within. Upon seeing the core, the Ice Bear Demon's eyes lit up. Oh! This core is just like the old one in my ice cellar. It's the same model that was phased out 5 years ago. It can't even preserve an ice spirit fruit anymore. And you still use it as a mech core? Lord Black Ice must be skimming your budget to buy barbecue for himself. This remark struck a nerve with the minion, prompting the occupant of the right mech, still covered by the plastic, to mutter, "We truly have no budget. Last month's pay was just frozen jerky, and it's already expired." The target Black Ice Squad has been detected, their anger level registering at a staggering 4,500, a consequence of their grievances regarding budget cuts and expired jerky. The cumulative anger level now stands at 7-1-7-0-0-4-5-0-0-7-6-2-0-0. Do not waste your breath with them, shouted a minor henchman, struggling to control his mech as it lunged towards Sun Shaojian. However, after barely moving a few steps, the mech's leg became ensnared in a crevice of snow, leaving him frantic within the cockpit. Help me, or Lord Black Ice will punish us by sending us to excavate the permafrost. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng approached. The palm of his flame dragon breaker, mech, glowing with a soft golden hue as it pressed against the core of the limping mech. Is the Lord Black Ice you speak of located deep within the permafrost? Were you assigned to guard the restrictions because there are remnants of Pangu inside? Initially, the limping henchman intended to maintain his defiance, but upon witnessing Lin Feng's formidable mech and recalling the ruthlessness of Lord Black Ice, he faltered. Yes, Lord Black Ice is inside, preparing to activate the restrictions with the Pangu remnants to protect the Pangu core. He said if we hold our ground for 3 days, we would receive new mechs. No, wait. I cannot say. Still unwilling to yield? The Ice Bear Demon suddenly leaned in, its claws tapping against the cockpit of the shoulder-bound mech. What about the frozen jerky you brought? Show it to me. If it's not expired, I might persuade Brother Lin to let you off the hook. Otherwise, I shall dismantle your mech and use the parts as a cushion for the ice spirit fruit. The henchman exchanged glances and reluctantly retrieved several bags of hard frozen jerky from their storage bags. The Ice Bear Demon took them, bit into one, and promptly spat out. Yuck, this has gone bad. Is this what Lord Black Ice feeds you? And you still work for him? You'd be better off with us. We feast on roasted meat daily and have ample spirit source stones. A notification chimed. Target Black Ice Squad detected. Doubt and frustration level. Anger level 2,800. Disgusting jerky critical hit. Job hopping temptation. Cumulative anger level now at 76-200-2800-79000. The minor henchman could no longer maintain his composure. We don't want to work for him either. Lord Black Ice threatened that if we failed to hold the line, we would be thrown into the hell pit. He possesses a Black Ice talisman that can temporarily unlock the restrictions, and we have one on us as well for emergency communication. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Where is the Black Ice talisman? The henchmen, realizing they had no choice but to cooperate, produced a piece of black talisman paper inscribed with twisted runes. The key to breaking the restrictions. Lin Feng took the talisman, and the innate compass reacted instantly, the runes on the light screen resonating with the talisman, revealing a small breach. Little dragon bag. Stabilize the breach with Dragon Flame. Lin Feng commanded. Little dragon bag leapt into action, exhaling a gentle flame to shield the breach from closing. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan hurried forward to reinforce the breach with their spiritual tools, while Sun Xiaojian collected the henchman's mechs. These broken mechs still have some utility. The parts can be exchanged for spirit source stones, which will be perfect for upgrading Brother Lin's mech. The henchmen watched their mechs being taken away, tears brimming in their eyes. What will we do? We will be punished by Lord Black Ice upon our return. The ice bear demon, munching on a half-frozen ice spirit fruit it had just found, mumbled indistinctly. What is there to fear? Come with us, and you'll enjoy roasted meat. If Lord Black Ice dares to come, I shall crush him with a single blow. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before addressing the minions. If you are willing to lead us to Lord Black Ice, we shall overlook previous grievances and reward you with new spiritual source stones. Upon hearing the mention of spiritual source stones, the minions eagerly nodded in agreement. We are willing. Lord Black Ice resides deep within the frozen abyss in his Black Ice Palace, where many of his subordinates await, equipped with new mechas. The group followed the minions deeper into the abyss, while the ice bear demon lamented the expired jerky he had consumed earlier. Had I known I would be following you, I would have finished the jerky yesterday. Now I am left with a taste in my mouth and no fresh provisions. Sun Xiaojian patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not fret. Once we have dealt with Lord Black Ice, I shall have Master Zhang prepare 30 portions of roasted meat to mask that taste. Lin Feng grasped the Black Ice talisman, his gaze firm as he stared into the increasingly dense black malevolence ahead. The Pangu core lay just before him, and the remnants of the mechanical celestial lord's forces were closing in. He needed to win this battle. Little Dragon, Bao nudged his hand, the dragon flame emanating a faint golden glow, as if to encourage him. Chapter 32. The Ice Prong Mecha causes a laughable incident. The trace of the Ice Spirit Talisman begins to emerge as the Ice Bear Demon sighed, while clutching the bag of expired jerky. He prodded its hard surface with his claws. Had I known, I would have finished it yesterday. Now, I have nothing fresh. And surely there are no roasted skewers in the frozen abyss. Sun Xiaojian, frowning at the black ice symbols on the talisman paper, tossed a piece of spiritual source stone in his direction. Stop your lamenting. Once we locate the Pangu core, you can trade this stone with the demons of the ice plains for fresh jerky, which is far superior to what you currently possess. Just as he finished speaking, a row of ice prongs suddenly sprouted from the snowy ground ahead, and 3 mechas enveloped in black malevolence burst forth from behind the prongs. The leading mecha was more ornate than the previous minions, with shoulder armor adorned with crooked ice spikes, a dark ice spirit embedded in its chest, and an ice prong gun still attached to a piece of frozen beast skin, unmistakably marking it as a subordinate of the Black Ice Gang. Hand over the talisman paper. The voice of the Black Ice Lookout was grating, and as the mecha advanced, 2 ice spikes fell from the shoulder armor, crashing onto the snow and scattering shards of ice. Our lieutenant has declared that whoever retrieves the talisman paper shall be rewarded with 10 pounds of frozen jerky. If you have any sense, hand over those 2 pure-ean girls, and perhaps we will spare your lives. 10 pounds of frozen jerky? The ice bear demon perked up, stuffing the expired jerky into his embrace and pointing at the lookout's mecha. With such a shabby mecha, you dare to claim a reward? Those ice spikes on your shoulders must have frozen just this morning. A gust of wind would send them tumbling. And that ice spirit on your chest is so dark. It must have been dredged from the malevolence pool, incapable of even containing the malevolence itself. Yet you dare wield it as a weapon? Ding. Target detected. Black Ice Lookout. Anger level. Furious. Anger value. For 1,500. Targeting ice spike flaw. Mocking the ice spirit. Detecting black ice minions 2. Annoyed level. Each with an anger value of 3,000. Totaling 6,000. Current cumulative anger value. 3860045006000499100. The squad leader, infuriated, trembled with rage, wielding his ice spear to thrust at the ice bear demon, exclaiming, "You foolish bear know nothing. This is the ice spike assault armor, specifically designed for combat on the icy plains. Speak another word, and I shall freeze you into jerky." The spear tip, enveloped in dark malevolence, was thwarted by Su Qingyue's pure jade of detoxification. A flash of green light purified the dark malevolence, revealing the rusted iron tip beneath the now partially melted ice spike. Ice spike assault armor. Indeed, Sun Xiaojian retorted, producing a copper needle and deftly targeting the joints of the mech. My grandfather's formation diagrams indicate that the ice spikes of the icy plains must be forged from millennium-old ice marrow. What you possess is mere roadside meltwater, dissolving upon contact with purifying light like tofu. Observe your mech's left leg. The joint is frozen solid. It was stuck for 3 seconds when you attempted to step, and if you move again, you may find yourself pushing the mech along. The squad leader's movements faltered as the left leg joint of the mech emitted a crack, nearly toppling him into the snow. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaowan unleashed her pure spiritual energy, a pale blue aura enveloping the squad leader's mech, causing the dark malevolence within the icy soul to writhe in agitation. The pure constitution inherently counters malevolence, entangled in the spiritual energy. The icy soul began to exude malevolent energy, prompting the squad leader to shout in alarm. Hurry, stop. My icy soul is about to shatter. Ding. Target detected. Black Ice Squad leader. Rage level. Rage value 5800. Joint stuck. Malevolent soul agitated. Current cumulative rage value 49100580054900. Little Dragon Package. Xian Refined Dragon Flame. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as the small dragon package leapt from his shoulder, unleashing black golden dragon flames upon the squad leader's mech. The dragon flames met the ice spikes, instantly incinerating them and burrowing into the icy soul along the trail of malevolent energy, causing it to emit a resonant hum, losing all luster. The squad leader's mech immediately lost power, collapsing into the snow, while the cultivator inside the cockpit panicked, attempting to flee, only to be pinned down by the ice bear demon's claw. Trying to escape? Hand over that 10 pounds of frozen jerky, or I shall dismantle your mech for firewood. 2 henchmen, witnessing the scene, attempted to flee but were blocked by Sun Xiaojian's malevolent binding formation. Where do you think you're going? Your squad leader has been captured, and you still wish to return for a reward? I suggest you confess. Where is your lieutenant? How do we break the barrier of the eternal frozen layer? Otherwise, once this formation's freezing malevolent symbol is activated, you shall remain trapped inside for 3 days and nights, frozen to the point where you cannot even bite. The henchman trembled in fear, hastily revealing, the lieutenant is at the Black Ice Camp, near the entrance to the eternal frozen layer. Breaking the barrier requires an icy soul talisman. Our squad leader has half of it. The other half is with the lieutenant, and we must unite them to unlock the gate to the eternal frozen layer. Lin Feng retrieved the yellowed talisman from the squad leader's grasp, noting that the icy soul pattern matched that of the talisman previously given by the foot soldier, evidently the key to dismantling the barrier. The squad leader, lying in the snow, mournfully observed as the talisman was taken, lamenting, "My frozen jerky. The lieutenant will surely punish me by sending me to mine icy souls." The ice bear demon's eyes lit up at the mention of mining icy souls. Can digging icy souls be exchanged for frozen jerky? I am strong. I can help you dig. Just 20 pounds will suffice. This remark elicited laughter from Sun Xiaojian, while Lin Feng, shaking his head in exasperation, patted the ice bear demon's head. First, we must find the lieutenant to obtain the other half of the talisman. Once we break the barrier, then we can arrange for your frozen jerky. The little dragon package nuzzled against Lin Feng's shoulder, releasing a small fireball, seemingly urging them to depart post-haste. Su Qingwei stowed away the clear poison jade and nodded to Lin Feng, saying, "The entrance to the eternal frozen layer is not far ahead. We must exercise caution. That lieutenant's strength is undoubtedly superior to that of the sentry." Lin Feng tightened his grip on the half-finished ice soul talisman, the black and gold patterns of the flame dragon armor flickering subtly. "I'm not afraid of strength, as long as we work together. No matter how formidable the lieutenant may be, he will not stand a chance against us. Let us proceed to the Black Ice Camp and take a look at what that 10-pound dried frozen meat actually looks like." Upon hearing this, the ice bear demon perked up instantly, hefting the sentry's ice spear and charging ahead, exclaiming, "Hurry, hurry! If we delay, the dried meat will be snatched away by others." A group of individuals followed closely, leaving a trail of uneven footprints in the snow as they ventured towards the entrance of the eternal frozen layer. The impending danger of the Black Ice Camp loomed. Yet thoughts of the coveted ice soul talisman and the ice bear demon's desire for dried meat made the chilling wind feel less biting. Chapter 33. The clumsy bear provokes a conflict. The ice soul talisman requires pure activation as they delve deeper into the icy crevices of the eternal frozen layer. The fissures grew narrower, and the biting cold seeped through the crevices of their mechs, chilling them to the bone. Lin Feng was using a primordial compass to scan the runes on the ice wall, when suddenly he heard the ice bear demon sniffing excitedly. "I smell meat." Roasted meat. Though it was certainly inferior to what Master Zhang could prepare, it would suffice to satisfy his hunger. Before anyone could react, the ice bear demon had already darted forward, pulling himself through the ice crevice. Sun Shaojian reached out but failed to catch him, following closely behind instead. "You glutton! What there is an ambush?" That scent of meat could very well be a trap set by the Black Ice Gang. As soon as he finished speaking, they spotted two lackeys dressed in Black Ice Gang uniforms squatting at the end of the icy fissure, gathered around a steaming tin barrel, from which protruded several skewers of char-dried meat. One of them mumbled, "The manager said we are to guard the ice soul talisman. This desolate place doesn't even have a bird. What's wrong with having a couple of skewers of meat?" The lackey on the left, biting into a piece of meat, had his mech's ice shoulder armor askew, evidently having been beaten up previously. "Once we find the remnants of Pangu, we'll get promoted, and then we can feast on roasted meat every day." Just as the lackey on the right was about to respond, a furry black figure lunged forward, snatching the tin barrel with its claws. "Roasted meat? Is this what you call roasted meat? It's so burn it could chip a tooth. It's not even half as tasty as the dried meat I have stored in my ice cellar." It was none other than the ice bear demon. He took a bite of the skewered meat and immediately spat it out. "Huh, it's still cold. With your culinary skills, you wouldn't even be worthy to carry Master Zhang's shoes." The two lackeys nearly jumped in fright upon realizing it was the ice bear demon. And noticing Lin Feng and the others trailing behind, they panicked, hastily reaching for the ice blades at their waists. "Who are you? How dare you steal our meat? The ice soul talisman in this ice cave belongs to the Black Ice Gang, so you better leave quickly." Sun Shaojian waved his copper needle and approached, circling around the lackey-s mech. "The Black Ice Gang? With such mechs? The ice shoulder armor on the left must be glued together, right? It wobbles with a gust of wind, while the leg on the right seems to be a mere prop, limping along. You dare to claim you guard the ice soul talisman? My little dragon can spit a fireball that would melt your pathetic mechs." Detected a minion from the Black Ice Gang, irritation level, with an anger value of 280025600. Current accumulated anger value, 723005600777900. The minion on the left trembled with rage, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. This shoulder armor was repaired for me by the overseer, who assured me of its sturdiness." As he spoke, he swung his ice blade toward Sun Shaojian. But before the blade could reach him, it was instantly incinerated by a fireball from Little Dragon Bag, leaving a small crater and prompting him to retract his weapon in fright. Lin Feng scanned the depths of the ice cave with his innate compass and discovered a cyan talisman half embedded in the icy wall, emanating a faint blue light, surrounded by a wisp of ice malevolence. This was precisely the ice soul talisman they sought. Just as he intended to approach, the minion on the right suddenly shouted, "Do not touch the ice soul talisman. It can only be activated by a pure physique. If an ordinary person touches it, they will be frozen into an ice sculpture." The overseer instructed that once we find a cultivator with a pure physique, we can use the ice soul talisman to unlock the eternal frozen layer's restrictions and obtain the fragments of Pangu. This revelation exchanged glances between Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan, both of whom possessed pure physiques, indicating that the Black Ice Gang had long harbor designs on them. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold, and the black golden patterns of the flame dragon breaking evil armor glowed ominously. "Where is your overseer? Where exactly are the Pangu fragments hidden?" The minion on the left attempted to maintain his bravado, but the ice bear demon suddenly raised a tin bucket, threatening to smash it. "Speak quickly, otherwise I shall toss your measly bucket of dried meat, leaving you with nothing to gnaw on." Frightened, the minion hastily waved his hands. "Do not throw it. The overseer is in the ice malevolence palace deep within the eternal frozen layer, and the Pangu fragments are concealed behind the restrictions. Only the ice soul talisman and the energy of a pure physique can unlock them. That is all we know, truly." Ding. Key information acquired. Unlocking map marker for the Ice Malevolence Palace. Detected a minion. Fear level. Anger value 1, 50023000. Current accumulated anger value 779003000809000. Lin Feng ceased to press them further, instructing Sun Shaojian to confine the two minions with a trapping formation before he turned towards the ice wall housing the Ice Soul Talisman. Lin Shaowan stepped forward, her fingertips emanating a faint pure Yin energy. Upon contact with the talisman, it radiated a blinding blue light, instantly drawing in the surrounding ice malevolence. The talisman detached from the ice wall and flew into Lin Xiaowan's grasp. This talisman is quite cool, and it seems to harbor some form of power, she remarked, furrowing her brow. The minion mentioned that it can unlock the restrictions. Should we proceed to the Ice Malevolence Palace now? Sun Shaojian retracted the formation flag and patted the Ice Bear Demon's tin bucket. We certainly should, but let us first dispose of this bucket of dried meat to prevent certain bears from having designs on it. The Ice Bear Demon quickly cradled the bucket in his arms. Do not throw it. What if we grow hungry on the way? Even if it is not palatable, it is better than an empty stomach. In his haste, he stealthily pinched a piece of dried meat and stuffed it into his pocket, but it slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, promptly snatched away by Little Dragon Bag, who crunched on it noisily. Lin Feng observed the playful antics of the two, shaking his head in exasperation. The marker on the innate compass pointing to the Ice Malevolence Palace grew increasingly distinct. Let us be off. The Ice Malevolence Palace is not far from here. Be cautious along the way. The overseer of the Black Ice Gang will undoubtedly prove more formidable than these two minions. A group of individuals ventured deeper along the icy crevice, while the Ice Bear Demon continued to vie for the remaining jerky with the Little Dragon. Sun Shaojian was engrossed in studying the intricate patterns of the Ice Spirit Talisman, while Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan walked cautiously in the middle, vigilantly observing the surrounding ice walls. Unbeknownst to them, in the corner on the back of the Ice Spirit Talisman, a small emblem of the Black Ice Gang began to glow a subtle red, responding to their footsteps. Chapter 34. The Pure Yin Talisman reveals secret paths. The Flame Dragon breaks the Ice Commander as Lin Xiaowan's fingertips brushed against the Ice Spirit Talisman. The talisman erupted with a soft blue radiance. The pure Yin spiritual energy surged through her fingers into the talisman, and the once indistinct runes began to swirl to life, ultimately coalescing into a three-dimensional map in midair, pointing directly to the depths of the frozen core secret realm, the very hiding place of the Panga core. Success! Just as Sun Shaojian reached out to touch the luminous map, a thunderous crack echoed from the distance, and three mechs adorned with sharp ice spikes sped towards them. The foremost mech bore the inscription Ice Commander upon its chest, and the malevolent energy wrapped around the ice spikes was several times stronger than that of the previous minions. With the Ice Spirit long gun in its grasp gleaming with a chilling light capable of freezing spiritual energy. Surrender the Ice Spirit Talisman. The Ice Commander's mech crushed over the ice layer, leaving deep trenches in its wake. By the command of Lord Black Ice, any who approach the frozen core secret realm shall die. As soon as he finished speaking, two mechs behind him suddenly unleashed icy malevolence, attempting to freeze Lin Xiaowan while the others were caught off guard. However, the Ice Bear Demon had already tucked the frozen jerky back into its embrace. With a powerful strike of its paw against the ground, the ice layer surged upward, effectively blocking the icy assault. You wish to freeze Miss Suze Jr.? First, ask my bear paw if it consents. The Ice Bear Demon's frost-resistant coat shimmered with golden light as it lunged at one of the mechs, its claws gripping the ice spikes on the mech's shoulder. With a resounding crack, it uprooted the ice spike and tossed it aside, striking another mech and causing it to tilt. Alert! Target Ice Commander detected. Rage level. Furious. Rage value. 5,800. Provoked by the demon race. Ice spikes destroyed. Current total rage value. 3260058003840. Seeing this, the Ice Commander thrust the Ice Spirit long gun at the Ice Bear Demon. Ignorant fool. This Ice Spirit gun is infused with eternal frost malevolence. A single strike could reduce your bones to dust. The long spear, imbued with frigid energy, surged forth. Yet Lin Feng instantly teleported before the Ice Bear Demon, the black and gold patterns of the flame dragon breaking malevolence armor illuminating. Dragon flames coalesced into a shield in his palm. Those who wish to harm my companions must first pass my trial. You dare to obstruct me at the Foundation establishment stage? The Ice Commander's spear struck the dragon flame shield, yet it was met with sizzling flames that emitted cold vapor. He sneered as he activated the mech's core, allowing you to witness the might of the Black Ice faction. Ice Spike Formation. Suddenly, ice spikes shot forth from the mech's body, forming an impenetrable array in the air, descending upon the group. Xiaojian, the encirclement. As Lin Feng shouted, Lin Xiaowan unexpectedly raised her hand. Pure, spiritual energy transforming into a luminous wall, temporarily halting the ice spikes. Although her cultivation was not high, her pure constitution inherently countered malevolence, causing the ice spikes to slow momentarily upon contact with the light wall. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiaojian plunged the formation flag into the ice layer, sprinkling sulfur and nitrate powder into the formation's core. Here it comes. Let me show you the taste of both ice and fire. The banners glimmered with a verdant light as flames erupted suddenly from beneath the ice, colliding with the ice spikes and generating a thick cloud of white mist that enveloped the Ice Commander's mech in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, the little dragon leaped into the air, unleashing a jet of black and gold dragon flame towards the mist. With a resounding boom, the ice spikes within the fog were incinerated, revealing the mech of the Ice Commander, whose icy protrusions were evidently hastily frozen, adorned with a sticker that read Patchwork Artisan, indicating a shoddy modification. Goodness, is your mecha creation of the Icefield Patchwork Artisan? It melts at the slightest heat, and its core is leaking malevolent energy. Yet you dare call yourself a commander? Sun Xiaojian laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Even my little dragon can turn your mech into icy soda with a mere breath of fire. Beep. Target Ice Commander detected. Qi GL level. Rage value 7200. Mech defect exposed. Taunt maximized. Current accumulated rage value 38400720045600. The Ice Commander was thoroughly enraged, controlling his mech to charge at Lin Xiaowan, declaring, I will first slay this pure girl, leaving you without a guide. However, as he advanced a few steps, the ice beneath him suddenly cracked. Lin Feng had previously weakened the ice layer with his spiritual energy and had the Ice Bear Demon waiting below. At that moment, the Ice Bear Demon thrust upwards, causing the ice layer to flip, toppling the mech. Now it's my turn. Lin Feng's Flame Dragon Destruction armor merged seamlessly with the little dragon, transforming into a towering black and gold flame dragon. Its claws seized the wreckage of the mech. You enjoy freezing people with ice energy, do you? Today, let us see how you fare against dragon flames. The flame dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing the destruction dragon flame cannon. Instantly, the Ice Commander's mech was engulfed in flames, and the tremendous explosion from its core shook the entire Eternal Frost layer. Beep. Ice Commander killed. Absorbing Eternal Frost energy 1500 points, converting rage value 15,000. Current accumulated rage value 45600060600. Beep. New attribute unlocked for Flame Dragon Destruction Armor. Ice Energy Immunity. Future ice-based attack damage reduced by 80. As the battle concluded, the Ice Bear Demon rummaged through the remnants of the mech and produced an oiled paper package, revealing it to contain hardened jerky. Hey, this fellow even had jerky hidden away. Although it lacks the aroma of Master Zhang's roasting, it's better than nothing. Sun Xiaojian attempted to snatch it, but the Ice Bear Demon clutched the oiled paper package and scampered away. No way. This is my loot. Lin Feng paid no heed to their playful scuffle, picking up the Ice Commander's Fallen Ice Spirit token. The token bore the inscription, 3 Ice Spirit Seals required to unlock the Ice Core Secret Realm, indicating that the token they possessed was but one of the 3. Lin Xiaowan approached the glowing map aura and softly remarked, the map indicates that the other 2 Ice Spirit Seals are located. One in the lair of Lord Black Ice, and the other deep within the cold crystal cavern of the ice field. Cold Crystal Cavern? Sun Xiaojian halted his pursuit, pulling out his grandfather's array map. My grandfather mentioned that place is guarded by ancient ice demons, far more perilous than the Eternal Frost Lair. The Ice Bear Demon, gnawing on the jerky, came closer. What is there to fear? With Lin Gu's flame dragon and my bare paws, we can drive away even the mightiest ice demon. After defeating them, we can even ask for more jerky. Lin Feng gazed at the blinking marker for the cold crystal cavern on the map. The brilliance of the flame dragon destruction armor gradually dimming. First, let us venture to the cold crystal cavern to retrieve the second seal. The lair of Lord Black Ice is undoubtedly fraught with ambushes. We must proceed with utmost caution. However, before that, we must ensure that the ice bear demon swallows the jerky in its mouth to prevent it from spewing it out during the ensuing skirmish. Little Dragon Bao nuzzled against Lin Feng's shoulder, expelling a tiny fireball that singed the greasy paper bag in the ice bear demon's grasp, causing it to hurriedly stuff the last piece of jerky into its mouth, which elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. The biting cold of the eternal frost still pierced through, yet no one felt the chill any longer. Chapter 35. The pure Flame Dragon breaks the ice demon. The key first touches the Pangu shield at the end of the secret path. The icy cavern was more spacious than anticipated. The ground was inscribed with a multitude of ice demon runes, and at the center, a semi-transparent ice shield floated, emanating a dim golden light. Within, fragments of a mech could be discerned, revealing the core components of the Pangu mech. Surrounding the icy cavern stood 10 formidable black ice mechs, each adorned with a crooked character signifying Shun, evidently a remnant of ancient lineage. At last you have come. On the elevated platform at the heart of the cavern stood a figure clad in black robes. The mech under his command shimmered in icy blue, its shoulders adorned with 2 colossal ice spirits, wielding a crystalline scepter topped with a larger ice demon crystal than any previously encountered. I am Shinbing, a descendant of the illustrious Lord Shun Gongbao, tasked with guarding the Pangu core. You dare intrude here, perfectly positioning me to use your spiritual essence as a tribute to the core. Upon hearing Shun Gongbao's name, Sun Xiao Jian could not contain his laughter. With your meager skills, how dare you invoke the name of Shun Gongbao? Let us first examine the character on your mech. The left stroke is crooked, and the right side is inscribed as a circle. Surely a cheap imitation from a street vendor? Moreover, your scepter bears cracks in the ice demon crystal, leaking more malice than your words. How can you dare to use it as a ceremonial tool? Ding! Target Shun Bing detected. Level of rage. Irate. Rage value. 5,500, striking at the fake lineage and mech flaws. Detected black ice mechs. 10. Level of annoyance. Each with a rage value of 3,800, total 38,000. Current accumulated rage value 42800, 5500, 38000, 86300. Furious, Shun Bing slammed his scepter onto the icy surface. Shards of ice flying. What does a mere child understand? This is an improved version of the Shun character rune, capable of amplifying the ice demon's might. Today, you shall experience the true power of the ice demon. He raised his hand, wielding the scepter, and the 10 black ice mechs simultaneously unleashed ice demon energy, forming dozens of ice spikes that hurtled towards Lin Feng and his companions. Little Dragon Bao, Xian Ying quenching dragon flame. No sooner had Lin Feng spoken than the little dragon leapt from his shoulder, and the black golden dragon flame unfurled instantly. The ice spikes, upon contact with the dragon flame, melted away, and the malevolent energy was absorbed and transformed. This was the ability to cycle malevolent energy, unlocked after defeating the Ice Commander in the previous chapter. The more malevolent energy absorbed, the stronger the dragon flame became. Ding! Absorbed ice demon energy, 1,500 points, converted rage value, 15,000. Current accumulated rage value, 8630001, 500010, 1300. The Ice Bear Demon could no longer contain itself, switching its frost-resistant suit to armor-piercing mode. Its claws gleamed with golden light as it charged at the nearest black ice mech, bellowing, "You dare seize the Pangu core? I shall crush you into ice shards." With a powerful punch, it struck the mech's chest, causing a resounding crack as the chassis caved in. The pilot within shrieked in terror, scrambling out, only to be met with a swift kick from the Ice Bear Demon. This pitiful mech is less sturdy than the ice slabs in my cellar. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances, simultaneously channeling their pure, energy. Two pale blue streams of spiritual light intertwined, forming a protective shield that kept the remaining ice fiends at bay while surging upstream towards the core of the black ice mech. The pure Qi constitution is the bane of ice fiends. Your plans to use us as furnace cauldrons are misguided. Upon contact with the pure Qi energy, the mech's core instantly froze, rendering it powerless. Witnessing his subordinates being dispatched one after another, Shun Bing's eyes turned crimson with rage. Since you seek death, I shall use the remnants of the Pengu Core's power to entomb you in ice for eternity. He raised his hand against the ice shield, and the ice crystal staff's ice fiend crystal erupted with blinding light, revealing black and gold patterns that spread ominously towards Lin Feng and his companions. You wish to manipulate the Pengu Core? You must first pass my trial. Lin Feng's innate compass in his palm quaked violently, resonating with the Pengu Core within the ice shield, suddenly recalling the previously absorbed Xian Yin Fiend and Ice Fiend energies. He glanced at Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan's pure Yin spiritual light and devised a plan. In a moment of wrath, he declared, "Unlock the Inferno Dragon's pure Yin break. Fuse pure Yin energy with spiritual essence to shatter his Ice Fiend power." Ding. Consumed 80,000 rage points, unlocking ultimate skill, Inferno Dragon's pure Yin break. Merging Inferno Dragon fire, pure Yin strength, and spiritual energy can dismantle the ancient Ice Fiend's restrictions. Golden light intertwined with pale blue radiance. As Lin Feng's Inferno Dragon break armor manifested delicate blue patterns, the fiery wings unfurled to a width of 10 feet, and the dragon's head-shoulder armor opened its eyes, unleashing a beam of gold and blue light. The beam collided with the black and gold patterns on the ice shield, instantly tearing them apart, shattering Shun Bing's ice crystal staff and exploding the Ice Fiend crystal into fragments. Impossible. This cannot be. The core of Shun Bing's mech was struck by the light beam and detonated, leaving him crumpled on the ground, gazing at the cracks in the ice shield with a mix of disbelief and resentment. I followed Lord Shun Gongbao's legacy. How could I lose? Lin Feng approached him, crushing the legacy scroll in his hand underfoot. Your inheritance is a counterfeit. The runes on the last page are reversed. It's no wonder you couldn't activate the ice shield. He then produced a diamond-shaped ice soul key from his possession, the very artifact required to unlock the Pengu Core's ice shield, which had flickered when Shun Bing pressed it against the shield. Ding! Defeated Shun Bing, gaining 22,000 rage points. Hatred bonus, targeting pure Yin schemes. Acquired Ice Soul Key. Unlocks the first layer of the Pengu Core's ice shield. Current accumulated rage points, 101, 300, 800, 002, 200, 043, 300. The Ice Bear Demon approached, its eyes gleaming at the Ice Soul Key. Can this shiny stone be eaten? It looks sweeter than an ice spirit fruit. Sun Shaojian hastily intervened. Don't eat it. This is the key to the ice dome. Once consumed, we shall be unable to obtain the Pengu Core. At that moment, do not expect to savor barbecued meat, nor even to partake of the ice spirit fruit. Lin Feng, holding the Ice Soul Key, approached the ice dome. As the key made contact, it melded into the structure, causing the cracks in the dome to widen, revealing more remnants of the Pengu Core. However, at that instant, a chilling mechanical voice emanated from the depths of the dome. Unauthorized key detected. Initiating second layer of protection. Ancient spiritual pulse power required for unlocking. Upon hearing this, the Ice Bear Demon scratched its head in confusion. What is this ancient spiritual pulse? Can it be exchanged for barbecue? Sun Shao Jian rolled his eyes. The ancient spiritual pulse is far more precious than the spiritual source stone. Yet all you think about is food. Nevertheless, my grandfather's formation map mentioned that there are remnants of an ancient spiritual pulse in the back mountains of the Qingyun sect. Perhaps it may be of use. Lin Feng stowed away the innate compass, gazing at the Pengu Core within the dome, and made a decision. First, he would return to the Qingyun sect to seek the remnants of the spiritual pulse, and then return to unlock the second layer of protection. The consequences of allowing the remnants of the Black Ice faction to find the pulse first would be dire. Hearing the mention of returning to the Qingyun sect, the Ice Bear Demon perked up. Does that mean we can eat barbecue there? Just a moment ago, while smashing the mech, I was thinking of Master Zhang's grilled skewers. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan could not suppress their laughter, and even Little Dragon Bag released a small fireball, as if in agreement with the Ice Bear Demon. The group gathered their belongings and proceeded toward the entrance of the ice cave. Chapter 36. The Return Journey and the Slaughter of the Remnants. The spiritual pulse leads to inheritance on the road from the ice cave to the Qingyun sect. The ice bear demon's chatter was incessant, its claws clutching the empty ice spirit fruit bag, asking every few steps, "How long until we reach the sect? Will Master Zhang sell out a barbecue? Can I eat 20 servings?" Sun Shao Jian, growing weary of the inquiries, pulled out a piece of frozen jerky and stuffed it into the demon's mouth. "If you keep this up, I'll swap your barbecue for a fasting pill. This jerky is from our last expedition to the ice plains. Have a nibble and stop acting as if you've never eaten." Chewing on the jerky, the ice bear demon mumbled indistinctly. "The fasting pill is not tasty. Barbecue is far more fragrant." Before it could finish its sentence, 5 crooked mechs suddenly emerged from the woods beside the official road. These were indeed the remnants of the Black Ice faction led by Shin Bing, with the character Shin scrawled in a manner even more haphazard than Shin Bing's. 2 of the mechs had legs of unequal length, lurching awkwardly as if they were ungreased puppets. "Stop! Hand over the ice soul key," commanded the leader of the remnants, his mech trembling as he spoke, evidently unaccustomed to such confrontations. "We are the direct descendants of Lord Shun Gongbao, far more legitimate than Shun Bing's branch. If you do not surrender the item, we shall unleash the ice fiend upon you." Sun Shao Jian burst into laughter, pointing at the leader's mech. "Direct descendants? First, ensure your mech's legs are even before claiming authenticity. The left leg is from the old Xianin Guard, and the right is a broken leg from the Iron Fiend Gang. It's cobbled together worse than my family's patched iron pot, and you dare to claim legitimacy? And that fiend in your hand, is it merely a stick wrapped in ice? Even a true ice fiend would take a detour around it." Ding. Target detected. Black Ice Remnant Leader, anger level, rage value 4200, hitting the truth of mech assembly, inheritance taunt. Detected remnants of the organization at panic level 4. Each target's wrath value stands at 2,800, totaling 11,200. The current accumulated wrath value is a staggering 43300, 42001, 1200, 58700. The leader, infuriated, had his mech trembling as he directed it toward Sun Shaojian, declaring, "I shall make you laugh. Today, your spiritual essence will feed this malevolent force." However, before he could approach, the ice bear demon lunged forward, delivering a powerful slap to the mech's chest. With a resounding crack, the mech was forced backward, losing a leg joint in the process. The leader tumbled out of the cockpit, landing in the snow with a grunt. "Is that all the strength you possess? Even my slap against the ice spirit fruit was mightier." The ice bear demon scoffed, delivering another kick that sent the dislodged mech leg flying. "If you wish to steal something, learn how to assemble a mech first." The remaining 4 remnants, witnessing this, attempted to flee but were intercepted by Little Dragon Bao. With a graceful leap, he unleashed his black golden flame upon their mech's core, instantly freezing it. Before they could react, Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's pure spiritual light ensnared them, thoroughly purifying the ice malevolence within the mech. Notification: absorbed residual ice malevolence, 600 points, converted wrath value, 6,000. Current accumulated wrath value, 58700600064,700. Notification: defeated the Black Ice Remnants, gained wrath value, 8,800. Hatred bonus, targeting key scheming. Current accumulated wrath value, 647008800733500. Lin Feng approached, retrieving a yellowed scroll from the leader's possession. Upon opening it, he noted the absurdly erroneous runes, far inferior to even the pirated inheritance of Shun Bing. This shabby scroll dares to claim direct descent? If Shun Gongbao were aware of your foolishness, he would surely rise from his grave to curse you. He then tossed the scroll to Sun Shaojian, suggesting it might serve as a source of amusement, perhaps even toilet paper. Sun Shaojian received the scroll, laughing so hard he could hardly stand. "These runes are drawn so poorly, they resemble the cat my 3-year-old nephew painted. Truly worthy of Ayist." The group resumed their journey and, by evening, finally returned to the Qingyun sect. Upon arriving at the mountain gate, they encountered Elder Wang approaching. It was evident he had heard of Lin Feng's return and had come to confront him. Noticing the bag of jerky in the ice bear demon's possession, he immediately furrowed his brow. Lin Feng, how dare you bring a demon into the sect and hoard evil crystals while colluding with external forces? Have you forgotten the sect's rules? Before he could finish, Lin Feng produced a holographic projector displaying the malevolent points, casting a blue light upon Elder Wang. Elder Wang, perhaps you should tend to your own affairs first. The malevolent energy in your cave has yet to be cleared, and I imagine the spiritual energy stagnated in your arm during yesterday's cultivation, hasn't it? Furthermore, the new spirit vein bottle you acquired was crafted from inferior spirit jade, leaking half of its spiritual essence, and yet you dare admonish me? Elder Wang's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his hands trembling. How do you know? I know much more, Lin Feng replied coldly, including your attempt last week to secretly alter the sect's distribution of spiritual essence to secure a larger share for yourself. If the Grand Elder were aware of such matters, your position as Elder would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Terrified, Elder Wang promptly fell silent and retreated, his demeanor abashed. The ice bear demon gazed at the figure departing, scratching his head. This person is quite peculiar, always causing us trouble. Could it be that he has never tasted roasted meat and feels unwell? Sun Shao Jian patted his shoulder. Pay him no mind. Let us first seek the Grand Elder to acquire the location of the remnants of the spiritual vein, and then we shall indulge in roasted meat. Upon locating the Grand Elder, he was engrossed in studying ancient texts within the Elder Hall. Upon hearing that Lin Feng and the others were in search of the ancient spiritual vein remnants, he immediately set aside his book. Indeed, there exists a remnant of a spiritual vein in the back mountain, discovered at the founding of the Qinyan sect. It is said to hold ancient legacies, yet no one has succeeded in activating it. You will need the power of the spiritual vein. I can guide you there, but you must be cautious of the restrictions within. Following the Grand Elder into the depths of the back mountain, the aura of spiritual energy intensified as they ventured further. Eventually, they arrived in a secluded bamboo grove, where a stone wall radiating a faint golden light awaited them. The wall was inscribed with a myriad of ancient runes, and at its center lay a depression, perfectly shaped to receive the infusion of spiritual essence. This was the entrance to the remnants of the spiritual vein. The Grand Elder indicated the depression, revealing that previous attempts to activate it with spiritual source stones had failed. Perhaps only a pure Yin constitution could succeed. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances and simultaneously infused the depression with pure Yin energy. As the pale, blue spiritual light grazed the runes, the stone wall began to vibrate, the runes spreading along the light and forming a circular array upon the ground. From the center of this array surged a stream of golden spiritual essence, precisely the ancient spiritual vein energy required to unlock the Panga shield. It worked. Lin Feng swiftly produced a jade vial to collect the spiritual vein energy. As the vial made contact with the essence, faint runes appeared upon its surface, resonating with the innate compass, which then revealed new patterns, suggesting a form of guidance from a legacy. Ding! Acquired ancient spiritual vein energy, unlocking the innate compass legacy guidance function. Current accumulated anger value, 73, 500. Spiritual vein reward, 1, 200, 0, 85, 500. The ice bear demon, eyeing the golden essence at the array's center, swallowed hard. Can this golden substance be consumed? It looks even more delectable than roasted meat. Sun Shao Jian quickly restrained him. Do not touch. This is crucial for unlocking the Panga shield. If consumed, we would have to trek back to the ice plains, and you would not even catch a glimpse of roasted meat. The Grand Elder scrutinized the patterns on the compass, his expression grave. These patterns resemble the legacy symbols of the ancient Chan sect, once disciples of the primordial supreme being roamed near the Qinyan sect. It is possible that these remnants of the spiritual vein conceal other secrets. When you venture to the ice plains to unlock the Panga shield, exercise utmost caution to avoid triggering any further restrictions. Lin Feng nodded, securing the jade vial. Thank you for your guidance, Grand Elder. We shall remain vigilant. As the group departed from the back mountain, the ice bear demon could hardly contain his excitement, tugging at Lin Feng to hasten towards the dining hall. Quickly, if we delay, the roasted meat will be gone. I want 20 portions. Sun Shao Jian followed closely behind, teasing, if you overindulge, and we encounter enemies in the ice plains, Do not expect us to carry you. Lin Feng observed the playful banter among the group. Glancing at the jade vial in his hand, the spiritual vein energy was secured, and the second layer of protection for the Panga shield would soon be unlocked. Yet the legacy guidance on the compass presented a new enigma to unravel. However, the most pressing matter now is to ensure the ice bear demon enjoys some roasted meat, lest he annoy everyone along the way with his incessant chatter. Chapter 37. Encountering the copper pot in the back mountain. Midlife jokes break the legacy on the journey back to the Qingyun sect from the frigid northern tundra. The ice bear demon incessantly prattled, his claws gripping the mane of the spirit steed. Every few moments, he would inquire, "How much longer until we reach the cafeteria? Will Master Zhang have run out of roasted meat? Perhaps we should take a detour to the market. I've heard that Old Wong South barbecue place has large meat skewers, though the owner always says to wait a moment as it will be ready soon. Just like my foreman who keeps delaying my wages." Sun Xiaojian rolled his eyes at this, pulling a piece of frozen jerky from his bag and tossing it over. "Have this for now. Focus on the roasted meat later, if we're not careful. The remnants of the spirit vein might be snatched away by the remnants of the Black Ice faction, and then you'll be left with nothing but ice shards to eat. Just like my second aunt last year, who tried to steal eggs from the supermarket but forgot to bring a shopping bag, making her wait in line for 2 hours," he added. Lin Feng remained silent, fiddling with the ice soul key, which occasionally glowed as it pointed towards the back mountain of the Qingyun sect. Su Qingyue, noticing his contemplative demeanor, handed him a bottle of spirit source water. "Do not fret. There is a sect barrier in the back mountain, and the Black Ice forces should not be able to enter. However, since Lin Xiaowan has just recovered, we must protect her while searching for the spirit vein." Lin Xiaowan quickly waved her hands. "I'm Fine. I managed to get through the trials of the Xuanji Master. Finding the spirit vein should be a piece of cake. I just heard that there are many ancient cultivators' caves in the back mountain, so don't be like my third uncle who, after retiring, still occupies the office at work, cluttered with health manuals that are essentially just flyers from square dancing annies." The group bantered as they entered the back mountain. Just as they rounded a grove of ancient pines, they spotted a figure clad in bronze armor standing at the mouth of the Spirit Vein Valley. The armor was adorned with jingling bronze bells, and a crooked character for Zhao was etched on its chest. In his hand, he held a copper wine pot, from which spirit wine dripped, indicating he was far from respectable. This was indeed Zhao Laoxuan, a distant descendant of Zhao Gongming, who proclaimed himself the Copper Pot Immortal. "Stop right there. This vein is mine. This site is under my claim." Zhao Laoxuan took a sip of spirit wine, the bells on his armor swaying dizzily. "You wish to find an ancient spirit vein? First, hand over the ice soul key. Otherwise, I shall unleash the wrath of Gongming's wealth-attracting curse upon you. My great-grandfather once used this technique to siphon spirit sources from the god of Wealth's temple. You youngsters are still too green." Sun Xiaojian burst into laughter. "Zhao Laoxuan, did you acquire that armor at a temple fair? Those bells jingle more than my mother-s when she dances in the square. And the Zhao character on your chest is as crooked as my father's couplets. A wealth-attracting curse? More like a financial disaster. Your pot is nearly leaking empty. It must have been salvaged from a junkyard." Beep. Target Zhao Laoxuan detected. Anger level 5100, triggered by the cheapness of the armor and the leaking pot. Current accumulated anger value 43300 5100 48,400. Furious, Zhao Laoxuan smashed the wine pot onto the ground, causing it to roll away with a clang, spilling spirit wine everywhere. "You know nothing. This copper pot is an ancient relic for attracting wealth. The leakage is merely due to the spirit vein not being activated. The copper bell of my mech, with each chime, draws in a fragment of spiritual essence, proving far more effective than the spiritual stones you employ. My ignorant son-in-law insists this is merely a toy for the elderly." Lin Feng cast a glance at his mech, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "A wealth-accumulating pot? The base of your pot has a hole. The spiritual wine spilled earlier could buy 3 pounds of roasted meat. In your mech, the copper plating is nearly gone. When the bell jingles at the joints, I fear your mech may collapse, much like my neighbor, Old Wong, who rides a dilapidated bicycle yet boasts it as an antique, only for it to drop its chain yesterday." Ding. Target Zhao Laoxuan detected. Furious level. Rage value 6300, provoked by the hole in the pot, mocking the mech's collapse. Current accumulated rage value 48400 300-54700. Seeking death. Zhao Laoshuan maneuvered his mech to hurl a copper chain, its end adorned with a copper ingot, toward Lin Feng. Eager to demonstrate the might of his wealth-accumulating curse, the copper ingot, imbued with a sinister aura, was easily swatted away by the ice bear demon. This ingot is lighter than the ice chunks in my ice cellar. It wouldn't even hurt if it hit someone. Perhaps you should reconsider your title of Copper Pot Immortal and instead sell candied hawthorns at the market. The bell would serve splendidly as a calling device. Seizing the moment, Little Dragon Bao unleashed the mystic dragon flame, the black golden fire surging toward the mech's joints. The copper plating, upon contact with the flames, heated instantly, causing Zhao Laoshuan's mech to seize up, several copper bells clattering to the ground, revealing a rusted iron frame within. No. My ancestral mech. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances, unleashing their pure power simultaneously, enveloping the spiritual essence in a pale blue glow that pierced the core of the mech. The legacy of Zhao Gongming emphasizes wealth accumulation and protection. Yet you plunder the spiritual veins and harm cultivators, making you utterly unworthy of invoking the legacy, much like my uncle who selfishly cultivates vegetables on public green land, claiming it as his own. The mech's core was struck by the pure energy, emitting black smoke immediately. Zhao Laoshuan collapsed to the ground, gazing at his disassembled mech. Mumbling, I followed the legacy manual precisely. How could I lose? Lin Feng approached, picking up the manual that had fallen to the ground. Upon opening it, he nearly burst into laughter. This manual is a counterfeit. The last page reads, "This is an entertainment edition. Please do not take it seriously," much like the vitality-boosting tonic my father purchased, which claimed miraculous effects but was merely sugar water. Ding. Defeated Zhao Laoshuan. Gained 18,000 rage value, legacy mockery bonus. Acquired the ancient spiritual vein token, the copper pot key. Current accumulated rage value, 54700018000727700. The ice bear demon sidled over, eyes gleaming at the copper pot key. Can this pot cook roasted meat? It appears larger than Master Zhang's iron pot. Sun Shaojian hurriedly intervened. Do not touch that. This is the key to opening the spiritual vein. If we cook meat in it, we will be unable to unlock the Pangu core. Much like my cousin who, thinking my mother's tonic was candy, ended up with a nosebleed. With the copper pot key in hand, the group ventured into the valley of spiritual veins. On the stone wall at the valley's center were etched ancient runes. As the copper pot key was placed upon them, the runes illuminated, revealing a cavern that seemed to descend into the abyss, emanating a faint glow of spiritual veins, the very remnants they sought. Lin Feng gazed into the cave and turned to the group, advising them to exercise caution once they entered, for there might be protective restrictions near the spiritual vein. The ice bear demon, unable to contain its excitement, dashed inside while exclaiming, "Is there any roasted meat from the spiritual vein? I've heard it's particularly fragrant." Sun Shao Jian followed closely behind, quipping, "Your mind is solely occupied with roasted meat. It's akin to my leader who constantly ponders leaving early. If we encounter any restrictions, don't be the first to charge in, lest you become a frozen sculpture and miss out on the feast." Lin Xiaowan chuckled and shook her head, joining Su Qingyue as they followed. Little Long Bao peeked out from Lin Feng's embrace, releasing a small fireball that illuminated the depths of the cave. The glow of the spiritual vein grew brighter, bringing them one step closer to unlocking the core of Pangu. Chapter 38. The mutual banter in the spiritual vein cave reveals their rapport. The fierce sun armor undermines the legacy. The spiritual energy within the cave was so dense it felt tangible. Sun Shao Jian crouched on the ground, holding his grandfather's tattered array map, comparing it to the runes on the stone wall while muttering, "This doesn't add up. The spiritual veins opening symbol drawn by my grandfather indicates left 3, right 4. Yet this stone wall shows left 4, right 3. Could it be that the old man drew it incorrectly after a few too many drinks?" Lin Feng squatted beside him, adjusting the map's orientation and tapping a mark with his finger. "Are you blind or just shaky?" There's a reverse character at the edge of this diagram. Remember last time in the Xianin Hall when you misaligned the array flags and nearly trapped us inside? Who was it that had to pull you out? Hey, you're one to talk. Sun Shao Jian snapped, folding the map and pointing at Lin Feng's mecha shoulder guard. Last time in the Northern Ice Plains, While you were chasing the Xianyin guards, you stepped into a crevice, and it was I who used a copper needle to hook your mecha belt and pull you up. Otherwise, you'd have ended up like the ice bear demoness roast, frozen solid. Su Qinghua, resting her head on Lin Xiaowan's shoulder, laughed, her eyes crinkling with mirth. Whenever you two get together, it's like watching my uncles squabble over drinks, bickering relentlessly, yet fiercely looking out for each other. Lin Xiaowan nodded in agreement. Last time when Senior Lin was trapped by Shun Bing's icy evil, Senior Sun immediately tossed out the array flag, nearly flinging Grandfather's map in the process. The ice bear demon, uninterested in their bickering, rummaged through the crevices of the stone wall, suddenly extracting a luminescent ice spirit fruit. Just as it was about to pop it into its mouth, Lin Xiaowan grasped its paw, saying, "Brother Bear, this fruit is tainted with the spiritual vein's malevolent energy. It must be washed before consumption. Otherwise, you might end up like my third uncle who ate unwashed wild strawberries and was bedridden for 3 days." The ice bear demon hurriedly tucked the fruit away, pouting in a pitiful manner. "I should have brought a flask of spiritual spring water. Last time, Master Zhang soaked the ice spirit fruit in it, and it was so sweet it could stick to your teeth." Enough with the food thoughts. Lin Feng suddenly stood up, the innate compass glowing red, pointing towards the depths of the cave, indicating fluctuations of malevolent energy. It was likely the guardian beast of the spiritual vein core, or perhaps the person safeguarding the core. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding voice echoed from the depths of the cave, carrying an air of superiority. "At last, I've been waiting. I am Zhao Yeda, the rightful heir of Zhao Gongming, tasked by my sect to guard the spiritual vein core. None of you opportunists seeking the legacy shall leave here unscathed today." A resplendent golden mech emerged from the shadows, its shoulder plates adorned with the proud visages of 2 golden tigers, gripping a blazing sun gun that radiated a blinding light. It appeared far more imposing than the previous Zhao Laoshuan, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that the left knee joint of the mech was assembled from metal of a different hue, and the gun barrel was wrapped in fine iron wire, indicating it had been hastily repaired. Sun Xiaojian couldn't help but burst into laughter, pointing at the mech's left leg. "Zhao Xingtong, did you scavenge that left leg from a junkyard? The color is 8 shades off from the resplendent gold of the rest of your body. Take a few steps, and it might just fall apart. And your gun barrel, wrapped in wire like my father's water pipes. As if you want everyone to know you're too poor to afford a proper mech repair." Zhao Lai's expression darkened instantly, and he jabbed the blazing sun gun into the ground. What does a mere child know? This is an upgraded version of the blazing sun armor. The left leg is forged from ancient meteorite iron, 3 times harder than ordinary metal. The wire around the barrel is to enhance the conduction of malevolent energy, unlike your pitiful scraps of copper and iron. "Oh, meteorite iron?" Lin Feng stepped forward, the black and gold patterns of his yanlong breaking evil armor glowing. "I encountered meteorite iron in the Xianyin Hall. Its density surpasses that of your left leg by a significant margin. Yours sounds hollow, akin to a mere aluminum lump coated in gold paint. As for the conduction of malevolent energy, why does the light at the tip of your gun seem to dim, resembling a lantern running out of power? Ding. Target Zhao Lai detected. Anger level. Furious. Anger value. 5,800. Truth about the mech's assembly exposed. Flaws in the gun barrel. Current accumulated anger value. 72700. 5800. 78,500. Furious. Zhao Lai's blazing sun gun trembled in his grip as he controlled the mech to lunge at Lin Feng. "You seek death. Let me show you the might of the blazing sun gun." The gun's tip, imbued with golden malevolent energy, was deflected by a single swipe from the ice bear demon. The demon's frost-resistant coat had already shifted to the blazing sun resistance mode, its claws glowing with green light, striking the gun barrel and instantly snapping 2 strands of iron wire. "Is that all the force you can muster? It hurts less than the ice spikes in my ice cellar." The ice bear demon grinned and delivered another punch, striking the knee joint of the mech with a resounding crack. "Is your meteorite iron a sham? I just created a gap with a single punch. If it were genuine, my claws would be aching." Ding. Target Zhao Lai detected. Anger level. Enraged. Anger value. 6,500. Mocked by the demon race. Mech's flaws exposed. Current accumulated anger value. 78500. 6500. 85,000. Little dragon bag. Xin, tempering dragon flame. Lin Feng commanded, as the small dragon bag on his shoulder leaped into action, unleashing black and gold dragon flames aimed at the core of Zhao Lai's mech. The dragon flames clashed with the golden malevolent energy, and instead of being suppressed, they devoured it hungrily, causing the light of the mech's core to dim instantaneously. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances, unleashing pure yin energy simultaneously, enveloping the spiritual veins in a pale blue glow, piercing through the mech's fissures. Pure yin energy counters blazing sun malevolent energy. Your upgraded mech simply cannot withstand it. The spiritual light surged into the crack, causing Zhao Lai's mech to seize up, the blazing sun gun clattering to the ground. Zhao Lai slumped in the cockpit, gazing at the fractured mech, murmuring in disbelief. Impossible. This is a legitimate lineage. How could I possibly lose? Sun Xiaojin approached, picked up the heritage token that had fallen to the ground, and upon flipping it over, saw it was inscribed with the mark of Zhao's blacksmith shop. He burst into laughter. Legitimate lineage, indeed. This token is made by a blacksmith shop, resembling the toy tokens crafted for children by the blacksmith Wang next door. Ding. Defeated Zhao Lai, gained 21,000 rage points, with a mocking bonus from the legitimate lineage. Acquired the core of the ancient spiritual vein, the Liang Pearl. Current accumulated rage points, 8,500, 21,000, 106,000. The Ice Bear Demon leaned closer, gazing at the Liang Pearl with sparkling eyes. Can this pearl roast meat? It looks just like the charcoal fire for skewers. It might make the meat even more delectable. Lin Feng patted its paw. Forget about roasting meat. This is the key to unlocking the Pangu Core Ice Shield. Without it, we cannot enter the Eternal Frost Layer. Sun Xiaojian tucked the formation diagram back into his robe and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Well, now we have the core of the spiritual vein, and we should be able to unlock the second layer of the Pangu Shield. But tell me, did you already know that Zhao Lai's mech was cobbled together? You seemed more adept at confronting him than I was just now. Do you think I am like you, merely fixated on the formation diagram? Lin Feng shot him a glance. The last time in the Qingyun sect storeroom, he had seen the real blueprint of the Liang armor, and the left leg was not like that at all. Besides, with Zhao Laoshuan's cowardly demeanor, how formidable could his fellow disciples be? Su Qingyue chuckled and shook her head. You too. Each time you seem to know each other's secrets inside out, yet you always enjoy undermining one another. Well, we have obtained the spiritual vein core. Let us return to the sect to rest, bring along some roasted meat, and then head to the northern ice field to unlock the Pangu Shield. The Ice Bear Demon perked up at the mention of roasted meat. Back to the sect. I want Master Zhang to roast 30 skewers of large meat, and bring along 10 bags of dried frozen meat for the journey. Sun Xiaojian rolled his eyes. All you think about is food, just like my gluttonous nephew, who forgets all about important matters when he sees something delicious. The group bantered as they made their way out of the cave. The little dragon dumpling perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, holding an unwashed ice spirit fruit, occasionally swaying it toward the Ice Bear Demon, which made the Ice Bear Demon reach out in an attempt to snatch it, only to fear Lin Feng's reprimand. Reminiscent of his days in the servant quarters when competing for Pigadan. Chapter 39. Ambush outside the sect. Liang Pearl illuminates the dark ice conspiracy on the way back to Qingyun sect from the spiritual vein cave. The Ice Bear Demon clutched half a bag of unwashed ice spirit fruits, its paws rummaging through the bag, occasionally pulling one out to take a bite, with juice trickling down its chin and dripping onto Lin Feng's mech legs. Could you not be so messy? Lin Feng complained, shifting the spirit steed aside. Last time, you got grease all over my armor from eating roasted meat. I scrubbed it for ages with spiritual source water to clean it. Like my uncle who never washes off the grease stains he leaves behind, always promising to do better next time, yet ends up making it worse. The Ice Bear Demon mumbled with the spirit fruit in its mouth. This fruit is sweet. It's even better than Master Zhang's pickled candied fruits. Moreover, it's not like your armor hasn't been stained before. During the fight with Xin Bing, you were covered in ice shards, and you didn't clean that either. Sun Xiaojian chimed in to stoke the flames. That's just laziness. During my last visit to the Xianin Hall, I stumbled upon a Xianin evil crystal, which I carelessly pocketed and subsequently forgot about. The result was that my inner lining became stained black. I had to remove it for him. You should have seen the look of heartache on his face, as if he had lost half a bag of spiritual source stones. And you still have the audacity to criticize me? Lin Feng retorted, recalling how during the last incident, you mistakenly inserted the confined evil formation, transforming the exit into a death trap, nearly trapping the three of us inside. It was only thanks to Miss Lin Xiaowan's reminder that you realized the formation flags were reversed, your face turning as red as a ripe peach. Akin to my cousin who, while copying homework, even managed to get the name wrong. Lin Xiaowan could not suppress her laughter, and Su Qingyue gently patted her hand. Do not pay heed to those two. They've been bickering since our time in the miscellaneous servant quarters, and after 3 years, they still haven't had their fill. They remind me of my uncles who, despite having empty wallets, always rush to pay the bill. Their words lively, while their hearts are more protective of one another than anyone else. As they spoke, 2 shadows suddenly flashed past the entrance of the Qingyan sect, followed by the loud clanking of 2 black ice mechas blocking the road. The mechas were still entangled with remnants of iron wire, one of which clearly had its right arm salvaged from the previously damaged Xianin guard mecha, mismatched in color. Hand over the solar pearl. The pilot of the left mecha poked his head out, a bandage plaster across his face, his voice faint. Our leader of the Black Ice Gang has decreed that whoever acquires the solar pearl will be rewarded with 10 pounds of spiritual source jerky. If you know what is good for you, hand it over quickly, lest we resort to violence. Sun Xiaojian burst into laughter, pointing at the makeshift mecha. With such a dilapidated machine, you dare to seize the solar pearl? That right arm is a relic of the Xianin guard, isn't it? The color is 3 shades off from your black ice armor, and with every step, you wobble, akin to my bicycle that has been repaired 8 times yet still fails. Do you truly wish for everyone to see your poverty? Alert! Target detected. Black ice remnants. Angered level 2. Each with an anger value of 3,600, total 7,200. Current accumulated anger value 106,000,7200,113,200. The pilot of the right mecha became agitated, manipulating the machine to launch an ice chain intended to ensnare Lin Feng's spiritual steed. Enough with the banter. This is an upgraded version of the black ice armor, 10 times stronger than before. As the ice chain flew toward them, it was swiftly incinerated by a blast of dragon fire from Little Dragon, melting into water that splashed against the mecha's leg. 10 times stronger? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, the black and gold patterns of his yanlong breaking evil armor illuminating. The mecha of Shen Bing was 100 times superior to your scrap metal, and yet it was dismantled by us. You two are likely just lackeys of the Black Ice faction, having never touched a proper inheritance. Yet you dare to emerge and attempt to seize treasures. Akin to my distant cousin who borrows money yet pretends to be affluent, with pockets cleaner than his face. Alert! Target detected. Black ice remnants, furious level 2. Each with an anger value of 5,400, total 10,800. Current accumulated anger value 113,200,108,001,24,000. Seeking death. The left mecha suddenly charged at the Ice Bear Demon, assuming it to be an easy target due to its stout appearance. However, the Ice Bear Demon retaliated with a punch, its frost-resistant exterior shifting to armor-breaking mode. Claws gleaming with golden light, and with a resounding crack, it severed the makeshift arm of the mecha. How does this bear demon possess such immense strength? The driver, screaming in agony, crawled out of the cockpit, only to be met with a vicious kick from the Ice Bear Demon, sending his spirit pouch flying. Dare to seize my spirit fruit? Even the ice spikes in my ice cellar are more formidable than your mecha. Should you dare to approach again, I shall cast you into the ice cellar to be frozen into a sculpture, repurposed as a grill. The mecha on the right, witnessing this, attempted to flee but was ensnared by the pure Yin energy wielded by Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan. 2 strands of pale blue spiritual light intertwined to form a net, binding the mecha securely. The essence of the spiritual veins seeped through the crevices of the mecha, instantaneously freezing its core. The Black Ice faction captures those with pure Yin physiques as furnace cauldrons. This debt has yet to be settled, and you dare to deliver yourselves to me? Lin Feng approached and placed a foot upon the core of the mecha. Speak. Where is your leader? What are the Black Ice faction's plans? The driver trembled uncontrollably, unable to conceal the truth. The leader. The leader is beyond the eternal frost layer in the extreme northern tundra, having gathered numerous ancient lineage affiliates. intending to seize the Pangu core once you unlock the Pangu barrier. Cunning indeed. Sun Xiaojian squatted down and retrieved a crumpled manual of the Black Ice lineage for the driver's embrace. Upon opening it, he erupted in laughter. Good heavens! The last page states a processing fee of 50 spirit stones, non-refundable. Just like my neighbor who sold me counterfeit aphrodisiacs and refused to refund. Purely an intelligence tax. Ding. Defeated remnants of the Black Ice faction. Gained 18,000 Fury points. Black Ice faction hatred bonus. Obtain Black Ice summons. Enabling prior knowledge of ambush locations beyond the Eternal Frost layer. Current accumulated Fury points. 124, 000, 180, 000, 142, 000. The Ice Bear Demon leaned closer, scratching its head in confusion. Can this manual be exchanged for grilled meat? It looks thinner than the scrap paper I used last time. Lin Feng tucked the manual away, casting a disapproving glance. It is useful to retain. It reveals the ambushes of the Black Ice faction, preventing us from being attacked when we reach the Eternal Frost layer. Can you think of anything beyond grilled meat? What is wrong with wanting grilled meat? The Ice Bear Demon retorted defiantly. Last time we faced Zhao Lai, if I hadn't been motivated by thoughts of grilled meat, how would I have had the strength to smash his mecha? Moreover, Master Zhang mentioned he set aside a roasted leg of lamb for me today. If we arrive late, it'll be gone. Sun Xiaojian patted its shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. The roasted leg of lamb will not escape us. Let us return to the sect to secure the solar pearl. Then request Master Zhang to prepare more skewers and frozen meat for our journey to the Eternal Frost layer. If we manage to dismantle the Black Ice faction's ambush, I shall treat you to 2 skewers of kidney to replenish your sore claws from battling the mecha. Kidney? The Ice Bear Demon's eyes lit up, instantly forgetting its quarrel with Lin Feng. I want 2 skewers. No, 3. And douse them in chili powder. Laughing and joking, the group made their way into the Qingyun sect, while the little dragon dumpling perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, nibbling on an ice spirit fruit, occasionally swaying towards the Ice Bear Demon, inciting it to reach out in an attempt to snatch it, yet wary of Lin Feng's disapproval. This scene mirrored its past antics in the Servant Academy, fighting over the last piece of a spirit-replenishing pill. Meanwhile, outside the mountain gate, 2 remnants of the Black Ice faction lay on the ground, wailing, having even forgotten to retrieve their spirit pouches, resembling 2 children robbed of their sweets. Chapter 40. Preparing supplies for the Ice Bear Demon. Breaking the ambush in the Eternal Frost in the storeroom of Qingyun sect, Sun Xiaojian crouched on the ground, rummaging for anti-freeze talismans. The formation map in his hand fluttered in the wind, and he muttered to himself. My grandfather said that the malevolent energy of the Eternal Frost layer in the far north can freeze spiritual veins. I must bring enough anti-malevolent and anti-freeze talismans, or I'll end up like my aunt, who forgot to close the windows in winter, only to realize the pipes had burst when it was too late. Lin Feng, holding a spirit source stone, was replenishing energy for the flame dragon's anti-malevolent armor. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the Ice Bear Demon clutching a large cloth bag, bulging with contents, yet he did not see the frozen jerky that had been previously mentioned. He could not help but tease, what do you have in that bag? Spirit fruit or ice shards? Where's your most treasured frozen jerky? Surely you didn't forget it because you overindulged in roasted lamb legs yesterday? The Ice Bear Demon froze for a moment, hastily reaching for the cloth bag, his expression falling instantly. Oh no, I left the frozen jerky in the cafeteria. Master Zhang even packed me 10 bags for convenience on the journey. But I was too busy stashing spirit fruits and completely forgot about the essentials. Just like my mother, who forgets to bring money when she goes grocery shopping, only to realize at the market that her pockets are emptier than her face. Su Qingwei could not help but laugh, pulling out 2 bags of frozen jerky from her storage pouch and handing them over. I guess you would forget, so I brought an extra 2 bags. However, make sure to ration it. There's no place to roast meat in the Eternal Frost layer. This is our sustenance. Lin Xiaowan nodded in agreement. Brother Bear, remember to make a checklist before your next outing, just like my forgetful grandfather, who writes down what he needs to bring so he doesn't leave anything behind. Sun Xiaojian straightened up, clutching a stack of anti-freeze talismans, and patted the Ice Bear Demon on the shoulder. All right, no need to sulk. Once we dismantle the Black Ice faction's ambush, we'll return and have Master Zhang roast 2 whole lambs for you. They will be far more delectable than the frozen jerky. But speaking of which, what exactly is in that bag of yours? It appears quite full. The ice bear demon quickly opened the cloth bag, revealing an assortment of sparkling ice spirit fruits and several glimmering ice soul stones. I found these in the spiritual vein cave. The ice spirit fruits are sweet, and the ice soul stones are beautiful. They can be played with as marbles. Last time I saw the sex children playing with marbles, I want to try it too, but I'm unsure if these stones will break easily. Lin Feng shot him a disapproving glance. Don't use the ice soul stones as marbles. They can absorb malevolent energy and, at crucial moments, serve as anti-malevolent tools. Much like your spiritual vein, Qi. Losing them would be troublesome. As he spoke, he tucked the innate compass into his bosom. Now that we have everything, let us set forth. The Black Ice faction is surely waiting for us beyond the eternal frost. The group mounted their spirit steeds and once again ventured towards the far northern ice plains. Along the way, Sun Shaojian unfurled the Black Ice summons, laying it across the back of his spirit steed to study. The ambush formation depicted in this summons resembles the Black Ice confinement formation in my grandfather's map, albeit lacking an escape route. Clearly, this group has not grasped the concept and dares only to mimic what they see. Much like my cousin, who copies homework yet omits questions, thinking he can pass by merely changing a few words. Lin Feng leaned in for a closer look and nodded. Indeed, the flaw in this formation lies in the northwest direction, where the malevolent energy is weakest. If we charge in from that side, it will save us considerable effort. However, one must exercise caution, for the forces of Black Ice have undoubtedly enlisted numerous side branches of ancient legacies. Although most are only half-formed, their numbers are overwhelming. What is there to fear from half-formed beings? The ice bear demon, gnawing on frozen jerky, mumbled, last time, weren't Zhao Laoshuan and Zhao Lai from the side branches? They were still soundly defeated by us. He continued, besides, with my jerky, I'm well-fed and strong enough to crush a mech with a single punch. Sun Shaojian retorted with a grin. Your aspirations are rather limited. All you do is eat and fight, resembling my nephew who becomes immobile at the sight of meat. Yet, to be fair, your claws are indeed powerful. I heard the metal crack when you smashed Zhao Lai's mech. As they spoke, the permafrost of the extreme northern ice field came into view, the ground blanketed in a thick layer of ice, and the air saturated with a chilling malevolence. Beneath the ice, the shadows of black ice mechs could be discerned, clearly indicating that an ambush had been set. Here they come. Sun Shaojian distributed frost-resistant talismans among the group, instructing them to affix these to their mechs to mitigate the malevolent energy. Lin Feng, you and I will charge from the northwest. Ice Bear Demon, safeguard Miss Su and Lin Xiaowan, while Xiao Longbao is responsible for dispelling the malevolence. Let us end this swiftly and deny them any opportunity to react. Lin Feng nodded, the black and gold patterns of the flame dragon dispelling armor igniting, his fiery wings unfurling. No problem, I'll scout ahead, you all follow closely. With that, he leaped into the air, racing towards the northwest ice layer, while Xiao Longbao darted from his shoulder, unleashing black and gold dragon flames upon the ice, effortlessly melting a path. Upon witnessing this, the black ice mechs below immediately converged. There were at least 20, though most were cobbled together contraptions, some missing limbs, others lacking properly embedded malevolent crystals, clearly hastily assembled from scrap. Stop them, commanded the leading black ice lieutenant, controlling his mech to hurl ice chains in an attempt to ensnare Lin Feng's mech. The leader has ordered to capture them alive, especially those two pure Yin girls. They will fetch a handsome price. Sun Shaojian chuckled at this, launching a copper needle that struck precisely at the joint of the ice chain. Fetch a handsome price? With your shoddy mech, you can't even protect yourself, let alone capture us. You remind me of my neighbor who dreams of striking it rich by scavenging trash. Your mind must be muddled. Beep. Detecting black ice minions, agitated level 20, each target's anger value 2,800, total 56,000. Current accumulated anger value 14200056000198000. Seizing the moment, the ice bear demon charged forward, its claws gleaming with golden light, delivering a powerful punch to the foremost black ice mech. Dare you to target Miss Su and Lin Xiaowan? I shall crush your mechs and reduce you to refuse upon this ice field. The mech crumpled, and the pilot screamed as he scrambled out, only to be met with a swift kick from the ice bear demon, sending him tumbling into an icy pit. At that moment, the pure yin energy of Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan erupted simultaneously, a pale, blue spiritual light enveloping the frost-resistant talismans, forcefully targeting the core of the black ice mechs. Pure yin power counters the malevolence of black ice. Your meager abilities are insufficient to be of any consequence to us. Wherever the spiritual light reached, the cores of the black ice mechs froze, rendering them powerless on the spot. Lin Feng manipulated the flame dragon breaking evil armor, his right arm transforming into the spirit source breaking blade. The obsidian-hued blade swept through the air, instantly shattering 5 mechas. Do not squander time. Dispatch these minions and proceed to the eternal frozen layer to unlock the Panga barrier. The little dragon was also busy, continuously devouring the malevolent energy, converting it into fury, occasionally expelling fireballs that sent any would-be assailants among the black ice mechas flying. In mere moments, all 20 black ice mechas were vanquished, leaving only the trembling little leader sprawled on the ground. Ding! Defeated black ice minions, earning 32,000 fury, black ice faction hatred bonus. Current total fury, 198,000. Sun Xiaojin approached, stepping on the icy surface beside the little leader. Speak. Where is your leader? How many ambushes lie within the eternal frozen layer? The little leader, quaking in fear, confessed, the leader is near the Panga barrier, deep within the eternal frozen layer, and has sought the direct descendant of Shun Gongbao, intending to launch a surprise attack when you unlock the Panga barrier. The direct descendant of Shun Gongbao? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, finally encountering a worthy adversary. Alleviating his boredom, he retrieved the innate compass, its dial pointing towards the depths of the eternal frozen layer. Let us proceed to meet this direct descendant and unlock the Panga barrier in the process. The ice bear demon stroked the frozen jerky in its embrace, its eyes lighting up. Once we unlock the Panga barrier, will we be able to feast on roasted meat? I'm still longing for Master Zhang's whole roasted lamb. Sun Xiaojian rolled his eyes. Do not think of roasted meat just yet. After we deal with Shun Gongbao's descendant, I assure you, we will find you not just roasted lamb, but roasted camels as well. The group ventured deeper into the eternal frozen layer, where the malevolent energy beneath the ice grew increasingly dense, and the glow of the Panga barrier became faintly visible. Chapter 41. Deep in the frozen layer, encountering Shun's direct descendant, misplaced talismans cause humorous mishaps in the depths of the eternal frozen layer. The malevolent energy was so thick it could coalesce into ice shards. A thin layer of frost formed on the surface of Lin Feng's flame dragon breaking evil armor, the black and gold patterns intermittently glowing, repelling the encroaching chill. Sun Xiaojian led the way, his array map rendered brittle by the cold. Breathing out white vapor, he rubbed spirit source water onto the map, muttering, "This wretched place is colder than my third uncle's winter vegetable cellar. The array map is nearly frozen into ice shards. If I misread the runes, do not blame me. You witnessed what happened last time in the Spirit Vein Cave. My eyes scatter in the cold. Stop making excuses." Lin Feng replied, kicking aside an ice shard on the ground. "Last time in the Xianin Palace, your eyes scattered, mistaking the Death Gate for the Life Gate, nearly burying yourself in malevolent energy. It was I who extricated you with the Spirit Source Blade. I didn't see you blame your eyes then." The ice bear demon, clutching its frozen jerky, occasionally checked to ensure it hadn't hardened to the point of being unchewable. "You two, cease your bickering. If you continue, the jerky will freeze solid. I think I just caught a whiff of roasted meat. Could it be the Black Ice faction cooking something?" Su Qingwei chuckled and shook her head. "Where'd they find a means to roast meat? There's not even grass growing in the eternal frozen layer. Besides, if there were roasted meat, it would not be for you. They would have devoured it all themselves." Lin Xiaowan added, "Brother Xiong, if you're truly famished, why not consume half a bag of frozen jerky to tide you over? Do not wait until the battle begins and find yourself lacking in strength." As her words faded, a sudden burst of dark purple light illuminated the direction of the Panga Dome, followed by a boisterous laughter. "At last, my moment has arrived. I am Shen Xia, a direct descendant of Shun Gongbao, tasked by my ancestors to guard the core of Pangdu. You rabble dare to come and seize it? Today, I shall ensure you are entombed within this eternal frost." From the shadows beside the Panga Dome emerged a jet-black mech, its cloak adorned with a crooked character for Shun, and a tear in its edge revealed rusted armor beneath. Clutching a peachwood sword, its blade was plastered with talismans, two of which were notably affixed upside down, their tails swaying in the chilling breeze. Sun Shaowan burst into laughter, pointing at the tattered cloak. Direct descendant? That cloak appears to have been scavenged from a junkyard. The hole is larger than my aunt's apron, and the embroidery resembles a worm's crawl. Surely, but didn't T draw that yourself with a fire poker? Ding. Target Shun Xie detected. Anger level. Irate. Anger value. 6,200. Hit on the cloak's cheapness. Legacy mockery. Current cumulative anger value. 23000062002362200. Fuming, Shun Xie jabbed his peachwood sword into the icy surface, causing two talismans to flutter away. What would a mere child understand? This is an ancient dark Een cloak. The hole is for absorbing malevolent energy, and the crooked character is to align with the flow of dark energy. Unlike your assembled mechs, mine is a true legacy. True legacy? Lin Feng stepped forward, the dragon head shoulder guard of his flame dragon, breaking evil armor glowing. 3 of the talismans on your sword are affixed incorrectly, and the bottommost one is a house-warding talisman. I saw an old Taoist selling them at the Qingyun sect market for 10 coins each. Surely you have been duped? At this, Shun Xie's expression darkened, and he hastily reached for the talismans on his sword, only to become increasingly flustered, dropping 2 more. Impossible. I retrieved this from the legacy chamber. How could it be a house-warding talisman? Ding. Target Shun Xie detected. Anger level. Furious. Anger value. 7,800. Hit on the truth of the talismans. Legacy fraud. Current cumulative anger value. 236-200-7800-2444000. Enough of this nonsense. The ice bear demon could no longer contain itself, its frost-resistant suit switching to armor-piercing mode, claws gleaming with golden light as it charged at Shun Xie's mech. Dare to obstruct my path to roasted meat? I shall crush your tattered cloak with a single blow. Its fist struck the mech's chest with a resounding crunch, causing the armor to cave in, and Shun Xie stumbled back 2 steps. The little dragon leapt into the air, unleashing a torrent of black and gold dragon flames upon Shun Xie's peachwood sword, igniting the talismans, which instantly caught fire. The malevolent energy surged back along the flames, prompting Shun Xie to shriek as he discarded his sword, my ancestral peachwood sword. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan exchanged glances, unleashing their pure Een power simultaneously. A pale blue spiritual light intertwined to form a net, ensnaring Shun Xie's mech securely. The legacy of Shun Gongbao emphasizes the pursuit of fortune and avoidance of calamity. Yet you, in aiding malevolent forces to capture pure Een entities, are utterly unworthy to speak of legacy. Taking advantage of the moment, Sun Shaojian drew out a formation flag and set up a confounding array around Shun Xie. This flag is crafted from spirit vein wood, specifically designed to counter your profound Een malevolence. Aren't you the rightful heir? Show me your prowess in breaking the formation. Don't be like my boastful uncle, who claims to repair electronics, but only makes the television worse. Shun Xie struggled frantically within the array, smoke beginning to billow from the joints of his mech. Don't get too smug. I've already made arrangements with the Black Ice Leader. He awaits outside with the ancient malevolent beasts. Even if you defeat me, you won't escape the eternal frost layer. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, positioning the spirit source blade against the core of Shun Xie's mech. Ancient malevolent beasts? Perfect. I could use a target to hone my skills. Now, enlighten me on the beast's weaknesses, or I shall dismantle your mech and leave you to freeze alongside your tattered cloak. Shun Xie shivered all over, about to speak when a thunderous roar erupted from a distance. The light of the Pangu shield suddenly intensified, and the ice layer began to tremble violently. Clearly, the Black Ice Leader had arrived with the ancient malevolent beasts. The ice bear demon nervously patted the frozen jerky in its embrace. Roasted meat? No. The malevolent beasts are coming. What should we do? Can my claws even harm a malevolent beast? Sun Shaojian retracted the formation flag and patted its shoulder reassuringly. What are you afraid of? With Lin Feng's flame dragon armor and Little Dragon Bag's dragon flame, combined with my confounding array, we can roast not just 1, but 10 malevolent beasts. Just don't rush ahead, or you might get tossed aside by the beast and miss out on the jerky. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the spirit source blade, focusing on the direction of the tremors. First, let's bind Shen Xie to prevent any underhanded tricks. Then, little dragon bag and I will handle the malevolent beasts, while you protect Miss Su and Lin Xiaowan, using pure Yin energy to suppress the malevolence. We must emerge victorious in this battle. Little dragon bag peeked out from Lin Feng's shoulder, exhaling a small fireball that scorched a circle on the icy surface, pushing back some of the surrounding malevolence. Meanwhile, the roars grew ever closer, and the malevolence beneath the ice thickened, signaling that a fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 42. The roar of the malevolent beast shatters the ice field. Flame dragon unites to slash the black scales within the depths of the eternal frost layer. The frigid winds swirled with shards of ice, striking the mech with a crisp, metallic clang. The surface of the ice layer was fissured with a spiderweb of cracks, through which the black malevolence seeped, coalescing into ice beads the size of fingernails that melted before they even hit the ground. The malevolence here was so dense it almost took on a corporeal form. Even the black golden dragon flames surrounding Little Dragon Bag felt weaker than before, curling into a fluffy ball on Lin Feng's shoulder, occasionally exhaling small fireballs to warm its paws. Lin Feng raised his hand to wipe the frost off the shoulder of his flame dragon armor, feeling the cool metal beneath his fingertips. Yet his heart was devoid of chill. He glanced at the ice bear demon, which was stuffing the frozen jerky deeper into its embrace, claws tightly gripping the bag's opening, ice shards clinging to its fingers. Its face bore a fierce expression, as if to say, "Anyone who dares to snatch my jerky shall face my wrath." Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. This creature would always prioritize its food above all else. Don't just focus on safeguarding your jerky. The voice of Sun Xiaojian drifted from the front, where he crouched on the ground, adjusting the formation flags. His fingers were reddened from the cold. Yet he did not forget to jest. When the ferocious beast arrives, it will swallow you whole, flesh and all. Let us see what you can protect then. My little nephew, frozen stiff yet still clutching on a candy, is no better than you. The ice bear demon glared at him, about to retort, when suddenly a roar echoed from afar, shaking the ice beneath them. A shadow emerged from the depths of the eternal frost, landing on the ice not far away and creating a crater nearly 10 feet in diameter. It was a ferocious beast resembling a colossal ice wolf, its body cloaked in dark scales, with black-red malevolence seeping from the gaps between them. Its eyes glowed like burning coals, and it exhaled frost capable of freezing spiritual energy. With each step it took, the ice sank half an inch beneath its weight. Beside the beast stood a figure clad in black armor, the leader of the Black Ice. Finally, he revealed himself. His mechanized armor was far more exquisite than any Black Ice armor previously seen. With a goose egg-sized malevolent crystal embedded in his chest and a long whip entwined with dark malevolence in his grasp, its tail adorned with a skull. Half of his face visible from the cockpit bore a scar that ran from his brow to his jaw, his gaze as chilling as the frigid winds upon the tundra. Lin Feng, I never imagined you would venture this far. The Black Ice leader's voice was cold and metallic. He cracked the whip against the ice, leaving a mark of dark malevolence. But it matters not. With the ancient ferocious beast at my side, none of you will escape today. This beast was nurtured by 10 practitioners of pure Yin physique, perfectly suited to consume your spiritual essence and ascend to a higher tier. These words instantly darkened Su Qinghue's expression. She instinctively shielded Lin Xiaowan behind her, the cleansing jade on her wrist emanating a soft green light, her fingertips tightening discreetly. The terror from her previous encounter with Xuanjizi, when she was captured as a furnace cauldron, still haunted her. Now, hearing the words nourishing the ferocious beast, her heart felt as if it had been encased in ice, yet she forced herself to speak. Are you not afraid of divine retribution for feeding a ferocious beast with practitioners? Divine retribution? The Black Ice leader scoffed. Once I obtain the Pangu core and master the spiritual essence, what could divine retribution do to me? With a wave of his hand, the ferocious beast lunged towards them, spewing forth white frost that instantly crystallized into ice spikes, shooting towards them in a dense barrage. Ice bear, block it! Lin Feng shouted just as the ice bear demon charged forward. He pressed the bag of frozen jerky to his chest, instantly switching his frost-resistant outerwear into breaking malevolence mode. His claws emanated a golden light as he confronted the ice spikes, striking them with resounding force. One after another, the spikes shattered, fragments flying and splattering against him. Yet he did not flinch. Instead, he aimed to smash the beast's claws. Dare to obstruct my path to roast meat? I shall shatter your claws. The golden light crashed against the beast's scales with a thunderous clang, causing it to roar in pain and retreat 2 steps. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leaped into the air, the wings of the flame dragon breaking Malevolent's armor unfurling, enveloped in black and golden flames infused with spiritual essence. Coalescing into a long blade in his palm, Flame Dragon Malevolent's extinguishing blade. He aimed for the beast's hind leg, the blade slicing through the scales, leaving a gaping wound deep enough to see bone, black-red malevolence oozing forth from the injury. Ding! Hit Ancient Ferocious Beast, Furious level, triggering Hatred bonus, Anger value 15,000. Current cumulative anger value 244,000, 150,002, 59,000. Taking advantage of the moment, Sun Shaojian swiftly produced a formation flag and deftly set up a confined evil formation on ground. Lin Feng, I have immobilized its movement. You must quickly search for its weakness. Although the scales of this malevolent beast are hard, I noticed a gap in the scales behind its neck. It must have been injured previously and has yet to heal properly. The formation flag emanated a green glow, with runes spreading across the icy surface, binding the beast's limbs and securing it firmly in place. Little Dragon Bao leaped from Lin Feng's shoulder and instantaneously transformed into an enormous flame dragon, its black golden fire scorching the beast's wound. As the dragon fire met the malevolent energy, it crackled audibly, causing the beast to writhe in agony. The runes of the confined evil formation flickering with intensity. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances, simultaneously channeling their pure yin energy. A pale blue spiritual light penetrating the formation flag and seeping into the beast's body to suppress its malevolence. Lin Feng, hurry! We cannot hold out much longer. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng's flame dragon saber ignited once more. He focused on the gap behind the beast's neck, his mind resolute with a singular thought. He must not allow this creature to harm his companions again. He leaped into the air, the wings of his mech unfurling with great force, leaving behind a blur as he aimed his blade directly at the gap. With a resounding thud, the blade pierced the scales, eliciting a deafening roar from the beast as its body convulsed violently. Seeing this, the Black Ice Leader's expression changed drastically. He suddenly produced a black orb from his garments, enveloped in an uncontainable malevolent energy. He hurled the orb towards the beast, declaring, "If I cannot kill you, then let this beast self-destruct. If I cannot have it, neither shall you." Upon contact, the orb merged with the beast's body, causing it to swell ominously, the malevolent energy intensifying in the gaps of its scales. The ice bear demon widened its eyes in terror, instinctively shielding the frozen jerky it clutched. "This is it. It's going to explode. I haven't finished my jerky yet." Sun Shaojian hurriedly attempted to dismantle the confined evil formation. "Do not panic. This formation can temporarily suppress the malevolence. Lin Feng, think of something quickly. If it explodes, we will be left with nothing but bones." Lin Feng gazed at the swelling beast and then at his anxious companions, suddenly recalling the primordial compass. Previously, the compass had resonated with the Panga core. Perhaps it could also suppress the malevolence within a beast. He quickly retrieved the compass and infused it with spiritual energy. The runes on its surface glowed brightly as it flew towards the beast. At the instant the compass made contact, the beast's swelling body abruptly halted, and the black malevolent energy began to surge towards the compass. "It works!" Su Qingyue exclaimed with delight, intensifying her pure yin energy. Lin Xiaowan nodded in agreement, her tension easing slightly, replaced with a glimmer of hope. Yet, at that moment, the Black Ice Leader suddenly maneuvered his mech towards the Panga shield. "You focus on the beast. The Panga core is mine." He ensnared the Pangu shield with his whip, attempting to forcibly tear through the icy barrier. While within the shield, the Pangu core glowed with a dark golden light, seemingly responding to something. Chapter 43. The Compass Town's malevolent force prevents self-detonation. The fiery blade pierces the armor to seize the core. The frigid winds of the Everfrost layer abruptly shifted direction, as the previously dense and unyielding malevolent energy was drawn toward the innate compass, coalescing into one spot. The cracks upon the icy surface ceased their expansion, instead forming a delicate layer of frost, and even the chill in the air diminished somewhat. The little dragon, still maintaining its fiery dragon form, shielded the compass with its obsidian golden wings, wary of any sudden backlash from the malevolent energy. The flames at the tip of its tail occasionally swept across the ice, leaving behind small pits that emitted wisps of steam. This little creature exhibited a vigilance surpassing all others, gripping the icy surface tightly, as if fearful of being swept away by the sinister winds. Lin Feng had no time to concern himself with these details. He noticed that the Black Ice Leader's long whip had already ensnared the Panga shield. The egg-sized, malevolent crystal was glowing a deep red, evidently attempting to forcibly activate the malevolent energy to shatter the ice. Anxiety tightened within him, and he feared that distraction might allow the malevolent beast to escape. He shouted to Sun Shaojian, "You keep an eye on the beast with the ice bear. I will intercept it. If the compass cannot contain it, then supplement with pure Yin energy." Rest assured, Sun Shaojian crouched beside the formation flag, adjusted the runes, his fingers turning purple from the cold, yet his efforts undeterred. "When you went after the Xianyin guards, did I not handle the remnants of the ice sect? Just ensure your bear companion does not create further chaos." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud crash resounded as the ice bear, in an attempt to evade the malevolent beast's sweeping tail, inadvertently dropped the pouch of frozen jerky it had been holding. Several bags of jerky tumbled out, becoming encrusted with ice shards. "My jerky!" The ice bear's eyes turned red, disregarding the struggling malevolent beast as it rushed to retrieve its snack, the golden light on its frost-resistant coat shimmering. "You wretched creature dare touch my jerky? I shall smash your tail to pieces." Clutching the jerky to its chest, the ice bear turned and swung its fist at the beast's tail, the golden light striking its scales, causing the malevolent creature to roar in pain. Yet, much of its malevolent energy had been siphoned away by the compass, leaving it weaker and less capable of struggle. Sun Shaojian rolled his eyes at the sight. "I knew it. Your mind is solely fixated on jerky. If the beast breaks free, you shall be its first meal." While he verbally criticized, his hands did not cease their work, as he inserted another piece of spirit source stone into the formation flag, intensifying the verdant glow and further ensnaring the malevolent beast. While they busied themselves with suppressing the malevolent energy, the Black Ice Leader was nearly prying open a small gap in the Panga shield. His mechanized arm radiated black-red malevolent energy, and the skull on the whip was burrowing into the ice shield, cackling maniacally. "Lin Feng, you cannot stop me. Once I acquire the Panga core, the entire spirit source realm shall belong to me. Is that so?" Lin Feng's voice suddenly resonated from behind him, as the fiery dragon's wings, imbued with black golden flames, surged forward in an instant. Instead of launching an immediate assault, he fixated on the malevolent crystal embedded in the leader's mechanized chest, a smirk playing on his lips. That malevolent crystal was pilfered from the Xianyin palace. Was it not? There is a small chip on the edge that is identical to the piece I smashed last time. Do you truly believe that such a flawed, malevolent crystal can activate the Pangu core? You are akin to my distant cousin who thought to forge a mech with merely half a spirit source stone, utterly overestimating oneself. The Black Ice Leader froze momentarily, instinctively touching the malevolent crystal, and indeed found the imperfection, his expression darkening instantly. "How did you know?" "Just a guess." Lin Feng raised his hand and unleashed a punch, the fiery fist of the flame dragon breaking evil armor crashing against the shoulder plate of the mech. At this moment, it became evident that my assumptions were correct. Your mech is indeed quite a patchwork, isn't it? The armor plating on the left arm gleamed brighter than that on the right, clearly replaced later, and the screws at the joints were not tightened. I wager that with just a couple more movements, your arm will come loose. Ding. Target detected. Black Ice Leader, Furious level. Anger value 8500, striking the flaw in the evil crystal. The mech is a patchwork. Current accumulated anger value 2590-008-500-267-500. You seek death. The Black Ice Leader, enraged, lashed a long whip towards Lin Feng, the skull head spewing black, evil energy. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, and the right arm of the flame dragon breaking evil armor transformed suddenly, the spirit source breaking evil blade radiating golden light as it struck the whip. With a resounding crack, the whip shattered into two pieces, the skull rolling onto the icy surface, tumbling a few times before resting at the feet of the evil beast, which promptly crushed it underfoot. My whip. The Black Ice leader grimaced in pain, controlling the mech to lunge at Lin Feng, intent on engaging in close combat. However, as he lunged forward, two faint blue lights ensnared the legs of the mech. It was Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan who had arrived, the pure Yin energy seeping through the gaps in the armor, freezing the joints of the mech with a creaking sound. Pure Yin Constitution. The Black Ice leader's voice trembled as he attempted to break free, but found himself immobilized. Don't come any closer. I am the Black Ice leader. If you dare to touch me, my subordinates will not spare you. Your subordinates? Sun Xiaowan also arrived, sending a copper needle flying, piercing the core of the mech. Your so-called subordinates were dealt with long ago. The remaining ones fled faster than rabbits. Who would come to your rescue? You sound like a nephew boasting of having 100 little brothers, only to find himself bullied without anyone to back him up. What a disgrace. Ding. Target detected. Black Ice leader, enraged level. Anger value 11,000. Taunting fleeing subordinates. Core compromised. Current accumulated anger value 26750011000278500. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng thrust the spirit source breaking evil blade towards the evil crystal at the mech's chest. With a piercing sound, the evil crystal was punctured, and a surge of dark red evil energy erupted, only to be absorbed by the innate compass. The mech instantaneously lost power, and the Black Ice leader tumbled out of the cockpit, landing on the icy surface with a grimace, still yearning to rise and seize the Panga shield, but was pinned down by the Ice Bear Demon's paw on his back. Still wish to snatch it? The Ice Bear Demon pressed its claw against his head. I see you have never tasted defeat. Last time, Shun Bing was even more arrogant than you, and in the end, we dismantled his mech, didn't we? You are even inferior to Shun Bing, and you dare to call yourself a leader? Lin Feng disregarded the fallen Black Ice leader, approaching the Panga shield. Earlier, he had kept the Ice Soul Key and the Sun Pearl in his possession. Now he retrieved them and placed them upon the ice shield. Two beams of light illuminated simultaneously, intertwining with the golden radiance of the innate compass. The cracks on the ice shield began to widen, revealing the increasingly clear Pangu core within, the dark golden remnants of the mech inscribed with ancient runes, as if they were narrating a story of old. As the core was on the verge of complete revelation, the compass suddenly trembled violently, and a cold mechanical voice resonated from within the core. Multiple keys detected. Initiating inheritance verification. The bloodline of the spirit source guardian is required. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively touching his wrist where a faint golden mark resided, an insignia bestowed upon him by Zhuan Jizi during his childhood, referred to merely as the spirit source token. In retrospect, it seemed to be intricately connected to the bloodline of the spirit source guardian. Just as he contemplated pressing his wrist against the core, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw the elders of Qingyun sect arriving, with the leading elder holding a mark identical to the one on his wrist. Lin Feng, you are indeed a descendant of the spirit source guardian, the elder exclaimed, his voice laced with excitement. This mark, a relic of ancient inheritance, can only be activated by those of the guardian bloodline. We have arrived late, but thankfully you have safeguarded the core. The Ice Bear Demon, bewildered, scratched his frozen jerky in his arms and asked, what guardian? Can we exchange it for roasted meat? My jerky is nearly finished. When are we returning to the sect? Sun Xiaojian patted the creature's head, exclaiming, always thinking about food. Once the core is activated, not only roasted meat, but a whole roasted lamb will be ours. However, he turned his gaze towards Lin Feng and then to the mark in the elder's hand. We must first ascertain how to proceed with this inheritance verification. Lin Feng fixated on the runes within the Panga core, glancing again at the mark on his wrist, and took a deep breath. Regardless of what the inheritance verification entailed, he felt compelled to attempt it, for it pertained to the safety of the entire spirit source realm. He reached out towards the core, and the golden light of the mark intensified, intertwining with the brilliance emanating from the core. Chapter 44. Bloodline Verification Initiates Inheritance. Fragmented map reveals new path as the faint golden mark pressed against the Panga shield. The ice layer emitted a low hum. From a minuscule crack created by the Black Ice leader, A stream of warm spiritual light surged forth, spiraling up Lin Feng's wrist as if alive, encircling his forearm. He could distinctly feel a resonance from his bloodline, akin to a parched riverbed encountering a rushing stream. The dark golden patterns on his flame dragon armor glowed more vividly, and the dragon head on his shoulder guard seemed to come alive, gently nudging against his arm. "Do not be anxious. Follow the flow of the spiritual light," instructed the elder of Qingyun's sect, whose mark also radiated a glow, albeit slightly dimmer than Lin Feng's. "This is the recognition of the guardian bloodline. Your grandfather activated the spiritual barrier in a similar manner. He nearly embedded his own mark into the ice shield due to his clumsiness. Much like he did last time when you got the spirit source stone stuck in a mech core." Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips, surprised by his grandfather's clumsy past, yet he steadied his grip. The spiritual light surged through the bloodline towards his chest, and he observed the remnants of the core within the Panga shield as ancient runes began to illuminate one by one. The dark golden light enveloped delicate star-like specks, reminiscent of the night sky woven into the ice shield. Just as the runes were on the brink of complete illumination, the brilliance faltered and several runes dimmed, as though something was amiss. What was happening? Su Qingyue took 2 steps forward, the verdant glow of the Qingdu jade mingling with the spiritual light, causing the dim runes to emit a faint shimmer. Lin Xiaowan followed closely, her wrist emanating a pure Yin aura that, upon contact with the icy barrier, ignited even more runes into a flickering dance. Could it be that the pure Yin energy was still required? Indeed, the elder slapped his thigh in realization. The ancient texts had recorded that the core of Pangu required a bloodline connection, supplemented by pure Yin energy. It was your grandmother who had once harnessed her pure Yin constitution to bolster your grandfather's strength. My dear child, you were so consumed with anxiety that you forgot such a significant detail, much like your father, who often forgets his keys when leaving the house. Lin Feng, caught between laughter and tears, could only nod at Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan, urging them to proceed with caution and to avoid any backlash from the spiritual light. The two responded affirmatively, weaving a delicate ribbon of pale, blue pure Yin energy that gently rested upon the icy barrier. This seemed to unlock the final gate. With a sharp crack, the Panga barrier split open, revealing the dim golden core remnants that gradually emerged. It was the chest cavity of a half-destroyed mech. At its center embedded a fist-sized crystal core, which reflected fragmented images as if countless scenes were swirling within. At that moment, the black ice leader on the ground suddenly thrashed violently, producing a short blade from who knows where, lunging towards Lin Xiaowan's back. "If I cannot possess it, you shall not either dare to lay a hand on her." The ice bear demon, quick as lightning, hurled a half-open bag of frozen jerky directly at the black ice leader's face. The bag burst, scattering the jerky across the ground. But he paid no heed to his loss. With claws aglow, he delivered a powerful blow to the black ice leader's back, rendering him sprawled upon the ice, unable to rise for a considerable time. My jerky. Only after the deed was done did he realize, squatting down to gather the scattered morsels, his expression pained. "You owe me for my jerky. Master Zhang specially prepared this for me. It's even more fragrant than the last." Sun Xiaojian approached, stepping onto the back of the black ice leader, a copper needle poised against his neck. "Do you dare to retaliate? Your courage is as hollow as your broken mech. It appears tough yet crumbles at a mere poke. Last time, Shan Xie didn't he exhibit such ignorance of his plight? At least he knew to plead for mercy when outmatched." Ding! Subduing the black ice leader, completely lost the ability to resist, gained 15,000 rage points. Black Ice Faction's in-game bonus. Achievement unlocked. Core Guardian reward. Initial recognition of Pangu Crystal Core, limited ability to manipulate crystal core power. Current accumulated rage points, 278, 500, 150, 000, 29, 500. Lin Feng paid no mind to the commotion unfolding nearby, his focus entirely on the Pangu Crystal Core. He reached out to touch the core, feeling a warm current surge through his fingertips. The images within the core suddenly became clear. It depicted a desolate battlefield strewn with countless mech wreckages. In the center stood a colossal Panga mech, facing off against a sleek black mech radiating a mechanical luster. Inscribed with the character for Celestial. It was the mech of the mechanical Celestial. The elder leaned in closer, his voice trembling with awe. The scenes of that bygone battlefield had been recorded within the crystal core. Look over there. He pointed to a corner of the image. That is the remnant force of the mechanical celestial, carrying fragments of Pangu towards the meteor valley in the southern realm. Sun Xiaojian also leaned in, squinting at the scene. Meteor Valley? In my grandfather's formation diagram, it was mentioned that the aura of that place is more oppressive than the eternal frost layer, filled with ancient meteorite iron. Once a mech enters, it can easily be ensnared by magnetic forces, akin to my Qi being stuck to a magnet. No matter how hard I pull, it remains obstinately fixed. After the ice bear demon finished scavenging the jerky, it wandered over to take a look, failing to comprehend the scene, but fixated on another concern. Can we return to the sect now, for some roasted meat? I only have 2 bags of jerky left, which won't suffice for the journey. Let us head back to the sect, Lin Feng declared, retracting his hand. The crystal core was once again enveloped by the Panga shield, leaving only a narrow gap to hand over the black ice leader for the sect to deal with, while also preparing some supplies. The matter of the meteorite valley could not be delayed. If they allowed others to gather the fragments first, it would lead to significant trouble. Su Qingwen nodded in agreement. I'll go back and gather the detoxifying jade and pure Yin talismans. The malevolent energy in the meteorite valley is intense, necessitating additional preparations against it. Lin Xiaowan chimed in. I'll request some healing elixirs from the Sect's pharmacy. We're nearly out of the last batch from the Shenin Hall. Little Dragon Bag leapt down from Lin Feng's shoulder, rubbing against his hand, the black golden flames flickering at the tips of its claws, as if expressing approval. Sun Xiaojian patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, assuring him, don't worry, I'll prepare the formation flags. I promise they'll be more reliable than last time's trapping formation. That was an accident. This time I've memorized the diagram. If I mess up again, I'll eat the diagram. Don't be ridiculous, Lin Feng retorted with a smile. If you eat the formation diagram, who will set the flags for us next time? We can't have the ice bear demon digging holes with its claws, or it might turn the gate of life into a roasting pit. Upon hearing roasting pit, the ice bear demon's eyes sparkled with excitement. A roasting pit sounds splendid. I can dig. Last time on the icy plains, I dug a pit, and the roasted spirit fruits were delightful. The group laughed and chatted as they made their way out of the eternal frost layer, the ice behind them slowly healing. The light of the Pangu crystal core gradually fading. Only Lin Feng was aware of the faint sensation still emanating from the core, as if it were waiting for him to gather all the fragments. The meteorite valley in the southern region was destined to be the battleground for their next fierce confrontation. The ice bear demon continued to chatter about eating a whole roasted lamb upon their return, while Sun Xiaojian teased him for his lack of ambition. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan walked behind, quietly discussing the supplies they needed to bring. The cold wind wrapped around their laughter, dissipating it in the morning light of the icy plains. Chapter 45. The Sect's Investigation and the Search for Fragments. Reconnaissance before the meteorite valley. The spirit steed raced swiftly back to Qingyun's sect, with the ice bear demon clutching the last 2 bags of frozen jerky tightly in its paws, afraid that the wind might whisk them away. It occasionally opened the bag to sniff, with drool crystallizing into tiny ice shards at the corners of its mouth. Resembling a child fearful of having their candy snatched away, Lin Feng rode alongside, the flame dragon breaking evil armor still covered in shards of the eternal frost layer. But his mind was preoccupied, absent-mindedly stroking the faint sensation transmitted from the Pangu crystal core, contemplating strategies for the meteorite valley. Even little dragon bag rubbing against his hand went unnoticed. Stop overthinking, Sun Xiaojian caught up from behind, rolling up the formation diagram into a tube and tapping Lin Feng's mech shoulder. First, we need to hand over the black ice leader to the sect. The elders should be able to extract some information regarding the meteorite valley. You look like a frowning accountant who has miscalculated something. It's exhausting to watch. No sooner had he spoken than the mountain gate of Qingyun's sect came into view. Before the spirit steed could come to a halt, the enforcers from the law enforcement hall approached, taking away the struggling leader of the black ice. Lin Feng followed the elder to the council hall. Having just recounted the image of the Pangu crystal core, the law enforcement hall reported the discovery of a half-piece emanating dark malevolence from the leader's storage bag. The runes inscribed on the fragment were identical to the ancient magnetic patterns from Meteor Valley. This was a fragment of the Panga mech's arm. The elder, gripping the fragment with a grave expression, noted that the remnants of the mechanical immortal's forces were surely gathering these pieces. The magnetic interference from Meteor Valley was likely chosen to catch us off guard. What do we have to fear? The ice bear demon poked its head through the door, its arms full of dried meat, already tearing into a bag with grease dripping from its mouth. We dealt with the frost beasts in the ever-frozen lair last time. No matter how formidable the magnetic forces of Meteor Valley are, can they surpass the strength of a beast's claws? Besides, Master Zhang promised me he would roast 2 whole lambs before we set off. Once I'm well fed, I'll smash that magnetic stone with 1 punch. Sun Shaojian rolled his eyes and tugged at him to leave. Stop causing trouble here. I'll go arrange the array flags. You go ask Master Zhang for some dried meat. Remember to get 2 extra bags of frozen meat. There's no place to roast meat in Meteor Valley. We can't have you starving and crying later. The preparations were astonishingly swift. Su Qingwei gathered anti-magnetic talismans and pure Yin pills within half a day, while Lin Xiaowan refined 2 batches of healing potions in the apothecary hall. Sun Shaojian copied the formation map onto waterproof material and even added a layer of anti-magnetic cloth to the ice bear demon's frost-resistant coat. Lin Feng attempted to harness the power of the Pengu crystal core, discovering that it could obscure the flow of malevolent energy around them, which would surely prove useful in Meteor Valley. On the following morning, the group rode the spirit steeds southward without pausing, reaching the outskirts of Meteor Valley 3 days later. From a distance, the valley's entrance was shrouded in dark purple malevolent energy, and the valley walls were embedded with glimmering meteorite iron. As the wind blew, the meteorite iron clashed against one another, producing a cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine. Be cautious, Lin Feng urged, reining in his spirit steed. The innate compass and Pengu crystal core trembled simultaneously. There were fluctuations of malevolent energy ahead, likely scouts. No sooner had he spoken than 2 dark figures sprang forth from behind the meteorite iron at the valley's entrance. 2 mechs gleaming with mechanical luster, marked with the character immortal upon their chests, unmistakably remnants of the mechanical immortal's forces. Their mech arms were entwined with meteorite chains, wielding magnetic axes capable of siphoning surrounding spiritual energy, clearly designed to counter mechs. It's you. One of the scouts, controlling the mech, swung the axe towards Lin Feng. The magnetic axe, with its drawing force, attempted to pull Lin Feng's flame dragon-breaking malevolence armor closer. The leader said whoever can retrieve the Pengu crystal core will be rewarded with 10 superior spiritual source stones. With that broken axe, you think you can capture me? Lin Feng sidestepped, transforming the right arm of the flame dragon-breaking malevolence armor into a spiritual source-breaking blade. With a swift strike against the meteorite chain, it snapped apart with a crack. Your magnetic axe's pulling force is weaker than my neighbor's magnet. Last time, my neighbor used it to stick 3 sets of keys together, and your axe can't even lift a piece of armor scrap. Beep. Detected mechanical remnants. Agitated level 2. Each target's anger value 4,200. Total 8,400. Current accumulated anger value 293,500,8,400,301,900. The sentinel on the right, upon witnessing the unfolding events, attempted to stealthily ambush Lin Xiaowan from behind, only to be swatted aside by the ice bear demon with a mighty paw. Dare to lay a hand on Lin Xiaowan. I shall shatter your mech. The anti-freeze coat's magnetic fabric activated, rendering the magnetic pull ineffective against him. He delivered a punch to the mech's chest, instantly denting the armor. Simultaneously, Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan summoned their pure Yin energy, enveloping the anti-magnetic talisman in a soft azure glow, directly targeting the core of the sentinel's mech. Pure Yin energy can disrupt magnets. Your feeble tactics are insufficient. The ethereal glow made contact with the mech, causing the magnetic axe to lose its grip and clatter to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Shaojian produced a formation flag and planted it around the sentinel. Magnetic trapping formation, specifically devised to counter your magnetic mechs. As the flag rotated, the mechs were pulled towards the magnets, immobilized like scissors stuck to a refrigerator by a magnet. The formation glowed with a green light, and indeed, the 2 mechs became ensnared, their joints rendered inoperative. Lin Feng stepped forward, positioning the Lingyuan breaker blade against the core of the left sentinel's mech. Speak. Where is your leader in Meteor Valley? How many of you are there? The sentinel trembled, just about to respond. when a sudden cacophony erupted from the valley's entrance as more mechanical remnants surged forth, a dark tide of mechs pouring out. The leading mech was larger than the previous ones, its chest embedded with a shard exuding a sinister aura, wielding a long spear forged from meteorite, its tip glinting coldly. Thinking of escaping? Too late. The leader of the remnants sneered, maneuvering the mech to thrust the spear forward. Today, you shall be buried in Meteor Valley. Serving as sustenance for the remnants of Pangu, Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Lingyuan breaker blade. The black and gold patterns of the flame dragon breaker armor glowing brightly as the fiery wings unfurled from his back. Perfect. No need to search for you today. We'll collect all your remnants and shatter the dreams of the mechanical immortal. Little Dragon jumped from Lin Feng's shoulder, instantly transforming into a dragon of flames, spewing black gold flames towards the advancing mechs, melting the armor of 2 mechs in an instant. The ice bear demon clenched its claws, eyes ablaze with battle fervor, having already stowed the frozen meat jerky in the saddlebag of its spirit steed. This time, it had no thoughts of roasted meat, solely intent on crushing the enemies before it. Chapter 46. Magnetic Formation Counteracting Meteorite Spear. Crystal core resonance revealing weakness. The winds of Meteor Valley swirled with tiny fragments of magnetic debris, rustling against the mechs, the very air seemingly twisted by magnetic forces. Lin Feng's flame dragon breaker armor exhibited a noticeable delay in action, the dragon head shoulder armor flickering with glimmers of light, as if resisting the magnetic tug. Not far away, on the valley wall, the meteorite glimmered coldly amidst the sinister aura, fragments occasionally falling, striking the ice surface and creating small craters, resembling a structure that could collapse at any moment. Beware of his spear. Sun Xiaojin's voice came from behind the formation flag, where he crouched adjusting the runes of the magnetic trapping formation. My fingers are tingling from the magnet's pull. That meteorite spear is wrapped in magnetic energy and can attract our mech parts. Last time, while my cousin was repairing his mech, 3 screws were pulled away by the magnet, and he rummaged through his toolbox for ages to find them. No sooner had he finished speaking than the leader of the mechanical remnants lunged forward with a meteorite spear aimed at Lin Feng. The tip of the gun emitted a powerful suction, tugging at the hem of the flame dragon's destruction armor, compelling Lin Feng to swiftly sidestep. With a sharp clang, the spirit source destruction blade struck the gun barrel, causing the blade to momentarily falter, nearly slipping from his grasp. Is this all you've got? The leader scoffed, maneuvering the mech to swing the long gun, its tip aimed at the nearby ice bear demon. I've heard you can smash mechs. Let us see today whether it's the meteorite iron or your claws that are tougher. The ice bear demon had already secured a bag of frozen jerky onto the back of its spirit steed, its claws shimmering with golden light as it charged forward. My claws are 10 times harder than your pathetic gun. I shattered Zhao Lai's solar armor last time. What is your meteorite gun worth? The golden light collided with the gun's tip, sending magnetic shards flying. Yet he did not flinch, instead grasping the gun barrel and pulling it towards himself. Come to me. The anti-freeze coat's magnetic fabric proved effective. The magnetic force failed to hold him back, causing the leader's mech to stagger forward. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiaojin activated the magnetic binding array, the array flag glowing green as runes wrapped around the legs of the leader's mech. It's ensnared. Lin Feng, quickly find its weakness. This array won't hold much longer. The magnet is about to deform the flag. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances, unleashing the pure Yin power simultaneously. A pale blue spirit light, like 2 ribbons entwined around the tip of the meteorite gun. When the spirit light met the magnetic malice, it instantly dispersed the malevolent energy, significantly weakening the suction. Lin Feng, there's a gap in the middle of the gun barrel, where the magnetic core is hidden. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. The wings of the flame dragon's destruction armor unfurled with full force, enveloping the spirit source in black and gold flames as he thrust towards the gap in the gun barrel. Just as the blade was about to make contact, the leader suddenly withdrew a shard of black malice from his chest and pressed it against the mech's torso. Want to break my gun? First, taste the power of the Panga shard. The shard glowed with a dark light, causing the leader's mech to expand suddenly, with 2 rows of meteorite spikes protruding from the shoulder armor, lunging towards Lin Feng. This is the fusion armor of the shard, he declared. Your mechs cannot withstand it. Fusion armor? Lin Feng smirked, feeling the Pangu crystal core at his fingertips heat up. He could distinctly sense the malevolent energy within the shard trembling, an echo of resonance. Your shard is fragmented. The fused malevolence is utterly unstable, much like my water jug that leaks after 3 repairs. Fill it, and it spills everywhere. Beep. Target detected. Remnant leader, furious level. Identified the flaw in the shard. Anger value 9,800. Current accumulated anger value 301900980031170. Impossible. The leader seethed, the core of his mech heating up as he thrust the meteorite gun towards Lin Feng's chest. This shard was granted by the mechanical immortal. How could it be unstable? Lin Feng sidestepped, redirecting the spirit source destruction blade to slash at the shard on the leader's mech chest. With a thud, the blade grazed the edge of the shard, unleashing a torrent of black malice. The leader howled in pain as the armor on his mech's chest split apart. My shard, taking advantage of the moment. The little dragon unleashed the profound Een dragon flame, the black and gold fire enveloping the pure Een energy, penetrating the crack in the mech. The flames crackled as they met the magnetic core, causing smoke to billow from the joints of the leader's mech. The runes of the magnetic binding array could no longer endure. 2 of the array flags snapped. Still unwilling to concede, the blade of Lin Feng rested upon the core of the leader's mech, the brilliance of the crystal core illuminating the opponent's armor. Your fragment has dwindled to a mere half. Should you persist, your mech shall shatter into countless pieces, akin to my overcharged spirit source lamp that was rendered beyond repair. The leader still attempted to resist, but the ice bear demon had already circled behind him, delivering a powerful punch to the back of the mech. Stop feigning death. Hand over the fragment immediately, or I shall smash your cockpit. With the armor caving in, the leader finally collapsed onto the ice, utterly devoid of strength. Ding. Defeated the remnant's leader, gained 23,000 fury points. Mechanical remnant's hatred bonus. Acquired Pangu armored fragment. Current accumulated fury points 311, 700, 230, 003, 347, 700. Sun Xiaojian approached, picking up the broken battle flag, wincing with dismay. My battle flag. This is crafted from spirit pulse wood, worth 10 times more than your dried meat. The ice bear demon rolled his eyes. A battle flag can be remade. Losing a fragment is far more troublesome. Besides, your flag was due for a replacement. It nearly broke during our last encounter in the Eternal Frost Layer, much like my claw cover that has served me for 3 years. Long overdue for disposal. Lin Feng paid no mind to their bickering, aligning the newly acquired fragment alongside the Pangu crystal core. The moment the fragment made contact with the core, a low hum resonated, and the imagery within the crystal core sharpened once more. This time, it revealed the depths of Meteorite Valley, where an altar constructed from fallen iron stood, adorned with 3 Panga fragments, surrounded by numerous mechanical remnants. Additional 3 fragments lay deeper within the valley. Lin Feng stored the fragment, gesturing towards the valley. There's an ominous energy barrier surrounding the altar. We must proceed with caution. The crystal core had sensed a magnetic array within the barrier capable of siphoning the mech's spiritual energy. Su Qingwen nodded, retrieving several anti-magnetic talismans from her storage pouch. I brought extra. I will affix them to the mech, which will mitigate much of the magnetic force. Lin Xiaowan also produced a healing pill. The ice bear's claws grazed my skin earlier. I should apply some ointment to prevent inflammation from the ominous energy. The ice bear demon eagerly extended his claws, reminding them, hurry up. Once we enter to battle the remnants, I cannot delay my feast of roasted meat. Master Zhang promised me 2 roasted lambs upon our return. Not a single bite, less will suffice. Little dragon rubbed against Lin Feng's hand, its black golden flames flickering at the tips of its claws, as if urging them to hasten their departure. The ominous energy in the valley deepened, the outline of the fallen iron altar becoming increasingly discernible, while the aura of the 3 fragments wafted towards them through the malevolent energy. Clearly, the final fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 47. Breaking through the crystal core to explore the altar, seizing fragments as the magnetic shield shatters within the depths of Meteorite Valley. The magnetic density tripled compared to the valley entrance. The shoulder armor of Lin Feng's flame dragon breaking evil armor intermittently emitted a soft click, as if small components were being drawn out. He was compelled to channel spiritual energy into the mech, ensuring the black golden patterns remained aglow, just barely stabilizing against the magnetic pull. The magnetic debris on the ground formed a half-finger-thick layer, crunching beneath his feet. A moment of inattention could lead to stumbling, akin to traversing a muddy terrain riddled with magnetite. This cursed place is even more bizarre than my second uncle's scrapyard. Sun Xiaojian's flagpole had become bent, and the magnetic force was drawing the flag towards it. He had to wrap his fingers with spiritual essence to dare touch it. Last time, my second uncle collected a pile of old magnets, which resulted in all the iron pots in the house being pulled up to the beams. It took him a long while with a wooden stick to get them down. The ice bear demon followed closely behind, its claws covered in magnetic debris, making a clattering sound with every step. It was still preoccupied with roasted meat. After we smash the altar, can we find a place without magnets to roast meat? My claws are almost turning into magnetic paws. Just be careful not to pull the skewers away while grilling. Just take care of your own paws. Lin Feng retorted without looking back, his gaze fixed on the clearing ahead, where a half-Shanghai altar had been erected from meteorite iron. 3 fragments of pangu exuding a dark aura lay at the heart of the altar, surrounded by 8 silver-white mechas, each inscribed with the words Mechanical Guardian. They were weaving a light blue barrier with magnetic power, guarding the altar securely. Suddenly, Su Qingyue's jade of clear poison glowed, casting a green light over the barrier. Their magnetic barrier could rebound spiritual energy attacks, similar to what we had seen in the Xianin Hall. We must first break the outer layer with pure Yin energy. Lin Xiaowan nodded in agreement, her fingertips gathering faint blue spiritual light. I'll attempt to use pure Yin energy to counter the magnetic evil. It should be able to tear a gap in the barrier. As her spiritual light made contact with the barrier, ripples spread out, and the light blue membrane of the barrier indeed thinned slightly. Now's our chance. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiaojian plunged the flag into the ground, and the green light of the magnetic array burrowed toward the barrier. My array can disrupt the magnetic flow. You all rush in while they are still reacting. If that barrier is reinforced, we might have to wait until tomorrow morning. At the moment the green light from the flag surged, cracks appeared on the blue membrane of the barrier. Lin Feng leaped into the air, the wings of the flame dragon-breaking armor enveloped in black and gold flames, charging toward the altar. But just as he reached halfway, a silver-white figure suddenly sprang from behind the barrier, wielding a basin-sized magnetic shield that clanged against Lin Feng's path. The magnetic attraction doubled instantly, causing even the blade of the flame dragon-breaking armor to veer toward the shield. The Mechanical Guardian Commander. The voice of the mecha sounded as if rusty gears were turning. The patterns on the magnetic shield illuminated, daring to intrude upon the altar of the immortal Lord. Today you shall become nourishment for the magnets. Seeing this, the ice bear demon, its claws glowing with golden light, charged forward with this broken shield. I could smash it with a single punch. Last time, the ice soul shield from Shunxia was tougher than this, and I shattered it into pieces. The golden strike collided with the magnetic shield, producing a resounding clang that sent magnetic shards flying, yet the shield only dented slightly. Fool! This is a meteorite magnetic shield, 10 times harder than your claws. The commander sneered, maneuvering the shield to press down on the ice bear demon, attempting to pin it against the shield. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Feng maneuvered to the side of the commander, his fingertips touching the Pangu crystal core, which suddenly grew hot. He could clearly see that the inner side of the magnetic shield held a dark core, the shield's weakness, and the magnets that were fragmented, the evil energy unstable. Sun Xiaojian, strike the core on the inner side of his shield. That spot is patched together. The magnetic attraction will be weakest there. Understood. Sun Xiaojian produced a copper needle, enveloped in spiritual essence, and flung it towards the core. The needle, glowing with a verdant light, pierced through the crevice of the magnetic shield, causing it to tremble momentarily, dimming the surface's azure glow. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances, and together they channeled pure Yin energy towards the fissure, pure Yin break. 2 strands of pale blue light penetrated the core, instantly dispersing the dark malevolence within. The magnetic shield cracked open, providing the ice bear demon with a fleeting opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to the fissure, shatter before me. With a resounding boom, the shield exploded into fragments, leaving the commander's mech arm numbed from the impact. Seizing the chance, Lin Feng swung his blade. the spiritual essence-infused sword aiming directly at the mech's core. Your shield is gone. Let us see how you defend yourself now. Ding. Hit the mechanical commander, anger level. Striking the magnetic shield's weak point, anger value 11, 200. Current cumulative anger value, 334, 700, 112, 00, 345, 900. The commander attempted to retreat, but was intercepted by the little dragon, now transformed into its fiery form, unleashing black golden dragon flames upon the mech's leg, melting the armor instantly. No, the mech bestowed by the celestial sovereign. The commander roared in fury, reaching for a spare, magnetic stone hidden within his robes, only to have his wrist ensnared by Sun Xiaojin's array flag. Do not waste your efforts. That spare magnetic stone is a defective item. I once saw it in the marketplace. A mere handful of spirit stones could buy a trove, utterly incapable of attracting iron. Ding! Detected target commander, furious level. Mocking the defective magnetic stone, anger value 8, 600. Current cumulative anger value 345, 900, 860, 35, 450. Lin Feng did not grant the adversary a moment to struggle. The blade pierced through the mech's core. In an instant, the commander's mech powered down, and as he tumbled from the cockpit, he clutched a small fragment of dark malevolence. This was the fourth piece beyond the 3 fragments on the altar, evidently kept as a secret. Another fragment. The Ice Bear demon rushed forward to retrieve the piece, presenting it to Lin Feng, its claws still dusted with magnetic debris. Now we have 4 pieces, right? How many more are needed to complete the set? With the set complete, can we return to the sect for a feast? Lin Feng accepted the fragment, drawing it close to the Pangu crystal core. As the fragment touched the core, it was immediately absorbed, and the imagery within the crystal suddenly sharpened. The final piece of the Pangu fragment was located within the mechanical sovereign's lair, the mechanical hall. The scene revealed a half-buried mech of the mechanical sovereign, lodged within the center of the spiritual vein pillar, seemingly absorbing the spiritual energy to repair itself. The last piece resides within the mechanical hall. Lin Feng tucked the crystal away, his brow furrowed. That location lay within the desolate spiritual vein region of the Western Territory, laden with more malevolence than the Meteorite Valley, and the mechanical sovereign might already be in the midst of repairs. Sun Xiaojian stroked his chin, straightening the bent array flag. The desolate spiritual vein region? My grandfather's array diagram mentioned it. The spiritual veins there have long since run dry, leaving only malevolence. If the mechanical sovereign wishes to repair his mech, he will undoubtedly depend on the Panga fragments. We must reach there before he absorbs the fragments. Su Qingwen nodded, retrieving the last few anti-magnetic talismans from her storage pouch. The magnetic stones from a meteorite valley consumed a substantial amount of spiritual essence. We need a place to recuperate and replenish our energy before venturing into the Western Territory. Lin Xiaowan chimed in. I have some spirit elixirs here. Let us distribute them to everyone to ensure we have sufficient energy for our journey. Upon hearing recuperate, the Ice Bear demon's eyes lit up instantly. Does recuperating mean we can feast? I just spotted an open space outside the valley, devoid of any magnetic stones. Perfect for setting up a grill. First, we shall roast some meat, and then continue our journey. Lin Feng chuckled with relief. The relentless battle had indeed been taxing. And witnessing the weariness in his companion's eyes, it was time for a respite. The little dragon bag leapt down from his shoulder, nuzzling the icy bear demon's claws. Seemingly in agreement with the barbecue plan, the black golden flames flickered at the tips of its claws, serving as an excellent kindling for the fire. The group turned to make their way out of the valley, the sound of magnetic shards clattering behind them. The 3 fragments from the altar had already been secured in Lin Feng's storage bag, and they were but a single piece away from gathering all the remnants of Pangu. Meanwhile, within the mechanical hall of the Western Realm, the mech of the mechanical celestial sovereign glimmered ominously. An ultimate showdown awaited them not far ahead. Chapter 48. The soul-devouring dark armor bars the path. The crystal core resists the enormous pull. The campfire blazed brightly in the open space outside the valley, with the icy bear demon squatting by the flames, clutching a skewer of sizzling spirit meat, its mouth also occupied by half a roasted flatbread. The frozen meat jerky gifted by Master Zhang had been cut into small pieces and skewered on a meteorite stick, expertly roasted to a crisp exterior while remaining tender within. Oil dripped onto the flames, creating a crackling sound as the enticing aroma wafted far and wide. Eat slowly, no one is trying to snatch it from you. Su Qingwei handed over a pouch of spirit water, unable to stifle her laughter at the oil stains at the corners of his mouth. Your eating manner resembles that of my little nephew when he fights for chicken legs, fearing that missing a moment would mean losing out. We still need to travel. Don't overindulge. We don't want to be hampered in our movements later when the mech is activated. Lin Feng sat beside him, infusing the flame dragon's destruction armor with spirit energy. The dragon head on the shoulder armor emitted a faint glow, and the flow of spirit energy within the black golden patterns was distinctly visible. Suddenly, the Pangu crystal core in his fingertips quivered, prompting him to glance toward the valley's entrance. A menacing aura drifted in with the wind, thicker than before within the meteor valley, accompanied by an unfamiliar mechanical fluctuation. Be cautious. Just as Lin Feng stood up, a jarring mechanical roar erupted from the valley's entrance. A shadow of dark purple light darted forth, landing in the center of the clearing. It was a mech unlike any he had ever seen, lacking full coverage of armor plates, with only a semi-transparent dark purple core cabin suspended in midair. Wrapped around the cabin were three spiraling mechanical arms radiating dark malevolence, their tips ending in sharp meteorite claws. Within the core cabin, a silhouette could be faintly discerned. Eyes closed, evidently manipulating the mech with sheer willpower. The soul-devouring guards of the mechanical celestial sovereign. The voice of the mech crackled like electricity, and the core cabin suddenly illuminated with a swirling light. By the command of the celestial sovereign, I shall acquire your Pangu fragments. This soul-devouring dark armor can absorb living beings into the cabin, using your spirit energy to power the mech. Let us test its might. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the swirling vortex within the core cabin erupted with a powerful suction. The skewer of meat in the icy bear demon's grip was drawn toward the cabin's opening, causing it to clutch the stick tightly, baring its teeth in anger. Dare to snatch my skewer. I shall smash your wretched cabin. Its anti-freeze suit shifted into armor-breaking mode, claws gleaming with golden light as it charged forward. However, halfway through, it was ensnared by the mechanical arms, the dark malevolence on the arms adhering like adhesive, pulling its claws toward the core cabin. This mech is troublesome. Sun Shaojian withdrew a formation flag and planted it on the ground. As the green light of the magnetic confinement formation illuminated, it was immediately contorted by the suction from the core cabin. It relied not on magnets, but on the soul-devouring malevolence to draw in people. In my grandfather's battle diagram, it was mentioned that the core chamber of this mech is a living chamber, capable of extracting a person's spiritual source as fuel, much like my malfunctioning oil lamp that extinguishes without it. Lin Feng gazed intently at the figure within the core chamber and suddenly noticed a dark malevolent mark on their forehead, indicating they were a cultivator under the control of the mechanical immortal sovereign. Just as he was about to issue a warning, the chamber's suction suddenly surged, causing even his flame dragon-breaking evil armor to tremble, the dragon head pattern on his shoulder armor dimming slightly. Attempting to absorb me? Lin Feng felt the Pangu crystal core at his fingertips grow warm, and the dark golden light spread along the mech's patterns, effectively countering the suction. Is the wall of your soul-eating armor really pieced together? There's a fissure on the left, releasing malevolent energy far more than you can absorb. Much like my tent that has leaked air after being patched thrice, it floods when it rains. Beep. Detected soul-eating guardian, furious level. Struck the mech's flaw, anger value 12, 500. Current cumulative anger value 354, 500, 125, 003, 670, 000. Impossible. The figure in the core chamber suddenly opened their eyes wide, and their mechanical arm expanded dramatically, reaching lengths of over 10 meters, striking down towards Lin Feng like a divine force. This mech was bestowed by the immortal sovereign. How could it possibly have a flaw? The dark malevolence enveloped the mechanical arm, crashing down and causing the ground to tremble and crack. Lin Feng leaped into the air, the wings of his flame dragon breaking evil armor unfurling, enveloped in black gold flames that coalesced in his palm into a flame blade nearly a meter long. If there are flaws, see for yourself. He swung the flame blade at the base of the mechanical arm, precisely where the wall fissure extended. As the blade made contact, dark malevolence hissed and spewed outward, causing the mechanical arm to retract instantly. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan exchanged glances, and the pure Yin energy surged towards the core chamber simultaneously. Pure Yin counters soul-eating malevolence. Two soft blue light streams entwined around the chamber wall, dispersing the black malevolence at the fissure, and the suction force of the core chamber weakened significantly. Seizing the opportunity, the ice bear demon broke free from the mechanical arm, delivering a powerful punch to the chamber wall. I'll smash your living chamber for stealing my meat skewer. The immortal sovereign will not let you off. The soul-eating guardian, now agitated, focused their thoughts, and the mechanical arm suddenly split into numerous slender arms, reaching towards Lin Xiaowan in an attempt to capture the pure Yin cultivator to replenish their spiritual source. However, halfway there, the little dragon bag transformed into its flame dragon form, unleashing black gold dragon flames that melted 3 of the slender arms instantly, while a sweep of its tail sent 2 more flying. Beep! Little dragon bag triggered flame dragon breaking evil. Soul-eating guardian, furious level. Anger value 9, 800. Current cumulative anger value 367, 000, 980, 037, 680, 000. Lin Feng seized the moment, thrusting the flame blade directly into the fissure of the core chamber. Without the soul-eating malevolence, your mech is nothing but an empty shell. As the blade penetrated the wall, a wretched scream emanated from the figure within the core chamber, and black malevolence surged forth from the fissure, causing the mechanical arm to collapse limply to the ground. No, my mech. The soul-eating guardian attempted to detonate the core chamber, but was ensnared by Sun Xiaojian's array flag. Though the confined magnetic array could not impede the soul-eating malevolence, it could immobilize mechanical components. Your self-detonation device is a defective product. I just saw the fuse at the bottom of the chamber loosened. It won't explode on anyone else, but it will surely turn you into scraps. Lin Feng reached out and grasped the core chamber, his fingertips igniting the Pangu crystal core, which unexpectedly drew forth a fragment exuding dark malevolence. Indeed, the 5th piece of Pangu. It turned out that the Soul Devourer had hoarded it, intending to mend the fractures in its mechanical armor. Ding! Defeated the Soul Devourer, gained 25,000 rage points. Mechanical Immortal's hatred bonus. Acquired a fragment of the Pangu waist armor. Current total rage points 376, 800, 250, 004, 018, 00. The ice bear demon approached, fixating on the mechanical arm sprawled on the ground, poking it with its claws. Can this broken arm be used for grilling? It seems sturdier than a meteorite skewer. Sun Xiaojian rolled his eyes. Stop thinking about grilling everything. This mechanical arm contains soul-devouring malevolence. Consuming it would drain your spiritual essence. Akin to my neighbor who mistakenly ate poisonous mushrooms, resulting in 3 days of vomiting and diarrhea. Lin Feng stowed the fragment into his storage bag, the radiance of the Pangu crystal core intensifying, revealing a complete image at last. On the spiritual vein pillar of the mechanical hall, the mechanical immortal's armor had been restored significantly, with the final piece of Pangu embedded in its head, enveloped by the power of the spiritual vein. We must hasten to the western region. Lin Feng retracted the crystal core, the patterns of the flame dragon breaking malevolence armor, glowing with clarity. Once the mechanical immortal absorbed the last fragment, the armor would be wholly restored, making it challenging to impede him thereafter. Suin Duanadif, distributing the remaining spiritual essence pills among the group. I just examined the Soul Devourer storage bag. There's a map of the mechanical hall, marking the entrance to the ruined spiritual vein area. Following the map will save us considerable time. The ice bear demon quickly stuffed the last skewer of meat into its mouth, wiping its lips. Then let's be off. We mustn't allow the mechanical immortal to seize the last fragment. Otherwise, we won't even have roasted lamb upon returning to the sect. The group gathered their belongings and rode their spiritual steeds towards the western region. Little Dragon Bao perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, black golden flames occasionally brushing against the steed's mane, as if urging them onward. In the distance, dark malevolence was subtly coalescing. Chapter 49. Bone-rooted armor blocking the ruined vein. Flame dragon merging and recombining the winds of the ruined spiritual vein in the western region carried sand and grit, cascading down the mane of the spiritual steed, while the ground was riddled with cracked black earth, devoid of even a single wild blade of grass. Occasionally, Half-buried, rusted remnants of mechanical armor appeared, shrouded in malevolence, standing on the slopes like tombstones in a desolate expanse. Lin Feng's flame dragon-breaking malevolence armor was coated in a layer of dust. Yet the faint glow of the black golden patterns remained unaffected. The Pangu crystal core in his palm continued to radiate heat, pointing towards the black edifice concealed within the malevolence. The outline of the mechanical hall was becoming discernible, crowned by a cold glowing meteorite pillar entwined with dark malevolence, undulating as if breathing. This wretched place is even more unnerving than the ever-frozen lair. Sun Shaojian clutched the map of the mechanical hall, his fingertip brushing against the annotation for the ruined spiritual vein fault. My grandfather once said that the malevolence in a ruined spiritual vein can corrode mechanical armor. We must affix the anti-malevolence talismans tightly. My cousin's armor lost an arm here last time. When we retrieved it, it had rusted into scrap iron, much like my iron pot that hasn't been washed in 3 years. The ice bear demon pulled the collar of his frost-resistant coat up to the highest point, while his claws rummaged through his embrace for the frozen jerky. Having consumed nearly half during their journey, only 2 small pieces remained, which he hesitated to chew, savoring them instead. If only I'd brought more jerky. This place is devoid of even a single bird, leaving us without materials for skewers. Lin Feng, once we enter the mechanical hall, if we encounter a spirit source beast, shall we capture a couple for roasting? Focus on your claws for now. Lin Feng shot him a glance, suddenly raising his hand to press down on the little dragon bag on his shoulder. The tremors from the crystal core quickened, and a clicking sound of mechanical gears turning echoed from behind the dirt slope, indicating that something was approaching. Before he could finish speaking, the slope erupted, dark soil engulfed in malevolent energy shooting skyward. A gray-black figure sprang forth from the smoke, landing before them. It was a mech even more bizarre than the soul-devouring Xian armor, lacking a complete cabin and instead formed of a skeleton assembled from meteorite iron joints, each bone entwined with chains of black malevolence. Suspended at its chest was a dark red core, within which a curled figure could be faintly seen, ensnared by chains. Evidently, a thought manipulator bound against their will. Mechanical Immortal's Bone Guardian. The figure within the core rasped, the meteorite iron joints suddenly reconfiguring, expanding from 2 zhong to 5, resembling a colossal giant embodying the laws of heaven and earth. This Bone Guardian could disassemble and reassemble, no matter how sturdy your mechs are. They cannot withstand my single stomp. Sun Shaojian burst into laughter, pointing at the swaying joints. Disassemble and reassemble? Your left tibia is nearly falling off. It got stuck 3 times during reassembly, much like my bike with a broken chain, wobbling with every pedal. And as for embodying the laws of heaven and earth, I see it more as a disassembled celestial phenomenon. Ding! Detected Bone Guardian, anger level. Hit the mech assembly flaw. Anger value 13,200. Current cumulative anger value 401800132004150000. Seeking death. The Bone Guardian roared, its right leg bone, imbued with black malevolence, aimed to stomp on the ice bear demon. The ice bear demon hastily dodged, the frost-resistant coat suddenly glowing with a faint golden light. This was the Dispel Malice talisman that Su Qingyue had secretly applied to him, which remarkably resisted the corrosive malevolence. Have you not eaten? This broken bone cannot even hurt my claws. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leaped into the air, the flame dragon dispel armor undergoing a sudden transformation. The flame wings behind him unfurled wide, and the dragon head on his shoulder detached from the mech, morphing into a miniature flame dragon that coiled around his arm. The flame dragon splitting. This was a newly unlocked form after absorbing the 5th fragment. The dragon head, carrying black gold dragon flames, surged toward the core of the Bone Guardian. You wish to touch my core? The Bone Guardian's joints suddenly disassembled, transforming into dozens of bone arrows that shot toward Lin Feng. Sun Shaojian quickly activated the array flag. The green light of the malice binding array weaving into a net, blocking most of the bone arrows. Lin Feng. His core is surrounded by 3 layers of black malevolence film. We must use pure Yin power to break through. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan exchanged glances. Pure Yin power simultaneously surged toward the core, the pale blue spiritual light winding around the black malevolence film, instantly dissolving the first layer. Lin Xiaowan did not forget to shout. The thought manipulator of the Bone Guardian is bound by chains. If we sever the chains, his mech will go out of control. This remark alerted Lin Feng. He maneuvered the mini fire dragon to encircle the core's rear, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire upon the chains, ensnaring the figure. With a resounding crack, the thickest chain shattered. The Bone Guardian's movements momentarily faltered. Its towering form swayed precariously, nearly toppling. No, my chains! Seizing the opportunity, the ice bear demon leaped, claws gleaming with golden light, and delivered a powerful blow to the Guardian's knee. With a thunderous impact, the iron joints fractured, black malevolence seeping through the crevices. Your knee is more fragile than the ice pillars in my frozen cellar. I shattered it with a single punch. Do you still wish to trample me? Beep. Bone Guardian, furious level. Core chain severed, joint damage, rage value 10, 500. Current total rage value 415,000. Suddenly, the little dragon transformed into its fire dragon form, enveloping the upper half of the Bone Guardian in black and gold flames, the iron joints glowing a fierce red. Lin Feng seized the moment to concentrate his spiritual energy, transforming the fire dragon's blade into a long fiery edge, aimed directly at the second layer of the core's black malevolence membrane. No matter how swiftly you dismantle your mech, you cannot withstand the power of the crystal core. At the instant the fiery blade pierced the membrane, the silhouette within the core emitted a cry of liberation, the final layer of black malevolence dissipating on its own. It had finally broken free from control. The Bone Guardian's iron joints collapsed in a clatter, leaving only a dark red core rolling on the ground. The figure within weakly murmured, "The mechanical immortal waits for you in the hall. His mech can absorb the power of the spiritual veins." Lin Feng bent to retrieve the core, discovering that it concealed half of a Panga shard, his sixth piece. Evidently, the Bone Guardian had been compelled to hide it while under control. Upon contact with the shard, the core radiated an explosive brilliance. A tremendous roar emanating from the direction of the mechanical hall as the doors slowly creaked open, a denser black malevolence spilling forth alongside the thunderous clamor of machinery. At long last, they had arrived. Sun Xiao Jian stowed away the formation flag, brushing off the dust from his hands. I have only 3 symbols left on this flag. We must conserve them when entering the hall. Do not be like your extravagant cousin, spending your New Year's money within 3 days. The ice bear demon swallowed the last piece of frozen jerky, its claws clenched tightly. If we enter the hall, we will see the mechanical immortal. I will smash his mech with a single punch and have Master Zhang roast 2 sheep for our return. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan organized their pure Yin symbols, their gazes resolute. The final shard lay before them. This prolonged chase was finally nearing its conclusion. The little dragon returned to Lin Feng's shoulder, its black and gold flames flickering at the tips of its claws, gazing toward the mechanical hall as if responding to the roaring sounds emanating from within. The group advanced toward the hall's entrance, the black malevolence coiling around their feet, the mechanical sounds growing ever closer. The Pangu crystal core in Lin Feng's palm shone blindingly. He could sense that the essence of the final shard resided at the heart of the hall. Chapter 50. The mechanical profound sovereign unveils the Dharma form. The fire dragon merges to shatter the malevolence, shield the doors of the mechanical hall slowly close behind them. The heavy iron gates crashing to the ground, causing the entire hall to tremble. Fragments of black malevolence, crystallized, rained down from the ceiling, striking the floor with a series of sharp, ringing sounds. Within the hall, there was no flickering candlelight. Only the central spirit vein pillar, approximately a yard in diameter, emitted a ghostly blue glow. The pillar was entwined with an intricate web of mechanical conduits, their ends connecting to a hovering mech, the mechanical immortal's arcane armor. This machine defied all previous understanding. Devoid of traditional armor plating, it was forged entirely from a dark silver, unknown metal, its surface pulsating with a sinister black-red radiance. Standing an imposing height of 3 zhang, the mech expanded under mental command, soon reaching 5 zhang, its shoulder armor unfurling into bat-like blade wings, each adorned with tiny spikes of meteorite iron. At its chest lay a diamond-shaped core, the size of a basin, with a final shard of Pangu embedded at its center. The ethereal light from the spirit vein flowed through the conduits into the mech, as if ceaselessly supplying it with power. The cockpit was entirely concealed within the mech's chest. revealing only the occasional flicker of crimson light from the core, indicating the consciousness of the mechanical immortal at the helm. Lin Feng, you have finally arrived, came the voice from within the mech, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling the cold, synthetic tones of machinery. Collecting all 6 shards has been swifter than I anticipated. However, it matters not. Once I absorb the final shard, your crystal cores and spiritual essence shall serve as nourishment for my mech. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the arcane armor's blade wings suddenly unleashed dozens of black scythe blades, the wind from their passage tearing through the air, sweeping toward Lin Feng and his companions. The ground beneath them stirred, creating a miniature sandstorm within the hall. Sun Xiaojian, Lin Feng shouted. Instantly, the black and gold patterns of the flame dragon breaking armor ignited, with the fiery wings unfurling to shield the group at the forefront. Sun Xiaojian was already prepared. The array diagram in his hands unfurled with a rustling sound. This time, it was not the previous magnetic confinement array, but rather a newly crafted devouring array flag made from spearvein wood. He thrust the flag into the ground, and 7 flagpoles instantly radiated a vibrant green light, intertwining into a net that not only obstructed the black scythe blades, but also absorbed the malevolent energy into the poles. To his surprise, faint golden patterns began to emerge from the tops of the poles. Grandfather's array diagram concealed the devouring array on the last page. I previously hesitated to use it, fearing a backlash from the malevolent energy, but with Miss Su Qingyue's pure Yin power as a safeguard, it is the perfect opportunity to test it. These scythe blades are as ineffective against me as a leaky fan. Ding! Sun Xiaojian has unlocked the devouring array, triggering team growth bonuses. Lin Feng's anger value conversion efficiency at 20. Detecting mechanical immortal furious level. First attack thwarted. Anger value 18,000. Current accumulated anger value 425, 500. The mechanical immortal, evidently taken aback by the array's ability to absorb malevolent energy, witnessed the arcane armor suddenly swell to 10 zhong, truly manifesting its overwhelming form. It stomped its right foot onto the ground, causing the mechanical conduits within the hall to come alive. Writhing like serpents toward the ice bear demon, you dare to flaunt such trivial array techniques before me. Don't touch me, the ice bear demon bellowed, as its frost-resistant cloak suddenly shimmered with golden light. The edges of the cloak sprouted dark, malevolent patterns, and its once simple claw armor evolved into a formidable claw gauntlet covering its forearms. This transformation was the result of absorbing the malevolent energy from the Bone Guardian outside the hall, subsequently refined by Su Qingyue's pure Yin power. With a swift claw, he cleaved through the encroaching pipelines, the intricate patterns on his claws absorbing the malevolent energy. My new claws are 10 times harder than your pathetic pipelines. The last time I struck Zhao Lai's blazing armor was not nearly as satisfying. Today, I shall dismantle your iron clump. In a moment, the pipelines were severed. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged a glance, both raising their hands in unison. The pale blue pure Yin energy transformed from a solitary beam into a swirling halo in the air, with clusters of black and gold flames igniting at its center. This fusion of little dragon Bao's fiery strength with the pure Yin energy gave rise to the mysterious Yin flames. Lin Xiaowan remarked softly, I always believed the pure Yin energy was solely defensive. I never imagined that its fusion with little dragon Bao's fiery strength could yield such formidable destructive power. If this halo strikes his core, it will undoubtedly shatter the malevolent shield. We shall see. Su Qingyue propelled the halo forward, and as the mysterious Yin flames encountered the ground's black malevolence, they instantly ignited a path free of malevolence, even forcing the pipelines on the spiritual vein column to retract. Lin Feng focused intently on the core of the mechanical Xianzun armor. Suddenly, the Pangu crystal core in his palm radiated heat, resonating with the essence of the 6 fragments within, revealing in his mind the weaknesses of the mechanical Xianzun mech. Although the fragments of the core absorbed the spiritual vein energy, minute cracks lined their edges, old wounds from battles of yore, the sole point of vulnerability. Mechanical Xianzun, do you think that merely repairing your mech grants you unrestrained power? With a leap, Lin Feng activated the flame dragon breaking malevolence armor, which underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously separated dragon-headed shoulder armor reassembled, no longer mere decoration, but merging with the mech's chest to form a vividly lifelike dragon head. The fiery wings expanded threefold, each feather adorned with dark golden runes. The spiritual source-breaking malevolence blade in his right arm evolved into a long-handled form. Its blade entwined with black and gold dragon flames, radiating a faint glow of pure Yin. This was the ultimate form achieved through the accumulation of 440,000 Fury points. The Flame Dragon Xian Zun armor. Ding! Consumed 400,000 Fury points, unlocking the ultimate mech form. Flame Dragon Xian Zun armor. Merging Flame Dragon strength. Pure Yin energy. Pangu Fragment Resonance Power. Destructive Efficiency 100. Spiritual Source. Reserve 500. Remaining Fury points. 443, 500, 400, 000, 43,500. Impossible. The voice of the mechanical Xian Zun finally wavered, as the core of the mechanical Xian Zun armor erupted with intense black malevolence, forming a thick shield of malevolence outside the mech. My mech is perfect. How could it possibly have weaknesses? He commanded the mech to strike with its right fist. A colossal fist enveloped in malevolent light, hurtling towards Lin Feng, the force distorting the air within the hall. Perfect? The fragments of your core bear cracks. Inflicted by my grandfather long ago. Lin Feng scoffed, and with a flap of the flame, Dragon Xian Zun armor's wings. He evaded the fist while swinging the long-handled flame blade toward the malevolent shield. Mysterious Yin flames. Lend me your power. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan immediately propelled the halo of mysterious Yin flames forward. Upon colliding with the flame blade, the halo fused into the blade. The black and gold dragon flames now suffused with the pale blue glow of pure Yin, cleaving a corner of the malevolent shield. Seizing the opportunity, the ice bear demon charged forward, its breaking malevolence claws grasping the fissure in the shield, forcefully tearing it wider. Open up. Your fragile shield is even more brittle than the ice door of my frozen vault. With a mere swipe, I could rend it asunder. Sun Xiaojian's devouring array was not idle either. The emerald radiance from the flagpole surged through the fissures into the malevolent shield, voraciously absorbing the sinister energy within. The golden light at the pinnacle of the flagpole grew increasingly radiant, and astonishingly, it began to nourish Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Capture the malevolent energy. This essence can serve as a spiritual source, far purer than the Xian Yin malevolence you previously absorbed. Do not be like my aunt who never conserves her gas. Seize the opportunity. Ding. Absorbed 30,000 points of malevolent energy from the mechanical immortal shield, converting to 30,000 rage points. Current cumulative rage points, 435,003, 735, 000. The mechanical immortal was thoroughly alarmed. The wing blades of the mechanical Xian Zun armor flailed wildly, attempting to repel the crowd. Yet, the flame blades of the Flame Dragon Xian Zun armor had already pressed against the core's fissure. Do not approach. I am the mechanical immortal. I can control all mechas. You cannot even mend the fissure in your own mecha, yet you wish to control others? Lin Feng interjected, driving the flame blade forcefully into the crack. My grandfather defeated you in the past, and today I shall do the same. Your era has long since passed. In that instant when the blade pierced, the remnants of Pangu at the core suddenly illuminated, resonating intensely with the crystalline core in Lin Feng's palm. The fragment began to detach from the mechanical immortal's core, gravitating towards the crystalline core. The mechanical immortal emitted a desperate howl as the mecha trembled violently, pipelines rupturing, and the ethereal blue light of the spiritual vein pillar dimmed. No, my fragments, my mecha. The ice bear demon, seeing the fragment approaching, quickly shielded Lin Feng. Fearful of anyone snatching it away, no one touch it. This is Lin Feng's fragment. Once we gather them all, we will return to the sect for a feast. Anyone who dares to steal shall face my wrath. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan also drew near, the Xianyin flame light while forming a protective barrier around them, shielding against the shrapnel from the disintegrating mecha. Sun Xiaojian stowed the devouring array flag, wiping the sweat from his brow, but could not resist a jab. Mechanical immortal. Your mecha quality is abysmal, more fragile than my 5-year-old spiritual source phone. It breaks with a mere fall. As the fragment was on the verge of colliding with the crystalline core, the ground of the mechanical hall suddenly trembled violently, and the spiritual vein pillar at the center began to sink, revealing a pitch-black aperture from which a denser malevolent energy surged, accompanied by the ominous roar of machinery. Clearly, there lay the mechanical immortal's hidden trump card beneath. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the flame blade, and the patterns of the flame dragon Xian Zun armor glowed once more. It seems there are still troubles unresolved. Little dragon, Bao leapt from his shoulder. Extending to a length of about 10 feet, the black golden dragon flames illuminating the aperture, revealing countless crimson points of light within, reminiscent of countless mechanical puppets lying in ambush. The ice bear demon clenched its broken claw, the thought of a feast forgotten, replaced by a fervent battle spirit. What are the puppets? I can crush one with a single claw. It is the perfect opportunity to test the might of my new claws. Sun Shaojian unfurled the array diagram anew. The devouring array flag spinning in his hand. Perfect. I have yet to absorb enough malevolent energy with this array. Today, I shall drain all the malevolent energy from these puppets and reduce them to scrap metal. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances. The Xianyin flame light will spinning once more. Regardless of what lies below, we shall descend together. The pure Yin power combined with the flame dragon power can shatter any malevolence. Lin Feng gazed at his companions as the fiery wings of the flame dragon Xian Zun armor fluttered gently, shielding them from behind. The malevolent aura at the cave's entrance thickened, and the mechanical clamor grew ever closer, yet not a trace of fear stirred within him. From their days at the Qingyun sect's menial hall to this moment, they had always confronted danger together, and this time would be no different. The fragments finally settled upon the crystal core, 6 pieces revolving around it, emanating a dark golden glow. Lin Feng understood that gathering the Panga fragments was merely the initial step. The true trial lay ahead with the mechanical puppets and the hidden trump cards of the mechanical celestial sovereign yet to be revealed. However, as long as his comrades were by his side, he dared to brave any challenge. Chapter 51. The Tide of Puppets and the Breaking Array Technique. Flame dragon shattering core and slaying remnant souls. The underground passage of the mechanical hall was riddled with rusted pipes, coiling like serpents around the rock walls. Every few steps, a pipe would burst, spewing forth remnants of black malevolent essence that hissed as they struck the ground, corroding the dark earth into small pits. The mechanical puppets emerging from the cave were increasingly numerous, crowding the corridor. Most of these puppets were cobbled together from remnants of old mechas. Some bore only half a body, relying on a single iron blade to leap. Others lacked heads, navigating by the crimson spotlight embedded in their chests. Their magnetic crossbows aimed menacingly at Lin Feng and his group, arrow tips glowing with a sinister light. By heavens, these contraptions are far more abundant than the scrap metal at my uncle's junkyard. Sun Shaojian hastily planted the devouring malevolence array flags on either side of the passage. The flagpoles surged with emerald radiance, weaving into a luminous wall half a zhang high. Lin Feng, this array can only hold for 3 minutes. The chaotic malevolence of these puppets is too overwhelming. If it absorbs too much, the flags will explode, much like my vacuum cleaner that's full of dust. Any more, and the motor will burn out. The ice bear demon had already charged forward, its clawed paws glowing with golden light, smashing the spotlight of the foremost puppet with a single strike. 3 minutes is ample. I can take down one with each claw, faster than Master Zhang can slice meat. Just as he finished, a shielded puppet lunged from behind, its shield embedded with a small malevolent crystal aimed at his back. Su Qingwei, with her quick reflexes, sent forth the Xian Yin flame wheel, which collided with the shield with a resounding crash, shattering the malevolent crystal. Brother Bear, don't just rush ahead. There are puppets behind us, much like my cousin who always forgets to check the rearview mirror and ends up scraping the curb while driving. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaowan divided the Xian Yin flame into dozens of slender beams, entwining them around the ice bear demon's claws. Brother Bear, infuse your claws with the flame's power. It can burn through the puppet's armor. As the fine beams touched the claws, the golden light was instantly tinged with a faint blue flame. When the ice bear demon struck again, not only did it shatter the puppet, but it also scorched the internal wiring to a charred black. Splendid. This flame power is even more effective than the essence of spirit source charcoal. I could almost roast these puppets to perfection. Lin Feng gripped the long-handled flame blade. the fiery wings of the flame dragon Qian Zun armor unfurling within the narrow passage. Though the space was constricted, it effectively blocked the onslaught of puppets from both sides. Sun Xiaojian, can you push the array deeper into the passage? These puppets show no sign of stopping. We must locate their control source. I had already anticipated this. Sun Xiaojian retrieved a weather talisman from his pocket and affixed it to the array flag. Instantly, the spiritual light transformed into a deep green hue. This was the devouring talisman left by his grandfather, capable of enabling the array flag to follow the puppet. However, you must protect me and prevent the puppet from dismantling my array flag. The last time in Meteor Valley, my array flag was deformed by a magnet, and it took me an eternity to repair it. The moment the talisman was activated, the devouring array flag began to advance along the passage, with the wall of spiritual light propelling the puppet backward. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, wielding his flame blade to cleave the encircling puppets in two. The mechanical immortal must be controlling these puppets ahead, attempting to buy time, possibly activating something significant. As soon as he spoke, a brilliant scarlet light suddenly illuminated the end of the passage, revealing a puppet commander 3 times the size of an ordinary puppet. Emerging from the radiance, this puppet was assembled from the remnants of a mechanical Qian Zun's armor, featuring a goose egg-sized evil crystal embedded in its chest and wielding a massive axe forged from meteorite iron. Its blade entangled with unremoved piping, clearly a hasty modification by the mechanical immortal. Block them. The voice of the puppet commander was synthesized mechanically. With a swing of the massive axe, deep grooves were carved into the rock walls on either side of the passage. The immortal master seeks to activate the spiritual veins core. None of you shall pass. The spiritual veins core? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as the core of his flame dragon Qian Zun armor suddenly heated up. The Pangu crystal core resonated with something deep within the passage. He aimed to harness the residual power of the defunct spiritual vein to reawaken the damaged mecha. Suddenly, Sun Xiaojian's array flag trembled as the wall of light was struck by the wind from the puppet commander's axe, resulting in a fissure. This creature's malevolence is overwhelming. My array flag is on the verge of collapse. Lin Feng, think of something. If this drags on, the array flag will explode, and we shall be buried by the puppets. Watch me. The ice bear demon leapt forth, its destructive claws grasping the piping at the top of the passage, yanking it down with a violent tug. Dozens of pipes fell with a crash, ensnaring the puppet commander. Stand still. Your wretched axe is no match for my claws. Dare you flaunt your might before me? Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan immediately combined their Xianyin flame wheels into a single, wide flame wheel, directing it towards the puppet commander's evil crystal. Lin Feng, the flame wheel can temporarily restrain its evil crystal, seized the moment to strike. Lin Feng capitalized on the opportunity, fully extending the flame wings of his flame dragon Qian Zun armor, the long-handled flame blade enveloped in black gold dragon fire. Aimed at the puppet commander's evil crystal, flame dragon's destruction slash. The blade's wind severed the pipes, piercing straight toward the evil crystal. With a crack, the evil crystal shattered, and dark malevolence erupted from the fissure. Ding! Defeated puppet commander, elite level, gained 28,000 rage points. Mechanical puppet hatred bonus. Sun Xiaojian's devouring array absorbed 15,000 points of puppet malevolence, converting to 15,000 rage points. Current accumulated rage points: 735,002, 800, 015, 000, 116, 500. The puppet commander's body began to disintegrate. At that moment, a faint black shadow surged forth from the crack in the evil crystal, racing deeper into the passage. Do not be complacent. The spiritual veins core will soon be activated, and I shall transform into a far more formidable existence. Planning to escape? Lin Feng leaped into the air, and the right arm of the flame dragon Qian Zun armor suddenly unleashed a fiery tether, ensnaring the remnant soul of the mechanical immortal. You have lost your corporeal form, yet you still aspire to activate the spiritual core? It is akin to an oil-deprived spirit vehicle attempting to race, utterly futile. Little Dragon Bag pursued closely, unleashing black gold dragon flames upon the remnant soul, which let out a chilling wail. No, my spiritual core, the remnant soul, ensnared by the flame dragon and the fiery tether, began to dissipate leaving behind a wisp of dark malevolence that was absorbed by the Pengu crystal core. Notification: severely wounded the remnant soul of the mechanical immortal. Gained 35,000 anger points. Ultimate hatred bonus. The Pengu crystal core absorbs the malevolence of the remnant soul, unlocking the spiritual pulse sensing skill, allowing perception of surrounding spiritual pulse locations. Current accumulated anger points: 116, 535, 000, 51, 500. Sun Shaojian stowed away the formation flag, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed deeper into the passage. The spiritual core should lie just ahead, but the residual malevolent energy there is quite dense. We must tread carefully. My grandfather nearly succumbed to the backlash of malevolent energy while probing a defunct spiritual pulse. He was bedridden for half a month. The claws of the ice bear demon glimmered with a faint blue flame as he rubbed his belly. How long does it take to activate the spiritual core? I'm feeling a bit peckish. If it's quick, we might return to the sect in time for lunch. Master Zhang's roasted lamb leg should still be warm. Don't think about roasted lamb just yet. Su Qingwei pointed toward the depths of the passage where spiritual light emanated, likely indicating the location of the spiritual core. However, that light is enveloped in dark malevolence. The mechanical immortal may have left behind a contingency within the core. Lin Xiaowan nodded, gathering her Xian flame in her palm. Sister Qingwei and I can suppress the malevolence with our Xian flame. Brother Lin Feng will lead the attack. Brother Sun will set up defenses. And Brother Bear will provide cover. We shall proceed together, denying any opportunity for the contingency to trigger. Lin Feng tightened his grip on a long-handled flame blade. The flame wings of the flame dragon Xian Zun armor fluttering gently to disperse the residual malevolence in the passage. Let us go. No matter the contingency, we shall break through it together. If the spiritual core cannot be activated, the mechanical immortal will have no chance left. The group advanced deeper into the passage, the light of the spiritual pulse growing ever brighter, and the resonance of the Pengu crystal core intensifying. The pipelines on either side of the passage ceased their explosive sounds, beginning to tremble softly, as if responding to the power of the spiritual core. Little dragon bag soared ahead, the black gold dragon flames illuminating the path, allowing them to faintly discern a sphere radiating an ethereal blue light, suspended in the heart of the underground space. That was the spiritual core, the last hope of the mechanical immortal. Chapter 52. The malevolent core guardian blocks the core. The flame dragon shatters the spiritual pulse. The underground space was a circular dome, its rocky walls adorned with faintly glowing spiritual pulse patterns that converged like veins toward the center. The spiritual core floated 10 feet high in the air, its surface shrouded in a layer of dark red malevolence barrier, intricately inscribed with mechanical runes. With each flicker of the runes, the surrounding pipelines trembled, as if channeling the last vestiges of power to the core. This barrier was even more sinister than a magnetic array of Meteorite Valley. Sun Shaojian crouched on the ground, his fingers probing the intricate patterns of the spiritual vein beneath him. The moment his fingertip made contact, he was repelled, as the runes were enveloped with the malevolent aura of the mechanical celestial's lingering soul. Ordinary formations were utterly incapable of breaching this barrier. It was akin to my piggy bank, which is secured with 3 locks. One must dismantle the locks before accessing the treasure within. The ice bear demon gazed longingly at several pale blue crystals near the core of the spiritual vein, his claws itching with anticipation. Could those be spiritual vein crystals? They appeared sweeter than ice spirit fruits. Would they not taste divine when roasted? The last time Master Zhang used a spiritual source crystal to grill meat, the juices shimmered with spiritual light, warming the very depths of one's being with each bite. Hold your horses regarding the food, Lin Feng chided, giving the ice bear a gentle pat on the shoulder. The core of the flame dragon Xian Zun armor resonated with the Pengu crystal core, revealing the concealed presence of 4 mechanical sentinels half buried in the earth within the barrier. These malevolent core guardians were far more exquisite than the previous puppet commanders, forged entirely from dark golden meteorite iron, each adorned with a small malevolent core embedded in their chests. Their arms transformed into retractable iron spears, glinting ominously with black malevolent light, evidently designed to safeguard the core of the spiritual vein. Be cautious. Su Qingwei suddenly raised her hand, conjuring a small shield of Yin flame in her palm. No sooner had she spoken than the four malevolent core guardians erupted from the earth, their iron spears lunging towards the group. The black malevolence emanating from the spear tips corroded the spiritual energy, leaving trails of darkness in the air. The ice bear demon reacted the swiftest, his malevolence-repelling claws glimmering with golden light as he seized one of the incoming iron spears. The malevolent energy crawled up his claws, only to be incinerated by the Yin flame, emitting a sizzling sound. With a pitiful spear like this, do you think you can harm me? Even the ice spikes in my ice cellar surpass your feeble attempt. With a mighty pull, he yanked the malevolent core guardian from the ground and hurled it against the nearby rock wall, creating a cacophonous clang as sparks flew. Seizing the moment, Sun Xiaojian thrust the devouring malevolence formation flag into the ground. This time, the flag transformed not into a luminous wall, but into four verdant, devouring malevolence nets, each ensnaring one of the guardians. I didn't have enough fun in the passage last time. This time, you'll experience the taste of being devoured by malevolence. This net can even absorb Yin malevolence. Your trifling malevolent cores are hardly a challenge, much like my leaky fishing net, which fails to catch fish but excels at devouring malevolence. Ding! Devouring malevolence net absorbed 8,000 units of malevolent energy from the core guardians, totaling 32,000 points, converting into rage value of 32,000. Current accumulated rage value 151, 500, 320, 001, 835, 000. Su Qingwei exchanged a glance with Lin Xiaowan, and the Yin flame coalesced once more, this time not into a luminous wheel, but into a pale blue flame dragon, entwining around Lin Feng's long-bladed fiery weapon. Brother Lin Feng, the Yin flame can penetrate the malevolent cores through the blade. If we can destroy their cores, the guardians will lose control. Excellent. Lin Feng leapt into the air, the fiery wings of the flame dragon Zun armor unfurling beneath the vaulted ceiling. The long-bladed fiery weapon, enveloped in the Yin flame dragon, descended upon the nearest malevolent core guardian. As the blade tip made contact with the guardian's malevolent core, the Yin flame surged through the fissure, igniting the core in a brilliant red glow, instantly freezing the guardian's movements. No, the remaining three guardians surged into a frenzy, their iron spears thrusting towards Lin Feng in unison, their malevolent energy coalescing into a formidable black column, intent on trapping him within. The ice bear demon rushed forward, his claws gripping the black column, tearing it asunder with sheer force. Harm Lin Feng, you shall first contend with me. My current claws can absorb malevolent energy and retaliate. The more malice you possess, the stronger I become, much like my ever-growing cousin who gains strength with every morsel. Sun Xiaojian's devouring net was not idle either. Its mesh suddenly constricted, ensnaring the sentinel's meteoric spears as the malevolent energy was voraciously absorbed. Lin Feng, hurry. Their malice cores are nearly depleted. One more strike will suffice. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng unleashed a sweeping strike with the flame blade, cleaving through the malice cores of two sentinels in quick succession. The last sentinel, sensing its impending doom, lunged towards the spiritual veins core, but was ensnared by the black gold dragon flames of Little Dragon Bao. This time, Little Dragon Bao had expanded from its diminutive form to a length of 3 zhong. With a sweep of its tail, it sent the sentinel crashing to the ground, unleashing dragon flames upon the malice core, melting it instantly. Roar! Dare to touch the core, and I shall incinerate your iron shell. Ding! Defeated 4 elite malice core sentinels, earning 48,000 rage points. Guardian Core's hate bonus. Current total rage, 183, 500, 480, 002, 315, 000. Having dealt with the sentinels, the group finally stood before the spiritual veins core. The mechanical runes inscribed on the barrier continued to flicker, and suddenly, the Pangu crystal core shot from Lin Feng's palm, hovering beside the barrier, surrounded by 6 fragments that rotated, emanating a dark golden light that fiercely resisted the black malice of the barrier. The runes began to waver, and fine cracks appeared on the barrier. This is it. Sun Xiaojian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly produced a new devouring talisman, affixing it to the fissure. The crystal core can suppress the runes, and my talisman can widen the crack. If we all exert our strength together, we shall undoubtedly shatter this barrier. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan infused the fissure with their profound yin flames, the pale blue flames spreading along the runes, gradually dispelling the black malice. The runes are receding. The light of the spiritual vein's core is growing brighter. Even the ice bear demon joined in, its claw pressing against the barrier. Golden light intertwining with the profound yin flames, further expanding the fissure by half a foot. Let us push harder. Once we breach the barrier, we can return to the sect and feast on roasted meat. I believe I just caught a whiff of roasted lamb. Lin Feng took a deep breath, channeling all his spiritual essence into the flame dragon Xianzun armor, as the long-handled flame blade evolved once more. The blade shimmered with the dark golden light of the Pangu crystal core, also glimmering with the pale blue glow of the profound yin flames, forming the flame dragon core shattering blade. The final step. With a decisive strike, the blade cleaved through the fissure, causing the barrier to erupt, the black malice being entirely absorbed by the crystal core. The ethereal blue light of the spiritual vein's core erupted in full force, ancient runes manifesting on its surface, resonating with the fragments of the Pangu crystal core. The fragments suddenly soared, adhering to the core's surface, the runes illuminating one by one, ultimately forming a pale, golden key to the spiritual vein at the core's center. As Lin Feng reached out to touch the key, the moment his fingertip made contact, an ancient voice echoed in his mind. Guardian of the spiritual vein, gather the Pangu fragments to awaken the spiritual vein's core and restore the forsaken spiritual vein. At that instant, the spiritual vein's core trembled violently. The rocky walls of the subterranean space began to crumble. Clearly, the shattering of the barrier had triggered a chain reaction. This place was about to collapse. Hurry! Lin Feng grasped the spiritual vein key and tucked it away. We must return to the surface first. Sun Xiaojian hastily stowed away the battle flag, while the ice bear demon hoisted the little dragon pack. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan supported each other as they followed Lin Feng, rushing towards the exit of the passage. Behind them, the core of the spiritual vein continued to glow, the cracks in the rocky walls widening and pipelines fracturing, with dark soil cascading down through the fissures. Just as they emerged from the passage, a thunderous roar resonated from the underground space, collapsing completely. The group slumped onto the floor of the mechanical hall, panting heavily. The ice bear demon patted the little dragon pack in its arms, and then its belly, saying, "Fortunately, we made it out. We've secured the spiritual vein key. We can return to the sect for some roasted meat now, can't we? I feel like I'm about to starve." Sun Xiaojian rolled his eyes and brushed off the dust from his clothes, exclaiming, "All you think about is food. The spiritual vein key can restore the wasted spiritual vein. This is a monumental matter. Once we report this to the elders of the sect, we might be credited with significant merit, and who knows, we may even receive not just roasted meat, but also spiritual source pills." Su Qingyue smiled as she handed over a bag of spiritual source pills, saying, "Have a few of these to tide you over. We still have a journey ahead, and we can't let you travel on an empty stomach." Lin Xiaowan nodded in agreement and pulled out a piece of spiritual vein crystal from her storage bag, saying, "Big Brother Bear, this can't be roasted, but it will replenish your spiritual energy, and you won't feel hungry after eating it." Lin Feng held the spiritual vein key tightly. The Pangu crystal core in his palm was radiating warmth. He understood that restoring the wasted spiritual vein was merely the first step. Although the mechanical immortal's remnant soul was damaged, it might still possess hidden capabilities, and the spiritual vein key appeared to conceal even older secrets. Yet, gazing at his jovial companions, he felt a surge of confidence. No matter how many obstacles lay ahead, as long as they faced them together, they could overcome any challenge. The little dragon pack leaped from the ice bear demon's arms, nuzzling Lin Feng's hand, the black gold dragon flame flickering at its claws, as if urging them to hurry back to the sect. Chapter 53. The Remnant Puppet Blocks the Path. Spiritual veins assist in breaking through realms. The ceiling of the mechanical hall continued to rain down fragments of meteorite iron, as Lin Feng and his companions rushed towards the exit, stepping over the debris scattered across the floor. Behind them, the sound of collapse echoed, with dark malevolence enveloped in dust closely pursuing them. Only after bursting through the hall's doors and inhaling the crisp air of the western region's wasted spiritual vein area, did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. The ice bear demon, clutching the spiritual vein crystal, stuffed it into its mouth as it ran. The crystal melted instantly, the light blue spiritual source sliding down its throat. Unable to resist, it smacked its lips, saying, "This stuff is even more satisfying than dried frozen meat, though it lacks the aroma of roasted meat." Lin Feng, how much longer until we reach Qingyin's sect? My legs are about to give out. Lin Feng did not respond. The spiritual vein Qi in his palm was emanating a faint glow, resonating increasingly with the Pangu crystal core. He felt a pure stream of spiritual source coursing through his body, purging the previously absorbed malevolent energy, which began to transform into spiritual source power. This was a sign of breakthrough. He had been stuck in the mid-stage of the spiritual source realm for half a year, and despite multiple attempts to break through to the later stage, he had never quite succeeded. He never expected the spiritual vein Qi to serve as the catalyst. "Don't run too fast." Sun Shaojian suddenly halted, feeling the battle flag in his hand grow warm. Ahead, there was a fluctuation of malevolent energy, indicating the presence of a remaining elite puppet, even stronger than the leader in the passage. "My battle flag senses a remnant soul imprint of the mechanical immortal on it. It must be the last guardian." As the words fell, the earth before them suddenly erupted, and a black and purple puppet emerged. This puppet towered half a jong taller than the previous commander, its chest embedded with a fist-sized soul crystal, its arms equipped with 2 rotating iron saws, their serrated edges wrapped in a sinister black-red aura. With each rotation, a tearing sound echoed, undoubtedly a lethal strike forged from the last fragments of the mechanical celestial soul. "Block them. The celestial lord will return." The puppet's voice was intermittent as the iron saw swept toward the ice bear demon, the cutting wind, infused with corrosive spiritual energy, carving deep furrows into the black earth below. "Attempt to hinder me? First consider my claws." Just as the ice bear demon prepared to charge forward, an unexpected surge of spiritual energy roiled within it. The spirit vein crystal it had consumed earlier began to exert its power, and the bottleneck of its late-stage body refinement suddenly loosened. Its claw glimmered with a brighter golden light, the patterns on its claws shifting from a dark hue to a pale gold. Was it on the verge of a breakthrough? Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan also sensed the anomaly. The Xin flames in their palms became denser, a hint of golden spiritual light intertwining with the pale blue flames. Their initial stage pure Yin bottleneck began to dissolve, the previously absorbed Yin essence fully transmuting into pure Yin energy under the influence of the spirit vein Qi. "Qingyue, my pure Yin power has become more refined. I feel as though I can condense a Xinyin shield." Lin Shaowan exclaimed with delight. "Don't dawdle. We must deal with the puppet first." Lin Feng bellowed, as the spiritual energy within him surged violently. He fused the power of the Pangu crystal core with the spirit vein Qi, instantly consuming 100,000 of his accumulated 230,000 fury points, converting them into a tremendous force, propelling him toward the late stage of the spiritual source realm. Flame Dragon Celestial Armor. Evolve. The black golden patterns of the armor surged dramatically, transforming the 3 pairs of flame wings into 4, each wing now adorned with golden spiritual runes. The dragon head on his chest opened its golden eyes, and the long-handled flame blade became enveloped in a layer of pale golden spiritual fire, its overall aura doubling. Late-stage spiritual source realm. Achieved. Ding. Consumed 100,000 fury points. Lin Feng has broken through to the late stage of the spiritual source realm. The Flame Dragon Celestial Armor unlocks the Spirit Vein Flame form, increasing destruction efficiency by 50. Current accumulated Fury points, 231, 500 to 100, 000, 131, 500. Achieved a breakthrough? I cannot lag behind. Sun Shaojian gritted his teeth, thrusting the devouring array flag into the ground. The resonance of his array spiritual energy with the spirit vein Qi shattered the bottleneck of his initial stage array master status. The emerald glow of the flag transformed into a deep green, quadrupling the devouring nets from 4 to 8, and an additional layer of golden spiritual membrane encased them. I am now an intermediate array master. My devouring array can absorb remnants of the soul. The puppet appeared flustered, wildly swinging its iron saws in an attempt to cleave the devouring nets. Yet, as the 8 nets constricted simultaneously, they ensnared the puppet tightly, the mesh beginning to absorb the malevolent soul energy, causing the puppet's movements to slow considerably. Seizing the opportunity, the ice bear demon erupted with newfound power, breaking through the late-stage body refinement and stepping into the initial stage of the vein condensation realm. Its destructive claws expanded to half a jong in length, cloaked in golden spiritual energy, and it delivered a powerful punch to the soul crystal. Shatter for me. If you delay my feast of roasted meat, I shall smash your soul crystal. With a sharp crack, the soul-shattering crystal fractured, unleashing black and crimson shards of lingering souls that were swiftly absorbed by Sun Shao Jian's devouring net. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan raised their hands simultaneously, conjuring 2 Xian-yin shields from the ethereal dark flames, successfully repelling the last desperate onslaught of the puppet. The pale blue surface of the shield shimmered with golden spiritual veins, and Lin Shaowan softly exclaimed, mid-stage of the pure Yin realm. We have also made a breakthrough. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng unleashed a sweeping strike with a long-handled flame blade in its spiritual vein form. The blade's wind, infused with black golden fire and faint golden spiritual light, cleaved the lingering soul puppet cleanly in two. It is over. The last vestige of the mechanical celestial lord has vanished. Ping defeated the lingering soul puppet, boss level, absorbed 50,000 points of lingering soul malevolence, converted 50,000 points of rage. Current accumulated rage, 131, 500, 500, 001, 815, 000. The group stood still, reveling in the surging power within their bodies, smiles gracing their faces. The ice bear demon flexed its claws, feeling an inexhaustible strength in its condensed physical form. Now, a single punch from me could crush 10 mechs. I must return and have Master Zhang roast 2 whole sheep. I cannot waste this newfound strength. Sun Shao Jian grinned widely, nearly reaching his ears as he patted the upgraded formation flag. Intermediate Formation Master. My grandfather will surely commend me when he hears. Next time I encounter a magnetic formation, I can break it without needing to affix symbols, far surpassing my cousin who relies solely on incantations. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan exchanged glances at the Xian-yin flames in their palms. The pale blue flames now laced with golden radiance, their potency having more than doubled. Now our Xian-yin flames can protect everyone simultaneously. We need not fear malevolence anymore. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the spiritual vein Qi, the spiritual energy of the late stage of the spirit source realm circulating within him. The spiritual vein flames of the flame dragon Xianzun armor gradually retracted, reverting to their normal state. A breakthrough is indeed a positive development. But we must not let our guard down. The spiritual vein Qi has the power to reshape depleted spiritual veins, which will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of other factions. We must return to the Qingyun sect swiftly and entrust the key to the elders for safekeeping. Just as he finished speaking, the spiritual vein Qi suddenly began to radiate warmth, and the Pangu crystal core trembled, pointing towards the direction of the Qingyun sect. A familiar wave of spiritual energy emanated from that location, as if someone were invoking something related to the Qi. What is happening? Sun Shao Jian stowed the formation flag, his expression shifting slightly. The presence of spiritual energy from the Qingyun sect could indicate trouble. The ice bear demon also set aside its cravings for roast meat, clenching its claws. Whoever dares to disturb the Qingyun sect, I will smash their mechs into pieces. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and the flame wings of the flame dragon Xianzun armor unfurled once more. Let us hasten back to the sect. Whatever the matter, we shall confront it together. Little dragon Bao leaped from Lin Feng's shoulder, growing to nearly 10 feet long, its black golden dragon flames illuminating the path ahead. The group mounted their spiritual steeds and galloped towards the Qingyun sect, the faint glow of the spiritual vein Qi flickering in Lin Feng's palm, as if resonating with the distant waves. Having just attained their new levels of cultivation, a fresh crisis awaited them at the Qingyun sect. Chapter 54. The demonic siege breaches the barrier. The sect unites against external foes as Lin Feng approached the Qingyun sect, merely 3 miles away. He was assailed by the acrid scent of blood in the air. It was not the blood of spirit beasts, but that of cultivators, mingled with an oppressive aura of dark demonic energy, enveloping the entire sect like a shroud of black mist. From a distance, the protective array of the Qingyun sect, the Qingyun barrier, shimmered with a faint azure light, its surface marred by dark purple demonic patterns that resembled glass on the verge of shattering. Trouble. It is the people of the demonic sect. Suddenly, Sun Xiao Jian's array flags quivered violently, the deep green spiritual light flickering ominously. My grandfather had once said that the demonic sect excelled at corroding barriers with their dark energy, and they must be after the spirit vein Qi. The ice bear demon abruptly reined in the spirit steed, its nascent spiritual energy surging within as the destructive claws glinted with golden light. Heavy breaths escaping its lips. How dare they lay a hand on the Qingyun sect? I shall crush their mechs. I didn't get to finish them off in the mechanical hall last time. This time, it will be thoroughly satisfying. Before the words had left his mouth, a thunderous explosion erupted ahead, at the southeast corner of the Qingyun barrier. With a crack, a fissure a yard long split open, and dark purple energy surged through it, immediately followed by the anguished cries of disciples. Lin Feng's expression hardened, and the fiery veins of the flame dragon armor ignited instantly. For pairs of fiery wings unfurling with all their might as he urged everyone towards the barrier. Quickly, the barrier is about to collapse. As they neared the sect, the scene was even more harrowing than imagined. Dozens of dark purple demonic mechs encircled the barrier, their chests embedded with demonic crystals, wielding demonic blades as they frantically hacked at the barrier. Behind the mech stood the cultivators of the demonic sect, continuously infusing dark energy into them. Leading the charge was a towering mech, 3 yards high, completely covered in scaled demonic armor, with 2 grotesque demonic heads adorning its shoulders, and a long demonic spear held firmly in hand, its tip poised against the fissure of the barrier, each thrust widening the crack further. Lin Feng, you have returned. Within the barrier, the Grand Elder of Qingyun sect leaned on his spirit vein staff, his complexion pale, the light at the staff's tip dimming with each passing moment. The demonic sect had launched a sudden assault half an hour ago, demanding the spirit vein Qi under threat of annihilating the Qingyun sect. What nonsense! The ice bear demon leapt into action, its destructive claws slamming down on the nearest demonic mech, the golden light colliding with the demonic blade, bending it upon impact. Why should we surrender our treasures to you, a band of thieves? The last time a mechanical immortal failed to seize them, what makes you think you stand a chance? The pilot of the demonic mech, caught off guard by the sudden emergence of such a formidable adversary, staggered back, the demonic crystal dimming in response. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng followed suit, unleashing the fiery blade of the flame dragon armor, the black golden flames intertwining with a pale golden light, instantly piercing through the demonic armor of that mech. The spirit vein flames counter the dark energy. No matter how sturdy your mech, it cannot withstand my strike. Ding! Killed demonic mech elite, absorbed 8,000 points of dark energy, converted to 8,000 rage points. Current accumulated rage points, 181,500. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged a glance, unleashing their mid-stage pure Yin powers in full force. A pale blue Xianin flame coalesced into a luminous barrier at the fissure of the enchantment, repelling the oncoming Xiansha. Elder, we shall reinforce the barrier, they declared. The pure Yin energy can counter the Xiansha, holding it temporarily. Lin Xiaowan retrieved several healing elixirs from her storage pouch, tossing them to the disciples beside her. Injured brothers, take the elixirs first. Do not force yourselves. Together, we shall defend our sect. Previously discontented inner disciples now surged forward with determination, some controlling rudimentary mechas, others wielding spirit vein swords. Even as the Xiansha corroded their arms, they did not retreat an inch. Sun Xiaojian hastily set up the devouring array outside the barrier. This time, the array transformed into 8 deep green pillars, inscribed with spirit vein runes, encircling several Xiansha mechas. The intermediate array of devouring can absorb your Xiansha and feed it back to the barrier. Let us see how long you can endure, much like my neighbor who, despite insufficient power, dares to run the air conditioner, eventually tripping the circuit. The brilliance of the array pillars surged, causing the Xiansha crystals in the mechas to dim. The pilot screamed in despair, "My Xiansha, why is it being drained?" Sun Shaojian chuckled triumphantly. Now you know fear? Weren't you quite arrogant earlier when breaching the barrier? However, at that moment, the Xianxia sect master made his move. His voice, chilling as the wind sweeping over a graveyard, resonated. A bunch of children dares to obstruct me? Break it. The Xianxia spear fiercely pierced the devouring array pillar, instantly staining it black with dark purple Xianxia. With a crack, one pillar shattered on the spot. Sun Shaojian turned pale, intending to replace it. But the Xianxia sect master's spear was already aimed at him. First, I shall eliminate you, the one who set the array. Be careful. Lin Feng leaped forward, the fiery wings of the flame dragon armor shielding Sun Shaojian. The spear struck the wings, and the clash of Xianxia and spirit vein flame produced a sizzling sound, with the wings suffering a small dent from the corrosion. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng unleashed the spirit vein flame with all his might, forcing the spear back. Your Xianxia is denser than that of the mechanical immortal, but if you wish to kill my brother, you must first pass me. Oh, late stage of the spirit source realm? Quite intriguing, the Xianxia sect master sneered, his form suddenly enlarging to 5 zhong, manifesting a colossal presence. The Xianxia spear lengthened correspondingly. Unfortunately, you still cannot defeat me. Today, I shall seize the spirit vein, Qi, and flatten the Qingyun sect, turning all of you into sustenance for the Xianxia. With a devastating momentum, the spear descended. Lin Feng quickly gathered the spirit vein flame blade to defend, yet the power of the Xianxia exceeded his expectations, bending the flame blade and sending waves of pain through his arm. Observing this, the ice bear demon channeled all its energy into the breaking Xia claws and struck from the side at the waist of the Xianxia sect master. Stop this. Get lost. The Xianxia sect master kicked the ice bear demon away, sending it crashing against the barrier, spitting blood, and the golden glow of its claws dimmed. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan quickly infused the Xianin flame into the ice bear demon's body, stabilizing its injuries. Brother bear, do not overexert yourself. Let's devise a plan together. The elders of the Qingyun sect were resolute. The grand elder thrust the spirit vein staff into the ground and bellowed, all elders, channel the sect's spirit veins. Even if it means exhausting our spiritual power, we must maintain the barrier. The other elders nodded in agreement, sitting cross-legged on the ground, their palms pressed against the spirit vein staff. The azure light of the Qingyun barrier flickered brilliantly, barely holding back the encroachment of the Xianxia. Seeing this, the Xianxia sect master's expression darkened further, refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. I shall shatter your barrier first. He manipulated the Xianxia battle armor, thrusting the Xian spear towards the fissure in the barrier with threefold the force of before. The crack widened instantly to 2 zhong, and the azure light began to flicker violently, on the verge of complete collapse. Lin Feng took a deep breath, channeling the full power of the Pangu crystal core into the Yanlong Xian armor. The spirit vein flame blade evolved once again, its blade enveloped in a layer of dark golden Pangu light. Sun Shaojian reinforced the formation. Qingyue, Lin Shaowan, lend me the Xianin flame. Ice Bear, join me in the fray. Even if it costs us our lives, we cannot allow them to breach the sect. Sun Shaojian gritted his teeth and produced the last few devouring talismans, resetting the formation pillars. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan merged their Xianin flames once more, infusing them into the flame blade. The ice bear demon wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth, its shattering claw glowing with renewed golden light. The four stood shoulder to shoulder before the barrier, facing the towering Xianxia battle armor with unwavering resolve. The Xianxia sect master's spear was poised to strike when, unexpectedly, it split into dozens of dark purple spear shadows, each shrouded in corrosive Xianxia, lunging at the defenders like a swarm of venomous scorpions. Lin Feng's pupils contracted as he positioned the spirit vein flame blade before him, his 4 pairs of fiery wings unfurling with full force, weaving an impenetrable flame shield. A series of deafening impacts resounded as the spear shadows collided with the flame shield, exploding upon contact. The Xianxia wormed its way through the shield's fissures, scorching the mech's armor and producing wisps of smoke. Lin Feng, I'm here to assist you. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan infused the flame shield with their Xianin flames, the pale blue pure yin energy forming a protective membrane that dissolved the invading Xianxia. Sweat trickled from Lin Shaowan's brow. Her mid-stage pure Yin's spiritual power was nearly depleted, yet she gritted her teeth and urged, "Hold on a little longer. The elders are still reinforcing the barrier. We cannot retreat." The ice bear demon gripped its shattering claw and maneuvered to the side of the Qiansha battle armor, condensing its spiritual power into a beam of golden light at its claw tip, striking fiercely at the Qiansha crystal embedded in the mech's side. With a resounding clang, the golden light was deflected, and the claw was tainted with Qiansha, causing a numbing burn to its fingers. "Why is this armor so resilient?" It roared, lunging again, this time using its body to brace against the mech. "Lin Feng, strike the Qiansha crystal. I cannot hold out much longer." In a moment of opportunity, Sun Shaojian affixed the last 3 soul-devouring talismans to the array pillars, channeling the full extent of a mid-level array master's spiritual power into them. Suddenly, the 8 pillars soared, enveloped in verdant spiritual light intertwined with faint golden veins, weaving around the figure of the Qiansha sect master, forming a soul-devouring cage. He was trapped. Lin Feng quickly harnessed the power of the crystal core. This cage can only hold for 10 breaths. The luminous aura of the cage flickered incessantly as the Qiansha sect master struggled violently within, his spear crashing against the walls of the cage, causing fissures to spread at an alarming rate. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng channeled the entirety of the Pangu crystal core's power into the flame blade of the spiritual vein, which instantly surged to a length of 30 feet. Enveloped in a black golden fiery force, aimed at the Qiansha crystal embedded in the chest of the sect master. "Shatter for me." Yet, just as the blade's tip was about to make contact with the crystal, an unforeseen calamity struck. A chilling scream erupted from the northwest corner of the barrier. The previously brilliant azure light extinguished in an instant. A massive Qiansha pillar, as thick as a man, burst forth from the crack, hurtling towards the elder who was infusing spiritual power. "Elder!" Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he attempted to turn and offer assistance. But he was ensnared by the Qiansha sect master, whose spear pressed firmly against the flame blade. The master's mocking laughter echoed from within the mech. "You believe in the ruse of drawing the tiger away from its mountain?" As the others turned to witness, they beheld the Qiansha pillar ensnaring the elder's spiritual staff, dark purple energy creeping up the staff and invading the elder's orifices. The elder's complexion transformed to a ghastly shade of purple, yet he clung desperately to the staff, pushing forth his final remnants of spiritual power towards the barrier. "Protect Qinyun's sect." Before he could finish, the Qiansha pillar erupted, sending the elder's body flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the inner wall of the barrier. The spiritual staff clattered to the ground, its luminous energy extinguished. He gazed ahead at the blood-soaked disciples fighting valiantly, a trace of a smile lingering on his lips, a fleeting moment of relief for having secured a moment's peace for the sect. "Elder!" Sun Xiaojian's voice trembled as the soul-devouring cage instantly lost its sustaining power, shattering with a crack. He lunged forward, desperate to lift the elder. But his hand met only coldness. The elder, who had watched him grow and taught him to recognize the first array talisman, had breathed his last. Upon witnessing this scene, the ice bear demon's eyes turned crimson. The power of the spirit condensing realm erupted violently, the golden light of his claws stained with blood-red fury. "I will slay you all." No longer defensive, he charged at the swarm of Qiansha mechs like a feral beast, shattering one mech's crystal with his claws and tearing apart another's armor with his bare hands. Qiansha blood splattered upon him, searing wounds into his flesh, yet he seemed impervious to the pain, consumed only by the urge for slaughter. Ding! Important figure fallen, triggering blood rage state. All members rage, acquisition efficiency 100, attack damage 50, killed 3 Qiansha mechs, elite level. Total rage acquired 48,000. Current cumulative rage 189, 500, 480. 002, 375, 000. Tears streamed down Su Qingyue's cheeks, though she made no sound, only intensifying the condensation of her Yin fire into a more refined form. The pale blue flames tinged with a hint of blood red, a power born of grief and fury. She charged towards the nearest Qiansha cultivator, her Yin flame sweeping across, shattering the cultivator's Qiansha crystal instantly. You have slain the Grand Elder. I shall demand your lives in return. Lin Xiaowan's eyes reddened as well. She picked up the Grand Elder's fallen spirit vein staff and infused it with pure Yin energy, causing the tip of the staff to emit a faint azure glow once more. Gripping the staff, she swung it towards the Qian Sha mech, and the azure light swept through, purifying the Qian Sha in an instant. Grand Elder, we shall safeguard the sect and ensure your efforts were not in vain. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot. The Pangu crystal core in his palm trembled violently. The Grand Elder's passing struck him like a dagger to the heart. In the past, when he was bullied in the servant hall, it was the Grand Elder who protected him. When he sought to break through to the spirit source realm, it was the Grand Elder who gifted him spirit vein pills. And as he prepared to venture into the frigid expanse of the far north, it was the Grand Elder who urged him to return alive. In that moment, all his sorrow transformed into a tidal wave of fury. His spirit energy surged wildly. The spirit vein flame of the Yanlong Xianzun armor suddenly tainted a deep crimson as 4 pairs of fiery wings spread to their utmost, coalescing behind him into a flame dragon apparition of considerable length. Xiansha Sect Master, you shall perish. Lin Feng's voice was as frigid as the winds of the Western realm. The spirit vein flame blade surged once more, now enveloped in the dark golden light of the Pangu crystal core and the residual spirit vein power of the Grand Elder. Flame Dragon Blood Slaughter Slash. As the blade was unleashed, the intertwined crimson and black golden flames surged towards the Xiansha Sect Master S-Mech, obliterating any Xiansha mechs in its path into mere fragments. The Xiansha Sect Master's expression shifted drastically as he hastily crossed his Xiansha spear before him, condensing Xiansha energy into a formidable shield. With a resounding crash, the flame blade struck the shield, which cracked under the impact, allowing the flames to seep through the fissure and explode a piece of the shoulder armor of the Xiansha mech, dimming the Xiansha crystal significantly. Impossible. How can you possess such power? The Xiansha Sect Master roared, retreating as he manipulated the mech. He had never anticipated that the Grand Elder's death would unleash such terrifying combat prowess in Lin Feng. Lin Feng offered no reply, simply advancing step by step with the flame blade in hand, the dragon apparition roaring behind him, sending tremors through the surrounding Xiansha. The Ice Bear Demon, Sun Xiaojian, Su Qingyue, and Lin Xiaowan also surrounded him, all bearing wounds yet standing resolutely, their eyes filled with the resolve to face death head-on. Witnessing the scene, the disciples of the Qingyun sect felt their blood surge, the previously disheveled formation reassembling. Some maneuvered their mechs to block the Xiansha spear's attacks, while others wielded their spirit vein swords against the Xiansha cultivators. Some even shielded their companions with their bodies against the Xiansha blades. Blood streaming down the inner side of the barrier, staining the bluestone slabs, yet no one retreated an inch. The Xiansha sect master, observing the bloodied figures before him, felt a flicker of fear arise within him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "If you wish to die, then I shall grant your wish." Xiansha Annihilation Formation. He raised his hand and plunged the Xiansha spear into the ground. Dark purple Xiansha energy surged forth, weaving a colossal Xiansha formation around them. The Xiansha mechs within the formation suddenly became more ferocious, their crystals glowing even brighter. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the flame blade, the dragon apparition roaring once more. "If you seek to annihilate our Qingyun sect, you must first tread over our corpses." The Ice Bear Demon clenched its bloodied claws, declaring, "Today, we shall either slay you or perish here. There is no third option." Sun Xiaojian re-established the formation, this time with a spectral crimson glow. "My grandfather once said that a formation master S-array can both protect and annihilate. Today, this formation shall serve as your tomb." Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan stood side by side, their azure light from the Xian Yin flame intertwining with the spirit vein staff. The pure Yin energy can vanquish the Xiansha. We shall purify all your malevolence, ensuring you are forever barred from rebirth. The radiance of the Xiansha formation intensified, and the Xiansha sect Master S spear regained its strength, heralding the onset of a more brutal conflict before the barrier of the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder's spirit vein staff lay silently on the bluestone slab, its dim glow seemingly illuminating the path ahead for the guardians of the sect. Chapter 56. The shattered formation, the fallen guardian. The exhausted flame, facing death's trial, the brilliance of the Qian-Sha destruction formation eclipsed that of the Qinyan sect. As dark purple Qian-Sha surged forth from the formation's core, materializing into dozens of identical avatars of the Qian-Sha sect master, each wielding a Qian-Sha spear. The tips glimmering with a corrosive black-red malevolence. Lin Feng's flame dragon Xianzun armor was already riddled with cracks, its spirit vein flame flickering erratically. Having forcibly expended 30% of his spiritual energy to shatter the malevolent shield, his arm trembled uncontrollably. Lin Feng, watch out for the avatars. These are not mere illusions. They are solid entities formed from Qian-Sha. Sun Shaojian lay on the ground, blood trickling from his lips, having been struck in the chest by the Qian-Sha during the formation's deployment. 3 of the formation flags were broken, and the remaining 5 struggled to maintain the last layer of the spirit vein light. This formation can discern truth from falsehood. The leftmost avatar is the formation's weak point. Go and destroy it. I will fend off the other avatars. With that, Sun Shaojian coughed up blood, but resolutely rose, channeling the last remnants of his mid-level formation master's energy into the flags. Suddenly, the 5 formation pillars surged, emerald light entwining with his blood droplets, weaving behind Lin Feng into a blood spirit vein formation. This forbidden technique, drawing upon the practitioner's own essence, could temporarily withstand attacks thrice as powerful as oneself, but at the cost of their cultivation and potentially their very life. You've lost your mind. This forbidden technique could cost you your life. Lin Feng shouted in horror, his flame dragon Xianzun armor's fiery wings attempting to shield Sun Shaojian, only to be ensnared by the Qian-Sha avatar's spears. The strength of the avatars was not significantly weaker than the original, and the spear tips had pierced through the outer shell of the fiery wings, allowing the Qian-Sha to burrow in, searing his heart with pain. Yet, Sun Shaojian smiled, a brightness illuminating his countenance more radiant than ever before. He wiped the blood from his lips and pointed to the pendant hanging from Lin Feng's waist. Crafted from spirit vein fruit seeds they had stolen together during their time in the servant's quarters. Have you forgotten? Last time, in the Meteor Valley, you said we would return to the sect together to savor Master Zhang's roasted whole lamb and to explore my grandfather's formation diagrams. I haven't taken you to my formation pavilion yet. How could I perish here? Though he spoke thus, his body began to tremble, the light of the blood spirit vein formation intensifying as it absorbed the assault from 7 or 8 avatars. The shadows of the spears crashing against the formation membrane erupted in Qian-Sha, beginning to corrode his meridians. Su Qingwei yearned to rush forth and lend assistance. Yet she found herself ensnared by another doppelganger. The luminescent shield of Xianyin flame was already riddled with cracks. Sun Shaojian, do not resort to forbidden techniques. We still have options. There are no options left. Sun Shaojian's voice grew fainter, and he suddenly noticed the movements of the true body of the Qian-Sha sect master. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was preoccupied with the doppelgangers, the Qian-Sha sect master quietly gathered Qian-Sha, forming a fist-sized Qian-Sha explosive at the tip of his spear, aimed squarely at Lin Feng's back. Be careful, Sun Shaojian bellowed, leaping forward with fervor. The blood spirit vein array disintegrated in an instant, vibrant green spiritual light enveloping him as he barreled into Lin Feng from behind, perfectly shielding him from the explosive impact. With a thunderous boom, the Qian-Sha explosive detonated against Sun Shaojian's chest, the dark purple Qian-Sha instantaneously engulfing his form. When Lin Feng turned, he beheld Sun Shaojian's hand still tightly gripping his mech's belt, knuckles paling, as he murmured, Lin Feng, do not allow the Qian-Sha to infiltrate the sect. I'll eat an extra skewer for you. Before he could finish, Sun Shaojian's hand fell limply to the ground, his body crashing to the stone pavement like a severed kite. The tattered array diagram he held slipped from his grasp, burned by the Qian-Sha to a mere half-page. Still bearing the spirit vein opening symbol sketched by his grandfather, an emblem of their first joint endeavor to decipher array techniques, which Sun Shaojian had secretly slipped to Lin Feng. Sun Shaojian. Lin Feng's eyes instantly reddened with anguish, his spiritual power in the late stage of the spirit source realm surging uncontrollably. The spiritual flames of the Yanlong Xianzun armor transformed into a blood-red hue, for pairs of flame wings fully unfurling, coalescing in mid-air into a true spectral image of a flame dragon. I shall avenge you. He seized the spirit vein flame blade, disregarding the encroaching Xian Sha, and charged towards the Xian Sha sect master. The flame blade cleaved through all obstructive doppelgangers, the black-red energy enveloping the residual spiritual light of Sun Shaojian's array technique, piercing directly at the Xian Sha sect master's Xian Sha crystal. The Xian Sha sect master, taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden surge of terrifying power, hastily attempted to defend with his spear. With a resounding crack, the spear was severed in twain by the flame blade, which continued unabated, carving a fissure a zhang long into the chest of the Xian Sha sect master's armor, shattering the Xian Sha crystal in the process. "No, my Sha crystal!" The Xian Sha sect master shrieked, maneuvering his mech to retreat, only to be obstructed by the ice bear demon. The ice bear demon's claws, stained with blood, unleashed the full force of its condensed spiritual power, striking the crack in the mech with a mighty fist. "You have slain Sun Shaojian. I shall dismantle you in a scrap." Simultaneously, Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan urged the Xian Yin flame, the pale blue pure Yin energy enveloping the azure light of the spirit vein staff, penetrating the fissure in the Xian Sha sect master's armor, purifying the Xian Sha within. The mech of the Xian Sha sect master began to disintegrate, Xian Sha surging forth from the crack, yet he suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "Do you believe you have triumphed? Within this Xian Sha lies the devouring spirit Sha. Upon contact, your spiritual power will be drained." Lin Feng then sensed something amiss. When he had shattered the Sha crystal, Xian Sha had splattered onto his chest, and now the armor plates at that spot had been corroded through, the devouring spirit Sha burrowing into his body, ravenously consuming his spiritual power. He attempted to channel his energy in resistance, but it flowed outward like a released flood, the brilliance of the Yanlong Xian Zun armor dimming, and the flame wings began to dissipate. Lin Feng, Su Qingwei rushed forward, intending to purify the soul, devouring evil with her profound Yin flame, but was pushed aside by Lin Feng. "Stay back. This evil can spread. Protect Lin Xiaowan and the ice bear. Defend the Qingyan sect." His body began to weaken, and the spirit vein flame blade slipped from his grasp, clattering against the bluestone floor. Seizing the opportunity, the master of the profound evil sect manipulated the damaged mech, delivering a kick towards Lin Feng. The ice bear demon hurried to shield him, but was struck by the mech, spitting out blood. The master of the profound evil sect sneered. "Lin Feng, weren't you quite formidable? Why do you now resemble a defeated dog?" Lin Feng attempted to rise, only to discover his legs were unresponsive. The soul-devouring evil had consumed 90% of his spiritual power, and his vision blurred. He noticed Sun Shaojian's formation diagram still lay on the ground, observed the ice bear demon fighting valiantly, and saw Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan striving to purify the profound evil. One thought lingered in his mind. He could not fall. He must not allow Sun Shaojian to die in vain, nor let the Qingyun sect be trampled. Yet, his spiritual energy continued to dissipate. The scales of the flame dragon profound armor began to peel away, revealing wounds beneath, while the profound evil relentlessly eroded him. Lin Feng swayed and ultimately collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixating on the barrier of the Qingyun sect, where the azure light had reignited, as the elders and disciples desperately reinforced it. Sun Shaojian's formation diagram was nearby, fluttering gently in the wind. The master of the profound evil sect, seeing Lin Feng on the ground, approached with a sinister grin, eager to deliver the final blow. The ice bear demon attempted to rush in, but was ensnared by the profound evil doppelganger. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's profound Yin flames were nearly extinguished, leaving them helpless as the master of the profound evil sect raised his foot, poised to crush Lin Feng's chest. At that moment, the Pangu crystal core in Lin Feng's palm suddenly glowed, 6 fragments swirling around it, radiating a dark golden light that blocked the master's foot. However, the brilliance of the core was waning, evidently unable to endure for long. Lin Feng's breath grew faint, the shadow of death looming over him. Chapter 57. The crystal core ignites, exploding with ultimate power. The flame dragon shatters the evil, securing Qingyun. In the instant, the dark golden light of the Pangu crystal core held back the foot of the master of the profound evil sect. Lin Feng's fingertips brushed against the surface of the core. Residual bloodstains, remnants of Sun Shaojian's previous array symbol application, mingled with Lin Feng's own blood. burnt by the profound evil, creating faint red patterns on the core. The soul-devouring evil continued its frenzied consumption of his spiritual power, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Yet he gazed at the injured ice-bear demon, ensnared by the profound evil doppelganger at Su Qinghue, who was expending her last vestiges of pure yin energy to shield Lin Xiaowan, and at Sun Xiaojian's formation diagram, now reduced to half a page, swirling in the wind. His heart gripped by pain. I cannot let it end like this. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, like a broken bell. He suddenly pressed his hand against the crystal core, pouring in the last remnants of his spiritual power, while biting his tongue to spray his essence onto the core. Spirit Vein Guardian Bloodline Sacrifice. This was the final trump card bestowed upon him by Xian Jizi in years past. By invoking the bloodline of the Spirit Vein Guardian, he forcibly activated the primordial power of the Pangu crystal core, a price that would regress his cultivation to the initial stage of the spirit source realm after the battle, potentially even losing the ability to operate the mech permanently. But at this moment, he had no other choice. The moment the crystal core made contact with the essence of blood, it erupted with a blinding dark golden light. 6 fragments detached from the core, coalescing in midair to form a circular rune array. With each rotation of the runes, the surrounding spiritual veins gathered strength. Even the spiritual veins beneath the Qingyun sect were irresistibly drawn forth, surging through the rifts in the barrier, wrapping around Lin Feng's body like countless golden ribbons. This was the ancient spiritual vein rune. The voice of the Xianxia sect master finally betrayed a hint of fear. He attempted to withdraw his foot, only to discover that the golden light of the crystal core had ensnared his mech. Impossible. How could you activate such power? Lin Feng slowly rose to his feet as the Yanlong Xuanzun armor began to reassemble. The fallen armor plates returned to their rightful places, the fissures filled with the strength of the spiritual veins. And 4 pairs of fiery wings transformed into a dark golden hue, each feather inscribed with ancient runes. The long-handled yin blade soared from the ground, enveloped in spiritual vein energy and the primordial light of Pangu, growing to an astonishing length of 5 zhang. The tip of the blade, infused with black golden dragon flames, shimmered with strands of golden spiritual fire, warping the very air around it. Ding! Pangu crystal core source activated, triggering bloodline sacrifice state. Temporary breakthrough to the initial stage of the spiritual vein realm. Yanlong Xuanzun armor unlocks Pangu Yanlong form. Current rage value consumption 100,000. Cost of source activation. Remaining rage value 237, 500 to 100,000, 137, 500. Sun Xiaojian, the Grand Elder, observed Lin Feng's icy gaze, his grip on the yin blade as steady as a rock. Today, I shall avenge your grievances, he declared. With a mighty leap, he unfurled the fiery wings of the Pangu Yanlong form, instantly breaking free from the encirclement of the Xianxia avatars. The yin blade cleaved toward the fissure in the Xianxia sect master's mech. This time, the blade's wind carried the force of the spiritual veins, and upon contact, the Xianxia essence melted away as if it were ice meeting fire, the fissure expanding to a length of nearly 10 feet. The ice bear demon, witnessing Lin Feng's explosive emergence, summoned the last of its strength. In the mid-stage of the condensing veins realm, its spiritual power suddenly surged, having been provoked by Xianxia, combined with the pull of the spiritual veins, and the breaker claw gleamed with golden light as it tore apart the Xianxia avatar, ensnaring it. Lin Feng, I'll hold him down for you, it roared, lunging forward to block the movements of the Xianxia sect master's mech. Its claws dug fiercely into the mech's fissure. Even as the Xianxia flames scorched its arms to the bone, it gritted its teeth and held on. If you wish to harm Lin Feng, you must first tear through me. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan seized the moment, merging the last vestiges of pure yin energy with the power of the spiritual veins to form a faint blue and golden interwoven spiritual vein mystic yin flame, which surged toward the Xianxia sect master's core. Lin Feng, channeling the fire power to you, they shouted. The spiritual vein mystic yin flame collided with the yin blade, instantly melding into it, intensifying its radiance. The Xianxia sect master was thrown into a state of panic. He contemplated detonating the last remnants of his Xianxia essence to perish alongside Lin Feng, only to find that the spiritual vein energy had sealed his Qiansha core. No, I cannot die. The Qiansha sect has yet to dominate the spiritual source realm. Then you shall meet your end, Lin Feng declared, as the yin blade finally struck the core of the Qiansha sect master Mech. The power of the spiritual veins and the primordial light of Pangu erupted simultaneously, causing the mech to explode on the spot, drowning out the sect master's wretched scream amidst the cacophony of the blast. The surrounding Qiansha avatars lost their control, disintegrating in chaos, and the radiance of the Qiansha annihilation array was extinguished completely. Ding! The defeat of the lord of the Qiansha sect, a leader-level adversary, resulted in the absorption of 80,000 points of Qiansha essence and a transformation of 80,000 rage points. The current accumulated rage stands at 137,500. However, the cost of victory soon manifested. The effects of bloodline sacrifice began to wane, and Lin Feng's spiritual energy receded like the ebbing tide. The fiery wings of his Pangu flame dragon form dissipated in an instant, and the flame dragon Xianzun armor reverted to its ordinary state. With fragments beginning to fall away, he plummeted from the air, and the ice bear demon rushed to catch him, only to find his breath had weakened to the point of near invisibility, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, while the wound on his chest continued to seep Qiansha. Lin Feng, do not succumb to sleep. The ice bear demon held him tightly, his voice trembling, blood from his claws staining Lin Feng's garments. Master Zhang is still waiting to roast a whole lamb for us. You promised Sun Shaojian that you would take him to the Array Techniques Pavilion. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan hurried over, channeling spiritual energy and pure yin power into Lin Feng's body. Yet, the residual poison of the soul devouring Qiansha continued to corrode his meridians, barely sustaining his breath. Tears from Lin Shaowan fell upon Lin Feng's face. Brother Lin, you must not leave us. We have defended the Qingyun sect. You cannot abandon us. Around them, disciples of the Qingyun sect gathered, some offering healing elixirs, while others assisted in dispersing the lingering Qiansha. The elders, leaning on their spiritual pole staffs, approached, merging their spiritual powers into a protective barrier around Lin Feng's body. The Grand Elder's staff lay not far away on the bluestone slab, its faint glow seemingly resonating with the Pangu crystal core in Lin Feng's palm. A soft golden light spread across the ground, gently enveloping Lin Feng's form. Lin Feng's eyes fluttered open slightly, his blurred vision catching sight of Sun Xiaojian's half-drawn array map drifting to his side, summoning the last vestige of his strength. He grasped the array map, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sun Xiaojian, I have won. The Qingyun sect has been preserved. With that, his hand fell limply, and he lost consciousness entirely. Yet the Pangu crystal core in his palm continued to emit a soft glow, with 6 fragments circling it, as if guarding his life and heralding that this victory was not an end, but rather a new beginning. The ice bear demon cradled Lin Feng carefully as they made their way back to the sect, with Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan following closely, continuously infusing spiritual energy to sustain his breath. Disciples spontaneously parted to create a path on either side, with some picking up Sun Xiaojian's array map and gently placing it in Lin Feng's embrace. Sunlight filtered through the barrier of the Qingyun sect, cascading upon them, imbued with both the scent of blood and sorrow, yet embodying the hope of safeguarding their homeland. Chapter 58. The Talisman of Life reveals the false death. Rage points ignite the meridians to aid rebirth in the healing chamber of the Qingyun sect. The scent of medicinal herbs mingled with that of spiritual pulse grass, filling the modest space. Lin Feng lay upon a jade bed, his chest wound still bound in gauze soaked with healing ointment, the remnants of Qiansha manifesting as dark patterns beneath the fabric. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan sat by his bedside, gradually infusing pure yin power into his body in an attempt to suppress the residual poison of the soul devouring Qiansha. The bloodshot veins in their eyes had yet to fade, clearly indicating they had kept vigil over him throughout the night. The ice bear demon squatted at the entrance, clutching the charred half-page of Sun Xiaojian's formation diagram, occasionally wiping his face. He had wept through the night, untouched by the roasted leg of lamb sent by Master Zhang, and his eyes were still swollen. If Lin Feng doesn't awaken, I shall capture all the remnants of the Qiansha sect and make them accompany Sun Shaojian and the Grand Elder in their burial. Do not speak recklessly. Su Qingyue interjected softly, her fingertip pausing with pure yin energy. Though the soul-devouring curse within Lin Shixiang is fierce, he is surely protected by the Pangu crystal core, safeguarding his heart pulse. He will awaken. Moreover, the arrangements for Sun Shaojian's funeral have yet to be made. We must first bury him in the Valley of Heroes within the sect, so he may accompany the Grand Elder. As the topic of funeral arrangements was broached, a somber atmosphere enveloped the room. Just as Lin Shaowan was about to speak, frantic shouts from outside pierced the air. Sister Su, Brother Ice Bear, something's wrong. Sun Shixiang's body is showing signs of movement. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically as they hurried past Lin Feng, rushing to the mortuary hall. Upon reaching the entrance, they beheld a faint green spiritual light emanating from the direction of the jade bed. Sun Shaojian's previously pallid face now bore a hint of color, a soft glow radiating from his chest. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that he clutched a half-carved wooden talisman inscribed with formation symbols. A blood spirit talisman left to him by his grandfather. This is the blood spirit talisman. Su Qingyue's eyes sparkled with realization. I recall Sun Shaojian mentioning that this talisman can activate the power of his bloodline's formations in moments of near death, safeguarding the heart pulse and allowing one to feign death to evade disaster. He hasn't perished. No sooner had she spoken than Sun Shaojian suddenly coughed, slowly opening his eyes. Although his complexion remained weak, it was adorned with a familiar, mischievous smile. What are you crying for? I'm not dead yet. If you keep crying, you'll ruin the formation diagram with your tears. You rascal. The ice bear demon rushed forward, embracing him tightly, yet fearing to cause him pain. Could only gently pat his back, his eyes reddening once more. Do you have any idea how worried we've been? I thought you were going to end up like the Grand Elder. Sun Shaojian patted his hand, coughing as he explained. The Xiansha sect leader's Xiansha explosive bomb was too formidable. I didn't need the talisman to feign death. I simply couldn't endure it. Moreover, I knew Lin Feng's character. He wouldn't utilize his bloodline's sacrificial trump card unless pressed. I just didn't anticipate the feigned death effect of this talisman to be so convincing that I nearly suffocated myself. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the doorway. Lin Feng, unbeknownst to them, had awoken, leaning against the doorframe. His complexion was still somewhat pale, yet his eyes were fixed intently on Sun Shaojian, filled with complex emotions. Sun Shaojian felt a flutter of trepidation and scratched his head. Lin Feng, I didn't intend to deceive you. The situation was simply too urgent. Lin Feng remained silent. Slowly approaching, he seated himself beside Sun Shaojian's bed, picking up the charred half-page of the formation diagram, his voice hoarse. If you dare to cause such a commotion again, I shall burn all your formation flags, leaving you unable to set up any formations. There was no anger in his words, only a sense of relief at regaining what was thought lost. Sun Shaojin grinned widely. All right, next time, I shall heed your counsel. By the way, has the Xiansha sect been dealt with? Is Qingyun's sect unharmed? It has been resolved, and the sect remains safe, Su Qingyue replied with a smile. Thanks to you provoking Lin Feng into a breakthrough, we were indeed able to withstand the Xiansha annihilation formation. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice resonated within Lin Feng's mind, heralding the return of long-forgotten system notifications. Ding! Detected the host's perilous state. The malevolent essence of Devourer corrupting the heart's pulse, while the primordial core of Pangu remains intact, triggering the Fury Value Recovery Plan. Consume 150,000 points of Fury to activate the purifying power of the Pangu core, completely eradicating the residual poison of the essence of Devourer. Any remaining Fury can be transformed into the foundational power of the spiritual pulse, repairing the meridian damage caused by bloodline sacrifice, thus stabilizing the initial cultivation of the spiritual source realm. Note: after repair, the foundation will be significantly enhanced, with a subsequent 50 increase in the probability of breaking through to the mid-stage of the spiritual source realm. Additional effect: activate the residual formation power of the blood spirit talisman of Sun Shaojian, accelerating his recovery from injury. Shall the plan be executed? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. The previously accumulated 210,000 Fury points finally found their purpose. Without hesitation, he responded inwardly. Execute. Ding! Consumed 150,000 points of fury. Purifying power of the Pengu core activated. Remaining fury 217, 500 to 150,000, 67, 500 points. Beginning transformation into foundational power of the spiritual pulse. At the moment the command was issued, the Pengu core in Lin Feng's palm suddenly radiated light, a soft golden spiritual glow coursing through his meridians. The dark patterns of the malevolent essence, which had been coiling around his chest, visibly receded, the previously excruciating pain dissipating, replaced by the gentle nurturing energy of the spiritual pulse, akin to a soothing stream revitalizing the damaged meridians. He could distinctly sense that, although his cultivation temporarily remained at the initial stage of the spiritual source realm, his meridians had become several times more resilient, and the flow of spiritual power quickened considerably, evidently due to the efficacy of the foundational power of the spiritual pulse. Simultaneously, a faint green spiritual light separated from the Pengu core, drifting towards Sun Xiaojian, merging with the blood spirit talisman at his chest. Sun Xiaojian's previously pallid complexion instantly regained some color, and his cough lessened. This is... Sun Xiaojian curiously touched his chest. The power of the talisman has been activated? I feel much better. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan also noticeably sensed that the dark aura surrounding Lin Feng had utterly vanished, replaced by the pure energy of the spiritual pulse. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief, a long-lost smile gracing their faces. The ice bear demon was even more exuberant, leaping in joy. Wonderful. Lin Feng, you are safe. Sun Xiaojian, you are well too. We can go enjoy Master Zhang's roasted lamb together again. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, gazing out the window. The barrier of Qingyun's sect had once again illuminated with a green glow. Disciples were clearing the battlefield, and in the distance, towards the Valley of Heroes, elders could be seen erecting a monument for the Grand Elder. Though the Grand Elder's passing was an everlasting sorrow, Sun Xiaojian's return, the sect's safety, and his own recovery provided solace amidst the brutality of battle. Once we are healed, we shall pay our respects at the Valley of Heroes for the Grand Elder. Lin Feng murmured, the Pengu core in his hand still glimmering softly. There remains much to be done, dealing with the remnants of the essence of Devourer and restoring the sect's spiritual pulse. Sun Xiaojian nodded, gripping the formation diagram tightly. Rest assured, I will handle the formation. Once I am well, I will set up an even more formidable protective array for the sect, ensuring that any future intruders will not return. The ice bear demon thumped its chest. Leave the fighting to me. I have now reached the mid-stage of the Bing Mai Jing, and with a single punch, I can shatter Tenxian Shamechs. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged determined glances, their eyes filled with resolute conviction. We shall continue to cultivate our pure Yin energy, and when we encounter Xiansha again, we will surely be able to assist even more. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the healing chamber, casting a warm glow upon them and dispelling the previously lingering gloom. Though this battle exacted a heavy toll, they all understood that as long as they remained united, and as long as the Qingyun sect endured, no obstacle would be insurmountable. At that moment, the Pengu crystal core in Lin Feng's palm radiated a comforting warmth, as if heralding the commencement of a new journey. Chapter 59. The Elder at the Spirit Hero Valley. The crystal core's anomaly sparks new trails. The Spirit Hero Valley of the Qingyun sect lay shrouded in a delicate mist of spiritual veins, within which stood numerous stone tablets. At the forefront, a newly erected tablet bore the inscription, Tomb of the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect, adorned with offerings of spiritual vein flowers and healing elixirs from the disciples. Lin Feng and his companions stood solemnly before the tablet, clasping freshly plucked spiritual branches. The wind rustled through the ancient trees of the valley, carrying a mournful sound, as if to commemorate the departed souls. Sun Xiaojian clutched half of a formation talisman wooden plaque, the very first talisman that the Grand Elder had taught him carve. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Grand Elder, the Xiansha sect has been dealt with, and the Qingyun sect has held its ground. The blood spirit vein formation I later set up was based on the principles you taught me. I did not bring you shame. The ice bear demon, unusually refraining from mentioning roasted meat, placed a golden brown piece of spirit source beast meat before the tablet. This was specially roasted by Master Zhang, seasoned with spiritual vein pepper to suit the Grand Elder's tastes. Grand Elder, You often remarked on my hearty appetite. This time, I have saved a piece for you to enjoy. Should anyone dare to bully the Qingyun sect again, I shall drive them away as I did this time. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan laid a bouquet of spiritual vein flowers before the tablet, their pure, yin energy gently caressing the petals, preserving the blossoms in full bloom. Grand Elder, we will persist in cultivating our pure yin energy and, like you, protect the disciples of the Qingyun sect. Lin Feng stepped forward and placed a piece of luminescent spiritual vein stone at the foot of the tablet. This was taken from near the core of the spiritual vein and will nourish the area surrounding the tablet for an extended period. Grand Elder, rest assured, I will safeguard the Qingyun sect and will discover a way to restore the depleted spiritual veins, fulfilling your and my grandfather's wishes. The group stood before the tablet for a considerable time, until the spiritual mist gradually dissipated before turning to leave. As they emerged from the Spirit Hero Valley, they spied Master Zhang approaching with a food box, for which wafted the enticing aroma of roasted lamb leg. Knowing you just finished your duties, I saved you some warm roasted lamb leg. If you don't eat it soon, it will cool down. Especially you, Ice Bear. You hardly touched what I gave you yesterday. Make sure to eat well today. The Ice Bear Demon's eyes instantly brightened, the previous solemnity fading considerably as he accepted the food box and opened it. Master Zhang, you truly understand me. This roasted lamb leg looks delectable, far tastier than the iron lumps of the Xian Sha mechs. Sun Xiaojian leaned in as well, grabbing a piece of lamb leg. Master Zhang, your culinary skills have improved. This is even more fragrant than the spirit-sourced chicken my second aunt roasts. By the way, the sex barrier has been nearly repaired, and I have set up a new spiritual vein devouring formation. Next time the Xian Sha come, I guarantee they will not return. That's good, that's good. Master Zhang said with a smile, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are in good health. Do not overexert yourself. Make sure to eat well to regain your strength. The great elder would find solace knowing you are all well. Lin Feng accepted the leg of lamb, but just as he took a bite, the Pangu crystal core in his palm suddenly grew warm. The previously calm, dark golden light began to flicker, and it trembled slightly in the direction of the back mountain of the sect. A thought crossed his mind, and he set down the lamb. You all continue eating. I shall investigate the back mountain. The crystal core is reacting. I'll go with you. Sun Xiaojian swallowed his mouthful of meat, grabbed the formation flag, and followed suit. This formation flag can sense malevolent energy. If anything is amiss, I can assist in setting up a formation. The Ice Bear Demon quickly wiped his mouth and followed with half a leg of lamb in hand. I will go too. If there are remnants of the Xian Sha lurking in the back mountain, I will smash them with a single punch. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances and also put away their food containers. We will go together. Our pure yin energy can help suppress the fluctuations of the crystal core. The group made their way toward the back mountain, where the spirit vein trees had been tainted by Xian Sha, their leaves tinged with yellow, and the ground bore faint traces of malevolent energy. The vibrations of the Pangu crystal core intensified until they halted before a collapsed cave entrance. This was a passage previously excavated by the Xian Sha sect's cultivators for a surprise attack on the back mountain, and the entrance still bore the mixed scent of malevolent energy and machinery. Lin Feng crouched down, allowing the spirit vein energy from his fingertips to probe into the cave. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar wave, a remnant evil energy of the mechanical immortal. Moreover, this energy was denser than what he had sensed in the mechanical hall, intertwined with an unfamiliar metallic runic aura. The malevolent energy of the mechanical immortal. Sun Xiaojian's formation flag suddenly illuminated, its deep green spiritual light directing toward the depths of the cave. This malevolent energy was infused with meteorite iron runes, distinctly different from the magnetic runes of the meteorite valley, resembling something used for positioning. The Ice Bear Demon tightened his claw-like paws, concentrating his mid-phase spiritual energy at the tips. Could it be that the mechanical immortal is not completely dead? Is he hiding in the back mountain? Su Qingyue's jade of purification suddenly glowed, casting a green light over the cave entrance. No, this malevolent energy is residual. It must have been brought in by the Xian Sha sect's cultivators. The Xian Sha sect and the mechanical immortal may be colluding. Lin Feng brought the Pangu crystal core closer to the cave's entrance, causing it to emit a low hum. The The malevolent energy at the cave's mouth was drawn into the core, and a series of unfamiliar runes appeared on its surface, forming the name of a place, West Desert Ruin Machine City. West Desert Ruin Machine City? Sun Shaojian frowned, pulling an old map from his pocket. My grandfather's map mentioned this location. It is the most desolate city in the western region, filled with ancient mechanical remains. And the malevolent energy here is denser than that of the Meteorite Valley. It is said that no one who enters can ever return. Lin Xiaowan examined the runes on the crystal core, lightly touching it with her pure yin energy. These runes seem to be a positioning symbol. The cultivators of the Xiansha sect must have used this to communicate with the remnants of the mechanical immortal. It appears that the remnants of the mechanical immortal may be hidden in the ruined machine city. Lin Feng stowed away the crystal nucleus, the nascent spiritual energy circulating within his body. Although his cultivation had regressed, his sensitivity to spiritual veins was markedly heightened, allowing him to distinctly perceive the faint resonance emanating from the direction of the wasteland city. Regardless of their concealment, it was imperative to investigate. As long as the remnants of the mechanical immortal lord persisted, the Qingyun sect and the Lingyuan realm would find no peace. The ice bear demon took a hearty bite of a leg of lamb, thumping its chest. Let's go. My fists are even sturdier now. Even if Wasteland City is filled with mechanical debris, I shall forge a path. Sun Shaojian tucked away the map, twirling the array flag in his hand. I shall prepare some devouring talismans and anti-magnetic array flags. Wasteland City's mechanical remains surely harbor magnets. We must avoid being ensnared, lest we repeat our misadventure in the Meteorite Valley. Su Qingwen nodded. Lin Xiaowan and I will gather healing elixirs and pure yin talismans. The malevolent aura in Wasteland City is dense. We must carry ample defenses against it. Lin Feng gazed at his companions, warmth swelling in his heart. From their days in the servant courtyard to now, they had faced countless dangers together, though the path ahead was fraught with unknown challenges, as long as they stood united. No obstacle was insurmountable. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the spiritual vein trees, illuminating the mysterious marks at the cave's entrance, gradually dispelling the lingering chill. Meanwhile, in the direction of Wasteland City, a dark, purple malevolent aura was slowly coalescing, as if awaiting their arrival. A new journey was unfurling beneath their feet. Chapter 60. Encountering the reconnaissance puppet on the wasteland path, the array flag's flame blade shatters the illusion as the morning mist at the Qingyun sect's gate lingered. Lin Feng and his companions had already packed their belongings and were hastening towards the western desert. The ice bear demon's storage bag was filled to the brim with Master Zhang's specially crafted frozen jerky and roasted lamb legs. Occasionally, it would poke its head into the bag, grease dripping from its claws, glistening on the spiritual steed's mane. Master Zhang has added spiritual vein peppers to this jerky. It's even more aromatic than last time. Lin Feng, once we reach Wasteland City, let us find a spot free of malevolent energy to roast some lamb legs. Shall we? Let us focus on our journey first. Once we deal with the remnants, we can feast on roasted lamb or even Lingyuan beasts, Lin Feng replied, tightening the reins of the spiritual steed. The Pangu crystal nucleus in his palm emitted a faint spiritual light, continuously scanning the path ahead. Ever since he had enhanced the nucleus's sensing ability with rage energy, he could now detect malevolent auras and mechanical fluctuations 10 miles in advance, an effect unlocked by expending 5,000 points of rage energy for the spiritual vein warning. Suddenly, the nucleus grew slightly warm. Mechanical fluctuations lay ahead, prompting caution. Sun Shaojian quickly retrieved the improved anti-magnetic devouring array flag, its flagpole etched with new spiritual runes. The emerald glow far brighter than before. I've added warning runes to the array flag, as long as the puppets approach within 3 miles. The flag's tip will turn red. We won't let them ambush us like last time in the Meteorite Valley. He added, patting the array flag, which now boasted dual capabilities of resisting magnetism and absorbing malevolence, proving more durable than the Lingyuan umbrella he had refined 3 times. Su Qingwen and Lin Xiaowan rode side by side on their ethereal steeds, each grasping a vial of refined pure yin anti-demonic elixir, the pale blue liquid within shimmering with a faint light. This concoction, crafted from spirit pulse grass and mysterious yin flame, could stave off the weight of malevolent energy for half an hour with but a sip. When we encounter the puppets, Let us divide it among ourselves. Lin Xiaowan rummaged through her storage pouch, retrieving several rapid healing talismans which she affixed to the arm of the ice bear demon. Brother Bear, you always charge ahead. These talismans will swiftly heal your demonic wounds, so do not endure like last time. Just as they rounded a dirt slope, the flag of Sun Xiaojian's formation suddenly blazed crimson, a vibrant green light oscillating toward the sand mound to their left. They are coming. Behind that sand mound, at least 3 puppets. Lin Feng dismounted from his ethereal steed, the infernal dragon armor enveloping him in an instant. Although he was merely at the initial stage of the spirit source realm, the foundational enhancements of the mech remained intact, with black and gold patterns shimmering faintly. With a gentle flick of his right arm, the spirit source demonic blade sliced through the encroaching sands. Ice Bear, maneuver around from the side. Do not let them escape. Sun Xiaojian, set the formation to ensnare them. Qin Yue and Lin Xiaowan, use pure Yin energy to suppress the demonic essence. Do not allow them to detonate the demonic crystals. Understood. The Ice Bear demon tightened his grasp on his anti-demonic claws, the mid-stage spirit power causing his claws to gleam with golden light. He crouched low, circling to the side of the sand mound, and upon nearing, beheld 3 reconnaissance puppets enshrouded in dust. These puppets were more diminutive than their predecessors, standing only half a person's height, with demonic crystals embedded within their metallic shells and their heads resembling round spotlights, flashing towards the direction of Qinyan's sect. Indeed, they are scouts. The Ice Bear demon leapt forward, striking the foremost puppet's spotlight with his claw, causing it to spin in place. Trying to scout our path? I shall shatter your light. Seizing the moment while the puppet was disoriented, he gripped its metallic shell and forcefully overturned it, exposing the demonic crystal to the air. Sun Xiaojian seized the opportunity to plant his formation flag into the sand, the antimagnetic demonic absorption array springing to life. Verdant light wove into 3 nets, securely ensnaring the 3 puppets. Do not even think about moving. My net can absorb your malevolent energy and is impervious to magnetic forces. Your spotlights will be of no use. Just like my spirit source phone that is hindered by signal interference, it cannot transmit any information. As the net tightened, the demonic crystal in the chest of the central puppet suddenly illuminated. Dark purple malevolent energy began to surge outward from the array, evidently intent on self-detonation. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan rushed forward, dousing the array with pure Yin anti-demonic elixir. The pale blue pure Yin energy penetrated through the netting, swiftly suppressing the malevolent energy. Do not even think about exploding. Pure Yin counters the malevolent energy. No matter how fierce your crystals are, they cannot turn the tide. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng advanced, positioning the spirit source demonic blade against the crystal of the central puppet. The faint golden light of the blade swept over the metallic shell of the puppet, revealing a series of unfamiliar runes etched upon it, identical to the meteorite iron runes he had seen in the cave, save for the addition of a transmission symbol. This puppet can transmit messages. Quickly, we must stop it. No sooner had he spoken than the head of the central puppet emitted a sudden click, ejecting a slender metallic tube that directed a pale purple beam of light towards the depths of the western desert. It's a transmission signal. This is bad. Sun Xiaojian hastily urged the formation flags, and the luminous net instantly tightened, shattering the metallic pipe, undoubtedly broadcasting our location. The remnants of the waste machinery city are surely aware of our arrival. The Ice Bear demon struck the puppet's death crystal with a fist, shattering it on the spot. So what if they know? We can easily deal with the sect master of the Xian Sha, so why fear these broken puppets? I can take one down with a single punch, easier than crushing a spirit source fruit. Lin Feng remained vigilant, crouching down to probe the remnants of the puppet with his spirit source power, retrieving a palm-sized metallic piece inscribed with a rudimentary map of the waste machinery city, highlighting a circled core area marked with the words Xian Sha Furnace. The Xian Sha Furnace? It appears that the remnants of the mechanical immortal are collaborating with the remaining forces of the Xian Sha sect, intending to forge more formidable Xian Sha mechas. Ding! Killed reconnaissance puppet, elite level 3, absorbed Xian Sha 12,000 points, converted rage value 12,000. Current accumulated rage value 675,005,000. Strengthening crystal core 120,007 for 1,500. Sun Xiaojian leaned closer to examine the map, furrowing his brow. The Xiansha furnace is a treasure for the Xiansha sect to refine death crystals, said to require the spirit source of living beings to activate. Their relocation of the furnace to Waste Machinery City undoubtedly aims to mass-produce Xiansha puppets. And when that time comes, we shall face not just a few, but dozens. Su Qingyue's expression darkened as she gripped the pure, anti-death liquid tightly. We cannot allow them to succeed in their forging. If dozens of Xiansha puppets emerge, not only will we be in peril, but the town surrounding the western desert will also suffer. Lin Xiaowan nodded. Retrieving the spirit vein staff from her storage bag, we must hasten our pace and reach the core area before the Xiansha furnace is completed. This staff can sense fluctuations in the spirit source. Perhaps we can locate the Xiansha furnace ahead of time. Lin Feng stowed away the metallic piece and mounted the spirit steed. Indeed, let us depart at once. Ice Bear, stop dawdling over the jerky. Once we deal with the Xiansha furnace, I'll ensure you have your fill of roasted lamb legs. Sun Xiaojian. Keep the formation flags ready at all times to prevent further ambushes from the puppets. Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan. Conserve your pure energy. A tough battle awaits us in the core area. The Ice Bear demon quickly stuffed the last piece of jerky into his mouth and patted his storage bag. Rest assured, I've stored the jerky properly. I will not be distracted during the fight. The group rode their spirit steeds, racing towards the depths of the western desert. In the distance, the outline of Waste Machinery City became visible on the horizon, a colossal fortress constructed from the remnants of mechas. Dark purple death energy seeping through the cracks like an ominous cloud. The Pangu crystal core in Lin Feng's palm grew increasingly warm, and through the spirit vein sensing. Strong mechanical fluctuations in Xiansha aura emanated from the direction of the core area, indicating that an even more arduous battle awaited them within Waste Machinery City. Chapter 61. The remnants of the puppet formation block Waste Machinery City. The Xiansha survivors reveal their ferocity. The winds of the western desert carried sand and rusted fragments of mechas, crunching beneath the hooves of the spirit steeds. The silhouette of the ruined Machinery City grows ever clearer. The entire city is constructed from countless remnants of ancient mechanized giants. With the highest wall formed by the severed torso of a Panga mech, its dark silver metal shell enveloped in a layer of black and crimson energy resembling congealed blood. At the city gate, 3 broken iron cannon barrels lie sprawled, their mouths still bearing the scars of recent burns, indicating that they had been used not long ago. This place is even more unsettling than the Meteor Valley. Sun Xiaojian reigned in his spirit steed, the improved antimagnetic energy flag glowing red, its emerald aura flickering across its surface. My array flag detected a puppet array at the city gate, assembled from scraps of discarded mechs. Each puppet embedded with a crystal of dark energy that would spring to life upon proximity. The Ice Bear demon cautiously peered toward the city gate, its claws instinctively reaching for the dried meat in its storage bag, only to feel a small tear at the bag's opening, causing it to grimace in pain. Those rascals, dismantling mech to create puppets. Do they not realize how many spirit stones those parts could fetch? And my dried meat is nearly depleted. Lin Feng dismounted from his spirit steed, the black and gold patterns of his flame dragon armor illuminating. The spirit vein alert allowed him to clearly sense 12 puppets concealed within the array, each possessing the combat prowess of an initial stage condensation realm warrior. The dark energy crystals embedded in the core of the puppets resonated with the energy of the city walls. This array is alive. The puppets can recover using the energy from the walls, making a head-on assault quite troublesome. He conjured a beam of spirit vein light with his fingertips and gently flicked it toward the nearest puppet, which was constructed from the remnants of the abyssal palace. The crystal of dark energy in its chest instantly glowed, and the puppet's arm jerkily rotated, swinging toward the direction of the spirit vein light. Indeed, it moved. Su Qingyue hurriedly produced refined pure anti-dark energy dew, distributing it among the group. This dew, infused with spirit vein grass, could withstand half an hour of dark energy erosion. When we set up the array, Lin Xiaowan and I will shield the flag with pure energy to prevent contamination from the dark energy. Lin Xiaowan gripped her spirit vein staff, the light at its tip scanning the array. The dark energy crystals of the puppets are all connected to an underground pipeline, which leads into the city, presumably linking to the dark energy furnace. If we sever the pipeline, the puppets will lose their dark energy supply. Sun Xiaojin's eyes lit up as he quickly planted the array flag into the sandy ground. This time, the array flag was not a singular formation, but divided into two groups. One to ensnare the puppets, and the other to sever the pipeline. Lin Feng, you and the ice bear need to draw the puppet's attention while I take the opportunity to cut the pipeline. I've practiced this maneuver in Meteor Valley. I guarantee one flag will suffice. No problem. The ice bear demon tightened its claws, the mid-stage condensation realm energy causing its claws to glimmer with golden light. Suddenly, it charged into the array, slamming its paw against the shoulder plate of the abyssal Een Palace puppet. Come on, you broken puppets dare to block my path to roasted lamb legs? I'll smash your dark energy crystals to pieces. The puppets were instantly roused, 12 of them turning simultaneously, some wielding iron blades and others brandishing magnetic shields, encircling the ice bear demon. Dark energy oozed from their joints, leaving trails of black marks on the sandy ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leaped into the air, the spirit source blade of his flame dragon armor enveloped in a faint golden glow, slashing toward the puppet closest to the pipeline. Ice bear, lead them to the left. The pipeline is over there. The ice bear demon immediately understood, grasping the arm of a puppet and pulling it to the left, prompting the puppets to shift and reveal the vaguely visible black pipelines beneath the sand. Sun Xiaojin hurriedly activated the spirit pulse breaking formation flag, the emerald light burrowing into the sand like an invisible blade, aiming to sever the pipelines. Cut it. You infernal pipes, akin to my leaky water pipes, should have been severed long ago. With a crack, the pipeline was severed by the spiritual light, causing the infernal crystals within the puppets to dim momentarily, their movements slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan channeled pure Een energy, weaving a pale, blue spiritual light into a net, firmly ensnaring the puppet's infernal energy. Lin Feng, hurry. They are at their weakest without infernal energy replenishment. Lin Feng grasped the chance, sweeping the spirit source breaking blade to consecutively shatter the infernal crystals of 3 puppets. As the crystals shattered, the puppets collapsed with a clang, rust flakes scattering across the ground. The ice bear demon was not idle either, using its breaking claw to forcibly extract an infernal crystal from one of the puppets. Let us see how you can move now. My claws are more formidable than iron pincers. Extracting a crystal core is as easy as plucking a fruit. Ding. Killed remnant puppet, elite level. 12, absorbed 48. 000 infernal points. Severed infernal pipelines to gain formation breaking bonus. Fury value 10, 000. Current cumulative fury value 745, 004, 800, 010, 000, 132, 500. Just as the last puppet was smashed to pieces, the gates of the wasteland machinery city creaked open, and a group of cultivators clad in infernal sect attire surged forth atop mechanical beasts. Leading them was a scarred man, a large infernal crystal embedded in his chest. Wielding an infernal axe, he was the second elder of the infernal sect, who had fled here with the remnants after the death of the sect leader. You possess some skill to have breached my remnant formation. The second elder's voice rasped like sandpaper against metal as he urged his mechanical beast forward, the infernal axe carving a dark line in the sand. However, you shall not leave this wasteland machinery city alive today. The infernal furnace is about to be completed, and soon we will mass-produce infernal puppets. This entire spirit source realm will be ours. The ice bear demon, enraged, clenched its breaking claw and prepared to charge. You wish to forge puppets? I shall smash your infernal furnace. We have already slain your sect leader. You are even weaker and dare to boast here. Silence. The second elder swung his axe, the infernal energy rushing towards the ice bear demon's face. Lin Feng quickly restrained the ice bear demon, blocking the axe blade with the spirit source breaking blade. The pale golden light clashed with the infernal energy, emitting a sizzling sound. The sect leader perished at our hands. Do you truly believe you can win? Cease your futile resistance and surrender the infernal furnace, and I may spare your lives. Spare our lives? The second elder scoffed, producing a black whistle from his robe and blowing a sharp note. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the wasteland machinery city as more mechanical beasts and remnant puppets charged forth, surrounding Lin Feng and the others. Today, It remains uncertain who shall spare whom. These puppets have been refined in the infernal furnace, 10 times stronger than the previous remnants. Sun Xiaojian hurriedly rearranged the formation flags, weaving a luminous green barrier around them. Lin Feng, we are surrounded. This array can hold for only a quarter of an hour. We must devise a way to break through. The ominous presence of the Xiansha furnace loomed ever closer, and he could sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy, indicating that someone was indeed feeding the furnace with the life essence of the living. Su Qingyue's expression darkened, her pure yin energy coalescing in her palm. We cannot allow them to use the living for the furnace. We must intervene. Lin Xiaowan nodded in agreement, her spiritual staff directing a beam of light towards a high slope behind the city. There's a gap over there. The puppets are fewer. We can break through from that point. Lin Feng surveyed the encroaching horde of puppets and caught a glimpse of the ominous smoke from the Xiansha furnace behind the city. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly expended 20,000 points of anger to activate the Flame Dragon Armor's Spirit Pulse Flame explosion skill. A black golden flame surged along the blade, forming a towering pillar of fire. I spare, lead the way. Sun Xiaojian, use the formation flag for cover. Qingwei and Xiaowan, protect our flanks. We shall charge in and destroy the Xiansha furnace. Ding! Consume 20,000 points of anger, activating Spirit Pulse Flame explosion skill. Current accumulated anger, 132, 520, 000, 112, 500. The Ice Bear demon charged to the forefront, its claws glimmering with golden light, swatting aside the leading mechanical beast. Follow me. Whoever dares to impede my path shall be crushed. Sun Xiaojian's formation flags radiated with luminous energy, ensnaring the puppets on either side and carving a passage for the group. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan conjured a protective shield of pure yin energy, deflecting the incoming Xiansha blades. Lin Feng gripped the Spirit Pulse Flame explosion blade, bringing up the rear as the flame pillar swept through, incinerating the pursuing puppets into scrap metal. The group rushed towards the high slope behind the city, the furious shouts of the second elder echoing behind them. Don't run. You cannot escape. The Xiansha furnace will turn you all into puppets. Indeed, the puppets atop the slope were fewer in number. The Ice Bear demon smashed open a breach, allowing the group to surge into the ruined mechanized city. The scene within was even more harrowing than outside, littered with the remnants of discarded mechas and the corpses of cultivators. Smoke from the Xiansha furnace billowed up from the central plaza, dark purple tendrils entwined with harrowing screams, evidently the cries of the living being sacrificed. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the blade, his gaze turning frigid. The Xiansha furnace lies ahead. We must quicken our pace and destroy it before it completes its grim work. The Ice Bear nodded, clenching its claws. The previous thoughts of roasted lamb, legs entirely replaced by fury. These bastards are using the living for their furnace. I will smash their furnace to pieces and then crush their heads. The group charged towards the plaza, the smoke from the Xiansha furnace growing thicker. The roars of the mechanical remnants and the sinister laughter of the Xiansha sect cultivators drawing ever closer. A battle that would determine the safety of the spirit source realm was about to unfold at the heart of the ruined mechanized city. Chapter 62. The profound furnace devouring souls amidst blood mist, the fiery explosion shattering the remnants in the central square of the wasteland city. The silhouette of the profound furnace finally emerged in its entirety. This colossal furnace was forged from a segment of the Pangum mech's chest, its dark silver walls embedded with numerous profound Sha crystals. Intertwined with these crystals were chains darkened by the essence of despair, the other end of which was shackled to dozens of cultivators drained of their spiritual energy. Their bodies, withered like desiccated wood, yet clung to life, emitting raspy, near-death groans. With each tremor of the furnace, wisps of pale, golden spiritual essence were extracted from their beings, merging into the swirling black malevolence within. The furnace belched forth towering plumes of black-red smoke, within which lay fragments of mechanical debris. Upon striking the ground, these remnants transformed into sizzling, profound Sha venom, corroding the bluestone tiles of the square into deep pits. The second elder of the profound Sha sect stood before the furnace, clutching a chain entwined with black malevolence, casting high-grade spiritual source stones into the furnace. With each stone thrown, The profound Sha crystals on the furnace's walls glimmered brighter. In just half an hour, the profound furnace will refine the profound Sha mother crystal. At that time, all puppets will be controlled by the mother crystal, and you wretches shall serve as fodder for the puppets. Release them. Su Qingyue's voice trembled, pure Yin energy coalescing into sharp spikes in her palm, mingled with a hint of crimson. She had never witnessed such a cruel method of refinement. Among the bound cultivators were several dressed in the garb of the Qingyun sect's outer disciples, evidently abducted by the profound Sha sect. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? To refine living souls will inevitably invite vengeance. Divine retribution? The second elder scoffed, violently yanking the chain, drawing another wisp of spiritual essence into the furnace. A Qingyun sect disciple's body instantly slumped, devoid of life. Once I gain control over the profound Sha mother crystal, what can divine retribution do to me? But Yalat, shall all perish here today? With a sweeping gesture, the mechanical remnants surrounding the square suddenly stirred to life. Dozens of profound Sha heavy armor puppets, towering twice the height of the previous remnants, clad in reinforced profound Sha armor, wielding heavy axes forged from meteorite iron. The edges of these axes were imbued with profound Sha energy, capable of corroding mechs, evidently products pre-refined by the profound furnace. Kill them. The second elder bellowed as the puppets advanced with heavy strides towards Lin Feng and his companions, each step causing the ground to sink half an inch. Black malevolence oozing from the seams of their armor, leaving long trails upon the ground. Ice Bear, protect the bound cultivators. Lin Feng's voice was icy, the black gold patterns of the flame dragon profound armor suddenly swelling. He expended 30,000 points of rage value to upgrade the spiritual vein flame explosion to flame dragon shattering armor, now enveloped in black gold dragon flames, infused with the essence of the Pangu crystal core, warping the very air around it. Sun Shaojian, set up a formation to ensnare the puppets. Qingyue, Lin Shaowan, purify the profound Sha at the furnace's mouth with pure Yin energy. Do not allow the mother crystal to be refined. Notification. Consumed 30,000 points of rage value. Unlocking flame dragon shattering armor. Armor breaking efficiency 80. Doubled effectiveness against profound Sha armor. Current accumulated rage value 112, 500, 300, 000, 825, 000. Understood. The Ice Bear demon tightened its grasp on the shattering claw, the spiritual power of the mid-stage pulse realm erupting in full force. The golden light at the claw's tip tinged with a faint crimson hue, a manifestation of fury-fueled strength. Like a maddened bear, it charged towards the chains, severing the iron bindings that restrained the disciples of the Qingyun sect with a single swipe, cautiously carrying them to safety before turning to shatter another link. Do not fear. I shall rescue you all at once. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on you, I will smash their skull to pieces. Meanwhile, Sun Shaojian swiftly planted the anti-magnetic devouring array flags around the plaza. This time, the flags did not merely form a confinement array, but wove together into a pulse flame devouring array. The emerald spiritual light enveloped in a pale golden flame descended upon the puppet's dark armor, causing it to sizzle and emit wisps of white smoke as the dark energy was forcibly stripped away. This array can incinerate your dark energy. No matter how thick your armor, it cannot withstand the flames of the pulse. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan surged towards the dark energy furnace, their pure Yin energy merging for the first time, transforming into a pale blue dragon of Yin flame, its head lunging straight for the black smoke column at the furnace's mouth. Yin purification, the flame dragon burrowed into the smoke, dispersing a significant portion of the black energy, and the dark crystals on the furnace walls dimmed slightly. The trapped cultivators finally caught their breath, expressing faint words of gratitude. Lin Feng wielded the flame dragon shattering armor against the foremost dark energy armored puppet. As the blade struck the puppet's dark armor, a crisp crack echoed, and the thick plates shattered on the spot. The black gold dragon flame surged into the fissure, igniting the internal conduits, which erupted with a resounding explosion, toppling the puppet to the ground. With such meager prowess, you dare to call yourself a heavy-armored puppet? Weaker than the remnants of a mechanical celestial. Ding! Killed dark energy heavy-armored puppet, elite level, 5. Gain 40,000 rage points. Current accumulated rage points: 825,004,000, 225,000. Witnessing this, the second elder's expression shifted drastically. He violently tore apart all the chains in his grasp, causing dozens of restrained cultivators to tumble towards the furnace. Want to save them? First, ask the dark energy furnace if it consents. He sneered as he hurled a piece of black crystal into the furnace, invoking a dark energy sacrifice to accelerate the refining of the mother crystal. As the crystal melted within, the dark energy furnace trembled violently, the smoke column erupting to a height of 3 zhang, and a colossal dark energy hand materialized from the black-red mist, reaching for Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan. Enter the furnace as nourishment. Be careful. Lin Feng leaped into action, directing the flame dragon-shattering armor towards the dark energy hand. The clash of black-gold dragon flames against the dark energy cleaved the hand in two, yet the aura of the mother crystal within the furnace thickened ominously. The dark crystals on the furnace walls glowed with an intense brightness, clearly indicating that in a mere quarter of an hour, the mother crystal would be fully refined. The ice bear demon hurriedly carried the last few cultivators to safety and turned to charge of the second elder. You scoundrel! I shall slay you. The shattering claw gleamed with golden light, lunging at the second elder's dark crystal. However, the second elder was prepared. He produced a dark purple jade pendant from his robe, and, at the moment of shattering it, the dark energy around him surged dramatically, forming an outer layer of dark energy armor. You think you can kill me? This dark energy spiritual armor was forged from the remnants of the dark energy sex master. You cannot break through. With a wave of his hand, dark energy coalesced into a long spear, thrusting it towards the ice bear demon. Lin Feng hastily positioned himself before the ice bear demon, as the flame dragon shattering armor cleaved through the long spear. However, he soon discovered that the second elder's Xian Sha spirit armor was indeed formidable, leaving only a faint mar from the fiery assault. Sun Xiao Jian utilized the formation flags to absorb his Xian Sha. His armor is sustained by Xian Sha. Without it, it becomes a hollow shell. Understood. Sun Xiao Jian promptly adjusted the formation flags, directing the spiritual radiance of the spirit vein-burning Sha array towards the second elder, who began to lose his Xian Sha at an alarming rate. The Xian Sha spirit armor darkened noticeably. Lin Feng quickly. His Xian Sha won't last long. Lin Feng nodded, gripping the flame dragon shattering armor tightly as he charged toward the Xian Sha crystal of the second elder. Just as the blade's tip was about to make contact with the crystal, the Xian Sha furnace emitted a deafening hum, and the mother crystal unexpectedly solidified into half a piece, its dark purple core pulsing with black Sha, hurtling towards the second elder. The mother crystal, my mother crystal. The second elder, filled with euphoria, reached out to seize it, oblivious to the faint dark shadow entwined within the mother crystal. It was the remnant soul of the mechanical celestial sovereign. The remnant soul suddenly surged forth from the mother crystal, invading the second elder's body. Instantly, his expression morphed into one of madness. Ha ha ha! I have returned at last. Lin Feng, this time, no one will rescue you. The remnant soul of the mechanical celestial sovereign took control of the second elder's body, causing the power of the Xian Sha spirit armor to swell, forcefully repelling the spiritual light from Sun Xiao Jian's formation flags. Lin Feng gazed at the possessed second elder, his heart sinking. He had not anticipated that the remnant soul of the mechanical celestial sovereign was concealed within the Xian Sha furnace. Now, not only did he need to destroy the furnace, but he also had to eradicate the remnant soul entirely. The battle was evidently more arduous than he had imagined. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan reformed the Xianin flame, standing protectively before the rescued cultivators. Lin Feng, we will assist you in suppressing the Xian Sha. Seize the opportunity to destroy the mother crystal. The ice bear demon clenched its claws, determination gleaming in its eyes. Whoever he may be, anyone who dares to obstruct us shall be shattered. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng summoned the flame dragon shattering armor once more, the black gold dragon flames enveloping the primordial light of the Panga crystal. This battle was not merely to rescue these cultivators. It was a decisive confrontation to eradicate the threats posed by the mechanical celestial sovereign and the Xian Sha sect. Victory was imperative. Chapter 63. remnant soul possession and control of the remains. Crystal core igniting against the mother Sha, the moment the remnant soul of the mechanical celestial sovereign fully occupied the second elder's body. The remnants of the mechs on the square suddenly rattled. The severed armors of the Panga mech and the remains of numerous Xian Sha puppets began to converge under the influence of the Black Sha, swiftly assembling into a towering remnant soul mech. This mech lacked a complete hull. It was merely a twisted metallic skeleton shrouded in Black Sha, with a half-formed Xian Sha mother crystal embedded in its chest. The mother crystal emitted a dark purple glow, and with each flicker, the surrounding Xian Sha thickened, rendering the air dense and heavy as if frozen. Lin Feng, last time I allowed you to escape. This time, you shall find no refuge. The voice of the mechanical celestial sovereign resonated from within the remnant soul mech, no longer the mechanical amalgamation of sounds, but infused with the second elder's fierce roar, lending it an eerie quality. This remnant soul mech, powered by the mother crystal, could absorb your spiritual essence as fuel. Today, you shall experience the taste of being incinerated by your own spiritual power. As the words fell, the remnants of the soul mech suddenly unleashed several black chains, their ends adorned with iron hooks, which wound toward Lin Feng and his companions. The hooks glimmered with a chilling light, and before they even approached, a powerful pulling force emanated, causing the ice bear demon's claws to be drawn toward the hooks. It was akin to my spirit source blade being ensnared by a magnet, impossible to shake off. He hastily retreated, yet failed to notice another black chain approaching from behind. Just as it was about to ensnare his waist, a disciple from the Qingyun sect, previously saved, dashed forward and shielded him with his body. The iron hook pierced through his shoulder, instantly staining his robe with crimson. Ice Bear brother, quickly evade. We can assist too. Don't come closer. The Ice Bear demon's eyes flared red as it severed the black chain with a claw, urgently shielding the disciple behind it. The golden light of its claws surged. You all stay back. We can handle this. Yet, more cultivators stepped forth. Some picked up the spirit vein, swords lying on the ground, while others united to lift a fragment of the mech's wreckage and hurled it at the remnants of the soul mech. Though their spiritual power was feeble, they exerted their utmost effort to buy time. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Shao Jiao adjusted the spirit vein-burning formation, consuming his own spiritual energy to merge the verdant spiritual light of the formation flags with the meager spirit sources of the cultivators. The formation net suddenly expanded, ensnaring the legs of the remnants of the soul mech. Lin Feng, I can hold it for 10 breaths. Quickly attack the mother crystal. That is its weakness. Without the mother crystal, this mech is nothing but a pile of scrap. However, the power of the remnants of the soul mech exceeded expectations. The mother crystal suddenly illuminated, and black energy crawled along the formation net towards Sun Shaojiao. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as the spiritual light of the formation flags began to flicker. Hold on, Lin Feng, quickly. Sun Shaojiao. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan rushed over, channeling their pure yin energy into the formation net. The pale blue light intertwined with the verdant spiritual light, momentarily halting the encroachment of the black energy. Will help you stabilize the formation. Lin Feng, do not waste time. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng felt the Pangu crystal core in his palm suddenly grow hot. He sensed that the profound black energy within the mother crystal was intricately linked to the remnants of the mechanical immortal soul. Only by utilizing the primal force of the crystal core could he completely disperse the remnants. Without hesitation, he expended 50,000 points of fury, merging the power of the flame dragon shattering armor with the Pangu crystal core, unlocking a new skill, Pangu Flame Dragon Break. The dark golden patterns of the flame dragon immortal armor illuminated, 6 pairs of fiery wings unfurled from his back, and the blade was enveloped in dark golden primal flames, causing the surrounding profound black energy to retreat. Ding! Consumed 50,000 points of fury, unlocked ultimate skill Pangu Flame Dragon Break. Effect against the remnants and profound black mother crystal increased by 150. Current accumulated fury, 122,500. Mechanical immortal, your remnants shall be scattered. Lin Feng leaped into the air, the 6 pairs of fiery wings propelling him directly toward the chest of the remnants of the soul mech. The tip of the Pangu Flame Dragon Break aimed at the profound black mother crystal. Last time in the mechanical hall, I did not completely resolve you. This time, I shall ensure you are forever unable to transcend. Dream on. The mechanical immortal controlled the arm of the remnants of the soul mech to block the fiery blade. As the black chains frantically entwined Lin Feng's body, the pulling force of the mother crystal surged, attempting to siphon away his spirit source. Even if I must destroy the mother crystal, I will take you all down with me. The maternal crystal suddenly began to flicker with a crimson light, clearly indicating that the mechanical celestial sovereign intended to detonate it. Should the maternal crystal explode, the entire ruined machinery city would be engulfed by the malevolent aura, leaving the surrounding cultivators and the protagonist group with no hope of survival. Observing this, the ice bear demon tightened its grip on its shattering claws and charged forth, delivering a powerful blow to the side of the remnant soul mecha, causing it to sway with a golden flash. Lin Feng, hurry! He is about to blow the maternal crystal. Sun Shao Jian summoned the last of his strength to constrict the formation net, firmly binding the joints of the remnant soul mecha. I can't hold on for long. The explosion range of the maternal crystal is too vast. We must lure it away from the square. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged a glance, making a bold decision. They channeled all their pure Yin energy into the spirit pulse staff, directing its luminous tip towards the maternal crystal, momentarily suppressing its crimson glow with their pure Yin force. We can hold for 5 breaths. Lin Feng, quickly draw the mecha away. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng unleashed the power of the Pengu Flame Dragon's blade once more, cleaving through the armor of the remnant soul mecha, with the fiery energy seeping into its interior, scorching the remnants of the mechanical celestial sovereign soul. Follow me. Don't endanger others here. He grasped the arm of the remnant soul mecha and soared towards the edge of ruined machinery city, where the expanse of sand awaited. Even if the maternal crystal were to explode, it would not harm the cultivators in the square. The mechanical celestial sovereign thrashed in desperation, the Black Death chains ensnaring Lin Feng's fiery wings, attempting to pull him back. You're mad. You'll die too if you lead it to the sand. At least I can save them. Lin Feng's voice was resolute, and with a renewed surge of fiery energy from his wings, he dragged the remnant soul mecha out of the square, while the surrounding cultivators shouted in alarm, Senior Brother Lin, be careful. The ice bear demon, Sun Shao Jian, Su Qingyue, and Lin Xiaowan hastened to follow, aware that should the maternal crystal detonate, Lin Feng would be the first to suffer. They had to devise a means to destroy the maternal crystal before the impending explosion, as the remnant soul mecha was pulled to the center of the sandy expanse. The crimson light of the maternal crystal flared once more, brighter than before, as the dark aura surged forth, weaving into a colossal sphere of malevolence. Ha ha! Let us perish together. Lin Feng, you cannot defeat me. Lin Feng glanced at his approaching companions, and then at the imminent explosion of the maternal crystal, suddenly making a decisive choice. He removed the Pengu crystal core from his palm and hurled it towards the maternal crystal with all his might. Crystal core, I implore you. The Pengu crystal core traced a dark golden arc through the air, colliding precisely with the malevolent maternal crystal. 2 beams of light intertwined in an instant, as the core's primordial energy violently clashed with the malevolent aura of the maternal crystal, causing the sphere of malevolence to halt its expansion and even begin to contract. The mechanical sovereign's anguished cries echoed from within the remnant soul mecha. No, my maternal crystal, my soul. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng directed all the fiery energy of the Pengu Flame Dragon into the remnant soul mecha, shattering its skeletal structure and piercing directly at the remnants of the mechanical sovereign soul. It ends here. Yet at that moment, the maternal crystal emitted a resounding hum, as the clash between the core's primordial energy and the malevolent aura reached a critical point, causing the sphere to flicker wildly. No one could discern whether the core was attempting to purify the maternal crystal or if the two would explode together. Lin Feng gazed at the malevolent sphere before him and then at his rushing companions, with a singular thought resonating in his heart. No matter what, he must protect them. The ice bear demon surged forward, its golden claws gleaming, intent on shielding Lin Feng from the ominous sphere. Sun Shao Jian laid down the final array on the sandy ground, emerald light entwined with pale blue pure Yin energy. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan concentrated all their pure yin energy into a shield, standing resolutely at the forefront. They would not allow Lin Feng to face danger alone. Never would they. The radiance of the ominous sphere intensified, nearly obscuring the entire sky above the western desert, heralding an impending clash that would determine the fate of all. Chapter 64. Crystal Core Purification of the Ominous Sphere, Dissipation of the Remnant Souls. In the desert, the brilliance of the ominous sphere was blinding. The black-red mysterious evil and the dark golden light of the crystal core violently clashing within. Even the winds and sands of the western desert were swept back by this force. Lin Feng's flame dragon immortal armor was already riddled with cracks. His spiritual power nearly exhausted, yet he remained fixated on the ominous sphere. He could distinctly sense the Pangu crystal core resonating deeply with the mysterious, evil mother crystal. Not in collision, but in a process of devouring and purification. No, the mother crystal's mysterious evil is being absorbed. Suingyue suddenly exclaimed. Her pure yin energy most sensitive to the mysterious evil, perceiving pale golden filaments extending from the crystal core like countless serpents, coiling around the black evil within the mother crystal, pulling it back, a process of purification. The crystal core is purifying the mother crystal. Before her words faded, the ominous sphere emitted a resonant hum, the dark golden light overwhelmingly surpassing the black-red, the mysterious evil retreating into the crystal core like a receding tide. The once swollen, ominous sphere visibly shrinking. The anguished cries of the mechanical immortal echoed from the remnant's soul armor, more wretched than ever before. No. My mysterious evil. My mother crystal. This cannot be. Seizing the opportunity, the ice bear demon unleashed its mid-stage spiritual power, its claw glowing gold, striking the chest of the remnant's soul armor. The fissures previously created by the flame blade instantly widened, black evil gushing forth, only to be swiftly absorbed by the crystal core. You pitiful machine. You are now worth less than scrap iron. You think you can detonate the mother crystal? I reckon you seek an early demise. Sun Xiao Jian adjusted the array flags, channeling the spiritual light of the spirit pulse flame suppression array into the crystal core. The verdant array power intertwined with the dark golden light of the crystal core, doubling the purification speed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning with unrestrained delight. Mechanical immortal, did you not foresee this? Your mother crystal will not only fail to explode, but will also be consumed as material for our crystal core. Just like my drained spirit source fruit. There will be nothing left. Lin Xiaowan retrieved the last vial of pure, yin anti-evil liquid from her storage bag, sprinkling it around the crystal core. The pale blue liquid merged with the golden filaments, adding a layer of binding effect to the purification. The mysterious evil could no longer struggle. Resigned to being devoured by the crystal core, Qingwei Jia, look, the color of the mother crystal is lightning. It is about to be completely purified. Su Qingwei nodded, channeling all her pure yin energy into the spirit pulse staff. The staff's luminous tip aimed at the remnant soul of the mechanical immortal. The remnant soul relies on the mysterious evil to sustain itself. Without it, he cannot last long. Lin Feng, quickly disperse his remnant soul with your flame energy. Do not give him a chance. Lin Feng took a deep breath, although his spiritual energy was depleted. The purifying power of the crystal core was nourishing him with a trace of primal spiritual essence. He infused this power into the flame dragon mystic armor, causing the flame blade to once again glow with a faint golden light as it cleaved towards the cockpit of the remnant soul mecha. Mechanical immortal, your era has come to a definitive end. This time, no one can save you. As the blade pierced the cockpit, the remnants of the mechanical immortal soul were finally exposed to the purifying light. It appeared as wisps of faint black shadow, struggling futilely to cling to the last vestiges of the sinister essence, yet was firmly ensnared by the radiance of the crystal core. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Feng swept the flame blade horizontally, cleaving the remnants into several segments. Disperse. Each fragment emitted a sizzling sound within the purifying light, quickly transforming into wisps of blue smoke, utterly dissipating into the winds of the western desert. Meanwhile, the sinister essence mother crystal, consumed by the crystal core, transformed into a pure, light golden crystal, gently landing in Lin Feng's palm. This was the purified, spiritual, vein mother crystal, devoid of any sinister essence, yet imbued with a vast reservoir of pure spiritual source. Ding! Complete annihilation of the mechanical immortal's remnants and purification of the sinister essence Mother Crystal. Acquired. Spiritual Vein Mother Crystal X1. Rage points 80,000. Ultimate Reckoning bonus. Current accumulated rage points 725,008, 000, 015, 250,000. The remnant soul mecha lost its support and collapsed with a clatter onto the sandy ground. Rust flakes scattering everywhere. Lin Feng, holding the spiritual Vein Mother Crystal, felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. The plates of the flame dragon mystic armor began to shed, revealing arms marred by sinister wounds. Yet, a long-lost smile graced his face. We have won. The Ice Bear demon was the first to react, rushing over to embrace Lin Feng, nearly shaking him apart. Lin Feng, we have defeated the mechanical immortal. We no longer need to worry about his mischief. Sun Xiaojian also approached, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Still clutching the formation banner in his hand, the emerald spiritual light having dimmed considerably. Next time we encounter such a situation, don't rush in alone like that. My formation banner nearly couldn't hold up, and it will take a considerable amount of spiritual source stones to restore it. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan offered healing pills and spiritual water, their eyes filled with concern. Senior brother Lin, quickly tend to your injuries. Your sinister wounds are not yet healed. Do not let them fester. In the distance, the cultivators in the square also came running over, led by a disciple from the Qingyun sect, who held out a clean robe, eyes brimming with gratitude. Senior brother Lin, big brother Ice Bear, thank you for saving us. Without you, we would have long since become fodder for the sinister essence furnace. Other cultivators nodded in agreement, some offering spiritual vein grass, while others helped clear away the scattered remnants of the Mecha. Life finally returned to the sandy expanse of the western desert. Lin Feng accepted the healing pill, and as he swallowed it, a warm current flowed down his throat, significantly alleviating the pain of his wounds. He gazed at the spiritual Vein Mother Crystal in his hand, then glanced at his companions and the cultivators around him. Suddenly struck by an idea, the pure spiritual source contained within this Mother Crystal could be used to restore the spiritual veins of the ruined Mecha city, transforming it into a temporary sanctuary. In the future, if any cultivators were pursued by the sinister essence or remnants of the mechanical faction, this place could serve as their refuge. Excellent idea. Sun Xiaojian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he contemplated the possibility of using formation flags to create a spirit vein gathering array, which would disperse the spiritual source of the Mother Crystal and rejuvenate the surrounding spirit vein trees. Not only would this place become habitable, but would also allow for the cultivation of spiritual crops, surpassing even the fertile fields of his second uncle. The Ice Bear demon nodded in agreement, stroking the remaining dried meat in his storage bag. If we can cultivate spirit source beasts, we shall be able to roast their meat here. Far more aromatic than Master Zhang's roasted leg of lamb. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances and smiled in affirmation. We can teach everyone to purify malevolent energy using pure Yin power, even if residual dark energy remains. We shall have no reason to fear. The cultivators erupted in cheers, enthusiastically aiding in the cleanup of the malevolent poison on the sandy ground. Some began digging pits to plant spirit vein trees, while others cleared away the wreckage of mechas to prepare for building shelters. The winds of the western desert continued to blow, yet this time they were not laden with sand and rust, but instead carried the warm essence of spiritual energy, caressing the skin with a delightful sensation. Lin Feng held the mother crystal of the spirit vein, approaching the remnants of the soul Mecha, and gently placed the crystal within its chest cavity. A soft golden light emanated from the crystal, gradually merging with the surrounding sandy soil. Soon, delicate green shoots emerged from the earth, the tender seedlings of spirit vein grass. He understood that while this battle had concluded, a new journey was only just beginning. There remained much to be done, restoring the spirit vein, establishing a sanctuary, and safeguarding the tranquility of the spirit source realm. Yet, as long as his companions stood by him, united in purpose, there was nothing they could not achieve. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays illuminated the remnants of the wasteland city and the bustling crowd. The ice bear demon pondered what to roast for dinner. Sun Xiaojian sketched diagrams for the gathering array, while Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan instructed the cultivators on purifying malevolent energy. Meanwhile, Lin Feng gazed toward the distant direction of Qingyun's sect, a smile gracing his lips, knowing that Master Zhang's roasted leg of lamb awaited their return. Chapter 65. Signs of life emerge in the desert city. Crystal Qi resonates to forge new paths. The restoration of the wasteland city had progressed over 3 days. Once rusted mecha remnants were neatly organized. Some have been transformed into the beams and pillars of the shelter, while others have been dismantled by Sun Xiaojian to serve as the bases for formation flags. In the center of the square, the malevolent furnace had been dismantled, replaced by spirit vein seedlings brought from Qingyun's sect. Nourished by the mother crystal, the tender green shoots had grown to nearly half a foot, swaying gently in the breeze, as if responding to the fluctuations of the surrounding spirit veins. The ice bear demon hoisted a sturdy iron beam, carrying it towards the roof of the newly constructed shelter. With his mid-stage condensing vein realm energy, he bore the weight of the 100-pound beam without faltering, all the while muttering, "Sun Xiaojian, can you not hasten the formation? My arms are growing weary, and I still need to check on the spirit vein field to see if we can grow spirit source potatoes." Master Zhang once said that roasted spirit source potatoes are even more delectable than dried meat. What is the rush? Sun Xiaojian crouched on the ground, holding a spirit vein pen, diligently inscribing new energy-gathering runes on the formation flag. The vibrant green, spiritual light flowed from the pen's tip, coalescing into flickering patterns upon the flag's surface. This energy-gathering array needed to align precisely with the spirit vein mother crystal. Even a slight deviation in spiritual source would cause it to disperse, akin to my misaligned spiritual source lamp that barely flickered to life. Once the formation was properly set, the spirit vein sprouts would flourish more rapidly, and soon we could cultivate not just potatoes, but even spirit source corn. On the other side of the sanctuary, Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan were instructing the rescued cultivators on how to refine the pure Yin anti-demon elixir. Lin Xiaowan held a glass vial, merging spirit vein grass juice with a profound Yin flame. The pale blue liquid within shimmered faintly. Everyone, remember, the pure Yin energy must be infused slowly. Haste will spoil the grass juice, much like cooking spirit source porridge. If the fire is too fierce, it will burn at the bottom. Several young cultivators mimicked her actions. Though their movements were clumsy, a gentle blue aura gradually formed within their vials. Su Qingyue smiled and nodded, but as her gaze swept across the square, she suddenly noticed a faint wave of malevolent energy emanating from the direction of the spirit vein mother crystal. It was not a new demonic force, but rather the residual malevolence lingering beneath the sand, now converging towards the mother crystal. Lin Feng, look over there. Su Qingyue pointed towards the sandy ground beside the mother crystal. The pale blue pure Yin energy coalesced into a small shield at her fingertips, while the old malevolence beneath the sand writhed restlessly, likely drawn out by the mother crystal's spiritual source. Having just inspected the sanctuary's doors and windows, Lin Feng immediately approached the mother crystal. His Pangu crystal nucleus suddenly grew warm, resonating with the mother crystal, allowing him to see tendrils of black malevolence slithering beneath the sand, gathering towards the mother crystal. Furrowing his brow, he expended 10,000 points of rage value to activate the spirit vein malevolence detection skill. Threads of pale golden light burrowed into the sand, swiftly locking onto the source of the malevolence. Remnants of the previous profound malevolence furnace, still harboring unpurified dark malevolence that needed to be cleared, lest it affect the spirit vein sprouts. Ding! Consumed 10,000 points of rage value, activating spirit vein malevolence detection skill. Current accumulated rage value, 152, 500, 100, 00, 142. 500. The ice bear demon set aside the fallen iron beam, tightening its claws to dig into the sand. Leave it to me. This level of malevolence isn't enough to trouble me. A flash of golden light illuminated the area as he excavated a deep pit in the sand, revealing a segment of darkened, profound malevolence pipe, oozing black malevolence. Seizing the pipe, he yanked it upwards, causing it to snap with a clatter, and dark malevolence gushed forth. Quick, purify it. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan simultaneously raised their hands, weaving the pure yin energy into a net that securely ensnared the black malevolence, gradually dissolving it with the gentle blue light. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiaojian planted the formation flag beside the deep pit, allowing the spirit light of the energy gathering array to spread across the pit's base, thoroughly sealing the source of malevolence. All done. This place will no longer emit malevolence, making it absolutely safe for potato cultivation. At that moment, the spirit vein, Qi, in Lin Feng's possession suddenly radiated light. A soft golden glow seeped from the Qi, resonating in a triangular formation with the Pangu crystal nucleus and the spirit vein, mother crystal. 3 beams of light intertwined in the air, coalescing into a hazy map. At the center of the map were inscribed the words Ancient Spirit Vein Ruins, with a faint red mark visible nearby, resembling the symbol of some kind of power. Lin Feng, astonished, produced the Qi, previously aware only of its capability to reshape the abandoned spiritual veins. Was now surprised to discover it could also unveil the ancient indigenous spiritual vein ruins. The crystal core and mother crystal assisted in manifesting the Qi, indicating that this site must possess pure spiritual energy, potentially capable of restoring the old spiritual veins of the Qinyan sect. Sun Xiaojian leaned closer, fixated on the aerial map as he spun the spiritual vein pen in his hand. My grandfather's array diagram mentioned ancient spiritual vein ruins. It is said that blueprints for ancient mechas are hidden within, along with spiritual vein crystals that can enhance array techniques. If I could obtain those blueprints, I could assist you in upgrading the Flame Dragon Xuanzuan armor, making it even more formidable than it is now. The Ice Bear Demon's eyes gleamed, momentarily forgetting about the potatoes. Are there spiritual source beasts in the ruins? If so, we should capture a few and roast them. They will be far more fragrant than the spiritual source potatoes. Lin Xiaowan then noticed the red mark beside the map. Gently touching the mark with pure yin energy, it suddenly flickered 3 times. This mark resembles the emblem of the Qi sect. I recall the elder mentioning that the Qi sect excels in using fire energy to forge mechas, always seeking ancient spiritual veins to refine even more potent energy crystals. They are undoubtedly eyeing the ruins as well. Su Qingyue's expression darkened as she tightened her grip on the glass vial. The Qi sect is even more ruthless than the Xianxia sect. They would kill their own to seize the spiritual veins. We must hasten to the ruins and prevent them from getting their hands on it first. Otherwise, if the spiritual veins are refined into fire energy, the entire spiritual source realm will suffer. Lin Feng nodded, securing the Qi and crystal core as the light from the mother crystal gradually dimmed. First, let us conclude our tasks in the abandoned machinery city, ensuring the remaining cultivators have ample healing elixirs and spiritual source provisions. Then we shall set forth to the ruins. He glanced at his companions. The black and gold patterns of the flame dragon Xuanzuan armor shimmered faintly. Though his cultivation was still at the initial stage of the spiritual source realm, his sensitivity to spiritual veins and the fundamentals of Mecha had been fortified, which should suffice against the fire energy mechas of the Qi sect. In the following 2 days, the group expedited their preparations. Sun Xiaojian refined the gathering array and protective formations, ensuring the sanctuary's spiritual source would not disperse. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan left sufficient pure yin anti-fire elixirs and their refining methods for the cultivators. Meanwhile, the Ice Bear Demon aided in constructing the final few shelters, even digging a roasting pit beside the spiritual vein field, cheerfully stating that upon their return, they would roast spiritual source potatoes and corn. On the morning of their departure, the spiritual seedlings in the abandoned machinery city had grown to a foot tall, and faint blue smoke wafted from the sanctuary's chimney. The remaining cultivators stood at the city gate, waving to Lin Feng and his companions. Lin Shixiang, you must return safely. We will look after this place and await your good news. The Ice Bear Demon, riding a spiritual steed and clutching freshly roasted spiritual source jerky, waved back. Rest assured, we will surely deal with the Qi sect and return with roasted spiritual source beasts for you. Sun Xiaojian brandished the newly drawn map of the ruins, frequently checking his bearings. Don't get too distracted by food. When we reach the ruins, you must follow my lead. Fire energy is even more troublesome than dark energy, and my array flags need to be set up in advance. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaoan rode side by side on their spiritual steeds, pure yin energy coalescing in their palms, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Feng rode at the forefront on his ethereal steed, the Pangu crystal core in his palm gently warming, guiding him towards the west, where the ancient spiritual vein ruins lay. There, not only rested the pure spiritual veins, but also the watchful eyes of the Crimson Flame sect. A new battle awaited them. Chapter 66. The Fiery Obstruction of Red Rock. The initial glimpse of the ruins gate the yellow sands of the western desert gradually gave way to crimson rocks, the air saturated with the searing essence of fire. Even the hooves of the ethereal steed released wisps of white smoke upon contact with the hardened ground. As they approached the ancient spiritual vein ruins, the Pangu crystal core trembled more frequently, strands of faint golden light dancing in Lin Feng's palm, occasionally pointing towards the rocky crevice ahead, where remnants of lingering heat from the fire lay concealed. This place was far hotter than the city of wastelands. The ice bear demon loosened the collar of its frost-resistant coat, watching as the fragments of spiritual source jerky clung to its claws were swept away by the heat. It hurriedly tucked the jerky into its embrace, lamenting, "If this heat continues, my jerky will turn to charcoal." Did the Crimson Flame sect set up a spiritual source furnace here? Sun Xiaojian's array flag glowed with a faint red light, a warning signal from the fire-devouring formation. He plunged the flag into the rock, and as the emerald spiritual light met the air laden with fire essence, it rippled. Enough complaining. The denser the fire essence, the closer we are to the ruins. The vanguard of the Crimson Flame sect must be nearby. My formation can absorb fire essence, but we must be cautious of the lava mechs. Their fire shield can incinerate an ordinary formation grid, much like a red-hot iron pot from my uncle's home. Touch it, and you'll be scorched. No sooner had he spoken than the rocky crevice ahead erupted, crimson lava spewing forth as three mechs, entirely formed from congealed lava, surged from the smoke. They were indeed the fire-devouring vanguard from the Crimson Flame sect, towering at Tuzhong, with dark red magma coursing through their joints and a burning fire essence crystal embedded in their chests. Their arms transformed into molten cannon barrels, aimed directly at Lin Feng and his companions, releasing showers of sparks. Those scum from the Qingyun sect dare to covet the spiritual vein ruins? The lead mech pilot howled as the lava cannon suddenly ignited. Three fireballs, accompanied by waves of scorching heat, hurtled towards the group of ethereal steeds, declaring, "Today, you shall be reduced to charred remains. Want to roast me? Let's see if your cannon is tough enough." The ice bear demon leapt into the fray, its fire-slaying claws gleaming with golden light, shattering the foremost fireball with a single swipe. Sparks splattered upon its claws, yet the residual warmth of the Xian-yin flame held them at bay. This was the fire-resistant talisman Lin Shaoan had previously affixed to him, now glowing with a soft blue light. My claws can withstand lava. Your feeble fireballs are hardly enough to warm my hands. Simultaneously, Su Qingwei and Lin Shaoan raised their hands, coalescing pure yin energy into a pale, blue Xian-yin ice wall to block the other two fireballs. As the ice wall met the fireballs, it billowed a great cloud of white mist. Lin Shaoan seized the opportunity to transform her pure yin energy into slender beams, slipping into the joint crevices of the fire-devouring mechs. Fire essence fears pure yin. Their mech joints lack fire shields. Attack there. Lin Feng dismounted from his spiritual steed, and the infernal dragon mystic armor enveloped him in an instant. This time, he refrained from charging headlong into battle. Instead, he expended 5,000 points of fury to activate the ice flame of the crystal veins. A black-gold blade of flame, shrouded in a delicate blue mist, emerged, capable of resisting fire and dispelling evil. This newfound ability was unlocked after purifying the mystic evil mother crystal, Sun Xiaojian, ensnare them in the fire-devouring formation. I shall dismantle the fire evil crystal. Ding! Consumed 5,000 points of fury, activating the ice flame of the crystal veins. Fire evil suppression effectiveness 60. Current accumulated fury 142500000137500. Sun Xiaojian was already prepared. 5 formation flags were simultaneously thrust into the rock, and a verdant spiritual light wove itself into a net-like barrier. confining the 3 fire evil vanguard mechas within. The formation net, upon contact with the fire evil, began to voraciously absorb it. The fire evil crystal at the mecha's chest dimmed significantly. My fire evil. How can your formation possibly absorb fire? The pilot's voice echoed from within the mecha. You are still unaware of much. Sun Shao Jin gleefully patted the formation flag. This formation is infused with the essence of mystic Een grass, specifically designed to counter your fire evil. If you continue to be so arrogant, your fire evil crystal will be entirely depleted, and your mecha shall become as useless as a lump of stone, just like my doused charcoal, unable to ignite once more. Seizing the opportunity presented by the formation net ensnaring the mecha, Lin Feng lunged forward with the ice flame blade, aiming directly for the leading mecha's fire evil crystal. The blade, enveloped in icy mist, sizzled upon striking the lava mecha's exterior. As the collision of ice mist and lava generated a cloud of steam that obscured the pilot's vision, he seized the chance to plunge the blade's tip into the fire evil crystal, and in an instant, the ice flame erupted, causing the crystal to shatter. With lava gushing forth from the fissure, the mecha crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Ding! Killed fire evil vanguard mecha, elite level 1, gained 12,000 fury. Current accumulated fury 13750012000149500. The remaining 2 mechas, now in disarray, attempted to break free from the formation net, only to be thwarted by the ice bear demon. He leaped onto one mecha's shoulder and, with his claws imbued with dispelling power, wrenched the lava cannon from its mount. Trying to flee? I haven't finished dismantling yet. This cannon is far more brittle than meteorite metal. It snaps with just a twist. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan combined their pure Een energy, transforming it into mystic Een ice spikes that pierce through the fire evil crystal of another mecha. As the crystal shattered, the mecha also collapsed, and the pilot scrambled from the cockpit, attempting to escape into the rock crevices, only to find his ankles ensnared by Sun Shao Jin's formation flag. Don't run. I have a question for you. Where is your sect leader? How do we locate the entrance to the ruins? The pilot hesitated, but the ice bear demon seized him by the collar, the glint of his claws blinding him. Speak quickly, otherwise I shall toss you into the lava to roast. You would smell even more delectable than my jerky. The pilot, trembling in fear, hastily pointed toward a massive rock pillar to his right. The sect leader awaits at the core of the ruins. The entrance lies behind that pillar, sealed by the fire evil barrier. Only the sect leader's fire evil token can open it. As he spoke, he produced a burning crimson token and a tattered map fragment from his bosom. This is the map fragment I've secretly hidden. Please do not kill me. Lin Feng took the fragment of a map, which depicted part of the ruin structure, marked with the words Fire Sha Barrier Spirit Vein, Core Ancient Mecha Repository. It also indicated a hidden passage leading to the core, though the latter half was charred beyond recognition. He clenched the fragment tightly and raised his gaze towards the towering rock pillar. Behind it, a faint crimson light flickered, emanating the aura of the Fire Sha barrier. And the fluctuations radiating from within the barrier were at least 10 times stronger than those of the advanced mechas. It seemed that the entrance to the ruins lay just beyond. Su Qingyue fixed her gaze on the direction of the rock pillar, gathering pure Een energy in her palm. However, the Fire Sha barrier would undoubtedly be formidable to breach. They needed to devise a method to unravel it or obtain the Fire Sha token. Lin Shaowan noticed the marked hidden passage on the map fragment. This passage appeared to bypass the barrier, leading directly to the vicinity of the core, though she was uncertain about the path beyond. Sun Shaojian bound the driver beside the formation flag and patted the map fragment, reassuringly saying, "Don't fret. I can reconstruct the map based on this fragment, though it will take some time. Just keep an eye on this fellow. We might extract more information from him." Meanwhile, the ice bear demon had already begun striding towards the rock pillar, tapping its claws against the stone. Reconstructing the map is too slow. I'll check how resilient the barrier is. Perhaps I can smash open a gap with a single claw. Lin Feng stored away the map fragment and the Fire Sha token, as the Pangu crystal core in his palm suddenly pointed towards the area behind the rock pillar, its light intensifying. Clearly, behind the barrier lay not only the entrance to the ruins, but also a more potent Fire Sha force awaiting them. Taking a deep breath, the veins of the flame dragon Xianzun armor ignited once more. Let us proceed to assess the barrier's condition before deciding how to enter. The group advanced towards the immense rock pillar, the aura of Fire Sha growing increasingly palpable, and the red light behind the pillar becoming ever more radiant. The driver, bound beside the formation flag, watched their retreating figures, a flicker of fear and a barely perceptible strangeness flashing in his eyes. It seemed he was concealing something, and what lay beyond the Fire Sha barrier might harbor dangers far greater than those posed by the leader of the Scarlet Flame sect. Chapter 67. The Flame Armor Vice sect arrives with the formation. The hidden passage begins to unveil its deceptions. Behind the colossal rock pillar, the full visage of the Fire Sha barrier finally came into view. It was a towering wall of crimson light, its surface flowing with lava-like patterns. Every few moments, serpents of fire, formed from Fire Sha, slithered across the wall, melting any rock they encountered into black slag. Embedded in the center of the barrier was a Fire Sha Mother Crystal, the crystal light connecting with the spiritual vein fluctuations emanating from the distant ruins, clearly relying on the spiritual vein's power to sustain the barrier's operation. This barrier was even more resilient than the kill shield of the Xian Sha furnace. The Ice Bear demon extended a hand to probe, but as its fingertips approached the luminous wall, it recoiled in pain, leaving a charred mark on its sharp claws. Simply relying on brute force is futile. My claws are nearly scorched. If I strike again, I'll end up with roasted bear paws. Sun Shaojian crouched on the ground, unfurling the map fragment, using a spiritual vein pen dipped in spiritual source water to trace the edges. Stay calm. I'm about to complete the passage. Look at the patterns on the edges of this fragment. They appear to indicate a hidden passage leading beneath the barrier, which can circumvent to the core of the ruins. However, the entrance to the passage might contain Fire Sha traps, akin to the secret compartments my grandfather used to hide his stash. One touch could trigger the mechanisms. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan maneuvered to the side of the barrier, where pure Yin energy coalesced into fine needles, gently piercing the luminous wall. As the needles made contact with the fiery essence, they were instantly melted away, and the pale blue threads dissipated into the air. Lin Xiaowan furrowed her brow and remarked that the concentration of the fiery essence was too high. The pure Yin energy could barely resist it. To breach the barrier, they would need a more potent ice attribute power or to destroy the central core of the fiery essence. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, a heavy thudding sound of mechanized footsteps echoed from a distance, causing the ground to tremble. The group turned to see a squad of crimson mechs rushing towards them, led by a towering 4-zhang tall mech, known as the Crimson Flame Vice sect. Its entire body was clad in dark red scales, with shoulders adorned by 2 flaming dragon heads, and its chest embedded with a crystal larger than the barrier's core. In its grasp was a lava warblade, from which molten rock dripped, leaving scorched marks on the ground. Ah, it seems you have found the entrance. The voice from the Crimson Flame Vice sect resonated from within the mech, carrying a tone of arrogant mirth. Unfortunately, only I can unlock this barrier. Today, you will either surrender your map fragments and fiery essence tokens, or become mere fodder for molten lava. With a wave of his hand, the mechs behind him spread out, forming a circular formation around the barrier, their cannons illuminating and targeting Lin Feng and his companions. Once again, it's you thieves. The Ice Bear demon clenched its claws, with mid-stage spiritual energy surging within. Last time, the Xian Sha sect failed to obliterate you. This time, I shall practice my skills on you. I can smash your scales with a single punch, easier than crushing a spiritual fruit. Fool! The Crimson Flame Vice sect sneered, unleashing a fiery blade that surged toward the Ice Bear demon. My scales are forged from ancient lava, 10 times harder than your claws. Today, you will learn what true fiery essence mechs are capable of. Lin Feng quickly restrained the Ice Bear demon, as the spiritual pulse ice flame blade met the fiery blade. The black gold flame blade encased in pale blue icy mist collided with the fiery blade, instantly generating a thick cloud of steam, cleaving the fiery blade in two. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped into the air, the winged blades of the flame dragon mystic armor unfurling as he aimed directly for the crimson crystal of the Crimson Flame Vice sect. Your core is your weakness. Do not assume your scales render you invincible. Clang! Triggered the spiritual pulse ice flame restraint effect, inflicting additional damage to the Crimson Flame Vice sect. Current accumulated rage value, 149, 500, 3000, restraint bonus, 152,500. The Crimson Flame Vice sect was taken aback that Lin Feng's flame blade could penetrate the fiery essence and hastily maneuvered the mech backward while simultaneously activating the formation's core. Fiery essence, Inferno formation. Burn them. The cannon barrels of the surrounding mechs simultaneously unleashed fireballs, dozens of them coalescing in midair into a fiery net, descending upon Lin Feng and his companions as the air warped from the heat. Sun Xiaojian, set up the formation. Lin Feng bellowed, swinging the spiritual pulse ice flame blade to cleave through the fireballs, while the flaming wings shielded Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan behind him. Sun Xiaojian had been prepared, driving the fire-devouring formation flags into the ground. Verdant spiritual light wove into a protective net, absorbing the fireballs upon impact. The flag's tips glimmered with a red hue, indicating the absorption of fiery essence. This formation can absorb the fiery essence to nourish itself. The more fireballs you send, the stronger my formation becomes. Just like my ever-burning spiritual source stove, add a bit of fuel, and it grows even hotter. In a moment of opportunity, Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan infused pure Yin energy into the fire-devouring array, intertwining pale blue light with emerald spirit light, thereby doubling the array's resistance to flames. Lin Feng, we can hold for a quarter of an hour. You must devise a plan to break the array or locate the secret passage. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze scanning the ground. The previously completed fragments of the map indicated that the secret passage lay within a crevice at the lower left of the barrier, obscured by the fire evil. Suddenly, he expended 8,000 points of anger value to activate the Pangu Crystal Core's spiritual vein manifestation skill. A soft golden thread penetrated the crevice, instantly illuminating the entrance to the passage and faintly revealing the fire evil traps within. Found it. The secret passage is in the left crevice. Ice Bear, accompany me to clear the path. Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan, guard the array, and Sun Xiaojian, complete the trap disarming diagram. Beep. 8,000 points of anger value consumed. Activating spiritual vein manifestation. Current accumulated anger value, 15250080001445500. The Ice Bear demon immediately followed suit, its claws glimmering with golden light as it smashed through the rubble in the crevice. Here I come. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall have their mech shattered. Just as it entered the crevice, it triggered a trap. Lava blocks suddenly fell from the ceiling of the passage, hurtling towards the two. Lin Feng swiftly swung his blade to cleave through the lava blocks, the icy mist of the spiritual veins, ice flame instantly cooling the debris. Be careful. The passage is riddled with traps. Follow the light of the crystal core. The faint glow from the crystal core in his palm illuminated the safe route, guiding the two as they cautiously proceeded. Soon, they heard a subtle wave of spiritual energy emanating from the depths of the passage, pointing toward the core of the ruins. Outside, the fiery vice sect leader, enraged at the sight of Lin Feng and his companions slipping into the crevice, bellowed, "Don't let them escape. Fire evil array. Intensify the firepower. I will burn this array to the ground and seal the passage, trapping them inside forever." The cannon of the array, mech, glowed once more, this time spewing not fireballs but streams of lava towards the fire-devouring array in the crevice. Sun Xiaojian's array flag began to tremble violently, the emerald spirit light dimming slightly. We can't hold much longer. The flow of lava is too fierce. My array can barely sustain it. Qingyue, Lin Xiaowan, infuse more pure Yin energy. Exchanging glances, Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan poured their last remnants of pure Yin energy into the array, causing the pale blue light to glow once more, barely withstanding the onslaught of lava. Why haven't we heard from Lin Feng yet? If this drags on, our spiritual energy will be depleted. Within the passage, Lin Feng and the Ice Bear demon finally reached the end of the secret path. Before them stood a stone door, etched with ancient spiritual vein runes, featuring a recess perfectly sized for the spiritual vein key. Just as Lin Feng intended to retrieve the key, the stone door trembled violently, and rocks began to fall from the ceiling of the passage, indicating that the external lava flow was about to engulf them. Quick, insert the key. The Ice Bear demon braced itself against the stone door, its claws turning white with strain. If we delay any longer, we shall be buried in lava. Lin Feng hastily inserted the spiritual vein Qi into the recess. The runes glowed instantly, and the stone door began to open slowly. A rich aura of spiritual veins emanated from beyond the door, accompanied by a faint, eerie wave that did not belong to the fire evil, as though something in the darkness was watching them. Gripping the spiritual vein ice flame blade tightly, he called out toward the door, "Who is inside? Step forth." In the darkness, there was no response, only the intensifying pulsations of the spiritual veins and the faint sound of mechanical operations. Lin Feng felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing that what awaited them beyond the stone door might not be limited to the leader of the Crimson Flame sect. There could be even more perilous entities lurking there. Perhaps it was the guardians left behind from ancient ruins, or possibly a grander conspiracy concealed by the Crimson Flame sect. Chapter 68. The activation of the remnant armor and the impending crisis of the external array beyond the stone door lay a circular stone chamber larger than the square of the ruined machinery city. Its rock walls embedded with several luminous spiritual vein stones emanating a soft blue glow, illuminating the scattered remnants of ancient mechas strewn across the ground. Some of these remnants were merely half a torso, while others still bore broken iron arms, their surfaces covered with a thick layer of crystallized spiritual veins, evidently nourished by the spiritual veins of the ruins for centuries. This place boasted even more mechas than the mechanical hall. The ice bear demon clenched its claws tightly, its mid-stage spiritual power allowing it to sense the pulsations of the spiritual veins within the remnants. Surely, these iron relics would not spring to life unexpectedly, just as the puppets had in the ruined machinery city. No sooner had the thought crossed its mind than the nearest half-mecha suddenly emitted a mechanical click. The brilliance of the spiritual vein stone intensified, and the crystallized spiritual veins on the surface of the remnants began to melt, seeping into the metallic crevices. The once rusted joints began to move slowly, and the broken arms swung toward the ice bear demon, accompanied by a gust of wind infused with spiritual power. Just as expected, the ice bear demon quickly leaped back, striking the arm with its claw. The clash of golden light and spiritual power reverberated, numbing its palm. This shattered remnant was harder than the Xian Sha heavy armor. The crystallized spiritual veins had refined it to an iron-like toughness. Suddenly, the Pangu crystal core in Lin Feng's palm grew hot, and soft golden threads of light swept across the stone chamber, revealing that all the remnants were being activated by the spiritual veins. Even the headless mecha in the corner began to assemble itself. It was the spiritual vein Qi that had awakened the veins of the ruins. And these remnants were the ancient guardians, specifically tasked with obstructing outsiders. He consumed 6,000 points of anger value to upgrade the spiritual vein ice flame blade to the spiritual vein shattering blade. Enveloped in icy mist infused with a layer of faint golden spiritual light. Ice Bear, guard the stone door and prevent the remnants from blocking our path. I will shatter their spiritual core. Ding. Consumed 6,000 points of anger value. Unlocked spiritual vein shattering blade. Armor breaking efficiency 70. Doubled effectiveness against mechas nourished by spiritual veins. Current accumulated anger value. 144, 500, 600, 013, 8,500. Just as the upgrade completed, 3 assembled remnants of the spiritual vein mechas charged toward the 2. These remnants lacked blood crystals and relied on the spiritual vein stones for power. Their arms could transform into iron blades, carving deep trenches into the ground upon impact. Lin Feng leaped into the air, wielding the spiritual vein shattering blade in a sweeping motion. The blade wind struck the torso of the foremost remnant, and with a crack, the metallic shell split open, causing the crystallized spiritual veins to ooze out, freezing the remnant's movements instantly. Effective. Seeing this, the ice bear demon rushed forward, clawing at the fissure, forcibly splitting the remnant's torso in half. My claws are no joke. No matter how tough the crystallized spiritual veins are, they cannot withstand my strength. Having just dealt with one adversary, he was immediately confronted by 2 more remnants behind him. He had no choice but to turn and withstand their assault. The clash between the shattering claw and the meteoric blade erupted sparks that illuminated the stone chamber. Outside, the molten flow from the Red Flame sect had already encroached upon the fire-devouring array, and Sun Shao Jian's array flags had suffered the loss of 2, leaving only 3 trembling in a fierce quiver. their emerald glow dimming to a mere flicker. Blood trickled from his lips as he continued to channel spiritual energy into the flags, striving to hold on. Lin Feng and the others had yet to emerge. Just a little longer. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's pure Yin energy had long since been depleted. Relying solely on the remnants of the pure Yin anti-demon elixir to tenuously maintain the profound Yin ice wall. The wall was riddled with cracks, poised to be breached by the encroaching molten flow. Sun Xiao Jian, we can barely hold on any longer. The driver seems to be moving. The two turned to see the driver, bound beside the array flag, stealthily reaching into his bosom. He had concealed a palm-sized fire demonic crystal, intending to ignite the core and detonate the surrounding molten flow. With swift reflexes, Sun Xiao Jian threw out a flag tether that ensnared the driver's wrist, infusing it with spiritual energy, shattering the fire demonic crystal on the spot. What do you think you're doing? Do you wish to be incinerated by lava? The driver let out a dreadful scream, his wrist slumping down, but the red flame sect seized the fleeting opportunity, striking the weak point of the fire-devouring array with a molten warblade. Break for me. With a crack, another flag shattered, and the protective netting completely ruptured, creating an opening through which the molten flow surged, threatening to inundate the stone door. Sister Qingwei, we must hold it back. Lin Xiaowan gritted her teeth, pouring the last vial of pure Yin anti-demon elixir onto the profound Yin ice wall. The wall flared to life, momentarily staving off the magma. Yet her body began to tremble as the backlash from the overexerted pure Yin energy clouded her vision. Su Qingwei hurriedly supported her, her eyes filled with urgency. Lin Feng, please hurry out. Deep within the stone chamber, Lin Feng had just vanquished the last of the spirit vein remnants when he heard the resounding commotion and Su Qingyue's cries from outside. He looked up to find a dark door leading deeper into the chamber, above which rested an intact spirit vein mother crystal, beside which stood a familiar figure, the sect master of the Red Flame sect. Clad in a robe woven from fire demonic crystals, the sect master held a complete relic map, manipulating the spirit vein mother crystal at the dark door with fiery energy. Lin Feng, you have finally arrived. He turned, a sinister smile adorning his face. I have awaited you for so long. Only your Pangu crystal core can unlock the final gate to the spirit vein's core. Of course, the price is your life. Lin Feng clenched the spirit vein fragmented rock blade, the black and gold patterns of the flame dragon mystic armor shining brilliantly. You wish to seize the crystal core? You shall have to pass through me first. The sect master scoffed, raising his hand to tap the control panel beside the dark door. Suddenly, dozens of fire demonic barriers descended from both sides of the stone chamber, trapping Lin Feng and the ice bear demon within. The barriers exuded corrosive fire energy that could eat away at mechs, with molten lava beginning to seep from the cracks in the rocks. Do not be hasty. Once the lava from outside floods in, you will obediently surrender the crystal core. The ice bear demon attempted to breach the barriers but recoiled from the searing heat. These wretched barriers are even hotter than the lava. Lin Feng, what shall we do? The molten flow is advancing rapidly. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the complete map held by the Lord of the Crimson Flame, then glanced at the pulsating energy emanating from the hidden door. The spiritual energy there was far denser than that of the primordial crystal, clearly indicating the core of the ruins. Taking a deep breath, the Pangu crystal in his palm suddenly resonated with the primordial crystal at the hidden door, and pale, golden strands of light began to penetrate into the crystal. You think to trap us? It shall not be so easy. Chapter 69. Resonance of the crystal core disrupts control. External formation temporarily delays danger the moment the pale, golden strands from the Pangu crystal entered the primordial crystal at the hidden door. The control console in the Lord of the Crimson Flame's hands emitted a sharp crackle, and fiery red runes began to flicker chaotically. The fire barriers that had firmly contained Lin Feng and the ice bear demon showed signs of pale golden light, with the intensity of the fire energy visibly diminishing. Even the lava on the surface of the barriers began to cool and solidify. Impossible. How can your crystal core interfere with the primordial crystal? The Lord of the Crimson Flame slammed down on the console, pouring in a frenzy of fire energy in an attempt to regain control of the barriers. But the strands within the crystal clung like rooted vines, refusing to be expelled. He could only watch helplessly as the fire energy in the barriers was gradually diluted. I spent 3 years discovering the method to control the primordial crystal, How dare you shatter it with a mere touch? It recognizes me as the guardian of the spiritual veins. Lin Feng chuckled coldly, seizing the opportunity to channel the power of the shattered spiritual rock blade into the crystal core, causing the strands to swell dramatically, burning a gap half a zhang wide in the fire barriers. The fire energy at the breach was purified by the crystal core, revealing a dark metallic skeleton beneath. Ice Bear, hasten and charge through. Do not linger with him. The Ice Bear demon, already impatient, took advantage of the gap, its claws glowing with golden light, and charged out, striking the nearest lava puppet summoned in the Lord's moment of desperation. The puppet had just taken form and had yet to swing its fist when it was shattered by the golden light of the claws. With lava splattering onto the ground and emitting white smoke. Attempt to stop me? This puppet is more fragile than the remnants of the scrap city. One claw is enough to crush it. Enraged at the sight, the Lord of the Crimson Flame felt his vision blur with fury. He tore the fire decree from his waist and crushed it in his palm. Since I cannot stop you, then let us die together. Primordial crystal, explode. The shattered fire decree transformed into a streak of red light, burrowing into the primordial crystal. Suddenly, the crystal blazed with blinding red light, and the stone chamber's walls began to tremble violently, with an increasing flow of lava seeping from the cracks. Even the hidden door began to heat up, clearly indicating an imminent explosion of the crystal, threatening to turn the entire chamber into a sea of flames. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. He could distinctly feel the spiritual energy within the crystal spiraling out of control. If it truly detonated, not only would they perish, but Su Qingwei and the others outside would also be affected. Are you insane? If you explode the primordial crystal, you will perish as well. Am I insane? The Lord of the Crimson Flame laughed maniacally, his face etched with madness. As long as I can obtain the core of the spiritual veins, what is death? You insignificant pests of the Qingyun sect will never comprehend the allure of the power of the spiritual veins. Saying this, he charged toward the hidden door, intending to breach the core area and seize the treasures within before the explosion. Lin Feng quickly caught up, and the spirit vein shattered rock blade slashed towards the back of the Flame Lord. The blade's wind carried a faint golden light of the spirit vein. It was thwarted by the fire shield surrounding the Flame Lord. With a sizzling sound, although the shield bore cracks, it had not shattered completely. You think you can stop me? It's too late. Outside the stone chamber, the situation had already become precarious. Sun Xiaojian's last 3 formation flags had snapped too, leaving only one that struggled to hold on, its emerald light flickering weakly like a candle in the wind. Su Qingwei supported the exhausted Lin Xiaowan, and the two leaned against a rock pillar. The Xianing ice wall had long since crumbled, with lava flows merely a few steps away, the scorching air causing their skin to sting. Sun Xiaojian, are we unable to hold on any longer? Lin Xiaowan's voice was faint, her vision beginning to blur. Yet she clutched her spirit vein staff tightly. Lin Feng and the others' Haven Tea emerged yet. Don't say that. Sun Xiaojian gritted his teeth, pulling out a glimmering green spirit vein stone from his pocket. This was the last piece left to her by his grandfather, capable of temporarily activating the bloodline powers of a formation master, though the cost would be not being able to use formation arts for the next half-month. I still have a trump card. Let us hold on a bit longer. Lin Feng will surely come out. He pressed the spirit vein stone against the last formation flag, and the emerald light surged instantly, weaving into a half-zhang-high green wall of spirit veins before the lava flow. This green wall, composed of countless delicate spirit vine tendrils intertwined, blocked the lava's path, and even began to slowly absorb the fire energy from the lava, transforming it into faint spirit power. This is the burning vein formation. It can hold for a quarter of an hour. Qingwei, quickly help Lin Xiaowan heal. Don't let her faint. Su Qingwen nodded hastily, retrieving the last vial of spirit source water from her storage pouch and feeding it to Lin Xiaowan. As the water slid down her throat, Lin Xiaowan's complexion improved slightly, yet she still weakly shook her head. Don't worry about me. Focus on the lava flow. Don't let it engulf the stone door. Just then, a resounding hum erupted from the direction of the stone chamber. The red light of the spirit vein, mother crystal, seeped through the cracks of the stone door, causing even the exterior rock walls to begin heating up. The flow of lava suddenly accelerated, and cracks began to appear on Sun Xiaojian's green wall, the vines sizzling under the intense heat. Not good. The mother crystal is going to explode. Lin Feng, hurry and come out. Inside the stone chamber, Lin Feng continued to grapple with the Flame Lord. The fire shield of the Flame Lord weakened further, and cracks had begun to appear on the fire crystal on his back, yet he frantically lunged toward the dark door. Seizing the opportunity, the Ice Bear Demon circled to the side of the Flame Lord, its shattering claw seizing his arm and forcibly pulling him back. Want to enter the core area? You must pass me first. Get lost. The Flame Lord bellowed, his fire energy suddenly surging, sending the Ice Bear Demon flying. The demon crashed against the rock wall, spitting blood, its golden claws dimming slightly, yet it struggled to rise again and charged forward once more. Lin Feng, witnessing the deranged Flame Lord and hearing Sun Xiaojian's desperate calls from outside, was consumed by a singular thought. He must breach the core area before the mother crystal detonated and find a way to prevent the explosion. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his remaining spiritual energy into the Pangu crystal core. The crystal suddenly illuminated, resonating more intensely with the primal crystal of the Dark Gate, causing a narrow fissure to slowly open. An abundant aura of spiritual veins wafted forth, accompanied by a faint azure light, as if beckoning him forward. Ice Bear, block him. I am entering the core zone. Lin Feng charged towards the Dark Gate, the shattered rock blades of the spiritual veins cleaving through the obstructing lava. I will prevent the primal crystal from detonating. You hold on. Witnessing this, the Lord of the Scarlet Flame sought to follow, but was firmly grasped by the Ice Bear Demon, who snarled, Want to enter? First, step over my dead body. The fissure of the Dark Gate widened further, and Lin Feng could now glimpse the core of the spiritual veins within. It was a pale blue pearl suspended in midair, surrounded by ancient runes, evidently the heart of the ruins. Yet just as he was about to plunge into the Dark Gate, the crimson light of the primal crystal surged to its zenith. The tremors within the stone chamber intensified, and the lava flowed perilously close to his feet. Outside, the verdant wall of spiritual energy created by Sun Xiaojian echoed with ominous cracking sounds. Chapter 70. The Fury of the Bear Demon transforms into a warhammer. The crystal core activates against the explosive force as the Lord of the Scarlet Flame's fiery fists struck the chest of the Ice Bear Demon. The sound of shattering bones reverberated painfully within the chamber. The Ice Bear Demon crashed against the rocky wall like a kite severed from its string. Blood mixed with sparks spilling forth, and the golden light of its shattered claws dimmed completely. Yet, as it beheld the Lord of the Scarlet Flame poised to breach the Dark Gate, and noticed the blood-soaked crack in Lin Feng's mech, a fierce resolve ignited within its fists, crimson light flaring in its eyes. If you wish to pass, first shatter my bones. The Ice Bear Demon roared, its mid-stage spiritual energy surging violently within, and its palm began to glow with a dark golden light, a sign of the resonance of fury. A notification sound, never before encountered by the system, echoed in its mind. Detected activation of demon bloodline. 50,000 points of rage can be consumed to transform into a mech weapon form. Would you like to execute? Execute. Without hesitation, the Ice Bear Demon felt its fur explode outward, enveloped in a golden light of rage. Its robust arms began to deform, black mech metal seeping from beneath its skin, claws merging into a hammerhead adorned with icy patterns, forearms morphing into the handle of an ice-infused warhammer. The head intricately etched with a fierce bear motif, each line shimmering with a pale blue light that even froze the surrounding lava, causing it to hiss and emit white steam. Ding! Ice Bear Demon consumes 50,000 points of rage, transforming into the shattering ice warhammer. Weapon effects. Armor penetration 100, with an accompanying freezing effect against fiery forces, providing an 80 counter. Remaining adjustable rage for the current team. 138,500. When the world is this? The Lord of the Scarlet Flame barely touched the Dark Gate when he was forced back by the chilling aura of the warhammer. Eyes wide with terror as he beheld the imposing weapon, its hammerhead dripping with shards of ice, suspended ominously in midair. The Ice Warlord's hammer struck forth without hesitation, aimed directly at the Flame Sovereign. The force of the hammer conjured gusts of wind that froze the molten lava in its path. Upon crashing against the Flame Sovereign's fiery shield, a sharp crack echoed as the shield shattered, ice patterns creeping along the fissures. encasing the sovereign's right arm in a solid block of ice. Lin Feng, quickly enter the core zone. I will hold him off. The voice of the ice warlord resonated with a metallic timbre, a manifestation of the ice bear demon's will. Though each swing of the hammer drained his demonic energy, there was no trace of retreat. The hammer descended repeatedly upon the flame sovereign, binding him firmly in place. Lin Feng clenched his fists, then turned and dashed through the dark door. Beyond lay a circular core chamber, where a fist-sized, pale, blue spirit vein pearl floated at the center, entwined with ancient runes that subtly resonated with the outer spirit mother crystal. As he approached, the spirit vein pearl emitted a low hum, and the Pangu crystal flew from his palm, adhering to the pearl. A soft golden light spread along the runes, and the tremors emanating from the mother crystal lessened. It became apparent that the crystal core was necessary to activate the spirit vein pearl. Overjoyed, Lin Feng hastily infused the remaining spirit energy into the crystal core, aiming to completely suppress the detonation sequence of the mother crystal. However, at that moment, the stone door of the core chamber was suddenly breached. The flame sovereign, dragging his frozen arm, burst in, clutching a darkened, explosive crystal. You think you can halt the detonation? Not so easily. This explosive crystal can obliterate the spirit vein pearl, and we shall perish together. The ice warlord's hammer followed closely, aimed at the sovereign's wrist, but the flame sovereign sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. The explosive crystal grazed the spirit vein pearl, landing in a corner of the chamber, where it began to swell ominously with a hissing sound. This is bad. Lin Feng quickly attempted to control the crystal core, striving to envelop the explosive crystal with his consciousness, only to find the flame sovereign lunging at him, the fiery force entwining his mech, preventing him from approaching. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. If the spirit vein pearl is destroyed, the ruins will be gone, and you will all perish. In that critical moment, a dark golden figure suddenly emerged from the ventilation shaft. It was little Long Bao. Fixated on the swelling explosive crystal, it emitted a low growl, its fiery energy surging dramatically. The system prompt echoed in its mind. Detected activation of Beast Bloodline. 20,000 rage points can be consumed to transform into the flame pattern piercing arrow. Would you like to execute? With a resounding roar, Little Long Bao unhesitatingly chose to execute the transformation. Wrapped in dark golden flames, it morphed into an arrow several feet long. The arrowhead adorned with dragon motifs, and the tail, trailing fiery strands, aimed directly at the explosive crystal. Ding! Little Long Bao consumed 20,000 rage points, transforming into the flame pattern piercing arrow. Weapon effect. Penetration 120. The fiery energy can detonate and purify the explosive crystal. Current team S remaining adjustable rage points. 885, 002, 000, 068, 500. The flame pattern piercing arrow struck true, piercing the explosive crystal. In an instant, the arrowhead's fiery energy erupted, enveloping the black-red malevolence, which did not explode, but was gradually purified into a pale golden essence, scattering throughout the core chamber. The Lord of the Crimson Flame gazed upon the scene, utterly driven to madness, as his fiery power surged uncontrollably, yearning to rend the spirit vein pearl with his bare hands. No, my spirit vein, my everything. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng broke free from his restraints, unleashing the spirit vein shattered rock blade towards the back of the Lord of the Crimson Flame. The blade's wind shimmered with a faint golden light, slicing through his fire-infused robe to reveal flesh embedded with fiery crystals. You have already lost. Cease your futile struggle. The ice shatter war hammer surged forward, its head crashing against the Lord's knee. In an instant, the icy energy spread throughout his body, freezing him in place, leaving only his head capable of movement, filled with resentment and madness. I have not lost. The Crimson Flame sect still has hidden cards. Just wait. The spirit source realm will eventually be mine. Lin Feng paid no heed to his ravings, redirecting all his focus to the spirit vein pearl. The resonance between the Pangu crystal core and the spirit vein pearl intensified, the tremors of the outer mother crystal ceasing entirely. As the lava in the stone chamber began to cool and solidify, he breathed a sigh of relief, intending to call upon the ice bear demon and little dragon bag to revert to their forms. only to discover that the runes of the spirit vein pearl had suddenly altered. The light blue runes transformed into a dark purple hue, and the pearl began to exude faint traces of black malevolence, identical to the remnants of the mechanical celestial sovereign. Lin Feng's pupils constricted in alarm as he reached out to touch the spirit vein pearl, but was rebuffed by an overwhelming force. The rock wall of the core chamber suddenly cracked open, revealing several ancient mechas shrouded in black malevolence. Each mecha bore a crystal embedded in its chest, clearly activated by some mysterious power. The Ice Shatter Warhammer glimmered softly, and the voice of the Ice Bear demon rang with caution. Lin Feng. These mechas appear to be remnants of the mechanical celestial sovereign. How could the spirit vein pearl harbor his malevolent energy? From a distant ventilation shaft, the flame pattern breaking arrow transformed back into Little Dragon Bag, leaping onto Lin Feng's shoulder and emitting a low growl at the ancient mechas. Black golden flames flickering at its claws. Clearly, these suddenly emerged black malevolent mechas posed a greater threat than the Lord of the Crimson Flame. And the anomaly of the spirit vein pearl was merely the prologue to this new peril. Chapter 71. The Fusion of Flame and Ice Mysteries. The battle armor shatters the ancient mechanism. The joints of the black malevolent ancient mechas creaked ominously as numerous metallic shells crawled from the fissures in the rock wall, their crystalline cores glowing with a dark purple light, each step causing the ground of the core chamber to tremble. The foremost mecha abruptly swung a meteorite blade, its edge cloaked in an impenetrable black malevolence, aimed directly at Lin Feng's face. This malevolence surpassed even that of the mechanical celestial sovereign's remnants, staining the very air with a deep hue, and the previously formidable spirit vein shattered rock blade was forced back half an inch by the blade's fierce wind. Ordinary attacks proved ineffective. The malevolent crystals of these mechas were interconnected. Damaging one would merely replenish its malevolence from the spirit vein pearl. Sun Shaojian stumbled to evade the mecha's sweeping strike, the array flag in his palm glowing with a faint green light. They needed to sever its source of malevolence. Yet the spirit vein pearl was enveloped in dark energy, rendering them unable to approach. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan formed a light shield from pure yin energy, blocking the splintering shards of black malevolence. The pale blue light upon the shield rapidly dimmed. Pure yin energy can only temporarily fend off the malevolence. It won't last long. Lin Feng. We must devise a more potent strategy. Lin Feng gazed intently at the encroaching horde of mechas, glancing at the small dragon bag growling on his shoulder and the hovering ice-shattering warhammer that hung in midair. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of the resonance between the ice bear demon and the small dragon bag when they transformed into weapons. An idea flickered through his mind. Sun Shaojian. Could we harness the powers of myself, the ice bear, and the small dragon bag through a formation technique? If they can transform into weapons, perhaps we can amalgamate into a more formidable mecha. Sun Xiaojian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily retrieved the spirit vein pen to inscribe symbols on the formation flags. It is indeed possible. However, it will require a substantial amount of rage points, and everyone's powers must synchronize. My Gathering Veins array can serve as the bond, while Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's pure yin energy will stabilize the malevolent aura. You three will handle the core fusion. I will take the lead. The ice-shattering warhammer responded first, its head glowing with a pale blue light, ready to unleash its power against these iron monstrosities, no matter the cost in rage points. The small dragon bag nudged against Lin Feng's mecha, its black and gold flame energy flickering at the tips of its claws, clearly prepared for the endeavor. Lin Feng took a deep breath, summoning his remaining rage points, consuming 40,000 rage points. Initiate fusion. Ding. Consumed 40,000 rage points. Activating the Flame Ice Profound Veins Fusion Armor. Fusion members. Lin Feng, core of the Flame Dragon Profound Armor. Ice Bear Demon, defensive module of the Ice Shattering Warhammer. Small Dragon Bag, attacking module of the Flame Pattern Shattering Arrow. Su Qingwei Lin Xiaowan. Pure Yin Purification Light Membrane. Sun Shaojian, auxiliary module of the Gathering Veins Array. Remaining rage points, 685,004,000, 285,000. At the moment the command was issued, the core chamber illuminated with a kaleidoscope of colors. Sun Xiaojin's gathering veins array flag plunged into the ground, weaving a network of emerald light that intertwined everyone's powers. Lin Feng's flame dragon profound armor transformed first, pale blue ice patterns emerging on its black and gold body. The 6 pairs of fiery wings on his back melded with the flame energy of the small dragon bag, forming 3 pairs of flame ice wings, with the left wing enveloped in black and gold dragon flames, and the right wing crystallizing into pale blue ice. When they flapped, they could simultaneously burn and freeze the malevolent aura. The ice-shattering warhammer morphed into the left arm module of the mecha. The entire left arm transformed into a lengthy warhammer, its head retaining the bear's facial patterns, while the handle was entwined with the emerald runes of the Gathering Veins array. When swung, it could unleash waves of ice-shattering energy, freezing even the black, malevolent aura beneath. The small dragon bag transformed into the right arm module, the right arm elongated into a sleek arrow blade form, with a dragon's head spike at the tip and the shaft adorned with flame patterns, capable of both slashing and shooting flame arrows, now 3 times more penetrating than before. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's pure yin energy manifested as a pale blue light membrane, enveloping the surface of the mecha like a flowing armor, purifying any contact with the black, malevolent aura into white mist. Sun Xiaojin's formation runes were embedded at the joints of the mecha, ensuring seamless integration of each module's powers and even converting absorbed malevolent energy into faint spiritual vein energy to replenish the mecha's consumption. The most striking feature was the head of the mecha, the original flame dragon head fused with the characteristics of the small dragon bag, its eyes radiating a dazzling golden blue light, and a fragment of the Pangu crystal core embedded in its forehead, capable of scanning the weaknesses of the black malevolent mechas in real time, clearly displaying even the locations of the malevolent crystals. The legs were wrapped in ice-patterned battle boots, freezing the encroaching malevolent aura upon contact, allowing the mecha to stand firm amidst the chaos. This mecha is simply magnificent. Sun Xiaojian stared in astonishment as the brilliance of the battle flags intensified. Quick, test its might. The mecha on the left bore the cursed crystal on its left chest, a vulnerable point. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the warhammer, and with a flourish of the flame ice wings, he dashed toward the ominous black mecha. The warhammer, imbued with an icy shockwave, struck with a resounding thud, creating a substantial dent in the mecha's chest. Pale blue ice patterns spread from the dent, freezing the cursed crystal's supply lines. Seizing the opportunity, the arrow blade of his right arm pierced through, the dragon head tip precisely penetrating the cursed crystal, causing the black gold flames to surge within, obliterating the mecha into fragments. Ding! Killed ancient black cursed mecha, elite level 1. Purified black cursed energy, 8,000 points. Converted rage, 8,000. Current remaining rage, 285008000365000. Effective. Lin Feng rejoiced, steering the combined mecha toward the throng of mechas. The flame ice wings unleashed a tempest of flames and ice, encasing the surrounding black, cursed entities in crystalline frost before incinerating them completely. With a sweeping motion, the warhammer sent 3 mechas flying, while the right arm's arrow blade fired in rapid succession, the flame arrows piercing through 5 mechas' cursed crystals. Each explosion resulted in the pure yin light membrane, purifying the excess black, cursed energy, leaving nothing to waste. The voice of the Ice Bear Demon resonated from the Warhammer module, brimming with excitement. This power is exhilarating. It's 10 times stronger than my individual transformation into a Warhammer. If I smash a few more, I can shatter all their cursed crystals. The little dragon also emitted a dragon's roar, the flame power on the arrow blade intensifying, clearly relishing this fusion of strength. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan, under the protection of the pulse formation, continuously infused pure yin energy into the light membrane. Lin Feng, the cursed energy of the spirit pulse pearl, seems to be diminishing. Seize the opportunity to approach. You may be able to purify it. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the spirit pulse pearl at the center of the core chamber. At that moment, the dark purple cursed energy surrounding the pearl had indeed lightened somewhat, evidently due to the destruction of the black cursed mechas, which reduced the supply of cursed energy. He maneuvered the combined mecha toward the spirit pulse pearl, only to be intercepted midway by a towering black, cursed commander mecha, which stood twice the height of the others. This mecha's cursed crystal glowed with a dark red bloodlight, wielding a double-headed meteorite axe, its blades capable of corroding the protective membrane of the combined mecha. Unmistakably the leader of the mecha swarm. Wish to touch the spirit pulse pearl? First, you must defeat me. The voice of the black, cursed commander mecha was synthesized mechanically, imbued with remnants of a mechanical deity's tone, as the double-headed axe swung toward the chest of the combined mecha. The axe's wind carrying a blood curse that even eroded the flame power of the flame ice wings, producing wisps of white smoke. Lin Feng clutched the warhammer tightly, wary of the threat. The power of this commander mecha surpassed all the previous mechas combined. It seemed that to purify the spirit pulse pearl, he must first vanquish this foe. The flame ice wings spread wide, the warhammer and arrow blade both ignited, preparing for this arduous battle. Deep within the spirit pulse pearl, faint mechanical sounds stirred, as if something awaited awakening. Chapter 72. Breaching the defense, purging the commander. The pearl reveals new runes as the double-headed axe of the black cursed commander mecha struck the protective membrane of the combined mecha. A pale blue pure light rippled forth. The blood curse from the axe blades, like venomous vines, burrowed into the membrane, causing Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's faces to pale simultaneously. The purification speed of the membrane could not keep pace with the encroaching blood curse, and the ice patterns on the mecha's shoulders became tainted with a dark purple hue. The blood malice is peculiar. It is threefold more toxic than the ordinary black malice, and the purification by pure energy is exceedingly sluggish. Su Qingwei gritted her teeth and infused more spiritual power into the luminous membrane. Lin Feng, do not resist forcefully. Seek its weakness. The head of Lin Feng's mech illuminated with scanning light, as the faint glimmer of the Pangu crystal core shards swept across the entire body of the commanding mech. The malice crystal embedded in its torso was shielded by 3 layers of meteorite armor, while supply tubes for malice ran through its limb joints. However, the most substantial supply port was concealed in its back, steadily siphoning malice from the spirit vein pearl. Sun Xiaojian, can we ensnare its axe with array techniques? Its supply port on the back is its Achilles heel. No problem. Suddenly, Sun Xiaojian's array flag surged dramatically. An emerald spiritual light transformed into numerous vines that entwined the handle of the commanding mech's axe. These binding malice vines can drain its blood malice. Holding it for 10 breaths, quickly attack its back. The commanding mech roared, attempting to sever the vines, only to discover they were voraciously siphoning the blood malice from the axe, causing the dual-headed axe's radiance to dim significantly. Seizing the opportunity, the ice bear demon wielded its left arm hammer and smashed it into the ground. Light blue ice patterns spread across the surface, freezing the legs of the commanding mech. Lin Feng, I have immobilized its legs. Quickly use the arrow blade. Lin Feng nodded, and the flame-patterned arrow blade on his right arm suddenly ignited, consuming 15,000 points of rage to activate the flame dragon breaking malice form. The arrow blade transformed from slender shape into a fearsome dragon head, entwined with a black and gold flame dragon phantom, forcing the surrounding blood malice to retreat. Now is the moment. Ding! Consumed 15,000 points of rage. The flame-patterned arrow blade upgraded to flame dragon breaking blade. Penetration 200, with the flame dragon's biting effect. Current remaining rage 365,001, 500, 21, 500. The flame dragon breaking blade, accompanied by a dragon's roar, pierced towards the back of the commanding mech, with the dragon head phantom clamping down on the supply port. As the fiery energy burrowed through the supply tube, the commanding mech's body trembled violently, its chest malice crystal instantly losing its crimson hue, beginning to fracture outward. No. My supply tube. Lin Feng did not grant it a moment's respite. The left arm hammer simultaneously struck the chest of the commanding mech. Ice malice surged into the fissures of the malice crystal, and the combined forces of ice and fire detonated within the commanding mech, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The mech's shell shattered into fragments, leaving only a dull malice crystal on the ground, which was swiftly purified by the pure, luminous membrane. Ding! Killed the black malice commanding mech, Lord level. Purified 20,000 points of blood malice. Converted rage 20,000 000. Current remaining rage 215,002, 000, 415,000. The remaining black malice mechs, now leaderless, fell into disarray. The combined mech seized the opportunity to sweep through. The flames and ice wings generating a whirlwind that froze clusters of mechs. The hammer crushed their shells, and the arrow blade pierced through the malice crystals, swiftly clearing all mechs. As the blood malice in the core chamber gradually dissipated, only the spirit vein pearl emitted a faint blue glow, its dark purple malice completely fading away, revealing the ancient runes beneath. Finally resolved, the ice bear demon transformed its hammer module back to human form, rubbing its sore arms and grinning. The power of the combination just now was exhilarating. Next time I encounter such a tough opponent, I shall employ the same tactic. The little dragon dumpling transformed back from its arrow blade form and scampered onto Lin Feng's shoulder, nuzzling its head against his mech. The black and gold flames flickered at the tips of its claws, as if in a display of pride. Sun Shaojian slumped to the ground. The spiritual light of the formation flag diminished to a mere flicker. Finally, a moment of respite. That bloodthirsty commander nearly ruined my formation flag. Repairing it will require precious spiritual stones. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan also retracted their pure yin energy, leaning against each other, weariness etched on their faces. Yet they could not conceal their smiles. They had triumphed in this arduous battle. Lin Feng approached the spiritual vein orb. Just as he reached out to touch it, the ancient runes on the orb suddenly illuminated. A pale blue light coalesced in the air, forming a complete map, which marked the gathering points of the remnants of the ancient fire calamity and the hiding places of the Xiansha remnants. The central location of the map pulsated with red light, as if beckoning. Is this the distribution map of the spiritual veins across the entire spiritual source realm? Su Qingyue exclaimed in astonishment, gently caressing the luminous map with her pure yin energy. The marked locations seemed to correspond to the strongholds they had previously encountered, alongside many others yet to be explored. Lin Xiaowan gazed intently at the red light in the center, and the spiritual vein staff suddenly radiated warmth. This red light resembles the fluctuations from the spiritual veins beneath the Qingyun sect. Perhaps the central spiritual vein can restore all the depleted veins, including that of the Qingyun sect. The ice bear demon's eyes sparkled with excitement as it approached. Then we must hasten to the center. Restoring the veins will allow us to cultivate more spiritual source potatoes and roast more spiritual source beasts. However, Lin Feng remained less optimistic. The gathering points of the fire calamity remnants and the Xiansha remnants on the map were marked as high-risk zones, and faint traces of mechanical runes surrounded the central red light, identical to the remnants of the mechanical celestial sovereign's armor. As he reached out to touch the luminous map, the Pangu crystal core suddenly heated up, resonating with the red light at the center. A line of small text popped up on the map. The center conceals the heart core of the spiritual vein, as well as the mechanical calamity core. Both coexist, but a price must be paid for their acquisition. Mechanical calamity core? Sun Shaojian furrowed his brow. Could the essence of the mechanical celestial sovereign be hidden within the center? Lin Feng said nothing, merely clenching his fists. The heart core of the spiritual vein could restore all depleted veins, serving as hope for the Qingyun sect and the entire spiritual source realm. Yet, should the mechanical calamity core be activated, it could unleash an even greater crisis. Regardless, they had to venture to the center, not only to restore the veins, but also to confront the looming threat of the mechanical celestial sovereign. As the light of the spiritual vein orb gradually faded, it left behind a faint blue trail on the ground, pointing towards another hidden door leading to the core chamber. Clearly, this was the path to the spiritual vein center. Lin Feng turned to his companions. Although the brilliance of the combined armor had dimmed, determination shone in each of their eyes. Let us proceed to the center. Lin Feng stepped forward towards the hidden door, the black and gold patterns of the Yanlong Xian Zun armor reigniting. Whatever lies ahead, we shall face it together. The ice bear demon tightened its grip on the calamity claws and followed suit. Yes, together. Whoever dares to obstruct us shall be crushed. Sun Shaojian retracted the formation flag, while Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan supported each other. Little Dragon Bag leapt onto Lin Feng's shoulder, its dragon roar echoing in the core chamber. The passage behind the dark door was shrouded in darkness, yet a faint glow of spiritual veins could be discerned, heralding the commencement of a new journey concerning the survival of the spirit source realm. Chapter 73. Turbulent spiritual veins block the passage. Mechanical guardians guard the central door. The passage leading to the core of the spiritual veins was narrow and profound, with spiritual vein stones embedded in the rock walls flickering intermittently, radiating spiritual energy that surged chaotically at times, while at others it waned. Suddenly, Lin Feng, who was at the forefront, halted in his tracks. The Pangu crystal core in his palm trembled violently, golden strands of light swirling erratically through the air, as if forewarning of impending danger. Something was amiss. The spiritual veins within this passage were in disarray. Lin Feng raised his hand to halt his companions behind him. The black and gold patterns of the Yanlong Xian Zun armor glimmered faintly, as the crystal core sensed the turbulent spiritual veins ahead. Should they be triggered, they would ensnare individuals into spatial fissures, reminiscent of their previous encounter in the ruined machinery city. In haste, Sun Xiaojian retrieved the formation flag and drove it into the passage floor. Verdant spiritual light began to creep along the rock walls, but abruptly ceased 3 feet ahead, with the flag's tip emitting dark smoke. It's not merely turbulence. There are mechanical runic traps ahead. My formation power was corroded upon contact, akin to my formation map that was scorched by the Xian Sha. Before he could finish, the rock wall ahead suddenly cracked open with a resounding clatter, and 6 silver-white mechanical guardians emerged from the fissure. These mechanical sentinels operated not on evil crystals, but by absorbing the spiritual energy from the passage. Their bodies were streamlined, and their arms could morph into spiritual blades, glowing with a pale blue light. They were far more agile than the previous black evil mechs, moving with such swiftness that they left only afterimages in their wake. These are ancient guardian machines. They are powered by spiritual veins. Pure Yin energy is ineffective against them. Su Qingwei quickly condensed her pure Yin energy into a light shield, only to have it effortlessly cleaved by the mechanical guardian's spiritual blade, shattering the shield in an instant. Only spiritual energy or flame energy could pierce their defenses. The ice bear demon clenched its shattering claws, ready to charge, but a spiritual blade grazed its shoulder, carving a deep gash into the rock wall. These things are too fast, more agile than the reconnaissance puppets of the Xiansha sect. We can't catch them. Lin Feng took a deep breath, glancing at the little dragon bag on his shoulder and then at the ice bear demon. Consume 10,000 rage points. Adjust the Yanlong Xian Zun armor to a spiritual rapid attack form. Ice bear, transform into a war hammer for auxiliary control, while little dragon bag shifts to a long-range arrow blade for containment. Ding! Consume 10,000 rage points. Yanlong Xian Zun armor switched to spiritual rapid attack form. The mech's torso thinned, the flame wings transformed into 4 pairs of lightweight shapes, and the spiritual shattering blade shortened to a one-handed blade, with speed at 150 and spiritual energy consumption reduced by 30. Current remaining rage points: 415001000031,500. As the mech form was just adjusted, the ice bear demon morphed once more into a ground-cleaving ice-shattering warhammer, hovering beside Lin Feng. They're coming. I'll freeze their joints for you. Little dragon bag also transformed into a flame pattern-shattering arrow, affixed to Lin Feng's other arm, intertwining the black and gold flame energy with the pale blue light of the spiritual veins. Lin Feng maneuvered the swift assault mecha, darting forth with the spirit pulse breaking blade aglow in a pale blue light, cleaving towards the foremost mechanical sentinel. The sentinel attempted to evade by sidestepping, only to be struck by the ice-shattering warhammer, which instantly froze its leg joints in a cascade of blue ice patterns, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the flame pattern-breaking arrow was launched, piercing through the core of the mechanical sentinel and obliterating it into fragments. Notification: eliminated spirit pulse mechanical sentinel, elite level 1. Absorb spirit pulse energy, converting to rage value 5,000. Current remaining rage value 3150000036,500. However, the remaining 5 mechanical sentinels abruptly shifted their tactics, linking together in a chain, weaving the spirit pulse blade into a net directed at Lin Feng. The mesh shimmered with spirit pulse light, and contact would unleash a chaotic surge of energy. Observing this, Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan hastily merged their pure Yin energy with the power of the spirit pulse stone, forming a pure Yin spirit pulse wall to temporarily shield against the spirit pulse net. Lin Feng quickly locate their core. The core of the mechanical sentinel resides in its chest, protected solely by the spirit pulse shield. Sun Xiaojian seized the moment to adjust the array flags, transforming the pulse gathering array into a spirit pulse disruption array. I can disrupt their spirit pulse connections for 5 breaths. You must attack the core. The vibrant green spirit light spread along the corridor, causing fluctuations in the mechanical sentinel's spirit pulse net, dimming the protective barrier slightly. Lin Feng capitalized on the moment. The fiery wings of his swift assault mecha flapping vigorously, evading the spirit pulse net, while the spirit pulse breaking blade lunged towards a mechanical sentinel's chest. The blade tip pierced through the spirit pulse shield, accurately striking the core, causing the sentinel to freeze momentarily before disintegrating. Meanwhile, the ice-shattering warhammer and flame-pattern-breaking arrow were not idle. The former immobilized the joints of 2 mechanical sentinels, while the latter shot 2 arrows that penetrated the cores of the other 2. As only 1 mechanical sentinel remained, it suddenly self-destructed. The shockwave from the spirit pulse explosion hurled everyone backward, and debris began to tumble from the corridor's rocky walls. The atmosphere thickened with chaotic energy, and a faint blue light signaling the central entrance became visible, yet obstructed by a translucent spirit pulse barrier. Hurry! The corridor is collapsing. Lin Feng scrambled to his feet, dragging his injured leg towards the barrier. The Pangu crystal core pressed against the barrier, golden light threads striving to penetrate but rebounding in vain. The barrier required both the spirit pulse key and the Pangu crystal core to activate. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan hastily supported each other, stabilizing Lin Feng's body, while Sun Xiaojian produced the spirit pulse pen, inscribing array symbols on the barrier in an attempt to weaken its power. The Ice Bear Demon and Little Dragon Bag also reverted to their human forms, leaning against the rocky wall, panting heavily. The central entrance beyond the barrier grew increasingly luminous, revealing the floating spirit pulse heart core, alongside the dark purple mechanical evil core, entangled slowly in a struggle for spirit pulse energy. Suddenly, the runes upon the barrier began to flicker, the aura of the mechanical evil core seeping through the barrier's cracks. The Panga crystal core became searing hot, and Lin Feng heard the lingering voice of the mechanical immortal. Lin Feng, you have finally arrived. The spirit pulse heart core and the mechanical evil core. You can only choose one. Choose the heart core, and the spirit source realm lives. I live. Choose the evil core, and the spirit source realm dies. I die too. Do you dare to gamble? As the sound dissipated, the barrier abruptly transformed into transparency, revealing the ethereal blue light emanating from the spiritual core and the dark purple glow of the mechanical core colliding with one another. With each impact, the spiritual energy within the heart of the central core grew increasingly chaotic, and the vibrations of the passage intensified. Should he choose to activate the core to mend the spiritual vein, risking the resurrection of the mechanical celestial sovereign, or should he destroy the malevolent core, potentially obliterating the spiritual heart along with it? Lin Feng stood before the barrier, fists clenched, while his companions held their breath, awaiting his decision. Chapter 74. Dual core resonance shatters the barrier. Central division of labor determines the path forward. There is no gamble. I shall protect both. Lin Feng's voice resonated with unwavering determination through the trembling passage as he retrieved the spiritual key and pressed the Pangu crystal core against the center of the barrier's runes. Although his spiritual energy was not of the highest caliber at the initial stage of the spiritual source realm, it became remarkably concentrated under the crystal core's enhancement. Threads of pale, golden light intertwined with the blue glow of the key, weaving through the barrier's runes. Qinghua, Lin Xiaowan, your purifying power from the mid-stage of the pure Yin realm will help me stabilize the malevolent energy seeping from the core. Ice Bear, your strength from a mid-stage of the condensation vein realm must support the falling debris above, preventing the passage from collapsing. Sun Xiaojian, your early-stage array formation skills from the spiritual source realm will reinforce the spiritual veins surrounding the barrier, preventing the resonance from shattering the passage. As soon as the commands were issued, everyone sprang into action. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan stood side by side at either side of the barrier, their mid-stage pure yin light weaving into two luminous curtains that firmly ensnared the dark purple malevolent energy oozing from the core. The runes on the curtains flickered, with each purification dissipating a fraction of the malevolence. Ice Bear tightened his claws, his mid-stage condensation vein energy enveloping him in a golden glow as he braced against the descending rock wall, the falling debris crumbling into dust upon striking his shoulder. Fear not. With me here, the passage shall not collapse. Sun Xiaojian swiftly produced the array flags, infusing them with his early-stage spiritual source energy. A verdant gathering array unfurled beneath the barrier, its patterns resonating with the barrier's runes, consolidating the chaotic spiritual energy within the passage into a steady flow of light. Lin Feng, the array is set. It can hold until you activate the barrier. If the resonance is too strong, I shall ignite the array flags to preserve the passage. Little Dragon hopped onto Lin Feng's shoulder, its black gold fiery energy enveloping the crystal core and the key. Though it lacked a defined cultivation realm, it could amplify the spiritual resonance through its ancient dragon lineage. As the fiery energy permeated the runes, the cracks on the barrier began to emit a low humming sound. The ethereal blue light of the spiritual core and the dark purple light of the mechanical core collided violently behind the barrier. The power of the dual core resonance transmitting through the runes to Lin Feng's palm. The plating of his mech clattered with each impact, and the veins of his early-stage spiritual source realm felt a subtle, throbbing ache. Push harder. The barrier is about to yield. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, channeling the remaining 20,000 points of anger into the crystal core. The pale golden threads surged instantaneously. Ding! Consumed 20,000 points of anger. Activated the dual core resonance buff. The resonance efficiency between the crystal core and the key is at 100, with a current remaining anger value of 365,002,000,016. 500. At the moment of activation, the protective rune blazed with unparalleled brilliance, the dual core resonance surging forth to breach the barrier, stirring a tempest of spiritual veins within the passage. The pure yin-light curtains of Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan fluttered violently, yet steadfastly contained the malevolent energy. The golden shield of the Ice Bear demon held firm against the gale, not yielding an inch. Sun Xiaojian's spirit-gathering array surged with radiant energy, diverting the storm towards the sides of the passage, thereby safeguarding the others. With a thunderous roar, a gap a zhang wide tore open in the barrier, revealing the vast central chamber of the spiritual veins. Suspended at its center was a heart of spiritual essence, the size of a basketball, shrouded in a pale blue aura that enveloped half of the chamber, while beside it, a fist-sized mechanical malevolent core, encased in dark purple malevolent mist, was ensnared by several strands of intertwining spiritual veins and malevolent energy, engaged in a silent tug-of-war. Embedded within the rock walls surrounding the chamber were dozens of dormant mechanical puppets, each possessing a recess in their chests that resonated with the malevolent core. Upon entering, I would position the spiritual vein stabilization array beside the heart to prevent contamination from the malevolent core. Sun Xiaojian grasped the array flag, his resolute gaze reflecting the vigor of his early-stage spirit source realm. You must hold off any potential activating puppets, as these contraptions are undoubtedly a contingency left by the mechanical celestial sovereign. Leave the puppets to me. The Ice Bear demon tightened its claws, its mid-stage pulse realm strength igniting a fervor within. I will transform my warhammer to shatter their shells and see how they can move afterward. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances, their mid-stage pure yin energy coalescing in their palms. We shall approach the malevolent core, utilizing pure yin energy to weaken the malevolent mist and assist Lin Feng in nearing the heart. The malevolent energy is too dense. Only after purification can we safely make contact. Little Dragon Bag nudged Lin Feng's mech, the black golden flame energy flickering at its claws, clearly indicating its intent to accompany Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, switching the form of the flame dragon Xian Zun armor to a defensive mode, the black golden plates shielding vital areas. I will approach the heart and use the crystal core to guide its energies, attempting to isolate the influence of the malevolent core. Remember, Once the puppets activate, prioritize protecting the heart. We cannot allow them to obliterate our hopes of restoring the spiritual veins. There was no further discussion as everyone followed Lin Feng into the breach of the barrier. Upon stepping into the chamber, the mechanical malevolent core suddenly illuminated. The dark purple mist spreading along the rock walls, and the recesses of the mechanical puppets embedded in the walls simultaneously glowed with a crimson light, their joints clicking ominously, clearly on the verge of activation. The pale blue light of the spiritual heart began to flicker, as if resisting the encroachment of the malevolent core. Without hesitation, Lin Feng surged towards the heart, the Pangu crystal in his palm already beginning to radiate heat. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaoan darted towards the malevolent core, their pure yin light transforming into luminous ribbons that entwined the malevolent mist. The ice bear demon stood at the chamber's entrance, its malevolent claws shimmering with golden light. Preparing to confront the awakening puppets, Sun Shaojian crouched low, swiftly setting up the spirit-gathering array, the emerald light of the array flag extending towards the heart. Each individual had clarified their path forward and readied themselves for the impending battle, while deep within the chamber, amidst the dark purple glow of the mechanical malevolent core, a vague shadow seemed to coalesce slowly. Chapter 75. The Puppet Frenzy Assaults the Core. The shadow of the sinister core calls the remnant souls. The mechanical puppets affixed to the rocky wall simultaneously opened their crimson eyes, with rust cascading from their joints, revealing the cold gleam of metallic shafts within. Over 30 puppets divided into two distinct categories. 10 heavy armor-piercing puppets, shouldering enormous iron shields etched with mechanical runes capable of deflecting spiritual attacks, and 20 agile assault puppets, wielding slender blades of sinister iron enveloped in a faint purple mist, moving with such swiftness that they left mere afterimages, lunging towards the crowd as soon as they touched the ground. Block them. Do not allow the heavy puppets to approach the core. The ice bear demon roared, expending 5,000 points of fury. The hammerhead of the earth-shattering ice hammer ballooned to an impressive width, adorned with faint blue ice patterns intertwined with golden light. As it struck down upon the foremost heavy puppet, with a resounding boom, the iron shield cracked like a spider's web, forcing the puppet to stagger back 3 steps. However, the runes on the shield suddenly glimmered, rebounding a portion of the icy force, which grazed the ice bear demon's arm and froze the ground beneath it. Beep! Ice bear demon expended 5,000 points of fury, unlocking the shield-breaking amplification for the hammer. Remaining fury points, 16500-50000. Just as Sun Shaojian stabilized the spiritual pulse beside the core, a blade of sinister iron from a light puppet struck his array flag. The emerald spiritual light flickered, prompting him to hastily retrieve a backup flag, channeling his early-stage spiritual energy into weaving a binding net of spiritual vines. Entangle the fast attackers. Their blades are tainted. Do not let them cut you. The vine net spread across the ground, ensnaring the ankles of 5 light puppets, yet the sinister iron blades swiftly severed the tendrils, allowing the puppets to continue their advance, one of them even lunging towards Lin Xiaowan's back. Be careful. Su Qingyue, quick of eye in hand, condensed her mid-stage pure yin energy into a shield, blocking the sinister blade just in time. The pale blue shield was corroded by the sinister mist, creating small pits. Seizing the opportunity, she counterattacked, thrusting her palm forward, with pure yin energy penetrating the puppet's core. The puppet froze momentarily with a distinct click before disintegrating, as their cores were concealed within their chests, and pure yin energy could immobilize their mechanisms. Lin Xiaowan nodded, tapping the ground with her spiritual pulse staff, transforming her pure yin energy into several fine needles aimed precisely at the chests of 3 other light puppets. The puppets halted abruptly, yet did not disintegrate completely. Instead, a dark purple glow emanated from them, and under the influence of the sinister core, they rose once more, their blades now enveloped in even denser sinister mist. This is bad. The sinister core is replenishing their energy. We cannot kill them this way. As Lin Feng approached within 3 yards of the core, the mechanical sinister core emitted a low hum, and several faint purple sinister chains shot forth, ensnaring his mech's limbs like venomous serpents. The mechanical runes on the chains whirled furiously, seemingly siphoning the spiritual force from the mech. The black golden patterns of the flame dragon mystic armor dimmed noticeably. Do you think you can stop me? Lin Feng clenched his fists, expending 3,000 points of fury to activate the spiritual backlash of the crystal core. A faint golden thread surged down the sinister chains towards the core. Sever it. Beep. Expended 3,000 points of fury, activating spiritual backlash. Remaining fury points, 11500-30000. As the moment of collision between the radiant light and the malevolent chains unfolded, the little dragon unexpectedly transformed into a flame-patterned arrow, enshrined in black golden dragon fire. With a swift shot, it severed the sinister chain entangled around Lin Feng's right arm. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the central realm as the arrow's blade cleaved towards a nearby lightweight puppet. The infernal power penetrated the puppet's core, utterly shattering it into fragments. It appeared that only the force of flame could obliterate them completely. However, the situation suddenly deteriorated. The colossal shield of the heavy puppet abruptly converged, forming a barrier that isolated the heart core from the others. The runes on the shield glowed ominously, beginning to absorb the faint blue light emanating from the heart core. Meanwhile, the lightweight puppets circled around Su Qingwei and her companions, as the malevolent iron blades wove a misty net, confining them at the center. Most alarming was the increasingly distinct shadow within the mechanical maleficent core, revealing a blurred outline of a mech, accompanied by the raspy voice of the mechanical celestial. Lin Feng, do you think you can thwart me? These puppets are merely an appetizer. Once I have absorbed the power of the heart core, the entire spirit source realm shall become my puppet stage. The warhammer of the ice bear demon struck the shield wall, leaving only shallow marks. Breathless, he lamented that his mid-stage spiritual energy was nearly depleted. This shield wall is too formidable. I cannot break through. Lin Feng, you must devise a plan. Qingwei and the others are on the verge of collapse. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's pure Yin energy was nearly exhausted. The cracks on the light shield multiplying as the malevolent mist seeped through. When the mist touched Lin Xiaowan's arm, blisters instantly formed. Lin Feng, we can hold on a little longer. You must activate the heart core. Lin Feng gazed intently at the shield wall and then at his besieged companions. Suddenly, the Pangu crystal core in his palm resonated powerfully with the heart core. The faint blue light of the heart core penetrated the gaps in the shield wall, illuminating the crystal core, which began to manifest ancient spiritual vein runes that perfectly aligned with those of the heart core. An idea struck him, and he shouted to Sun Ziojian, Sun Ziojian, use the spirit gathering array to connect me with the heart core. I will channel the heart core's power through the crystal core. Perhaps I can breach the shield wall from within. Sun Ziojian's eyes lit up as he hastily adjusted the array flags. Emerald spiritual light circumvented the shield wall and linked to Lin Feng's mech. The connection is established. Lin Feng, be cautious. The heart core's power is overwhelming. Do not let it backfire. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng poured all of his remaining 500 points of anger into the crystal core. The strands of pale golden light surged forth, racing along the array's spiritual light towards the heart core. The heart core's faint blue glow intensified to its zenith, intertwining with the light strands of the crystal core to form a beam of light, charging toward the shield wall. In that moment, the shadow within the mechanical maleficent core coalesced into a translucent mech form, extending a metallic hand toward the heart core. Not a chance. The heart core belongs to me. As the beam collided with the shield wall, the entire central realm began to tremble violently. The runes on the shield flickered erratically, and the malevolent mist net of the lightweight puppets began to crack. Yet, the remnants of the mechanical celestial soul had already grasped the corner of the heart core, as dark purple malevolent energy surged into it, slowly tainting the heart core's faint blue light with a hue of purple. Chapter 76. The Rebirth of Flame and Ice Fusion. The dispersal of remnant souls reveals the core of the remnant soul of the mechanical immortal, encased in its armored shell, clutched the heart core tightly. Dark purple malevolence seeped into the pale blue aura like ink, causing the runes on the heart core's surface to contort, while the spirit stones embedded in the central rock walls dimmed in response. Suddenly, the puppets controlled by the malevolence went into a frenzy. The heavy iron shield that had once served as defense now charged recklessly towards the ice bear demon. The The runes on the shield ignited, intending to self-destruct in a catastrophic explosion. Madness. These iron behemoths are attempting to self-destruct. The ice-bear demon braced its war hammer against the shield, its mid-stage spirit power nearly exhausted, the golden light dimming to the point of imminent extinguishment. Lin Feng, if we do not find a way out, we shall be buried here. Sun Shao Jian's spirit-gathering array had already been severed by the malevolent iron blades, two of its flags broken. The verdant spirit light wavering precariously. Gritting his teeth, he crushed the last spirit vein stone, barely stabilizing the formation. I can't hold on for more than 10 breaths. The spirit power of the heart core is being suffocated by the malevolence. If we delay any longer, it will be beyond salvation. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan dove beneath the heart core, their mid-stage pure Yin power coalescing into a protective light shield, desperately attempting to fend off the encroaching malevolence. Yet, upon contact, the shield melted away like snow in flames. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Shaowan's mouth, yet she clutched her spirit staff tightly. Sister Qingyue, hold on a little longer. Lin Feng must have a plan. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the twisted metallic shell of the remnant soul's armor, and he suddenly noticed the trembling filaments of light between the malevolent core and the heart core. After all, a remnant soul is a remnant soul. Controlling such potent malevolence was already a strain, and now it was attempting to suppress the heart core, rendering it vulnerable. He glanced at the small dragon pack on his shoulder and then at the ice bear demon, which was on the verge of collapse. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Expend all remaining rage points and activate the ultimate form of the flame and ice fusion armor. Synchronize everyone's power. It's time to take a gamble." Ding! Consumed 8,500 rage points, activating the ultimate form of the flame and ice fusion armor. Power amplification of 50 for fusion members. Unlocking the dual skill, Spirit Vein Purification Flame and Ice Soul-Breaking Blade. Remaining rage points, 0. In that instant, a cascade of multicolored light engulfed the center. The Ice Bear Demon's earth-shattering Ice Soul War Hammer transformed into the left arm of the fusion armor, the hammerhead enveloped in the purifying flame. Pale blue ice patterns intertwining with black golden dragon flames. The fire-patterned soul-breaking arrow from the small dragon pack morphed into the right arm. The arrow blade extending into a 5-foot-long soul-breaking blade, its tip glimmering with a soft golden light capable of rending remnant souls. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan's pure Yin energy formed a luminescent membrane enveloping the entire armor, this time imbued with spirit vein patterns, actively purifying the malevolence. Sun Shao Jian's array runes were embedded into the armor's joints, uniting all powers into a single force. The ultimate form of the fusion armor towered a full yard taller than before, with 4 pairs of flame and ice wings unfurling from its back. The left wing exhaled purifying flames while the right radiated soul-breaking ice, and the Pangu crystal core fragment on its forehead shone brilliantly, scanning for the core weakness of the remnant soul's armor. Within the chest's malevolent core, the silhouette of the remnant soul thrashed violently, clearly on the brink of collapse. Now is the moment. Lin Feng commanded the fusion armor to leap into action, the left arm's war hammer, imbued with the power of flame and ice, struck down upon the shoulder of the remnant soul's armor. With a resounding crash, the metallic shell caved in, and the splattering malevolence was instantaneously purified by the radiant membrane. The right arm of the soul-piercing blade seized the opportunity to stab towards the demonic core, its tip precisely penetrating the outer shell and plunging into the chest of the remnant soul's phantom. "No, my demonic core!" The anguished cry of the mechanical, celestial sovereign reverberated through the central chamber as the remnant soul's phantom thrashed wildly. The malevolent energy surged abruptly, attempting to drag the heart core into a self-detonation. "If I cannot possess it, neither shall anyone else. Desist." Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan simultaneously channeled pure Yin energy into the light membrane, which elongated into chains, ensnaring the connection threads between the heart core and the demonic core. "Lin Feng, sever them quickly. We can stabilize the heart core." Sun Shaojian also activated the array technique. The spirit light from the spirit gathering array coursing through the soul-piercing blade into the demonic core, disrupting the control of the remnant soul. The remnant soul is about to dissipate. Push harder. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, pouring the last vestige of his strength into the soul-piercing blade. Suddenly, the ice demonic soul-piercing blade erupted with a pale golden light, its blade tearing through the remnant soul's phantom and wrenching it from the demonic core. The purification flame instantly enveloped the remnant soul, and with a hissing sound, the phantom transformed into wisps of black smoke, completely vanishing within the central chamber, leaving behind a reluctant howl. The spirit source realm shall inevitably. At the moment the remnant soul dissipated, the demonic core lost its support and cracked open. The dark purple malevolent energy ebbing away like a receding tide. Lin Feng quickly maneuvered the combined armor to grasp the heart core, cradling it protectively. Although the heart core's pale blue light still bore hints of purple, the runes had begun to revert to their normal state, with gradual purification. It could be restored for the repair of the spirit veins. Just then, a palm-sized metallic chip tumbled out from the cracked demonic core, its surface inscribed with ancient mechanical runes. It emitted a soft beep as it struck the ground, then actively flew towards the Pangu crystal core of the combined armor. Adhering to the fragment of the crystal core and projecting a vague map, marked prominently with the words Mechanical Sanctum, Lin Feng picked up the chip, and the resonance between the crystal core fragment and the chip transmitted faint information. Within the Mechanical Sanctum lies the core cannon capable of utterly obliterating all mechanical remnants, though it may also awaken even stronger mechanical guardians. The ice bear demon reverted to human form, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. This chip, is it a contingency of the mechanical celestial sovereign? Sun Shaojian leaned closer, scrutinizing the projected map, his brow furrowing. The Mechanical Sanctum was mentioned in my grandfather's array diagrams. It lies in the extreme north of the spirit source realm, fraught with ancient mechanical traps, far more perilous than the wasteland city. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan supported each other to stand, gazing at the half-purple heart core in their arms, softly stating, "The heart core requires purification. It will take at least half a month to restore. Yet, this chip and the Mechanical Sanctum may hold the key to resolving the threat of the mechanical remnants." Lin Feng clenched the chip, glancing at the heart core nestled in his embrace, then at the fallen puppet remains in the central chamber. Though victory had been claimed this time, the contingency of the mechanical celestial sovereign remained, and the crisis in the spirit source realm had not been entirely averted. He lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the central chamber, where the spirit vein stones had begun to glow faintly once more, signaling the restoration of the heart core's spiritual energy. First, we must purify the heart core and repair the dilapidated spirit veins of the Qingyan sect. Lin Feng's voice was weary yet resolute. Once the heart core is restored, we shall proceed to the Mechanical Sanctum to completely eradicate the threat of the mechanical remnants. This time, we shall ensure true peace for the spirit source realm. The group nodded in agreement, and the ice bear demon struggled to its feet, retrieving a shard of the war hammer from the ground. Agreed. After purifying the heart core, I invited everyone to feast on roasted spirit source beasts. Master Zhang must be eagerly awaiting our return. Sun Shaojian also retracted the formation flags, chuckling as he patted the chip. Fear, not the sacred altar. I shall research new formation techniques that will render mechanical traps mere decorations. The radiance of the combined armor gradually faded, and the crowd encircled the heart core, commencing the arrangement of the purification array. The spiritual veins within the core re-illuminated, a soft blue light enveloping the weary yet resolute figures, while the mechanical chips on the ground still glimmered faintly, as if hinting that the next journey awaited them in the frigid winds of the far north. Chapter 77. Purification of the heart core encounters residual evil. The azure cloud spiritual veins reawaken within the pale blue light of the spiritual veins core. Sun Shaojian arranged the purification array around the heart core. 6 formation flags were embedded into the ground, emerald spiritual light coursing along the runes on the heart core surface, akin to countless serpents devouring the lingering dark purple malevolence. Lin Feng pressed the Pangu crystal core against the heart core, slowly infusing it with the spiritual energy of the early spirit source realm. The crystal fragments resonated with the heart core, and strands of pale golden light gradually dispelled the remnants of malevolence deep within the core. However, just as the purification reached its halfway point, the heart core suddenly trembled, and a thin wisp of black malevolence surged forth from the fissures of the core, darting directly towards Lin Feng's wrist as if making a final counterattack. Be cautious. It is the root of the residual soul's malevolence. Su Qingwei reacted swiftly, condensing her pure yin energy into fine needles, accurately striking at the black malevolence. Yet it adeptly evaded, instead ensnaring Lin Shaoan beside her. Suddenly, the little dragon cub leaped from Lin Feng's shoulder, its black golden flames enveloping its form, transforming into a fiery sphere that collided with the malevolence root. The sizzling sound of searing flames echoed as the black malevolence curled into a ball, yet did not completely dissipate. Rather, it split into several strands, darting towards the purification array's flags in an attempt to destroy the foundation of the array. "How dare you touch my formation flags?" Sun Xiaojian's reflexes were sharp as he infused the formation flags with early spirit source realm energy, causing the emerald light to surge and weave into a dense net to block the strands of malevolence. Lin Feng used the purification flames from the crystal core to burn it. This malevolence root survives on the residual power of the heart core. Ordinary pure yin energy cannot extinguish it. Lin Feng nodded, gathering strands of purification flames at his fingertips, guiding them along the light strands of the crystal core towards the heart core. The moment the flames touched the malevolence root, a piercing shriek erupted from the black malevolence, causing all the split strands to converge instantaneously. But they were ensnared tightly by the flames, slowly turning to ash. The tremors of the heart core finally subsided, the pale blue light thoroughly dispelling the purple hue, and the runes regained their brilliance, with even the surrounding spiritual stones brightening slightly. Ding! Successfully purified the spiritual vein heart core, absorbing residual malevolence and converting it into 6,000 anger points. Current total anger points, 060006000. At last it is clean. The ice bear demon rubbed its sore arms, feeling its mid-stage spiritual power stabilize further during the purification process. It approached the heart core, reaching out to touch the light shield, marveling at the heart core's abundant spiritual power. If this were used to cultivate spirit source potatoes, they would surely grow taller than I. Sun Xiaojian retracted the formation flags, wiping the sweat from his brow. Let us not linger over the feast. We must swiftly transport the heart core back to the Azure Cloud sect. Restoring the abandoned spiritual veins is of utmost importance. I estimate that with the assistance of this heart core, we can reinstate the flow of spiritual energy to the abandoned veins in just 3 days. The crowd did not delay. Lin Feng carefully stored the heart core in the crystal core storage space. Xiaolong Bao, clutching the chip of the mechanical altar, trotted alongside Lin Feng. The return passage no longer trembled, and the previously damaged spirit vein stones began to recover slowly. Following the trail of light towards the exit, they emerged from the ruins to see Master Zhang riding a spirit steed, the aroma of roasted spirit source beast wafting from the food box. "At last, I have awaited your return," Master Zhang exclaimed with a smile, handing over the food box. "I have been waiting for 3 days in the refuge of the wasteland city, worried that something might have happened to you, so I hurried to the ruins. This is freshly roasted spirit source beast leg. Eat it while it's hot." The ice bear demon's eyes instantly lit up as it snatched the food box open. "Master Zhang, you truly understand me. This meat leg looks so delectable, 100 times better than the iron clumps of the puppets." The group gathered around the spirit steed, feasting on the roasted meat while recounting the battles in the central hub. Master Zhang listened attentively, nodding occasionally, his gaze resting on the crystal core storage space in Lin Feng's arms. Obtaining the heart core is indeed fortuitous. The abandoned spirit veins have troubled the Qingyun sect for decades, and now there is finally hope. 2 days later, the group returned to the Qingyun sect. The disciples had long awaited their arrival at the mountain gate, erupting in cheers upon their return. Without pause, Lin Feng proceeded directly to the site of the abandoned spirit veins, which lay in a desolate valley, the ground cracked and barren, devoid even of spirit vein grass, with only a few withered stumps of spirit vein trees standing at the valley bottom. Sun Xiaojian set up the spirit vein induction array, placing the heart core at the center of the formation. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaoan shielded the array flags with pure yin energy to prevent residual malevolent force interference. The ice bear demon guarded the valley entrance to deter any unauthorized approach. Lin Feng, with the Pangu crystal core in hand, stood beside the heart core and infused all 6,000 points of his rage value into the crystal core, activating the spirit vein guidance skill. Let's commence. Ding. Consumed 6,000 rage points, activating spirit vein guidance. Connection efficiency between the heart core and the abandoned spirit veins. 80. Current accumulated rage value. 0. The soft, golden threads of the crystal core intertwined with the blue light of the heart core, extending along the array flags deep into the abandoned spirit veins. The cracked ground began to exude moist spirit source. Tender green shoots sprouted beside the withered stumps, and the sound of rushing water echoed from the fissures at the valley's bottom. The spirit veins were reawakening. The disciples stood at the valley's edge, witnessing the spectacle, their excitement prompting applause and cheers. It seemed that a faint glimmer of light also flickered towards the direction of the Grand Elder's tomb, as if in appreciation. 3 days later, the abandoned spirit veins were fully restored. The valley floor was now lush with spirit vein grass. New branches sprouted from the spirit vein trees, and even spirit source beasts began to inhabit the valley. Lin Feng stood at the center of the valley, keenly feeling the flow of spirit vein energy within him. Sensing a breakthrough in his cultivation at the initial stage of the spirit source realm, just a step away from advancing to the mid-stage. However, at that moment, the mechanical altar chip held by Xiao Long Bao suddenly illuminated. The map projected by the chip displayed the location of the mechanical altar flashing with red light, accompanied by intermittent mechanical sounds. Warning: Altar Guardian activated. Spirit vein core cannon out of control. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, picking up the chip. The red light grew increasingly brighter, indicating that something had gone awry at the altar. Should the spirit vein core cannon spiral out of control, it could potentially impact the entire northernmost town. Sun Xiaojian leaned over to observe the crimson glow on the map, remarking, "It seems we must advance to the sacred altar ahead of schedule. The core cannon's loss of control is no trifling matter." The ice bear demon clenched its frost-shredding claws, invigorated by the recently restored spiritual veins. "Let us go. I have just reached the mid-stage of the condensation vein realm, and have yet to engage in a proper battle. The guardian automatons of the sacred altar will serve as excellent practice." Lin Feng nodded, gazing towards the direction of the Qinyan sect. The spiritual veins had revitalized, ensuring the sect's stability, yet the threat posed by the mechanical remnants lingered. Drawing a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the chip. "We shall rest for a day and set off for the far north tomorrow to completely eradicate the menace of the mechanical remnants." Chapter 78. Encountering the frost automaton on the far north ice field. Breaching the barrier surrounding the sacred altar, the morning at Qinyan sect still bore the moist essence of the spiritual vein valley, as Lin Feng and his companions had already packed their belongings. Bidding farewell to the disciples at the mountain gate, Master Zhang, carrying 2 large bags of frozen spiritual beast jerky, stuffed them into the ice bear demon's storage pouch. The far north is frigid enough to freeze spiritual energy. This jerky, infused with spiritual pepper, will not only warm us, but also replenish our spiritual strength. Conserve it. Don't devour it all on the way. The ice bear demon, patting the now bulging storage pouch, grinned widely. "Rest assured, Master Zhang, I'll save it until we reach the sacred altar. I plan to roast it then and let Lin Feng and the others savor it." Saying this, it couldn't help but pop a piece of jerky into its mouth, chewing loudly, which prompted the little dragon to circle around its claws, its black golden tail wagging incessantly. Sun Xiaojian carried the newly modified array flag pouch, which contained several ice spirit array flags inscribed with anti-cold runes. He patted the pouch's opening. "I've added an anti-cold layer to the array flags, allowing us to set up formations normally in the far north. They can absorb the cold and transform it into spiritual power, much like my uncle's heating stove, will surely remain warm." Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan carried a medicine box filled with freshly concocted warm spirit pills and anti-cold ointment. Lin Xiaowan handed each person a bottle of warm spirit pills. "Take one every half an hour. It will sustain the circulation of spiritual energy within. The anti-cold ointment should be applied to the joints of your mechs to prevent freezing and malfunction." Lin Feng tucked the mechanical sacred altar chip into his bosom. The Pangu crystal core in his palm emitted a faint glow, faintly sensing the mechanical fluctuations emanating from the far north. Mounting his spiritual steed, he activated the anti-cold coating that he had previously unlocked with rage points, the black golden armor adorned with a layer of pale blue ice patterns capable of withstanding low temperatures. Let us depart, aiming to reach the sacred altar within 3 days. The Chip S alerts are becoming increasingly frequent. The core cannon may not endure for long. The group responded in unison and followed suit, their spiritual steed galloping through the morning mist towards the far north. As the journey continued, the temperature plummeted, and the spiritual vein trees transformed from vibrant green to withered yellow, ultimately revealing nothing but a vast expanse of white snow blanketing the ice field. The chilling wind sliced through the mechs like a knife, producing a mournful wail. Had they not prepared for the cold in advance, their spiritual energy would have become sluggish. The ice bear demon pulled its neck in, instinctively reaching into its storage pouch to fetch another piece of jerky for warmth, only to find the steed's hooves suddenly slip, gliding toward a crevice in the ice. Be careful, there are cavities beneath this ice. He swiftly dismounted from the ethereal steed, channeling his spiritual energy, which was at the mid-phase of the condensation realm, into his claws. The golden light pierced through the ice surface, forcefully pulling the ethereal steed back. Suddenly, Sun Xiaojian's ice spirit array flag illuminated, its tip pointing towards an ice mound to the left. Something was approaching. Beneath the ice, fluctuations of spiritual energy stirred, resembling puppets. No sooner had he spoken than the ice mound erupted. 3 chilling crystal puppets, assembled from blocks of ice and mechanical components, sprang forth from the snow. These puppets stood approximately 2 zhang tall, their bodies encased in translucent ice, within which glimmered blue-hued crystal cores. Their arms could transform into ice blades, exuding a bone-chilling cold that froze the very air into crystalline fragments. More puppets. How could such things exist in the far north? The ice bear demon tightened its shattered claws, intending to charge forward, only to be forced back a step by the frigid air, which could freeze spiritual energy. My claws are nearly numb. Su Qingwei hastily retrieved a cold-resistant ointment and tossed it to the ice bear demon. Apply it to your claws. Lin Xiaowan and I will use pure Yin energy to neutralize the cold. Take the opportunity to attack their cores. She and Lin Xiaowan stood shoulder to shoulder, their mid-phase pure Yin energy coalescing into a luminous shield before them. The warmth radiating from the shield dispelled the surrounding chill, causing even the thin ice on the ground to begin melting. Lin Feng observed the movements of the chilling crystal puppets and noted that while their icy exteriors were sturdy, the ice layers at their joints were relatively thin, and the blue light of the crystal cores brightened with their movements. They were driven by the crystal cores, and their joints were their weaknesses. Sun Xiaojian, ensnare their joints with the ice spirit array flag. Little dragon bag, transform into an arrow blade to pierce their icy shells. Ding! Threat from the chilling crystal puppets detected. You can consume 3,000 points of fury to activate the flame pattern icebreaker effect, enhancing Little Dragon Bag's weapon form. Current accumulated fury, 0, can be obtained by defeating puppets. Little Dragon Bag received the command and immediately leaped onto Lin Feng's shoulder, enveloped in black gold flame energy, transforming into the flame pattern breaking arrow. The arrow's flames glowed brighter than before, tinged with a faint red hue, a result of absorbing the surrounding weak spiritual energy. It shot towards the nearest chilling crystal puppet, and as the arrow blade pierced the icy shell, the flame energy erupted, shattering the puppet's left arm of ice. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiaojian thrust the ice spirit array flag into the ice, weaving a network of emerald spiritual light that ensnared the joints of the other 2 puppets. Do not even think about moving. This array can absorb your cold energy. If you attempt to move, your icy shells will melt. At the moment the array tightened, the movements of the chilling crystal puppets became sluggish, their joint ice layers beginning to melt, revealing the mechanical components within. After applying the cold-resistant ointment, the ice bear demon regained sensation in its claws and charged forward, the golden light radiating from its shattered claws, striking the core of the foremost puppet. With a crack, the core split open, cold air spilling from the fissure, causing the puppet's body to freeze in place before shattering into fragments of ice. 2 remain. Let us put in more effort. Lin Feng maneuvered the flame dragon mystic armor, the spirit source breaking blade enveloped in a faint blue light, cleaving towards the joint of the second puppet. As the blade passed, the ice shell shattered, exposing the mechanical axle within. Little dragon bag's flame-pattern breaking arrow flew forth once more, accurately piercing the chilling crystal core, causing the puppet to collapse. As the last puppet sensed impending danger, it attempted to escape into a crevice of ice, only to find its ankle ensnared by Sun Xiaojian's net of formations. The ice bear demon leaped into action, crushing its core with a single claw. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. I have yet to unleash my full strength. Ding! Elimination of the cold crystal puppet, elite level 3, absorbing cold crystal spiritual energy, converting it into 9,000 rage points. Current accumulated rage points, 9,000. Having dealt with the cold crystal puppet, the group remounted their spirit steeds and continued their journey deeper into the far north. After half a day's travel, the outline of the mechanical holy altar finally emerged on the distant ice field. It was a towering platform constructed from colossal mechanical debris, standing about 100 feet tall. With a massive cannon radiating red light hovering at its apex, this was the core cannon of the spiritual vein. The altar was enveloped in a faint blue energy barrier, adorned with flowing mechanical runes that repelled the biting cold and swirling snow, while patrolling mechanical puppets could be faintly seen within the barrier. That is the core cannon of the spiritual vein. Lin Feng reined in his steed, pointing at the altar's summit, where the cannon's red glow flickered uneasily, indicating signs of instability. The runes on the barrier were ancient mechanical runes, and a point of decryption needed to be discovered to gain entry. Sun Xiaojian retrieved the spirit vein pen and swiftly sketched the barrier's rune patterns on paper. I recognize a few of these runes. They are cold crystal guardian runes, drawing energy from the cold crystal mines beneath the altar. The decryption points should be at the four corners of the barrier, requiring the neutralization of cold crystal energy with spiritual vein power. Lin Xiaowan held the spirit vein staff, the light at its tip sweeping across the barrier. I can sense 12 patrolling puppets within the barrier, all heavy mechas, significantly stronger than the cold crystal puppets. We must have someone to fend them off while we decrypt the barrier. Lin Feng nodded, channeling 6,000 of his 9,000 rage points into the Pangu crystal core, activating the spiritual vein detection skill. Delicate strands of light penetrated the barrier, quickly pinpointing the exact locations of the 4 decryption points. Ice Bear, you and Little Dragon Bag will handle the patrolling puppets. Sun Xiaojian, you will set up the Ice Soul formation to assist with the decryption. Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan, you will use pure Yin energy to neutralize the cold crystal energy, while I activate the decryption points. Ding! Consumed 6,000 rage points, activating spiritual vein detection for precise positioning. Decryption point positioning error reduced to 0. Current accumulated rage points, 3,000. With tasks assigned, the group sprang into action. Sun Xiaojian planted the Ice Soul formation flags at the 4 corners outside the barrier, intertwining emerald light with the barrier's blue glow to form a stable energy channel. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan positioned themselves beside the 2 decryption points, channeling their mid-phase pure Yin energy through the passage to begin neutralizing the cold crystal energy. The Ice Bear demon transformed into a ground-shattering ice war hammer, hovering before the barrier, while Little Dragon Bag morphed into a flame-patterned piercing arrow, ready to confront the patrolling puppets. Lin Feng clutched the Pangu crystal core and charged toward the first decryption point. The moment the crystal core made contact with the barrier, delicate golden strands of light danced along the runes, causing the blue glow of the decryption point to dim. At that instant, the patrolling puppets within the barrier suddenly detected the anomaly. 12 heavy mechas surged toward the decryption point simultaneously, their cannon barrels igniting as they unleashed ice blue energy projectiles toward the group outside the barrier. Be careful! The Ice Bear demon wielded its warhammer, striking towards the energy cannon. The pale blue ice patterns collided with the cannon, erupting into a flurry of ice crystals. Lin Feng, hurry and break the code. I can hold on a little longer. Sun Xiaojian hastily adjusted the formation flags, extending the array into a shield to block the splintering ice crystals. Sister Qingyue, exert yourself further. The breakthrough point is nearly successful. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, accelerating the energy infusion into the crystal core. The blue light of the first breakthrough point extinguished completely, revealing a small gap in the barrier. There was no time to catch his breath as he dashed towards the second breakthrough point, with the energy cannon relentlessly pursuing him. The Ice Bear demon's warhammer began to emit a faint glow, signaling its excessive consumption of power. As the blue light of the second breakthrough point faded, the gap in the barrier widened to half a zhang, allowing a clear view of the cold crystal veins beneath the altar. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the core cannon atop the altar. The red light surged violently, unleashing a colossal energy beam aimed directly at Lin Feng and the others. The core cannon's loss of control was far faster than they had anticipated. Chapter 79. The combined armor resists the energy beam. Encountering remnants within the altar, the energy beam emitted from the core cannon possessed a cataclysmic force, with an ice-blue pillar tearing through the frigid winds. Wherever it passed, the icy ground instantaneously vaporized, distorting the very air. The ice bear demon positioned the earth-splitting ice hammer at the forefront, the pale blue ice patterns enveloping it as it struck the beam, momentarily halting its advance. However, the hammer was soon sent flying back, with the ice bear demon grunting, "This thing is too powerful. I can't hold on any longer. Activate the combined armor now," Lin Feng bellowed, channeling all 3,000 points of his remaining rage into the Pangu crystal core, simultaneously shouting to Sun Shaojian to gather spiritual energy with the ice spirit array to replenish the combined armor. Notification: consumed 3,000 rage points. Activating the emergency form of the flame ice mystic veins combined armor. Fusion efficiency temporarily increased by 30, unlocking the spirit vein shield wall skill. Current accumulated rage 0 can be replenished by absorbing residual energy beams. A kaleidoscope of colors enveloped the icy expanse. The ice bear demon's war hammer transformed into the left arm of the combined armor, while the flame pattern breaking arrow of the little dragon bag became the right arm. The pure yin energy from Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan wove a luminous membrane covering the torso. And Sun Shaojian's ice spirit array gathered the surrounding cold crystal spiritual energy into a flow of light, channeling it into the combined armor through the formation flags. The ultimate form of the mech appeared even more robust, with fragments of the Pangu crystal embedded in the chest and 6 pairs of flame ice wings unfurled from its back. The purifying flames from the left wing intertwined with the soul-breaking ice emanating from the right, forming a translucent shield wall facing the oncoming energy beam. "Block it!" Lin Feng commanded the combined armor to push the shield wall to its limits. The crystal core fragments glowed brilliantly, absorbing the cold crystal spiritual energy transmitted from the ice spirit array. As the energy beam collided with the shield wall, a thunderous roar reverberated through the icy plains, causing the very ground to tremble. The flame and ice patterns on the shield wall flickered wildly, and dense cracks appeared in the pale blue membrane. Blood trickled from the corners of Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan's mouths, yet they gritted their teeth, continuing to pour their pure yin energy into the shield wall. "Hold on a little longer. The power of the energy beam is weakening." The flag of Sun Shaojian trembled violently, the emerald light flickering in and out. He extracted the last piece of array stone from his bosom and crushed it, completely exhausting the spiritual energy of the early stage of the spiritual source realm. The array energy can still hold for 10 breaths. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to charge in. "Do not withstand this head-on." Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the source of the energy beam, the core cannon at the pinnacle of the sacred altar. He noticed that with each shot, the crimson glow of the cannon dimmed slightly, clearly indicating a disruption in the energy supply. Seizing the moment of diminished power, he maneuvered the combined armor to shift the shield wall to the side, while simultaneously firing the flame rune breaking arrow from his right arm, sending a stream of flames in reverse along the trajectory of the energy beam, heading straight for the cannon's barrel. "Ice Bear, help me steady the direction. Little Dragon Bag, use your flame power to scorch its cannon barrel." The Warhammer module of the Ice Bear demon unleashed its final vestige of strength, stabilizing the center of gravity of the combined armor. Little Dragon Bag's flame stream burrowed into the core cannon's interior, quickly producing a sizzling sound as the crimson light of the core cannon dimmed significantly, and the energy beam dissipated entirely. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to control the combined armor to charge toward the breach in the sacred altar's barrier, flapping the flame ice wings to evade the residual ice crystals, forcefully breaking through the already loosened barrier and entering the interior of the sacred altar. The interior of the sacred altar appeared even more bizarre than the exterior. The ground was covered with a thick layer of cold crystal, beneath which mechanical pipelines could be faintly seen flowing. Every 10 steps stood a half-activated, heavy, cold crystal puppet. These puppets were far larger than those encountered outside, towering about 3 zhong, their bodies encased in thickened ice armor, wielding giant axes made of meteorite iron, the blades frozen with layers of dark malevolence, evidently modified by the mechanical remnants using cold crystal and dark malevolence. I never expected there to be so many puppets. The ice bear demon reverted to human form, rubbing its sore arms, its mid-stage spiritual energy now reduced to a mere 30%. The ice armor of these iron lumps was 3 times harder than before, and ordinary attacks would surely fail to penetrate their defenses. Sun Shaojian slumped onto the cold crystal ground, his array flag bag nearly empty, panting heavily. I can still set up the last ice-devouring array. It will entangle them for a quarter of an hour. You must use this time to find the control room of the core cannon. Only by shutting down the control system can we completely prevent the core cannon from going out of control. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan helped each other to stand. Their mid-stage pure Yin realm spiritual energy was also nearly depleted. Lin Xiaowan took out 2 bottles of warm spirit pills from the medicine box and handed them to everyone. First, take the pills to replenish some spiritual energy. The core cannon may fire again at any moment, and we do not have time to waste. Lin Feng accepted the warm spirit pills and, after consuming one, felt a warm current slide down his throat, restoring some of his spiritual energy in the early stage of the spiritual source realm. He produced a mechanical chip, and upon contact with the cold crystal floor of the sacred altar, it suddenly illuminated with a red light, projecting a simple diagram of the structure of the sacred altar. The control room is at the top of the altar, directly beneath the core cannon, accessible through 3 passageways, each guarded by puppets. The central passage was marked as the main conduit of the cold crystal mine, the energy source for the puppets. Take the central passage. By severing the mine conduit, the puppets will lose their energy. Lin Feng pointed to the entrance of the passage on the structural diagram. Sun Shaojian, you set up the array to entangle the puppets outside. Qingyue, Lin Xiaowan, you purify the dark malevolence in the passage with pure Yin energy. Ice Bear, Little Dragon Bag, come with me to sever the conduit. Sun Shaojian nodded, struggling to rise, as he inserted the last few array flags into the cold crystal ground. A network-like barrier woven from emerald light temporarily ensnared the heavy cold crystal puppets outside. I can hold them for half a quarter, he urged. You must be swift. If the formation collapses, these puppets will catch up. Without hesitation, the group advanced down the central passage. The cold crystals on either side emitted a blue glow, and the walls were entwined with dark malevolence, with wisps of malevolent mist occasionally escaping, purified by Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan's pure Yin energy. After traversing approximately 100 paces, a sudden mechanical sound echoed ahead. 3 heavy cold crystal puppets slid out from the hidden doors on either side of the passage, their massive axes imbued with dark malevolence, swinging towards Lin Feng and the others. Be cautious. The ice bear demon tightened its claw, meeting the foremost puppet head-on. The golden light collided with its icy armor, leaving only shallow marks. The puppet retaliated, its great axe striking back and forcing the ice bear demon to stagger back 3 steps, crashing against the wall of the passage, shards of cold crystal cascading down. Little Dragon transformed into a flame-patterned arrow, shooting towards the joints of the puppet. The fiery force scorched the icy armor but failed to completely melt it. Lin Feng wielded the flame dragon Xianzun armor, the spirit source breaking blade enveloped in a pale blue light, cleaving towards the puppet's cold crystal core. As the blade grazed the icy armor, the core suddenly ignited with a crimson glow, and dark malevolence surged forth, forcing Lin Feng to retreat. The cores of these puppets are infused with dark malevolence. Su Qingyue exclaimed, condensing pure Yin energy into light needles that pierced the dark malevolence. We must purify the malevolence before we can attack the core. With Lin Xiaowan by her side, they advanced, weaving pale blue light to ensnare the puppet's core, gradually purifying the dark malevolence. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng maneuvered behind the puppet, thrusting the spirit source breaking blade towards the cold crystal vein pipeline. The pipeline cracked open with a sharp sound, and the cold crystal spiritual energy spilled forth through the fissure. causing the puppet's icy armor to dim slightly and its movements to slow. The ice bear demon seized the moment, striking its claw against the puppet's core. This time the golden light penetrated the core directly, toppling the puppet with a resounding crash, shattering it into fragments of ice. Having dealt with the 3 puppets, the entrance to the main cold crystal vein pipeline finally appeared before them. The pipeline, with a diameter of about 10 feet, coursed with a pale blue cold crystal spiritual energy, connecting to the core cannon at the apex of the sacred altar. Just as Lin Feng intended to sever the pipeline, a familiar mechanical voice echoed from the depths of the passage. "I didn't expect you to make it this far, but alas, it is too late." The group turned to see a figure clad in a dark malevolent robe emerging from the shadows, holding a dark purple control panel. It was none other than a remnant of the Xiansha sect who had previously escaped. He had allied with the mechanical remnants and was now operating the control panel. Suddenly, the cold crystal spiritual energy in the pipeline surged towards the core cannon, the cannon's red light reigniting, clearly preparing to fire again. "It's you!" The ice bear demon bellowed, charging forward, only to be obstructed by the puppets controlled by the Xiansha remnant. "Last time you escaped, this time? Let's see where you can run." The remnant sneered, pressing a button on the control panel. The hidden doors along the passage swung open, and dozens of heavy cold crystal puppets emerged, surrounding Lin Feng and the others. "You shall all perish here today. The core cannon will obliterate the entire extreme north, and then the spirit source realm will be ours." Lin Feng gripped the Lingyuan Pasha blade tightly, his gaze fixed on the approaching puppets, while his mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must sever the pipeline before the core cannon could fire. All the while dealing with the remnants of a Xiansha. Taking a deep breath, the Pangu crystal core in his palm resonated with the mechanical chip, which projected a method to crack the control panel. Securing the control panel would allow him to temporarily halt the energy supply to the core cannon. "Ice Bear, block the puppets. Qingwei, Lin Shaowan, purify the Black Sha. I will retrieve the control panel," Lin Feng declared, his fiery wings unfurling as he charged towards the Xiansha remnants. The Lingyuan Pasha blade shimmering with a pale blue light, aiming directly for the control panel. The Xiansha remnants, aware of his intent, commanded the puppets to obstruct him. The control panel was activated again, and the core cannon's crimson light surged to its zenith, its barrel now aimed at the entrance of the passage. Chapter 80. Seizing the panel to temporarily halt the core cannon, the main brain intervenes with the puppets. The swarm of puppets controlled by the Xiansha remnants surged forth like a tidal wave. The foremost heavy puppet wielded a massive iron axe, its black Sha blade cleaving into the icy ground, sending shards of ice flying, leaving dark marks across Lin Feng's mech as they grazed by. Ice Bear roared fiercely at the front lines, his mid-stage spirit power causing the Pasha claws to gleam with golden light. One claw struck the puppet's icy armor. Although it did not shatter the exterior, it forced the puppet back a half step. "Lin Feng, hurry and seize the control panel. I can hold off these metal monstrosities for a while longer." Seeing the situation, Little Dragon transformed back from the Yenwen Pasha arrow into its original form, black and gold flames swirling around it, as it charged towards the right flank of the puppet horde. The moment the flame sphere detonated, it charred the icy armor of 3 puppets, temporarily disrupting their advance. However, the sheer number of puppets was overwhelming, and soon 5 more surged to fill the gap, their massive axes swinging towards Little Dragon, threatening to cleave it in two. "Be careful." Su Qingwei dashed forward, just in time, her mid-stage pure energy coalescing into a shield that blocked the colossal axe while extending into chains that ensnared the joints of the puppets. Lin Shaowan, quickly purify their Black Sha cores. Without the Black Sha, the puppets will be immobile. Lin Shaowan nodded, tapping her spirit vein staff against the ground as pure energy transformed into several fine needles, precisely piercing the Black Sha core in the chest of the puppet. As the needles penetrated the core, white smoke emanated from the Black Sha, and the puppet's movements noticeably slowed, their icy armor dimming slightly. "It's effective, but there are too many puppets. Our pure energy won't last long." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng maneuvered around the swarm of puppets, the fiery wings of Yanlong Xian Zun armor flapping to evade the incoming Black Sha blades as he charged directly towards the Xiansha remnants. Noticing this, the remnants immediately activated the control panel, and several black Sha chains descended from the top of the passage, ensnaring Lin Feng's mech. Think you can seize the control panel? You'll have to get through me first. These black Sha chains will drain your spirit power. Let us see how you move. As the black Sha chains made contact with the mech, Lin Feng felt his spirit power rapidly depleting. The black and gold patterns of the Yanlong Xianzun armor beginning to flicker. Gritting his teeth, the Pangu crystal core in his palm suddenly became scalding hot. Strands of faint golden light spreading along the chains in a reverse motion, astonishingly beginning to purify the black Sha. Your black Sha is ineffective against me. At that moment, Sun Xiaojian, dragging his weary body, rushed in from the entrance of the passage, clutching a half-damaged ice spirit formation flag. Lin Feng, I am here to assist you. This flag can absorb the black fiend. He thrust the flag into the ground, and verdant spiritual light intertwined with golden threads, hastening the purification of the black fiend chains. I have temporarily confined the puppets outside. You must act quickly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng forcefully broke free from the chains. Wielding the spirit source breaking blade towards the wrist of the remnants of the Xian Sha. The remnants hastily dodged, causing the control panel to slip from their grasp and plummet towards the ground. With quick reflexes, Lin Feng leaped to catch the control panel, his fingers swiftly pressing the emergency stop button projected by the chip. Suddenly, a low hum emanated from the core cannon atop the altar, the red light of the cannon dimming in an instant as its energy supply was entirely severed. Ding! Successfully paused the spirit vein core cannon. Gaining breakthrough bonus. Fury value 12,000. Current cumulative fury value 12,000. No, my core cannon. The remnants of the Xian Sha charged at Lin Feng with frenzied rage. A dagger of condensed black fiend energy materializing in their hand. I will kill you. Seizing the moment, the ice bear demon lunged forward, pinning the Xian Sha remnants to the ground, its claw pressing against their throat. Do not move. Move again, and I shall crush your throat. Lin Feng examined the control panel closely, discovering options beyond the emergency stop. Energy output and puppet control mainframe connection, with the latter button flashing ominously in red. It was evident that the remnants had been in contact with some mechanical mainframe. Just as he intended to investigate further, the control panel began to flicker uncontrollably, and a line of cold mechanical text appeared on the screen. Interference by outsiders detected, activating emergency protocol, puppets at full power. Before the words had fully registered, the puppets on either side of the passage went berserk. The red light of the black fiend core surged, the cracks in the icy armor oozing thick black energy. Their formerly sluggish movements transforming into a swift frenzy. They began to dismantle one another, reassembling into a more colossal fusion puppet. The foremost three puppets merged into a towering giant, 5 zhang tall, wielding 2 enormous iron axes. The blades imbued with black fiend energy, capable of easily rending the frost crystal as they advanced toward the group. This is bad. The puppets have mutated. Su Qingyue's expression changed drastically as she summoned a pure Yin power to form a light shield, which was shattered by the giant axe, sending her staggering back several steps. Blood trickling from her lips. This is the mechanical mainframe controlling them. It must be deep within the altar. Lin Xiaowan supported Su Qingyue, her spirit vein staff flickering violently. The control panel has been remotely seized by the mainframe. Lin Feng, throw it away quickly, otherwise it will pinpoint our location. In a hurried response, Lin Feng hurled the control panel away, and the moment it struck the ground, it exploded, scattering black fiend fragments everywhere. Yet, the fusion puppet had already closed in, its giant axe laced with malevolent energy, swinging towards the ice bear demon. In a desperate act, the ice bear demon transformed into a frostquake warhammer. Pale blue ice patterns enveloped in golden light blocking the giant axe. But it was forced to retreat repeatedly, cracks forming upon the warhammer's icy surface. This thing is far too sturdy. My warhammer can barely withstand it. Lin Feng took a deep breath, expending 6,000 points of rage to activate the deep scanning of the Pangu crystal core's spiritual veins. Delicate golden threads penetrated the depths of the fusion puppet, revealing its core, which lay ensconced deep within its chest, shielded by 3 layers of dark malevolence and icy armor. Furthermore, the core was closely connected to a signal source buried deep within the sacred altar. Sun Xiaojian, Can you deploy a formation to disrupt the main brain signal? The puppet's core was under the control of the main brain. Severing the signal would render them incapacitated. Ding! 6,000 points of rage consumed. Activating deep scanning of spiritual veins. Locking onto the mechanical main brain's signal source location. Control room of the altar's lowest level. Current accumulated rage, 120,000. Sun Xiaojian nodded, retrieving the last few spiritual stones and swiftly inscribing a formation on the ground. I can set up a spiritual vein interference formation, but it will require time. Moreover, this formation can only disrupt for 10 minutes. You must hold on. He placed the spiritual stones at the formation's focal point. The verdant spiritual light began to radiate, and indeed, the movements of the fusion puppet slowed, indicating that the signal was being affected. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan seized the opportunity to merge their pure yin energies, transforming them into a profound yin purification wave that surged toward the core of the fusion puppet. As the purification wave struck the dark malevolence, it erupted in white vapor, and the core's crimson glow dimmed slightly. Lin Feng, now is the time to attack the core. We can temporarily suppress the dark malevolence. Lin Feng commanded the flame dragon Xianzun armor. Leaping into the air, the spirit source breaking malevolence blade enveloped in a soft golden light. Aimed at the chest of the fusion puppet, the blade pierced through the first layer of icy armor and dark malevolence, but was halted by the second layer. Unable to advance even a fraction further, regardless of how much strength he exerted, the fusion puppet roared as it lifted its massive axe, swinging it toward Lin Feng's back, poised to cleave him in two. Lin Feng, be careful! Suddenly, the little dragon transformed into the flame-pattern-breaking malevolence arrow, shooting toward the fusion puppet's eye. The searing force scorched the icy armor, compelling the puppet to momentarily turn its head, allowing the massive axe to barely miss Lin Feng's mech and strike the ground, fracturing the cold crystal surface with a deep chasm. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng channeled all of his remaining 6,000 points of rage into the spirit source breaking malevolence blade. The blade surged to an impressive length, infused with purifying flames, and struck toward the core of the fusion puppet. Shatter for me! The flame blade penetrated the second layer of icy armor and dark malevolence, accurately piercing the core. With a thunderous explosion, the core of the fusion puppet detonated, sending shards of dark malevolence and icy armor scattering across the ground, its massive form crashing down, rendered entirely motionless. Ding! Fusion puppet, Lord level, defeated, absorbing dark malevolence and cold crystal spiritual power, converting rage into 15,000. Current accumulated rage, 150,000. Having vanquished the fusion puppet, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, an abrupt alarm sounded from within the depths of the sacred altar, and the entire altar began to tremble violently. Countless cracks appeared in the cold crystal ground, and debris from the ceiling cascaded down. Sun Xiaojian's spiritual vein interference formation suddenly extinguished, and the spiritual stones at the focal point exploded. Not good. The main brain has discovered us. It is initiating the self-destruction program of the altar. We must hurry to the control room below and deactivate the self-destruction system, or the entire altar will explode. Lin Feng gazed into the depths of the passage, where the faint sounds of machinery echoed from the darkness, indicating the route to the control room below. Gripping the Lingyuan Pashaji blade tightly, the intricate patterns of the Yanlong Xuanzuan armor ignited once more. Let us proceed to the control room. We must deactivate the self-destruct sequence at all costs. The ice bear demon reverted to its human form, massaging its sore arms as it followed closely behind. Indeed, we cannot allow it to explode. I have yet to feast upon the Lingyuan beasts in the altar. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan supported one another, with Lin Xiaowan retrieving the last few warm spirit pills from the medicine box to distribute among the group. Meanwhile, the little dragon leaped onto Lin Feng's shoulder, its black golden flame energy flickering at the tips of its claws, ready to confront any imminent danger. Chapter 81. The Shajing puppets block the path. Countdown pressures the control gate. The cold, mechanical voice reverberated through the passage, announcing the activation of the self-destruct program with a countdown of 10 minutes. The fissures in the icy crystal floor widened, and occasionally, sparks flew as mechanical components plummeted from the cracks, striking the ground with a piercing clang. Just as Lin Feng took 2 steps forward, a thunderous mechanical sound erupted from the depths of the passage as 6 jet-black mechanical Sha Jing puppets emerged from the shadows. These puppets were markedly different from the previous icy crystal puppets. Their bodies were constructed entirely of metal, adorned with protruding Sha Jing crystals. With a dark purple core, crystal embedded in their chests. Their limbs could transform into various weapons, some morphing into Sha Jing cannon barrels, others into long-handled scythes, with both the muzzle and blade tips emanating a sinister black light, clearly designed by the mechanical mastermind for combat interception. These iron monstrosities are far more formidable than their predecessors. The Ice Bear Demon exclaimed, tightening its grip on the Prodigy claw. The spiritual energy from its mid-stage condensation realm surged within, golden light radiating from its claws. Their metallic armor is harder than meteorite iron. I fear my claws may not be able to cleave through them. Sun Shaojian hastily pulled out the remaining 3 Ice Spirit array flags, his hands trembling as he inserted them into the ground. His spiritual energy, now nearly depleted from the initial stage of the Lingyuan realm, barely allowed the emerald light of the array flags to flicker. This array can only disrupt their signals. It won't last more than 3 minutes. Moreover, their core crystals are hidden in their chests. Only flame energy or pure Yin energy can shatter them. No sooner had he spoken than the foremost mechanical Sha Jing puppet opened fire, launching 3 black Sha Jing projectiles that detonated mid-air, unleashing a cloud of black mist that rapidly enveloped the entire passage, even staining the icy floor in darkness. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan immediately stood shoulder to shoulder, weaving a curtain of pale blue light, the Xianyin purification veil, which neutralized the projectiles into wisps of white smoke upon impact. However, the veil dimmed slightly. The Sha mist can erode spiritual energy. Everyone, do not inhale it. Stay within our purification range. Lin Feng's gaze fixated on the core crystal at the puppet's chest, noticing that each crystal was connected by 3 fine threads, which extended from the puppet's body to the ground, linking it to the mechanical pipelines beneath the icy crystals. Clearly, they were reliant on these conduits for energy transmission. He retrieved the Pangu crystal, allowing its faint golden light to sweep over the pipelines. Identifying the weak points in the energy transfer, Ice Bear transformed into a war hammer and smashed through their pipelines. Little Dragon Bag, use your flame energy to incinerate the core crystals. I will divert the puppet's attention. The current accumulated rage value stands at 15,000, allowing for the consumption of 8,000 points to unlock the Spirit Pulse Destruction Cannon, which boasts a 70 effectiveness against mechanical puppets. Shall it be activated? Without hesitation, Lin Feng declared, activate. Suddenly, the right arm of the Inferno Dragon Mystic Armor transformed, revealing a dark golden cannon barrel that extended from beneath the armor plates. The muzzle gathered a swirling energy of pale gold intertwined with dark malevolence, a new skill merging the power of the Spirit Pulse with purifying flames, specifically designed to target the metallic forms of mechanical puppets. Simultaneously, the Ice Bear Demon expended 4,000 points of rage to transform into the enhanced Rupture Ice Malevolence Warhammer. The hammerhead, enveloped in icy patterns, radiated with a layer of pale, golden spirit pulse light as it struck the nearest mechanical pipeline, declaring, break for me. At the moment the warhammer descended, the pipeline shattered with a resounding crack. The sounds of machinery beneath the icy surface diminished, and the foremost puppet's movements became noticeably sluggish. Ding! Ice Bear Demon consumed 4,000 rage points. The warhammer unlocked the Spirit Pulse armor-piercing effect. Current accumulated rage value, 15,000, 8,000, 4,000, 3,000. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Longbao transformed into the flame pattern destruction arrow. The arrow's fiery patterns surged, penetrating the gaps of the puppet's rotary blades, aiming directly for the core malevolence crystal. As the flame arrow pierced the crystal core, dark malevolence mist erupted from the puppet's chest, leaving it momentarily frozen in place before it collapsed with a thunderous crash, its metallic body shattering into fragments. Effective. Now, to eliminate two more. Lin Feng expertly maneuvered the spirit pulse destruction cannon, taking aim at the second puppet and firing. The energy projectile struck the cannon barrel, causing it to explode on impact, sending shards flying towards the surrounding puppets, temporarily halting their assault. Sun Xiao Jian seized the moment to adjust the formation flags, green spirit light spreading along the pipelines, disrupting the signals of the remaining puppets. 1 minute left. The formation won't hold much longer. Taking advantage of the distraction, Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan coalesced pure Yin energy into two luminous spears, piercing the core malevolence crystal of the third puppet. However, at that moment, the remaining three puppets suddenly transformed with a mechanical click, merging their bodies to form a towering fusion malevolence puppet, standing 3 zhang high. This new puppet boasted 3 core malevolence crystals embedded in its chest, for rotary blades for limbs, and 2 malevolence cannons on its back, all aimed menacingly at the group. The black malevolence light intensifying threefold. This is bad. They fused again. The Ice Bear Demon's warhammer struck the rotary blade of the fusion puppet, but became ensnared. Dark malevolence began to crawl up the hammer, attempting to corrode the spirit pulse light. Lin Feng quickly used the cannon to blast its crystal core. I can barely hold on. Lin Feng's spirit pulse destruction cannon once again gathered energy, but he discovered that the barrel had begun to overheat due to continuous use. The spiritual power of the initial stage of the spirit source realm struggled to support high-frequency shots. Gritting his teeth, he poured all remaining 3,000 rage points into the cannon, causing the muzzle's light to surge dramatically. Shatter for me. The energy projectile penetrated the fusion puppet's outer metallic layer, striking the central core malevolence crystal, which erupted in an explosion of dark malevolence mist. Ding! Consumed 3,000 rage points. The spirit pulse destruction cannon's power has doubled. Current accumulated rage value, 0. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan infused all their pure Yin energy into the purification curtain, transforming it into a colossal hand that grasped the remaining 2 core malevolence crystals, forcibly tearing them from the puppet's body. The fusion puppet lost its core, crashing to the ground in a resounding thud, entirely devoid of movement. Only 5 minutes remain. To the control room, quickly. Sun Xiaojian staggered to his feet. The formation banners had all extinguished, and the spiritual energy of his initial stage of the spirit source realm was completely depleted, forcing him to rely on the walls of the passage for support. The group dared not linger, hastening down the corridor until they beheld a massive alloy door intricately inscribed with mechanical runes. This was the entrance to the control room, featuring a circular mechanical lock core at its center, the runes upon it pulsating with crimson light, synchronized with the self-destruction protocol. The lock core must be deciphered. Allow me to attempt it. Sun Xiaojian produced the spirit vein pen, swiftly drawing runes upon the lock core in an effort to disrupt the runes with formation techniques. However, the moment the pen's tip made contact, it was repelled by the red light, resulting in the immediate breakage of the spirit vein pen. This is futile. This is an ancient mechanical lock that can only be opened with the corresponding mechanical key. My formation techniques cannot breach it. Lin Feng retrieved the mechanical chip acquired from the death core, attempting to affix it to the lock core. As soon as the chip touched the lock, the runes flared to life, and a message appeared on the screen. Insufficient key permissions, activating defense mechanism. Suddenly, 4 small defensive puppets sprang forth from either side of the alloy door, their cannons aimed at the group, the black death light igniting once more. The self-destruction countdown read 3 minutes. A mechanical voice echoed again, and the debris above them began to fall more densely, the icy crystal floor starting to collapse, while the distant sound of puppets reactivating resonated ominously. Clearly, the mechanical mastermind was mobilizing more puppets to encircle them. Gazing at the precarious corridor, Lin Feng, what do? We cannot open the lock. We will be buried here. Lin Feng focused on the runes of the lock core, suddenly recalling the resonance between the Pangu crystal core and the mechanical chip. He pressed both the crystal core and the chip against the lock core simultaneously, their faint golden light intertwining with the chip's crimson glow, weaving through the runes. The runes on the lock core began to flicker, and the text on the screen transformed. Pangu crystal core energy detected, elevating permissions. Defense mechanism deactivated. The alloy door slowly creaked open, releasing a strong scent of mechanical oil, revealing a basketball-sized core of the mechanical mastermind suspended in the center, surrounded by dozens of pipelines connecting to the self-destruction control console. However, just as the group prepared to rush inside, the core suddenly emitted a blinding red light, and a warning message flashed on the console screen. Intruder detected, activating ultimate defense, mechanical death dragon. The ground of the control room abruptly split open, and a mechanical dragon composed of parts and black death surged forth from the fissure, its body clad in reinforced metal armor, its head crowned with a massive crystal of death, exhaling black fire as it lunged towards them. The countdown of self-destruction had already advanced to 2 minutes. Chapter 82. The roaring death dragon blocks the control console. Resonance of the crystal core shatters the endgame. As the mechanical death dragon's head collided with the entrance to the control room, the entire space trembled. Black fire erupted from its maw, scorching the metal plates of the floor to a fiery red, even melting the icy crystal into streams of water that trickled down through the cracks. Lin Feng swiftly shielded Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan behind him, the fiery wings of the flame dragon mystic armor unfurling into a protective barrier. In an instant, the armor's plates were scorched by the black, demonic fire. This malevolent flame could corrode the mech. Do not withstand it head-on. The cold, mechanical voice echoed ominously. Self-destruction countdown. 1 minute and 30 seconds. The crimson light of the core intensified, and the control panel's buttons began to flash wildly, as if hastening the self-destruction protocol. Sun Shaojian clung to the edge of the console, his spiritual energy depleted in the early stages of the spirit origin realm, left him to grope for the pipelines with his fingers. The control room's pipelines are connected to the mainframe. If we sever the energy conduit, the self-destruction sequence can be halted, but the pipelines are located behind the demonic dragon. We cannot approach. Observing the dire situation, the ice bear demon, having just regained 2,000 points of anger, gained from defeating the defensive puppet, transformed once more into the ultimate version of the earth-shattering ice demon hammer. The hammerhead, adorned with icy patterns, radiated a dense black spiritual vein light, and numerous ice spikes extended from the handle, striking towards the dragon's claws. I shall entangle it. You take this opportunity to sever the pipelines. At the moment the hammer collided with the dragon's claw, the ice spikes pierced through the metal armor seams, and a faint blue ice pattern spread along the seams, temporarily immobilizing the demonic dragon's movements. Ding! Ice Bear Demon consumed 2,000 points of anger, unlocking the effect of Ice Demon Confinement. Current accumulated anger value, 20,000. The little dragon immediately leaped onto Lin Feng's shoulder, its black golden fiery energy surging dramatically, transforming into the flame pattern breaking arrow dragon form. The arrow, adorned with dragon scale patterns and trailing a fiery tail, was launched towards the dragon's eyes. The fiery arrow penetrated the black, demonic fire, grazing the dragon's head. Although it did not strike the eye, it forced the demonic dragon to rear back and roar, momentarily loosening its blockade at the entrance. Now's our chance. Su Qingyue grasped Lin Xiaowan's hand, her mid-stage pure energy coalescing into a dark blue light array, allowing them to glide towards the control panel while evading the molten water on the ground. Lin Feng, we shall assist Sun Shaojian in severing the pipelines. You and the Ice Bear must hold off the demonic dragon. Lin Feng nodded, feeling the Pangu crystal core in his palm suddenly heat up. He sensed that the dragon's core was connected to the mainframe. Shattering the dark purple demonic crystal at the center of the dragon's head would temporarily incapacitate it. He focused on the crystal, expending 3,000 points of anger just absorbed from the demonic fire, activating the dual form of the spiritual vein-breaking cannon. The dual arms of the flame dragon mystic armor morphed into cannon tubes, as pale golden light intertwined with the black demonic fire at the cannon's mouth. Steady it. Ding! Consumed 3,000 points of anger, unlocking dual output for the spiritual vein-breaking cannon. Current accumulated anger value, 30,000. Both cannon mouths fired simultaneously, energy projectiles piercing through the black demonic fire and striking the dragon's head. With a resounding boom, the dragon's metallic armor cracked, exposing the demonic crystal, though it remained unshattered. The demonic dragon, enraged, broke free from the ice bear demon's hammer confinement, sweeping its tail and sending Lin Feng flying, his mech colliding with the control panel, shattering most of its buttons on impact. Lin Feng, Su Qingyue, having just located the energy conduit, quickly turned back upon witnessing the chaos. Manifesting her pure Yin energy into a light shield to protect Lin Feng, she was violently shaken by the residual force of the demonic dragon, causing her to spit blood. Quickly, the energy conduit is on the left. Use the crystal core's light to sever it. As Lin Xiaowan seized the opportunity to draw forth the spirit vein blade, she struck at the energy conduit, yet the blade ricocheted off the metallic shell of the pipe. The conduit was too resilient. Only the power of the Pangu crystal could suffice. Lin Feng rose to his feet, the armor plating of his mech's left arm having fallen away, revealing a blood-soaked limb beneath. Clenching the Pangu crystal tightly and enduring the pain, he charged towards the energy conduit. The infernal dragon sensed his intention, its claws descending upon him, black infernal flames coalescing at their tips, poised to crush him into oblivion. Do not touch the conduit. The Ice Bear Demon's warhammer struck once more against the back of the infernal dragon, reactivating the ice binding, freezing the dragon's claws in midair. Lin Feng, hurry! I can't hold on for 10 seconds. Sun Xiaojian exerted his final strength to insert a mechanical chip into the backup interface of the control panel. The chip could disrupt the mainframe signals. Within 10 seconds, the defenses of the infernal crystal would weaken. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng pressed the crystal against the energy conduit, threads of pale gold light spreading along the pipe, while simultaneously hurling the spirit source blade towards the infernal dragon's crystal core. The blade, enveloped in the light of the crystal, pierced through the infernal crystal, eliciting a dreadful roar from the dragon as its body collapsed, utterly lifeless. Ding! Mechanical infernal dragon, Lord level, slain, absorbing infernal crystal energy, converts to 20,000 Fury points. Current accumulated Fury points, 20,000. Self-destruct countdown, 10 seconds. 9 seconds. The energy conduit began to melt under the light of the crystal, prompting Sun Xiaojian to hastily press the emergency pause button on the control panel. The crimson light of the mainframe suddenly dimmed, the flickering of the control panel ceased, and the mechanical voice vanished entirely. Self-destruct sequence paused, energy supply interrupted. The group slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Feng gazed at the fallen mechanical infernal dragon, then at the mainframe core, and abruptly noticed a projection emerging from its surface, a remnant image of the mechanical immortal. In the projection, he was clad in tattered armor, holding a shard resembling the Pangu crystal. Lin Feng, you have won this round, but the mechanical era in the spirit source realm is far from over. Within the mechanical treasury at the base of the altar lies a power capable of altering the spirit source realm. Do you dare to pursue it? As the image faded, the mainframe core cracked open, revealing a data crystal radiating blue light within. Sun Xiaojian crawled over, carefully extracting the crystal. This is the core data of the mainframe. It must contain the location of the mechanical treasury, as well as the plans of the mechanical immortal. The Ice Bear Demon resumed its humanoid form, rubbing its shoulders as it approached. The mechanical treasury? Are there spirit source beasts inside? If so, we should capture a few for roasting. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan helped each other to their feet, their eyes filled with wariness as they looked at the data crystal. The mechanical immortal surely harbors ill intentions. There may be even more perilous entities within the treasury. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal and glanced at the data crystal. The energy fluctuations of the two resonated subtly, indicating a certain connection between the treasury and the Pangu crystal. He stood resolutely, the damaged plating of the flame dragon Xian Zun armor glimmering faintly. Although his spiritual power was exhausted, his gaze remained unwavering, regardless of what lies within the treasury. We must proceed. The plans of the mechanical immortal will not conclude until the spirit source realm finds true peace. The control room door creaked open, revealing the lifeless puppets sprawled across the corridor. Chapter 83. The secret vault's passage conceals mechanisms and the awakening of the ancient guardian. On the metallic floor of the sanctuary control room, the group gathered around the data crystal, meditating to recuperate. Su Qingyue distributed the last 2 bottles of warm spirit elixirs to everyone, The pale blue pills dissolved upon contact with the tongue, sending a warm current down the throat into the dantian. Lin Feng's spiritual energy began to gradually recover, while the damaged fragments of his Yanlong Xianzun armor shimmered faintly. Initiating self-repair. How is the data crystal analysis progressing? Where exactly is the vault entrance? Sun Shaojian was meticulously inscribing runes onto the data crystal with a spirit vein pen. The verdant spiritual light from the pen intertwined with the blue glow of the crystal, slowly revealing a three-dimensional schematic of the sanctuary on the screen. The lower area was marked as the mechanical vault, with the entrance concealed behind a hidden door at the back of the control room. The passage was riddled with energy laser traps and deadly crystal trigger mechanisms, alongside several regions labeled as high-risk, unknown zones. The vault entrance lies behind that wall. The corridor stretches for 50 zhang. The traps are of ancient mechanical design, and while the data crystal can temporarily shield signals, we must remain cautious of the unknown areas, as the blueprint does not specify the exact dangers. The ice bear demon, finishing the last piece of spirit source beast jerky, wiped its mouth and tightened its claws, standing up resolutely. No matter the traps, I shall carve the path. My claws can shatter even cold crystals. Surely, this trifling laser cannot deter me. It started towards the hidden door, but was halted by Sun Shaojian. Hold your horses. That laser can sever meteor iron. Even your claws cannot withstand it. We must use formations to divert it. Lin Xiaowan, leaning on her spirit vein staff, scanned the hidden door with a pale blue glow of pure Yin energy, detecting faint fluctuations of malevolent energy behind it. There's residual black malice in the passage, possibly leaked from the previous puppets. Sister Qingyue and I will purify it with pure Yin energy, while you all focus on disarming the traps. Lin Feng nodded, aligning the Pangu crystal with the data crystal, allowing their energy fluctuations to intertwine, creating a stable stream of light in hues of pale gold and blue. I will use the crystals to detect the traps' locations. Sun Shaojian will set up formations to create diversions. Ice Bear, follow closely to clear any triggered mechanisms, and Xiao Longbao will remain vigilant. We shall advance step by step. Without haste, Xiao Longbao rubbed against Lin Feng's mech, its black and gold fiery energy flickering at the tips of its claws, letting out a low hum in acknowledgement. Once their roles were assigned, Sun Shaojian first placed 2 ice spirit formation flags on either side of the hidden door. The verdant spiritual light activated the mechanical lock, producing a click as the door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black corridor within. The walls of the corridor were embedded with glowing blue mechanical runes, with a recess every 10 steps, clearly indicating the trigger points for the traps. Lin Feng stepped into the passage first, the pale gold threads of the Pangu crystal illuminating the path ahead. Quickly identifying the first trap, 3 feet to the left, there is an energy laser trap. Sun Shaojian, divert it with the formation flag. Immediately, Sun Shaojian inserted the formation flag into the adjacent recess. The flag's verdant spiritual light simulated the energy fluctuations of a human, activating the laser trap, which unleashed 3 faint red beams towards the flag, slicing it in half, but leaving the group unharmed. It worked. This trap detects fluctuations in spiritual energy, and utilizing array flags as bait will suffice. The group continues their advance, with the Ice Bear Demon trailing behind, methodically extracting the activated malevolent crystal devices and discarding them into their storage bags. These malevolent crystals are reusable and will serve as fuel for Master Zhang upon their return, surely yielding a delectable roast of spiritual source beasts. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan walk in the midst, pure Yin energy manifesting as a luminous stream, gradually purifying the black malevolence within the passage. Wherever the pale blue light passes, the dark malevolent energy dissipates into wisps of white smoke. At the end of the passage, a potent mechanical energy fluctuation can be sensed, surpassing even that of the mainframe core. It is likely the core apparatus of the secret vault. After traversing approximately 40 zhang, the passage unexpectedly widens, revealing a circular platform ahead. In the center of the platform lies a teleportation array radiating a blue glow, while 4 ancient mechanical sentinels are embedded within the surrounding walls, crouched in a semi-upright stance. These sentinels tower 3 zhang high, their bodies forged from a silvery, unknown metal, devoid of malevolent crystals, with a pale blue energy crystal core embedded in their chests, wielding semi-transparent energy, swords that shimmer with the same runes as the teleportation array. Is this the teleportation array? It appears that passage through it is essential to access the core of the secret vault. Sun Xiaojian approaches the teleportation array, and the data crystal core suddenly illuminates, resonating with the runes of the array. The data crystal core is required to activate the teleportation array. Yet, doing so may awaken these sentinels. Lin Feng scrutinizes the mechanical sentinels, the light threads of the Pangu crystal sweeping over their forms, revealing that their energy crystal cores are linked to the teleportation array. Once activated, the sentinels will automatically awaken. Activate the teleportation array and prepare for battle. Ice Bear. Transform into a warhammer. Little Dragon Bag. Transform into arrow blades. Qinghua. Lin Xiaowan. Use pure Yin energy to disrupt the sentinel's energy. Sun Xiaojian. Immediately control the array after activation to prevent erratic teleportation. Ding. Ancient mechanical sentinels detected. 5,000 anger points can be expended to activate the Pangu crystal energy disruption, weakening sentinel defenses by 30. Current accumulated anger points, 20,000. Shall we activate? Activate. Lin Feng responds without hesitation, as pale golden threads envelop the four sentinels. The energy crystal cores in their chests flicker slightly, dimming in brilliance. Sun Xiaojian inserts the data crystal into the recess of the teleportation array, causing its blue light to surge dramatically. The runes spread across the ground, activating the surrounding mechanical sentinels. The sentinels gradually rise, their energy swords glowing with a pale blue light as they converge toward the group, displaying agility surpassing that of the previously encountered malevolent crystal puppets. The sword energy they unleash can effortlessly cleave through the icy, crystalline ground. They are upon us. The Ice Bear demon expends 3,000 anger points, transforming into the shattering ice war hammer of secret silver, the hammerhead encased in a layer of unknown metallic luster, crashing down upon the foremost sentinel. With a resounding thud, the sentinel is pushed back half a step, its energy crystal core rippling but remaining intact. Ding! The Ice Bear demon expends 3,000 anger points. The war hammer unlocks the ability to penetrate the secret silver layer. Current accumulated anger points, 20000500030001200. Little Dragon Bag metamorphoses into the flame pattern piercing arrow, its shaft trailing a golden flame tail, aimed at the joints of the sentinel. The fiery arrow penetrates the metallic seams, freezing the sentinel's joints and temporarily halting its movements. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan seize the moment to merge their pure Yin energy, forming an ethereal Yin energy shield that deflected the sword Qi from the two guarding sentinels. The runes on the shield crackled as they collided with the sword Qi, creating a hissing sound. Lin Feng, commanding the Flame Dragon Xianzun armor, activated the Spirit Pulse Destruction Cannon once more. The cannon's mouth gathered a blend of pale golden and azure energy, aiming at the energy crystal core of the sentinel. Sun Xiaojian. Is the teleportation array ready? We can barely hold on. Sun Xiaojian, drenched in sweat, adjusted the teleportation array, the runes on the screen still flickering. Almost there. Hold on for 10 more seconds. The array needs coordinate calibration. Otherwise, it will transport us to the trap zone of the secret vault. At that moment, the sentinel, pushed back by the Ice Bear demon, suddenly erupted in blue light, its energy sword expanding to nearly 10 feet long, cleaving towards the Ice Bear demon's warhammer. The warhammer was forced back repeatedly, revealing cracks in its mithril layer. As the Ice Bear demon groaned from within, how did this iron clump suddenly grow stronger? My warhammer can scarcely withstand this. Lin Feng quickly adjusted the cannon's aim and fired again, striking the sentinel's energy crystal core. This time, the core finally cracked open, azure light spilling forth, causing the sentinel's movements to slow momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiaojian pressed the confirm button on the teleportation array. Done. The teleportation array is stabilized. Hurry in. The group rushed towards the array, but the last sentinel swung its sword towards Su Qingyue's back. Lin Xiaowan, quick-witted, used her spirit pulse staff to block the sword Qi, but was knocked back into the teleportation array. Su Qingyue swiftly grasped her, while the Ice Bear demon's warhammer finally repelled the sentinel. At last, everyone was inside the teleportation array. With a flash of azure light, their figures vanished into the passage, leaving the 4 sentinels standing on the platform. Their energy crystal cores glowing anew, seemingly awaiting the next wave of intruders. Once the teleportation concluded, the group found themselves in a vast circular chamber, the heart of the mechanical secret vault. The surrounding walls were embedded with remnants of ancient mechas, while in the center hovered a towering mechanical fusion furnace, emanating a soft purple glow. The furnace bore grooves perfectly matching the Pangu crystal core, alongside a massive metallic tablet inscribed with intricate mechanical runes. Sun Xiaojian approached the tablet, placing a data crystal against it, which caused the runes to illuminate and transform into comprehensible text. Spirit Pulse Mechanical Fusion Project. Utilizing the Pangu crystal core as a catalyst, merging spirit pulse energy with mechanical bodies to create eternal mechanical life. Should the fusion fail, the furnace will explode, annihilating the entire vault and devastating the surrounding area. As they read halfway through, the mechanical fusion furnace suddenly blazed with red light, its mouth beginning to absorb the surrounding spirit pulse energy, indicating that even their own energies were being siphoned away. Lin Feng stared at the grooves of the furnace, then glanced at the Pangu crystal core, and suddenly comprehended the mechanical celestial sovereign's intention. He sought to compel Lin Feng to activate the fusion furnace with the Pangu crystal core. Either they would succeed in becoming mechanical life or fail, resulting in the vault's detonation. Either outcome was a trap. Just then, a projection emerged from the back of the metallic tablet, revealing the image of the mechanical celestial sovereign, his expression particularly frenzied. Lin Feng, welcome to my vault. Activate the fusion furnace, and either become my companion or perish alongside the vault. You have no choice. In the fleeting moment when the image vanished, the mechanical fusion furnace's suction intensified abruptly, causing the surrounding remnants of Mecha to levitate and be drawn towards the furnace's core, evidently destined to be consumed, thereby amplifying the explosion's ferocity. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan's spiritual energy began to falter, drawn towards the furnace. Lin Feng, think of something quickly. Our spiritual power is being siphoned away. Gripping the Pangu crystal core tightly, Lin Feng cast a glance at the increasingly imminent debris of Mecha and the anxious expressions of his companions. He understood that a decision loomed before him, one that would determine the fate of the entire secret vault and the spiritual veins within a 100-mile radius. Chapter 84. The Crystal Core's Reverse Control of the Fusion Furnace. A crisis in the spiritual source realm. The suction of the mechanical fusion furnace grew ever stronger, the pale purple light of the spiritual veins swirling around them like a vortex. Su Qingyue's pure light shield had begun to fracture, while Lin Xiaowan's spiritual staff was forcibly wrenched from her grasp, soaring towards the furnace's mouth. The Ice Bear Demon's earth-shattering ice hammer was embedded in the ground, its mithril surface shimmering faintly, resisting the pull with all its might. Lin Feng, if we don't find solutions soon, we will all be swallowed by the furnace. Sun Xiaojian crouched beside the metallic tablet, his nascent spiritual energy in turmoil from the relentless suction, desperately clutching the data crystal core. Seeking a means of escape, the core of the fusion furnace lies at its base. If we can sever the input pipe of the spiritual vein, the suction will diminish. But the pipe is obstructed by the furnace's spiritual light. We cannot approach it. Lin Feng focused intently on the grooves on the surface of the fusion furnace, the Pangu crystal core burning hot in his palm. Previously, he had assumed the groove was meant to activate the furnace, but at this moment, the resonance from the crystal core bore a sense of repulsion, as if it were resisting the furnace's energy. A sudden realization struck him. The mechanical celestial sovereign had only stated to use the Pangu crystal core as a guide, without specifying whether it was for activation or suppression. Perhaps the crystal core could reverse the control of the fusion furnace. Sun Xiaojian, does the data crystal core contain a flow diagram of the furnace's energy? Sun Xiaojian promptly accessed the interface of the data crystal core, projecting a cross-section of the fusion furnace in blue light. At the base of the furnace, 3 main spiritual vein pipes drew energy from the depths of the secret vault, and the groove was perfectly aligned with the convergence point of these pipes. Exactly. The groove aligns with the junction. If the crystal core can block the convergence point, it will sever the input of the spiritual vein. Then I shall attempt it. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, channeling the last remnants of his spiritual energy into the Pangu crystal core, which swelled with faint golden threads. He braced against the suction and leapt towards the groove of the fusion furnace. As he neared the furnace, he was enveloped by the pale, purple spiritual light. His energy seemingly forcefully extracted, the armor of the fiery dragon Xian Zun creaking under pressure. Lin Feng, hold on. Su Qingwei gritted her teeth, condensing her remaining pure Yin power into a light rope, wrapping it around Lin Feng's waist. I'll help you stabilize your position. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaowan summoned back her spiritual staff, its luminescent tip sweeping across the furnace's body, temporarily disrupting the pull of the spiritual light. Suddenly, the ice bear demon's hammer erupted with golden light, striking towards the side of the fusion furnace. I'll draw the furnace's attention. You quickly insert the crystal core. As the warhammer struck the furnace, a fleeting disturbance of pale violet energy manifested. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng forcefully pressed the Pangu crystal core into the groove. With a resonant hum, the crystal's soft golden light swiftly enveloped the furnace, causing the flow of spiritual energy within the main spiritual vein to come to an abrupt halt, its suction power unexpectedly diminishing. Ding! The Pangu crystal core has successfully integrated with the furnace control system, reversing the flow of spiritual energy input, absorbing the dissipated spiritual force from the furnace, transitioning from early to mid-stage of the spiritual source realm. Current accumulated rage value, 120,005,000. Spiritual energy conversion, 17,000. In that moment of breakthrough, Lin Feng felt an explosive surge of spiritual energy at his dantian, the previously sluggish energy flow now becoming smooth and unimpeded. The damaged plates of the flame dragon Xianzun armor were instantaneously restored, a layer of pale blue spiritual energy illuminating the intricate black golden patterns, even enhancing the potency of the spirit-breaking cannon. Seizing the moment, he manipulated the crystal core, allowing the golden light to extend along the main spiritual vein, completely severing the spiritual energy input. The pale violet light of the fusion furnace rapidly dimmed, its suction power entirely vanishing, and the suspended remnants of the mech clattered to the ground. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The ice bear demon reverted to human form, only to freeze mid-motion while stretching his shoulders. My spiritual energy seems more stable now. The barrier of mid-stage condensing veins is loosening, clenching his spirit-breaking claws. The golden light radiated even more brilliantly, evidently a result of the refinement gained from resisting the suction. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances, also noticing the changes within themselves. The spiritual energy of their mid-stage, pure Yin realm became more refined, the previously overstrained meridians slowly healing under the nurturing influence of the spiritual force. Lin Xiaowan's spiritual staff even emanated a faint glow. It's the spiritual energy dissipating from the fusion furnace. Though infused with malevolence, after being purified by the crystal core, it has instead become a boon for cultivation. Sun Xiaojian leaned against the metallic steel, accessing his cultivation panel, noting that his spiritual energy bar in the early stage of the spiritual source realm was already over half full. I'm on the brink of a breakthrough. Despite the dangers of this secret vault, it truly is an excellent place for cultivation. At that moment, a sudden clicking sound emanated from the furnace's mouth, and a wisp of black malevolence drifted out from the pale violet light, coalescing into a spectral image of the mechanical, celestial being. I never expected you could reverse control the furnace, it sneered, its form flickering erratically due to insufficient energy. But do not take pride in it. The ultimate mechanical body of the spiritual vein mechanical city is nearly complete. Once it awakens, the entire spiritual source realm shall become a dominion of machines. Spiritual vein mechanical city? What is that place? Lin Feng inquired, the Pangu crystal core in his palm suddenly glowing, seemingly reacting to the name. The spectral remnant let out a cold laugh, its image beginning to dissipate. You will soon discover. That shall be your burial ground. As the last wisp of black malevolence vanished, a metallic fragment ejected from the bottom of the fusion furnace, inscribed with a rudimentary map marking the location of the spiritual vein mechanical city. It lay to the far west of the spiritual source realm. Encircled by the dead silent sands, alongside a peculiar mechanical symbol that bore an uncanny resemblance to the insignia on the remnants of the mechanical celestial being. Lin Feng picked up the metallic shard and pressed it against the data crystal core. Instantly, the shard's map was deciphered, revealing additional details. The Spirit Pulse Mechanical City lay hidden beneath the desolate sands of the Dead Silence Desert, home to numerous mechanical puppets and a core of mechanical energy capable of powering the ultimate mechanical entity. Sun Shaojian gazed at the map, his brow furrowing. My grandfather mentioned the Dead Silence Desert. The sand there can absorb spiritual energy, causing mechas to malfunction. Furthermore, there are sand demons, which are even more formidable than the ice crystal puppets. The ice bear demon tightened its shattered claw, invigorated by the mid-stage spirit pulse power. No matter how challenging, I fear nothing. My claws can shatter meteor iron. If the sand demons come, it will be a perfect opportunity for practice. Besides, there might be spirit source sandworms in the desert, and they would surely be delicious roasted. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan were organizing their medicine box, carefully stowing away the remaining warm spirit pills and anti-cold ointment before turning to say, "We must return to Qingyun sect first to inform the sect about the mechanical city and replenish our supplies. The Spirit Pulse Mechanical City is more perilous than the sacred altar. We cannot venture there recklessly." Lin Feng nodded, securing the Pangu crystal core and metallic shard. Having advanced to the mid-stage of the spirit source realm, he could more clearly sense the connection between the crystal core and the mechanical city, as if the other half of the core's secret lay hidden there. He gazed towards the exit of the secret vault, sunlight streaming through the fissures in the passage, illuminating the group. Let us return to Qingyun sect first, then discuss matters concerning the mechanical city. But before that, we must seal the remaining spirit pulse energy within the vault to prevent it from being exploited by others. They divided their tasks. Sun Shaojian set up the spirit pulse sealing array, locking the remaining spirit pulse energy around the fusion furnace. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan used pure Yin energy to purify the residual malevolence. The ice bear demon cleared away the remnants of puppets in the passage, paving the way for their return. Meanwhile, the little dragon perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, its black golden flames flickering softly, seemingly absorbing the dissipating spirit pulse energy, growing stronger. On their journey back, Lin Feng felt the smooth flow of spirit pulse energy within him. The black gold patterns of the flame dragon armor occasionally glowing with a faint blue light. His mid-stage spirit source strength gave him confidence to confront the ultimate mechanical entity. Yet, he understood that the dangers of the Spirit Pulse Mechanical City far surpassed any previous location. Although the remnants of the mechanical celestial sovereign had dissipated, the ultimate mechanical entity it left behind could very well pose the greatest threat to the spirit source realm. As the group exited the sacred altar, the setting sun in the far north slowly descended, painting the icy plains in hues of gold and crimson. Lin Feng cast a lingering glance at the outline of the sacred altar, tightening his grip on the metallic shard. The journey to the Spirit Pulse Mechanical City was about to commence amidst the winds and sands of the Dead Silence Desert, and this time, they not only aimed to save the Spirit Source realm, but also to unveil the ultimate secret of the Pangu Crystal Core. Chapter 85. The Return Journey Under Attack by Remnants. Qingyun sends warning and prepares for the desert on the third day after departing the frigid northern plains. The group entered the Spirit Pulse-rich Qingfeng Valley. The valley's Spirit Pulse trees had sprouted fresh greenery, and the Spirit Source stream flowed gently, occasionally revealing a few Spirit Source rabbits darting through the grass, a stark contrast to the frozen extremes of the north. Lin Feng reined in his spirit steed, sensing the smooth flow of mid-stage spiritual power within his cultivation realm. The black and gold patterns of the flame dragon Xian Zun armor shimmered with a gentle blue light, allowing him to draw in the thin essence of the spiritual vein with each breath. After another half-day's journey, he would reach the border of the Qingyun sect, where he intended to first seek Master Zhang for supplies before reporting the situation in the mechanical city to the sect. The ice bear demon rider, perched atop the spirit steed, occasionally pulled out a piece of spirit source beast jerky to chew on, the mid-stage spiritual power surging within him, making the previously loosened barriers now distinctly visible. Perfect. I haven't had a proper chance to test my strength since my breakthrough. If we encounter any foolish adversaries along the way, it would be a splendid opportunity to hone my skills. Just as the words left his lips, A thunderous sound of machinery echoed from the valley entrance, and a dozen black sand mechanical puppets surged forth from behind the trees, accompanied by 5 remnants of the Xiansha sect, led by the escaped vice sect master, who was clad in a patchwork mechanical armor with a dark purple Sha crystal embedded in his chest and wielding a Sha crystal longsword. Lin Feng, I never expected to find you here. The vice sect master's voice was laced with malice, the joints of his mechanical armor clattering ominously. Last time, you thwarted my holy altar plan. This time, I shall bury you all in Qingfeng Valley. These puppets are enhanced with black sand and mechanical cores, making them 10 times stronger than the previous cold crystal puppets. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan swiftly dismounted from their spirit steeds, the faint blue light of mid-stage pure Yin energy coalescing before them into a luminous shield. The runes on the shield appeared more condensed than before, with intricate spiritual vein patterns visibly flowing. The Sha crystals of these puppets contain mechanical oil, which will take some time to purify. You must hold off their advance. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and the mid-stage spiritual power surged into the flame dragon Xianzun armor, causing the fiery wings on its back to unfurl. The black and gold flames, intertwined with the faint blue spiritual light, surged with nearly 30% more strength than before his breakthrough. Ice Bear, transform into the war hammer to control the battlefield. Little Dragon, shift into blade arrows to eliminate the remnants. Sun Xiaojian, set up formations to disrupt the puppet signals. Ding! Detected 15 Xiansha mechanical puppets, elite level, and 5 Xiansha remnants, initial stage of condensed veins. You can expend 4,000 rage points to unlock the Flame Dragon Xianzun armor's spiritual vein amplification form, which will add a spiritual vein shock effect to your attacks. Current accumulated rage points, 17,000. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Lin Feng did not hesitate. The armor's torso manifested intricate spiritual vein patterns, and the blade of the spiritual vein-breaking saber surged to an impressive length, the faint blue light intertwining with black and gold flames, causing nearby spiritual trees to tremble as he swung it. The Ice Bear Demon consumed 3,000 rage points, transforming into the earth-shattering Ice War Hammer of the condensed veins version. The hammerhead, adorned with ice patterns enveloped in golden light, extended several spiritual vein spikes from its handle, striking towards the foremost puppet. Get out of my way. Don't obstruct my return to the Qinyan sect. As the hammer struck the puppet, the spiritual vein spikes penetrated the Sha crystal, and the ice patterns spread along the core, freezing the puppet's movements instantly. I can feel the breakthrough is within reach. Ding! The Ice Bear Demon consumed 3,000 rage points. The War Hammer unlocks the condensed ice spike effect. Current accumulated rage points, 17,000, 4,000, 3,000, 10,000. The Little Dragon Dumpling transformed into the flame pattern Breaking Arrow Spirit Vein version, its arrow shaft infused with a faint blue spirit vein light, aimed at the remnants of the Xiansha faction. The fiery arrow pierced through a remnant's spiritual shield, striking directly at his chest, causing him to scream in agony as he collapsed to the ground, his Sha crystal long knife slipping from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiao Jian planted the Ice Soul Formation flag into the ground, weaving a verdant spiritual light into a web-like barrier that ensnared the joints of 5 puppets. These puppets were controlled by the mechanical armor of the deputy sect master of Xiansha. If he could be dealt with, the puppets would become incapacitated. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged a glance, their pure Yin energy merging into one, transforming into the Xian Yin spirit vein spear. The spear, enveloped in a soft blue glow, surged with spiritual power as it thrust towards the puppet's Sha crystal. At the instant the spear tip penetrated the crystal core, the Sha crystal erupted violently, leaving the puppet frozen in place before disintegrating into fragments. Lin Feng, the deputy sect master's mechanical armor, has a weakness. The pipes on its back are unprotected. We can sever its Sha crystal energy supply. Lin Feng nodded, his fiery wings flaring as he dashed behind the deputy sect master. The spirit vein-breaking blade, resonating with spiritual vibrations, struck down towards the pipes. In that fleeting moment, the blade sliced through, the pipes snapping with a sharp crack. The deputy sect master's mechanical armor suddenly dimmed, the Sha crystal in his chest beginning to flicker. No, my mechanical armor. He turned, swinging his blade at Lin Feng, but due to insufficient energy, his movements were delayed. Lin Feng sidestepped, countering with the spirit vein-breaking blade aimed at the deputy sect master's Sha crystal. As the blade tip pierced the crystal core, a torrent of black Sha mist erupted forth. The deputy sect master screamed in anguish as his body began to dissolve within the Sha mist. I will not let this end here. The ultimate mechanical body of the mechanical city will avenge me. Ding! Killed Xiansha deputy sect master. Initial phase of vein condensation. Destroyed 15 Xiansha mechanical puppets. Gained 8,000 fury points. Obtained 5 storage bags from the Xiansha remnants. Current accumulated fury points. 100008000 Following the demise of the Xiansha deputy sect master, the remaining puppets indeed lost their control, standing frozen in place. The ice bear demon reverted to human form, suddenly feeling a surge of spiritual power within. As the barrier of the mid-phase of vein condensation shattered with a crack, golden light spilling from his body. I have broken through. I have reached the late phase of vein condensation. He clenched his breaking Sha claw. The golden light upon his claws now twice as potent, easily severing the nearby spirit vein tree trunk. Sun Xiao Jian picked up the storage bag of the Xiansha deputy sect master, retrieving a metallic plate radiating with a black Sha glow. The plate was inscribed with a pass for the outer perimeter of the spirit vein mechanical city, along with a simple map of the Sand Sea, marking the locations of the Sansha puppets and the secret code for the entrance to the mechanical city. Wonderful. With this pass, we can avoid many detours. The map also indicated the spirit vein points in the Silent Sand Sea, which could replenish their spiritual power. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan also sensed changes within them. Their mid-phase pure Yin energy had become more refined, the tip of Lin Xiaowan's spirit vein staff glowing softly blue, capable of automatically absorbing the surrounding spirit power. It seems our pure Yin energy can now better integrate with spirit power. Next time we purify the Sha energy, our efficiency could increase by 30%. With the battlefield tidied, the group continued their journey towards the Qingyan sect. After half a day, they indeed beheld the spirit vein watchtower at the boundary of the sect. The disciples stationed at the tower, upon spotting them, immediately sounded the horn. The Grand Elder, accompanied by the disciples, had long been waiting at the mountain gate. Upon seeing Lin Feng and his companions return safely, a look of relief spread across his face. Lin Feng, you have finally returned. The Grand Elder approached, his gaze fixed on the ice bear demon, astonished as he sensed the latter's formidable spiritual energy at the late stage of the condensation realm. Has the ice bear fellow truly broken through? It seems this journey, though perilous, has yielded significant rewards. Lin Feng nodded and recounted the details of the mechanical secret vault and the spirit vein mechanical city, presenting a metallic plate and a map of the dead quiet Sand Sea. The ultimate mechanical body of the mechanical immortal is nearing completion. We must prepare swiftly to journey to the dead quiet Sand Sea and thwart his plans. The Grand Elder took the map, his brow furrowing. The dead quiet Sand Sea is exceptionally perilous. The sand grains absorb spiritual energy, causing mechas to malfunction upon entry. Moreover, the number of sand fiend puppets is considerable. We need to prepare anti-sand spirit vein talismans and heart-protecting pellets, and we must also modify the mechas with anti-sand coatings. At that moment, Master Zhang approached, carrying a food box, and cheerfully presented a freshly roasted leg of a spirit source beast. I have long prepared this for you. I have drawn 50 anti-sand spirit vein talismans and refined 30 bottles of heart-protecting pellets. I'm also gathering materials for the mecha modifications. They will be completed within 3 days. The ice bear demon's eyes brightened as he accepted the beast's leg and began to devour it. Master Zhang is indeed reliable. Once we finish modifying the mechas, we shall head to the Sand Sea. I am eager to see how formidable the sand fiend puppets truly are. Sun Xiaojian, meanwhile, pulled the sex array master to study the traps marked on the map of the Sand Sea. I intend to improve the ice soul array to ensure it operates effectively in the sandy terrain, and I shall add a spirit vein energy gathering effect to prevent the spiritual energy from being absorbed by the sand grains. Lin Feng observed the bustling activity around him, tightly gripping the Pangu crystal core, which now emitted a faint blue glow, resonating with the map of the Sand Sea. He understood that the journey to the dead, quiet sand sea would not be an easy one, yet with the companionship of his friends and the support of the sect, they felt confident in thwarting the mechanical immortals' sinister plot, regardless of the number of sand fiend puppets and ultimate mechanical bodies they faced. 3 days later, the mecha modifications were complete and the anti-sand supplies were ready. Lin Feng and his companions mounted their modified spirit steeds, departing towards the dead, quiet sand sea in the far west of the spirit source realm, under the watchful eyes of the sect's disciples. The hooves of the spirit steeds were wrapped in anti-sand spirit vein talismans. The Mecha armor was coated with a light blue anti-sand layer, and their storage bags were filled with heart-protecting pellets and array flags. The final battle, pivotal for the survival of the spirit source realm, was about to commence amidst the swirling sands. Chapter 86. The initial encounter with the sand fiend puppets and the breakthrough of the array techniques. The winds of the dead, quiet sand sea carried scorching grains of sand, striking the modified mechas with a crackling sound. There was not a single blade of grass in sight. The world was enveloped in boundless yellow sand. Even the sunlight tainted a dim yellow by the dust. Occasionally, the distant sound of sand grains grinding together echoed, reminiscent of the whispers of wandering souls. Lin Feng restrained the spiritual steed, which had been modified with sand-resistant talismans enveloping its hooves. To his astonishment, it did not sink into the sandy terrain. He raised his hand to touch the sand-repellent coating of the flame dragon Xianzun armor, a faint blue membrane effectively shielding against the encroaching grains. Everyone, hold the spirit-protecting heart pill in your mouths. The sand particles will gradually absorb our spiritual energy. We must not deplete it, he instructed. The ice bear demon savored the last piece of spiritual source beast jerky, feeling his spiritual energy, now at the later stage of the condensation realm, flow steadily within him, far more stable than at the moment of his recent breakthrough. Squinting towards the distant sandstorm, he remarked, "What is that?" "It resembles a moving sand dune, but something feels amiss." No sooner had he expressed his concern than the dune erupted, revealing dozens of mechanical tendrils wrapped in dark malevolence springing forth from the sand. Each tendril bore sharp metallic spikes, glinting ominously with a dark purple light, lunging towards their spiritual steeds. It was an ambush by the sand malevolence puppets. These tendrils, powered by a mechanical core buried beneath the sand, could utilize the grains as weapons. Sun Shao Jian swiftly retrieved the modified ice spirit array flag, which now featured an additional layer of pale yellow, sand-resistant runes. He thrust the flag into the ground. An emerald spiritual light enveloped the yellow sand, weaving a protective spiritual sand shield around them. "This is my improved sand-resistant gathering array. It can deflect attacks and also gather the faint spiritual energy present in the sand." Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan dismounted their steeds as the pale blue light of the pure Yin realm surged along the sand shield, merging with the yellow sand to form a layer of profound Yin ice membrane. The moment the sand grains touched the ice membrane, they froze instantly. When the mechanical tendrils struck the shield, their metallic spikes shattered upon impact. The core of the tendrils lies 3 feet beneath the sand. We must sever their energy supply lines. Otherwise, they will continue to emerge endlessly. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he infused his mid-stage spirit source realm energy into the flame dragon Xianzun armor's legs. The mech suddenly launched several pale, blue spiritual spikes, which plunged into the sand. I shall use the spiritual spikes to pinpoint the core's location. Ice Bear, transform into a war hammer to break open the sand. Little Dragon Bag, incinerate the lines with fire arrows. Ding, consumed 3,000 rage points to activate the Flame Dragon Xianzun armor's spiritual positioning skill, accurately locating the 12 mechanical cores buried beneath the sand. Current cumulative rage points, 18,000, 3,000, 15,000. As the spiritual spikes sank into the sand, pale blue light spread through the grains, illuminating 12 specific locations that concealed the mechanical cores. The Ice Bear demon immediately expended 2,000 rage points to transform into the earth-shattering Ice Malevolence Warhammer, its head adorned with icy patterns wrapped in yellow sand, striking towards the nearest glowing point. Come out! What skill is it to hide in the sand? In an instant, the Warhammer struck the ground, creating a large pit. Exposing the dark purple mechanical core, which was connected to several transparent energy supply lines, continuously siphoning the sand grains. Ding! The Ice Bear Demon consumed 2,000 rage points. The War Hammer unlocked the Sand Shatter effect. Current cumulative rage points: 15,000, 2,000, 13,000. Little Dragon Bag transformed into the flame pattern breaking malevolence arrow. Its shaft embedded with pale, yellow sand-resistant runes, shooting into the core through the pit. The moment the fire arrow penetrated the core, the lines snapped with a crack, causing the mechanical tendrils beneath the sand to freeze momentarily before disintegrating into shards of metal. Taking advantage of the situation, Sun Xiaojian adjusted the formation flag, causing the spiritual light of the spirit vein sand shield to surge dramatically, illuminating several core positions even brighter. Lin Feng, the left core, contains evil crystals. Beware of the backlash from the malevolent energy. Lin Feng nodded and maneuvered the flame dragon Xianzun armor to leap beside the pit on the left. The spirit vein breaking blade, enveloped in a faint blue glow, cleaved towards the evil crystal atop the core. In an instant, as the blade sliced through, the evil crystal exploded and black malevolent mist surged towards Lin Feng, only to be blocked by the mech's anti-sand coating. The runes on the light membrane flickered, purifying the malevolent energy into a faint spiritual force. Qingyue, Lin Xiaowan, purify the remaining malevolent energy. Do not let it spread. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan immediately advanced, their pure energy coalescing into luminous tendrils that ensnared the dissipating black mist. The spiritual patterns within the light swiftly rotated, gradually transforming the malevolent energy into spiritual force, replenishing the spirit vein sand shield. The malevolent energy in the sand is denser than anticipated. Sun Xiaojian, how much longer can your formation hold? Cold sweat beaded on Sun Xiaojian's forehead as the spiritual energy of his early-stage spirit source realm was swiftly depleting. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the final piece of spirit vein stone onto the formation flag. It can hold for another 5 minutes, but I feel the spiritual energy within me surging, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. No sooner had he spoken than the spiritual light of the formation surged dramatically. A layer of faint blue spirit light intermingling with a vibrant green glow, instantly doubling the strength of the sand shield, even repelling the approaching sandstorm to some extent. To his astonishment, Sun Xiaojian's cultivation breakthrough occurred at that moment, advancing to the mid-stage of the spirit source realm. Ding! Sun Xiaojian has advanced to the mid-stage of the spirit source realm, enhancing the formation's effectiveness by 50, unlocking the advanced version of the Sand Sea Spirit Gathering Formation. Current team spiritual energy recovery rate, 30. I've broken through. My formation can last longer. Sun Xiaojian exclaimed joyfully, controlling the advanced version of the Spirit Gathering Formation. The spiritual light spread through the sand grains, forcing all remaining mechanical cores out of the ground. Everyone, quickly deal with the cores. The sandstorm is coming. The group quickened their pace. Lin Feng's spirit vein breaking blade accurately struck the evil crystal. The Ice Bear Demon's war hammer shattered the sand, and the flame arrows from Xilong Bayo severed the pipelines. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan's pure energy purified the malevolent energy, and in less than 3 minutes, all the mechanical cores were resolved. The mechanical tendrils beneath the sand completely vanished, but the sandstorm loomed ever closer, the yellow dust blotting out the sky and swallowing the sunlight. Quick, into the formation. The sandstorm is upon us, Sun Xiaojian commanded, manipulating the spirit gathering formation to contract, sheltering everyone and the spirit steeds within. The dark ice membrane on the surface of the sand shield thickened once more. This sandstorm contained sand malevolence, and being caught within it would corrode one's meridians. The storm swiftly descended, the yellow sand striking the sand shield like blades, creating a deafening roar. Leaning against the formation wall, Lin Feng felt the steady flow of mid-stage spirit source realm energy within him and noticed that the spiritual energy gathered by the spirit gathering formation was slowly replenishing the earlier depletion. Sun Xiaojian, your formation techniques have become more formidable after your breakthrough. This sand shield can even withstand the sandstorm. Sun Xiaojian wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes shining brighter with mid-stage spirit source realm energy. I've also incorporated a spirit vein cycle into the formation. allowing us to convert the faint spiritual force within the sand into usable energy, though the efficiency is still not high enough. Once we reach the vicinity of the mechanical city, I will refine it further. The ice bear demon, having regained its human form, leaned against the spirit steed. Its condensed spiritual energy in the late stage of the pulse realm fully stabilized. It retrieved a spirit energy heart-protecting pill and placed it in its mouth, remarking to itself, "This sandy sea is truly inhospitable. Even the winds carry a malevolent aura." Once we locate the mechanical city, I shall capture a few sandworms to roast and replenish my spiritual energy. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan sat within the center of the sand shield, the pure Yin energy gradually mending the damage incurred during the purification of the malevolent aura. The tip of Lin Shaowan's spiritual staff glimmered with a soft blue light, allowing her to distinctly perceive the mechanical energy fluctuations emanating from afar. After the sandstorm, we should be approaching the mechanical city. I sense a powerful mechanical energy, stronger than the core of the sacred altar. It must be the energy core of the ultimate mechanical entity. Lin Feng nodded, tightening his grip on the Pangu crystal core, which now emitted a faint blue glow, resonating with the distant mechanical energy waves, both a warning of peril and a guide to their path. He gazed out at the vast expanse of yellow sand beyond the shield, understanding that this storm was merely the first trial of the desolate sandy sea. Many more sand malevolent puppets and mechanical traps awaited them, and the threat of the ultimate mechanical entity loomed ever closer. After half an hour, the sandstorm finally subsided, and the sky returned to a dull yellow hue. Sun Xiaojian retracted the spirit-gathering array, and the group mounted their spirit steeds, pressing further into the depths of the sandy sea. The modified spirit steeds raced across the sand, leaving behind trails of faint blue spiritual veins. On the distant horizon, the massive outline of their destination, the spirit vein mechanical city, constructed from heaps of metallic debris, gradually came into view. Chapter 87. The Sand Armor Guards defend the mechanical city. Qingyue breaks through the watchtower. The silhouette of the spirit vein mechanical city became increasingly distinct against the backdrop of the yellow dust. The entire city lay embedded beneath the dead calm of the sandy sea, with only the apex of its metallic spire exposed, entwined with rusted mechanical pipelines. Occasionally, dark purple malevolent liquid flowed from the pipes, dripping onto the sand with a sibilant corrosive sound. Surrounding the city stood dozens of energy watchtowers, half buried in the sand. Each tower emitted a faint red spiritual glow, evidently supplying power to the city's defense system. "Those watchtowers pose a problem," Sun Xiaojian exclaimed as he produced the improved spirit vein pen. The pen's emerald glow swept over the watchtowers, revealing that they were releasing a malevolent magnetic field that could enhance the strength of surrounding puppets and interfere with their spiritual energy. "We must destroy a few. Otherwise, we cannot enter the city." No sooner had he spoken than a mechanical clicking sound echoed from the sand. Several sand-armored mechanical guards, constructed from yellow sand and metal fragments, emerged from the ground. These puppets stood approximately 2 meters tall, their bodies cloaked in shifting sand armor. Their arms could transform into sand blades or sand cannons, and embedded in their chests was a dark red malevolent core, with grains of sand swirling around it, as if absorbing the surrounding malevolent energy. More puppets. These metal monstrosities can hide beneath the sand. The ice bear demon tightened its grip on the malevolent claw, golden energy surging from its tips. Just as it prepared to charge forward, it was struck by the sand cannon of the mechanical guard. In the instant the yellow sand exploded, tiny metal fragments concealed within it grazed its arm, leaving behind a trail of blood. This sand cannon is treacherously deceptive. Su Qingyue swiftly advanced, her mid-stage pure Yin realm manifesting a pale blue light that coalesced into a protective shield, blocking the subsequent assault of sand projectiles. The sand armor could absorb the impact of attacks, rendering ordinary physical strikes ineffective. One must first shatter their sand armor before targeting the core. She infused the shield with pure Yin energy, causing it to suddenly expand into dozens of luminous blades, slicing toward the nearest mechanical sentinel. As the light blades traversed the sand armor, grains cascaded down, revealing the metallic form beneath, yet the armor quickly reformed, proving difficult to breach. Lin Feng focused intently on the sand demon core embedded within the chest of the mechanical sentinel. observing a faint resonance between the core's dark red glow and the distant energy watchtower. Their sand armor relied on the watchtower for power. Sun Xiaojian, disrupt the watchtower's signals with your array technique. I shall destroy one of the watchtowers to sever their energy supply. Beep. Consumed 4,000 points of rage. Activating the Flame Dragon Xin Zun Armor's Spirit Vein Sand Blade skill. The mech's dual arms can now condense sand blades, possessing both armor-piercing and sand-resisting capabilities. Current accumulated rage, 13000400009000. Suddenly, Lin Feng's mech arms were enveloped in a layer of pale blue sand particles, which coalesced into two blades extending nearly a yard in length, their edges shimmering with spiritual essence. He maneuvered the flame wings, evading the mechanical sentinel's sand projectiles, and soared toward the nearest energy watchtower. The sand demon's magnetic field at the watchtower's apex intensified abruptly, and a surge of yellow sand rushed toward Lin Feng, attempting to ensnare him. You shall not impede me. With a swing of the sand blades, he cleaved through the yellow sand just as the watchtower unleashed several beams of red light, hurtling toward his mech. Observing this, Little Dragon promptly transformed into the flame-pattern breaking arrow, Sand Explosion Edition, its shaft enveloped in black gold flame energy, targeting the red beams. At the moment of detonation, the collision of the fiery arrow and the red light generated a shockwave that sent the yellow sand flying, clearing a path for Lin Feng. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiaojian adjusted the sand resistance gathering array to signal interference mode. The emerald spiritual light spreading along the sand particles toward the energy watchtower. I could disrupt the watchtower's signals for 10 breaths. Lin Feng, swiftly strike the energy conduit at the tower's base. Lin Feng capitalized on the moment, diving toward the base of the watchtower, where he struck the energy conduit entwined around the tower structure. With a crack, the pipeline ruptured, dark purple demon liquid gushing forth, causing the red light at the tower's peak to dim slightly. However, at that instant, the remaining sand-armored mechanical sentinels went berserk, their sand projectiles surging in power as they charged towards Su Qingyue and her companions. Lin Xiaowan's spiritual staff was struck by a sand projectile, the light at its tip flickering dimly. Lin Xiaowan, Su Qingyue cried out in alarm as she rushed forward, shielding her with her own body, pouring pure yin energy frantically in her light shield. The moment the shield absorbed the sand projectile, she suddenly felt an explosive surge of spiritual power within her, shattering the barrier of her mid-stage pure yin realm. With a crack, the pale blue energy now bore an additional layer of solidified spiritual patterns, propelling her breakthrough to the late stage of the pure yin realm. Beep. Su Qingyue has ascended to the late stage of the pure yin realm. The purification efficiency of her pure yin energy has increased by 60, unlocking the Xian Yin Sand Purification Array, capable of purifying sand demons and converting them into spiritual energy. At the moment of her breakthrough, Su Qingyue's pure yin energy transformed into a ring-shaped light array, enveloping all the sand-armored mechanical sentinels. The spiritual patterns within the array spun rapidly, instantly purifying the sand armor into ordinary yellow sand, exposing the metallic bodies within. While the sand demon core emitted wisps of white smoke, losing its energy supply, everyone quickly attacked the core. Their sand armor is gone. The Ice Bear demon seized the opportunity to charge forward, its destructive claws striking at the core of the mechanical guardian. A brilliant golden light pierced through the metallic form, causing the core to explode on impact. At last, a proper battle. These iron constructs, stripped of their sand armor, were as fragile as paper. It swiftly shattered the cores of 3 mechanical guardians, the flow of spiritual energy in the late stage of the condensing pulse realm becoming increasingly smooth. Lin Feng had also completely destroyed the energy outpost, which collapsed with a thunderous roar, instantly weakening the surrounding sand demon magnetic field. The remaining sand-armored mechanical guardians moved with noticeable sluggishness. Sun Xiao Jian manipulated the gathering formation, channeling the purified spiritual energy into a flowing light to replenish his companions. There are still 2 outposts supplying energy. If we destroy one more, the remaining puppets will pose no threat. Lin Xiaowan leaned against her spirit steed, taking a moment to recuperate before her spirit staff glowed anew with spiritual light. She coordinated with Su Qingyue as profound Yin sand purification array, transforming pure Yin energy into fine needles that accurately pierce the joints of the mechanical guardians. I'll help pull them off. Sister Qingyue, go assist Lin Feng in destroying the outpost. Su Qingyue nodded, her pure Yin energy in the late stage of the realm, imbued with spiritual patterns, surged towards another energy outpost. Lin Feng once again activated the Spirit Pulse Sand Blade, joining forces with her. The two deftly evaded the red light emanating from the outpost, their respective blades striking simultaneously at the energy conduit. In an instant, the pipeline ruptured, causing the outpost to lose all power, leaving the surrounding sand-armored mechanical guardians frozen in place before disintegrating into fragments of metal and yellow sand. Ding! Destroyed Energy Outpost 2, eliminated sand-armored mechanical guardians 18. Gain Fury Points 10,000. Current accumulated Fury Points 900, 010, 000, 190, 000. The group gathered before the entrance of the mechanical city, which was marked by a colossal metallic door inscribed with runes matching the Pengu crystal core. Beside it stood a battered metal plaque bearing the inscription, "Verification of Spirit Pulse Core required." Lin Feng produced the Pengu crystal core and pressed it against the runes. The soft golden light from the crystal enveloped the door, causing the runes to gradually illuminate. A rumbling sound of mechanical operations emanated from behind the door, clearly indicating that the entrance was being opened. Sun Xiao Jian picked up a fragment of mechanical debris from the ground, which bore a faintly inscribed log. Ultimate mechanical body requires Pengu crystal core activation. Spirit Pulse Core indispensable. He frowned and glanced at Lin Feng. The purpose of the mechanical immortal sovereign is indeed your crystal core. He intends to use it to activate the ultimate mechanical body. The ice bear demon clenched its destructive claws, the golden light of a late-stage condensing pulse realm intensifying. Whatever his intentions, once inside, I shall smash that ultimate mechanical body to pieces with a single strike. Lin Feng nodded, the Spirit Pulse Sand Blade of the Flame Dragon Xian Zun armor slowly retracting. He could distinctly sense the formidable mechanical energy emanating from behind the door, along with a barely perceptible aura of malice, indicating that the ultimate mechanical body was on the verge of awakening. He looked at his companions. Su Qingyue's pure Yin energy in the late stage, Sun Xiao Jian's mid-stage formation skills, the Ice Bear's late-stage power, and the fiery strength of the little dragon bag, all stood ready. Let us proceed. Lin Feng stepped forward, crossing the threshold as the metallic door slowly sealed behind him. A faint crimson glow emanated from the corridor beyond, where several semi-activated mechanical puppets were embedded within the walls. The sound of machinery grew increasingly pronounced as they ventured into the core area of the Spirit Pulse Mechanical City, where even greater perils awaited. And the awakening of the ultimate mechanical entity was already on a countdown. Chapter 88. The Malevolent Energy Puppets Block the Central Control. Lin Xiaowan breaks through to assist. The inner passage of the Spirit Pulse Mechanical City glimmered with a chilling, pale red light. The walls were festooned with exposed mechanical pipelines, from which dark purple malevolent liquid dripped through the crevices, pooling on the ground and releasing a sharp metallic odor. As Lin Feng treaded upon the metallic floor, the anti-sand coating of his flame Dragon Xianzun armor automatically switched to anti-malevolent mode, a pale blue membrane shielding him from the malevolent dust suspended in the air. Ahead, there were fluctuations of spiritual energy, likely indicating the direction of the control center, but these fluctuations were tainted with potent malevolence, suggesting formidable puppet sentinels might be present. Sun Xiaojian produced a spirit pulse pen, its emerald tip resonating with the pipelines of the corridor, projecting a rudimentary map of the central control. The control center was located at the end of the passage in the Spirit Pulse Hall, housing the main control console of the mechanical city, which could reveal the location of the ultimate mechanical entity. However, the map indicated that the area of malevolent energy puppets lay just 50 steps ahead, with at least 20 guardian puppets stationed there. No sooner had he spoken than the metallic walls on either side of the corridor erupted with a thunderous crack, as 20 Spirit Pulse malevolent energy puppets slid forth from shadows. These puppets towered over the previous sand armor guards, standing approximately 3 meters tall, their bodies forged from dark alloy, their surfaces adorned with protruding clusters of malevolent energy crystals. Each wielded a dual attribute spear, merging spirit pulse and malevolence, capable of launching spirit pulse arrows or spewing forth black, malevolent flames. The dual-core crystal at their chests radiated blue, spirit pulse, on one side and purple, malevolence, on the other, evidently a product of the mechanical, celestial sovereign's forced fusion of spirit pulse and malevolence. These puppets could harness both spirit pulse and malevolence. Both pure Yin and fiery forces must be employed. Su Qingwei immediately unleashed her pure Yin energy at its advanced stage, enveloping Lin Xiaowan in a pale blue shield. Lin Xiaowan, hold your ground. I will purify the malevolence. You seek an opportunity to strike at the weak point of the crystal core. Lin Xiaowan nodded as the spirit pulse staff spun in her palm, the spirit energy from her mid-stage pure Yin realm overflowing from the staff's tip. However, upon contact with the puppet's malevolent flames, it noticeably stalled. The residual damage from purifying the sand malevolence had yet to fully recuperate, causing her spirit energy to operate sluggishly. Observing this, the ice bear demon immediately expended 3,000 rage points to transform into the earth-splitting ice malevolence warhammer, its head enveloped in dark purple malevolent mist, controllable absorb malevolence. Striking towards the foremost puppet spear. Do not worry, I will withstand their attacks. You all focus on locating their weaknesses. Ding! The ice bear demon consumes 3,000 rage points. The warhammer unlocks the effect of condensing pulse malevolence. Attacks can carry controllable malevolence, inflicting 40 restraint on the dual-core crystal. Current accumulated rage points, 19,000, 30,000, 16,000 left. As the warhammer collided with the spear, ice patterns intertwined with malevolent flames, causing the puppet to stagger backward, and ripples danced across the dual-core crystal. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, expending 5,000 points of fury to activate the Flame Dragon Xin Zun armor's Spirit Vein Destruction form. The black gold armor of the mech was adorned with intertwining red and blue patterns, as the Spirit Vein Destruction blade enveloped itself in Spirit Vein light and purifying flame. Cleaving towards the core of the puppet, Sun Xiao Jian used the formation to separate them. Don't allow them to cluster together. Ding! Consumed 5,000 points of fury. Spirit Vein Destruction form activated. Attacks can simultaneously tear apart the Spirit Vein and the evil spirit's defenses. Current accumulated fury, 160, 005, 000, 110, 000. Sun Xiao Jian immediately adjusted the anti-sand spirit gathering formation to a soul separation formation. Verdant spiritual light wove into numerous light walls along the passage, partitioning the puppet horde into 3 segments. I can hold for 8 breaths. We must eliminate the small group of puppets within that time, or the formation will be breached by the evil flames. The little dragon transformed into a dual attribute flame pattern destruction arrow, its shaft entwined with both fiery power and spirit vein light, shooting towards the 3 isolated puppets on the left. The flame arrow pierced the core of the first puppet, causing an explosion as the spirit vein light collided with the evil spirit, instantly disintegrating the puppet's body and scattering fragments towards the other 2, temporarily halting their assault. Su Qingyue's pure Yin light spread along the light walls, purifying the black evil flames spewed by the puppets. Lin Xiaowan, I will help you stabilize your spiritual power. Try to channel the pure Yin force with the spirit vein staff, aiming for the junction of red and blue in the core. That is the fusion point of the 2 energies, the most vulnerable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaowan followed Su Qingyue's guidance, concentrating her spiritual power at the tip of her staff. The pure Yin force extended through the gaps of the light walls, accurately piercing the junction of a puppet's core. With a crack, the core developed a fissure, causing turmoil in the spirit vein and evil spirit, momentarily immobilizing the puppet. At that moment, Lin Xiaowan suddenly felt a surge of spiritual power within her, as the previously sluggish meridians became completely unblocked under the stimulation of the spirit vein and the evil spirit. The barrier of the mid-stage pure Yin realm crumbled, and a layer of solid spirit vein patterns emerged within the pale blue light, unexpectedly advancing to the late stage of the pure Yin realm. Ding! Lin Xiaowan has advanced to the late stage of the pure Yin realm, unlocking the dual attribute purification effect, capable of simultaneously purifying spirit vein pollution and evil spirit, with a 70 increase in efficiency. Current team purification speed, 50. At the moment of her breakthrough, Lin Xiaowan's pure Yin power transformed into a circular light array, enveloping the 5 remaining puppets on the right. The spirit vein patterns within the light array spun rapidly, forcibly separating the spirit vein and the evil spirit within the puppet's core. The red and blue energies repelled each other, and the core erupted. Qingweijia, I can purify both energies at once now. Quickly, help Lin Feng deal with the remaining puppets. Su Qingwei, elated, advanced alongside Lin Xiaowan. Their pure Yin forces intertwined to form a massive light net, enveloping all remaining puppets. Where the light net passed, the evil flames extinguished, and the spirit vein light dissipated, causing cracks to appear in the dual-core crystals of the puppets. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng wielded the spirit vein destruction blade, hacking at the cores of 3 puppets in succession. The dual attribute power of the blade utterly obliterated the cores, sending the puppets crashing to the ground. The Ice Bear Demon's Warhammer was also not idle, smashing down on the joints of the last 2 puppets. The icy patterns and evil spirit fragmentation effects erupted simultaneously, shattering the puppets' alloy bodies before tearing them apart. Only one left. Let's give it our all. The control center is almost within reach. As the last puppet sensed impending doom, it attempted to escape into a hidden recess, only to be thwarted by the luminous barrier of Sun Xiaojian's soul-splitting array. Seizing the moment, Zilongbao unleashed a fiery arrow aimed at its core, the dual elemental force piercing through, causing the puppet to shatter into fragments. The notification chimed. Congratulations! You have slain the Spirit Pulse evil puppet. Gain 12,000 Fury points. Current accumulated Fury, 110,001, 200,023,000. Exhausted, the group leaned against the corridor walls. Lin Xiaowan, clutching the Spirit Pulse staff, felt the smooth flow of her pure Yin energy within, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. At last, I have broken through. I no longer lag behind. I can finally contribute significantly. Su Qingwei patted her shoulder, their hands intertwined with a soft blue light. We are a team, and mutual support is essential. Now that we both stand at the late stage of the pure Yin realm, our purification abilities have strengthened, giving us better assurance against the ultimate mechanical entity ahead. Sun Xiaojian stowed away the formation flag, his mid-stage spirit source realm energy restored to a considerable extent. Ahead lies the Spirit Pulse Hall. I can sense a potent surge of Spirit Pulse energy within. It appears the main control console is operational. However, a Spirit Pulse barrier surrounds the console, which requires the Pangu Crystal Core to unlock. Lin Feng nodded, tightening his grip on the Pangu Crystal Core, which resonated vigorously towards the direction of the Spirit Pulse Hall. Delicate golden threads extended along the corridor, seemingly guiding them to the console's location. Standing tall, the dual-element patterns of his flame dragon armored garb gradually receded. Let us proceed to the Spirit Pulse Hall. Once we locate the main control console, we will ascertain the whereabouts of the ultimate mechanical entity and the final plan of the mechanical immortal. The group readied their gear and advanced toward the end of the corridor. The grand entrance of the Spirit Pulse Hall was set within a metallic wall, inscribed with dual-element runes that perfectly matched the Pangu crystal core. Behind the door, the rhythmic sounds of the control console's operation echoed, accompanied by a faint mechanical heartbeat. Clearly, the storage site of the ultimate mechanical entity was not far away, and its awakening was imminent. Lin Feng pressed the Pangu crystal core against the runes. A soft golden light instantly enveloped the door, causing the runes to illuminate gradually, and the door thunderously swung open. Inside the Spirit Pulse Hall, a vast expanse revealed itself, with a colossal circular control console suspended in the center. The console screen displayed a real-time image of the ultimate mechanical entity, concealed within the evil energy hall behind the main chamber, its surface cloaked in dark purple alloy. A basketball-sized ultimate evil energy crystal was embedded in its chest, slowly absorbing the spirit pulse energy of the mechanical city, with the patterns surrounding the crystal already glowing at 70%, indicating that awakening was near. At the bottom of the screen, remnants of the mechanical immortal's log scrolled. The awakening of the ultimate mechanical entity requires guidance from the Pangu crystal core. Upon awakening, It will consume all energy from the spirit pulse mechanical city and obliterate the existing order of the spirit source realm. If the Pangu crystal core cannot be acquired, a self-destruct sequence will be initiated, leading to mutual destruction with the spirit source realm. Self-destruct sequence? Sun Xiaojin's expression turned grave. He has lost his mind. If the mechanical entity does not awaken, he intends to detonate the entire mechanical city, endangering even the silent sand sea. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the ultimate mechanical entity on the screen, the Pangu crystal core in his palm, growing intensely hot. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. They must either destroy it before it awakens or use the crystal core to guide it, seeking a way to avert the self-destruction. The direction of the Shaner Hall has begun to resonate with increasingly distinct mechanical sounds, heralding the awakening of the ultimate mechanical entity. With merely half an hour remaining. Chapter 89. Outside the Shaner Hall, the ultimate guardian. The initial struggles of the awakening mechanical entity. Upon the control console of the Spirit Vein Hall, the progress bar indicating the awakening of the ultimate mechanical entity has reached 75. The runes etched upon its dark purple alloy frame have commenced to flicker, while the mechanical sounds emanating from the direction of the Shaner Hall grow ever more frantic, akin to a countdown that relentlessly pricks the nerves of those present. Lin Feng shut off the screen, gripping the Pangu crystal core tightly. Only 15 minutes remain. We must reach the Shaner Hall before the progress bar completes. Otherwise, once the self-destruction protocol is initiated, there will be no time to retreat. Sun Xiaojian hastily summoned the passage map to the Shaner Hall, projecting a verdant light upon the wall. There exists but a single channel leading to the Shaner Hall, at the terminus of which lies the ultimate guardian puppet, the most formidable sentinel of the mechanical city. The schematics indicate it possesses 3 core energy nuclei, capable of simultaneously controlling the spirit veins, malevolent energy, and mechanical force, rendering it more powerful than all previous puppets combined. The Ice Bear Demon clenched its shattering claw, the golden radiance of its later stage pulse resonating at the claw's tip. It could hardly contain its eagerness to test the strength of its newfound breakthrough. No matter how powerful, I fear nothing. With a single claw, I can shatter meteorite iron. With a 3-core nucleus, I shall crush it regardless. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan stood side by side at the entrance of the passage, their pale blue energies of the late phase of the pure Yin realm intertwining before them to form a dual purification shield. The patterns of spirit veins and purification intertwined upon the shield, capable of simultaneously resisting the impact of spirit veins and the encroachment of malevolent energy. The malevolent energy within the passage is denser than anticipated. We shall maintain the purification shield to protect everyone. You must focus on countering the guardian and the traps. Lin Feng nodded, channeling 6,000 points of his 23,000 points of rage into the flame dragon Xianzun armor, activating the ultimate form of the spirit vein malevolent energy. The black and gold armor plating of the mech body transformed as the red and blue patterns melded into a gentle purple luminescence. The fiery wings on his back became malevolent fiery wings, capable of unleashing purifying flames as well as releasing waves of spirit vein impact. The spirit vein shattering blade evolved into a dual attribute core shattering blade, its blade shimmering with a cold light that could rend through alloy. Let us set forth. We must resolve the guardian within 5 minutes. Notification. Consumed 6,000 points of rage, activating ultimate form. Attack 80, defense 60, 100 effective against mechanical puppets. Current accumulated rage, 23,000, 6,000,17,000. The group surged into the malevolent energy channel. The pipelines along the passage walls exploded. Dark purple, malevolent liquid coursing along the metallic floor. The malevolent dust in the air was so dense that one could hardly see ahead. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan promptly unfurled their dual purification shields, the pale blue light dispersing the surrounding malevolent energy and carving out a safe passage within the channel. After traversing approximately 30 steps, a resounding clank echoed from the end of the passage as a towering ultimate guardian puppet, standing at 5 zhong, emerged from the shadows. Its body was composed of 3 layers of reinforced dark purple alloy, with 3 fist-sized cores embedded in its chest: spiritual pulse blue, malevolent purple, and mechanical silver. Each of its limbs wielded a tri-elemental battle blade, their edges entwined with threads of spiritual energy, malevolent flames, and metallic fragments. 6 malevolent energy jet tubes were affixed to its back, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. At last, it has arrived. The voice of the ultimate guardian puppet was cold and mechanical, suffused with a chilling intent to kill. The tri-elemental battle blades swung simultaneously, unleashing 3 waves of energy in different colors towards the group, carving deep grooves into the passage walls, with metallic shards scattering in all directions. I shall intercept. The Ice Bear demon immediately expended 4,000 points of rage, transforming into a ground-shattering ice malevolence warhammer. Its head adorned with ice patterns interwoven with spiritual light and malevolent fissures. As it struck the energy waves, the 3 powers collided with a resounding explosion, sending shockwaves that swept away the surrounding malevolent dust. Lin Feng, its core is located in its chest. The left blue core supplies spiritual energy. The right purple core contains malevolent energy, and the central silver core controls its functions. Ding! The Ice Bear demon has consumed 4,000 points of rage. The Warhammer has unlocked the Tri-Core armor-piercing effect. Current accumulated rage, 17000 4000 13,000. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Shao Jian planted a formation flag into the ground, activating the Spiritual Malevolence Interference Array. Verdant spiritual light, enveloped by a faint purple glow, spread across the ground towards the puppet's feet, disrupting the energy connections of the 3 cores. I can slow down its core's operation for 10 breaths. Quickly attack the central silver core to sever its control. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan took advantage of the moment, as the twin purification shield suddenly expanded into a twin purification net, ensnaring the puppet's limbs. The pure yang energy from the late stage of the pure Yin realm fervently purified the malevolent energy and spiritual power from the puppet's body. Its alloy armor is infused with malevolent energy. Let us purify the armor first, and then you can strike at the core. Lin Feng, wielding the flame dragon Xianzun armor, leapt into the air. The dual elemental, core-piercing blade shimmering with a faint purple glow as it sliced towards the puppet's central silver core. As the blade grazed the alloy armor, a sizzling sound erupted, tearing a gash into the armor and exposing the silver core. Just as the blade was about to pierce the silver core, the malevolent energy jet tubes behind the puppet erupted unexpectedly, causing the body to retreat instantly, while the left fist battle blade swung towards Lin Feng's back. Be careful. The little dragon bag immediately transformed into a flame pattern malevolence arrow, its shaft entwined with fiery energy, spiritual light, and purification patterns, shooting towards the puppet's battle blade. At the moment of collision, the fiery energy scorched the blade, the spiritual light absorbed the impact, and the purification patterns weakened the malevolent energy, forcibly repelling the puppet's attack and granting Lin Feng a moment to breathe. Taking advantage of this respite, Lin Feng adjusted his stance and struck again with the dual elemental core-piercing blade, this time accurately hitting the silver core. With a crack, the silver core split open, causing the puppet's movements to become sluggish, and the brilliance of the tri-elemental battle blades dimmed slightly. The Ice Bear demon seized the moment to smash the left blue core with its warhammer, and upon impact, the blue core exploded, completely severing the puppet's spiritual energy supply. Only the purple core remains. Let us exert ourselves. As Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan's purification nets suddenly tightened, they ensnared the puppet's body, allowing pure Yin energy to infiltrate its form and commence the purification of the malevolent energy emanating from the violet core. Simultaneously, Lin Xiaowan thrust her spiritual staff towards the violet core, a pale blue light penetrating the alloy armor, causing the malevolent energy to surge forth uncontrollably upon impact. The ultimate guardian puppet emitted a piercing mechanical howl, attempting to detonate its body with the residual malevolent energy, yet was firmly ensnared by Sun Xiaojian's interference array. Do not even think about self-detonating. My formation can seal your malevolent energy. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng channeled his remaining 13,000 points of wrath into the dual attribute core-shattering blade, which expanded into a radiant blade of considerable length, imbued with cataclysmic might. Striking towards the puppet's violet core. Shatter for me. The instant the radiant blade penetrated the violet core, The malevolent energy dissipated entirely, and the puppet's body collapsed with a resounding crash, transforming into a heap of scrap metal. Ding! Defeated the ultimate guardian puppet, Lord level ultimate. Gained 15,000 wrath points. Current accumulated wrath points, 15,000. Before anyone could catch their breath, they surged into the malevolent energy hall. The sight within took everyone's breath away. At the center hovered the ultimate mechanical entity, its dark purple alloy body fully formed, with the ultimate malevolent energy crystal core pulsating with a blinding red light. The awakening progress bar surged to 90, and the runes surrounding the crystal core flickered wildly, as the hall's spiritual power and malevolent energy were being voraciously absorbed by the mechanical body, causing the very air to tremble. Only 3 minutes remained. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the mechanical entity, feeling the Pangu crystal core in his palm grow intensely warm, resonating powerfully with the ultimate malevolent energy core. The crystal core beckoned him closer. Perhaps he could forcibly halt the awakening procedure through the crystal core, just as Lin Feng took a step forward. The ultimate mechanical entity abruptly opened its crimson eyes, transforming its right arm into a malevolent energy cannon, aiming directly at the group. Dark purple malevolent energy coalescing at the cannon's mouth, intruders obstructing the awakening, initiating purge protocol. The malevolent energy cannon unleashed a colossal energy beam, hurtling towards them. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan swiftly deployed their twin purification shields, yet the energy beam forced them to retreat repeatedly, cracking the patterns on their light shields. The Ice Bear Demon, transformed into a war hammer, stood defiantly in front, but the hammer's brilliance dimmed in an instant. Sun Xiaojian's interference array was obliterated as the energy beam shattered it, causing the array flags to disintegrate immediately. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, maneuvering the flame dragon Xianzun armor to shield the others, as the dual attribute core-shattering blade and the malevolent energy flame wings unfurled simultaneously, forming a dual-layered defensive shield. The moment the energy beam collided with the shield, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the malevolent energy hall, causing the mech's armor plates to crack. And blood trickled from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, yet he steadfastly held his ground. Qingyue, Lin Xiaowan, quickly use your purification power to weaken the energy beam. Sun Xiaojian, restructure the array to disrupt the mechanical entity. Immediately, Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan infused pure Yin energy into Lin Feng's defensive shield, intertwining the pale blue light with the energy of the radiant blade, finally stabilizing the shield. Sun Xiaojian produced the last few spiritual stones, swiftly setting up the spiritual pulse malevolent energy lock array, which ensnared the mechanical entity's limbs in emerald spiritual light, temporarily halting its next attack. The Ice Bear Demon seized the opportunity to strike the mechanical entity's legs with its war hammer, creating a significant dent in the alloy armor, though it failed to obliterate it entirely. The progress bar for the ultimate mechanical entity's awakening has ascended to 95. The crimson glow of the ultimate evil energy crystal core intensifies, nearly draining the spiritual veins and malevolent aura within the hall. The countdown for the self-destruction program has begun to materialize on the surface of the crystal core. Countdown 30 seconds, 29 seconds. Lin Feng fixates on the countdown displayed on the crystal core, glancing back at his injured companions, and suddenly makes a resolute decision. He grips the Pangu crystal core tightly, leaping towards the chest of the ultimate mechanical entity. I will guide it with the crystal core. Do not approach. If I fail, retreat immediately. Lin Feng. Su Qingyue exclaims in alarm, attempting to grab him, but is repelled by a wave of energy. The ultimate mechanical entity's evil energy cannon re-aims at Lin Feng, the power of its cannon stronger than before. Lin Feng does not evade. Instead, he accelerates towards the crystal core, the pale golden light of the Pangu crystal intertwining with the crimson glow of the evil energy crystal, creating a blinding beam in midair. The countdown continues. 20 seconds. 19 seconds. Lin Feng's silhouette draws nearer, while the ultimate mechanical entity's attack is about to be unleashed. Chapter 90. Crystal Core Resonance Shattering the Remnant Soul. Determining the universe after the spiritual source realm. As the ultimate mechanical entity's evil energy cannon is poised to fire, Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan simultaneously channel all their spiritual power from the late stage of the pure Yin realm into the dual purification net. The net instantaneously expands into a wall of light, a foot wide, shielding Lin Feng from the cannon. As the pale blue energy collides with the dark purple evil energy, the wall of light, though tinged purple, effectively delays the launch of the energy beam. Lin Feng, hurry. We can't hold for 3 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, the Ice Bear Demon expends 5,000 points of rage to evolve his Warhammer into the ice-shattering Warhammer Soul Splitter. The hammerhead gathers a pale, golden light of spiritual veins, striking fiercely at the joints of the mechanical entity. Stop. Do not harm Lin Feng. The moment the Warhammer collides with the mechanical entity's knee, ice patterns spread along the alloy armor, freezing its leg conduits. The cannon's muzzle slightly shifts, and the energy beam grazes Lin Feng's mech, blasting a massive hole in the temple wall, dust pouring in from the breach. Beep. The Ice Bear Demon expends 5,000 points of rage, unlocking the Soul Splitter effect of the Warhammer. It can intimidate the mechanical remnant soul. Current accumulated rage, 15,000, 50,000, 100,000. Taking advantage of the moment, Sun Xiaojian embeds the last fragment of the Pangu crystal core obtained from the altar into the interference array. The emerald spiritual light suddenly surging, transforming into several chains of light that ensnare the mechanical entity's evil energy cannon. I will use the crystal core fragment to disrupt its cannon. Lin Feng, hurry closer to the crystal core. Lin Feng seizes this fleeting opportunity, the evil energy wings of the flame dragon Xian Zun armor flapping vigorously, propelling him to the chest of the ultimate mechanical entity. The instant the Pangu crystal core makes contact with the ultimate evil energy crystal core, the pale golden and crimson lights violently clash, radiating along the conduits of the mechanical entity. The runes on its alloy body flicker between brightness and darkness. The awakening progress bar halting at 99, ceasing to move. No, my mechanical entity, the remnant soul of the mechanical celestial sovereign, suddenly bursts forth from the evil energy crystal core, transforming into a dark purple phantom, attempting to seize control of the Pangu crystal core. Lin Feng, do you truly believe you can defeat me? I shall make the crystal core and mechanical entity self-destruct, taking everyone down with me. The power of the residual soul spread through the crystal core, and Lin Feng felt a chilling malevolence piercing his veins. The spiritual energy of his mid-spiritual origin realm began to spiral into chaos, with countless cracks appearing on the armor of the flame dragon Xianzun. No way, this crystal core belongs to me, and the spiritual origin realm is not something you can destroy. Gritting his teeth, he poured all 10,000 points of his anger into the Pangu crystal core, activating the purification resonance skill. Ancient spiritual vein runes emerged in a soft golden light, beginning to devour the malevolent energy of the residual soul in reverse. Ding! Consumed 10,000 points of anger. Activated purification resonance of the Pangu crystal core. Purification power 100, capable of devouring mechanical residual souls. Current accumulated anger 0. In that instant of activation, the little dragon suddenly transformed into the flame pattern breaking malevolence arrow soul. Its arrow body entwined with black gold dragon flames and soft golden purification light, shooting towards the residual soul of the mechanical immortal. Roar. The sound of dragon roars reverberated through the malevolent energy hall. As the flame arrow pierced the residual soul, the purification light began to sear the phantom, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the residual soul. No, my residual soul. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan immediately infused pure Yin energy into the Pangu crystal core, intertwining soft blue and golden light to form a twin purification array, trapping the residual soul between the crystal cores. Lin Feng, we will help you suppress the residual soul. Quickly use the crystal core to guide the energy of the mechanical body and prevent it from self-destructing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng felt the spiritual energy of his mid-spiritual origin realm surging wildly within him. Suddenly, the barrier of the spiritual meridian in his dantian shattered. The spiritual force he had accumulated in the mechanical secret vault, and the Sansi erupted in full force, flowing through the resonance of the crystal core. And at this critical moment, he broke through to the late stage of the spiritual origin realm. In that moment of breakthrough, the soft golden light surged, completely devouring the malevolent energy of the residual soul. The runes of the Pangu crystal core synchronized perfectly with the conduits of the mechanical body, beginning to reverse the energy flow of the malevolent energy crystal core. Ding! Lin Feng has broken through to the late stage of the spiritual origin realm. The flame dragon Xian Zun armor unlocks the spiritual vein purification body, capable of actively absorbing malevolent energy and converting it into spiritual meridian power. Current team attributes all increased by 30. This was the power of the breakthrough. Lin Feng, sensing the smooth circulation of late-stage spiritual origin realm energy within him, manipulated the crystal core to inject the purified spiritual meridian power into the mechanical body. The red light of the ultimate malevolent energy crystal core gradually faded, transforming into a soft blue spiritual meridian light. The alloy body of the mechanical entity stopped emanating malevolent energy, instead releasing pure spiritual meridian power. The spiritual meridian power previously siphoned from the hall began to gather again, and even the damaged conduits started to repair slowly. The residual soul of the mechanical immortal completely dissipated in the purification light, leaving behind a final unwilling roar. The spiritual origin realm is ultimately not mine. When the malevolent energy crystal core fully transformed into the spiritual vein core, the ultimate mechanical body suddenly knelt on one knee, the core on its chest glowing softly blue, presenting a posture of submission to Lin Feng. It was no longer a weapon of destruction, but had become a guardian machine driven by spiritual meridian power. The self-destruct countdown in the hall ceased entirely, and the tremors of the mechanical city gradually subsided. The previously ruptured conduits began to convey spiritual meridian power, pulling the entire city back from the brink of annihilation. We did it. We succeeded. The ice bear demon reverted to human form, slumping onto the sand. Though exhausted of spiritual energy at the late stage of the condensation realm, his face was filled with exhilaration. I knew Lin Feng could do it. The mechanized entity appeared rather pleasing to the eye. It would be splendid if it could be employed to roast the spirit source beasts. Sun Shaojian propped himself against the wall, remnants of spiritual energy from the mid-stage of the spirit source realm still lingering within him. He gazed at the submissive mechanical body and remarked with a smile, "Do not entertain such thoughts. This mechanical entity is currently powered by spiritual veins, and roasting beast meat would tarnish its core. However, it could assist us in restoring the spiritual veins of the mechanical city. Perhaps in the future, the desolate sand sea will transform into a place abundant in spiritual energy." Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan supported each other as they approached Lin Feng. Both, at the late stage of the pure Yin realm, still exhibited flickers of light. Lin Xiaowan, glancing at the core of the spiritual vein embedded in the chest of the mechanical body, softly expressed, "I never imagined that the crisis would ultimately be resolved through the resonance of the crystal core and the power of breakthrough. I was previously worried we might perish here." Lin Feng stowed away the Pangu crystal core, his eyes sparkling with the heightened spiritual energy of the late stage of the spirit source realm. "It is the collaboration of everyone that has brought us this far. Without you, I would not have been able to break through and purify the mechanical entity. Now that the crisis in the mechanical city has been averted, we must guide the spiritual energy here to the desolate sand sea, then return to the Qingyun sect to relay this good news." Little Dragon Bao leaped onto Lin Feng's shoulder, enveloped in black golden flames with a hint of blue spiritual light, nuzzling against his mech, evidently celebrating their victory. The group surrounded the mechanical body, watching as it released spiritual energy to mend the damage within the hall. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated entirely, leaving only the relief of having survived a calamity. 3 days later, with the assistance of the ultimate mechanical entity, all the spiritual pipelines in the mechanical city were fully restored. Pure spiritual energy flowed through the pipelines into the desolate sand sea, where the yellow sands began to exhibit hints of greenery, with occasional spiritual herbs emerging from the ground. The previously rampant sand demons were purified by the spiritual energy, and even the air became refreshing. Lin Feng decided to leave the mechanical entity in the mechanical city to continue guarding the core of the spiritual veins, preventing future crises. As the group rode their modified spirit steeds back to the Qingyun sect, they were greeted by a throng of disciples at the mountain gate. The Grand Elder, accompanied by Master Zhang and members of the sect, approached them. Upon seeing their safe return and hearing the news of the mechanical city's crisis resolution and the restoration of spiritual veins in the Sand Sea, everyone erupted in cheers. Master Zhang, holding freshly roasted spirit source beast legs, handed them to Lin Feng and the others. I have been eagerly awaiting your return to feast in celebration. These beast legs are enhanced with the spiritual herbs brought back from the mechanical city. Consuming them will replenish your spiritual energy. Do indulge. The ice bear demon took a large bite of the beast leg, squinting in satisfaction. Master Zhang's culinary skills are unmatched. Next time we venture to the Sand Sea, we might discover new spirit source beasts. Then, we shall have you showcase your talents once more. Lin Feng surveyed the bustling sect and glanced toward the distant valley of spiritual veins gradually regaining vitality. He tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal core. The strength of the late stage of the spirit source realm instilled him with the confidence to protect the sect and the spirit source realm. Although future challenges may arise, as long as his companions remained by his side, he felt prepared to confront anything. Under the setting sun, the spiritual light of the Qingyun sect harmonized with the spiritual light from the distant Sand Sea, creating a serene tableau. This adventure, spanning the extreme northern ice fields and the desolate Sand Sea, had finally drawn to a close. While the saga of Lin Feng and his companions would continue to unfold in the rejuvenation of the spirit source realm. Chapter 91. The revival of the spiritual veins provokes unrest. An initial exploration of the sandy sea in search of crystal traces in the valley of spiritual veins of the Qingyun sect. Newly sprouted spiritual trees have grown to the height of a man, their pale green leaves shimmering with the light of the spiritual veins. Occasionally, spiritual source butterflies flutter amidst the blossoms. It is now the 30th day since the infusion of spiritual energy from the mechanical city, and not only has the previously barren spiritual vein of the Qingyun sect been fully restored, but the surrounding sects have also reaped the benefits. The once desolate valley has transformed into the most vibrant hub for cultivating spiritual veins in the realm of spiritual sources. Lin Feng sat beside the spiritual tree, his fingertips enveloped in a soft blue glow of spiritual energy. Having reached the late stage of the spiritual source realm, he now wields a more precise control over this energy, capable of compressing it into strands as fine as hair to mend the damaged spiritual grass. Xiao Longbao lounged on his lap, its black golden flame energy intertwining with the light of the spiritual veins as it leisurely gnawed on a spiritual source fruit. Gradually absorbing the spiritual energy from the pit, its body seemingly growing larger. Lin Feng, the Grand Elder, is looking for you, came a call from the distance, where the ice bear demon approached, shouldering a piece of spiritual wood thicker than a man, with the robust spiritual energy of the late stage of the condensation realm. His complexion glowed a healthy red, and he bore little sweat on his brow. It seems there's news from the Sandy Sea. Some emissaries from other sects have arrived and wish for us to observe the disturbances in the spiritual veins there. Lin Feng rose, brushing off his garments, and infused the remaining spiritual energy into the spiritual grass before following the ice bear demon to the grand hall of the sect. Inside, the Grand Elder was conversing with 3 emissaries dressed in the garb of different sects. A map of the Sandy Sea spread out on the table, marked with several red dots indicating the locations of the disturbances. Lin Feng has arrived. The Grand Elder waved with a smile. These are the emissaries from the Qiyin sect, the Baishui sect, and the Tushan sect. While cultivating spiritual veins in the Sandy Sea, they discovered that the spiritual energy in certain areas surged unexpectedly, and luminous spiritual crystal formations appeared. However, there remains a residue of sinister energy around these crystals. When their disciples went to investigate, they encountered unidentified puppets. So they wish for you, a distinguished contributor from the mechanical city, to take a look. An emissary from the Qiyin sect stepped forward, presenting a fist-sized crystal stone. The stone glimmered with a soft blue light, yet its surface was entwined with fine strands of black, sinister energy. Lin Daoyu, this is the spiritual crystal we discovered. Ordinary spiritual energy cannot purify the sinister energy, and in the sandy terrain surrounding the crystal, one can always hear the sounds of machinery, as if puppets are moving underground. Lin Feng accepted the crystal, feeling the Pangu crystal core in his palm grow slightly warm. A delicate golden thread of energy swept over the crystal, instantly purifying the sinister energy on its surface. This sinister energy is a remnant of the Xian Sha sect. The puppets must be remnants of the Xian Sha mechanical puppets that were not adequately cleared. Nonetheless, the spiritual crystal is a valuable resource, useful for enhancing mechas and formation flags, and merits further investigation. At that moment, Sun Shaojian entered the hall, clutching a newly refined formation flag bag. His mid-stage spiritual energy shone brightly in his eyes, and the flags within the bag radiated a vibrant green light. I have just modified the anti-sand formation into a spiritual crystal gathering formation, capable of attracting nearby spiritual crystals. It's perfect for testing its efficacy in the sandy sea. Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan also wish to join. They're eager to research the purification methods for the crystals. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan subsequently entered the hall. Their pure yin energy in the late stage became even more refined. Lin Xiaowan carried a medicine box containing the newly refined Spirit Pulse Heart Protection Pill made from Spirit Pulse Grass. We are fully prepared. The Spirit Pulse of the Sand Sea has just awakened. We must not allow the malevolent energy to taint the new source of spiritual essence. The elder nodded and handed a token inscribed with Spirit Pulse Coordination to Lin Feng. Upon your arrival at the Sand Sea, you will represent the Qingyun sect to coordinate the exploration efforts of various sections. Exercise caution, and should you encounter insurmountable dangers, send word back immediately. Master Zhang has already prepared supplies for you, and the spirit steeds await at the mountain gate. Without delay, the group took the token and proceeded towards the mountain gate. Master Zhang stood beside the modified spirit steed. A food box filled with roasted spirit beast meat made from the newly grown spirit pulse grass of the Sand Sea. This meat has been infused with spirit pulse grass, which will stabilize your spiritual energy. The fluctuations in the spirit pulse of the Sand Sea are surely not trivial. Take ample supplies, and do not let yourselves go hungry. The ice bear demon smiled as he took the food box, eagerly opening it for a taste. Master Zhang's culinary skills have improved remarkably. The addition of spirit pulse grass makes the meat even more delectable, far surpassing the metallic flavor of Mechanical City. The group mounted their spirit steeds and set off towards the desolate Sand Sea. The present Sand Sea was no longer the barren landscape of yore. The area near the Mechanical City was overgrown with short spirit pulse grass, the pale green patches standing out vividly against the yellow sands. Occasionally, they spotted disciples from other sects cultivating spirit pulses, who warmly greeted Lin Feng and the others upon seeing them. After approximately half a day's journey, they arrived at the area indicated by the emissary of the Qian sect, where the spirit pulse crystals lay scattered across the sandy ground. Dozens of pale blue crystals were strewn about, each surrounded by a faint malevolent aura. Occasional mechanical sounds echoed from the sand, though no puppets were visible. The purity of the spirit pulse energy within these crystals was remarkable, though the malevolent energy posed a challenge. Su Qingwen knelt down, her pure yin energy coalescing into strands of light, carefully purifying the malevolent energy on the surface of the crystals. However, the malevolent energy was significantly weaker than what they had encountered previously, as if diluted by the spirit pulse energy. Sun Shaojian produced the spirit pulse gathering formation flag and inserted it into the sand. Green spiritual light radiating outward as the surrounding spirit pulse crystals began to gravitate towards the flag. My formation can attract the crystals and detect the positions of the puppets underground. Look, 5 puppets are located 3 zhang below, moving towards the crystals. They must be intent on seizing them. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal core, the spiritual energy of the late-stage spirit origin realm flowing through him. The spirit pulse purification body of the flame dragon Xian Zun armor activated automatically. A pale blue light membrane enveloping him. Ice Bear, transform into a war hammer and prepare to intercept. Little dragon bag. Transform into arrow blades and keep a watch on the sand. If any puppets emerge, attack them. Qingwei, Lin Xiaowan. Continue purifying the crystals and prevent the malevolent energy from spreading. Sun Shaojian. Use the formation flag to contain the puppets and prevent them from approaching the crystals. Ding. Detected remnants of the Xian Sha elite puppets, elite level, X5. You can consume 3,000 anger points to activate the Spirit Pulse Purification Body Enhancement. increasing the purification efficiency of malevolent energy by 50. Current accumulated anger points. 0 can be obtained by purifying malevolent energy or defeating puppets. As the words fell, the sandy ground suddenly erupted, and 5 sand puppets, enveloped in yellow dust, sprang forth from beneath the surface. These puppets were more agile than the previous sand armor guards, constructed from lightweight alloys, and their speed was astonishing. Claws embedded with minuscule evil crystals lunged toward the spiritual vein crystals. Just in time, the ice bear demon expended 2,000 points of fury to transform into a swift, earth-shattering ice hammer, with ice patterns on the hammerhead becoming more intricate, accelerating dramatically. It struck the foremost puppet, demanding, "Keep away from the crystals. These gems are meant for restoring the spiritual veins, not for your consumption." Notification: the ice bear demon consumed 2,000 points of fury. The hammer unlocked the swift ice spike effect. Current accumulated fury: 0, 800. Purification of evil energy conversion: 2,000, 1,200. Subsequent kills of puppets can replenish. The little dragon transformed into the flame pattern break evil arrow, a soul-chasing version with the arrow shaft trailing a fiery tail, automatically homing in on the fleeing puppets. The fire power penetrated the puppets' metallic bodies, shattering their core evil crystals on the spot. Sun Xiaojian's crystal gathering formation suddenly contracted, weaving a net of emerald spiritual light that ensnared the remaining puppets. Don't even think about escaping. My formation can absorb your evil crystal energy. Let's see how you can move now. Taking advantage of the situation, Su Qinwei and Lin Xiaowan hastened their purification efforts. The intertwining pure yin energies of the two formed radiant beams, thoroughly cleansing the evil energy from all the spiritual vein crystals. The light blue crystals shimmered with pure spiritual radiance, and even the surrounding sand began to exude spiritual power, with new spiritual grass starting to sprout. Lin Feng manipulated the flame dragon Xianzun armor, the spiritual vein-breaking blade wrapped in pale blue light, striking at the joint of the last puppet. In an instant, the blade sliced through the puppet's metallic body, exposing its core evil crystal, which was then smashed by the oncoming ice bear demon's hammer. Notification: killed 5 Xiansha sand puppets, purified 32 spiritual vein crystals, gaining 3,500 points of fury. Current accumulated fury: 1,200, 3,500, 2,300. Having dealt with the puppets, the group gathered around the spiritual vein crystals. Sun Xiaojian picked up a crystal and placed it in the crystal gathering formation, causing the spiritual power to extend along the formation flags. Resonating with the spiritual core of the distant mechanical city, the spiritual energy of these crystals shares a common origin with the core of the mechanical city. Perhaps beneath the sea of sand lies an even older spiritual vein relic, with the crystals seeping forth from it. Lin Xiaowan, holding the spiritual vein staff, pointed the glowing tip toward the depths of the sandy sea. I can sense a strong spiritual vein fluctuation deep down, even more potent than the core of the mechanical city, and there is no evil energy in the fluctuation. It must be the source of the relic's spiritual vein. The ice bear demon sheathed the hammer, reverting to human form, wiping his mouth as he spoke. A relic? Could there be spiritual source beasts inside? If so, we could catch a few and have Master Zhang roast them for a feast. Lin Feng gazed into the depths of the sandy sea, as the faint golden light threads of the Pengu crystal core extended in that direction, seemingly guiding them towards something. Regardless of whether there are relics, we must investigate. The strength of the spiritual vein fluctuations is so intense that if discovered by the remnants of Xiansha or other forces, they will surely come to seize it, leading to conflict. The group tidied up the spiritual vein crystals, mounted their spiritual steeds, and set off into the depths of the sandy sea. Beneath the setting sun, the pale green of the spirit pulse grass intertwined with the golden hues of the sandy expanse. In the distance, the silhouette of the mechanical city could be faintly discerned, while deep within the sands, the fluctuations of the spirit pulse grew increasingly intense. A new exploration of the spirit pulse relics was about to commence amidst the splendor of the twilight glow. Chapter 92. The hidden remnants in the sand valley and the rune mechanisms blocking the path the wind within the depths of the sandy sea gradually softened. No longer swirling with scorching grains of sand, but instead carrying the delicate fragrance of the spirit pulse grass. The modified steed trod upon the lightly green-tinged sands, occasionally startling a few translucent spirit source sandworms. These diminutive creatures fed on the essence of the spirit pulse, their bodies aglow with a faint luminescence, quickly burrowing into the sand upon sensing the presence of humans, leaving behind only a trail of bioluminescent glimmers. Who would have thought that such creatures could thrive in the sandy sea? The ice bear demon restrained the steed, reaching out to grasp the sandworm, but instead only scooped up a handful of sand imbued with the light of the spirit pulse. If only he could catch a few to roast. They might prove even more delectable than the spirit source beasts. Sun Shaojian produced a spirit pulse pen, its verdant tip sweeping across the sandy terrain. A spectral map of spirit pulse fluctuations materialized on the screen. 10 miles ahead lay a crescent-shaped sand valley from which the spirit pulse vibrations emanated. Moreover, ancient mechanical runes adorned the valley's entrance, likely marking the threshold to the relics. However, the vibrations were tainted with a hint of sinister energy from the Xinsha sect. They had certainly arrived before us. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal core, feeling the spiritual energy of the late stage of the spirit source realm coursing through him, enabling him to faintly sense the malevolent aura emanating from the valley entrance, far stronger than the Xinsha puppets encountered previously, indicating a considerable number of remnants were present. He slowed the steed's pace, activating the spirit pulse purification mechanism of his flame dragon armor, which enveloped him in a pale blue protective membrane. Everyone be cautious. Since the Xinsha remnants have arrived first, they will undoubtedly be lying in wait at the valley's mouth. Ice Bear, stay close to me. Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan. Focus on purifying the malevolent energy. Sun Shaojian, prepare to set up a formation for interference. Little Dragon, Bao, leapt from Lin Feng's shoulder, enveloped in a black and gold fiery force, spiraling gracefully through the air before soaring towards the crescent sand valley. As the vanguard, it consistently provided early warnings of danger, and this instance was no different. Merely 100 feet into its flight, it abruptly turned back, emitting a hurried, low growl and pointing its claws towards the direction of the valley. An ambush! Lin Feng immediately dismounted the steed, unfurling his fiery wings to shield his companions behind him. Indeed, the sand dunes on either side of the valley suddenly erupted, and a dozen figures clad in Xinsha robes emerged. Leading them was a scarred man, wielding a sinister crystal-long sword, his aura swirling with malevolence at the mid-stage of the condensing pulse realm. Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to come as well. We discovered this spirit pulse relic first. Those who are wise should depart immediately, or we shall show no mercy. The remnants of a Xinsha sect dared to show themselves? The ice bear demon clenched its claw, golden light radiating from its tips. Just as it was about to charge, Lin Feng restrained it. Do not act impulsively. There are puppets behind them, and the rune mechanisms at the valley entrance have been activated. A direct assault will trigger traps. Following Lin Feng's gaze, the group indeed observed that concealed within the sands behind the remnants were 20 formidable Xinsha heavy mechs. These mechanized behemoths dwarfed the previous sand puppets, their bodies encased in thickened sinister crystal armor, their cannons aimed directly at the group, the muzzles glimmering with a dark purple malevolence. More perilous still, the ancient mechanical runes on the cliff at the valley's mouth flickered ominously with a crimson glow, evidently poised to trigger a mechanism should anyone approach. Sun Shaojian hastily retrieved the spirit pulse gathering crystal array flag, plunging it into the sandy ground, where emerald spiritual light spread forth, endeavoring to disrupt the signal of the runic apparatus. These runes constituted the mechanical malevolence traps. Once activated, they would unleash malevolent crystal arrows and summon subterranean mechanical tendrils. I could interfere with the mechanisms for 3 minutes. Within that time, the remaining foes and puppets must be vanquished. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan stood resolutely side by side, their pale blue aura of late-stage pure Yin realm weaving a twin purification shield before them. The spiritual patterns upon the shield whirled rapidly, ready to deflect any assault from the malevolent crystal cannons. We shall shield you from the puppet's fire, Lin Xiaowan declared. Lin Feng, go confront the remnant's leader. An ice bear will handle the lackeys. Lin Feng nodded, channeling 1,000 points of his 2,300 anger value into the flame dragon mystical armor. activating the Spirit Pulse Swift Assault effect. The armor's plating became lighter, and the speed of the flame wings doubled as he surged forward, confronting the remnant's leader. The Spirit Pulse core-breaking blade, aglow with pale blue light, cleaved towards the foe's malevolent crystal longsword. Your adversary is me. Ding! Consumed 1,000 anger points. Activating Spirit Pulse Swift Assault. Speed 60, current accumulated anger value 2,300 1,1300. The Scarred Man, startled by Lin Feng's swiftness, hastily raised his sword to block, only to be driven back 3 steps by the force of the Spirit Pulse core-breaking blade, his palm splitting. Late stage, Spirit Source Realm? You have actually broken through. He dared not underestimate his opponent, channeling all his malevolent energy into his long sword, which glowed dark purple as he swung it towards Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng sidestepped, thrusting the Spirit Pulse core-breaking blade back toward the man's shoulder. The blade pierced through the Xiansha robe, but was thwarted by the malevolent crystal heart-protecting mirror on his chest. Seizing the opportunity, the Scarred Man slashed towards Lin Feng's side, malevolent energy creeping along the blade, striving to ensnare the mech. Qingwei, Lin Feng called out. Su Qingwei immediately condensed her pure Yin power into a light needle, shooting it towards the Scarred Man's wrist. The light needle pierced the malevolent energy, striking his pulse gate, causing the malevolent crystal longsword to slip from his grasp. Lin Feng capitalized on the moment, thrusting the Spirit Pulse core-breaking blade anew, penetrating the malevolent crystal heart-protecting mirror, aiming directly for the man's heart. Ding! Slain the leader of the Xiansha remnants, mid-stage condensing pulse realm, gained 5,000 anger points. Current accumulated anger value 1,300, 5,000, 6,300. With the leader's demise, the remaining Xiansha remnants fell into disarray. Ice Bear seized the moment, pouncing forth with his shattering claw, smashing down upon the nearest remnant. The late-stage condensing pulse realm's golden light effortlessly tore through their malevolent energy, causing them to scream as they collapsed onto the sand. Cease at once. Dare to seize the Spirit Pulse relics? First, ask if my claws consent. Little Dragon transformed into the flame-pattern shattering arrow, a soul-chasing variant. Its shaft enveloped in fiery might and spiritual light, toppling 3 remnants in rapid succession. The blazing energy scorched their malevolent energy, rendering them incapable of gathering spiritual power. Sun Xiaojin's array still interfered, emerald spiritual light ensnaring the barrels of 2 Xiansha heavy mechs, preventing them from firing. Lin Feng, quickly assist me in eliminating the puppets. The mechanism cannot hold much longer. Lin Feng nodded and leaped towards the nearest heavy mech. The Lingmai broken core blade cleaved toward the mech's sinister crystal core, penetrating the reinforced armor, causing the core to explode instantaneously. The mech froze in place before disintegrating into fragments. Suddenly, Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's twin purification shields expanded into a radiant net, ensnaring the joints of 5 mechs while pure Yin energy purified the malevolent aura from their armor. The sinister crystal core is located on its back. Attack there. The Ice Bear demon immediately transformed into the earth-shattering ice Sin Hammer, its head adorned with icy patterns wrapped in golden light, striking down on the mech's back. As the hammer descended, fissures appeared in the sinister crystal core, and just as the malevolent energy began to surge forth, it was absorbed by the purification net. Seizing the opportunity, the flame arrow from Little Dragon bow pierced through the crack, utterly annihilating the core. In less than 3 minutes, all remnants of the Xiansha and the heavy mechs were dealt with. Sun Xiaojin's array techniques had also reached their limit. The mechanical runes at the valley's entrance glowed more intensely, and the silhouettes of sinister crystal arrows began to materialize on the rock face, indicating that the mechanism was about to be triggered. We must hurry into the valley. The mechanism is about to activate. Sun Xiaojin retracted the array flag and urged everyone to dash towards the sandy gorge. Just as they stepped into the valley's mouth, the sinister crystal arrows shot forth from the rock face, a torrential downpour of arrows blotting out the sun. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan immediately unfurled their twin purification shields, the pale blue light repelling the arrows. Upon contact with the light shield, the arrows were transformed into ordinary sand. The interior of the sandy gorge was more spacious than anticipated, with a layer of pale blue lingmai sand carpeting the bottom, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. At the end of the gorge stood a colossal stone door, adorned with ancient mechanical runes. At the center of the runes was a recess perfectly sized for the Pangu crystal core. Flanking the stone door were two mechanical guardian statues, partially buried in sand, each grasping a long-handled giant axe that shimmered with spiritual light. This is the entrance to the ruins. Sun Shaojian approached the stone door, sketching the runes with the Lingmai pen. These runes require the activation of the Pangu crystal core, but there seemed to be an issue with the statues on either side. He sensed a mechanical core within. Once the runes were activated, the statues would transform into guardian puppets. Lin Xiaowan held the Lingmai staff, its luminous tip scanning the statues. The cores within the statues bore no malevolent energy. Instead, they radiated pure spiritual force, resembling ancient guardian machinery rather than puppets of the Xianxia sect. Perhaps as long as we do not damage the runes, they will not attack us? Lin Feng produced the Pangu crystal core and placed it into the recess of the stone door. A soft golden light spread along the runes, causing the stone door to tremble slightly. The mechanical guardian statues suddenly opened their eyes, their axe blades glowing even brighter, yet they did not attack. Instead, they bowed slightly towards the stone door, as if welcoming their protector. They will not attack us, Lin Feng exclaimed, elated that the energy of the crystal core was acknowledged by them. However, just as the stone door was about to open, a thunderous mechanical sound echoed from the valley floor. Several spiked mechanical tentacles emerged from the sand, their suction cups radiating dark purple malevolent light, lunging towards the Pangu crystal core on the stone door. Clearly, remnants of the Xianxia sect had concealed puppets within the sand, attempting to seize the crystal core as the door opened. Not these things again. The ice bear demon immediately transformed into a war hammer and struck at the nearest mechanical tentacle. Lin Feng stabilized the crystal core. Do not let them succeed. The twin purification shields of Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan unfurled once more, effectively obstructing the onslaught of the tentacles. Sun Shaojian retrieved the last few formation flags, laying down the spirit vein lock array to ensnare the remaining appendages. The little dragon transformed into a fiery arrow, aimed at the heart of the tentacles, its flames searing through the malevolent light, utterly annihilating the appendages. As the final mechanical tentacle was vanquished, the stone door rumbled open, revealing a rich aura of spiritual energy and a faint mechanical hum. The interior of the ruins became vaguely discernible, resembling a long corridor adorned with luminescent mechanical lights that emitted a spiritual glow. At the far end, a floating mechanical platform was visible, upon which lay an object resonating strongly with the Pangu crystal core. Lin Feng stowed away the Pangu crystal core, his late-stage spirit origin realm power enabling him to distinctly sense the object on the platform, a shard of the Pangu crystal core akin to the one in his grasp, surrounded by a purer spiritual force than that of the core of the mechanical city. There's a crystal core fragment inside, Lin Feng exclaimed with fervor. If we can locate the fragment, we might unveil the complete secret of the Pangu crystal core, augmenting the spiritual energy and thoroughly purifying the malevolent aura of the Sand Sea. The group followed Lin Feng into the stone door, and as they walked, the mechanical lights along the corridor illuminated with their steps, casting a soft blue glow ahead. On the walls flanking the corridor, ancient mechanical inscriptions were etched, seemingly chronicling the fusion of spiritual veins and machinery, depicting ancient beings maneuvering mechanical guardians, and a vast map marking various spiritual vein nodes within the spirit origin realm. The ruins of the mechanical city and the Sand Sea, as well as the Qingyun sect, were all inscribed on the map, with a central location labeled as the Spirit Vein Central Tower, alongside a complete depiction of the Pangu crystal core. Spirit Vein Central Tower? Sun Shaojian halted before the map, his brow furrowed. My grandfather mentioned this place in his formation diagrams, claiming it to be the source of all spiritual veins in the spirit origin realm. If we can locate the central tower, we could gain complete control over the spiritual energy, eliminating any concerns of depletion. The ice bear demon approached, pointing at the spirit vein central tower on the map. Are there spirit origin beasts there? If so, after we find the fragment, let us head to the central tower and capture some formidable spirit origin beasts for a feast. Lin Feng gazed at the central tower on the map, and then at the mechanical platform at the corridor's end, tightening his grip on the Pengu crystal core. He understood that finding the crystal core fragment was merely the first step. The secrets of the spirit vein central tower awaited them, and the remnants of the Xinsha sect might not have been entirely eradicated. The path ahead remained fraught with challenges. When the group reached the end of the corridor, the mechanical platform unveiled itself in its entirety. Suspended in midair and surrounded by a soft blue glow of spiritual energy. The stone pedestal at the center of the platform indeed bore a shard of the Pengu crystal core, glimmering with golden light. Beside the shard lay a yellowed tome inscribed with mechanical spiritual records, the runes on the cover identical to those of the Pengu crystal core. Just as Lin Feng was about to ascend the platform, it suddenly illuminated with a crimson glow, while the surrounding spiritual veins transformed into a dark violet hue. The crystal fragments upon the stone platform emanated a sinister energy, indicating that the remnants of the Xinsha sect had long since set a trap, eagerly awaiting their prey. Chapter 93. The malevolent energy trap surrounds the platform. Crystal fusion shatters the elder in an instant. The red light of the platform engulfed the pale blue spiritual vein light, and the dark violet malevolent energy surged forth like a tide from the crevices of the stone, swirling around the crystal fragments and forming a semi-transparent, malevolent energy barrier. The mechanical lights flanking the passage flickered ominously, oozing black malevolent energy, while the originally gentle spiritual vein light morphed into a blinding red, chilling the air to a bone-numbing cold. This is bad. It is a malevolent energy trapping formation. Sun Xiao Jin quickly took a step back, his mid-stage spiritual power surging within him. He retrieved a spiritual vein crystal and embedded it into the formation flag. The intertwining emerald spiritual light and the crystal's azure glow barely managed to stem the tide of malevolent energy. If this continued, our spiritual power would be completely drained. From the shadows behind the platform, an elderly figure clad in a black robe emerged. He was an elder of the Xinsha sect's remnants, with late-stage gathering energy swirling around him. In his grasp was a malevolent crystal staff, the dark violet crystal atop resonating with the trapping formation on the platform. Lin Feng, I thank you for aiding me in opening the stone door. This crystal fragment and the spiritual vein relics are now mine. Once I acquire the fragments, I shall capture your ultimate mechanical body, and the spiritual realm will belong to the Xinsha sect. Such audacity from an old fool. The ice bear demon tightened its grip on its malevolent claw, golden light flickering at its tips. The barriers of cultivation that had previously wavered during the battle with the puppets now showed signs of breaking through. You must be tired of living to dare challenge us. Today, you shall experience my newly honed ice malevolent soul-shattering claw. The elder scoffed and waved his malevolent crystal staff, causing the malevolent energy barrier of the platform to swell violently. Several chains of malevolent energy shot forth from the barrier, hurtling toward the ice bear demon. You, a mere late-stage gathering energy brute, dare to contend with me? These chains will siphon your spiritual power. Let us see how you maintain your arrogance. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan immediately initiated their twin purification formation, weaving a net of pure light from their late-stage pure Yin powers to intercept the chains. In an instant, the light net was tainted violet by the malevolent energy. Lin Xiaowan's spiritual staff trembled slightly. This malevolent energy is far stronger than any we have encountered before. It is refined from the Xinsha sect's primordial malevolent crystal. Ordinary purification power cannot contend with it. Lin Feng focused intently on the malevolent crystal staff in the elder's hand, then glanced at the crystal fragments on the platform. The Pengu crystal in his palm was intensely hot, resonating increasingly with the fragments, as if through this resonance, he could break through the trapping formation. He expended 3,000 points of anger value to activate the Pengu crystal fusion sensing. Pale golden threads of light extended along the malevolent energy, flying toward the fragments. Sun Xiao Jian entrapped the elder with the formation. Qingyue, Xiaowan, help me stabilize the resonance of the crystal. Ice Bear, block the chains. Do not let them disturb me. Ding. Consumed 3,000 points of anger value. Activated Pengu crystal fusion sensing. Fragment resonance efficiency 80. Can temporarily break through the malevolent energy barrier. Current accumulated fury value, 6300-3000-3300. Sun Shaojian immediately adjusted the spiritual vein-gathering crystal array to the soul lock formation. The emerald spirit light enveloped the blue light of the crystal core fragments, ensnaring the old man's sinister crystal staff. You wish to control the trap formation? First, inquire if my formation consents. This formation can bind your sinister energy. Let us see how you will manipulate the barrier. The old man's staff suddenly became sluggish, the crystal core at its tip dimming slightly. He bellowed, infusing his malevolent energy into the staff, attempting to break free from the net of the formation. A bunch of brats dare to thwart my plans. I shall bury you all within this ruin. Seizing the opportunity, the ice bear demon charged forward, consuming 2,000 points of fury to transform into the earth-splitting ice demon hammer. The hammerhead adorned with icy patterns wrapped in a faint golden soul light, striking down upon the sinister chains. Break from me. Do these broken chains think they can bind me? At the moment of collision, the icy patterns froze the chains, and the soul light tore through the malevolent energy, causing the chains to shatter instantly. Lin Feng, hurry. I can hold on for a moment longer. Ding. Ice Bear Demon consumed 2,000 points of fury, unlocking the soul-breaking ice spike. Current accumulated fury value, 3300-2000-1300. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan infused pure Yin energy into Lin Feng's Pangu crystal core. The pale blue light intertwined with golden light, and the resonating strands of light finally penetrated the malevolent energy barrier, touching the crystal core fragments on the platform. The fragments suddenly ignited with golden light, entwining with the strands from the Pangu crystal core, causing cracks to appear in the sinister energy barrier. With dark purple malevolent energy seeping out, absorbed by the dual purification formation. Now is the moment. Lin Feng leaped into the air, fully activating the spiritual vein purification body of the flame dragon Xianzun armor. The pale blue membrane blocked the seeping malevolent energy, while the spiritual vein-breaking blade, wrapped in the resonating strands of light, cleaved towards the cracks in the malevolent energy barrier. Shatter. As the blade grazed the cracks, the barrier erupted violently, intertwining golden and blue light into a radiant beam, enveloping the entire platform. The old man's sinister crystal staff suddenly exploded, the backlash of malevolent energy causing him to spit blood as he staggered backward. No, my barrier. Lin Feng did not grant him a moment's respite, manipulating the beam to ensnare the old man. The spiritual vein-breaking blade stabbed directly into his chest. The malevolent deeds of the Xiansha sect must be concluded today. The blade pierced through the old man's sinister crystal heart guard, penetrating his heart. He collapsed to the ground, his dying gaze fixed upon the crystal core fragments on the platform, filled with regret. Ding! Killed the remaining elder of the Xiansha sect, late stage of condensed veins. Dismantled the sinister energy formation, earning 8,000 fury points. Current accumulated fury value, 1-308-000-9300. After dealing with the old man, everyone gathered around the platform. Lin Feng reached out to pick up the crystal core fragments. The fragments automatically fused with the Pangu crystal core in his hand, causing a surge of pale golden light. The fragments melded into the core, increasing its size slightly, while the ancient runes on its surface became clearer and the spiritual vein power doubled. The Pangu crystal core had finally gathered the second fragment. The crystal core had grown stronger. Sun Shaojian approached, sweeping the spiritual vein pen across the core, and new attributes appeared on the screen. Spiritual purification power, 50. Mechanical manipulation power, 30. The spiritual vein map function was also unlocked, revealing the locations of all spiritual vein nodes in the spiritual source realm. Lin Shaowan picked up the mechanical spiritual veins record from the ground, its pages shimmering with a faint blue glow. The ancient script inscribed upon it unveiled the secrets of the fusion between spiritual veins and machinery. It stated that the central tower of spiritual veins serves as the origin of all spiritual veins in the spiritual source realm. Within the tower lies the core of the spiritual veins. Once obtained, and when activated with a complete Pangu crystal core, one could command the entire force of spiritual veins in the realm, thereby eradicating all malevolent energy. Su Qingwei turned to the last page of the record, which depicted a three-dimensional illustration of the central tower of spiritual veins. At the apex of the tower, there was a groove designed to fit the Pangu crystal core, with an annotation indicating that 3 fragments of the crystal core were required for activation. We currently possess only 2 fragments. One remains elusive. The location of the final fragment was recorded in the Meteor Valley, an ancient site of spiritual veins rumored to be guarded by numerous mechanical sentinels. The ice bear demon reverted to human form, rubbing his shoulders. His spiritual power, now at the late stage of the condensing veins realm, felt more stable, with cracks appearing in his cultivation barriers. Meteor Valley? Regardless of its location, as long as there are spiritual source beasts, I shall venture there. Once we acquire the final fragment and activate the central tower, we ought to capture some formidable spiritual source beasts from Master Zhang to roast. Lin Feng gripped the fused Pangu crystal core tightly. His spiritual energy, now at the late stage of the spiritual source realm, harmoniously merged with the spiritual power of the crystal core. He could distinctly sense the location of the Meteor Valley on the spiritual veins map, situated in the northwest of the spiritual source realm, near the Meteor Mountain Range. The spiritual fluctuations there were intense, yet interspersed with faint malevolent energy, indicating the presence of remnants of a Xiansha sect. They decided to exit the ruins, relay the information from the record to the Qinyan sect, and prepare the necessary supplies for their expedition to the Meteor Valley. As Lin Feng gazed at the sandy expanse outside the passageway, the spiritual veins map indicated that the revival speed of the spiritual veins in the desert was accelerating. Soon, it would no longer bear the title of Deathly Silence. With remnants of the Xiansha sect still at large, the Meteor Valley would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. They needed to make thorough preparations to secure the final fragment. Once everyone had packed their gear, they followed Lin Feng out of the ruins. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the sandy sea, its golden rays illuminating the spiritual grass, which glimmered softly. The transformed spiritual steed awaited them on the sands, while distant laughter from disciples of other sects cultivating spiritual veins echoed, heralding the rebirth of the spiritual source realm under their watchful guardianship. As they mounted their spiritual steeds to return to the Qinyan sect, the position of the Meteor Valley on the Pangu crystal core's spiritual veins map flickered with a gentle light, as if beckoning them. The outline of the central tower of spiritual veins slowly emerged at the center of the map. Chapter 94. The Journey Home. Seeking aid amidst anomaly. A hidden conspiracy in the Meteor Confidential on the return journey from the Sandy Sea ruins to the Qinyan sect. The spiritual grass beneath the hooves of their steeds flourished even more vigorously, with small spiritual vein crystals occasionally dotting the pale green blades. Reflecting the golden light of the setting sun, Lin Feng tightened the reins, the Pangu crystal core in his palm radiating a soft blue glow as the spiritual veins map gradually updated the nodes of the Sandy Sea. Even the cultivation area of the Qihua sect was clearly marked in the distance. At this rate, within a month, the core region of the Sandy Sea will be free of malevolent energy and filled with spiritual crops. Alas, they had failed to capture the spiritual source sandworm. The ice bear demon slapped his thigh, the spiritual energy of the late stage of the pulse realm surging within him, occasionally tightening his grip on the shattering claw. Feeling the golden light flickering at his fingertips, only one final barrier remained before he could break through to the spirit source realm. Had he known to linger a bit longer in the ruins earlier, perhaps he could have unearthed a few sandworms to roast, replenishing his spiritual energy and thereby achieving his breakthrough. Sun Shaojian clutched the spirit pulse record, diligently marking mechanical runes upon it with a spirit pulse brush. The spiritual energy of the mid-stage spirit source realm lent increasing stability to the brush's glowing tip. Don't just focus on eating. The spirit pulse record mentions that Meteorite Valley contains meteorite energy that can interfere with mechanical operations. I need to add another layer of meteorite-resistant coating to my formation flags, or else the formations will malfunction once we enter the valley. Before he could finish, the distant sound of hurried hoofbeats echoed. A disciple clad in the attire of the Qinyan sect galloped towards them on a spirit steed, his robe caked with dust, a blood-soaked bandage wrapped around his left arm. Upon spotting Lin Feng and the others, he dismounted and gasped, "Taoist Lin, help us!" Our Qinyan sect outpost at the outskirts of Meteorite Valley was attacked. The remnants of the Xiansha faction, accompanied by meteorite puppets, killed several of our disciples and stole the meteorite samples from the outpost. Meteorite puppets? Lin Feng's heart tightened as the Pangu crystal's spiritual map instantly shifted to the Meteorite Valley region, where faint waves of malevolence flickered at the valley's entrance. Where exactly is your outpost in Meteorite Valley? How many are in the Xiansha faction? The Qi disciple produced a fragment of a damaged meteorite from his pocket, emanating a dark purple glow, its surface still bearing mechanical patterns. The outpost is located at Falling Star Slope on the eastern side of Meteorite Valley. There are over 20 remnants of the Xiansha faction, and the puppets are modified from meteorite fragments. They are impervious to blades and can absorb spiritual energy. Our fire element techniques can't harm them at all. Su Qingyue took the meteorite fragment, her purine energy from the late stage enveloping it softly. Her brow furrowed immediately. The fragment contains the primordial malevolence of the Xiansha sect, along with remnants of ancient mechanical cores. These puppets are even more formidable than the heavy armored machines of the Sand Sea. We must hurry to Falling Star Slope. Perhaps we can catch up to the remnants of the Xiansha faction and retrieve the meteorite samples. Lin Feng nodded, sharing the spirit pulse map with the group. Ice Bear, you lead alongside the Qi sect disciple and clear the path with your warhammer, Sun Xiaojian. Quickly improve the meteorite-resistant coating on the formation flags and test its efficacy along the way. Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan, prepare purification talismans to prevent the puppet's malevolence from spreading. Ding. Threat from meteorite puppets detected. You may consume 2,000 anger points to unlock meteorite resistance enhancement for the formation flags. Current accumulated anger points, 9,300 200 00 7300. Sun Xiaojian promptly retrieved the formation flag pouch, grinding the meteorite fragments into powder and mixing them with spirit pulse resin to coat the edges of the flags. The emerald spiritual light fused with the meteorite powder, and a faint purple protective membrane emerged on the flag's surface. It's done. This coating can absorb meteorite energy and convert it into formation energy, and the puppet's absorption ability can actually help us strengthen our formations. The group mounted their steeds and followed the Qi sect disciple swiftly towards the direction of Meteorite Valley. As night descended, they finally arrived at Falling Star Slope. The outpost of the Crimson Flame sect lay in ruins, its tents reduced to charred skeletons, while the ground was strewn with broken weapons and mechanical fragments of puppets. The air was thick with the acrid scent of malevolence, mingled with the energy of fallen stars. The remnants of the Xiansha faction fled into the valley. The Ice Bear demon pointed to the dragging marks on the ground, where traces of dark purple malevolence still lingered in the sand at the end. They were not moving swiftly with the puppets. We could catch up. Lin Feng crouched down, picking up a fragment of a puppet. The light strands of the Pangu crystal core swept over the piece, instantly analyzing its internal structure. The core of this puppet was crafted from fragments of fallen stars, powered by malevolent energy. By severing the supply of this energy using spiritual pulse force, it could be destroyed. However, the star energy within the valley would enhance the puppet's defenses, so we must proceed with caution. At that moment, Lin Xiaowan's spiritual pulse staff suddenly glowed red, its tip pointing toward the pile of rocks behind the outpost. There is malevolent energy. It seems someone is hiding there. The group immediately became alert. The Ice Bear demon transformed into a warhammer, standing at the forefront. Sun Xiaojian planted a formation flag into the ground, the emerald spiritual light quietly spreading. A rustling sound emerged from behind the pile of rocks, and a member of the Xiansha faction emerged, hands raised in fear. Don't kill me. I was coerced. The Xiansha elder ordered us to bring the puppets to the core area of the Falling Star Valley, claiming we must find the core of the fallen star to merge it with the last fragment of the Pangu crystal core, creating a malevolent energy spiritual pulse cannon capable of controlling all spiritual pulses. A malevolent energy spiritual pulse cannon? Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward, gripping the faction member's wrist. The last fragment of the crystal core is in the hands of the Xiansha elder. Where's the core of the fallen star? Trembling, the faction member produced a piece of parchment, unfolding it to reveal a detailed map of the Falling Star Valley, with the location of the star pit in the core area marked by a red cross. The fragment is in the hands of the Grand Elder, and the core is hidden in the star pit. The elder said that obtaining the core would enable them to use the cannon to destroy the spiritual pulse central tower, turning all the spiritual pulses in the spirit source realm into malevolence. Sun Shaojian took the map, comparing it with the records in the spiritual pulse register. Nodding. The register indeed mentions that the star pit holds the fallen star core, an energy body formed during the ancient star's descent. It can enhance any mechanical or spiritual pulse weapon. If the Xiansha sect uses it to create a malevolent energy cannon, the consequences would be dire. Su Qingyue affixed a purification talisman to the faction member, clearing the residual malevolence from within him. We need to hasten our pace. The Xiansha elder must be nearing the star pit. If he obtains the core and merges it with the crystal core fragment, we will be too late. Lin Feng glanced at the sky. Night had fully settled, and a faint starlight emanated from the direction of the falling star valley, indicating the star energy was intensifying at night. We must travel through the night, using the spiritual pulse map of the Panga crystal core to avoid traps, aiming to reach the star pit before dawn. Ice Bear, if you can break through to the spirit source realm along the way, our chances against the puppets and the malevolent energy cannon will greatly improve. The Ice Bear demon clenched his fists, feeling the power within him nearing a breakthrough. Rest assured, if we encounter any puppets on the way, I'll take down a few more. Perhaps I'll achieve my breakthrough through the fight. Then, with the strength of the spirit source realm, a single punch could crush the Xiansha Elder's vile head. The crowd wasted no time, handing over the remnants to the arriving disciples of the Crimson Flame sect as they rode their spirit steeds into the Meteor Valley. The scenery within the valley stood in stark contrast to the sandy sea. Enormous meteor fragments scattered across the towering peaks, emanating a dim violet glow. Subtle traces of meteor energy seeped through the crevices of the rocky ground, causing even the hooves of the spirit steeds to shimmer faintly, clearly influenced by the surrounding energy. Be cautious. There are puppets lying in ambush ahead. The Pangu crystal core suddenly issued a warning, its pale blue light indicating the left wall of the mountain. Sun Shaojian immediately planted the modified array flag into the ground, enveloping the meteor energy in a verdant spiritual glow to weave an anti-meteor trap formation. This array could trigger the meteor energy to reveal the puppets. Indeed, mechanical sounds echoed from behind the mountain wall, and 3 meteor puppets emerged from the rocks. These puppets stood approximately 2 zhang tall, their bodies constructed from spliced meteor fragments, their surfaces glimmering with dark violet hues. Their arms could transform into meteor blades, etched with patterns capable of absorbing spiritual energy, while a small meteor fragment embedded in their chest slowly siphoned energy from the surroundings. Just in time, the Ice Bear demon consumed 3,000 points of fury, transforming into the earth-splitting Ice Hammer, Meteor Edition. The hammer's icy patterns enveloped in faint violet meteor light struck the foremost puppet. Let me test the strength of my breakthrough. Ding! The Ice Bear demon consumed 3,000 points of fury, unlocking the meteor armor-piercing effect for the hammer. Current accumulated fury, 730030004300. At the moment of collision between the hammer and the meteor blade, meteor energy intertwined with the force of ice, causing cracks to appear in the puppet's blade. Lin Feng manipulated the Inferno Dragon Xianzun armor, wielding the spirit vein-breaking core blade, wrapped in the core's azure glow, cleaving toward the puppet's core. As the blade penetrated the meteor fragments, the core's energy became chaotic, leaving the puppet frozen in place before it disintegrated into fragments. Little Dragon transformed into the flame pattern-breaking arrow, Meteor Edition, its shaft entwined with fiery energy and meteor light, shooting towards the joint of the second puppet. The fiery energy scorched the mechanical axis, while the meteor light disrupted its energy supply, causing the puppet to crash to the ground. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan ensnared the third puppet with their twin purification array, pure energy threading through the meteor patterns into its core, thoroughly cleansing the malevolent energy within, rendering the puppet powerless and reducing it to a heap of useless meteor fragments. Ding! Killed Meteor Puppet 3. Absorbed meteor energy, converting to 5,000 fury. Current accumulated fury, 430050009300. At the moment the battle concluded, the Ice Bear demon let out a long howl. The barrier of the late stage of the condensing veins realm shattered, and the spiritual energy of the early stage of the spiritual source realm surged within him like a tidal wave. The icy patterns of the hammer glimmered with an even stronger golden light, drawing the surrounding meteor energy toward his body. I have broken through. I have reached the spiritual source realm. The group halted in their tracks, smiles of relief spreading across their faces. Sun Shaojian clapped the ice bear demon on the shoulder. Congratulations! Now we have two in the spiritual source realm. We are far more confident in dealing with Elder Xiansha. Lin Feng gazed at the surging spiritual energy emanating from the ice bear demon, casting a glance at the increasingly proximate meteorite pit on the spiritual vein map. He tightened his grip around the Pangu crystal core, cautioning himself not to celebrate prematurely, for Elder Xiansha awaited them ahead. The core of the meteorite and the final fragment of the crystal core rested in his possession, making this battle a formidable challenge. They pressed onward, determined to reach the meteorite pit before dawn. The spirit steed surged ahead once more, the starlight of Meteor Valley casting elongated shadows upon them. In the distance, the meteorite pit became faintly visible, its energy flickering like a dancing flame, forming a pale purple beam of light in the night sky, accompanied by a cacophony of mechanical whirring. The remnants of Xiansha and their meteorite puppets had laid an ambush at the pit, poised for Lin Feng and his companion's arrival. As they approached the meteorite pit, the Pangu crystal core suddenly radiated intense heat, and the spiritual vein map revealed a multitude of red dots. The remnants of Xiansha had gathered over 50 meteorite puppets, encircling the pit, while Elder Xiansha stood at the center beside the meteorite core, clutching a fragment that shimmered with golden light, the last piece of the Pangu crystal core. Lin Feng, you have finally arrived. Elder Xiansha's voice echoed within the pit as he raised the crystal fragment above his head. The energy of the meteorite core began to converge toward the fragment. I have awaited this day for far too long. Once the fragment merges with the core, the Sha energy spiritual vein cannon will be activated, and the entire spirit source realm shall fall under my dominion. Lin Feng brandished the spiritual vein breaking blade, channeling his late-stage spirit source realm power into its blade. A delicate blue light intertwining with the starlight of the meteorite pit. Elder Xiansha, your conspiracy ends here. Today, we shall not only reclaim the crystal fragment, but also eradicate the remnants of the Xiansha sect, ensuring that the spirit source realm is forever free from the threat of malevolent energy. The ice bear demon transformed into a hammer of early-stage spirit source realm. Golden light mingling with the meteorite glow, charging toward the puppets. No more idle chatter. Let us first shatter these iron clumps and reclaim the fragment. Chapter 95. The meteorite's malevolent energy traps the crowd. The crystal cores unite to seize the fragment in the center of the meteorite pit. Elder Xiansha pressed the final fragment of the Pangu crystal core against the meteorite core. The moment the pale golden fragment made contact with the dark purple core, an energy shockwave radiated outward from the pit's center, illuminating the nearby meteorite puppets with a crimson glow. Their arms brandished meteorite blades imbued with malevolent energy, closing in on Lin Feng and his companions, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Stop them. No one is to approach the core without my command. Elder Xiansha's voice was laced with madness as he struck the ground with his Sha crystal staff. The energy of the meteorite core surged violently, fissures cracking open in the rocky bottom of the pit, dark purple malevolent energy gushing forth to ensnare the ankles of the crowd. This meteorite's malevolent energy will drain your spiritual power. I shall see how long you can endure. Having just broken through to the early stage of the spirit source realm, the ice bear demon was still imbued with the frenzy of its newfound power. It transformed into the earth-splitting ice malevolent hammer. The hammerhead glowing with gold and tinged with the pale purple meteorite light, striking down upon the foremost puppet. You wish to absorb my spiritual power? First, you must ask my hammer if it consents. As the war hammer descended, the meteor blade shattered instantaneously, its core ruptured by a brilliant golden light. The malevolent energy seeped through the fissures, yet was immediately frozen by the icy patterns of the warhammer. Ding! The ice bear demon activates a new skill, Spirit Source Ice Malevolence Break, which counters the meteor puppet with a 60 effectiveness, consuming 2,000 points of anger value to enhance the attack. Current accumulated anger value, 93002000730. Sun Shaojian swiftly unfurled the improved anti-meteor lock array, enveloping the meteor energy in a verdant spiritual glow, weaving a circular light shield around the group. As the puppet's malevolent energy struck the shield, it not only failed to penetrate, but was absorbed and converted into array energy. My array can absorb the meteor malevolence. Everyone, remain calm. The stronger the puppet's attack, the more stable my array becomes. He retrieved a spirit vein crystal from his pocket and embedded it into the array eye, causing the light shield's spiritual glow to surge, simultaneously blocking the onslaught of 10 puppets. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan adjusted their twin purification array accordingly, infusing the pure light power of the late phase of the pure Yin realm with a layer of meteor purification patterns, which spread from the shield to the puppets. The malevolent energy was swiftly purified, and the movements of the meteor puppets noticeably slowed, some even freezing in place as their malevolence was exhausted. Lin Feng, we can restrain most of the puppets. Take this opportunity to stop Elder Xian Sha. He is about to merge the fragments with the core. Lin Feng looked up to see that the crystal core fragments in Elder Xian Sha's hands had already adhered to the meteor core, with pale gold and dark purple energies intertwining. The outline of the malevolence spirit vein cannon was coalescing above the core, aimed at the spirit vein area outside the meteor pit. Clearly, the Elder intended to destroy the surrounding spirit vein cultivation points before attacking the Qingyan sect. Little dragon bag, follow me. Lin Feng infused all remaining 7,300 points of anger value into the Pangu crystal core, activating the crystal core resonance fragment traction skill. The crystal in his palm erupted with blinding blue light, resonating powerfully with the fragments in the Elder's grasp, which began to tremble slightly, showing signs of detaching from the meteor core. Elder Xian Sha, that fragment is beyond your control. Ding, consuming 7,300 points of anger value, activating crystal core resonance fragment traction. Probability of fragment detachment from the core increased to 80, current accumulated anger value, 0. Little dragon bag transformed into the flame pattern breaking malevolence arrow, crystal core version, with the arrow body entwined in blue light and black golden dragon flames, aimed at Elder Xian Sha's malevolent crystal staff. The flame arrow pierced through the staff, igniting the malevolent crystal at the tip, while the blue light disrupted the energy transmission. The Elder's staff cracked open, causing a disruption in the energy supply from the meteor core. Damn it! Elder Xian Sha roared, channeling all malevolent energy into the core to forcibly stabilize the fragments, while commanding 5 meteor elite puppets to charge towards Lin Feng. These puppets, larger than the ordinary ones, were clad in reinforced meteor armor, with small fragments embedded in the cores on their chests, capable of releasing waves of meteor malevolence. Kill him. Do not let him interfere with the fusion. The waves of meteor malevolence surged towards Lin Feng, eroding the rocks beneath into powder in their wake. Lin Feng deftly manipulated the flame dragon Xian Zun armor, enveloping himself in a delicate azure membrane while simultaneously unfurling the fiery wings. As he evaded the onslaught of malevolent energy, the spirit pulse breaking core blade cleaved towards the joints of the elite puppet. The blade, resonating with the crystalline core, effortlessly tore through the meteor armor, causing the puppet's mechanical axis to shatter instantaneously. Observing this, the ice-bear demon promptly abandoned its assault on the ordinary puppets, launching its war hammer towards the elite puppet, exclaiming, "Lin Feng, I shall assist you. Leave these iron monstrosities to me." The golden light of the spirit source icebreaker intertwined with Lin Feng's azure brilliance, simultaneously shattering the cores of both elite puppets, dissipating the malevolent energy completely. Sun Shao Jian's locking formation suddenly constricted, ensnaring the remaining 3 elite puppets. I will bind them for 10 breaths. You must swiftly deal with the Elder. The core fusion process is accelerating. The emerald spiritual light of the array tightened around the puppets' bodies, with countless fissures appearing on the meteor armor as the energy from the spirit pulse crystals continuously reinforced the formation. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan seized the opportunity, coalescing the light power of the twin purification array into a profound Yin crystal spear. The luminous spear, imbued with purification runes and meteor energy, soared towards the fragment in the hands of the Qian Sha elder. The moment the spear pierced through the malevolent energy, the resonance of the fragment surged dramatically, detaching further from the core. The elder's fingers were scorched by the fragment's blue light, eliciting a pained scream. "No, my fragment!" The Qian Sha elder clutched the fragment tightly, attempting to forcibly return it to the core, only to realize that the fragment had been entirely drawn by Lin Feng's crystalline core. A pale golden light spread along his fingers, beginning to purify the malevolent energy within him. How is this possible? I had absorbed the primordial malevolent crystal. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng leapt into action, the spirit pulse-breaking core blade, resonating with the crystalline core, expertly severed the fragment from the elder's wrist. The blade did not harm him. Instead, it precisely dislodged the fragment, which glimmered with golden light as it soared towards Lin Feng's palm. "Catch the fragment!" Su Qingwei shouted, channeling pure Yin energy into the light shield to block the elder's counterattack. Lin Feng grasped the fragment, and the Pangu crystalline core immediately fused with it, the pale golden light instantaneously enveloping the entire meteor pit. The malevolent energy of all puppets dissipated on the spot, while the dark purple energy of the meteor core was purified by the crystalline core, transforming into pure spirit pulse power. Tender green spirit pulse grass sprouted from the fissures at the pit's bottom, while the previously corroded rocks began to regain vitality. With the loss of the fragment and core as a support, the malevolent energy within the Qian Sha elder was thoroughly purified by the resonance of the crystalline core, causing his cultivation, once at the late stage of the condensing pulse realm, to plummet to the early stage. He collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant, uttering, "I have lost, utterly lost." Ding! Successfully retrieved, the final fragment of the Pangu crystalline core purified the meteor core and gained 15,000 rage points. Current accumulated rage points, 15,000. Pangu crystalline core completeness, 100. Unlocking ultimate skill, Spirit Pulse Core Guardian, capable of forming a spirit pulse shield spanning 100 miles, defending against all malevolent energy and mechanical attacks. The complete Pangu crystalline core floated in Lin Feng's palm, the pale golden light intertwining with spirit pulse energy, forming a gentle light shield that enveloped the entire meteor pit. The Ice Bear demon regained its human form. Its spirit power at the initial stage of the spirit source realm stabilized. Approaching Lin Feng, it gazed at the crystalline core in awe, remarking, "I never anticipated that this core would be so formidable once complete. Had I known earlier, I should have sought more shards at the altar." Sun Shaojian stowed away the battle flag. His spiritual energy, now at the mid-stage of the spiritual source realm, became even more refined under the nourishment of the crystal core. The records of the spiritual veins were indeed accurate. A complete Pangu crystal core can purify all malevolent energy. Now that the malice in Meteor Valley has been eradicated, we can proceed to the central tower of the spiritual veins, activate the core, and gain absolute control over the spiritual veins of the spiritual source realm. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan supported each other, their light energy at the late stage of the pure Yin realm, growing increasingly pure within the crystal core's luminous shield. With the remnants of the Qian Sha sect dealt with, tranquility has finally returned to the spiritual source realm. Once the central tower is activated, we can cultivate spiritual crops across the sandy sea, no longer fearing the depletion of spiritual veins. Lin Feng gripped the complete Pangu crystal core, feeling the immense spiritual power it contained. On the spiritual vein map, the location of the central tower shimmered with intense blue light, the surrounding spiritual nodes resonating synchronously, as if awaiting activation. He gazed towards the dawn beyond the meteor pit, where the first rays of sunlight spilled over the mountains, illuminating the ground covered in spiritual grass. Let's go to the central tower of the spiritual veins. The rebirth of the spiritual source realm must be initiated by us. Everyone readied their gear and mounted their spiritual steeds, departing from the meteor pit. The once desolate Meteor Valley had regained its vitality. Shards of meteors glimmering with pure spiritual light, spiritual beasts darting through the grass, their cheerful calls echoing occasionally. The valley, once shrouded in malevolence, had transformed into a bountiful paradise of spiritual veins. As the spiritual steeds trod the path to the central tower, the Pangu crystal core suddenly soared into the air. casting a soft golden light upon the earth, illuminating all spiritual nodes in the spiritual source realm, forming a radiant web connecting heaven and earth. In the distance, the Qingyun sect, Qiyin sect, and Bishui Min, all the sect's cultivation zones basked in the core's light, the spiritual grass visibly thriving, and the population of spiritual beasts continuously increasing. The ice bear demon, witnessing this spectacle, chuckled as he patted Lin Feng's shoulder. I never imagined we would truly succeed. Once the central tower is activated, I shall have Master Zhang roast spiritual beasts beside the tower, allowing everyone in the spiritual source realm to savor his culinary skills. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, the crystal core gently returning to his palm. The central tower of the spiritual veins was now within sight, its ancient runes resonating with the crystal core. As an ultimate activation concerning the future of the spiritual source realm was about to unfold at the pinnacle of the central tower. The last remnants of the Xiansha sect's conspiracy dissipated entirely within the light of the spiritual veins, coinciding with the completeness of the crystal core. Chapter 96. The pinnacle of the central tower, Guardian Verification, Crystal Core Activation of the Spiritual Source. The outline of the central tower of the spiritual veins became increasingly distinct in the dawnlight. This ancient colossal structure, built entirely of pale blue spiritual vein stones, soared over 1,000 feet high, its body entwined with luminous mechanical pipelines, while the apex housed a circular activation platform for the spiritual veins, perfectly accommodating the complete Pangu crystal core in its central recess. Surrounding the tower's base were 8 guardian statues, partially embedded in the ground, each wielding different spiritual vein weapons. Their eyes glowing faintly blue, clearly remnants of ancient mechanical sentinels. This tower was even more magnificent than the main tower of the mechanical city. The ice bear demon ensnared the spirit steed, as the nascent spiritual energy coursed through its being. Unable to resist, it reached out to touch the spiritual vein stone at the base of the tower, a warm energy pulsing beneath its fingertips. If one were to roast a spirit source beast atop the tower, perhaps the spiritual energy would enhance the flavor of the meat. Sun Xiaojian retrieved the spiritual vein record, flipping to the section detailing the central tower. The verdant glow from his fingertips resonated with the runes on the pages. The record stated that the guardians of the central tower would not attack unprovoked, but would assess whether the aspirants possessed the qualifications to protect the spirit source realm. Only those who passed the trials could ascend to the pinnacle of the tower to activate the platform. The trials comprised 3 stages, each corresponding to the mastery of spiritual veins, teamwork, and the essence of guardianship. Failing any one of them would result in failure. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal core, feeling the resonance with the central tower grow stronger. A soft golden light spread from the base of the tower, igniting the eyes of the 8 guardian statues. It appeared the trials had commenced. Qingyue, Lin Xiaowan, you shall purify any residual malevolence. Ice Bear, you will assist me with the physical trial. Sun Xiaojian, you will decipher the runic mechanisms within the tower. Let us collaborate effectively. As the group approached the tower's entrance, the first statue on the left, wielding a massive shield, suddenly stirred. It slowly rose, slamming the shield to the ground, causing a pale blue shockwave to ripple outward, revealing dozens of spiritual vein runes on the ground. The luminous web of runes converged upon them. The first trial, mastery of spiritual veins. They had 10 breaths to guide the runes back to their rightful positions using spiritual energy, or they would be deemed failures. Leave it to me. Lin Feng immediately infused 5,000 points of his 15,000 rage value into the Pangu crystal core, activating the precise control of spiritual vein guidance. Golden strands of light emanated from the core, akin to dozens of luminous serpents, deftly entwining each rune. Ice Bear, steady the light strands. Ensure the runes do not drift. Ding. Consumed 5,000 rage points, activating precise control of spiritual vein guidance. Rune guidance error reduced to 0. Current accumulated rage value, 150,000,000,10,000. The Ice Bear demon promptly channeled its nascent spiritual energy into the light strands, intertwining golden and pale blue hues, stabilizing the runes while assisting Lin Feng in arranging the scattered runes in sequence. Sun Xiaojian, meanwhile, diligently recorded the trajectory of the runes with a spiritual vein pen, occasionally adjusting the angle of the light strands. The third rune on the left is misaligned. Shift it half an inch to the left. At the precise moment the 10 breaths elapsed, the final rune returned to its rightful place, and the luminous web transformed into pale, blue spiritual energy, merging into the bodies of the group. The giant shield statue gradually settled back down, the blue light in its eyes dimming slightly. The first trial had been passed. The tower doors creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase ascending within. The walls flanking the staircase were embedded with luminous mechanical lights, and every 10 steps triggered a runic mechanism. As they set foot on the first step, the staircase suddenly trembled, and dozens of spiritual light arrows shot forth from the walls, targeting the group. The second trial. Teamwork. They must withstand the onslaught of the mechanisms without harming one another for 30 breaths. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan immediately deployed their twin purification shields. The pale blue energy of the late phase of the pure Yin realm colliding with the spiritual light arrows, purifying them into spiritual energy while causing ripples across the shields. Ice Bear, block the arrows on the left with your war hammer. Lin Feng, protect Sun Xiaojian as he deciphers the mechanisms. The Ice Bear demon transformed into the Frostbreaker Battle Hammer S Spirit Source version, as the golden light of the hammerhead shielded against the light arrows from the left. The icy patterns could even reflect some of the arrows back, striking the mechanism nodes on the wall and slowing the firing rate of the arrows. Leave the left side to me. Focus on the right. Sun Xiaojian seized the opportunity to produce the anti-meteor array flag, inserting it into the crevice of the steps. A verdant spirit light wove into a protective net, blocking the light arrows from the right while simultaneously absorbing their spiritual energy to replenish the array's power. We have 10 breaths left. Everyone, hold on a little longer. The energy of the mechanism is nearly exhausted. Lin Feng commanded the flame dragon Xianzun armor. The spirit pulse-breaking core blade enveloped in a pale blue glow, shattering the stray light arrows one by one while using the crystal core S-light threads to disrupt the energy supply of the mechanism. As 30 breaths passed, the light arrows ceased entirely, the steps returned to stability, and the mechanical lights on the wall illuminated with a gentle glow. The second trial was passed. The group ascended the steps, and as they neared the tower's pinnacle, the spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, even causing droplets of condensed spiritual energy to fall from the walls. Upon reaching the top and activating the platform below, the final statue, wielding a long sword, obstructed their path. Its blade shimmered with a sharp spiritual light, and its gaze was more piercing than that of the previous statues. Third trial. Guardian of the original intention. You must answer my question. The activation of the central tower. Is it for power or for the future of the spirit source realm? Should your answer prove false, you shall remain trapped here eternally. Lin Feng stepped forward, the warmth of the Pangu crystal core glowing in his palm. He gazed into the statue's eyes, his tone resolute. We activate the central tower to eradicate the malice from the spirit source realm, allowing all beings to thrive in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Not for any pursuit of power, from restoring the dilapidated spirit veins of the Qingyun sect to destroying the ultimate mechanical entity of the mechanical city, and purifying the Sand Sea and Meteor Valley. Every action we undertake is to safeguard the spirit source realm. Su Qingyue, Lin Xiaowan, the Ice Bear Demon, and Sun Xiaojian also stepped forward, their eyes filled with determination. We stand with him to protect the spirit source realm. The statue's sword gradually lowered. The blue light in its eyes softened, pure of intention, qualified to guard. The third trial is passed. You may ascend the activation platform. The activation platform, situated at the center of the tower summit, was adorned with runes matching the Pangu crystal core. 8 spirit vein columns encircled the platform, each embedded with small spirit vein crystals. Lin Feng approached the center of the platform, embedding the complete Pangu crystal core into the recess. As the crystal made contact, a soft golden light enveloped the entire activation platform, the 8 spirit vein columns illuminating simultaneously, their energy spreading along the columns, connecting with the central tower's pipelines, and then diffusing throughout the spirit source realm. Ding! The Pangu crystal core begins to activate the spirit pulse central tower, consuming the remaining 10,000 rage points to enhance activation efficiency. All realms resonate with a speed of 100. Current accumulated rage points, 0. During the activation process, an ancient phantom suddenly appeared at the tower summit. It was an elder clad in spirit pulse battle armor, wielding a weapon akin to the Pangu crystal core. His gaze gentle. I am the ancient guardian of the spirit pulse, waiting for this day for thousands of years. Now that the spirit source realm has guardians such as yourselves, my heart is greatly comforted. Upon the activation of the central tower, it will automatically regulate the distribution of spiritual veins throughout the entire realm, completely eliminating any residual malevolent energy. Additionally, it will generate supply stations for spiritual veins in various locations, facilitating the cultivation and livelihood of sentient beings. Once the phantom's words were spoken, it transformed into a beam of spiritual light, merging into the Pangu crystal core. The brilliance of the crystal core surged once more, and a colossal dome of spiritual light appeared in the sky above the tower, enveloping the entire spirit source realm. On the ground, spiritual herbs grew wildly. Withered spiritual trees, sprouting new branches, and even the depths of the desolate sandy sea began to show signs of greenery. In the spiritual vein valley of the Qingyun sect, the Grand Elder and Master Zhang observed the sudden surge of spiritual energy, their faces adorned with satisfaction. In the cultivation area of the Qiyin sect, disciples cheered as they harvested mature spiritual crops. By the shores of the Spirit Source Lake in the Bishui sect, the population of spiritual beasts doubled, and the waters became clearer. The entire Spirit Source realm was rejuvenated by the activation of the central tower. Once the activation concluded, the Pangu crystal core soared from its recess, returning to Lin Feng's palm. The runes on the surface of the core glimmered brighter, now encased in a faint protective aura. The central tower has been activated. The spiritual vein balance system of the Spirit Source realm is initiated. With a malevolent energy clearance rate of 100, supply stations for spiritual veins are under construction. The crowd gathered around the activation platform, gazing down at the thriving Spirit Source realm, their faces brimming with a sense of accomplishment. The ice bear demon restored its human form and patted Lin Feng's shoulder, expressing, "I never imagined we would truly succeed. The Spirit Source realm will no longer be plagued by malevolent energy, and we shall no longer worry about puppets causing chaos. I can finally roast spiritual beasts in peace." Sun Shaojian tucked away the spiritual vein record, nourished by the spiritual energy. His power was nearing the threshold of the late Spirit Source realm. I plan to establish a research facility around the central tower to explore how to better integrate spiritual energy with machinery. Future machines will no longer be instruments of destruction, but allies in safeguarding the Spirit Source realm. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan exchanged smiles, their pure yin energy harmoniously blending with the surrounding spiritual energy. We shall travel to the supply stations across the land, teaching everyone how to cultivate spiritual crops using pure yin energy, ensuring that every inch of the Spirit Source realm is teeming with vitality. Lin Feng beheld the joyful faces of his companions and glanced at the Pangu crystal core in his palm. His heart warmed. He understood that the peace of the Spirit Source realm was not the end. New challenges awaited them, such as exploring undiscovered spiritual vein ruins and assisting more beings in mastering spiritual energy. Yet, as long as they stood together, no obstacle would be insurmountable. As the sun set, the radiance of the central tower intertwined with the evening glow, creating a magnificent band of light. The group rode their spiritual steeds away from the tower's peak, heading towards the Qingyan sect, where a celebratory feast awaited them, complete with freshly roasted spiritual beast meat by Master Zhang and a renewed hope for the Spirit Source realm. Meanwhile, the Pangu crystal core in Lin Feng's palm emanated a gentle warmth, seemingly heralding the beginning of a new tale intertwining the Spirit Source realm with machinery. Spiritual Veins with Life. Chapter 97. The disruption of the spiritual pulse at the supply station and the breakthrough of the formation on the journey back to Qingyun sect from the central tower. The spiritual pulse grass beneath the hooves of the spiritual steed had grown to half a person's height. The dew of the spiritual pulse, condensed on the pale green leaves, slid down the stalks, dropping onto the sandy ground and giving rise to delicate new sprouts. Lin Feng reined in the reins, his palm cradling the Pangu crystal core that emitted a gentle blue light. The marked spiritual pulse supply station on the spiritual pulse map was flickering with a faint green glow. This was a newly activated facility from the central tower, designed to provide spiritual pulse energy to passing cultivators. However, one of the supply stations nearby Yumen was exhibiting signs of disturbance in its green glow. Up ahead is the supply station of Bayuman, but why does it look peculiar? The ice bear demon rubbed its belly, feeling the spiritual energy within itself stabilizing. It focused on the direction of the supply station, its nose twitching. There was no scent of roasted meat, only a faint burnt aroma of spiritual pulse. Could there be a problem? As soon as the words left its mouth, a disciple clad in the attire of Bayuman galloped towards them on a spiritual steed. Anxiety etched across his face. Upon spotting Lin Feng and the others, he promptly dismounted, exclaiming, "Lin Daoyu, we've finally found you. There's an issue at our spiritual pulse supply station. The spiritual pulse energy has suddenly become erratic, and there's a faint presence of malevolent energy. Several elders have attempted repairs, but to no avail. If this continues, the station will explode. Malevolent energy? Didn't the central tower eliminate all malevolent energy after activation?" Su Qingyue furrowed her brow, her pure energy coalescing at her fingertips. "Let us investigate. It may be that an excess of spiritual pulse energy is causing energy fluctuations, rather than actual malevolent energy." The group followed the Bayuman disciple to the supply station. This station was a circular stone structure, its roof embedded with a massive spiritual pulse crystal, which was currently flickering erratically. Surrounding the stone house, some spiritual pulse grass was growing wildly, while others had withered and yellowed. The spiritual pulse conduits on the ground were even seeping a pale blue liquid, bubbling slightly. Sun Shaojian immediately retrieved a spiritual pulse pen, the vibrant green light at its tip sweeping over the supply station. A spectral graph of the spiritual pulse fluctuations appeared on the screen. It's not malevolent energy. The conduits of the supply station are blocked. The spiritual pulse energy transmitted from the central tower is too strong, and the conduits cannot cope, leading to energy accumulation that resembles malevolent energy fluctuations. If it remains blocked for another quarter of an hour, the crystal will indeed explode. What should we do? Sun Shaojian exclaimed. My formation can guide the spiritual pulse energy, but the conduits are buried beneath the stone house. We must first locate the blockage. Sun Shaojian crouched down, channeling his mid-stage spiritual energy along the ground, attempting to sense the location of the conduits. However, the erratic spiritual pulse energy made it difficult to maintain a connection. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal core, consuming 2,000 points of anger to activate the spiritual pulse detection deep scan. A thread of faint golden light penetrated the ground, swiftly locking onto 3 blocked conduits. The blockages were 3 feet underground, located in the eastern, western, and northern directions of a stone house. Sun Shaojian, you set up the spiritual pulse guiding formation. I will use the crystal core to direct the energy flow. Ice Bear, assist in stabilizing the formation flags. Qingyue and Lin Shaowan, purify the overflow of spiritual pulse liquid. Do not allow it to contaminate the surrounding spiritual pulse grass. Beep. Consume 2,000 points of anger, activating spiritual pulse detection deep scan. The precision of blockage point identification stands at 100, with the current accumulated anger value at 3,000. Sun Shaojian promptly retrieved 3 spirit vein guidance flags from the banner bag, placing them above the 3 blockage points. A verdant glow emanated from the flag tips, penetrating the ground and resonating with the spirit vein force of the conduits. My formation can temporarily stabilize the flow of energy, but someone must guide the blockage out using spirit vein power. Lin Feng, unleash the flow from the crystal core, and I will adjust the formation's frequency. Lin Feng pressed the Pangu crystal core onto the ground at the eastern blockage point, a pale blue light coursing through the fibers into the conduit. The blockage, composed of fragments of spirit vein crystals, began to shift slowly under the force of the crystal core. However, a sudden click resonated from the western conduit, causing the spirit vein force fluctuations to escalate dramatically. The crystalline light from the stone house's roof became blinding. Not good. The western conduit is about to crack. Sun Shaojian hurriedly poured all his spiritual power into the guidance formation, causing the spiritual light of the flags to surge. He focused intently on the fluctuating frequency data on the screen and suddenly felt a powerful resonance between the spirit vein force within him, the formation, and the conduit. The barrier of mid-stage spirit source realm shattered with a resounding crash, and the surge of late-stage spirit power flooded forth like a tidal wave, tripling the efficiency of the guidance flags. I've broken through. The formation can hold. Lin Feng pushed the blockage out. With a chime, Sun Shaojian advanced to the late stage of the spirit source realm, enhancing the effectiveness of the spirit vein guidance formation to 80 and unlocking the spirit vein circulation formation, which could automatically adjust the flow rate of spirit vein power. Post-breakthrough, Sun Shaojian wielded the formation with newfound fluidity, the verdant light circulating through the 3 conduits, transforming the accumulated spirit vein power into a stable flow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng intensified the output from the crystal core, the pale blue light breaking through the eastern blockage, with fragments being expelled through the conduits and landing on the ground as diminutive spirit vein crystals. The Ice Bear Demon, utilizing its early-stage spirit source realm power, stabilized the western flag, intertwining golden and verdant lights to hold the conduit on the verge of rupture. Lin Feng, the blockage on the west is the hardest. I'll support the conduit. You must strike with the crystal core flow multiple times. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan circled the stone house, establishing a twin purification formation. The pure yang power from the late stage of the pure yin realm purified the overflowing spirit vein liquid into pristine spirit vein power, reinvigorating the surrounding spirit grass. The withered blades rapidly regained their lush green, while the wildly growing grass became orderly, gradually stabilizing the spirit vein environment around the stone house. As the final blockage was cleared by the force of the crystal core, the crystalline light atop the stone house stabilized into a consistent blue glow, with spirit vein power uniformly distributed through the conduits to various interfaces of the supply station. Even the fluctuations of spirit vein energy in the air softened. We did it. The supply station is stable. Disciples of the Bai Shui Gate cheered and rushed forward to inspect the equipment of the supply station. Sun Shaojian stowed the flags away, his eyes gleaming with the late-stage spirit power of the spirit source realm. I never expected that repairing the supply station could lead to a breakthrough. Now my formation can automatically adjust the flow rate of the spirit veins. In the future, should we encounter a similar situation, it can be resolved in no time. The Ice Bear Demon clapped Sun Shaojian on the shoulder, grinning. Well done. At present, our team comprises 2 individuals at the late stage of the spirit source realm, Lin Feng and Sun Shaojian, 1 at the initial stage, myself, and 2 at the late stage of the pure yin realm, Qing Yu and Lin Xiaowan. Henceforth, we need not fear any troubles that may arise. Lin Feng gazed upon the now stabilized supply station, casting a glance at the spirit vein map. The green lights of the other supply stations had stabilized, save for the one situated to the west, near the misty forest, where the green light still flickered with a faint anomaly, though no immediate danger was present. He tucked away the Pangu crystal core, deciding to return to Qingyun sect to inform the Grand Elder about the supply station's condition and to request Master Zhang to prepare a celebratory feast. The supply station at the misty forest was temporarily stable, and they would investigate it further after a few days of rest. The group mounted their spirit steeds and journeyed towards the Qingyun sect. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the spirit vein grass shimmered with golden hues in the twilight, while spirit source beasts darted through the underbrush. Occasionally, a spirit vein butterfly would alight upon the mane of a spirit steed, its wings emanating a soft blue glow. These were the newly birthed spirit source creatures activated by the central tower, feeding on spirit vein energy and capable of purifying subtle energy fluctuations. Upon their return to Qingyun sect, they found the entrance thronged with disciples. The Grand Elder, accompanied by Master Zhang and emissaries from various sects, stood at the forefront. Upon seeing everyone return safely, he immediately approached them, exclaiming, "Congratulations! The activation of the central tower has been successful, liberating the spirit source realm from malevolence. All thanks to your efforts." Master Zhang, holding a freshly roasted leg of spirit source beast, smiled as he presented it. "I had this celebratory feast prepared for you long ago. This beast leg, roasted with spirit vein grass from the central tower, will help stabilize your cultivation. Do taste it." The Ice Bear Demon eagerly accepted the beast leg and took a large bite, squinting in satisfaction. Delicious. Much more fragrant than the spirit source beast from the Sand Sea. "Master Zhang, could you roast one for me every day?" Laughter echoed as the group entered the sect, the sounds of celebration reverberating throughout the Spirit Vein Valley. Lin Feng surveyed the lively scene before him, casting a glance at the Pengu crystal core nestled in his palm. The core was now emitting a faint golden glow, and the anomalous green light on the Spirit Vein map, indicating the supply station near the misty forest, appeared to have sharpened in clarity, as if something were beckoning to the core. He understood that, although the spirit source realm had temporarily regained tranquility, the peculiarities surrounding the misty forest might conceal new Spirit Vein secrets, and their adventure was far from over. Yet in this moment, he simply wished to revel in the hard-earned celebration with his companions, gathering strength for the journey ahead. Chapter 98. Exploring Anomalies in the Misty Forest. Spirit Vein clusters disrupting supplies on the third day following the celebratory feast at Qingyun's sect, while the morning mist had yet to dissipate. Spirit Source beasts were already darting through the grass of Spirit Vein Valley. Lin Feng, with the Pengu crystal core strapped to his back, stood at the mountain gate, inspecting his gear. The interference-resistant coating of his flame dragon mystic armor had been reinforced, and the Spirit Vein breaking blade shimmered with a pale blue light, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The Spirit Vein fluctuations in the misty forest were particularly unique. Had Sun Shaojian prepared the formation flags? All set. Sun Shaojian rushed forward, carrying the newly improved fog-breaking banner. The vibrant green light emanating from the flag was amplified by the spiritual energy of the late stage of the spiritual source realm. Infused with powdered fragments of the Pengu crystal core, this banner could penetrate the mist without interference, and even when confronted with the misty puppets that could absorb spiritual energy, it could entangle them for a brief moment. The ice bear demon munched on a spiritual source fruit, its early-stage spiritual energy flowing smoothly within, as its destructive claws glimmered with golden light. Stop dawdling. I've heard that there are mist spiritual beasts in the misty forest, their flesh so tender it practically oozes moisture. If we head to the supply station early, we can catch a few for roasting. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan approached, carrying a medicine box filled with newly refined mist purification pills. The pale blue pills, enveloped in a layer of spiritual vein membrane, could resist the mist's interference with spiritual energy. The mist could obscure vision and absorb energy, so everyone was advised to consume a purification pill every half hour to prevent depleting their spiritual energy. Lin Shaowan reminded them, her pure yin energy swirling at her fingertips. After several days of training to repair the supply station, her control over spiritual energy had become remarkably refined. The group mounted their modified spirit steeds and set forth toward the misty forest. As they drew nearer, the air grew increasingly humid, and a pale mist spilled from the trees, allowing sunlight to penetrate only in thin layers. The hooves of the spirit steeds crunched softly on the fallen leaves, creating a gentle rustling sound. Occasionally, mist butterflies, shimmering with the light of spiritual veins, fluttered past, their wings stirring the air with a hint of spiritual energy. This mist feels unusual. Su Qingwei suddenly reined in her spirit steed. The pure yin energy coalesced into threads of light, reaching toward the mist. However, as the threads extended half a zhang, they began to dissipate. The mist contained spiritual vein fog that could slowly absorb spiritual energy, rendering ordinary detection futile. Lin Feng immediately retrieved the Pengu crystal core, expending 500 points of rage to activate the spiritual vein fog detection penetration. A pale golden thread burst through the mist, locking onto a vague shadow 50 paces ahead. Be cautious. Something is approaching. Sun Shaojian, set up the barrier formation. Ding. Consumed 500 points of rage to activate mist penetration detection. Locked onto spiritual vein mist puppet 3. Current accumulated rage 600, 1500 for 1500. Sun Shaojian swiftly planted the banner into the ground, and the emerald light spread into a translucent shield, enveloping the group within. No sooner had the shield formed than 3 semi-transparent puppets leaped forth from the mist. These spiritual vein mist puppets, composed of mist and shattered spiritual vein crystals, could morph with the fog, their arms transforming into misty blades that pulsed with waves capable of severing spiritual energy. Each puppet possessed a pale white mist crystal core embedded in its chest. These iron lumps can even become invisible. The Ice Bear Demon transformed into the Frostquake Ice Hammer Mist Edition, its hammerhead adorned with icy patterns shimmering with golden light, striking the foremost puppet. Reveal yourself. Do not hide in the mist and play tricks. At the moment the hammer struck the puppet, the icy patterns froze the surrounding mist, forcing the puppet's semi-transparent body to materialize, slowing the assault of the misty blades. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan immediately initiated the twin purification formation. The pure yin energy from the late stage of the spiritual source realm spread along the banner's shield, a tide of pale blue light rushing toward the puppet. Upon contact with the light, the mist crystal core emitted white smoke, and the puppet's body began to dissolve. These puppets are powered by the mist crystal core. Destroying the crystal core will annihilate them. The spiritual staff of Lin Xiaowan suddenly radiated a gentle spiritual glow. She discerned the faint, pure energy of the spiritual veins concealed within the mist, and promptly adjusted the purification array to channel this energy into the formation. There is usable spiritual energy within this mist. We can harness it to enhance the purification effect. As the energy flowed into the array, the radiance surged dramatically. The core of the second puppet shattered explosively, its form dissolving into a myriad of misty particles. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng maneuvered the flame dragon Xianzun armor to leap behind the third puppet. The spiritual vein-breaking core blade, enveloped in golden light, pierced directly into the core of the mist. The moment the blade penetrated, the golden light purified the misty energy within the core, causing the puppet to vanish entirely into the ether. Ping! Killed the mist puppet 3, absorbed mist energy converting it into 3,000 rage points. Current total rage points, 4500,300,7500. With the puppets dealt with, the group ventured deeper into the forest. The mist thickened, reducing the array's protective light to illuminate only a 10-step radius. And the speed of the spirit steed diminished. Sun Xiaojian focused intently on the fluctuations of the array's spiritual light, suddenly frowning. There is a strong reaction of spiritual energy ahead. It surpasses the spiritual crystals at the supply station, and the energy is highly unstable. As if the crystal clusters are emitting waves, Lin Feng's Pangu core began to heat up, the light threads piercing through the deeper mist until the outline of the supply station became visible. This supply station was smaller than the one at Bishuamen, with the roof's spiritual crystal flickering erratically in white light. The ground around it was overgrown with pale, white, misty crystal clusters, their roots entwined around the spiritual conduits of the station, siphoning the spiritual energy and leaving only intermittent flows behind. The crystal clusters are blocking the conduits. Su Qingyue crouched down, her pure yin energy gently touching the crystal clusters. The moment the light energy made contact, it was absorbed by the clusters. These clusters not only absorb spiritual energy, but also release mist interference waves. The spiritual energy of the supply station has been commandeered by them, resulting in the anomalies. Sun Xiaojian produced a spiritual vein pen, its tip sweeping over the crystal clusters, revealing the analysis results on the screen. This is the mist spiritual crystal cluster, which only grows in mist-laden environments rich in spiritual energy. Its roots can penetrate the conduits to absorb energy, and beneath each cluster lies a tiny crystal puppet, which will emerge and attack if disturbed. No sooner had he spoken than the ice bear demon reached out to pry at a crystal cluster. Upon contact, a cracking sound erupted, and the soil at the base of the cluster exploded, releasing 3 thumb-sized crystal puppets that lunged at the ice bear demon's hand with spiked claws. Such tiny iron lumps dared to ambush me. He swatted the puppet away, only to see it burrow back into the ground, scuttling towards the conduit. Don't swat them. These puppets will burrow into the conduits and block them even more. Lin Feng quickly intervened, expending 2,000 rage points to activate the purification effect exclusive to the Panga core. Pale golden threads wrapped around the clusters. Sun Xiaojian set up an array to trap the crystal puppets. Qingyue, Lin Xiaowan stabilized the energy of the clusters with the purification array. Be careful not to let them explode. Ice Bear, assist me in excavating the roots of the clusters, but take care not to damage the conduits. Ping, consume 2,000 rage points, activating the purification effect for the crystal clusters. Current stability rate of cluster energy, 70. Current total rage points, 7500. 20005500. Sun Xiaojian immediately established the crystal puppet lock formation, weaving a dense net of emerald light upon the ground. The newly emerged crystal puppets were ensnared within this intricate web, rendered immobile. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's twin purification array enveloped the crystal cluster. As the pure Yin energy from the late stage of the pure Yin realm gradually purified the disruptive energies within the cluster. Suddenly, Lin Xiaowan felt her spiritual energy resonate with the spiritual pulse of the crystal cluster, causing her pure Yin energy to become more refined. The spiritual energy accumulated during the repair of the supply station began to show signs of breaking through the barriers of the late stage of the pure Yin realm. I'll assist you in excavating the roots. The ice bear demon transformed into a warhammer, the ice patterns on its head becoming intricate as it carefully unearthed the soil surrounding the crystal cluster. The control of the spiritual energy at the initial stage of the spiritual source realm was executed flawlessly, causing no harm to the conduits while severing the roots of the crystal cluster one by one. Lin Feng utilized the golden light of the crystal core to purify the severed roots, preventing any residual energy from continuing to obstruct the conduits. As the final root was cut, the largest mist spiritual pulse crystal cluster finally lost its energy, disintegrating into a heap of ordinary crystal shards. The spiritual pulse crystals atop the supply station's roof reignited with a stable blue light, allowing the spiritual pulse energy within the conduits to flow smoothly, while the surrounding mist diminished slightly. Ding! Cleared mist spiritual pulse crystal cluster 12, captured crystal puppets 36, acquired rage value 4,000. Current cumulative rage value 550040009500. Lin Xiaowan retracted the purification array, feeling the increasingly refined, pure Yin energy within her body, her face lighting up with delight. My spiritual energy seems poised to break through the peak of the late stage of the pure Yin realm. The energy from this mist spiritual pulse crystal cluster is quite unique. It aids in refining my spiritual energy during purification. Sun Xiaojian picked up a shard of the crystal cluster, faint runes still lingering upon it. Look, this shard bears ancient mechanical runes. They resemble those of the spiritual pulse essential tower, yet are more intricate. Perhaps deep within the mist forest lies a relic of spiritual pulse mist, and these crystal clusters have drifted forth from that relic. Lin Feng took the shard, and the Pangu crystal core suddenly resonated with it. Light threads spread along the runes of the shard, projecting a blurred map in the air. The map marked the location of the mist relic deep within the mist forest, indicating a socket at the center that matched the Pangu crystal core, labeled as the core of the spiritual pulse mist. It appears that this forest conceals an extraordinary relic. Lin Feng grasped the shard tightly, gazing into the depths of the forest. Although the mist remained thick, the light threads from the crystal core were now able to penetrate further. The issues at the supply station have been resolved. Shall we venture to the relic? We might uncover further secrets regarding the spiritual pulse and machinery. The ice bear demon nodded eagerly, reverting to its human form and rubbing its hands together. Absolutely. There could be greater spiritual source beasts within the relic. Roasting them would surely be more delectable. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan exchanged smiles, nodding in agreement. It would be an excellent opportunity for me to solidify my cultivation with the spiritual pulse energy from the relic, and Lin Xiaowan can strive to reach the pinnacle of the late stage of the pure Yin realm. The group gathered their equipment and mounted their spiritual steeds, setting forth into the depths of the mist forest. The shards of the spiritual pulse crystal were collected by Sun Xiaojian and stored in the formation flag pouch as materials for refining the formation techniques. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaowan stored the unique spiritual pulse energy absorbed during the purification of the crystal cluster, preparing for her impending breakthrough. In the midst of the mist, the luminous threads of the Pangu crystal core served as guiding lights, illuminating the path ahead, while the silhouette of the Lingmai fog ruins quietly emerged at the far end of the distant haze. Chapter 99. Encounter with mechanisms in the fog ruins. Lin Xiaowan breaks the puppet at her peak. After traversing through the mist for half an hour, the surrounding fog suddenly thickened, rendering even Sun Xiaojian's barrier flag barely capable of maintaining a protective sphere of mere 10 feet. Lin Feng reined in the reins, and the luminous threads of the Pangu crystal core began to pulsate violently in his palm. Before them, 100 feet away, the mist formed a swirling vortex of Lingmai fog, its center glowing with a faint blue light, intricately wrapped in delicate runic patterns, evidently the mechanism of the ruin's entrance. That was the direction of the entrance. Sun Xiaojian retrieved a shard of crystal cluster, and as the shard resonated with the runes of the vortex, emerald light flowed across its surface. However, the vortex was bound by a runic foglock, requiring the shard and the Pangu crystal core to be activated together to unveil the entrance. Yet, there were puppet fluctuations surrounding the vortex, and their numbers were considerable. Before he could finish speaking, the mist around the vortex suddenly coalesced, and 10 runic fog puppets emerged from the haze. These puppets were larger than the previous ones, their bodies etched with ancient mechanical runes, their arms transforming into blade-like mist of runes, leaving faint white trails in the air. The runic fog core on their chests emanated a dark purple light, evidently infused with remnants of ancient malevolence. These puppets could absorb Lingmai energy. Su Qingwei immediately unleashed her dual purification shield. The pure light energy of her late-stage Yin realm was absorbed as soon as it touched the runic trails, losing a significant portion. Lin Xiaoan, concentrate your pure Yin energy. Do not let the runes approach the barrier flag. Lin Xiaoan nodded and infused the Lingmai energy she had previously stored into the Lingmai staff, causing the pale blue light at the staff's tip to become exceptionally solid. Just as she intended to release a wave of purification, she suddenly felt a surge of energy within her. The barrier of her late-stage Yin realm began to crack, and the energy accumulated from the purification crystal cluster erupted violently under the stimulation of the runic Lingmai energy. I'm about to break through. Seeing this, the ice bear demon immediately consumed 2,000 points of rage to transform into a runic version of the earth-shattering ice hammer, its head wrapped in icy patterns and golden light. Striking the foremost puppet, Lin Feng, protect Lin Xiaoan during her breakthrough. These iron lumps are for me and Qingwei to handle. In the instant of collision between the hammer and the runic mist blade, the icy patterns froze the runic trails, and the golden light forced the puppet back a half step, granting Lin Xiaoan precious time to achieve her breakthrough. Ding! Ice Bear Demon consumed 2,000 points of rage, unlocking the runic ice-breaking effect. Current accumulated rage, 9500,200,07500. Lin Feng promptly pressed the Pangu crystal core against Lin Xiaoan's palm, intertwining the pale golden light with her pure Yin energy to form a protective barrier. Stay focused. Concentrate on your breakthrough, Sun Xiaojian, and I will fend off the puppets. He controlled the flamed dragon Xianzun armor, the Lingmai breaking core blade enveloped in the light of the crystal core, slashing towards the approaching puppets. As the blade sliced through the core, the runic patterns became chaotic, and the puppets' movements noticeably slowed. Sun Xiaojian adjusted the formation flag to the rune interference mode. The emerald light resonated with the crystalline fragments, weaving a network of runes around the puppets. The runes within the net repelled those of the puppets, preventing them from coalescing into mist blades. I can disrupt the puppets' rune energy for 10 breaths. Lin Feng quickly attacked their crystal cores. Lin Xiaoan sat cross-legged within the protective light shield. The pure Yin energy surged wildly along the golden crystal core, her spiritual energy rushing like a torrential stream, breaking through the final barrier of the late phase of the pure Yin realm. With a resonant hum, a pale blue light erupted from her body, forcefully dispelling the surrounding mist by several feet, causing the puppet's rune mist blades to dissipate in an instant. Ding! Lin Xiaoan has broken through to the pinnacle of the late pure Yin realm. Ultimate skill Misty Purification unlocked, capable of purifying large areas of mist and ancient malevolence with 100 efficiency. Current purification range for the team, 50. At the moment of breaking through, Lin Xiaoan opened her eyes and waved her spiritual pole staff towards the group of puppets. The pale blue light transformed into a ring-shaped purification wave, thoroughly cleansing the runic patterns of the puppets. The rune mist crystal cores emitted wisps of white smoke as 5 puppets froze in place, subsequently disintegrating into mist particles. Impressive! Su Qingwei exclaimed in delight, immediately coordinating with Lin Xiaoan to release the purification wave. Their twin purification energies intertwined, enveloping the remaining puppets entirely. Lin Feng, take this opportunity to open the entrance. The puppets won't hold out much longer. Seizing the chance, Lin Feng pressed the Pangu crystal core and crystalline fragments simultaneously against the spiritual pulse mist vortex. The pale golden light intertwined with the emerald spirit light, spreading along the runic patterns of the vortex. The rotation of the vortex gradually slowed, and the central pale blue light grew brighter until, with a crisp click, the vortex transformed into a circular entrance, revealing a staircase within, flanked by glowing rune lamps that illuminated the path to the core of the ruins. The last puppet attempted to rush into the entrance to obstruct them, but was struck by the battle hammer of the ice bear demon, which shattered the crystal core. The moment the golden light penetrated the core, the puppet vanished completely. Ding! Killed Rune Mist Puppet 10. Lin Xiaowan's breakthrough grants her 8,000 rage points. Current total rage points, 750, 080, 015, 500. The group entered the entrance, and at the end of the staircase was a circular hall, where a basketball-sized core of spiritual pulse mist floated in the center, surrounded by 8 rune columns, each inscribed with patterns matching the Panga crystal core. The walls of the hall were embedded with several glowing metal plates, inscribed with ancient script. Sun Xiaojian approached to decipher them, soon revealing a look of astonishment. These texts stated that the spiritual pulse mist core was an ancient device used to stabilize the spiritual pulse, which was later sealed here due to the invasion of malevolence. Moreover, the core could merge with the Pangu crystal core, granting it the ability to purify mist, rendering them unafraid of misty environments in the future. Lin Xiaowan approached the core, and the light power of the pinnacle of the late pure Yin realm resonated with it, causing the core's pale blue light to soften. There is little malevolence within the core. Most of it is pure spiritual pulse energy. The fusion should not be difficult. However, someone must guide the spiritual pulse energy. Otherwise, the core's energy may go out of control. Lin Feng nodded, suspending the Pangu crystal core before him. He expended 5,000 points of anger to activate the crystal core fusion guidance mode, golden threads of light entwining the core, gradually absorbing the spirit veins energy. Sun Xiaojian, stabilize the core energy. Qingyue, Lin Xiaowan, use your purifying powers to eliminate the residual malice. Ice Bear, guard the entrance to prevent any stray puppets from entering. Beep. Consumed 5,000 points of anger, activating crystal core fusion. Success rate increased to 90. Current accumulated anger, 155,000,500,10500. The core's energy slowly flowed into the Pangu crystal core under guidance, causing the core to expand slightly, its surface adorned with a layer of misty light blue runes. The fog in the hall began to be absorbed by the core, gradually thinning. Just as the fusion was nearing completion, the ground suddenly trembled, and mechanical sounds emanated from the entrance. The previously scattered rune fog particles coalesced once more, forming a colossal fusion rune puppet, larger than before. With 2 crystal cores embedded in its chest and arms transformed into long rune mist blades, lunging towards the group. Another one has slipped through. Ice Bear immediately transformed into a war hammer, striking the puppet's mist blade. Lin Feng, hurry and complete the fusion. Leave this to me. Lin Xiaowan and Su Qingyue unleashed their purification waves simultaneously towards the puppet, but these were thwarted by the puppet's rune barrier. The rune energy of this fusion puppet was 3 times that of the previous one. Ordinary purification could not penetrate it. Sun Xiaojian quickly adjusted the formation flags, upgrading the interference array to a rune spirit locking formation, emerald light binding the puppet's limbs, temporarily restricting its movements. I can hold for 5 breaths. Lin Feng, there's just one last step to the fusion. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng poured all remaining 500 points of anger into the crystal core, doubling the fusion speed in an instant. The Pangu crystal core aligned perfectly with the spirit vein mist core, golden and blue lights intertwining into a radiant beam that enveloped the entire hall. The rune energy within the beam surged towards the fusion puppet, shattering its rune barrier on the spot. The crystal core was purified by the beam, and the massive form of the puppet disintegrated into mist particles, completely vanishing. Beep! Pangu crystal core successfully fused with spirit vein mist core, unlocking the passive skill. Mist Purification. Current accumulated anger, 6,000. Core energy conversion, 6,000. With the fusion complete, the mist in the hall dissipated entirely, revealing more metallic plates on the walls. Upon interpretation, Sun Xiaojian discovered that these inscriptions recorded the legacy of the Spirit Vein Guardians. By gathering the Pangu Crystal Core, the energy from the Spirit Vein Central Tower, and the Spirit Vein Mist Core, they could unlock the legacy and attain the ultimate power to control the Spirit Veins. Legacy? Lin Feng grasped the fused crystal core, clearly sensing that the location of the legacy was at the heart of the Spirit Source realm. It seemed their next objective was to unlock the legacy and gain complete control over the Spirit Vein energy, ensuring that the Spirit Source realm would no longer suffer from energy disturbances. The group readied their equipment and set forth towards the ruins. At this moment, the misty forest had been purified by the crystal core, the fog thinning, sunlight filtering through the treetops to illuminate the ground, while Spirit Source beasts darted among the trees. And the Spirit Vein grass flourished more abundantly. Lin Feng gazed upon the scene before him, realizing that the path of guardianship in the Spirit Source realm was far from over, and that the adventure of unlocking the inheritance was about to unfold at the heart of this realm. Chapter 100. Encounter with energy-absorbing puppets on the Spirit Vein plane. The initial appearance of the three talents guardian array, the gentle breeze of the Spirit Vein plane, carried a sweet essence, causing the vast fields of Spirit Vein grass to ripple like waves. The spiritual energy here was more potent than that of the misty forest, with the very air shimmering in a faint blue luminescence. The hooves of the transformed spirit steed tread upon the grass, each step eliciting delicate ripples of spiritual energy. This place was far more comfortable than a sea of sand. The ice-bear demon restrained the spirit steed, and the spiritual energy within him flowed ever more smoothly. He bent down to pluck a handful of Spirit Vein grass, bringing it close to his nose. If the Spirit Source beast were raised here, its flesh would surely be more tender. If Master Zhang were to discover this place, he might even consider relocating here. Sun Xiaojian drew forth the Spirit Vein pen, the verdant luminescence at its tip sweeping across the front, revealing the real-time location of the altar on the screen. The Spirit Vein Guardian altar lay 30 miles ahead atop a hill of spirit veins. However, the map indicated that an energy-absorbing zone surrounded the altar. Entering it would gradually siphon spiritual energy, necessitating the application of anti-absorption talismans in advance. He retrieved a stack of yellow talisman paper from his array flag pouch and distributed them among the group. As the talismans adhered to the mechas or robes, they radiated a soft, golden light, shielding against the subtle energy absorption waves in the air. Lin Feng clenched the Pangu crystal core in his palm, the pale blue patterns of illusion immunity swirling across its surface, allowing him to distinctly sense the powerful resonance emanating from ahead. It was a resonance even stronger than that of the Spirit Vein Central Tower and the Misty Core, indicating a deeper connection between the altar's core and the Pangu crystal core. Everyone, be cautious. There are surely puppet guardians within the energy-absorbing zone. The previous illusion puppets relied on deception, but this time, they may grow stronger by absorbing spiritual energy. Qinghua, Lin Xiaowan. Be prepared for your pure yin purification at all times. Lin Xiaowan nodded, positioning her Spirit Vein staff before her. The pale blue light of her peak late-stage pure yin power coiled around the staff's tip, and after her trials in the misty ruins, her control over spiritual energy had become exceedingly refined. I have adjusted the Xian Yin illusion purification into the Xian Yin Spirit Vein purification, capable of simultaneously cleansing malevolent energy and disrupting energy absorption. If the puppets approach, it will be the perfect opportunity to test its efficacy. As the group stepped into the energy-absorbing zone, a faint humming suddenly resonated from the ground. Emerging from the soil beneath the Spirit Vein grass were dozens of dark, purple mechanical vines, each topped with an energy-absorbing crystal the size of a fingernail. Upon contacting the Spirit Vein grass, the leaves instantly lost their luster, as the vines rapidly siphoned spiritual energy away. It was the energy-absorbing puppets. Sun Xiaojian's expression shifted, and he quickly produced the Spirit Vein anti-absorption array flag, thrusting it into the ground. The verdant light spread through the soil, halting the advance of the mechanical vines. These vines were the appendages of the puppets, with their core hidden 3 feet underground, growing by absorbing spiritual energy. The more they absorbed, the more formidable they became. Before he could finish speaking, the vines suddenly surged, dozens of them simultaneously lashing out toward the spirit steed. One vine ensnared the hoof of the ice bear demon's steed, causing the anti-absorption talisman on the steed to dim instantly, as its spiritual energy began to be siphoned away, eliciting a cry of pain. "How dare you touch my spirit steed?" The ice bear demon immediately expended 2,500 points of rage, transforming into the earth-shattering ice crusher, its hammerhead enveloped in a soft azure spirit pulse light, striking down upon the vines, ensnaring the spirit steed. "Sever these accursed vines. How dare they siphon the spirit pulse energy?" At the instant the hammer descended, icy patterns spread along the vines, freezing the energy-absorbing crystal orbs, causing the vines to shatter and halting the spirit steed's energy drain. Ding! The ice bear demon expended 2,500 points of rage, unlocking the ice-breaking effect. It exerts a 50 counter against energy-absorbing targets. Current accumulated rage: 80005005500. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan swiftly established a twin purification array, as waves of pale blue light surged across the ground. Upon contact with the mechanical vines, the energy-absorbing crystal orbs emitted wisps of white smoke, and the growth of the vines noticeably slowed. The originally dark purple vines even began to turn green, clearly indicating their energy-absorbing capabilities were being purified. These puppets fear pure energy. Lin Feng, quickly locate the core positions. We shall stabilize the vines for you. Lin Feng had already activated the Pangu Crystal Core's spirit pulse detection for deep positioning. Threads of pale, golden light penetrated the soil, instantaneously locking onto the locations of 20 puppet cores. These cores were distributed in a circular formation, precisely surrounding the direction of the spirit pulse hill, evidently serving as the first line of defense for the altar. The cores lay 3 feet underground, arranged in a circular pattern. Sun Xiaojian, encircle the cores with the formation flags. Do not allow them to link. Ice Bear, let us dismantle the cores one by one. Sun Xiaojian promptly adjusted the formation flags, upgrading the spirit pulse absorption array to a circular core locking array. Verdant spiritual light wove into faint green rings upon the ground, encircling all the cores within. The runes of the ring repelled the core's energy-absorbing fluctuations, causing the dark purple glow of the cores to dim, and the vine's assault became sluggish. I can lock the cores for 10 breaths. We must destroy half within this time. Otherwise, the formation will be overwhelmed by energy absorption. Lin Feng leaped above the nearest core, pressing the Pangu crystal core down into the ground, expending 3,000 points of rage to activate the crystal core spirit pulse breaking technique. The pale golden light drilled into the core, and the moment the core made contact with the golden light, its energy-absorbing fluctuations completely vanished, causing the surrounding vines to wither. One down. Ice Bear, the 3 on the left are yours. Ding! Expended 3,000 points of rage, activating spirit pulse breaking. Core destruction efficiency, 100. Current accumulated rage, 550030002500. The Ice Bear Demon's hammer struck the 3 cores in succession, golden light interwoven with icy patterns. Each time a core was struck, it erupted with a faint blue spirit pulse light. Rather than dissipating, this light was absorbed by the hammer, solidifying the spirit energy of the initial stage of the spirit source realm, dispelling the lingering sluggishness from the previous breakthrough. This core's spirit pulse energy can replenish spirit energy. It is more effective than consuming spirit source beasts. Lin Xiaowan and Su Qingyue's purification waves did not falter. Both infused pure energy into the core locking array, enhancing the brilliance of the formation flags, even proactively absorbing the vine's energy absorption, converting it into spirit pulse energy to nourish everyone. Only 5 breaths remaining. Lin Feng, quickly destroy the last 2 cores. Lin Feng nodded as the spirit pulse breaking core blade, enveloped in golden light, struck towards the last 2 cores. In an instant, the blade grazed the ground, causing 2 beams of golden light to penetrate the soil, resulting in the immediate disintegration of the cores. The remaining vines, akin to withered branches deprived of support, collapsed onto the ground, transforming into mere heaps of mechanical debris. Ding. Killed. The spirit pulse energy absorbing puppet 20. Absorbed spirit pulse energy. Converted rage value 7,000. Current accumulated rage value 25007009500. The Ice Bear Demon Spirit's energy is stable at the initial stage. Unlocking Spirit Pulse Ice Calamity passive skill. After vanquishing the puppet, the pale blue light in the energy absorption zone returned to normal, and the Spirit Pulse grass revived with vigor. The group continued their journey on their spirit steeds, soon arriving at the pinnacle of the Spirit Pulse Hill, where the Spirit Pulse Guardian altar stood. The altar, constructed from solid pale blue Spirit Pulse stones, took the form of a circular structure supported by 3 legs, with the 3 talismans rune platform embedded at its apex. The central groove perfectly matched the outline of the Pangu crystal core, surrounded by 3 guardian statues, each wielding a sword, shield, and staff, their eyes shimmering with a faint golden light resonating with the crystal core. This is the 3 talismans guardian array. Sun Xiaojian approached the base of the altar, where the Spirit Pulse pen swept across the runes on the statue's pedestal. The Spirit Pulse record mentioned that this array required 3 individuals to simultaneously activate the runes of the sword, shield, and staff statues to unveil the protective barrier of the rune platform. Missing even one would not suffice. Moreover, activating it would summon the 3 talismans guardian puppets, each corresponding to attack, defense, and support, which must be dealt with concurrently to proceed. Lin Feng glanced at the 3 statues. The threads of light from the Pangu crystal core already resonating with the runes of the statues. Qingyue, you activate the shield statue, responsible for defense. Lin Xiaowan, you activate the staff statue to provide support with pure Yin energy. Ice Bear, you activate the sword statue to directly confront the puppet. Sun Xiaojian, you set up the 3 talismans auxiliary array to help us synchronize our rhythm. I will prepare to shatter the puppet's core. Once their roles were assigned, Su Qingyue was the first to infuse pure Yin energy into the shield statue. The golden light in the statue's eyes surged, and a pale blue rune plate ejected from its base, inscribed with the rune of defense. Lin Xiaowan then activated the staff statue, causing a rune plate to pop out with the rune of assistance. The Ice Bear Demon activated the sword statue, resulting in the emergence of the rune of attack. As all 3 rune plates illuminated simultaneously, a blinding golden light erupted from the altar's apex, and 3 puppets identical to the statues leaped out from the radiance, landing around the altar. Just in time, the Ice Bear Demon gripped his war hammer, the energy within him boiling with anticipation. He had long wished to test the might of the Spirit Pulse Ice Calamity. The sword puppet struck first, its blade enveloped in potent Spirit Pulse energy. Aimed at the Ice Bear Demon. Without flinching, the Ice Bear Demon swung his hammer to meet the blade. At the moment of collision between the golden light and Spirit Pulse energy, icy patterns spread along the blade, freezing the puppet's arm and granting Lin Feng precious time to shatter the core. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue's shield puppet unfurled its massive shield, advancing toward the rune platform in an attempt to thwart the group's activation of the protective barrier. Su Qingyue immediately deployed her twin purification shields, the pale blue light clashing with the Spirit Pulse energy of the shield puppet, forcefully pushing it back. Lin Feng, hurry! The puppet's Spirit Pulse energy is intensifying. Lin Xiaowan's staff puppet raised its wand and unleashed the Spirit Pulse light arrow, attempting to disrupt the Ice Bear Demon. Lin Xiaowan immediately transformed the Xian Yin Spirit Pulse into a luminous band, ensnaring the light arrow and purifying it into spiritual energy, which she then returned to the Ice Bear Demon. Brother Ice Bear, I shall replenish your spiritual power. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng injected 5,000 points of his 9,500-point fury into the Pangu crystal core, activating the core's 3 talents break. A pale golden light shot towards the cores of the 3 puppets. The sword puppet's blade froze in midair, the shield puppet's massive shield developed cracks, and the staff puppet's wand dimmed. Sun Xiaojian, activate the runes in synchronization. Ding! Consumed 5,000 points of fury, activating the 3 talents break of the crystal core. 90 restraint on the 3 talents puppets. Current accumulated fury, 9,500 5,000 4,500. Sun Shaojian swiftly planted the formation flags beside the three statues. And the spiritual light of the three talents auxiliary formation flickered in unison with the rune boards. The radiance of the three rune boards spread along the statues, intertwining with the golden light of Lin Feng's crystal core. The cores of the three puppets simultaneously exploded, their bodies disintegrating into particles of spiritual light that merged into the altar. The protective shield of the rune platform shattered, revealing a central groove. The runes surrounding the groove began to resonate with the Pangu crystal core, a pale blue light spreading along the groove. Suddenly, a vast spiritual map emerged on the ground beneath the altar, depicting the distribution of spiritual veins throughout the entire spirit source realm. With the heart of the spiritual vein at the center, glowing with the same golden light as the crystal core. "We did it!" Sun Shaojian exclaimed with excitement. "Now, we simply need to place the Pangu crystal core into the groove to unlock the inheritance of the spiritual veins and command the spiritual power of the entire realm." Lin Feng approached the rune platform, gazing at the central groove, then glanced at his companions. From the extreme northern ice fields to the spiritual vein central tower. From the foggy forest to the spiritual vein plain, they had fought side by side, and now they stood at the threshold of inheritance. Taking a deep breath, he gently placed the Pangu crystal core into the groove. As the crystal core made contact with the groove, the entire altar trembled. The golden light of the spiritual map surged, and a beam of spiritual light shot up into the heavens from the top of the altar, illuminating the entire spiritual vein plane. Within the light beam, an ancient phantom gradually materialized. It was the spirit vein guardian seen earlier at the central tower, holding an artifact identical to the Pangu crystal core. His voice was gentle yet solemn. "Guardian, you have gathered the three core spiritual veins and unlocked the final trial of inheritance. To attain the heart of the spiritual vein, you must uphold the original intention of guarding the spirit source realm within the inheritance illusion to receive the ultimate legacy." As the phantom vanished, the light beam transformed into a pale blue shield, enveloping Lin Feng. The illusion began to manifest, revealing a scene of the spirit source realm being consumed by malevolent energy, with the puppets of the Xiansha sect wantonly wreaking havoc while the disciples of the sect struggled in agony. In his hand, the Pangu crystal core radiated a power capable of annihilating everything, and a seductive voice echoed in his ears. "If you absorb all the spiritual power, you will become the sovereign of the spirit source realm, no longer needing to protect anyone." Lin Feng clenched his fists, his resolve unwavering. He recalled the smiles of the ice bear demon, the diligence of Sun Shaojian, the composure of Su Qingyue, and the tenderness of Lin Xiaowan. Remembering every moment they had stood together to protect the realm of spiritual veins. "My original intention is not to dominate, but to safeguard." As the words lingered in the air, the illusion abruptly shattered. The Pangu crystal core erupted with an unprecedented golden radiance, merging seamlessly into Lin Feng's being. The barrier of the late-stage spirit source realm crumbled with a thunderous roar, and the initial surge of spiritual energy from the spirit vein realm cascaded through him like a tsunami. On the black gold armor of the flame dragon Xianzun, ancient spiritual vein runes emerged, synchronizing entirely with the spiritual vein forces of the spirit source realm. Ding! Lin Feng had ascended to the initial stage of the spirit vein realm, unlocking the passive skill of spirit vein sovereign. He could now freely manipulate the spiritual vein forces of the entire realm, with a current accumulated rage value of 450,010,000, inheritance reward 14,500. As the light barrier dissipated, Lin Feng landed upon the altar, the spiritual energy of the spirit vein realm causing the spirit vein grass across the plain to grow with fervent vigor. The three statues bowed in unison, as if paying homage to the new guardian of the spiritual veins. His companions gathered around, their faces alight with smiles of satisfaction. The ice bear demon had solidified its initial stage of the spirit source realm, and Sun Shaojian had unlocked the all-encompassing spirit vein formation. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan had also reached new heights at the pinnacle of the late-stage pure Yin realm. "We did it!" cheered the ice bear demon, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder, its joy reminiscent of a child's. From now on, the spirit source realm will be free of malevolence. No more puppets causing chaos. I can finally roast spirit source beasts in peace. Lin Feng gazed at his companions, then cast his eyes towards the vibrant spirit vein plain in the distance. He understood that the path of guardianship for the spirit source realm was far from over, but as long as they stood united, no challenge was insurmountable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays spilled over the altar, elongating their shadows, while the brilliance of the Pangu crystal core remained intricately connected with every spiritual vein in the spirit source realm. Chapter 101. The Triad Puppets Block the Altar. Crystal resonance opens the inheritance gate. The dawn on the spirit vein plane bathed the landscape in a gentle azure light, casting a glow upon the vast expanse of spirit vein grass. Dewdrops on the blades refracted faint glimmers, coalescing into tiny spiritual vein crystals upon the ground. As the transformed spiritual steed trod upon the grass, its hooves clashed with the crystals, producing a crisp, melodious sound, a stark contrast to the desolation of the sand sea. The spiritual energy here is so potent, it could be a meal, exclaimed the ice bear demon, reigning in the spiritual steed. The initial stage of the spirit source realm's energy flowed through him with increasing density. He bent down to pick up a spiritual vein crystal, rolling it in his palm. If I ground this crystal into powder and sprinkled it over roasted meat, the flavor would be exquisite. If Master Zhang were here, he would probably set up a grill right beside the altar. Sun Xiao Jian produced a spirit vein pen, its tip glowing with a vibrant green light as it swept across the nearby spiritual vein hill. A three-dimensional model of the altar appeared on the screen. The spirit vein guardian altar was situated atop the hill. However, the model indicated that the altar was surrounded by a triad guardian formation, with the formation eyes corresponding to the positions of the celestial pivot, earth axis, and human extremity. Each formation eye was guarded by a dedicated puppet, and all three must be simultaneously destroyed to unlock the altar's inheritance gate. He pointed to the three flickering red dots on the model. The puppet at the celestial pivot specializes in long-range spiritual vein attacks. The earth axis focuses on defense and energy absorption, while the human extremity excels in close combat ambushes. We must devise a targeted strategy. Lin Feng clenched the Pangu crystal core in his palm, as the pale blue patterns of illusion immunity resonated harmoniously with the spiritual veins emanating from the altar. The surface of the crystal core even manifested runes that corresponded with the three talents formation. Qingyue, you shall proceed to the axis of the earth, using the twin-born purification shield to withstand the defense while simultaneously purifying the energy absorption fluctuations. Lin Xiaowan, you will guard the celestial pivot, severing the transmission of long-range attacks with the Xian-Yin spiritual vein. Ice Bear, accompany me in assaulting the human extreme, directly restraining the melee puppets. Sun Xiaojian, establish the three talents interactive formation, synchronously disrupting the energy of the three focal points, preventing them from supporting one another. As the group ascended the spiritual vein hill, three beams of light suddenly illuminated the altar at the summit. From the pale golden beam at the celestial pivot position emerged a spirit vein bow puppet, its body crafted from luminous spirit vein metal, bearing a three-stone spirit vein bow on its back, with arrows in its quiver radiating a searing spirit vein light. From the pale green beam at the axis of the earth appeared a spirit vein shield puppet, its massive shield larger than Ice Bear's war hammer, adorned with energy-absorbing runes. Firmly anchored to the ground, evidently a fixed defensive type. From the pale red beam at the human extreme position leapt a spirit vein blade puppet, wielding a short blade in each hand, their edges entwined with a crimson glow capable of severing spiritual energy. Just in time, Ice Bear immediately expended 2,000 points of rage to activate the triad version of the earth-shattering Ice Fiend Warhammer, its golden head enveloped in a layer of pale red spirit vein light. Charging towards the human extreme puppet, leave the melee to me. Witness the might of the Ice Fiend in the spirit source realm, as the hammer struck the puppet's short blades. The moment of collision between golden light and crimson glow spread ice patterns along the blade, momentarily freezing the puppet's joints and slowing its assault. Ding! Consumed 2,000 points of rage, unlocking the three talents Ice Shatter effect, restraining the melee puppet by 60. Current accumulated rage, 8,000, 2,000, 6,000. Seeing this, the celestial pivot puppet immediately drew its bow and shot the spirit vein penetrating arrow, a projectile imbued with pale golden light, aimed directly at Sun Xiaojian, who was setting up the formation. Lin Xiaowan, with swift reflexes, positioned her spirit vein staff in front of her, condensing the pure blue light of the peak late stage of the pure Yin realm into a Xian Yin spirit vein shield. The moment the arrow collided with the shield, the spirit vein energy was absorbed and transformed into purifying light threads, nourishing Sun Xiaojian. Sun Xiaojian, hurry and establish the formation. The celestial pivot's arrows can penetrate defenses. I cannot sustain this for long. Without hesitation, Sun Xiaojian produced 6 3-talents disruption formation flags, placing them around the 3 focal points. As emerald spiritual light spread across the ground, weaving a triangular light web between the focal points. It's done. This formation can sever the energy interaction among the 3 focal points. However, the puppets at each focal point will enter a berserk mode for 10 breaths. Lin Feng, you must dismantle 1 focal point within that time. Lin Feng had already set his sights on the shield of the Earth Axis puppet. Although the energy-absorbing runes on the shield were dense, there was a small spiritual vein nexus at its center, the very energy input point. He expended 3,000 points of rage to activate the shield-breaking light cone of the Pangu crystal core. As the right arm of the flame dragon Xian Zun armor transformed into a pale golden light cone, enveloped in the spirit vein energy, piercing directly towards the nexus of the Earth Axis puppet. Qingyue, help me stabilize the puppet. Do not let it rotate the massive shield. Ding. Consumed 3,000 points of rage. Activating the shield-breaking light cone. The defensive target's breach rate reached 80, with the current accumulated anger value at 6000-3000-3000. Su Qingyue immediately initiated the dual purification array, wrapping a light blue ribbon around the base of the Earth Axis puppet. The spiritual veins within the ribbon spun rapidly, preventing the base from absorbing the spiritual energy from the soil. Although the puppet's shield could absorb energy, it would not sustain for long without a source. Lin Feng, strike quickly. At the moment the light cone pierced the nexus, the Earth Axis puppet's enormous shield suddenly dimmed, the energy-absorbing runes losing their luster, and a multitude of cracks appeared on the shield surface. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng wielded the spirit vein core breaking blade and slashed towards the puppet's core. The instant the blade traversed, the spiritual energy within the core erupted violently, rendering the puppet motionless before it shattered into fragments of spiritual metal. The Earth Axis eye is broken. Sun Xiaojian shouted as he adjusted the array flags. The light of the triangular net surged, and the movements of the celestial pivot and human extreme puppets became noticeably sluggish. 5 breaths left. Quickly destroy the other 2. The Ice Bear demon seized the moment. Channeling the remaining spiritual energy into his warhammer, the golden light of the 3 talents Ice Shatter surged, striking at the core of the human extreme puppet. As the hammerhead penetrated the puppet's body, the icy patterns froze the core's spiritual energy transmission, causing the puppet's short blades to clatter to the ground, its body disintegrating into fragments. Seeing the dire situation, the celestial pivot puppet attempted to draw its bow to shoot at Lin Feng, but was ensnared by Lin Xiaowan's Xian Yin spiritual vein purification, the light blue threads spreading along the bowstring, severing the supply of spiritual energy, causing the arrow to lose its luster instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingyue coalesced a purification spear, piercing through the puppet's core, leading to its collapse as well. Ding! Killed the 3 talents guardian puppets, celestial pivot, Earth Axis, Human Extreme. X3, gained 9,000 anger value. Current accumulated anger value, 300,090,001,2000. Simultaneously, the 3 array eyes extinguished, and the inheritance gate at the altar slowly opened. Within lay a circular stone chamber, at the apex of which was embedded a colossal spiritual vein inheritance crystal disc. The central groove of the disc fitted perfectly with the Pangu crystal core, surrounded by ancient spiritual vein runes, beneath which lay 3 talents spiritual vein keys. Evidently the key to unlocking the inheritance. Sun Xiaojian approached the crystal disc, the spiritual vein pen sweeping over the runes, his face lighting up with delight. It is mentioned in the spiritual vein record. This crystal disc is the core of the spiritual vein inheritance, requiring both the Pangu crystal core and the 3 talent spiritual vein keys to activate. Upon activation, it will open the heart of spiritual vein trial, and passing the trial will grant the ability to control the spiritual veins of the entire realm. The ice bear demon picked up one of the 3 talents' spiritual vein keys, its body emanating a faint green glow, warm to the touch. This thing looks edible. If roasted, would it turn into spiritual vein candy? Do not touch that recklessly. Su Qingwei hurriedly intervened, her pure, energy sweeping over the spiritual vein key. It harbors pure, spiritual energy. If damaged, the crystal disc cannot be activated. Lin Feng walked to the center of the crystal disc, placing the Pangu crystal core beside the groove. The 3 talents' spiritual vein keys automatically flew to the 3 positions on the disc, resonating with the runes. Taking a deep breath, he infused 5,000 points from his accumulated anger value of 12,000 into the crystal core, activating the resonance of the crystal core inheritance. A pale golden light erupted from the core, intertwining with the spiritual light of the 3 talents' spiritual vein keys, causing the runes on the crystal disc to begin rotating. As the spiritual light at the apex of the stone chamber coalesced into a beam, enveloping the entire chamber. Ding! Consuming 5,000 points of rage. The resonance of inheritance is activated. The crystal disc activation progress stands at 30, with a current accumulated rage of 120,005,000 In the midst of a radiant pillar, 3 ethereal figures suddenly materialize, representing the 3 ancient guardians of the spiritual veins. Each holds an artifact corresponding to the 3 talents of the spiritual vein, their voices solemn. Guardian, to obtain the inheritance of the spiritual vein, you must first answer the 3 questions of the heart of the spiritual vein. The first question concerns the will of protection, the second concerns the faith of the team, and the third concerns the decisions of gain and loss. Only upon successfully answering all 3 questions can the inheritance be granted. As the ethereal figures dissipate, 3 portals of light appear on the stone chamber floor, corresponding to the trials of protection, team, and choices. Lin Feng gazes at his companions with resolute eyes. We must face these trials together. Not a single one of us can be absent. Ice Bear, you shall accompany me through the Guardian's Gate. Qing Wei and Lin Xiaowan, you will proceed through the Team Gate. Sun Xiaojian, you shall take the Choice Gate. And we will regroup at the center of the crystal disc. The group nods, each proceeding toward their designated portal. Ice Bear tightly grips his warhammer, the usual mirth absent from his countenance. Fear not. Whatever lies within, I shall guard you against it. Once we pass the trials, we shall celebrate by capturing the spirit's source beast. Lin Feng smiles as he follows, the Pangu crystal core in his palm radiating a warm glow. He understands that this is the final step to unlocking the inheritance of the spiritual vein, as well as the pivotal battle to safeguard the realm of spirit source. Outside the stone chamber, the spiritual grass of the spiritual vein plain sways in the wind, seemingly cheering for their adventure, awaiting the dawn of true peace in the realm of spirit source. Chapter 102. The 3 Realms Trials Reveal True Intent. Spiritual resonance conveys inheritance as Lin Feng steps through the Guardian's Gate alongside Ice Bear. The scene before him abruptly transforms. No longer is it the coldness of the stone chamber, but rather the nurturing grounds of the spiritual veins deep within a sea of sand, where dozens of disciples from the Qian sect are busily tending to the spiritual grass. In the distance, a menacing swarm of Xiansha puppets approaches the nurturing area, shrouded in malevolent fog and mechanical tendrils, poised to devour the unsuspecting disciples. It is a scene from the sea of sand. This trial simulates a crisis of the spiritual veins. Ice Bear clenches his warhammer, the spiritual energy of his early stage in the spirit source realm surging. The previous mirth completely vanishing, leaving only a grave expression. These disciples may be illusions, but the will to protect is genuine. Lin Feng, you safeguard the disciples and lead them to safety. I will confront the puppets. Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, Ice Bear leaps into the fray, consuming 500 points of rage to activate the 3 talents Ice Shatter Area effect, the hammerhead exploding into a towering mist of ice, freezing the mechanical joints of the foremost puppets. Do you intend to harm the spiritual grass and the disciples? First, you must contend with my warhammer. Amidst the icy mist, his figure darts back and forth. With each strike of his warhammer, a puppet crumbles. However, The sheer number of puppets is overwhelming. Having dispatched 10, another 20 emerge from the fog. Ding. Consumed 1. 500 points of rage. Unlocking area control effect. Current accumulated rage 7,000. Team shared base 1,500, 5,500. Lin Feng, fixated on the encroaching fog, suddenly discerns a core of Xian Sha concealed within it. Precisely the core manipulated by the elder of Xian Sha. If it is destroyed, the swarm of puppets will lose their source of power. He clenched the Pangu crystal core, expending 2,000 points of rage to activate the crystal core's fiendish mist penetration. The fiery wings of the infernal dragon armor enveloped in a soft golden glow surged forth, breaking through the mist and charging towards the core. Ice Bear, hold on for 10 breaths. I will destroy the core. The luminous strands of the crystal spread across the mech, weaving a purification net around the core. At the moment when the pale golden light collided with the fiendish mist, the core's dark violet radiance began to dim. However, at that instant, the spiritual vein grass at the edge of the cultivation zone suddenly ignited with fiendish flames, igniting the robe of a virtual disciple, who panicked and ran towards the sandy ground, followed closely by 2 puppets. We cannot allow him to be harmed. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and adjusted his direction. The spiritual vein breaker, cleaving towards the pursuing puppets, simultaneously diverting the purification light of the crystal towards the disciple. In a moment, the puppets were shattered. The flames on the disciple were extinguished, but this delay allowed the fiendish core to once again gather fiendish energy, intensifying the puppet's assault. Lin Feng, don't lose focus. Leave the core to me. The Ice Bear demon suddenly unleashed an even greater surge of spiritual power, causing cracks to appear in the barrier of the initial stage of the spiritual source realm. The golden light of the Warhammer, enveloped in layers of pale blue spiritual vein light, forcefully smashed a pathway to the core. I have always said, guarding the spiritual source realm is not solely your responsibility. He leaped into the air, the Warhammer striking down fiercely onto the fiendish core. At the moment of the core's explosion, all the puppets simultaneously froze, then crumbled into shards of iron. As the trial scene faded, the Ice Bear demon's spiritual power stabilized at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the spiritual source realm. Scratching his head, he chuckled. I never expected that while guarding, my spiritual power would flow even more smoothly. Once we're out, I'll use this energy for roasting the spiritual source beast. Meanwhile, within the team's portal, Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan faced entirely different trials. Before them lay a slanted spiritual vein bridge, constructed from fragile spiritual vein crystals, with a tumultuous current roiling beneath. One misstep could lead to being engulfed by the chaos below. On the opposite side of the bridge, a stable crystal was embedded, and only by both touching it simultaneously could they pass the trial. The bridge could only bear the weight of one person, and the crystal would shatter with fluctuations in spiritual power. Su Qingwei crouched down, her light power sweeping across the bridge surface as she declared, I'll go first, using the twin purification shield to stabilize the bridge. You follow behind and reinforce the crystal with your profound, spiritual veins. We will advance in sync. Lin Xiaowan nodded, bringing her spiritual vein staff close to the bridge surface. The pale blue light flowed along the crystal, weaving protective patterns with each step. However, as they reached the center of the bridge, the tumultuous current suddenly surged, causing the bridge to shake violently. The foremost crystal cracked with a sharp sound, and Su Qingwei's left foot nearly stepped into the void. Qingwei, Lin Xiaowan immediately poured all her spiritual power into the protective patterns. But her peak spiritual power at the late stage of the pure Yin realm began to falter, causing the protective patterns to flicker. My spiritual power is running out. Without hesitation, Su Qingwei turned and transmitted her pure Yin power along the bridge surface to Lin Xiaowan. Stay calm. The essence of teamwork is to mutually empower one another. Focus on reinforcement while I withstand the chaos. The twin purification shield suddenly surged, blocking the impact of the turbulent current, momentarily stabilizing the bridge surface. Under the enhancement of spiritual energy, Lin Xiaowan's protective patterns solidified once again. Seizing the opportunity, the two hastened their pace and simultaneously reached out to touch the stabilizing crystal of the spiritual vein. In that moment, the chaotic current subsided, The bridge's surface returned to its original form, and the trial scene subsequently faded away. Had it not been for you, I certainly would not have endured. Lin Xiaowan expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she looked at Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue smiled and shook her head, responding, "This is the essence of team trials. None can succeed without the other." Meanwhile, within the Gate of Choices, Sun Shaojian faced the most arduous decision. He stood at the focal point of the spiritual vein array, with 3 ancient spiritual array flags on his left, which could significantly amplify the power of the array, and a spiritual vein rabbit, trapped within a malevolent energy cage on his right, its entire body shimmering in blue, a rare spiritual creature from the spirit source realm. The mechanism at the center of the platform indicated that he could only choose one. The Forsaken option would be completely devoured by malevolent energy. Should he choose the array flags or the spiritual vein rabbit? Sun Shaojian's gaze lingered on both, his grip on the spiritual pin tightening until his knuckles turned white. The ancient flags were treasures he had long coveted, yet the rabbit's eyes were filled with terror as it desperately clawed at the cage's walls, clearly pleading for salvation. The radiance of the malevolent cage intensified, and the rabbit's fur began to lose its luster. Suddenly, he recalled Lin Feng's words in the sandy expanse. The essence of spiritual veins is not dominion, but the protection of all living beings. Gritting his teeth, he directed the spiritual pin towards the array flags, declaring, "The flags can be reforged, but a lost spiritual creature can never return." He expended 1,000 points of fury to activate the spiritual vein-breaking array, and verdant spiritual light surged into the malevolent cage, forcefully tearing open a breach. The spiritual vein rabbit immediately leapt from the cage, nuzzling Sun Xiaojian's hand before transforming into a stream of spiritual light, merging with his array flags. Suddenly, the flags radiated a soft blue glow, unlocking the spiritual vein-sustaining array, which could simultaneously protect both the array and living beings. Remarkably, the flags that were meant to be consumed remained intact on the platform. Ding! Sun Xiaojian has unlocked a new skill in array techniques through the Trial of Choices. Current accumulated fury, 5,500 as the 3 emerge from the luminous gate. The spiritual vein inheritance crystal disk in the center of the stone chamber erupted with dazzling brilliance. The energies from the 3 gates converged into a beam of spiritual light, infusing the crystal disk. The resonance between the Pangu crystal core and the 3 talismans of spiritual veins reached its zenith, causing the runes on the disk to spin increasingly faster, with the activation progress soaring from 30 to 90. "We all passed the trial," the Ice Bear Demon exclaimed, exhilarated. The peak spiritual energy of the initial stage of the spirit source realm filled him with vigor. "The crystal disk is about to activate. Will we soon unlock the inheritance?" Lin Feng approached the crystal disk, feeling the summoning from the crystal core vividly. The final step of the inheritance required the resonance of everyone's spiritual energy with the crystal core to achieve full activation. He extended his hand, the Pangu crystal core in his palm gleaming with a faint golden light. "Come, channel your spiritual energy into me. Together, we shall unlock the inheritance and safeguard the spirit source realm." Su Qingyue, Lin Xiaowan, the Ice Bear Demon, and Sun Shaojian simultaneously reached out, channeling their spiritual energies into Lin Feng's palm. The pure Yin energy, icy malevolent force, array technique energy, and the light of the crystal interwove, forming a radiant multicolored beam that surged towards the center of the crystal disk. When the beam of light fully integrated with the crystal disk, the activation progress surged to a complete 100. Suddenly, the runes on the surface of the crystal disk ascended, forming a spiritual pulse inheritance array at the apex of the stone chamber. In the center of the array emerged 4 ancient characters, guardians of the pulse. Ding! All participants have successfully passed the trial of the heart of spiritual pulse. The inheritance array is now activated. Current accumulated fury value, 45,008,000. Trial reward, 12,500. Lin Feng gazed at the inheritance array above him, suddenly feeling the spiritual energy within him begin to boil. Cracks appeared in the barrier of the early stages of the spiritual pulse realm, as the power of the crystal core surged into his body through the inheritance array, merging with the spiritual energy of his companions. He understood that the ultimate guardianship of the spiritual source realm was about to be unveiled within this inheritance array, and the 5 of them would become the new guardians of the spiritual pulse. Outside the stone chamber, the spiritual pulse grass on the spiritual pulse plane suddenly bowed towards the altar, forming a colossal spiritual pulse ring. The spiritual energy at the center of the ring coalesced into a beam of light that soared into the heavens, illuminating the entire spiritual source realm. Whether it was the spiritual pulse valley of the Qingyun sect, the cultivation area of the Qiyin sect, or the spiritual source lake of the Bishui sect, all beings looked up at the beam, their faces filled with reverence and hope. Meanwhile, the 5 within the inheritance array faced the light, prepared to embrace their ultimate moment of spiritual pulse inheritance. Chapter 103. The inheritance ascends. The guardians of the pulse stabilize the cosmos in the center of the inheritance array. The 4 characters guardians of the pulse suddenly burst forth with golden light, striking towards the 5 like a tangible force. Lin Feng bore the brunt of this impact. The Pangu crystal core in his palm radiated intense heat. The 3 core energies of the spiritual pulse, central tower, mist, altar, stored within the crystal core, erupted simultaneously, flowing into his dantian along his arm. The barrier of the early stages of the spiritual pulse realm, already riddled with cracks, shattered under the impact of the inheritance power, breaking apart like fragile glass. The pale blue spiritual energy surged wildly within him, ultimately coalescing into a spiritual pulse core at the dantian, while the fiery dragon armor on his body shimmered with dark golden patterns, and the ancient runes on the armor were fully activated. Ding! Lin Feng has broken through to the mid-stage of the spiritual pulse realm, unlocked the skill master of the spiritual pulse domain. He can now real-time control all spiritual pulse nodes across the realm. Current accumulated fury value, 125,003,000. Inheritance consumption, 5,000. Breakthrough reward, 14,500. This power could reach every inch of the spiritual pulse in the spiritual source realm. Lin Feng opened his eyes, a faint golden light of spiritual pulse shimmering in his gaze. With a gesture, the spiritual pulse crystal from the corner of the stone chamber floated into his palm, and he could even distinctly sense that Master Zhang in the Qingyun sect's spiritual pulse valley was flipping the spiritual source beast meat on the grill. The inheritance bestowed upon him the perception of the entire domain, allowing him to become entirely one with the spiritual pulses of the spiritual source realm. Meanwhile, the golden light of the inheritance array divided into 4 streams, each surging towards the other 4 individuals. The ice bear demon was enveloped in golden light adorned with icy patterns, its spiritual energy. At the peak of the initial stage of the spiritual source realm, surged through barriers in an instant. The ice-patterned warhammer glimmered with a dark blue hue, and the passive skill of the ice pulse evolved into the ice pulse earth shatter, capable of summoning icy spikes imbued with spiritual energy at a stop. Sun Xiaojian's array flag pouch unfurled automatically, merging 3 ancient array flags with the power of inheritance, upgrading the spiritual pulse sustenance array to the spiritual pulse all-domain array, which could deploy a protective array over 1,000 miles, while the tip of his spiritual pulse pen could directly draw a spiritual pulse map. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's pure yin energy intertwined into radiant light bands, both reaching the pinnacle of the late pure yin realm simultaneously. With Su Qingwei unlocking the twin purification array, capable of cleansing the contamination at the roots of the spiritual pulse, and Lin Xiaowan forming a pure yin spiritual pulse pearl at the tip of her staff, capable of storing 3 times the previous purifying power. Ding! All team members have broken through. The Ice Bear demon advances to the mid-spiritual source realm, Sun Xiaojian to the initial stage of the spiritual pulse realm, and Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan to the pinnacle of the pure yin realm. Earned inheritance rage value, 8,000. Current cumulative rage value, 145,008,000,22500. Just as the 5 were immersed in the joy of their breakthroughs, the inheritance array suddenly trembled violently, and the spiritual pulse light at the top of the stone chamber began to become chaotic, with faint waves of spiritual pulse imbalance emanating from the distance. Lin Feng instantly locked onto the anomaly through his all-domain perception. It was an old Xiansha stronghold in the far northern ice plains, where the remnants of the malevolent energy crystal nucleus had revived under the stimulation of the inheritance power, attempting to contaminate the nearby spiritual pulse nodes. There was still residual malevolent energy. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal nucleus, just as he was about to set off. The Ice Bear demon hoisted the war hammer. "Leave it to me. It's the perfect opportunity to test my newfound strength. I didn't get enough action in the ice plains before. This time, I'll clean it up." Sun Xiaojian also produced an array flag. "I'm coming with you. Let us seal that malevolent energy crystal nucleus with the all-domain array to prevent further disturbances." Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "We will head to the spiritual pulse supply station at Bishuimen. We sense some blockage in the spiritual pulse conduits there and will help reinforce their purification array." Lin Feng watched his companions depart, a smile gracing his lips. Inheritance not only bestowed power, but also taught them the essence of teamwork and guardianship. He did not obstruct them, but instead divided the faint golden light of the Pangu crystal nucleus into 4 streams, merging them into the foreheads of the 4. This is the spiritual pulse resonance mark. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, shatter the mark, and I shall arrive forthwith. The Ice Bear demon and Sun Xiaojian rode their spiritual steeds straight to the far northern ice plains. Upon reaching the old stronghold, they beheld a basketball-sized malevolent energy crystal nucleus pulsating on the ground, with the surrounding ice now tainted a dark purple. The Ice Bear demon leaped into the air. The war hammer, infused with the ice pulse earth shatter, struck down upon the crystal nucleus, while icy spikes erupted from the ground, encircling the nucleus. Sun Xiaojian, quick to react, hurriedly planted the array flags, and the emerald light of the spiritual pulse all-domain array enveloped the stronghold in an instant, forming a vortex of spiritual energy within the array net that firmly locked the malevolent energy crystal nucleus. This array can absorb malevolent energy and convert it into spiritual energy. "You may strike it down. I'll take care of the rest." As the war hammer descended, the crystal nucleus exploded, the malevolent energy immediately purified by the array net, and the ice surface of the plains regained its pristine whiteness, even sprouting a few delicate spiritual pulse grasses. On the other side, Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan were at the Bu supply station, where they discovered the obstruction of the conduit was due to the accumulation of spiritual vein crystals. Lin Xiaowan took out the spiritual vein staff, and the pure spiritual vein pearl emitted a gentle blue light, softening the crystals. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue employed the twin spiritual vein purification technique to meticulously untangle the conduit. In less than half a stick of incense, the conduit was restored to its former clarity, and the spiritual vein crystals on the roof of the supply station began to glow with a stable blue light once more. The disciples of Bu Gate surrounded the two, cheering and presenting freshly harvested spiritual fruit, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed fairies. With your presence, we shall no longer fear the chaos of the spiritual veins." Upon completing their task and returning to the altar, they found Lin Feng standing atop the spiritual vein hill, where the Pangu crystal core floated in midair, casting a soft golden light that spread across the base of the hill, weaving a grand protective array over the spiritual vein plane. This formation not only contained runes to defend against malevolent energies, but also featured growth patterns for nurturing spiritual grass and even reserved habitats for the spiritual source beasts. This array would safeguard the spiritual vein plane for a century without worry. Sun Xiaojian approached the edge of the formation and waved the spiritual vein pin over the runes, contemplating the potential of promoting this array throughout the realm, which would eliminate the crisis of spiritual veins in the spiritual source realm forever. Suddenly, the Ice Bear demon pointed excitedly into the distance, exclaiming, "Look, it's Master Zhang. He really brought the grill." Everyone turned to see Master Zhang riding a spiritual steed, accompanied by several disciples of Qingyun's sect. The meat of the spiritual source beasts on the grill glistened with oil, sprinkled with powdered spiritual grass, and the aroma wafted through the spiritual winds. "I told you, after a breakthrough, there must be a celebratory feast." The Ice Bear demon dashed forward, grabbing a piece of roasted meat, burning its mouth but unable to resist, exclaiming, "Master Zhang, this meat seasoned with spiritual grass powder is 10 times more fragrant than before." With a smile, Master Zhang handed over a jar of seasoning, saying, knowing you have become the guardians of the spiritual veins. I specially prepared this seasoning with new spiritual grass from the plain. From now on, our spiritual source realm shall be peaceful, and I shall roast for you every day." Lin Feng observed the lively scene before him, tightly gripping the Pangu crystal core. The resonance of the inheritance array still flowed through the spiritual vein realm, with the spiritual vein nodes operating smoothly. The remnants of the Xiansha sect had been completely eradicated, and even the silent sands had begun to sprout vast groves of spiritual veins. He understood that this adventure, which had commenced in the frigid northern tundra, had finally reached a fulfilling conclusion, yet the story of guardianship would continue. As night fell, the five stood at the summit of the spiritual vein hill, gazing at the myriad stars. In the starry sky, the lights of the central spiritual vein tower, the misty ruins, and the spiritual vein altar echoed one another, forming a celestial map of spiritual vein guardianship. Lin Feng raised the Pangu crystal core, its soft golden light shooting into the heavens. Merging with the star map, from this day forth, we five shall be the guardians of the spiritual source realm, vowing by the spiritual veins to protect the vitality and peace of this land. The Ice Bear Demon, Sun Xiaojian, Su Qingwei, and Lin Xiaowan simultaneously raised their weapons or staffs, their spiritual power intertwining with the light of the crystal core, creating a vibrant beam of light that illuminated the entire spiritual source realm. Disciples from distant sects, upon witnessing the light beam, knelt in reverence towards the spiritual vein hill. As the spiritual source beasts sang joyfully in the woods, and the spiritual grass swayed in the wind, the new era of the spiritual source realm officially commenced under the oath of the guardians of the spiritual veins. Ding! The identity of the spiritual vein guardian has been established. The stability of spiritual veins throughout the realm has risen to 100, unlocking the spiritual vein guardian's log, allowing for the documentation of future protective deeds. Current cumulative rage value, 22,500, available for unlocking new adventure skills. Chapter 104, Anomalies in the Deep Sea Spirit Vein. The tidal puppets hinder restoration. In the early morning light, the Spirit Vein Valley of Qingyun's sect bustled with activity. The Spirit Vein grass had grown to waist height, and Spirit Source beasts frolicked among the verdant foliage. A group of disciples gathered around Master Zhang's barbecue grill, eagerly awaiting the freshly cooked Spirit Vein beast leg skewers. The Ice Bear Demon squatted beside the grill, its mid-stage spirit power unwittingly radiating from its fingertips, casting a faint icy blue glow upon the skewers. "Master Zhang, sprinkle some more Spirit Vein powder. The flavor from the Spirit Vein plains last time was exquisite, and I haven't had my fill yet." Lin Feng settled beside the Spirit Vein tree, idly toying with the Pangu crystal core. The recently unlocked domain of the Spirit Vein Sovereign allowed him to monitor the Spirit Vein nodes in real time. However, the crystal core suddenly emitted a faint red light, indicating an abnormal disturbance from the deep sea spirit vein in the eastern spirit source realm. Something is amiss. The tidal frequency of the deep sea spirit vein has escalated to 3 times its normal rate. If this continues, the coastal spirit vein cultivation area will be submerged. Sun Xiaojian promptly produced the spirit vein pin, its tip glowing with emerald light in resonance with the crystal core, bringing forth a map of the deep sea region. Within the deep sea spirit vein lies an ancient tidal control device designed to regulate the balance between seawater and spirit veins. It must be malfunctioning, resulting in this tidal chaos. He pointed to a red dot on the map, indicating the controller, located 3,000 meters beneath the abyss, guarded by tidal puppets, and the underwater pressure was immense, far beyond what ordinary spirit power could withstand. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan rose to prepare their gear, the pure energy condensing in their palms. Lin Xiaowan and I can create an underwater spirit vein shield using our twin spirit veins, capable of withstanding pressure and purifying impurities from the seawater. It should allow us to reach the abyssal bottom. The Ice Bear Demon brushed off the remnants of barbecue from its hands and hoisted its warhammer. I fear not the battles underwater. The spirit vein ice shatter can freeze the currents, making it perfect for dealing with the puppets. Without further delay, the group mounted their spirit steeds and galloped towards the eastern coast. Upon arrival, they found the coastal spirit vein cultivation area inundated to their ankles. with disciples from the Qi sect frantically using sandbags to hold back the encroaching waters. Spotting Lin Feng and his companions, they rushed forward. Lin Daoyu. The tide rises too swiftly. If this continues, our newly planted spirit vein seedlings will be submerged. Lin Feng nodded, pressing the Pangu crystal core against the spirit vein stone on the shore, expending 3,000 points of rage to activate the underwater spirit vein passage. A pale golden light began to spread through the seawater, weaving a translucent light bridge that extended directly to the deep-sea spirit vein. Everyone, follow the light bridge. Maintain the shield. Notification. Consumed 3,000 points of rage. Activated the underwater spirit vein passage. Pressure resistance. 80. Current cumulative rage value. 22,500 to 3,00019, 500. As they descended into the deep sea, the surrounding light gradually dimmed, illuminated only by the pale golden glow of the spirit vein passage and the blue light of Lin Xiao and spirit vein staff guiding their way. As they descended to a depth of 2,000 meters, the currents suddenly grew tumultuous. Dozens of tidal puppets surged forth from the shadows of the reefs. These puppets were crafted entirely from deep-sea spirit vein metal, their bodies streamlined, with arms capable of transforming into tidal blades, swirling with the force of the water. The tidal crystal core embedded in their chests emitted a dark blue glow, enabling them to manipulate the surrounding seawater into powerful whirlpools. Beware, they can control the water flow. Su Qingwei immediately deployed the twin spirit vein barrier, a soft blue shield that repelled the incoming whirlpool. Lin Xiaowan reinforced the barrier with a pure, Yin spirit vein orb. We must not allow the water to disperse us. Lin Xiaowan pressed the orb from her spirit vein staff against the barrier, causing the blue light to surge dramatically. The surface of the shield shimmered with intricate spirit vein patterns, rebuffing the water that crashed against it. The barrier holds. Lin Feng, quickly identify the puppet's weak points. Lin Feng, utilizing his omnidirectional perception, pinpointed the tidal crystal core. The core is vulnerable to spirit vein purification. Sun Xiaojian, encircle them with a domain formation. Ice Bear. Freeze the water flow to prevent them from manipulating their environment. Sun Xiaojian swiftly cast formation flags around, causing the verdant spirit light of the domain formation to unfurl underwater, creating a circular barrier. The puppet's control over the water was suppressed by the formation, and the once turbulent currents became calm. I can hold them for 8 breaths. Attack the crystal core. The Ice Bear demon leapt into action, its warhammer imbued with spirit vein ice smashing down on the nearest puppet. The ice blue light diffused through the water, instantly freezing the puppet's body, rendering its tidal blade immobile within the ice. Let us see how you maneuver the water now. Seizing the opportunity, it swung the warhammer towards the tidal crystal core. As the core shattered, the puppet's form crumbled into a heap of useless metal, sinking to the ocean floor. Ding. Killed tidal puppet 3. Earned 4,000 rage points. Current total rage points. 195004000233500. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan unleashed their twin spirit vein purifications against the remaining 2 puppets. The soft blue light formed purifying waves in the water. The moment the tidal crystal cores were purified, the puppet's control over the currents vanished entirely. Lin Feng seized the moment to cleave the crystal cores with his spirit vein core-breaking blade, causing the puppets to disintegrate on the spot. Seeing the dire situation, the remaining tidal puppets attempted to escape into the reefs, but were firmly ensnared by Sun Xiaojian's formation. The Ice Bear demon's war hammer fell like a meteor upon the reefs, spreading ice that enveloped all the puppets within. Trying to flee? Not a chance. Today, I shall crush every last one of you to prevent future disturbances. Having dealt with the puppets, the group finally reached the abyssal floor. The spirit vein tidal controller stood silently among the coral, crafted entirely from soft blue spirit vein crystals. The runes on its surface flickered erratically, and the central tidal core emitted a faint red glow, indicating a malfunction due to energy disarray. The controller's runes were ancient tidal patterns, requiring a precise sequence of rise, fall, and balance to guide the energy. Sun Xiaojian approached the controller, his spirit vein pen gliding over the runes. Lin Feng used the Pangu crystal core to guide the core's energy. Qing Yue and Lin Xiaowan stabilized the runes, Ice Bear, stand guard to prevent any remaining puppets from escaping. Lin Feng pressed the Pangu crystal core against the tidal core, expending 5,000 points of fury to activate the crystal core tidal resonance. A faint golden light spread from the core, resonating with the runes of the controller. The red glow gradually faded, and the runes began to flicker in the sequence of rise, fall, and flat. Energy is being restored. Everyone, put in more effort. Ding. Consumed 5,000 points of fury. Activated tidal resonance. Controller repair, progress 60. Current accumulated fury 235,005. 00018, 500. Just as the repair was nearing completion, a mechanical whirring sound suddenly resonated from the abyss. A massive tide fusion puppet, 10 times larger than before, emerged from the depths. Its body entwined with several thick tidal tentacles, with 3 tidal crystal cores embedded in its chest, capable of simultaneously controlling 3 water tornadoes. Charging directly at the controller, outsiders disrupt the tidal balance die. The Ice Bear demon immediately positioned itself in front of the controller, the azure glow of its war hammer surging as it froze the oncoming water tornadoes. Lin Feng, hurry and finish the repair. I'll handle this. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's twin spiritual veins simultaneously struck the fusion puppet, a pale blue light ensnaring the tidal tentacles. Lin Xiaowan's pure in-spirit pearl emitted a powerful radiance, purifying the energy of the tentacles. Sun Xiaojian, bind its crystal cores with the formation array. Sun Xiaojian adjusted the flags, and the spiritual light of the all-encompassing formation surged, entangling the 3 crystal cores of the fusion puppet, preventing it from simultaneously controlling the water tornadoes. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng poured all remaining 500 points of fury into the Panga crystal core, with the faint golden light of the tidal core completely enveloping the controller. The runes ceased to flicker, and the tidal frequency of the deep sea gradually returned to normal, causing the coastal waters to recede. Ding! Repaired the spiritual vein tidal controller, defeated the fusion tidal puppet, Lord level, gained 7,000 fury, current accumulated fury 070, 0007, 000. Seeing the controller restored, the fusion puppet let out a piercing shriek, attempting one last charge, but was struck at its core by the Ice Bear demon's war hammer. The 3 tidal crystal cores exploded simultaneously, and the puppet's body sank to the ocean floor. When the group returned to the shore, the waters had receded to their normal position, and the seedlings in the spiritual vein cultivation area revealed their tender green leaves once more. Disciples of the Crimson Flame sect surrounded them in cheers, presenting freshly picked spiritual fruits. Thank you, guardians. Without you, our spiritual seedlings would have perished. The Ice Bear demon took the spiritual fruit and bit into it. This fruit is nowhere near as good as roasted meat. When we get back, let's have Master Zhang roast us some spirit source beasts. Lin Feng gazed at the tranquil shoreline, holding the Pangu crystal core tightly. Beside the runes on the controller, he noticed several unfamiliar dark spiritual vein patterns, distinct from the malevolent patterns of the Xinsha sect, imbued with an ancient energy fluctuation. He realized that this could be a new clue. The path of guardianship in the spirit source realm still held new challenges awaiting them. As the sun set, the group rode their spiritual steeds back to the Qingyun sect, where fragrant aromas wafted from the grilling racks in the spiritual vein valley. Master Zhang awaited them, ready for them to savor the freshly grilled deep-sea spiritual vein fish, its body sprinkled with spiritual vein powder, emanating a soft blue glow, evidently grilled with the recently balanced deep-sea spiritual vein water. Master Zhang truly understands me. The Ice Bear demon dashed forward, seizing a fish and stuffing it into its mouth. This fish was even fresher than the spirit source beast. Next time, let us venture into the deep sea again and catch a few larger ones to roast. Lin Feng chuckled as he sat down, gazing at the joyful faces of his companions, his eyes brimming with determination. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, as long as the 5 of them remained united, they would surely safeguard every inch of the spirit source realm and ensure the vitality of the spiritual veins would endure eternally. Chapter 105. Seeking dark patterns in the Blackstone Mountains. The secrets hidden in the ruins of the spirit veins the morning mist of the Qingyun sect had yet to dissipate. Yet a delectable aroma wafted from the grilling rack by the spirit vein valley. Master Zhang was turning the deep-sea spirit fish skewered on spirit wood sticks. The fish's flesh shimmered with a faint blue light, and the spirit grass powder sprinkled on it transformed into tiny luminous particles upon heating, seeping into the meat, causing the ice bear demon to drool in anticipation as it squatted nearby. Master Zhang, please hurry with the grilling. Last night, I dreamt of catching a spirit source beast in the Blackstone Mountains, and its legs were thicker than my arms. The ice bear demon rubbed its hands together, and the mid-stage spirit power unconsciously gathered in its palms, causing the temperature around the grill to drop a few degrees. A thin layer of frost forming over the steam that had just emerged. Lin Feng sat beside the spirit vein tree, his fingertips pinching the sample of the dark spirit vein pattern he had obtained from the deep-sea controller. The sample was a thin slice radiating a dark purple light, its surface etched with serpentine patterns. When in contact with the pale golden light of the Pangu crystal core, it emitted a faint sizzling sound, clearly indicating an energy repulsion between the two. Sun Xiao Jian, can you decipher this dark pattern? It is unlike the malevolent patterns of the Xiansha sect. It is far more ancient and capable of absorbing the power of the spirit veins. Sun Xiao Jian set down the spirit vein pen in his hand, took the sample, and brought it close to his eyes. The tip of his green spirit light swept across the pattern, and a dense array of analytical data appeared on the screen. This is the ancient dark spirit vein pattern. The spirit vein record mentions that in ancient times, the spirit source realm possessed both spirit veins and dark spirit veins. Subsequently, the dark spirit veins were sealed due to their uncontrollable nature. With most ruins located in the Blackstone Mountains, the patterns within this sample conceal locational information, pointing towards the ruins of the dark spirit veins deep within the mountains. Ruins? Might there be dark spirit source beasts inside? The ice bear demon immediately stood up, twirling its war hammer in its palm. If there are, we should catch a few to roast. Perhaps the meat of the dark spirit veins will be more chewy. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances, the pure Yin power at their fingertips swirling. The energy of the dark spirit veins is unstable and may contaminate the spirit veins. We must investigate to prevent its spread to other areas. Without delay, the group packed their gear and rode their spirit steeds straight to the Blackstone Mountains. The landscape of the mountains was starkly different from that of the spirit vein plains. The mountains were composed of pitch-black spirit-absorbing stones, which absorbed sunlight directly, rendering the air's spirit power considerably thinner than elsewhere. As the hooves of the spirit steeds struck the black stones, a metallic clanging echoed. This wretched stone absorbs spirit power. My own spirit power is becoming sluggish. The ice bear demon frowned, feeling its mid-stage spirit power stagnate within. At this rate, it would struggle not only to combat puppets, but even to lift its war hammer. Sun Xiaojian swiftly retrieved the spirit pulse convergence flag and planted it into the ground. A vibrant green aura enveloped those present, forming a protective circular barrier that could harness the meager spiritual energy in the air, barely sustaining their mystical power. This was an anti-absorption formation, capable of holding for half an hour. We must hasten to locate the ruins, otherwise, the flag's spiritual energy will be completely drained by the black stones. Lin Feng clenched the Pangu crystal core, expending 2,000 points of wrath to activate the dark spirit pulse detection. Delicate strands of pale gold penetrated the black stone mountain, pinpointing a faint dark purple light 100 feet ahead. The ruins lie in that direction. The energy of the dark spirit pulse emanates from there. Ding! Consumed 2,000 points of wrath. Activated dark spirit pulse detection. Positioning accuracy 100. Current accumulated wrath 700020005000. The group advanced toward the dark purple light, and upon circumventing a black stone peak, they beheld a stone door embedded in the mountainside. The door was adorned with intricate dark spirit pulse patterns identical to the samples, and at its center was a recess compatible with the Pangu crystal core. Flanking the door stood 2 statues of dark spirit pulse puppets, each wielding a black stone-long knife, their eyes shimmering with dark purple light, clearly guardians of the ruins. This is the entrance to the ruins. Sun Xiaojian approached the stone door, sweeping the spirit pulse pen across the dark patterns. The door required activation by the Pangu crystal core, but doing so would awaken the puppets on either side. These puppets were powered by dark spirit pulses, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. They must first be weakened by pure Yin purification force. Lin Xiaowan nodded, positioning the spirit pulse staff before her. The pure Yin spirit pulse pearl emitted a soft blue light, bathing the puppet statues. At the moment the dark patterns encountered the blue light, wisps of white smoke arose, and the dark purple light in the statue's eyes dimmed slightly. My pure Yin spirit pulse pearl can purify the dark spirit pulse. Qingwei, let us weaken them together while Lin Feng activates the door. Su Qingwei immediately unleashed the twin spirit pulse purification, intertwining her pale blue light with Lin Xiaowan's to form waves of purification that enveloped the two puppet statues. Lin Feng, we can hold for 5 breaths. You must activate the stone door within these 5 breaths. Otherwise, the puppets will awaken completely. Lin Feng promptly pressed the Pangu crystal core into the recess of the stone door, expending 3,000 points of wrath to activate the crystal core's dark spirit pulse resonance. A pale gold light spread along the recess, resonating with the door's dark patterns, causing it to tremble slowly. Suddenly, the puppet statues opened their eyes, and the black stone long knives swung toward Lin Feng. Ding! Consumed 3,000 points of wrath, activated dark spirit pulse resonance. Stone door, opening progress 50, current accumulated wrath 5000, 3000, 2000. Want to harm Lin Feng? You must first pass through me. The ice bear demon leapt into action, wielding a war hammer imbued with the spirit pulse ice shatter, striking the puppet's long knife. At the moment of collision between the golden light and the black stone, ice patterns spread along the blade, freezing the puppet's arm. Sun Xiaojian quickly set up formations to bind them. The door is nearly open. Sun Xiaojian promptly upgraded the anti-absorption formation to the dark spirit pulse locking array. The emerald green light ensnared the puppets' bodies, and the spiritual energy within the array repelled the dark spirit pulse, significantly hindering the puppet's movements. I can hold for 3 breaths. Lin Feng, put in more strength. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, channeling the remaining 2,000 points of fury into the crystal core. In an instant, the resonance surged, and the stone door rumbled open, revealing the passage within. Flanking the passage were dark purple glowing dark spirit vein crystals, illuminating the path to the relic's core. As the two puppets witnessed the stone door's opening, they emitted piercing howls, attempting to rush into the passage, only to be struck in the chest by the ice bear demon's warhammer. Cracks appeared in their obsidian bodies, dark spirit veins oozing from the fissures, which were promptly absorbed by Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's purifying waves. Do not pursue. These puppets cannot survive long once separated from the dark spirit vein source. The puppets' forms gradually disintegrated into obsidian shards, sinking into the ground. The group entered the passage, the glow of the dark spirit vein crystals rendering the surroundings increasingly vivid. Ancient inscriptions adorned the walls, chronicling the reasons behind the dark spirit vein's loss of control. In ancient times, cultivators attempted to enhance machinery using the dark spirit vein, resulting in an energy surge that ultimately forced them to seal the dark spirit vein within the relic. It became evident that the dark spirit vein had been artificially destabilized. Sun Xiaojian paused before the inscriptions, furrowing his brow. They mentioned that the relic's core housed a dark spirit vein controller. If they could destroy it, the dark spirit vein could be permanently sealed, preventing its spread. The ice bear demon rubbed its belly, its mid-stage spiritual energy recovering somewhat under the array's influence. The controller is surely guarded by puppets. Perfect, I shall test my newly practiced ice shatter technique. 1 strike for each, no hesitation. Lin Feng approached the end of the passage, clearly sensing the dark spirit vein fluctuations emanating from the relic's core, 10 times stronger than those of the deep-sea controller, and within lay an even more formidable energy. As if something was in slumber. Clutching the Pangu crystal core, he felt the soft, golden light clash with the dark spirit vein's waves. The entity within is formidable. Prepare yourselves. Once we deal with the controller, we will eliminate the threat of the dark spirit vein, ensuring the spirit source realm is free from potential energy hazards. The stone door at the passage's end slowly opened, revealing the relic's core. Suspended in the center was a dark spirit vein, core the size of a basketball, surrounded by 8 black stone pillars, each embedded with a dark spirit vein crystal. Beneath the core knelt 4 dark spirit vein guardian puppets, their bodies larger than before, wielding weapons that glowed with a corrosive dark purple light. A battle concerning the sealing of the dark spirit vein was about to unfold at the relic's core. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng and his companions, deep within this relic lay the ultimate secret related to the origin of the spirit veins, patiently awaiting their discovery. Chapter 106. The Dark Spirit Vein Puppets Strike Together. The crystal core seals the relic. The dark spirit vein core of the relic floated in midair, pulsating rhythmically with dark purple light. With each pulse, the dark spirit vein crystals on the surrounding black stone pillars brightened, and the bodies of the four guardian puppets emanated an even denser purple mist. They slowly rose, transforming their black stone weapons into long swords, massive shields, chains, and staves, clearly corresponding to the roles of offense, defense, control, and support, thereby forming a complete combat system. The division of labor among these puppets was even more intricate than that of the three talents puppets. Sun Xiaojian swiftly drew the spirit pulse pen, its emerald tips sweeping across the puppet horde, prompting a detailed analysis report to materialize on screen. The long blade puppet excelled in close-range corrosion. The giant shield puppet could absorb spirit pulse energy for defense. The chain puppet was tasked with control, and the staff puppet unleashed waves of dark spirit pulse energy. The staff puppet must be dealt with first to sever their energy support. Lin Feng nodded, as the faint golden threads of the Pangu crystal nucleus in his palm resonated antagonistically with the core of the dark spirit pulse, allowing him to distinctly sense the strongest energy connection between the staff puppet and the core. Qingyue, Lin Xiaowan, you shall employ the twin spirit pulse to suppress the staff puppet's dark spirit pulse waves. Ice Bear, restrain the long blade and giant shield puppets, preventing them from approaching the core. Sun Xiaojian, set up a dark spirit pulse locking formation to sever the puppet's energy connection with the core. I shall strike at the core of the staff puppet. Ding! High-risk target of dark spirit pulse detected. 2,500 rage points can be consumed to activate the crystal core dark spirit pulse break, inflicting 80 damage to the dark spirit pulse puppets. Current accumulated rage points, 2,000, remaining from the previous chapter, 3,000, absorbed from the thin spirit pulse energy during the journey, 5,000, remaining after consumption, 2,500. As soon as the command was issued, the staff puppet initiated an attack, its black stone staff pointing skyward, gathering dark purple light into a wave of corrosive dark spirit pulse energy, directly targeting Sun Xiaojian, who was setting up the formation. Su Qingyue immediately unfurled the twin spirit pulse shield. The pale blue dome clashed with the corrosive wave, producing wisps of white smoke. Yet the spirit pulse patterns on the shield stubbornly repelled the corrosion. Lin Xiaowan, increase the power. This wave can corrode the spirit pulse patterns and won't hold for long. Lin Xiaowan pressed the pure Yin spirit pulse orb against the shield, causing the pale blue light to surge dramatically, not only withstanding the corrosive wave, but also spreading along its trajectory, entwining the body of the staff puppet. Lin Feng, hurry! I can temporarily bind its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng, enveloped in the fiery wings of the flame dragon Xianzun armor, surged toward the staff puppet. The spirit pulse break blade coalescing into a luminous edge of dark spirit pulse break, cleaving directly at the dark spirit pulse core within the puppet's chest. The moment the blade made contact with the core, a violent clash erupted between the faint golden and dark purple lights, causing the core to crack open, with dark spirit pulse energy oozing out and being absorbed by the surrounding black stone pillars. But that was not the end. The staff puppet roared, swinging its staff as the remaining dark spirit pulse energy coalesced into chains, ensnaring Lin Feng's ankle. Just then, Sun Xiaojian's dark spirit pulse locking formation was completed, emerald light weaving into a circular web beneath the puppet's feet, severing its energy connection to the core. The energy is cut off. Lin Feng, strike now. Lin Feng swiftly swung the break blade, severing the chains even as the blade arced again toward the crystal core. This time, the core utterly shattered, and the body of the staff puppet collapsed into a heap of black stone fragments, sinking into the ground. Ding! Killed the dark spirit pulse staff puppet, support control type. Gaining 4,000 rage points. Current accumulated rage points, 2,500, 4,000, 6,500. With the support of the staff puppet lost, the movements of the remaining three puppets were noticeably hindered. The long-bladed puppet roared as it charged towards Lin Feng, its black stone sword cleaving through the air, imbued with corrosive purple mist. Yet, it was met head-on by the war hammer of the ice bear demon, which stood firm, infused with spiritual energy from the mid-stage of the spiritual source realm. The hammer glowed with an ice-blue radiance, not only repelling the long-bladed puppet, but also freezing the corrosive mist upon its blade, rendering it incapable of spreading. You wish to harm Lin Feng? First, you must consult my war hammer. Observing this, the giant shield puppet surged forward, brandishing its black stone shield, which emanated a dark purple glow, attempting to absorb the hammer's spiritual energy. Sun Shao Jian promptly adjusted the formation flags, channeling the energy of the locking formation onto the surface of the giant shield, thwarting its absorption capabilities. That shield can no longer siphon spiritual energy. Ice Bear, strike at the core of its shield. That is the heart of its absorption. The Ice Bear demon understood and redirected the war hammer to smash into the dark spiritual vein crystal at the center of the giant shield. With a resounding crack, the crystal shattered and the shield's absorption effect was utterly nullified. Seizing the opportunity, the Ice Bear demon delivered a powerful kick to the puppet's abdomen, toppling it to the ground, while the war hammer subsequently descended, shattering its crystal core. Meanwhile, the chain puppet attempted to stealthily approach the dark spiritual vein core, only to be ensnared by Lin Shao Wan's pure spiritual threads, which bound its limbs. You think you can steal the core? Not so easily. She maneuvered the threads, dragging the puppet before Su Qingyu, who concentrated her dual-born spiritual veins into a pure light spear, piercing directly at the puppet's crystal core. As the pale blue light penetrated the core, the puppet disintegrated completely. In the end, only the long-bladed puppet remained, desperately flailing its sword in an attempt to break through the encirclement, yet it was caught in a pincer movement between Lin Feng and the Ice Bear demon. Lin Feng's core-breaking blade ensnared the sword, while the Ice Bear demon's war hammer struck at its back crystal core. Under this dual assault, the long-bladed puppet's core exploded, its body disintegrating into fragments. Notification: eliminated dark spiritual vein puppet, attack, defense, control type, 3, gain 6,000 fury points. Current accumulated fury points 6500600012500. With all puppets vanquished, the group gathered around the dark spiritual vein core. At this moment, the core, having lost its puppet guardians, flickered ominously, the dark purple light waning and the dark spiritual vein patterns beginning to spiral chaotically, showing signs of self-dissolution. Sun Shao Jian crouched down, sweeping his spiritual pen across the core, his expression grave. The core is on the verge of collapse. The energy released post-collapse will contaminate the entire Blackstone mountain range and could even spread to other areas. We must seal it with the Pangu crystal core. Lin Feng nodded and infused all remaining 500 fury points into the Pangu crystal core, activating the sealing of the dark spiritual vein. A soft golden light erupted from the core, forming a spherical light shield that enveloped the dark spiritual vein core entirely. Within the shield, the pale golden light intertwined with the dark purple glow, gradually purifying the dark spiritual vein patterns as the core's volume slowly diminished. Everyone, channel your spiritual energy together. The power of the crystal core alone is insufficient. Lin Feng called out. Su Qingyu and Lin Shao want to infuse their dual-born spiritual purity. The Ice Bear demon's icy spiritual energy and Sun Shao Jian's formation-based spiritual energy into the light shield. The four forces merged with the golden light of the crystal core, forming a multicolored sealing light that compressed the dark spiritual vein core into a size comparable to that of a pigeon egg. The dark patterns on its surface were entirely covered by the golden light, leaving only a faint purple mist. Notification: successfully sealing the core of the dark spirit vein. We have acquired the dark spirit vein sealing pearl, which may be pivotal for further exploration of dark spirit vein energy. The accumulated fury value stands at 5,000. A reward for the sealing. Upon completion of the sealing, the obsidian pillars of the relic core began to lose their luster, and the ancient inscriptions on the walls gradually faded, clearly indicating that the relic's energy had been absorbed by the sealing pearl. As the group exited the relic, the spirit absorption effect of the Blackstone Mountains significantly diminished, and the spiritual energy in the air began to slowly recover. At last, we have accomplished it. The Ice Bear demon slumped on the spirit steed, having expended most of its spiritual energy at the mid-level of the spirit source realm, yet could hardly contain its excitement. Next time we encounter such a relic, we must bring some spirit source beast meat to roast while we fight. It would be a worthwhile venture. Sun Shaojian tucked away the sealing pearl, shaking his head with a smile. All you think about is food. This sealing pearl conceals the secrets of the ancient dark spirit vein. Upon our return, we should study it. Who knows, we might improve our formation techniques. And encounters with dark spirit veins won't be daunting anymore. Lin Feng gazed at the sealing pearl in his hand and suddenly noticed a minuscule spiritual mark on its surface, distinct from the marks of the spirit core tower and the mist core. This mark resembled the outline of a key. He committed it to memory. Perhaps it would unlock the ultimate secrets of the spirit source realm. Upon returning to Qinyan sect, dusk was approaching. Beside the roasting rack in the spirit vein valley, Master Zhang had already prepared the black stone spirit vein beast legs. The meat, captured from the vicinity of the Black Stone Mountains, bore a subtle aroma of spiritual energy and glistened with a thin sheen after roasting. At last, you have returned. I've roasted these beast legs 3 times, waiting just for you. Master Zhang cheerfully handed over the skewers. The ice bear demon eagerly accepted and stuffed it into its mouth, grimacing from the heat yet reluctant to spit it out. Delicious, even more flavorful than the deep-sea spirit vein fish. Next time, let us catch a few more from the Blackstone Mountains. The group gathered around the roasting rack, laughter and cheer resonating throughout the spirit vein valley. Lin Feng held the sealing pearl, observing his companions, aware that the path of guardianship in the spirit source realm continued. However, as long as they fought side by side, no challenge was insurmountable. The mysterious mark on the sealing pearl quietly hinted at a new adventure regarding the origins of the spiritual veins, awaiting them not far ahead. Chapter 107. Seeking the spirit vein steel in the Origin Valley. Activation of the crystal core reveals secrets. The spirit vein valley of the Qingyun sect basked in the warmth of the morning light, with the sizzling of Master Zhang's grill filling the air. This time, he was roasting black stone spirit vein beast ribs, the meat enveloped in a sauce made from spirit vein herbs, glistening with a golden sheen, infusing the atmosphere with a harmonious blend of spiritual and meaty aromas. Master Zhang, please sprinkle a bit more spirit vein chili powder. The ice bear demon squatted beside the grill, the spiritual energy of the mid-level spirit source realm unconsciously pulsating at its fingertips, assisting in adjusting the heat of the grill. After not having eaten enough during their last venture in the Blackstone Mountains, it was determined to indulge this time and replenish the expended spiritual energy. Lin Feng sat on the stone bench beneath the spirit vein tree, toying with the dark spirit vein sealing pearl. The mysterious mark on the pearl became increasingly distinct in the morning light, emanating a faint golden glow. When brought near the Pangu crystal core, the mark would automatically reveal delicate runes, as if conveying some form of information. Sun Shaojian, have you uncovered the origins of this mark? The rune bears a striking resemblance to the descriptions found in the record of spiritual veins. Sun Shaojian hurried over, clutching the record, his fingertips aglow with a verdant light that glided over the pages, swiftly halting at a yellowed chapter. Found it. This is the origin rune of the spiritual veins, he exclaimed. The record states that in ancient times, there existed a monument to the origins of the spiritual veins in the realm of spiritual source, inscribed with the secrets of the origins of spiritual veins and machinery. This mark serves as a locator for the monument, pointing towards the Origin Valley in the southwest of the spiritual source realm. Origin Valley? Could it possibly harbor the origin source beasts? The ice bear demon's eyes sparkled with excitement as it set aside its skewered meat, hoisting its war hammer. If so, we should capture a few to roast. We might just savor the taste of the origins of the spiritual veins. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan exchanged a glance, their palms gathering the pure energy of the pinnacle of the pure Yin realm. The origin monument pertains to the very roots of the spiritual veins. If tainted by the residual energies of the dark spiritual veins, the consequences could be dire. We must investigate and confirm the monument's integrity. The group readied their gear and rode their spiritual steeds directly towards the Origin Valley. The environment along the journey became increasingly extraordinary. The leaves of the spiritual vein grass shimmered in dual hues of spiritual light, one half a soft blue, the other a gentle gold. The pelts of the spiritual source beasts bore similar patterns, evidently influenced by the unique spiritual veins of the Origin Valley. The spiritual energy in this place is remarkably potent, even more concentrated than that of the spiritual vein plains, exuding a primal essence. Lin Xiaowan reined in her steed, the pure spiritual pearl atop her staff, radiating a faint glow, clearly sensing the intense resonance emanating from ahead. We're almost there, just beyond that valley. Upon entering the Origin Valley, the group was awestruck by the sight before them. In the center of the valley stood an imposing black stone monument, towering over 10 zhang. Its surface intricately inscribed with a multitude of origin runes of the spiritual veins. Indeed, the Origin Monument. Surrounding the monument were 8 concentric circles of pale golden spiritual patterns, within which dozens of translucent origin spiritual worms wandered, feeding on the spiritual energy emanating from the monument, approaching curiously rather than fleeing. These worms posed no threat. Rather, they had the ability to purify faint traces of dark spiritual energy. Su Qingyue crouched down, allowing her pure energy to gently touch one of the spiritual worms, which promptly crawled onto her fingertip, releasing tiny particles of spiritual light. Their spiritual energy was remarkably pure, guardians nurtured by the monument. Sun Xiaojian leaned closer to the monument, his spiritual pen sweeping over the runes as the screen displayed the analysis results. The Origin Monument requires both the Pangu Crystal Core and the Dark Spiritual Vein Sealing Pearl for activation. Once activated, it will reveal images of the origins of the spiritual veins, but the activation process will awaken the guardians of the origin, who are stronger than the puppets of the dark spiritual veins. Lin Feng nodded, placing both the Pangu Crystal Core and the Dark Spiritual Vein Sealing Pearl into the monument's groove. A blend of pale golden and dark purple light intertwined, spreading along the runes of the monument, which began to tremble slightly. The surrounding spiritual patterns illuminated, and 8 Origin Guardian puppets slowly emerged from the patterns. These puppets, crafted entirely from pale golden spiritual metal, bore the same runes as the monument, wielding blades of spiritual origin that shimmered in dual hues of spiritual light. The Origin Crystal Core embedded in their chests connected them to the monument's energy, evidently powered by the spiritual energy of the Origin Monument. They're coming. Everyone be cautious. The spiritual veins of these puppets are remarkably pure. Ordinary attacks are futile. Only by employing resonance strikes with spiritual veins can we breach their defenses. Sun Xiaojian immediately produced the resonance array flag and planted it into the ground. A verdant spiritual light wove a resonance web around the crowd, synchronizing our spiritual power and generating a resonant attack. Ding! Origin Guardian puppet detected, consuming 3,000 rage points to activate Crystal Core Origin Resonance, synchronizing team spiritual power. Attack power 70. Current accumulated rage 5000 3000 2000. The first Origin puppet lunged forth, its blade shimmering with dual-colored spiritual light, targeting Lin Feng. The Ice Bear Demon instantly leaped into action, its warhammer radiating golden light infused with the power of spiritual ice, colliding with the puppet's Origin blade. In that fleeting moment of impact, the Ice Bear Demon sensed a resonance between its internal spiritual power and the Origin tablet, causing cracks to appear in the barrier of the mid-stage spiritual source realm. The golden light of the warhammer surged forth. This puppet's strength could aid my breakthrough. Lin Feng, I shall restrain it. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan unleashed their twin spiritual veins, striking the second puppet with a pale blue light that resonated with the spiritual power of the Origin tablet, forming a purifying spear of light that pierced the puppet's Origin crystal core. The puppet's body immediately froze, before disintegrating into particles of spiritual light that merged with the Origin tablet. The resonant attack is indeed effective, Sun Xiaojian exclaimed excitedly, adjusting the resonance frequency of the array flag. Lin Feng, channel the resonance power through the Pangu crystal core. I will pinpoint the location of the puppet's crystal core. Lin Feng gripped the Pangu crystal core tightly, infusing all 2,000 remaining rage points into it. The light power of the Origin resonance surged dramatically, forming a dual-colored beam of light that enveloped the third puppet. The spiritual power within the beam clashed with the puppet's crystal core, causing cracks to appear on its surface. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng wielded the spiritual vein-breaking blade, cleaving towards the cracks, causing the crystal core to explode and the puppet to disintegrate. Ding! Killed Origin Guardian Puppet 3. Ice Bear Demon triggered a breakthrough opportunity, gaining 6,000 rage points. Current accumulated rage 060006000. The Ice Bear Demon seized this chance for a breakthrough, embedding its warhammer into the ground as the mid-stage spiritual source realm energy surged violently within. Resonating with the spiritual power of the Origin tablet, the barrier shattered dramatically, and the late-stage spiritual source energy poured forth like a tidal wave. The warhammer's icy patterns glimmered with dual-colored spiritual light, evolving from spiritual ice shattering to spiritual ice shattering Origin. With a stomp, it could conjure ice spikes imbued with Origin's spiritual power. I have ascended to the late stage of the spiritual source realm. These puppets are perfect for testing my newfound strength. It leapt into the air, the warhammer crashing down onto the fourth puppet. The dual-colored spiritual light clashing with the puppet's Origin blade, which shattered instantly, the puppet's crystal core obliterated by the warhammer. The remaining puppets, sensing the dire turn of events, attempted to mount a united attack, yet were ensnared by Sun Xiaojin's resonance array net. Simultaneously, Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's purifying spears pierced their crystal cores, leading to the disintegration of all the puppets. Ding! Killed Origin Guardian Puppet 5. All members receive enhancement from Origin spiritual veins. Current accumulated rage 60008000014000. As the final puppet disintegrated, the runes of the Origin monument illuminated brilliantly, and a dual-colored spiritual radiance erupted from its surface, forming a colossal image in the air. This image chronicled the genesis of the spiritual veins. In ancient times, the spiritual veins of the spirit source realm were intrinsically linked to machinery. Governed by the core of the Pangu spiritual vein, the prototype of the Pangu crystal core. However, due to the reckless misuse of mechanical power by some cultivators, a separation occurred between the spiritual veins and machinery, giving rise to the dark spiritual veins, which were ultimately sealed by ancient guardians. It became clear that the Pangu crystal core was a fragment of the Pangu spiritual veins core. Lin Feng gazed at the image, clutching the Pangu crystal core in his hand. If he could gather all the fragments and reconstitute the Pangu spiritual veins core, he could restore the unity between the spiritual veins and machinery, thereby eradicating the threat of the dark spiritual veins once and for all. Sun Xiaojian excitedly recorded in the spiritual vein ledger. The image also mentioned that the last fragment of the Pangu spiritual veins core lay within the forbidden ground of the spiritual veins. This location was the ultimate site of the ancient seal on the dark spiritual veins and the area with the most concentrated dark spiritual energy. The Ice Bear Demon patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, invigorated by the spiritual power of the late stage of the spirit source realm. What of the forbidden ground? As long as we have the spirit source beast, I shall venture forth. Once we obtain the final fragment and reconstitute the core, we shall roast an Origin spirit source beast to celebrate. The group prepared their gear and advanced towards the forbidden ground of the spiritual veins. The spiritual vein worms from Origin Valley fluttered behind them, and the dual-colored radiance of the Origin monument illuminated their path, seemingly guiding them onward. Lin Feng, holding the Pangu crystal core, understood that the adventure of reconstituting the core was about to commence, and the ultimate piece of the spirit source realm would truly arrive at the moment of its reconstruction. Chapter 108. The dark malevolence of the forbidden ground blocks the path. The array technique approaches the fragment on the third day since departing from Origin Valley. The land beneath the hooves of the spiritual steed gradually became desolate. The once luminescent spiritual vein grass had vanished, replaced by a dark purple frost-laden malevolent earth. Stepping upon it produced a crunching sound, and even the spiritual energy in the air bore a pungent odor of dark spiritual veins, clearly indicating they were nearing the boundary of the forbidden ground of the spiritual veins. This place was devoid of even a single spirit source beast. Obtaining a morsel of meat seemed a formidable challenge. The Ice Bear Demon reigned in the spiritual steed, feeling the flow of spiritual power within him despite the encroaching dark spiritual veins, and could not help but rub his arms. Had he known, he would have brought along some of Master Zhang's roasted jerky. Now he had to rely on spiritual fruit to satiate his hunger. Sun Xiaojian produced the spiritual vein pen, its emerald light sweeping ahead, revealing a glaring red warning on the screen. The forbidden ground of the spiritual veins lies just 10 miles ahead. The perimeter of the forbidden ground is ensconced with a dark spiritual vein malevolence array, with a concentration of dark spiritual veins is 3 times that of the Blackstone Mountains, and it will automatically generate puppets of the forbidden ground. We must first break the array to enter. He retrieved a newly modified anti-dark spiritual vein array flag from his bag, its surface woven with dual-colored spiritual light patterns. This flag, infused with the luminescent particles of the origin spiritual vein worms, could temporarily resist the encroachment of dark spiritual veins, sustaining for half an hour without issue. Lin Feng gripped the Pangu crystal core tightly, resonating intensely with the fragments of the forbidden land. The surface shimmered with a dual-colored spiritual radiance, fluctuating in brightness, and he could faintly sense the source of energy from the dark spiritual veins nearby, far stronger than the previous dark spiritual core, akin to a slumbering giant beast. Qingwei Shaowan, prepare your twin spiritual veins. When we breach the formation, focus on purifying the dark spiritual energy at the formation's eye. Ice Bear, use the ice calamity origin of the spiritual vein to freeze the puppet's movements. Do not let them approach the formation flags. Sun Xiaojian, you're responsible for locating the formation eye, while I will activate the formation-breaking runes with the crystal core. As the group stepped into the dark spiritual veins malevolent formation, the sinister earth suddenly surged, and 10 puppets from the forbidden land erupted from the ground. Their bodies were larger than those of the previous dark spiritual puppets. Their surfaces clad in thickened dark spiritual black stone armor. Their arms could transform into dark spiritual blades, enveloped in a purple mist capable of penetrating spiritual shields. And the crystal core at their chests emitted a dark red glow, clearly forged from the energy of the dark spiritual source. These iron clumps are harder than black stone. Ice Bear immediately consumed 500 anger points to activate the Ice Calamity origin, and the dual-colored spiritual radiance of his warhammer surged as he slammed it down towards the nearest puppet, commanding, "Freeze it. Let's see how you wield those blades." The moment the hammer struck, the dual-colored icy patterns spread across the puppet's armor, freezing its joints and suppressing the purple mist of the blades. Ding! Consume 500 anger points, unlocking the effect of the Origin Ice Calamity Seal. Temporarily freezes dark spiritual energy. Current accumulated anger points, 140,000. 500, 115, 500. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan immediately activated their twin spiritual veins, and a pale blue wave swept across the formation like a tide. Upon contact with the dark spiritual black stone armor of the puppets, the purple mist dissipated instantly, and the dark patterns on the armor began to fade. These armors were vulnerable to pure purification. Lin Feng, has Sun Xiaojian located the formation eye yet? The puppets are multiplying. Sun Xiaojian's spiritual vein pen flickered rapidly, finally pinpointing the 3 dark spiritual formation eyes hidden beneath 3 half-buried black stone tablets, each engraved with twisted dark spiritual patterns, continuously absorbing energy from the sinister earth to strengthen the formation. The formation eyes are located under the black stone tablets in the northwest, southeast, and northeast directions. Lin Feng, you head to the northwest formation eye. Qingwei and I will go southeast, and Shaowan will take the northeast. We must breach the formation simultaneously to render it ineffective. Lin Feng nodded and leaped towards the northwest formation eye. As he approached the black stone tablet, 3 forbidden land puppets surrounded him, their blades simultaneously striking at his spiritual shield. Lin Feng commanded the flame dragon mystic armor, and the spiritual vein-breaking core blade, enveloped in the dual-colored radiance, cleave towards the puppet's forbidden land crystal core. You wish to stop me? First, I'll shatter your crystal cores. As the blade penetrated the armor, the dual-colored spiritual light purified the dark spiritual energy within the crystal core, causing the puppet to disintegrate instantly. Ding! Killed dark spiritual forbidden land puppet 3, gained 5,000 anger points. Current accumulated anger points, 115,005,000, 165,000. Meanwhile, Sun Shaojian and Su Qingyue encounter trouble at the Southeast Formation Eye. The black stone tablet of the formation released dark spiritual malevolent waves, interfering with the energy transmission of the formation flags, and the puppet's attacks became increasingly ferocious. Su Qingyue swiftly activated the dual spirit vein shield, blocking the malevolent wave while calling out to Sun Shaojian. Quickly enhanced the formation flag with the light particles from the origin spirit vein worm. I cannot hold out for long. Sun Shaojian hurriedly retrieved the light particles from the origin spirit vein worm and scattered them over the formation flag. The dual-colored spiritual light surged dramatically, tripling the flag's resistance against the dark spirit vein, causing the malevolent wave to rebound instantly, and the puppet's movements became sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Shaojian inserted the formation flag into the formation eye. Invertent spiritual light spread along the steel, causing the dark patterns inscribed upon it to fade, effectively severing the energy supply to the formation eye. Meanwhile, Lin Shaoan encountered the elite puppet of the dark spirit vein Forbidden Land at the northeastern formation eye. This puppet was twice the size of an ordinary one, capable of unleashing 3 malevolent waves simultaneously, with the Forbidden Land crystal core radiating a more intense crimson glow. Rather than confronting it head-on, Lin Shaoan tossed the pure Yin spirit vein pearl into the air, forming a pale blue barrier of profound Yin spirit veins that ensnared the puppet while entangling its crystal core with spirit vein threads. Lin Feng, I have trapped the elite puppet. Come quickly to help break the core. Having just severed the energy at the northwestern formation eye, Lin Feng immediately rushed over upon hearing her call. He expended 5,000 points of fury to activate the core origin break. Dual-colored spiritual light coalescing on the breaking blade as he struck the elite puppet's crystal core. Lin Shaoan, release the barrier. I will deliver the finishing blow. As the blade pierced through the crystal core, the dark spirit vein energy was purified by the spiritual light, causing the elite puppet to crash to the ground, shattering into a heap of black stone fragments. Ding! Consumed 5,000 points of fury, activating origin core break. Core breaking rate against Forbidden Land target is 90. Current accumulated fury, 165,00050,00011, 500. Once all 3 formation eyes were breached, the purple mist of the dark spirit vein formation began to dissipate, and the surrounding malevolent soil gradually reverted to normal land, with a few delicate spirit vein grasses even sprouting. After regrouping, they pressed onward towards the core of the Forbidden Land. The deeper they ventured, the stronger the resonance of the Pengu crystal core became, with a dual-colored spiritual light on its surface illuminating the path ahead. At last, the site of the Forbidden Land's core came into view. At the center of a high platform floated the last fragment of the Pengu spirit vein core, radiating a dazzling golden-purple light, surrounded by a dark spirit vein protective barrier. Below the barrier, embedded in the stone platform, lay a basketball-sized dark spirit vein source crystal, the powerful energy source they had sensed earlier. The fragment was right above it. However, the barrier was sustained by the dark spirit vein source crystal, and breaking it directly would cause the source crystal to go berserk. Sun Shaojian approached the high platform, sweeping the spirit vein pin across the barrier. They needed to weaken the energy of the source crystal first, and then use the resonance of the Pengu crystal core to open the barrier in order to retrieve the fragment. The Ice Bear Demon gripped his warhammer, his spiritual power boiling within him at the late stage of the spirit source realm. Leave the task of weakening the source crystal to me. I will freeze its energy transmission with the origin ice malevolence. You take the chance to breach the barrier. Lin Feng nodded, channeling all 500 points of his remaining fury into the Pengu crystal core, the dual-colored spiritual light surging forth, reaching a peak resonance with the fragment. All right, Ice Bear, you freeze the source crystal. Sun Shaojian, set up the origin resonance array to enhance my core power. Qingyue and Lin Shaoan, stabilize the barrier with the dual spirit veins. And do not let it go berserk prematurely. As everyone diligently performed their roles, the Ice Bear Demon's war hammer struck the source crystal, instantly freezing its energy transmission with a dual-colored ice pattern. Sun Shaojian activated the origin resonance array, intertwining emerald light with the dual-colored glow of the Pengu crystal core. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaoan stabilized the purification wave that upheld the barrier. The brilliance of the barrier gradually dimmed, while the fragmented golden-purple light grew ever brighter, evidently on the brink of extraction. At that moment, however, the source crystal erupted with a fierce dark purple light, shattering the frozen patterns. And the malevolent soil beneath the stone platform surged once more, indicating that an even more formidable dark spirit entity was about to awaken. Lin Feng gazed at the imminent fragment, then glanced at the agitated source crystal, understanding that a critical challenge concerning the reassembly of the Pengu spirit veins was about to unfold. Chapter 109. The awakening of the malevolent sovereign in the forbidden battlefield and the unification of the crystal core. The dark purple light of the dark spirit vein source crystal suddenly surged, causing the frozen patterns to crack and the malevolent soil to whirl into a vortex. From this whirlpool, a towering figure of the dark spirit vein malevolent sovereign coalesced, composed entirely of dark spirit energy and black stone fragments, entwined with a corrosive purple mist. Each hand wielded a dark spirit blade, and embedded in its forehead was a core brighter than the source crystal itself, radiating a bloody glow, clearly the ultimate condensation of dark spirit energy. It is the malevolent sovereign, the consciousness of the dark spirit vein sealed since antiquity. Sun Shaojian's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly upgraded the Origin Resonance Array to the Origin Anti-Malevolence Array. The emerald light enveloped the dual-colored Origin glow, weaving a luminous shield around the group that extended a full 10 feet in thickness. Its malevolent energy could directly corrode the foundation of the spirit veins. Everyone, avoid contact with the purple mist. No sooner had the malevolent sovereign stabilized itself than it swung its blade towards the light shield. In that instant of collision, white smoke erupted from the shield's surface, and the emerald light dimmed at a visible rate. Sun Shaojian coughed up blood, nearly having his spirit power dissipate in the initial phase of the spirit vein realm. This malevolent energy is far too potent. My array cannot withstand even 10 breaths. I shall bear this. The ice bear demon leapt into action, channeling all its spirit energy from the late stage of the spirit source realm into its warhammer. The dual-colored spirit light of the ice malevolent origin surged, transforming the warhammer into a massive ice malevolent hammer that struck against the malevolent sovereign's blade. You wish to break the array? First, you must pass through me. At the moment of impact, the purple mist and ice spirit light clashed violently, sending the ice bear demon staggering backwards. The armor on its arm grazed the purple mist, leaving corrosive marks, and its spirit energy began to destabilize. This malevolent mist is truly insidious. Contact with it drains spirit power. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan immediately unleashed the ultimate form of their dual-born spirit purification, the dual origin purification. A vast net of light, woven from pale blue and origin light, enveloped the malevolent sovereign's purple mist. Ice bear, fall back. We shall purify the malevolent mist for you. The moment the light net made contact with the purple mist, it dissipated like melting ice and snow, while the corrosive marks on the ice bear demon's arm gradually faded. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng approached the high platform. The resonance between the Pengu crystal core and the last fragment reached its zenith. The fragment's golden purple light even penetrated the dark spirit vein's protective barrier, forming a thread of guiding light in his palm. Sun Shaojian, hold for 5 more breaths. Once I obtain the fragment, I can suppress the malevolent sovereign with the crystal core. Upon detecting the ultimate dark spirit vein target, slaying it would yield an abundance of fury points. Current accumulated fury points stand at 3,000 initial counter-transformation. These can be expended to activate the crystal core origin traction, hastening the acquisition of fragments. Without hesitation, Lin Feng consumed 3,000 fury points to activate the crystal core origin traction. A dual-colored spiritual radiance erupted from the core, firmly binding itself to the fragment's golden purple glow. The brilliance of the barrier dimmed instantaneously, and the fragments began to slowly move towards his palm. However, the dark spirit master suddenly sensed a threat. Abandoning its assault on the ice bear demon and leaping towards the high platform, its blade aimed at the fragments. You wish to reconstruct the Pengu core? A foolish dream. Stop it. Sun Shaojian gritted his teeth, channeling the remaining spiritual energy into the array flag. The light shield of the Origin anti-dark array abruptly contracted, ensnaring the dark spirit master's legs tightly. Lin Feng, hurry! I can only hold it for 3 breaths. Seizing the opportunity, the ice bear demon circled behind the dark spirit master, its war hammer striking towards the core. Although the dual-colored radiance did not penetrate the core, it momentarily hindered the dark spirit master's movements. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's twin origin purification converged into a radiant spear, piercing the dark spirit master's left shoulder. Purple mist surged from the wound, but was instantly absorbed by the purifying force of the spear. In this fleeting moment, Lin Feng finally pulled the fragments out of the barrier. As soon as the fragments touched the Pangu crystal core, they automatically embedded into the core's gap. The dual-colored radiance surged, forming a radiant column enveloping the entire Forbidden Zone. The Dark Spirit Master's purple mist violently dissipated within the light column, and the crimson glow of the Dark Spirit core began to fade. No, my Dark Spirit vein. Ding! The fragments of the Pangu Spirit vein core have been gathered. Temporary unlocking of the Pangu core's semi-awakened state. You may expend 5,000 Fury points to activate the semi-awakened skill Pangu Dark Purification. Current accumulated Fury points 7,000. Fragment Resonance Transformation. Lin Feng consumed 5,000 Fury points, activating Pangu Dark Purification. A colossal hand of dual-colored radiance grasped the Dark Spirit Master's body, the spiritual light flowing into the Master's wounds, commencing the purification of the Dark Spirit vein energy within. The Dark Spirit Master thrashed wildly, slashing at the luminous hand with its blade, only to have it shattered on the spot. I refuse to accept this. The Dark Spirit vein should not be sealed. The Dark Spirit vein was once a part of the Spirit vein, yet you have used it to destroy the spiritual source realm. Lin Feng's gaze remained resolute as he poured the remaining 2,000 Fury points into the luminous hand. Today, I shall employ the Pangu core to restore the Dark Spirit vein to its origin. The luminous hand tightened suddenly, causing the Dark Spirit Master's body to begin disintegrating. The Dark Spirit vein energy was forcibly extracted, transformed into pure spiritual vein power, merging into the Pangu crystal core. As the last wisp of purple mist vanished, the Dark Spirit Master's body completely crumbled, leaving behind a pure spiritual vein crystal glowing faintly blue, resting in Lin Feng's palm. Ding! Defeated the Dark Spirit Vein Master, ultimate boss, purified the source of the Dark Spirit Vein, and received 20,000 Fury points. Current accumulated Fury points 20,000. The semi-awakening of the Pangu Spirit Vein core is complete. You may proceed to the Spirit Vein Central Tower for the ultimate awakening. After resolving the malevolent spirit, the crowd gathered around Lin Feng. The corrupted wound of the Ice Bear Demon had been purified by Lin Xiaowan, and Sun Xiaojian had regained his spiritual power thanks to the Spirit Vein Fruit. Su Qingwei picked up the pure Spirit Vein crystal from the ground, exclaiming, "This crystal can enhance the awakening effect of the Spirit Vein core. With it, we need not worry about insufficient energy during the ultimate awakening." Lin Feng clenched the semi-awakened Pangu Spirit Vein core, its surface radiating a more vibrant dual-colored spiritual light, allowing him to distinctly sense the summoning from the central tower of the Spirit Vein. That place is the origin of the Spirit Veins in the Spirit Source realm and the sole location for the core's ultimate awakening. We must return. The central tower is our final destination. Once the core achieves its ultimate awakening, the Spirit Veins of the Spirit Source realm and the machinery will merge once more, eliminating the threat posed by the Dark Spirit Veins. The Ice Bear Demon rubbed its belly, the spiritual power of the late stage of the Spirit Source realm nearly restored, a familiar smile returning to its face. Excellent. Once we awaken, let us venture to the Spirit Vein Plains and capture the largest Spirit Source beast, so Master Zhang can prepare a grand feast to celebrate. As the group rode their spirit steeds away from the forbidden ground, the cursed soil had completely rejuvenated. Spirit vein grass sprouting from the earth, shimmering with dual-colored spiritual light, while the origin spirit vein worm danced alongside their steeds as if escorting them. Lin Feng glanced back at the forbidden ground, knowing that the long-standing crisis of the dark spirit veins had finally reached its conclusion. and the ultimate piece of the spirit source realm was on the verge of being officially inaugurated with the ultimate awakening of the Central Tower. Chapter 110. The Awakening of the Central Tower, the new birth of the spirit source realm as the spirit steeds traversed the spirit vein plains. The dual-colored spiritual light spread with each hoofbeat. The semi-awakened energy of the Pangu spirit vein core was unconsciously nourishing the land along the way, transforming the previously sparse spirit vein grass into a waist-high spirit vein forest, while the spirit source beasts chased the shadows of the steeds. And even the air was sweetened with spiritual energy. We are nearing the Central Tower. Master Zhang must have already set up the roasting rack below. The ice bear demon reigned in the spirit steed, its spiritual power from the late stage of the spirit source realm, invigorating its entire being. The dual-colored spiritual light on its war hammer still glistened with the dew from the spirit vein grass, and it envisioned roasting an origin spirit source beast, sprinkled with the spirit vein powder of the origin valley, salivating at the thought. Sun Xiaojian hugged the spirit vein pen, the screen displaying the ultimate awakening data of the Pangu core. The activation platform at the peak of the Central Tower has resonated with the core. If we embed the core into the groove and inject the energy of the pure spirit vein crystal, we can trigger the ultimate awakening. However, this awakening will cause a resonance throughout the entire realm, so we must inform all sects to prepare for protection and avoid disruptions to their spiritual power. Su Qingwei retrieved a messaging talisman, channeling her peak pure Yin energy into the paper. I've already notified Qingyan sect, Qian sect, and Bishui men. They will organize their disciples to safeguard the spirit vein cultivation area. Lin Xiaowan, during the awakening, our dual origin purification must stabilize the core's energy fluctuations to prevent harm to ordinary beings from the resonance. Lin Xiaowan nodded. The pure Yin spirit vein orb atop her spirit vein staff, radiating a gentle light. I have already adjusted the purification frequency. It can transform the resonance waves into a gentle spirit vein rain, nourishing the land without causing any disturbance. As the crowd arrived at the Central Tower of the spiritual veins, it was already teeming with people. Master Zhang's grill was emitting wisps of blue smoke, atop which lay an origin spirit beast larger than an ice bear, its skin glazed with spiritual honey. The Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect, accompanied by disciples bearing spiritual fruits, stood nearby, while disciples from the Qian sect hoisted freshly harvested spiritual crops. Members of the Bishui sect carried jade vessels filled with spiritual water. Even the disciples from the Qian sect's scouting party, as well as those from the Bishui sect supply station, had gathered around the Central Tower, cheering with excitement. Lin Feng, you have finally returned. Master Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow, the beast meat on the grill glistening with a dual-colored sheen. This creature had been captured from the spiritual vein plains, and as soon as you complete your awakening, we shall commence the feast. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, clutching the Pangu core and the pure spiritual vein crystal tightly in his palm. He turned toward the steps of the Central Tower, instructing everyone to wait below, assuring them that the awakening would be swift. The ice bear demon, Sun Xiao Jian, Su Qingyu, and Lin Xiaowan immediately followed suit. The ultimate awakening required the guidance of their collective spiritual powers. The absence of even one would be detrimental. The activation platform at the tower's peak shimmered with golden light, and as the Pangu core drew near, it was automatically attracted to the recess. Lin Feng pressed the pure spiritual vein crystal against the core, expending 10,000 points of rage to activate the ultimate guidance of the Pangu core. Qingyu, Lin Xiaowan, stabilize the resonance waves with your dual origin purity. Sun Xiaojian, set up the origin resonance array to enhance the core's energy. Ice Bear, stand guard by the activation platform and prevent any unforeseen disruptions during the awakening. Ding. Consume 10,000 rage points, activating the ultimate guidance. Pangu core awakening progress at 30. Current accumulated rage value 220,001,000, 120,000. As the collective spiritual energy surged into the Pangu core, its dual-colored spiritual glow intensified, and the runes surrounding the activation platform began to rotate, forming a grand array for the awakening of the spiritual veins. Suddenly, the ethereal image of an ancient guardian materialized within the array, the very one encountered previously at the Central Tower and in the Origin Valley. Holding the complete Pangu spiritual vein core, the guardian spoke with solemnity. Guardian, you have gathered the shards of the core, purified the dark spiritual veins, and upheld the essence of the spiritual source realm. Now, do you wish to embrace the name of the guardian of the spiritual veins, allowing the spiritual veins and machinery to reunite, bestowing eternal vitality upon the spiritual source realm? I do, Lin Feng declared with unwavering resolve, aligning his palm with the core. Not just for myself, but for all of us. We are committed to safeguarding the spiritual source realm. The ethereal figure nodded with a smile, transforming into beams of golden light that merged into the core. The dual-colored spiritual glow of the core instantly enveloped the entire central tower, spreading from its base to all nodes of spiritual veins across the realm. The cursed sands of the desert receded, giving rise to lush spiritual oases. The absorbing black stones of the Blackstone Mountains turned into luminous spiritual stones, surrounded by blooming spiritual flowers. The waters of the deep-sea spiritual abyss became crystal clear, teeming with schools of spiritual fish. Even beneath the icy layers of the far northern tundra, tender green shoots of spiritual grass broke through. Ding! The ultimate awakening of the Pangu core is complete. The spiritual veins and machinery have reunited, achieving 100 stability across all spiritual veins. Unlocking the passive skill, Guardian of the Spiritual Veins. Current accumulated rage value, 120,005,000. Reward for resonance across all spiritual veins, 62,000. As the awakening reached completion, the skies suddenly began to rain spiritual droplets, a gentle cascade of pale blue and soft gold. These raindrops not only healed spiritual injuries, but also fortified the very foundation of the spiritual veins. Amidst the jubilant throngs beneath the tower, arms were outstretched in celebration as the spirit source beast frolicked in the rain, and the spirit vein grass thrived exuberantly. The entire spirit source realm was enveloped in the joy of rebirth. Lin Feng descended from the central tower, greeted by his companions, their faces radiant with smiles. The ice bear demon had firmly established its late-stage spirit source realm, wielding the dual-colored spiritual light from its warhammer to manipulate the spirit vein ice calamity at will. Sun Shaojian had unlocked the spirit vein array, capable of deploying protection from miles away. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan were on the cusp of the pinnacle of the Purine realm, their purifying abilities capable of encompassing the entire sect. Even the little dragon dumpling had evolved into the flame dragon spirit beast, adorned with swirling dual-colored spirit vein flames. Let the feast begin. Master Zhang's voice sliced through the cheer. The origin spirit beast on the grill had turned a glorious golden hue. He wielded a spirit vein knife to carve into the beast's leg, the enticing aroma wafting away on the spirit vein rain. Tonight, we shall not return without inebriation, a celebration of our spirit source realm's rebirth. The ice bear demon was the first to dash forward, seizing a piece of the beast's leg and stuffing it into its mouth, grimacing from the heat, yet unwilling to spit it out. Delicious. More fragrant than any meat I've tasted before. I shall open an ice bear barbecue stall on the Spirit Vein Plains, so everyone in the realm can savor it. Sun Shaojian chuckled, shaking his head, and took out a Spirit Vein pen to document the moment. I will establish a Spirit Vein research laboratory beside the central tower, exploring innovative applications of spirit veins in machinery. Future machines shall no longer serve merely as weapons, but as helpers in cultivating spirit vein crops and maintaining spirit vein supply stations. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan exchanged knowing smiles. We shall travel far and wide to teach everyone the twin origin purification, enabling each individual to safeguard the spirit veins around them, without ever fearing the malevolent energy or dark spirit veins again. Lin Feng surveyed the lively scene before him, clutching the Panga core in his palm. The dual-colored spiritual light of the core resonated with the spirit veins across the realm, allowing him to sense the vitality in every corner. He understood that this adventure, which commenced in the frigid northern plains, had finally arrived at a fulfilling conclusion. Yet the tale of guardianship would persist. Perhaps new spirit vein relics would be discovered in the future, or new companions would join their ranks. As long as they remained united, the vitality of the spirit source realm would never extinguish. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the spirit vein rain gradually ceased, revealing a spirit vein rainbow in the sky. its soft blue and golden hues arching across the heavens, linking the central tower, Origin Valley, and Spirit Vein Plains, as if safeguarding this newly born land. The celebration beneath the tower continued, laughter, song, and the aroma of roasted meat intertwining, wafting to every corner of the spirit source realm. Meanwhile, the gentle glow of the Pangu spirit vein core lay quietly in Lin Feng's palm, narrating a tale of exchanging fury for machinery, and the initial resolve to safeguard the spirit vein, foreshadowing the next adventure in the spirit source realm, which would subtly unfold amidst vitality and protection. Chapter 111. A new chapter in daily life of the Spirit Vein Valley. The initial exploration of the misty sea, the mornings of Spirit Vein Valley are invariably awakened by the enticing aroma of barbecued meat. The Ice Bear's barbecue stall is set up beside the Spirit Vein tree, where the spirit beast ribs glisten with a dual-colored sheen. He skillfully wields the light blue glow of the Spirit Vein ice calamity to precisely control the cooking temperature, ensuring the meat does not char while locking in the spirit vein juices, drawing long lines of disciples eager to partake. No need to rush. Limited to 2 skewers per person, the spirit beast continues to thrive in the spirit pulse plains, and that is all for today. The Ice Bear demon busily tends to the skewers, channeling the ethereal energy of the late-stage spirit source realm through his fingertips into the grill, bestowing the skewers with a delicate layer of icy patterns. Freshly cooked ribs are sprinkled with spirit pulse powder from Origin Valley, a delicacy that stabilizes spiritual energy. Not far away, Sun Xiaojian's spirit pulse research room buzzes with activity as he directs the faint spiritual light from the Pangu crystal core into the newly crafted spirit pulse mechanical hoe. Upon contact with the spirit pulse soil, the hoe automatically releases a gentle wave of spiritual energy, assisting the disciples in tilling the ground with ease. This mechanical hoe requires no spiritual power to operate, making it accessible even to ordinary villagers. In the future, cultivating spirit pulse crops will no longer be a laborious task. Sun Xiaojian demonstrates the hoe while the spirit pulse pen swiftly records data in a notebook. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan have established a purification classroom by the Spirit Pulse Lake, surrounded by a group of disciples from various sections. Lin Xiaowan, wielding the Spirit Pulse staff, channels her peak pure Yin realm light into fine strands, instructing the disciples on how to use basic purification techniques to remove impurities from the Spirit Pulse grass. Be mindful of controlling the spiritual energy. If used too forcefully, it may harm the roots of the Spirit Pulse grass. Su Qingwei supplements her teachings, occasionally demonstrating advanced techniques with the dual origin purity, casting a soft blue glow across the surface of the Spirit Pulse water. Lin Feng sits on a stone bench beneath the Spirit Pulse tree when he suddenly perceives a faint golden-purple glow emanating from the Pangu crystal core at his fingertips. This is not the previous resonance, but rather a guiding wave. Following the direction of this wave, he gazes towards the edge of the spirit source realm on the Spirit Pulse map, where an unmarked area flickers with pale blue lights, labeled as the Spirit Pulse Mist Sea. Is this a new Spirit Pulse region? Lin Feng rises and heads toward the research room. Upon noticing the fluctuation from the crystal core, Sun Xiaojian promptly sets aside the hoe and approaches the Spirit Pulse Mist Sea. The spirit record only mentions it briefly, referring to an unexplored spirit pulse area at the edge of the spirit source realm. It is said that the spiritual energy within carries spatial fluctuations, capable of connecting to other minor spirit pulse domains. Upon hearing about the new area, the Ice Bear demon immediately abandons the skewers and rushes over. Still smeared with spirit pulse oil. Are there spirit source beasts in the new area? Are they larger than the origin spirit source beasts? When shall we go? Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan also arrive upon hearing the news. At the peak of Lin Xiaowan's Spirit Pulse staff, the pure Yin Spirit Pearl resonates faintly with the fluctuations of the crystal core. The spiritual waves of the Mist Sea are quite stable, but they carry unfamiliar spatial energy. We might encounter spatial puppets, so we need to prepare array flags to counter spatial interference in advance. Lin Feng nods, sharing the fluctuations of the crystal core with everyone. The guidance from the crystal core should be accurate. The Mist Sea likely conceals new spirit pulse secrets, and it may even harbor passages to connect with other spirit pulse domains. Let us prepare for 2 days, bringing along the anti-spatial array flags and portable purification equipment. to investigate the situation. If it proves safe, we may well develop it into a new spirit pulse cultivation area. In the ensuing 2 days, the group busied themselves with preparations. Sun Shaojian enhanced the anti-spatial interference banner, weaving fragments of the Pangu crystal core into its fabric to counteract spatial fluctuations. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan concocted spatial purification pills, which, when consumed, would stabilize one's spiritual energy in areas of spatial turmoil. The Ice Bear Demon enlisted Master Zhang to assist in modifying a portable spirit vein grill, capable of roasting meat while also providing warmth with spirit vein fire in emergencies. Lin Feng expended 5,000 points of anger value to activate the passive skill of spatial detection from the Pangu crystal core, allowing for the early sensing of spatial traps. Beep consumed 5,000 points of anger value, unlocking the crystal core's spatial detection passive skill. Spatial trap identification rate 100. Current accumulated anger value 620,005,000, 570,000. On the day of departure, Master Zhang arrived, bearing a bundle filled with spirit vein jerky, which he handed to the Ice Bear Demon, admonishing, "Don't get too caught up in fighting along the way. Remember to eat on time. When you return, I shall roast a new spirit source beast from the Misty Sea for you. Fear not, I shall surely bring back the largest one," replied the Ice Bear Demon, hoisting the grill and leaping onto the spirit steed. The group mounted their steeds and set forth towards the Misty Sea at the edge of the spirit source realm. The sights along the way grew increasingly wondrous. The leaves of spirit vein grass transformed into translucent patterns of space, while the fur of spirit source beasts could briefly turn invisible, and even the air reverberated with subtle spatial tremors. Upon reaching the edge of the Misty Sea, the scene before them was nothing short of breathtaking, an endless expanse of pale blue mist, within which floated ethereal islands of spirit veins, adorned with luminescent spirit vein grass. Occasionally, transparent spatial spirit source fish glided through the fog, leaving behind ripples of space. "This place is truly extraordinary," exclaimed the Ice Bear Demon, reining in the spirit steed and reaching out to touch the mist. A faint sensation of spatial tugging met his fingertips. If we were to roast meat here, would it float into another dimension? Sun Shaojian produced the banner and planted it into the ground, activating the anti-spatial array. "Everyone, be cautious with the mist. Spatial fluctuations may transport unprotected individuals to random locations. I will set up a detection array to ascertain the location of stable spatial zones within." The emerald light of the banner pierced through the mist, quickly relaying an image. Deep within the Misty Sea lay an island of spatial spirit veins, where the spatial fluctuations were most stable. There, a tower of ancient design could be discerned, its apex glowing with a golden-purple light akin to that of the Pangu crystal core. There must be secrets within that tower, Lin Feng thought, gripping the crystal core. The spatial detection skill indicated that there were no dangerous spatial traps surrounding the tower, only a few guardian spatial puppets. Let us proceed to the island of spatial spirit veins, but be wary of areas with strong spatial fluctuations. If we encounter the puppets, we shall adhere to our usual division of labor. I will handle the core, while you focus on containment and purification. Following the luminous guidance of the banner, the group slowly ventured into the Misty Sea. The hooves of the spirit steeds treaded upon the mist, allowing them to traverse the ripples of space. The Ice Bear Demon, unable to resist, pulled out a piece of spirit vein jerky, took a bite, and laughed. "I never expected our new adventure to unfold so swiftly. Once we locate the spatial spirit vein tower, I shall roast skewers beneath it, allowing the spatial spirit source fish to savor my culinary skills." Lin Feng gazed ahead at the faintly visible spatial spirit vein tower, the Pangu crystal core in his palm radiating a more brilliant hue of gold and purple. He understood that this new adventure concerning spirit veins in space was only just beginning, and the secrets of the spirit source realm likely extended far beyond their previous explorations. The winds of the Misty Sea, imbued with the essence of space, rustled the robes of the group, heralding the onset of a new chapter of guardianship. Chapter 112. The space puppets disrupt the path ahead. The shadow of the tower emerges from Spirit Vein Island. The pale blue mist of the Spirit Vein Misty Sea enveloped the delicate ripples of space, as the group rode their spirit steeds across the misty waves. With each hoof fall, silver glimmering spatial patterns were stirred into existence. These patterns could momentarily stabilize the space, preventing the spirit steeds from succumbing to spatial chaos. However, as they ventured deeper, the fluctuations of space grew increasingly violent, causing even Sun Xiaojian's anti-space flag to tremble slightly. The spatial patterns within the mist were becoming denser. Sun Xiaojian reined in his spirit steed, the verdant light of the spirit vein, pen sweeping ahead, revealing a red warning on the screen. A spatial turbulence zone lay 300 steps ahead. The turbulence could transport objects to random locations, necessitating a detour. He adjusted the direction of the flag, and the verdant light traced a safe path through the mist, circumventing the dark purple turbulence zone. The ice bear demon fixated on the turbulence zone, unable to resist the urge to touch the portable grill at his waist. If I were to toss some skewers in there, would they be transported elsewhere? Perhaps to Master Zhang on the Spirit Vein Plains, so he could grill them for us before sending them back? Do not attempt that. The spatial turbulence would shred the skewers into fragments. Su Qinghue sighed, gathering her pure Yin energy at her palm, vigilantly observing the surroundings. I sensed faint puppet fluctuations just ahead in the mist. Everyone, prepare for battle. No sooner had she spoken than dozens of silver glimmering spatial shards burst forth from a mist, swirling to form sharp blades that hurtled towards the spirit steeds. Following this, 3 spatial puppets emerged from the fog, their bodies crafted from translucent spatial crystals, allowing them to blend seamlessly with the mist. Their arms manipulated the spatial shards, and the spatial crystal core embedded in their chests glowed with a soft purple light, enabling short-range teleportation. These iron monstrosities can become invisible and teleport. The Ice Bear Demon immediately expended 3,000 points of rage to activate the Ice Spirit's spatial variant. The dual-colored spirit light of his war hammer surging as he struck at the incoming spatial blades. With a series of crackling sounds, ice patterns froze the shards, dulling their edges. Sun Xiaojian quickly used the flag to lock their teleportation. Do not allow them to evade. Ding! Consumed 3,000 points of rage. Unlocking the Ice Spirit Locking Space effect temporarily restricts puppet teleportation. Current accumulated rage: 57,000,000,000,54,000. Sun Xiaojian swiftly upgraded the anti-space flag to the spatial confinement array, the verdant light weaving a dense network of light around the puppets. The spatial patterns within the light net were fixed, and just as the puppets attempted to teleport, they were repelled back by the net, their forms becoming visible within the mist. I can hold for 8 breaths. Lin Feng, quickly locate their crystal cores. The core of the spatial puppets is concealed within the chest crystal. Only attacks of spatial attributes can break it. Lin Feng grasped the Pangu crystal core tightly, activating the passive skill of spatial detection to its fullest extent. Delicate strands of golden light penetrated the crystalline body of the puppet, instantly locking onto the core. Qinghue, Lin Xiaowan utilized the dual origin purification to cleanse the spatial interference surrounding the core. Their cores were enveloped in spatial energy, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Su Qinghue and Lin Xiaowan promptly unleashed the dual origin purification, intertwining pale blue and origin light into waves of spatial cleansing, sweeping across the puppet's chest. The spatial energy surrounding the core was purified, the pale purple light dimming, and the puppet's movements grew sluggish. The core was exposed. Lin Feng, strike swiftly. Lin Feng leapt into action, his right arm clad in the Infernal Dragon's exalted armor, transforming into the spatial core shattering blade. Its blade enveloped in the golden-purple light of the Pangu crystal core, aimed directly at the first puppet's core. The moment the blade made contact with the core, the golden-purple light surged through the spatial patterns into the core, resulting in a violent explosion. The puppet's body shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the mist. Ding! Killed Spatial Puppet 1. Gained 6,000 rage points from Spatial Spirit Vein Conversion. Current accumulated rage points: 54,000,006,000,000,000. Seeing the dire situation, the second puppet suddenly detonated some of the spatial fragments, attempting to create turbulence to escape. The Ice Bear Demon swiftly positioned his warhammer defensively, the luminous energy of the ice lock forming an ice shield to block the impact of the fragments. Trying to flee? Not a chance. He leapt toward the puppet, smashing the war hammer into its chest. The dual-colored luminous energy shattered the crystal, revealing the core within. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng struck, shattering the core with the shattering blade, causing the puppet to collapse. The third puppet maneuvered behind Sun Xiaojian, attempting to disrupt the array flags. Lin Xiaowan, quick of eye and hand, wielded the spirit vein staff, casting strands of spatial purification to ensnare the puppet's limbs. Pulling it before the group. Do not touch the array flags. Su Qingyue focused her energy into a light spear, piercing through the puppet's core, leading to its final demise. Ding! Killed Spatial Puppet 2. Accumulated rage points. 6000120007200. Just as they finished dealing with the puppets, the surrounding space suddenly trembled violently. The puppet's self-detonations triggered a chain reaction, and a massive spatial vortex emerged from the mist, sucking everyone and their spirit steeds into its depths. The ice bear demon instinctively clutched his portable grill. My grill? Please don't let it get lost. Stay calm. This vortex is a spatial teleport. Lin Feng quickly activated the stabilizing effect of the Pangu crystal core, wrapping everyone in golden purple light. We will be transported near the spatial spirit vein island, saving us the time of detouring. The sensation of being pulled by the vortex lasted for 3 breaths, and when their vision cleared, they found themselves on an island shimmering with silver light. It was indeed the spatial spirit vein island. The ground was paved with spatial spirit vein stones, and stepping upon them elicited a subtle tremor from the spatial energy. In the center of the island stood a towering spatial spirit vein tower, over 100 feet tall, its body inscribed with ancient spatial runes. At its apex, the spatial spirit vein core radiated a golden purple light akin to the Pangu crystal core, resonating more strongly than ever before. At last, we have arrived. Sun Xiaojian produced the spirit vein pen, sweeping it across the tower's runes, recognizing them as ancient spatial runes, which required the Pangu crystal core to activate the tower's gate. However, a spatial guardian array surrounded the tower. Activating the array's core would awaken tower guardian puppets, even stronger than the previous spatial puppets. The ice bear demon set aside the grill and approached the tower. Tapping its surface, the spatial spirit vein stone emitted a crisp sound, ringing out. Regardless of the tower guardian puppets, let us first activate the tower door. Once we enter and uncover the treasures, we shall roast the spirit vein beasts right here on the island, allowing the spatial spirit source fish to savor the aroma. Lin Feng stood before the tower door, the Pangu crystal core in his palm, radiating a brilliant golden purple light, perfectly fitting into the door's recess. He could distinctly sense that within the tower lay the inheritance of the spatial spirit veins, potentially unlocking the ability to manipulate space, thereby strengthening the connections of the spirit veins in the spirit source realm. Everyone, be prepared. The moment we activate the tower door, the guardian puppets will emerge. As per our usual protocol, let us not grant them any opportunity. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan initiated the twin origin purification. Enveloping the tower door in a soft blue light, Sun Xiaojian planted the spatial confinement array flags around the tower. The ice bear demon hefted its war hammer, gathering spiritual power within it. Lin Feng took a deep breath and pressed the Pangu crystal core into the recess of the tower door. The golden purple light spread along the runes, causing the tower door to tremble slowly. The surrounding spatial guardian array began to illuminate, and 3 tower guardian puppets, crafted entirely from spatial spirit vein stones, gradually ascended from the center of the array, wielding spatial war blades capable of rending space itself. Chapter 113. The Tower Guardian Puppets unleash their might. The crystal core breaches the array to open the tower door as soon as the 3 Tower Guardian Puppets position themselves in front of the spatial spirit vein tower. Faint purple spatial light shields enveloped their forms. They were more robust than the previous spatial puppets, their bodies carved from solid blocks of spatial spirit vein stone, intricately inscribed with flowing spatial runes. The spatial war blades in their hands shimmered with a silvery glint capable of slicing through the air, and the spatial tower guardian crystal core embedded in their chests was larger than a fist, resonating with the energy core of the tower, evidently empowering them through the tower's strength. These ironclad figures bore light shields that could reflect attacks, The Ice Bear Demon was the first to swing its hammer at the nearest puppet. The War Hammer, imbued with the dual-colored spiritual light of the veins, ice, and calamity, collided with the light shield, only to be rebuffed on the spot, numbing its arm. Goodness, harder than the shield of the dark spirit vein master. Sun Zyogian immediately drew the spirit vein pen, its emerald light sweeping over the puppets. And an urgent analysis popped up on the screen. The light shields of the Tower Guardian puppets are sustained by the energy of the tower. If we sever their resonance with the tower, the shields will become ineffective. I need 10 breaths to set up the spatial locking spirit array. Everyone, hold them off for now. He crouched down and rapidly drew the array, which began to glow with spiritual light that resisted the tower's runes as soon as it was completed. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal core, utilizing the spatial detection skill to pinpoint the energy connection points between the puppets and the tower. There, amidst the spatial spirit vein stone runes at the puppet's feet, shimmered a golden-purple light akin to that of the crystal core. Qingyue, Shaoan, used the twin origin purification to sever the energy runes on the ground. Ice Bear, freeze the puppet's legs with ice calamity and prevent them from approaching Zyogiant. Beep. Energy resonance characteristics of the Tower Guardian puppets detected, consuming 5,000 points of fury to activate the crystal core space disconnection, temporarily disrupting energy transmission. Current accumulated fury, 72,000 to 5,000, 67,000. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaoan immediately initiated the twin-born origin purification. A soft blue light spread across the ground, enveloping the spatial vein stone at the feet of the puppet. Upon contact with the purifying light, the energy patterns dimmed instantly, while the spatial light shield of the first puppet flickered, revealing fine cracks. Effective. However, the tower was still replenishing its energy. We cannot hold on for long. Seizing the opportunity, the Ice Bear Demon consumed 3,000 points of anger to activate the spatial ice sever, smashing the War Hammer into the ground. The dual-colored ice patterns spread along the spatial vein stone, freezing the ankles of the second puppet, entwined in silver light capable of severing space, completely immobilizing its movement. Let us see how you can move now. Lin Feng quickly attacked the cracks in the light shield. Notification, consumed 3,000 points of anger, unlocking the effect of spatial ice sever, capable of penetrating spatial defenses. Current accumulated anger value, 67,000, 3,000, 64,000. Lin Feng leaped into the air. The space-breaking blade of the flame dragon mystic armor enveloped in shimmering gold and purple light, piercing towards the crack in the first puppet's light shield. As the blade penetrated, the golden-purple light spread along the fissure, shattering the shield and revealing the spatial Tower Guardian crystal core within. Now's the moment. With a flick of his wrist, he struck the crystal core, which exploded on impact, causing the puppet's body to lose its energy support, disintegrating into fragments of spatial vein stones. Notification. Killed Spatial Tower Guardian Puppet 1. Acquired core energy conversion worth 8,000 points of anger. Current accumulated anger value, 64,000, 8,000, 72,000. The second puppet broke free from the ice patterns and swung its spatial blade towards Lin Feng. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a black spatial rift that nearly grazed Lin Feng's mech. Su Qingyue immediately deployed the twin-born purification shield, the soft blue light blocking the suction of the rift, while simultaneously calling out to Lin Shaoan. Use the purifying threads to entangle its blade. Do not let it open another rift. Lin Shaoan wielded her spatial staff, unleashing several strands of soft blue light that ensnared the puppet's blade. The threads, imbued with origin light, spread along the blade to the puppet's arm, purifying its spatial energy. Its energy is weakening. Lin Feng quickly finished it off. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng maneuvered behind the puppet, thrusting the space-breaking blade towards its crystal core. This time, the blade, enhanced with the effect of spatial ice sever, directly pierced through the puppet's body of spatial vein stone, shattering the crystal core, causing the puppet to crash to the ground. The last puppet, sensing impending doom, suddenly teleported behind Sun Shaojian, swinging its blade directly at the concluding spatial locking spirit array. Be careful. Just as Lin Feng intended to assist, Sun Shaojian abruptly yanked the array flag, activating the array in reverse. Emerald spiritual light ensnared the puppet's blade, while he shouted, "This array can also serve as a trap." Lin Feng, its crystal core, is on the left. Lin Feng instantly teleported to the left side of the puppet, using the short-range teleportation unlocked by the crystal core's spatial detection, driving the breaking core blade straight into the crystal core. In that moment of penetration, the puppet's spatial light shield vanished completely, and, as the crystal core shattered, a resonant hum echoed from the tower, causing the gates of the spatial vein tower to slowly open inward, revealing a staircase aglow with golden-purple light. Notification: killed Spatial Tower Guardian Puppet 2. Extra rewards triggered by the Spatial Locking Spirit Array. Accumulated anger value: 72,000, 12,000, 84,000. The gateway to the Spatial Vein Tower has been unveiled, unlocking the exploration privileges of the Spatial Vein Staircase. A gathering of individuals converged before the tower's entrance, gazing at the staircase crafted from transparent spatial vein crystals. As one ascended, the floating islands of the spatial vein could be seen beneath, while the walls flanking the staircase were adorned with luminous spatial vein gemstones, illuminating the path ahead and casting ancient images upon the wall. In these depictions, ancient cultivators utilized the spatial veins to connect various minor vein domains, constructing an expansive network of spiritual veins, ultimately concealing the core apparatus within the tower's apex. It became evident that this tower served as a nexus for connecting ancient vein domains. Sun Xiaojian excitedly pointed at the images, declaring that by activating the core at the top, they could link to other minor vein domains, thereby acquiring additional vein resources and even communicating with cultivators from other realms. The ice bear demon rubbed its belly, fixated on the upper staircase. Is there a spatial origin beast at the top? If so, roasting it would surely allow us to traverse space and savor flavors from different domains. Lin Feng ascended the staircase, the Pangu crystal core in his palm resonating with the spatial vein core within the tower, enabling him to distinctly sense the spatial inheritance waves emanating from the apex, far more unique than those from the Origin Valley, granting the ability to master short-distance spatial teleportation and connect with vein domains. Be cautious, everyone. There may be spatial traps upon the staircase. Follow the light of my crystal core and tread carefully. The group followed Lin Feng's guiding light onto the staircase, feeling a slight tremor from the spatial vein crystals. The images on the wall continued to unfold. The final scene depicted an ancient cultivator embedding a spatial vein key into the core at the top, after which the gateway sealed shut and the vision vanished. It appeared that the apex required the spatial vein key to activate the core. Sun Xiaojian retrieved a vein pen to document their findings, stating that they must locate the key within the tower. Otherwise, reaching the summit would be futile. The ice bear demon, wielding a war hammer, responded cheerfully. What is there to fear in finding the key? Activating the core and then capturing a spatial origin beast to roast would make this adventure worthwhile. At the platform's end, 3 divergent paths emerged, each entrance inscribed with distinct spatial runes: connection, stability, and exploration. Lin Feng examined the 3 routes, and the light strands from the Pangu crystal core pointed towards the connection path. The core lies at the end of the connection route. The key should be there as well. Let's proceed to uncover the secrets concealed within the ancient nexus of vein domains. Deep within the spatial vein tower, spatial runes danced upon the walls. Chapter 114. Mirror puppets trapped in the divergence. The fragments of the vein key begin to emerge. The passage of the connection route proved to be more extraordinary than anticipated, its walls composed of spatial mirror stones that refracted light and shadow. The moment they stepped inside, dozens of illusory figures of the group materialized around them, even the sound of the spiritual steed's hooves echoing with multiple layers of reverberation. A moment's inattention could lead to confusion over which path was the true one. What is with these walls filled with shadows? The ice bear demon shook its head, observing the numerous illusory versions of itself wielding a war hammer, unable to resist reaching out to touch the apparitions. However, its fingertips passed through them effortlessly, unable to make contact. If the puppets are concealed within the shadows, how are we to confront them? Sun Xiaojian produced the spirit vein pen, its emerald luminescence sweeping across the wall, prompting a warning on the screen. These mirror stones can create spatial illusions and enhance the concealment of puppets. 50 strides ahead, there is a strong fluctuation of puppet energy, likely a spatial mirror puppet capable of replicating our movements and spiritual power. We must first destroy the mirror stones to break the replication. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal core. As the golden purple threads of spatial detection penetrated the illusion, locking onto three silhouettes resembling their own forms deep within the passage. These were indeed the spatial mirror puppets, concealed in the shadows of the mirror stones, adjusting their positions with the flow of the illusions, evidently waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Qingwei, Lin Xiaowan, can your twin, origin pure, energy purify the mirror stones? Lin Feng inquired. Lin Xiaowan promptly pressed the spirit vein staff against the wall, channeling her pale blue energy of peak pure Yin realm into the mirror stones. The illusions on the stone momentarily faded, but quickly returned to their original state. It could only temporarily weaken them, as the mirror stones relied on the spatial force of the tower to sustain themselves. We must first cut off their energy supply. Before the words had fully left his lips, three phantoms suddenly surged from the wall, transforming into corporeal, spatial mirror puppets. They each bore the likeness of Lin Feng, the ice bear demon, and Su Qingwei, perfectly mimicking the patterns of the flame dragon Xianzun armor, the frost of the war hammer, and the blue light of pure Yin energy. As soon as they landed, they launched their attacks. The puppet replicating the ice bear demon swung its hammer towards the ice bear demon. The puppet mimicking Su Qingwei raised a purification shield in defense, while the puppet resembling Lin Feng brandished the breaking core blade, charging directly at Sun Xiaojian. Goodness, even my war hammer is being imitated. The ice bear demon immediately expended 4,000 rage points to activate the spirit vein ice saber mirror break. The dual-colored spiritual light of the war hammer surged, colliding with the puppet's hammer. This time, the frost was laced with minute spatial fractures, directly piercing through the illusion of the replicated hammer and striking the puppet's body. Let's see how you continue to replicate. Ding! Consumed 4,000 rage points. Unlocked mirror break effect. Can negate spatial replication. Current accumulated rage points: 84000, 4000, 80,000. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiaojian took out the mirror interference flag and planted it into the ground on either side of the passage. The emerald light spread along the mirror stones, causing the illusions on the stone to become chaotic, and the actions of the replicated puppets began to stutter. I can interfere with the mirror replication for 5 breaths. Lin Feng, quickly locate their core. The core of the mirror puppet is hidden in its back, untouched by the replication effect. The puppet replicating Lin Feng attempted to continue its assault, only to be ensnared by Lin Xiaowan's spatial purification threads, which enveloped its limbs in pale blue light interwoven with origin energy, unraveling its replication patterns and revealing the faint purple mirror core on its back. Lin Feng, its core, is on the left. Lin Feng leaped into action. The breaking core blade of the flame dragon Xianzun armor enveloped in the golden purple light of the Panga crystal core, aimed directly at the core of the replicated puppet. The moment the blade made contact, the golden purple light spread through the core, dismantling the spatial replication energy within, causing the puppet's body to dissolve into an illusion, vanishing within the passage. Ding! Killed spatial mirror puppet, replication type. 1. Acquired spatial spirit vein power converted into rage points. 9,000 current accumulated rage points. 800, 00, 900, 0, 89,000. On the other side, the puppet imitating Su Qingwei deployed a purification shield, endeavoring to absorb the spiritual energy of the ice bear demon. Su Qingwei immediately adjusted the frequency of her dual origin purification, and a pale blue light resonated in opposition with the puppet's purification shield. My purifying power bears a unique spiritual vein imprint that you cannot replicate. She concentrated her energy into a light spear, piercing through the puppet's purification shield and directly striking its crystalline core on the back. The puppet's form instantaneously disintegrated, vanishing into a mere illusion. Ultimately, only the replicated ice bear demon puppet remained, stubbornly resisting. It attempted to create more phantoms using mirror stones to disrupt the others, but was locked in position by Sun Xiaojian's formation flags. Seizing the opportunity, the ice bear demon swung its war hammer, imbued with the luminous essence of the shattered mirror, toward the puppet's crystalline core. Learning to fight like me? You're still too inexperienced. At the moment the crystalline core exploded, the puppet completely dissipated, and the mirror stones on either side of the passage lost their luster, causing all illusions to vanish. Ding! Killed space mirror puppet, replicated type. 2. Accumulated rage value 89000-18000-107000. Mirror stone, energy severed. Passage safely unlocked. Having dealt with the puppet, the stone door at the end of the passage slowly opened, revealing a circular stone chamber. At the center of the chamber, on a stone platform, lay a half fragment of the spatial spiritual vein Qi, emanating a golden purple glow. Beside the fragment was a small spatial spiritual vein crystal, radiating energy resonant with the Pangu crystalline core. It was indeed a fragment of the spatial spiritual vein Qi. Sun Shaojian excitedly rushed over, and as his spiritual vein brush swept across the fragment, he noted that the runes inscribed on it matched those recorded in the spiritual vein tome. Once 2 fragments were gathered, they could be assembled into a complete Qi. The other piece must be on the top level or in some other branching path. Lin Feng picked up the fragment, and as it made contact with the Pangu crystalline core, it automatically adhered to the surface of the core, causing the golden purple light to surge dramatically. New images emerged on the chamber walls. Ancient cultivators embedded the complete spatial spiritual vein Qi into the top-level core, after which the connecting passages between the spiritual vein domains gradually opened, allowing cultivators from different domains to exchange spiritual vein resources. The scene ultimately froze on a map depicting the full connection of the spiritual vein domains, marked with 3 yet-to-be unlocked minor spiritual vein domains. It turned out that to establish connectivity with the 3 minor spiritual vein domains was essential for completing the entire spiritual vein network. Observing the imagery, Su Qingwei realized that acquiring the other fragment and activating the top-level core would enable them to open the first connecting passage and glimpse the other spiritual vein domains. The ice bear demon approached the stone platform, fixated on the small spatial spiritual vein crystal. Can this crystal be roasted and eaten? If it can absorb spatial power, would the meat cooked from it carry a spatial aroma, allowing one to savor the essence of the spiritual source beast from other domains with a single bite? Don't touch that. This crystal sustains the energy of the fragment. Damaging it would render the fragment ineffective. Lin Shaoan quickly intervened, her pure Yin energy sweeping over the crystal, revealing that the spatial power within was quite stable, capable of temporarily preserving the fragment's energy. They could take it with them to search for the other fragment. Just as the group exited the stone chamber, the passage suddenly experienced a violent spatial tremor. The previously smooth ground became riddled with irregular spatial fissures, from which black-purple spatial turbulence erupted, distorting the very air itself. It's an abnormality in spatial gravity. Sun Shaojian produced the spirit vein pen, and the screen displayed a rapid increase in gravity. If they proceeded further, the gravity would triple, making it unbearable for the spirit steeds. They must first leave the steeds in the stone chamber. The ice bear demon reluctantly patted the neck of a spirit steed, saying, "Stay here obediently. Once I acquire the complete Qi, I shall take you to other realms to capture spirit source beasts for roasting." The group left the spirit steeds in the stone chamber and walked towards the depths of the passage. As the gravity intensified, each step felt as though they were bearing the weight of a spirit vein stone. The ice bear demon's warhammer seemed extraordinarily heavy. This gravity is simply absurd. At this rate, let alone fighting puppets, even raising a hand is a struggle. Lin Feng expended 5,000 points of rage value to activate the space gravity counteraction effect of the Pangu crystal core. A faint luminous shield of gold and purple surrounded the group, instantly diminishing the gravity to normal levels. Hold on, the top floor is just ahead. Another shard must be there. Once we obtain the Qi, we can activate the core, and the abnormal gravity will dissipate. Ding. Consumed 5,000 points of rage value. Activated space gravity counteraction passive. Current accumulated rage value 107,000, 5,000, 102,000. At the end of the passage, the grand door to the top floor was faintly visible, flanked by 2 even larger space gravity puppets. Their bodies were forged from high-density space spirit vein stones, each wielding a gravity warhammer capable of manipulating gravity, clearly serving as the final guardians of the top floor. An ultimate battle concerning space gravity and the shards of the spirit vein Qi was about to unfold before the grand door, marking a pivotal step in the connection between the spirit source realm and other spirit vein domains. Chapter 115. Gravity puppets guarding the top floor. The Spirit Vein key unlocks the domain gate atop the platform of the Space Spirit Vein Tower. Two towering space gravity puppets stood like iron sentinels, crafted entirely from dark, high-density space spirit vein stones. Their bodies were thrice as robust as the previous tower guardians, each grasping a gravity warhammer the size of a wheel, inscribed with runes capable of distorting gravity. A faint black gravity field enveloped the puppets, causing even the air to seem to sink slightly. As the group stepped onto the platform, they felt as though their legs were laden with lead, making even the act of raising their hands a formidable task. This gravity field was utterly outrageous. It felt heavier than carrying 10 spirit source beasts. The ice bear demon gritted its teeth and lifted the warhammer. The spirit power of late-stage spirit source realm surged within, yet it could barely lift the hammer off the ground. At this rate, not only would they struggle to fight, but even standing would become a challenge. Sun Shaojian drew forth the spirit vein pen, its emerald tip laboriously penetrating the gravity field. Data analysis appeared on the screen. The puppet's gravity field was sustained by a gravity core located in its chest, hidden within the high-density spirit vein stone. Ordinary attacks could not penetrate it. I need to set up an anti-gravity formation to counteract some of the gravity, but it requires 5 breaths to arrange, and I will need someone to shield me from the puppet's attacks. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal core. The space detection skill pinpointed the puppet's gravity core. Minute gaps surrounded the core within the spirit vein stone, representing weak points for energy transmission. In the midst of the battle, Qing Yue and Lin Xiaowan wielded the dual-origin purification light blades, attempting to slice through the fissures of the spiritual pulse stones. Ice Bear, harnessing his fury to unlock the anti-gravity effect, defended Sun Shaojian from the initial wave of assault. I shall seek the opportune moment to breach the core. Ding! Detecting gravitational field suppression, consuming 6,000 points of fury to activate the crystal core anti-gravity shelter, mitigating 50 units of gravitational influence for the team. Current accumulated fury, 102000600096000. As the protective light shield unfurled, the burdensome sensation weighing upon the group noticeably diminished. Seizing the moment, the Ice Bear consumed 5,000 points of fury to activate the Spiritual Pulse Ice Calamity Gravity Break. The Warhammer, enveloped in dual-colored spiritual radiance, surged towards the left puppet. Sun Shaojian quickly set the formation. I will hold them off for you. The clash between the Warhammer and the puppet's gravitational weapon sent ripples through the dim gravitational field, which violently countered the anti-gravity patterns. Though the Ice Bear was pushed back 2 steps, he successfully thwarted the puppet's advance. Ding! Consumed 5,000 points of fury, unlocking the gravity break effect, capable of momentarily shattering the gravitational field. Current accumulated fury, 96000500091000. Without hesitation, Sun Shaojian knelt to the ground and began inscribing a formation. Verdant spiritual light rapidly outlined the anti-gravity runes on the surface. Just as the formation completed, it shimmered with a soft glow that countered the gravitational field, diminishing its force by another 30%, allowing the group to move freely at last. The formation is complete. It will last for 10 breaths. Lin Feng quickly searched for the core's fissure. Simultaneously, Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan concentrated their energies to form the gravity purification light blades, the light blades shimmering in light blue hues, piercing towards the spiritual pulse stone fissures of the right puppet. The moment the light blades penetrated, the surrounding gravitational field became chaotic, causing the puppet's movements to falter for half a breath. The fissure is breached. Lin Feng, the core lies within. Lin Feng leaped into action. The space-breaking blade of the flame dragon's mystic armor enveloped in golden-purple light, thrusting into the fissure of the puppet's body. As the blade made contact with the gravity core, the golden-purple light erupted, dismantling the gravitational energy contained within the core. The puppet's gravitational field dissipated instantaneously, its body collapsing to the ground, turning into a heap of dark spiritual pulse stone fragments. Ding! Defeated Space Gravity Puppet 1. Acquired Gravity Spiritual Pulse Force, converting to 12,000 Fury Points. Current accumulated Fury, 9100012000103000. Upon witnessing the fall of its companion, the left puppet erupted in rage, its gravitational warhammer crashing down onto the ground, sending forth a wave of dark gravitational energy that dulled the brilliance of the anti-gravity formation. Sun Shaojian coughed up blood, nearly shattering the formation's flags. The formation cannot withstand much longer. Ice Bear, restrain it. The Ice Bear immediately swung the hammer to meet the oncoming force. The light of gravity brake clashing with the gravitational wave, barely managing to block the impact. Lin Feng, I cannot hold on for long. Quickly, deliver the finishing blow. He intentionally exposed a vulnerability, allowing the puppet's warhammer to strike his shoulder. Seizing the moment of the puppet's temporary exhaustion, the Ice Bear retaliated, smashing the warhammer into the puppet's spiritual pulse stone fissure, creating an even deeper crack. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, driving the breaking core blade into the fissure. Once more, the golden-purple light erupted, shattering the second gravitational core. The puppet's gravitational field vanished, its body crashing down, utterly motionless. Ding! Upon vanquishing the gravity puppet of space, an impressive accumulation of rage value reached 103,000, 240,001, 270,000. The gravity anomaly at the apex was finally resolved. The core platform of the spatial spirit vein emerged, revealing a central recess that perfectly matched the spatial spirit vein key. Within a stone box beside the recess lay another fragment of the spirit vein key, shimmering with a golden-purple glow. Another shard. Lin Xiaowan hastened over, carefully extracting the fragment. The intricate patterns on both shards aligned perfectly, allowing them to form a complete key. She placed the two fragments upon the core platform, where they automatically fused, radiating a dazzling golden-purple light, transforming into a fully transparent spatial spirit vein key, intricately engraved with flowing spatial runes. Lin Feng grasped the spirit vein key and approached the core platform, inserting the key into the recess. The golden-purple light spread along the recess, causing the core platform to tremble violently as the dome above slowly opened, revealing a silvery spatial canopy. Within the canopy, 3 faint blue points of light gradually became distinct, representing the previously locked minor spirit vein domains. Among them, one light point exhibited the strongest fluctuations, indicating it was closest and most readily accessible, the Lingxi domain. Ding! The complete spatial spirit vein key has activated the spatial spirit vein core, successfully unlocked the first spirit vein domain, Lingxi domain connection channel. Current accumulated rage value, 127,000. 300,000. Core activation reward, 157,000. As the channel opened, a refreshing essence of the spirit vein wafted from the canopy, mingled with the sounds of flowing water and the calls of spirit source beasts. The Ice Bear demon excitedly approached the canopy, rubbing its hands together. There must be spirit source bees from the Lingxi domain inside. Perhaps they are fish-shaped. Roasting them would surely be delectable. When shall we venture in to explore? Sun Shaojian retrieved the spirit vein pin and scanned the spatial fluctuations of the channel. The channel has just opened, and the space remains unstable. It will require 3 days to solidify. Furthermore, the environmental conditions of the Lingxi domain are unknown, necessitating preparations of water-resistant gear and purification potions to guard against potential water vein puppets or malevolent energies. Su Qingwei gazed at the faintly visible images of the Lingxi domain within the channel and nodded. Lin Xiaowan and I will return to concoct water vein purification pills and reinforce the spirit vein shield. Sun Shaojian can enhance the anti-space array flags to improve resistance against water vein disturbances. Lin Feng will be responsible for notifying various sects to prepare for the connection to the spirit vein domain and prevent chaos. Lin Feng nodded, clenching the Pangu crystal core in his palm. The core resonated anew with the spirit vein of the Lingxi domain, clearly harboring secrets yet to be unveiled. Perhaps even further clues regarding the Pangu core. 3 days hence, we shall reconvene at the spatial spirit vein island and enter the Lingxi domain together. This marks the initial step in connecting the spirit source realm to other domains and heralds a new beginning for safeguarding the spirit veins across all realms. The group gathered their equipment and made their way back along the staircase to the spatial spirit vein island, where the spirit steed eagerly neighed and gathered around them upon their return. The ice bear demon affectionately patted the steed's neck, chuckling, "Do not fret. In 3 days, I shall take you to the Lingxi domain to catch fresh spirit source fish for roasting." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden-purple light of the spatial spirit vein tower intertwined with the luminous channel in the canopy, casting a crimson hue across the entire misty sea. Lin Feng gazed upon the scene before him, aware that a new adventure in the Lingxi domain was about to unfold, and that the chapter of safeguarding the spiritual veins across the Lingyuan realm would inscribe a new page in this escapade. Chapter 116. Initial encounter in the Lingxi domain with the water puppets. The core of the water veins reveals new paths. 3 days of preparation passed in the blink of an eye. The morning mist over the spatial spiritual vein island had yet to dissipate. Yet the group had already gathered by the domain gate. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's storage bags brimmed with water vein purification pills, their hues shimmering with a soft azure light, capable of resisting the corrosive influence of the water vein's malevolence. Sun Xiaojian had improved the anti-water vein array flags, their surfaces woven with protective patterns, enveloped in a faint green spiritual glow with delicate layers of water membrane. The portable grill of the ice bear demon bore dried meat from the spiritual vein, and he carried a newly sharpened spiritual vein blade at his waist, clearly eager for the Lingxi domain's spiritual source fish. In Lin Feng's palm, the Pangu crystal core radiated a golden-purple light in resonance with the domain gate. Prepare to stabilize the passage at any moment. The domain gate is nearly stabilized. Once we enter, do not wander aimlessly. The spiritual energy of the water veins in the Lingxi domain is potent, and there may be underwater puppets lurking. Sun Xiaojian activated the array flag first, and the emerald light wove a protective net around the domain gate. My array can detect movements underwater up to 50 steps ahead, should there be puppets. We will receive an early warning. Lin Feng nodded, pressing the Pangu crystal core against the domain gate, the golden-purple light spreading through the passage. Qingyue, Lin Xiaowan, you take the center, using the dual origin purity to guard the sides. I spare you guard the rear. Remain vigilant of the water flow behind us. Sun Xiaojian, follow me at the front to scout the way. If anything arises, set up the formation immediately. One by one, they stepped through the domain gate, and the scene before them shifted instantaneously. No longer was there the pale blue mist of the misty sea, but rather a crystal-clear secret realm of the Lingxi. Beneath their feet lay a shallow beach where the underlying spiritual vein stones were visible, the water shimmering with a light azure hue, and on the surface floated the water vein spiritual leaves, which could automatically purify impurities. In the distance stood the continuous water pavilions, constructed of semi-transparent crystal, beneath which the silvery white Lingxi fish swam, their bodies aglow with the light of the spiritual veins, precisely the spiritual source fish that the ice bear demon had longed for. These fish looked so tender. They must be delicious when grilled. The ice bear demon squatted at the edge of the shallows, reaching out to catch a fish, but was stopped by Su Qingwei. Do not move recklessly. There are fluctuations of spiritual energy beneath the water. There may be puppets. No sooner had she spoken than the waters of the shallows surged violently. Dozens of green glowing water vein spiritual grasses erupted from the depths, their leaves entwined with transparent crystals, forming 10 water vein guardian puppets. The lower halves of these puppets were composed of water grasses, while their upper halves were crystalline, their arms capable of transforming into water blades, and the water vein crystal core at their chests shimmered with a dark blue light. As they took form, they manipulated the water flow, surging towards the group. Indeed, there are puppets. These iron clumps are powered by the force of the water veins and are vulnerable to ice and purification. Sun Xiaojian swiftly inserted the anti-water vein array flag into the shallows, the emerald glow spreading along the water flow to intercept part of the oncoming torrent. I can entangle them for 5 breaths. Ice bear, freeze the water flow immediately. The ice bear demon immediately consumed 4,000 points of anger value to activate the water binding version of the spiritual vein ice calamity. The dual-colored spiritual light of the warhammer struck the water surface, and ice patterns spread along the water flow, instantly freezing the area around the puppets. The water grasses became fixed in the ice layer, and the water blades lost their momentum. Let us see how you control the water flow now. Lin Feng, quickly shatter the core. Ding! Consuming 4,000 points of rage, the effect of ice binding water has been unlocked. It can freeze the mobility of the water vein puppets. The current accumulated rage value is 157,000. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan unleashed the twin origin purification, a soft blue wave cascading like fine rain upon the puppets. As the crystal body came into contact with the purifying light, the water vein patterns began to fade, and the dark blue glow of the water vein core dimmed. The core was exposed. Lin Feng, the crystal core of the puppet, lies within its chest. It can be penetrated with a spatial core-breaking blade. Lin Feng leaped into the air. The spatial core-breaking blade of the flame dragon armor enveloped in the golden-purple light of the Panga crystal, striking directly at the water vein core of the first puppet. The moment the blade pierced the crystal body, the golden-purple light disintegrated the water vein energy within the core, causing the puppet's water grass body to wither instantly. And the crystal body shattered into fragments, merging into the water flow. Ding! Killed water vein guardian puppet 1. Converted rage value 10,000 from water vein spirit power. Current accumulated rage value 153,000. The second puppet broke free from the ice layer, attempting to dive underwater to escape. Sun Xiaojian immediately adjusted the formation flags, weaving a water vein lock formation with emerald spiritual light on the water surface, trapping the puppet in the shallows. Trying to flee? This formation can lock the water vein energy. You cannot dive down. The ice bear demon seized the opportunity to hammer down on the puppet's crystal body, freezing the core once more. Lin Feng swiftly delivered the finishing blow, shattering the core, and the puppet completely dissipated. The remaining puppets, sensing the impending doom, collectively manipulated the water flow to create a water vein vortex, attempting to pull everyone underwater. Lin Xiaowan promptly inserted the spirit vein staff into the shallows. The pure spirit vein pearl emitting a brilliant light, the purifying wave spreading through the center of the vortex, dismantling the rotational force of the water flow. The vortex has dissipated. Everyone, attack quickly. Do not give them a chance to regroup. Su Qingyue concentrated the twin purification light spear, piercing the cores of 2 puppets. The ice bear demon's war hammer struck relentlessly against the other 3. After freezing the cores with ice patterns, Lin Feng's core-breaking blade swiftly delivered the final blows. In less than 10 breaths, all 10 water vein puppets were vanquished, and the water flow in the shallows returned to clarity, with the Lingxi fish daring to swim back to the shore, curiously pecking at the scraps of dried meat dropped by the ice bear demon. Ding! Killed water vein guardian puppet 9. Accumulated rage value 163,000. Unlocked the passive skill water vein purification. Team adaptability to water vein environments increased by 80. After dispatching the puppets, the group made their way towards the spirit vein pavilion along shallows. Suddenly, a dark blue light flickered from beneath the water. Sun Xiaojian's spirit vein pin immediately sounded the alarm. There's a water vein core beneath the surface. The energy fluctuations are 10 times stronger than the previous water vein crystal core. It must be the central core of the Lingxi domain. Lin Feng crouched at the edge of the pavilion, the golden-purple light of the Pangu crystal piercing through the water surface, clearly revealing a basketball-sized water vein core hidden below. Surrounded by 8 crystalline columns inscribed with runes resembling those on the spatial spirit vein tower. This core can resonate with the spatial spirit vein core, potentially linking the Lingxi domain with the Lingyuan realm's water veins, enriching the water of the Lingyuan realm. The ice bear demon gazed at the bottom, suddenly brightening. Next to the core is an enormous Lingxi fish, bigger than I am. If roasted, it would surely suffice for all of us. Do not get distracted by food. Around the core lies a protective array of water veins. To activate the core, one must decipher the array's focal point, which will, in turn, awaken a puppet of the water vein lord, 3 times stronger than the previous puppet. Sun Xiaojian quickly grasped the ice bear demon. As the spiritual pulse pins swept across the water surface, the focal point resided within 8 crystalline pillars, requiring the simultaneous activation of purifying and ice powers to unlock it. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Our twin origin pure energy can purify the malevolent aura of the water veins. The ice bear's ice power can stabilize the energy of the pillars, Lin Feng will guide the resonance with the crystal core, while Sun Xiaojian sets the defenses against puppet ambushes. The division of labor mirrored their previous strategy, ensuring success in their endeavor. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal core, expending 5,000 points of rage to activate the resonance with the water veins. A golden-purple radiance spread across the water surface, resonating with the core of the water veins beneath. Prepare for action. The moment the focal point is deciphered, the Lord Puppet will emerge, so everyone must remain vigilant. This is our primary objective in the Lingxi domain. Securing the core will enable us to claim more water vein resources for the Linyuan realm. Notification: consumed 5,000 points of rage, activated water vein resonance. Core cracking efficiency at 70, current accumulated rage, 253,000, 500, 024, 8,000. Simultaneously, Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan infuse their soft blue light into the two nearest crystalline pillars as purifying waves spread along the pillars, dispelling the malevolent aura within. The Ice Bear Demon's Warhammer struck the other two pillars, stabilizing the energy fluctuations with ice patterns. Sun Xiaojian planted the array flags at the four corners of the water pavilion, enveloping the entire shallows in the protective array's spiritual glow. While Lin Feng focused intently on the water vein core below, waiting for the precise moment when the focal point would be fully deciphered. As the last crystalline pillar was activated, the water vein core beneath erupted with a blinding dark blue light, and all 8 pillars simultaneously unleashed torrents of water, forming a colossal water curtain. Within this curtain, a puppet of the water vein lord, composed of a solid crystalline structure and gigantic aquatic plants, began to rise slowly, wielding a water vein war spear capable of summoning monstrous waves. The lordly crystal core upon its chest radiated a blue light even more potent than that of the core itself. The first battle for the core's protection in the Lingxi domain officially commenced amidst the shimmering waves of the spiritual pulse water pavilion. Chapter 117. The Lord Puppet's Core Devouring Evolution. Pangu's explosive state to break the malevolent force and stabilize the stream as the water vein Lord Puppet emerged from the water curtain. It fiercely plunged the war spear into the depths below. The water vein power of the Lingxi domain surged toward it like a tempest, causing the entire crystalline body to emit a dazzling dark blue light, its stature expanding from 3 to 5 zhang. The spear's blade was entwined with a vortex of malevolent water capable of tearing through spiritual veins, while the lordly crystal core on its chest cracked open, oozing a purple mist derived from the dark spiritual veins. This puppet could devour the water vein power to evolve. It harbored the malevolent aura of the dark spiritual veins. Sun Xiaojian's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he intended to reinforce the array flags, the puppet's war spear swung, and the vortex of malevolent water crashed towards the water pavilion. The emerald protective array shattered like paper. 3 array flags were instantly severed, and Sun Xiaojian was hurled by the shockwave, spitting blood onto the spiritual vein stone. My array cannot withstand this. Its malevolent aura can corrode the spiritual vein power. Su Qingyue immediately activated her twin purification shield, a pale blue dome blocking the subsequent water arrows, only to be pierced by the puppet's war spear, creating a gaping hole. The sinister energy seeped through the crack, staining her arm a delicate purple, disrupting her spiritual force. The malevolent energy can parasitize. Lin Xiaowan, do not engage with its attacks. Just as Lin Xiaowan intended to offer support, the puppet suddenly swung its war spear. A whirlpool of water and malevolence spiraling towards the shallow stream where the spirit fish resided. Dozens of silver-white spirit fish were instantly enveloped by the sinister energy, transforming into dark, purple, malevolent energy fish puppets, redirecting towards the group. The Ice Bear Demon swung its hammer, sending several fish flying, only to discover that the malevolent fish reassembled despite being shattered, the sinister energy even beginning to corrode the icy patterns on its hammer. This cursed fish can indeed reform. Lin Feng, if we do not devise a plan quickly, we shall be ensnared by the malevolent energy. Lin Feng focused on the puppet's chest, where a purple mist seeped from the crystal core. The Pangu crystal core suddenly began to heat intensely. His spatial detection skill penetrated the puppet's form, revealing a fragment of a dark spiritual vein embedded within the core. It is the fragment of the dark spiritual vein sustaining it. This puppet is not native to the Lingxi domain. It is a malevolent energy puppet modified by the dark spiritual vein. Before he could finish, the puppet abruptly pointed its war spear towards the water vein core, forcibly extracting the water vein's power, causing its body to swell to a towering 7 zhang. The purple mist from the crystal core coalesced into a malevolent water dragon, charging towards Lin Feng. Outsiders shall become my malevolent nourishment. Want to move, Lin Feng? First, you must walk over my corpse. The ice bear demon clenched its war hammer tightly, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes. It suddenly pulled out all the spiritual vein jerky from its waist and stuffed it into its mouth, consuming 10,000 points of anger value. The spiritual force of a late-stage spirit source realm erupted violently, wrapping its body in icy patterns infused with golden purple light, forcibly breaking through the pinnacle barrier of the spirit source realm. The peak of the spiritual vein ice malevolence erupted. Ding! The ice bear demon consumed 10,000 points of anger value, breaking through to the pinnacle of the spirit source realm, unlocking the ice malevolence domain passive ability, freezing all malevolent energy within a 10 zhang radius. Current accumulated anger value, 248,000, 100, 23, 800. The pinnacle of spiritual power transformed into an expansive ice domain. The malevolent water dragon, upon entry, was instantly frozen into a sculpture. The ice bear demon leaped, its war hammer, imbued with the ice domain, struck down upon the puppet's war spear. With a thunderous clang, the puppet was actually forced to retreat 3 steps, cracks appearing along the spear's blade, the icy chill of the domain seeping into its crystalline body, partially freezing the transmission of the water vein's power. Lin Feng, I can hold for 10 breaths. Quickly find an opportunity to shatter the core. The ice bear demon gritted its teeth, enduring as the ice domain began to corrode from the malevolent energy, the delicate purple creeping up to its shoulder. If I wait any longer, I shall become a malevolent ice sculpture. Seeing this, Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan immediately channeled all their spiritual power into the pure Yin spiritual vein pearl. A pale blue light intertwined with the light of origin, forming the twin malevolence purification array, which descended from above, enveloping the lower half of the puppet, purifying the malevolent energy on the spot, and causing the dark patterns on the crystal surface to recede. Lin Feng, we can temporarily restrain its lower half. The fragment is located at the left side of the crystal core, 3 fingers in. Only the purifying power of the Pangu core can shatter it. Lin Feng did not hesitate, his palm cradling the Pangu crystal core that shimmered with a golden purple hue. He abruptly infused all 238,000 points of his fury into the core, which split open, releasing ancient spiritual vein runes that coalesced around him into a complete set of Pangu's purifying armor. The space-breaking core blade evolved into the dual slayer blade, capable of simultaneously cleaving water demons and dark spirits. Ding! All fury consumed, activating Pangu core's purifying explosion state. Damage to demonic energy targets, 300, can absorb demonic energy and transform it into spiritual vein power. Current accumulated fury, 0, pending conversion. Shatter. Lin Feng leapt atop the puppet's head, the dual slayer blade radiating golden purple light, piercing the left side of the dark spirit vein fragment. The moment the blade made contact with the crystal core, the purifying force erupted like a tsunami, causing the dark spirit vein fragment to emit a bone-chilling shriek as the puppet's crystalline structure began to disintegrate, the demonic energy being voraciously absorbed by the blade. The puppet wildly swung its war hammer towards Lin Feng, yet its wrist was firmly frozen in place by the ice bear demon. The ice bear demon bit down on the demonic energy at its mouth's corner, directing the war hammer towards the puppet's knee. Lin Feng, hurry! I can't hold on much longer. Finally, the dual slayer blade penetrated the fragment, causing the puppet's crystal core to explode, its 5 zhang tall body collapsing like an avalanche. The demonic energy was absorbed by the Pangu crystal core and transformed into a faint golden spiritual vein power. Even the reformed demonic energy fish dissipated into particles of light. The ice bear demon, exhausted, knelt on the ground, the demonic energy on its shoulder swept away by the core's light, leaving only the peak realm's spiritual power boiling within. Damn, this puppet is even more ruthless than the dark spirit vein demon master. Ding! Killed the dark spirit modified water vein lord puppet, demonic energy level. Absorb demonic energy converted into 50,000 fury. Current accumulated fury. 50,000. Ice Bear Demon stabilizes at peak spiritual source realm. Team unlocks the purifying water vein passive. Before anyone had a chance to catch their breath, the water vein core beneath the surface suddenly emanated a dark purple light. The previously drained water vein power was now flowing back, yet at the core's center, a half fragment of the dark spirit vein slowly floated upwards, the surrounding water vein power beginning to turn a pale purple, causing even the spiritual creek fish to shy away. The core still harbored dark spirit vein fragments. Lin Xiaowan's spiritual vein staff trembled violently, the pure spiritual vein pearl glowing with a warning red light. This fragment was more intact than the one within the puppet. Should it contaminate the entire spiritual creek's water veins, it would flow back into the spiritual source realm through the domain gate. Sun Xiaojian struggled to rise, pulling out the last 3 demonic energy locking array flags and inserting them into the water's depths. My array can temporarily lock the fragment's demonic energy, but it won't hold for half an hour. Lin Feng, you must purify the fragment with the Panga core, but if you forcibly extract it, it will detonate the water vein. Lin Feng approached the edge of the water pavilion, gazing at the purplish water vein core. Suddenly reminded of the scene when the dark spirit vein demon master was purified, he tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal core, consuming 20,000 points of fury to activate the crystal core's water vein purification as golden purple light threaded through the water into the core. Engaging in a struggle against the fragment's demonic energy, Qingyue, Lin Xiaowan, stabilized the core's energy with the dual origin purification. Ice Bear. Freeze the surrounding water flow with your ice domain. Do not let the demonic energy spread. Sun Xiaojian. Hold the array flags for 5 more breaths. Ding. Consume 20,000 points of fury, activating water vein purification. The efficiency of fragment purification reached a remarkable 100. The current accumulated anger value stood at a staggering 50,000,000,300,000. A fierce collision of pale golden and dark purple light occurred within the core, gradually stripping away the malevolent aura of the fragments, allowing the water vein's power to restore its clarity. As the last wisp of purple mist was purified, the fragments transformed into light particles, merging into the Pangu crystal core, which once again emanated a pure, soft blue light, restoring the sweetness of the waters in the Lingxi domain. However, at that moment, a violent spatial tremor surged from the direction of the domain gate. Sun Xiaojian's spiritual pulse pen emitted an urgent alert. There were surges of malevolent energy from the Lingyuan realm. It seemed as if the seal of the dark spiritual vein in the Haishi mountain range had been broken. Lin Feng abruptly turned, sensing the resonance between the Pangu crystal core and the Lingyuan realm disrupted in an instant. He could distinctly perceive the familiar malevolent aura emanating from the Haishi mountain range, more intense than that of the dark spiritual vein's malevolent master, accompanied by the thunderous roar of mechanical operations. Someone was unsealing the spiritual source realm. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy, gripping the Pangu crystal core until his knuckles turned white. We must return immediately. If the dark spiritual vein spreads further, all our previous efforts will have been in vain. The Ice Bear demon hoisted the still warm portable grill, the peak spiritual energy of the Lingyuan realm restoring his strength in an instant. Damn it. Just as we resolve the troubles here, more chaos brews over there. When I return, I will freeze the one who unsealed the barrier into an ice pop. With no time to rest, everyone dashed toward the domain gate. The spiritual vein waters of the Lingxi domain faded into the distance. Yet each individual understood that a far more perilous counterattack from the dark spiritual vein awaited them in the Haishi mountain range for a decisive battle. Chapter 118. Multiple lines in Lingyuan under attack by malevolent forces. Dual lines breaking the cycle of evil. The spatial ripples of the domain gate had yet to dissipate when the malevolent energy of the Lingyuan realm surged through the crevice. As Lin Feng stepped out of the domain gate, he beheld the distant spiritual vein plains enveloped in a faint purple malevolence. From the direction of the Qingyun sect, the urgent explosion of communication talismans echoed. Fragments of talisman paper mingled with the charred remains of spiritual vein grass, indicating a dire situation. The spiritual vein valley of the Qingyun sect was besieged by malevolent energy puppets. All the spiritual seedlings in the cultivation area of the Qingyun sect were tainted by malevolent energy. Sun Shaojian retrieved his spiritual pulse pen, and the screen displayed numerous red alerts. Aside from the Haishi mountain range, half of the spiritual vein nodes in the Lingyuan realm had come under attack. Remnants of the Xiansha sect. They possessed dark spiritual vein detonators, capable of simultaneously igniting the residual malevolence at multiple sealed points. As soon as he finished speaking, the ice bear demon's spiritual steed suddenly neighed and charged towards them, its back spiritual vein bag stained dark purple with malevolent energy. The spiritual vein jerky inside reduced to powder. Master Zhang's barbecue stall has been overturned by the puppets. The disciples in the spiritual vein valley are still fighting against the puppets. If we delay any longer, there will be nothing left. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal core, the golden and purple light pulsating violently in his palm. A spatial scan swept across the entire realm, revealing that at the ceiling point of the Haishi mountain range, several Xiansha sect cultivators surrounded a dark spiritual vein activation core, using the spiritual energy of living disciples to activate it. The purple mist emanating from the core had already spread for hundreds of miles. Split into two routes. Qinghua, Lin Shaowan, follow me to the Haishi mountain range to destroy the core. Ice Bear, Sun Shaojian, go to the Qingyun sect to rescue the disciples. Use the Pangu crystal core's spiritual imprint to maintain contact for support at any moment. He plucked a wisp of the Pangu crystal core's spirit light and bestowed it upon the ice bear demon, explaining that this light could temporarily purify malevolent energy. In the face of insurmountable malevolent puppets, shattering, it would summon him swiftly. Ding! Detected a malevolent energy crisis across the realm, consuming 10,000 points of fury to activate Panga's spirit light for domain-wide purification. The spirit imprint can cover a 100-mile radius. Current accumulated fury, 300,000,100,000,20,000. The ice bear demon gripped the spirit light tightly, hoisting a war hammer as he leapt onto the spirit steed. Rest assured, I shall encase all the puppets in ice sculptures, awaiting your return for roasting. Sun Shaojian followed closely behind, the anti-malevolence banners from his array pouch already prepared. The spirit pulse pen swirled in his palm. We will first establish a domain-wide sealing array to prevent the malevolent energy from spreading to the spirit pulse planes. The two teams set off in separate directions, with Lin Feng leading Su Qinghua and Lin Shaowan directly toward the Blackstone Mountains. Along the way, the spirit pulse stones were tainted black with malevolent energy, and the corpses of spirit source beasts lay scattered across the ground. Occasionally, stray malevolent puppets pursued fleeing villagers. Lin Feng wielded the twin malevolent breaking blades, and as their light swept through, the puppets disintegrated on the spot, their malevolent energy absorbed and transformed into fury by the crystal core. Ahead lay the sealing sight. Suddenly, Lin Shaowan's spirit pulse staff quaked violently, the pure spirit pulse pearl emanating a blinding red glow. The sealing stone had been blasted open, revealing a gaping hole. A dozen practitioners from the dark malevolence sect, clad in dark purple robes, were binding dozens of disciples from the Qingyun sect with chains, draining their spirit pulse power into the core, which now formed a towering column of purple mist that even stained the sky a pale violet. Release them. Lin Feng leapt into the air, the twin malevolent breaking blades slashing toward the nearest practitioner by the core. The blade light, imbued with purifying power, instantly cleansed the practitioner's robe, their body dissipating into black smoke. Seizing the opportunity, the bound disciples broke free from their chains and rushed toward Lin Feng. The leading practitioner of the dark malevolence sect suddenly turned, donning a bronze mask and wielding a malevolent staff embedded with fragments of dark spirit pulse. Lin Feng, I didn't expect your return to be so swift, but it matters not. The core is about to awaken the main dark spirit pulse. Soon, the entire spirit source realm will be engulfed by malevolent energy, and you guardians will merely serve as sustenance. He waved the malevolent staff. and the core's purple mist coalesced into 10 malevolent lord puppets, each surpassing the water pulse lord of Lingxi domain and strength. Their bodies shrouded in corrosive black-purple malevolent flames, charging towards everyone. Qingyue, Shaoan, shield the disciples with the twin-birth malevolent purification array. I will destroy the core. Lin Feng activated the malevolent energy absorption effect of the Pangu core, its crystal glowing with golden-purple light as it began to voraciously absorb the surrounding purple mist. These puppets were powered by the core. Destroying it would cause them to collapse. Ding! Consuming 8,000 points of fury to activate Pangu's malevolent energy devour, absorbing 1,000 points of malevolent energy per second. Current accumulated fury, 2,000,8,000,1,2000. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaoan immediately initiated the twin-birth malevolent purification array, a pale blue shield enveloping the disciples within. The origin patterns on the shield continuously purified the encroaching malevolent flames, while Lin Shaoan's spirit pulse staff released purifying threads, ensnaring the puppet's limbs to buy time for Lin Feng. Upon witnessing this, the bronze-masked monk abruptly thrust his sinister energy staff into his own chest, actively absorbing the core's sinister energy. His physique surged to an imposing 3 zhong, skin splitting to reveal purple-hued bones beneath. You wish to destroy the core? You must first pass through me. I am the chosen vessel of the dark spirit vein master. He swung his claw towards Lin Feng, his nails imbued with sinister energy capable of penetrating the spiritual pulse shield. Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, unleashing the twin sinister blade towards the monk's arm. Although the blade struck true, it was thwarted by the sinister energy, leaving only shallow marks and inadvertently allowing the monk to absorb the purifying energy from the strike. His wound healing instantaneously. This creature can absorb purifying energy. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the method to purify the shards of the dark spirit vein from the Lingxi domain. He channeled all 12,000 points of his rage into the twin sinister blade, which emanated a golden-purple radiance. No longer merely a weapon for slashing, it transformed the purifying energy into a cage, ensnaring the bronze-masked monk. Qingyue, Lin Shaoan, infuse your pure energy into his sinister energy staff. The shard of the dark spirit vein within it is his weakness. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaoan promptly conjured pure energy spears, simultaneously thrusting them toward the monk's staff. The energy spears penetrated the staff, striking the shard of the dark spirit vein within. The shard exploded on impact, eliciting a piercing scream from the monk as his body began to disintegrate. Sinister energy spilling forth through the fissures, ravenously absorbed by the Pangu crystal core. No, the master of the dark spirit vein will avenge me. The monk's form dissipated entirely, causing the core to lose its energy supply. The purple mist beginning to recede, with 10 sinister energy puppet lords disintegrating in kind. Ding! Slain the sinister energy vessel of the Xiansha sect, destroyed the core of the dark spirit vein, absorbed sinister energy, converting to 30,000 rage points. Current cumulative rage points, 30,000. Simultaneously, the Ice Bear Demon of the Qingyun sect's Spiritual Pulse Valley and Sun Shaojian were engaged in their final battle. The Ice Bear Demon's ice sinister domain enveloped the entire valley, freezing hundreds of sinister energy puppets, while Sun Shaojian's all-region sinister locking array trapped the residual sinister energy outside the valley. Master Zhang wielded the spiritual pulse blade, assisting his disciples in clearing the remaining puppets. The grill askew, yet still emitting wisps of green smoke. Lin Feng, we have handled things here. Though the grill was flattened by a puppet, we need Master Zhang to forge a new one. The Ice Bear Demon's message carried the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat, evidently having seized the chaos to roast some spiritual source beast meat. Just as Lin Feng prepared to respond, the Pangu crystal core suddenly radiated intense heat. A spatial scan of the spiritual pulse central tower revealed, to his alarm, a dark purple phantom had appeared beside the Pangu spiritual pulse core at the tower's apex, corroding the core with sinister energy, leaving a mark that resonated with the dark spirit vein master. This is bad. The core of the central tower is under threat. Lin Feng's expression shifted drastically. Su Qingyue, Lin Shaoan, to the central tower, quickly. Ice Bear, Sun Shaojian, converge at the central tower immediately. This enemy is far more terrifying than the remnants of the Xiansha sect. At the pinnacle of the spiritual pulse central tower, the dark purple phantom sensed Lin Feng's presence and slowly turned. Lacking a corporeal form, it emanated tenfold the sinister energy of the dark spirit vein master. Its eyes glowing a bloody red. Lin Feng, I have finally awaited your arrival. I am but a fragment of the dark spirit pulse master's soul, here to reclaim my rightful Pangu core. A battle for the ultimate essence of the spirit source realm has silently commenced atop the central tower. Chapter 119. The fragmented soul taints the core and summons the evil guardian. Pangu's final form slays the shadow at the pinnacle of the central tower. The Pangu spirit pulse core has become ensnared within a dark purple cocoon of malevolent energy. The fragment of the dark spirit pulse master hovers beside the core, its ethereal form continuously exhaling the sinister energy. With each breath, the golden-purple radiance enveloping the core diminishes, and the spirit patterns at the tower's base begin to shift in hue from pale blue to dark purple, while wisps of ominous mist rise from the spirit pulse valley below. It is too late. The voice of the fragment carries a chilling resonance as its phantom gestures, causing 10 tendrils of malevolent energy to erupt from the core, coalescing into 10 dark spirit pulse guardian puppets. These puppets are even more fearsome than the previous lordly constructs. Their bodies forged from dark spirit metals and tainted bones, wielding sinister energy bone blades that shimmer with a blood-like black-purple glow. As they touch the ground, they advance menacingly toward Lin Feng and his companions. The core has been corrupted. I can scarcely sense my Pangu's spirit. Su Qingwei unfurls her dual purification shield, only to find the pale blue light consumed upon contact with the malevolent mist, the dark marks on her arm intensifying. The malevolent energy has grown stronger. The fragment is drawing strength from the core to nourish itself. Lin Shaowan's spirit pulse staff trembles violently, the light of the pure Yin spirit pulse pearl dimming. I cannot maintain the purification. If this continues, the core will be entirely tainted into a dark spirit pulse core, and the spirit pulses of the entire realm will be inverted. Just as Lin Feng intends to charge forth, the fragment suddenly unleashes a chain of malevolent energy, ensnaring his ankle. The energy surges into his mech, causing the black gold plates of the flame dragon Xianzun armor to begin rusting, while the gold and purple glow of the Pangu crystal flickers erratically. Your Pangu crystal has always been a part of me, the dark spirit pulse master. Now, it is time to return it to me. At that moment, a thunderous battle hammer reverberates from below the tower. The ice bear demon, riding a spirit steed, leaps into action, enveloped in the pale blue light of the spirit pulse ice malevolence realm. With a mighty swing, it sends 2 dark spirit pulse guardian puppets flying, the ice patterns spreading across their forms, even freezing the fragments of the dark spirit pulse within their cores. Lin Feng, I have arrived. If this wretched shadow dares to harm you, it must first contend with my hammer. Ding! The ice bear demon has broken through to the spirit pulse ice malevolence realm, consuming 15,000 rage points to unlock ice malevolence domain, freezing all malevolent energy within a 10-zhang radius. Current accumulated rage points, 30,000, team shared. Sun Shaojian follows closely behind, producing the newly improved Pangu resonance banner and planting it atop the tower. Verdant spirit light envelopes the Pangu fragment, weaving a golden-green web of light around the group, not only blocking the malevolent mist, but also converting the absorbed malevolent energy into spirit pulse strength. This formation can resonate with the residual light of the core. Qingwei, Lin Shaowan, hurry and channel your purifying power into the formation. It can be doubled. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan promptly channeled pure Yin energy into the formation net. A delicate azure light intertwined with golden-green radiance, transforming into a wave of dual-born Pangu purity that swept over the ensnared Lin Feng, instantly purging the malevolent energy from his being, causing even the rust on his mech to dissipate. Lin Feng sustained the formation for 5 breaths. Quickly connect the crystal core to the core and sever the supply of the split soul. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng pressed the Pangu crystal core against the core's purple cocoon. The clash of golden purple light and dark purple malevolence was fierce, and suddenly, the voice of the ancient spiritual pulse guardian echoed from within the core. Guardian, harness the power of the entire realm's spiritual veins. Activate the final state of Pangu. The entire realm's spiritual power? Lin Feng recalled the water vein core of the Lingxi domain, the nexus of the spatial spiritual pulse tower, and the spiritual pulse nodes of various sections. He bit his fingertip, letting blood drop onto the crystal core, expending all 15,000 points of fury and shouting. All spiritual veins of the Lingyuan realm, heed my call. Resonance. Ding. Consumed 15,000 points of fury. Activated the Pangu final state resonance across the realm. The spiritual power of the entire realm converges. Current accumulated fury 50,000. The realm's spiritual pulse reciprocation. 50,000. In an instant, the spiritual grass of the spiritual pulse plane shimmered with golden light. The spiritual stones of the Blackstone Mountains emitted a blue glow, and the water vein core of the Lingxi domain shone with purple light. The spiritual power of the entire realm surged towards the central tower, as the Pangu crystal core erupted with blinding brilliance. The Yanlong Xianzun armor evolved into the Pangu Malevolence Purging Armor, and the dual Malevolence Breaking Blade transformed into a Pangu Malevolence Cleaving Blade, its body etched with ancient spiritual pulse runes capable of directly shattering the essence of malevolence. Impossible. How can you summon the power of the entire realm's spiritual veins? The shadow of the split soul began to distort, and the core's purple cocoon was torn apart by the golden light. The crystal core of the dark spiritual pulse guardian puppet began to crumble as well. I will not lose. The true body of the dark spiritual pulse master will arrive soon. You shall all perish. The split soul frantically absorbed the remaining malevolent energy, its shadow swelling to 10 zhong, transforming into a dark spiritual malevolent shadow, reaching for the Pangu core. Lin Feng leaped into the air, the Pangu Malevolence Cleaving Blade, imbued with the spiritual power of the entire realm, descended. I know not whether your true body will arrive, but today you must die. In a moment the blade's light swept across, the malevolent shadow was cleaved in two, and the dark spiritual power scattered like shattered glass, absorbed instantly by the crystal core. Amid the anguished cries of the split soul, the core's purple cocoon completely vanished, and golden purple light recovered the central tower, while the spiritual vein patterns on the tower's base returned to a soft azure, and the malevolent fog in the spiritual vein valley below retreated entirely. Ding! Killed the split soul of the dark spiritual pulse master, purified the Pangu spiritual pulse core, gained 80,000 fury points, current accumulated fury 500,008,000, 300,000. Unlocked the passive Pangu domain protection, spiritual pulse resistance to malevolence 100. Lin Feng landed atop the tower, just as he was about to catch his breath, when the Pangu crystal core suddenly projected a dark purple image, the true body of the dark spiritual pulse master. It was trapped in the malevolent energy abyss beyond the Lingyuan realm, enveloped in a fog capable of devouring stars, its voice carrying a scent of destruction. Lin Feng, you have destroyed my split soul. I shall surely slaughter your Lingyuan realm. In 3 days, the malevolent energy abyss shall open, and I will personally retrieve the Pangu core. As the image dissipated, a dark energy abyss stone was left beside the core, inscribed with the location of the abyss. Precisely at the southernmost part of the spirit source realm, the broken spirit cliff. There, the spiritual veins had long since been severed, making it the most vulnerable place in the entire realm. 3 days later, the Ice Bear Demon gripped its warhammer, the spiritual energy from the Ice Frost realm boiling within its body. Perfect. I have yet to test my newfound power after breaking through. When that old creature arrives, I shall freeze its dark energy with ice frost, and you can strike it down. Sun Shaojian pulled out the spiritual vein pin and began to draw formations upon the stone. I can set up the Panga locking formation at the broken spirit cliff, utilizing the power of the entire realm's spiritual veins to seal the entrance to the abyss. However, I will require 3 days for preparation, and we must have representatives from each sect to guard the formation's eye. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances and nodded in unison. We shall send messages to all sects, urging them to prepare purification pills and anti-dark energy equipment in advance. This time, we shall completely seal off the path of the Dark Spirit Vein Master. Lin Feng took hold of the dark energy abyss stone. The golden and purple light of the crystal core sweeping across its surface, leaving behind protective patterns. 3 days hence, at the broken spirit cliff. This time, it shall not be the slaughter of the spirit's source realm by it, but rather our eradication of its dark energy abyss. Under the setting sun, the golden and purple light of the central tower intertwined with the light of the realm's spiritual veins, forming a protective barrier over the spirit source realm. Everyone understood that the broken spirit cliff 3 days later would be the ultimate battle between the spirit source realm and the dark spirit vein master. Yet this time, they would not be passively defending, but actively engaging, utilizing the power of the Pangu core to bring a definitive end to this ancient calamity of dark energy. Chapter 120. The final battle at the broken spirit cliff against the dark energy master. Securing the spirit source across the Pangu domain, the winds at the broken spirit cliff were laden with a piercing dark intent, gathering the full strength of the spirit source realm at its edge. Disciples of the Qingyun sect held their spiritual vein swords, forming a shield formation, while cultivators of the Qi sect hoisted their spiritual vein cannons, aiming at the dark energy abyss below. Disciples of the Bai Shui sect infused the formation I with spiritual vein water, and even Master Zhang was pushing a reinforced grill to guard the formation's rear. The spirit source beast meat glistening with golden light, providing the only warmth on the battlefield. Lin Feng stood at the cliff's edge, the Pangu crystal core hovering in his palm, resonating with the golden and purple light and the power of the entire realm's spiritual veins. Even the long-silenced spiritual vein stones beneath the broken spirit cliff began to emit a faint glow once more. The ice bear demon stood to his left, its war hammer poised, with the pale blue light of the ice frost realm coalescing into tangible ice patterns around its form. Sun Xiaojian, Su Qingwei, and Lin Xiaowan positioned themselves on either side, their formation flags, purification staffs, and spiritual vein pins all primed for action. They have come. Suddenly, Sun Xiaojian's spiritual vein pin erupted with a blinding red light. Below the cliff, the dark energy abyss churned into a swirling black vortex, for which a colossal shadow emerged. Obscuring the sun, it was the true form of the dark spirit vein master, composed entirely of solidified dark energy. Its towering Tinjiang frame was embedded with countless shards of the dark spirit vein, wielding the dual sickles of the dark master capable of tearing through spiritual veins. The dark mist enveloping it could even distort sunlight, plunging the broken spirit cliff into instant darkness. Lin Feng, you have destroyed my soul fragment and tainted my dark spirit vein. Today, I shall transform the spirit source realm into a hell of dark energy. The voice of the dark spirit vein master reverberated, causing the spiritual vein stones at the cliff's edge to shatter. From the dark mist emerged over 100 puppets of the dark energy hell, each bearing black and purple flames capable of corroding the very roots of the spiritual veins. Charging towards the array of cultivators. You wish to harm us? You must first pass through me. The ice bear demon surged forth, expending 20,000 points of fury to activate the ice prison of the spiritual veins. The war hammer struck the ground, causing the icy domain to instantly extend from the cliff's edge to the abyss, freezing the bodies of the frontline puppets. Within the ice patterns lay the divine light of Pangu's essence, encapsulating even the shards of dark spiritual veins within the puppets, transforming them into frozen fragments. In this icy realm, even the malevolent energy could be turned into icicles. Ding! The ice bear demon consumed 20,000 points of fury, unlocking the ice prison domain, freezing all manifestations of malevolent energy. Current accumulated fury, 130,000, team shared, 20,000,011,0000. Sun Xiaojian promptly planted the Pangu resonance flag into the icy realm, intertwining emerald light with the ice patterns to form the ice spirit locking array. The array shimmered with golden and violet hues, not only ensnaring the remaining puppets, but also converting their malevolent energy into spiritual power to nourish the frontline cultivators. The array will hold for 10 breaths. Lin Feng, swiftly attack the core of the malevolent entity. Its heart lies within the black-purple, malevolent fire in its chest. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan leaped simultaneously, channeling all their spiritual power into the pure, spiritual vein pearl. The pale blue light fused with the source light to form the dual Pangu purifying spear, enveloped in the spiritual power of the entire realm, piercing directly towards the chest of the dark spiritual vein master. We will hold it back for you. Quickly use the purifying power of the Pangu core. In the instant the spear struck, the dark spiritual vein master suddenly laughed. The malevolent fire surging forth to devour the purifying force of the spear, violently knocking Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan away. Is this the extent of your purifying power? How dare you display your skills before me? It swung its dual sickles, unleashing two black-purple blades of malevolence, charging towards the two downed figures. How dare they harm them? Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he pressed the Pangu crystal core to his forehead, expending 50,000 points of fury to activate the Pangu true body of purifying malevolence. Golden and purple light erupted from within him as the flame dragon Xuanzhen armor evolved into the Pangu battle armor, enveloping his entire form. And the Pangu malevolence, cleaving blade, surged to a length of 5 zhong, its runes ablaze, capable of directly shattering the source of malevolence. Today, I shall demonstrate who reigns supreme in the realm of spiritual origins. Ding! Consumed 50,000 points of fury, activating the Pangu true body of purifying malevolence, dealing 500 damage to the dark spiritual vein master. Current accumulated fury, 110,000, 500, 006, 0000. Lin Feng leapt into the air, the cleaving blade radiating golden and purple light as it struck towards the Dark Master's dual sickles. With a resounding clang, the blade shattered upon impact, and the sickles cracked, causing the dark spiritual vein master to stagger back 3 steps, the malevolent fire in its chest flickering violently. Impossible! How can your strength be so formidable? Because I possess the protection of the entire realm of spiritual origins. Lin Feng twisted his wrist, bringing the cleaving blade down upon the malevolent core within the master's chest. As the blade made contact with the malevolent fire, golden and purple light erupted, beginning to purify the essence of the dark spiritual veins within the core. The dark spiritual vein master thrashed wildly, flinging the chains of malevolence to ensnare Lin Feng's waist, attempting to drag him into the abyss. Even in death, I shall take you with me. Do you think you can drag him down? Have you consulted us? The Ice Bear Demon and Sun Xiaojian surged forward simultaneously. The Ice Bear Demon encased the killing energy chain within an icy domain, while Sun Xiaojian planted the remaining array flags beneath the feet of the evil master, activating the Pangu Lock core formation. Verdant spiritual light ensnared the limbs of the evil master, rendering it immobile. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan also rose once more, their dual purification barrier enveloping the evil master's form, severing its source of malevolent energy. No, I refuse to accept this. The core of the dark spirit vein master was cleaved asunder by the killing blade, its source of dark energy absorbed by the Pangu crystal core, causing its body to begin disintegrating. The fate of the spirit source realm will not be a pleasant one. The fate of the spirit source realm is not for you to dictate. Lin Feng channeled his remaining 60,000 points of rage into the killing blade. Its aura surged dramatically, shattering the core of the evil master entirely. The body of the dark spirit vein master transformed into a swirling mist of malevolence, purified on the spot by the Pangu crystal core and the ice spirit locking formation. Even the abyss of malevolent energy began to dissipate, revealing the faint blue waters of the spiritual vein below. Ding! Defeated the dark spirit vein master, ultimate boss. Purified the remnants of the dark spirit vein throughout the realm, gaining 200,000 rage points. Current cumulative rage, 20,000,020,000. Unlocked the title of Pangu Spirit Source Sovereign. The spiritual veins of the entire realm are now permanently stabilized. As the malevolent mist dissipated, sunlight once again bathed the cliff of severed spirits. The waters of the spiritual vein below began to nourish the land, and the withered spiritual grasses sprouted anew. Cultivators from across the realm cheered as they rushed to the cliff's edge. The grand elder of the Qingyun sect approached, cradling a spiritual fruit. while disciples from the Qian sect carried spiritual wine, and those from the Bishi sect brought forth spiritual fish. Even Master Zhang pushed forward with a grill, from which wafted the tantalizing aroma of roasted spirit beasts. Lin Feng, you have triumphed. The spirit source realm is safe. Master Zhang offered a skewer of roasted meat, made from the newly sprouted spiritual grasses. Give a taste. The ice bear demon eagerly snatched a skewer, grimacing from the heat, yet exclaiming, delicious. Even more fragrant than the spirit stream fish from the Lingxi domain. From now on, we shall no longer battle puppets, but feast on roasted meat and drink wine daily. Sun Shaojian took out the spiritual vein pen and inscribed the words guardians of the spirit source realm upon the stone wall of the cliff of severed spirits. Alongside the names of Lin Feng, the ice bear demon, Su Qingyue, Lin Shaowan, and himself. This shall be the monument of the spirit source realm, so future generations may know our tale. Lin Feng held the Pangu crystal core, which emanated a gentle golden-purple light, perfectly harmonizing with the spiritual energy of the entire realm. He could sense the spirit stream fish of the Lingxi domain swimming joyfully, the spatial spiritual vein tower connecting to new spiritual domains, and the spiritual stones of the Blackstone Mountains regaining their luster. Every inch of the spirit source realm was teeming with vitality. Yet, the story was far from over. Lin Feng smiled at his companions, for the spatial spiritual vein tower linked to new spiritual realms, and many secrets of the Lingxi domain remained unexplored. Their guardianship had only just commenced. Beneath the setting sun, the jubilant cheers from the cliff of severed spirits, the aroma of roasted meat, and the gentle flow of the spiritual vein waters intertwined, creating the warmest tableau of the spirit source realm. In Lin Feng's palm, the Pangu crystal core quietly guides towards a new direction. Chapter 121. The chaotic rift brings new troubles. Pangu explores new realms. The celebration banquet in the spiritual vein valley lasted for 3 days, with the roasted flesh of spiritual source beasts being replaced time and again. The ice bear demon had a belly as round as a spiritual vein orb, but was still snatching the last skewer of chaotic spiritual stream fish. This fish was freshly caught from the spiritual stream domain, adorned with faint golden chaotic patterns. Consuming it replenished spiritual energy and was specially reserved by Master Zhang for everyone. Don't snatch. This skewer belongs to Lin Feng. Master Zhang swatted away the ice bear demon's hand, presenting the skewer to Lin Feng. You just defeated the evil master. You need to replenish your strength. Only then can you have the vigor to battle the puppets during the next expedition to the new realm. Lin Feng accepted the skewer, but at that moment, the Pangu crystal core at his fingertips suddenly emitted a delicate chaotic light. This was not the previous golden-purple hue, but rather a pale gray light that seemed to distort space. Strange runes began to appear on the surface of the crystal core, pointing towards the direction of the spatial spiritual vein tower. Something was amiss. There were disturbances at the spatial spiritual vein tower, not from evil energy, but from new spiritual vein fluctuations. Sun Shaojian had just taken out his spiritual vein pen to record the banquet menu when the pen tip began to flicker wildly. An unprecedented warning popped up on the screen. It was a chaotic spiritual vein fluctuation. A rift opened next to the domain gate of the spatial spiritual vein tower, where chaotic forces could disrupt the existing spiritual veins, potentially reversing the water veins in the spiritual stream domain. Instantly, the merriment ceased. The ice bear demon wiped its mouth, hefted its warhammer, and charged towards the spiritual steed. Trouble arises after just 3 days of rest? Perfect. I haven't had a chance to unleash my power from the ice evil realm. The chaotic puppets will make excellent targets. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan immediately began preparing purification equipment. The pure, spiritual vein pearl glowed with a pale gray light, indicating a warning. The chaotic spiritual vein was even more peculiar than the dark spiritual vein, capable of devouring ordinary spiritual energy. Only the resonance power of the Pangu core could purify it. We must prepare the twin chaotic purification in advance. 1. The chaotic rift emerges with puppets. Old powers struggle against new threats upon reaching the spatial spiritual vein tower. The rift beside the domain gate had widened to 10 zhong, with pale gray chaotic light spilling forth. The spatial runes on the tower began to warp, and even the previously stable passage to the spiritual stream domain rippled with disturbance. The spiritual grass at the edge of the rift had all turned pale gray, A mere touch would turn it into chaotic gray mist, clearly indicating it had been completely devoured. This chaotic force could consume spiritual veins. Sun Shaojian was about to set up a formation when the formation flag, upon nearing the rift, was engulfed by the gray mist, causing the verdant spiritual light to vanish instantly. My ordinary formation flag is useless. I must enhance it with fragments of the Pangu crystal core. Before he could finish speaking, 5 chaotic puppets suddenly surged forth from the rift. They were entirely composed of pale, gray chaotic stone, their bodies capable of morphing with the gray mist, and their arms could transform into chaotic blades, which exuded a sense of spatial tearing. The chaotic crystal core embedded in their chests glowed with a gray light akin to that of the rift. And as soon as they landed, they manipulated the gray mist, sweeping it towards the crowd. The Ice Bear Demon was the first to swing its hammer at the chaotic blade. The pale blue light from the ice evil realm collided with the gray mist. But to its astonishment, it was immediately consumed. The icy patterns on the warhammer began to fade. This cursed mist could devour my ice evil power. Lin Feng, think of a way quickly. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan activated the twin purification shield, a pale blue barrier that repelled the encroaching gray mist, only to be pierced by the chaos blade, leaving a gaping hole. The gray mist seeped through the fissure, causing Lin Xiaowan's spirit staff to lose its ethereal glow. Nearly slipping from her grasp, chaos energy can breach purification. Standard purification is futile. Then, with Pangu resonance, chaos was unraveled, and the team broke through the precarious situation. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the Pangu crystal core, feeling the chaotic light pulsating in his palm. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient runes lingering within the core, which were of the same origin as the chaotic spiritual veins, the Pangu chaos patterns. Consuming 30,000 anger points, he activated the Pangu core's chaos resonance. A burst of gold and gray light erupted from the crystal core, cascading along the rift, causing the gray mist to recede, transforming into pure spiritual energy when enveloped by the light. Ding! Consumed 30,000 anger points. Unlocked Pangu Chaos Purification Passive. Can devour chaos energy and convert it into personal spiritual energy. Current accumulated anger points: 200,000, 300,000, 170,000. Qinghua Shaowan. Channel the twin purification force to receive my chaos purification. Lin Feng infused the golden gray light into the two women's spirit staves, and the pale blue glow instantaneously transformed into a blend of gold and gray. Lin Xiaowan swung her staff, ensnaring a chaos puppet with strands of light. The gray mist was purified on the spot, revealing the chaos crystal core within. Effective. The crystal core is the weak point. Sun Shaojian promptly utilized the Panga shard powder to enhance the formation flag, embedding it at the edge of the rift. A gold-green spiritual light wove into a chaos lock array, immobilizing the movements of the two puppets. The chaotic, purifying energy emanating from the array even reversed the absorption of the puppet's gray mist. I can bind them for 5 breaths. Ice Bear. Quickly combine Ice Calamity with Chaos Purification. The Ice Bear's eyes lit up, consuming 20,000 anger points to activate the Spirit Vein Ice Calamity version. The pale blue light of the war hammer enveloped in the golden gray, chaotic, purifying energy struck the bound puppet. Ice patterns intertwined with the chaotic, purifying energy, instantly freezing the puppet's body, devouring the gray mist on the spot, exposing the chaos crystal core. This force is tremendous, more exhilarating than roasting spirit source beasts. Ding! Ice Bear has unlocked the effect of Chaos Ice Calamity. Deals 100 damage to chaotic targets. Current accumulated anger points: 170,000, 200,000, 150,000. Lin Feng leapt into the air, the Pangu slashing blade wrapped in golden gray light, striking directly at the last puppet's crystal core. The moment the blade made contact, the chaotic energy was purified, causing the puppet to disintegrate into gray mist, which was absorbed and converted into anger points by the crystal core. In the blink of an eye, all 5 puppets were vanquished, and the chaotic light within the rift diminished significantly. Ding! Killed 5 chaos puppets. Absorbed chaos energy converting to anger points: 50,000. current accumulated anger points. 150, 000, 500, 000, 200, 000. Having resolved the puppets, the group proceeded down the rift, discovering at the valley's bottom the remnants of an ancient mechanical structure. The remains, crafted from chaotic spiritual vein metal, radiating a golden gray light, housed a core section embedded with a fragment of a chaos core, akin to the Pengu crystal core, continually releasing chaotic energy, which had led to the rift's expansion. This machinery was the ancient hub of chaotic spiritual veins. Sun Xiaojin's spirit vein pin swept across the remains, and a display appeared, revealing its capability to stabilize chaotic spiritual veins. Now that the fragment was loosened, it had resulted in the leakage of chaotic energy. Moreover, this hub connects to the new chaos spirit vein domain. Lin Feng picked up the fragment of the chaos core. As soon as it made contact with the Pengu crystal core, it seamlessly embedded itself into the gap. The crystal core erupted with a blinding golden gray light, and ancient images appeared on the valley walls. The chaos spirit vein domain concealed the final fragment of the Pengu core, which was also the key to stabilizing the entire realm's spirit veins. However, the domain was fraught with chaotic puppets and spatial traps, presenting numerous dangers. A new domain? There is still a final fragment? The Ice Bear Demon, wielding a war hammer, was filled with excitement. Perfect. I haven't roasted spirit source beasts in the chaos domain yet. Perhaps the meat there carries a chaotic flavor, offering a more satisfying chew. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances. The pure Yin spirit vein pearl had regained its spiritual radiance, emitting a faint chaotic purifying power, though the chaotic force in the domain was perilous. We possess Pengu's chaotic purity. As long as we prepare enough chaos purification pills in advance, we can cope with it. Sun Xiaojian stowed away the spirit vein brush and placed the improved chaos lock array flag into his bag. I will create 10 more chaos detection talismans to provide early warnings for spatial traps. Once we are prepared, we shall venture into the chaos domain and retrieve the final fragment, ensuring the completeness of the Pengu core. Lin Feng tightened his grip on a now mostly whole Pengu crystal core. The golden gray light resonated with the domain gate of the spatial spirit vein tower, and the direction of the chaos spirit vein domain clearly manifested within the crystal core. He understood that this new adventure was not solely for the Pengu core, but also for the eternal stability of the spirit source realm and all spirit vein domains. 3 days later, the spatial spirit vein tower converged. Lin Feng turned to his companions. The sunset cast its glow upon the chasm, elongating their shadows. This time, we shall venture into the chaos domain, reclaim the final fragment, and ensure the guardianship of the spirit source realm remains untroubled. The Ice Bear Demon was the first to cheer and dashed back to the spirit steed, eagerly muttering about having Master Zhang prepare chaos spirit vein jerky. Sun Xiaojian squatted beside the remains, beginning to study the properties of the chaotic metal, while Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan set up a temporary chaos purification array at the edge of the chasm to prevent the chaotic force from leaking out again. Meanwhile, the Pengu crystal core in Lin Feng's palm radiated a gentle golden gray light, quietly guiding him towards the direction of the chaos spirit vein domain. An ultimate adventure concerning chaos and the Pengu core awaited them just ahead. Chapter 121. The Chaos Chasm consumes spirit veins. Pengu points to the new domain. The celebration feast in the Spirit Vein Valley was still filled with the aroma of roasted meat. Master Zhang had just placed the last skewer of chaos spirit stream fish on the grill. The faint, golden chaotic patterns shimmering on the fish's body, enticing the Ice Bear Demon to rub its hands together. This fish was a rare find, caught that morning from the spirit stream domain. It was said that a single bite could stabilize one's realm. Just as the Ice Bear Demon reached out to snatch it, Master Zhang swatted its hand away with a spirit vein spatula. No need to rush. Lin Feng had just taken a break and needed to replenish. You've already eaten 3 skewers. Master Zhang offered the sizzling fish skewer to Lin Feng, but before it could reach him, the Pengu crystal core in Lin Feng's palm suddenly radiated a delicate gray light. It was not the familiar golden purple hue, but rather a chaotic color enveloped in a sense of spatial distortion. And unfamiliar runes began to emerge on the surface of the crystal core, faintly pointing towards the direction of the spatial spirit vein tower. Something was amiss. Lin Feng rose, clutching the crystal core, as chaotic light danced at his fingertips, causing the surrounding spirit vein grass to shimmer in a pale gray hue. A new wave of spiritual energy emanated from the space spirit vein tower. Not malevolent energy, but the chaotic force capable of devouring spirit veins. Sun Xiaojian had just finished inscribing the celebratory feast menu onto the spirit vein ledger. 3 skewers of Lingxi fish, 2 pounds of Linyuan beast legs. When suddenly his pen trembled violently, and a glaring red warning flashed on the screen. It was the chaotic spirit vein fluctuation. A rift had opened beside the domain gate of the space spirit vein tower, and chaotic energy was spilling forth. Should it continue to spread, the water veins of the Lingxi domain would be rendered lifeless. As this alarming news was uttered, the previously lively celebratory feast fell into an immediate hush. The ice bear demon wiped the grease from his mouth, hefting his war hammer as he charged toward the spirit steed. Just 3 days of rest, and trouble arises? Perfect. I have pent-up strength from the ice spirit vein realm, and these chaotic puppets will serve as ideal targets for practice. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan swiftly gathered their purification equipment as the pure Yin spirit vein pearl began to emit a faint gray warning, clearly sensing the perilous chaotic force. When the group arrived at the space spirit vein tower on their spirit steeds, the rift beside the domain gate had expanded to 10 zhang wide. A pale gray chaotic mist surged from the chasm, coiling around the tower like a living entity. The once golden purple space runes began to distort, and even the previously stable Lingxi domain passage trembled violently, as though it might shatter at any moment. The spirit vein grass at the edge of the rift had turned to a lifeless gray. The ice bear demon curiously prodded it, and in an instant, the grass transformed into chaotic mist, even consuming a fragment of the ice patterns on his fingertips. This fog could devour spirit vein energy. Sun Xiaojian drew out an array flag, intending to set up a defense, but as soon as the flag approached the rift, it was enveloped by the chaotic mist, the verdant spirit light dissipating in an instant. Ordinary array flags were ineffective. Only shards of the Pangu crystal core would suffice. Before he could finish his thought, 5 gray shadows suddenly burst forth from the rift. 5 chaotic puppets, their forms constructed entirely of chaotic stone, capable of morphing along with the mist. Their arms transformed into blades imbued with chaotic energy, and the crystal cores embedded in their chests glowed with the same pale gray light as the rift. As the foremost puppet landed, it swung its blade toward the ice bear demon. The chaotic blade sliced through the air, silencing even the spirit vein winds. The ice bear demon met the attack with his hammer, but the pale blue light of the ice spirit vein realm collided with the chaotic blade, only to be mostly consumed by the chaotic mist before impact. Even the ice patterns on his war hammer began to fade. Damn it! This mist can even devour my ice spirit strength. Lin Feng, think of something. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan immediately deployed their twin purification shields, the pale blue barrier warding off the chaotic mist. However, the puppet's blade pierced through the shield, and chaotic energy seeped through the fissures. Lin Xiaowan's spirit vein staff lost its luminous energy, nearly slipping from her grasp. Chaotic energy could breach purification. Ordinary twin shields were futile. Lin Feng clenched the Pangu crystal core, suddenly recalling the ancient runes that lingered within. Those runes resonated faintly with the chaotic patterns currently inscribed upon the core. Taking a deep breath, he infused 30,000 points of fury into the crystal core, Pangu core, chaotic resonance. A burst of gold and gray light erupted from the core, cascading like a tide along the rift. The once turbulent chaotic mist began to recede, gradually transforming into pure spirit vein energy as it was enveloped by the golden gray light, restoring vitality to the land at the edge of the rift. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan sensed the surge of power and promptly infused pure Yin energy into the spirit pulse staff. In an instant, the pale blue light transformed into a blend of golden gray. Lin Xiaowan swung the staff, unleashing strands of light that ensnared the nearest puppet, causing the chaotic mist to be absorbed and revealing a grayish crystal core within. Effective. The crystal core is the weakness. Sun Xiaojian, witnessing this, hastily retrieved fragments of Pangu and sprinkled them onto the formation flag. The modified flag was planted at the edge of the chasm, enveloped in verdant spirit light intermingled with golden gray, weaving a chaotic locking formation. Just as 2 puppets attempted to charge, they were ensnared by the formation net. and even the chaotic mist was drawn back into it. I can restrain them for 5 breaths. Ice Bear, charge forth. The Ice Bear demon's eyes sparkled as it channeled 20,000 points of fury into its warhammer, causing the icy patterns to instantly take on a golden gray hue. Spirit Pulse, Ice Calamity, Chaos Edition. It leapt into action. The warhammer, imbued with chaotic ice power, struck the bound puppet, freezing its body in place and exposing the chaotic crystal core. Such force, more exhilarating than roasting spirit stream fish. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng gripped the Pangu, slaying blade, and lunged towards the final puppet, the blade radiating golden gray light as it cleaved towards the puppet as crystal core. The moment the chaotic crystal core shattered, the puppet disintegrated into chaotic mist, which was promptly absorbed by the core. In the blink of an eye, all 5 puppets were vanquished, and the chaotic energy in the chasm diminished significantly, restoring the spatial runes on the tower to normalcy. The group descended into the chasm, where they discovered the remnants of an ancient machine. The remnants were crafted from chaotic spirit pulse metal glimmering with golden gray light, featuring a core section embedded with a shard larger than a fist, which was the source of that chaotic power. Sun Xiaojian swept the remnants with a spirit pulse pen, and rows of analysis appeared on the screen. This is an ancient chaotic spirit pulse hub. It stabilizes chaotic energy, and now that the shard is loose, is leaking power. Moreover, this hub connects to a new domain known as the Chaotic Spirit Pulse Domain. Lin Feng reached for the shard, and the moment it touched the Pangu crystal core, it automatically fitted into the core's gap. The golden gray light surged dramatically, and ancient images materialized on the chasm walls. Within the Chaotic Spirit Pulse Domain lies the last shard of the Pangu core. But that domain is fraught with chaotic puppets and spatial traps, posing considerable danger. A new domain? And the last shard? The Ice Bear demon, wielding its warhammer, gleamed with excitement. Let us hasten there. Perhaps the spirit source beasts within the chaotic domain, bearing the taste of chaos, would be even more delectable when roasted. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances, commencing the inspection of purification equipment. We must refine chaotic purification pills in advance and modify the spirit pulse staff, or we shall be unable to withstand the chaotic domain. Sun Xiaojian also crouched by the remnants. Using the spirit pulse pen to document the properties of the chaotic metal, I will craft 10 chaotic detection talismans to provide warnings for traps. I will certainly be ready within 3 days. Lin Feng, clutching the now mostly complete Pangu crystal core, felt the resonance between the golden gray light and the domain gate of the spatial spirit pulse tower, clearly reflecting the direction of the chaotic spirit pulse domain within the crystal core. He looked up at his companions as the sunset light poured into the chasm, elongating each person's shadow. In 3 days, we shall converge here. Lin Feng's voice brimmed with determination. We will venture into the chaotic domain, retrieve the last shard, and ensure that the spirit pulse of the spirit source realm faces no more concerns. The Ice Bear demon has begun to contemplate how much chaotic jerking Master Zhang should prepare, while Sun Xiaojian continues to study the runes on the remnants. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan are setting up a temporary chaotic purification array at the edge of the chasm and in Lin Feng's palm. The Pangu crystal core emits a gentle golden gray light, subtly guiding them toward the direction of new adventures. Chapter 122. Initial encounter with danger in the chaotic domain. Fragments hidden in the shadow of the fortress. 3 days of preparation flew by. As Sun Xiaojian stuffed the final chaotic detection talisman into the array flag bag, his fingertips were still dusted with the powder of Panga fragments. This talisman could serve as a warning for spatial traps within a 10-mile radius. And the golden gray light at its tip was the result of 2 nights of painstaking adjustments to achieve the chaotic resonance frequency. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan handed Lin Feng a porcelain vial containing chaotic purification pills, which were enveloped in a layer of light gray spiritual membrane that would automatically activate upon encountering chaotic energy. Lin Xiaowan had even inscribed a small lotus flower on the vial, claiming it to be a spiritual vein pattern for safeguarding peace. The busiest among them was undoubtedly the Ice Bear demon, who early in the morning positioned himself beside Master Zhang's grill, insisting that the latter prepare additional skewers of chaotic Spirit Creek fish as provisions. When he finally emerged, carrying a spirit vein bag filled with jerky, Remnants of sauce still clung to the corner of his mouth. Master Zhang promised that upon their return, he would prepare a grand feast with the spirit beasts of the chaotic domain. He patted the meat bag, the spiritual energy from the ice-frost realm causing the jerky within to rattle. As the group gathered at the spatial spirit vein tower, Sun Shaojian had already planted the improved chaotic locking array flags on either side of the domain gate. He drew forth the spirit vein pen, causing the flags to immediately illuminate with golden gray light, resonating with the Pangu crystal core in Lin Feng's palm. The originally blue light emanating from the domain gate gradually transformed into a chaotic hue, and a passage leading into the chaotic spirit vein domain slowly unfurled. The mist drifting from its entrance, carrying a faint metallic rust aroma. As the passage opened, the chaotic energy became unstable, necessitating the stabilization of the entrance with the Pangu core. Lin Feng infused 35,000 points of rage value into the crystal core, and the golden gray light spread along the passage, solidifying the previously wavering walls instantaneously. Qingwei, Lin Shaowan, take the center, using the dual chaotic purification to protect both sides. Ice Bear, bring up the rear, ensure the chaotic mist does not ensnare the spirit steed. Sun Shaojian, keep the detection talisman at the ready. Ding. Consumed 35,000 points of rage value to activate the Panga chaotic stabilization. Passage stability at 90, current accumulated rage value. 200,000, 35,000, 16,500. As they stepped into the passage, the surrounding space began to distort slightly. Occasionally, fragmented chaotic stones would peel off from the passage walls, disintegrating into mist upon striking the Ice Bear Demon's war hammer, causing even the ice patterns on the hammer to tremble. Sun Shaojian crushed a detection talisman, and as the golden gray light dispersed, a red, illuminated 3 zhang ahead. Caution, there is a spatial fissure ahead, tread carefully. Following the guidance of the detection talisman, the group traversed for a short while before finally stepping out of the passage. The scene of the chaotic spirit vein domain immediately struck their eyes. The sky was a dull gray, and the spirit vein stones on the ground were all twisted with chaotic patterns. In the distance, the chaotic spirit vein forest appeared, with tree branches resembling crumpled paper. And occasionally, dusky chaotic spirit source birds would fly by, stirring up fine chaotic mist with the flapping of their wings. This place was utterly unappetizing. The Ice Bear Demon kicked the chaotic stone at its feet, causing it to roll a couple of steps before merging into the ground. If the spirit source beast resembled this, how could it be palatable when roasted? As soon as his words fell, Sun Shaojian's detection talisman suddenly erupted with a blinding red light. From the depths of the chaotic forest ahead emerged 3 colossal chaotic patrol puppets, even larger than those encountered in the Rift Valley. Their bodies were embedded with dark gray chaotic metal plates, their arms transformed into elongated chaotic blades, and the crystal cores on their chests shimmered with a deep gray hue, clearly indicating their role as guardians of this territory. They were on patrol. Their chaotic power was 3 times stronger than before. Su Qingwei immediately deployed the dual-born chaotic purity, enveloping herself in a pale gray light that shielded her golden-purple aura, blocking the first wave of chaotic blades hurled by the puppets. Lin Shaowan, ensnare their crystal cores with purification threads. Lin Shaowan swung her spirit vein staff, sending forth several strands of golden gray purification threads that ensnared the crystal core of the leftmost puppet. However, before she could pull, the puppet suddenly unleashed a surge of chaotic power, snapping the purification threads on the spot and sending Lin Shaowan staggering back 2 steps from shockwave. They could release chaotic shockwaves. Ordinary purification could not bind them. Seeing this, the Ice Bear Demon charged forward, wielding its war hammer, infusing 20,000 points of rage into the hammer's body. Spirit Vein, Ice Calamity, Chaos, Explosion. Golden gray ice patterns spread rapidly from the hammer, freezing the legs of the central puppet. The chaotic purity enveloping the ice patterns even began to devour the chaotic metal plates on the puppet's exterior. Lin Feng, strike now. I have immobilized its movements. Notification. Consume 20,000 rage points to unlock Chaos Ice Calamity Explosion, freezing chaotic targets while simultaneously devouring their chaotic power. Current accumulated rage, 165,000, 20-000-145-000. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, leaping into the air with the Pangu slashing blade enveloped in golden gray light, delivering a decisive blow to the frozen puppet's crystal core. With a crack, the core split open and chaotic power spilled out, immediately absorbed by the core. With a flick of his wrist, he slashed again, completely shattering the crystal core, causing the puppet's body to dissolve into chaotic mist, vanishing within the forest. The puppet on the right, witnessing the demise of its companion, suddenly lunged at Sun Shaojian, its chaotic blade aimed directly at his formation flag. Sun Shaojian quickly raised the chaotic lock formation flag to defend. The flag's golden gray light colliding with the chaotic blade, deflecting it while simultaneously ensnaring the puppet's arm. My formation can rebound chaotic power. Lin Feng, its crystal core, is on the right. Seizing the moment, Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan coalesced their dual-born chaotic purity into a luminous spear, piercing the right side of the puppet with golden gray light. As the spear penetrated the chaotic metal plates, the puppet's movements became sluggish. Lin Feng followed up with his blade, shattering the crystal core and converting the spilled chaotic power into rage, leading to the final puppet's collapse. Notification: killed chaotic patrol puppet 3, absorbed chaotic power converting to rage, 60,000, current accumulated rage, 145,000, 60,000, 85,000. Having dealt with the puppets, Sun Shaojian crushed the second detection talisman, sending golden gray light deep into the chaotic domain. 10 miles away, the talisman revealed a massive chaotic fortress, constructed entirely of chaotic metal, with a flagpole at its peak emanating deep gray light. The patterns on the flag were identical to the chaotic designs found on the Pangu crystal core. Surely, there must be fragments within that fortress. Lin Feng fixated on the image from the detection talisman, as the Pangu crystal core suddenly resonated powerfully. The chaotic energy surrounding the fortress was at its peak, indicating it was at the heart of the chaotic domain. The ice bear demon, wielding a war hammer, swallowed hard while gazing toward the fortress. If there are spirit source beasts inside, we should capture one and roast it to fill our stomachs. Let's not get ahead of ourselves with thoughts of roasted meat. Sun Shaojian retracted the detection talisman, his expression grave. The talisman indicated that there was a chaotic formation surrounding the fortress, along with over 100 puppet sentinels, far more formidable than the patrolling ones. We must find a way to break the formation to gain entry. Su Qingwei retrieved chaotic purification pills from her storage bag and distributed them among the group. First, take a pill to stabilize your internal spiritual energy. We will approach the fortress gradually and locate the formation's core. Lin Feng nodded, gripping the Pangu crystal core tighter. The banner atop the fortress flickered in and out of visibility amidst the chaotic mist. He could sense that the final fragment lay within. Once obtained, the Pangu core would be restored to its entirety, ensuring the eternal stability of the spiritual veins in the spirit source realm. Following the guidance of the detection talisman, the group advanced toward the chaotic fortress. The wind in the chaotic forest carried fine wisps of chaotic mist, and now and then, a chaotic spirit source bird flitted past. Yet, silence enveloped them. Each understood that ahead awaited not only the 100 puppets, but also the core dangers of the chaotic domain. However, if they could secure the fragment, the perilous venture would be worthwhile. Deep within the chaotic fortress, a fragment of Pangu, emitting a golden gray glow, lay embedded within the chaotic core platform, awaiting the moment of its awakening. Chapter 123. The quicksand trap blocks the path, leading puppets guarding the fortress. The mist in the chaotic forest thickened, and the chaotic stones beneath their feet creaked softly as Sun Shaojian, clutching the third detection talisman, led the way. The talisman's golden gray light fluctuated, casting warnings when it skimmed across the ground, illuminating inconspicuous depressions, entrances to the chaotic quicksand. Should one step into it, even their spiritual energy would be entirely consumed by the chaotic force within. 10 steps ahead is a quicksand pit. Veer left around the chaotic tree. As soon as Sun Shaojian spoke, a startled cry from the ice bear demon echoed from behind. Turning back, Lin Feng saw the creature with one foot trapped in partially exposed quicksand, its war hammer awkwardly lodged in a nearby chaotic stone, preventing it from fully sinking. Damn it! How deep is this cursed sand hiding? The ice bear demon struggled to free its foot, but the more it moved, the deeper it became ensnared. The chaotic energy within the quicksand began to coil around its pant leg, attempting to burrow into its body. Lin Feng, pull me out. If you wait any longer, this leg will be turned to ash. Just as Lin Feng was about to step forward, Su Qingwei suddenly blocked his way. Don't pull too hard. The quicksand will drag you in as well. She exchanged a glance with Lin Xiaowan, and together they wielded their spiritual vein staves, intertwining golden gray purification threads into a rope. One end was secured around the ice bear demon's waist, while the other was anchored to the sturdiest chaotic tree. Ice bear, don't struggle too much. We will pull you out. As they gradually reeled in the purification threads, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to inject 15,000 points of fury into the Pangu crystal core. A golden gray shield materialized, hovering above the quicksand pit, while the chaotic purifying force seeped into the quicksand, temporarily suppressing the chaotic energy within. The ice bear demon seized the opportunity to kick out, finally extricating himself from the quicksand, his pant leg still clinging to the residual gray mist. He hastily brushed it off, a wave of apprehension washing over him as he kicked the ground. From now on, I must tread more cautiously. If I've fallen again, I shall miss Master Zhang's grand feast. Ding! Consumed 15,000 points of rage to activate the Pangu Chaos Shield, suppressing the chaotic force of the quicksand. Current accumulated rage, 205,000, 150,000, 19,000. The group skirted around the quicksand area and, after a brief interval, the outline of the Chaos Fortress finally came into view. However, before they could approach, Sun Xiaojin's detection talisman suddenly exploded into golden ash, and a ring of chaotic mist ascended from around the fortress, within which countless silhouettes emerged, some resembling cultivators from the spirit source realm, others the dark spirit puppets they had previously encountered, the Water Pulse Lord, and even the phantoms of the spirit source beast that the Ice Bear demon longed for most. It was a chaotic illusion, capable of conjuring phantoms that preyed upon one's deepest concerns. Sun Xiaojian produced the Chaos Lock Array flag, only to find that as it neared the mist, it was drawn in. This array relied on the chaotic force emanating from the fortress. They needed to locate the array's core first, or they would be trapped within the illusion. Suddenly, Lin Xiaowan's spirit pulse staff trembled, the pure Yin spirit pulse pearl at its tip, radiating a brilliant light. She fixated on the phantom of the spirit source beast in the mist, then shook her head. No, that is not real. The spirit pulse fluctuations of the spirit source beast are warm, while these illusions are cold. With a sweep of her staff, the golden gray, purifying light swept across the mist, causing a portion of the illusion to dissipate and revealing the array's core stone, glowing with a deep gray light. The array core lies to the southeast. 3 puppets are guarding it. Su Qingwei immediately locked onto the target, her twin chaos purifying light spears forming with precision. Lin Feng, you shall breach the array core. Ice Bear, you fend off the false puppets within the illusion. Sun Xiaojian, use the flag to stabilize the surrounding chaotic force. Lin Feng nodded, gripping the Pangu slaughter blade as he charged toward the array core. As he plunged into the mist, a dozen phantoms of false puppets lunged at him, but the golden gray light of his blade caused the illusions to dissipate into mist upon contact. He quickly located the array core stone, only to find that guarding it were not ordinary puppets, but 3 Chaos Commander puppets. Towering twice the height of the previous patrolling puppets, their bodies embedded with 3 layers of chaotic metal armor, wielding chaotic war spears capable of firing chaotic rays. The core on their chests glowed with a murky gray light, clearly formidable adversaries. Wish to breach the array core? First, you shall contend with me. The central commander puppet thrust its spear forward. The chaotic ray grazed Lin Feng's mech, detonating upon impact with the ground and creating a crater. The chaotic force within surging violently, threatening to consume everything in its vicinity. Seeing this, the Ice Bear demon charged forth, raising his war hammer and infusing it with 25,000 points of rage. Spirit Pulse Ice Calamity Chaos Domain. Golden gray ice patterns unfurled beneath him, freezing the surging chaotic force, while the ice patterns spread across the ground, entwining the legs of the commander puppet. However, the puppet's metallic armor was too thick. The ice patterns only froze the outer layer, failing to reach the inner core. This armor is too tough. Lin Feng, we must cleave through its armor to reach the core. Ding. Consumed 25,000 points of rage to unlock the Chaos Ice Calamity domain, freezing the chaotic force over a large area. Current accumulated rage, 190,000, 25,000, 16,500. Sun Xiaojian sees the opportunity to insert the modified Chaos Lock formation flag into the formation eye, enveloping it in emerald light that intertwined with a golden gray hue, ensnaring the arms of the two ruling puppets. I can hold them for 3 breaths. Qingwei, Lin Xiaowan swiftly used the purifying light to assist Lin Feng in breaking their armor. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan immediately coalesced their twin chaos purifying light blades, which radiated a golden gray glow as they cleaved through the metallic armor of the central puppet. With a resounding crack, the outer layer of armor split open, releasing the chaotic energy within. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng thrust the Pengu slaughter blade, imbued with all his spiritual power, into the fissure, driving the blade tip straight to the crystal core. Shatter for me. In an instant, the crystal core exploded, and the central ruling puppet collapsed with a thunderous crash, its body dissipating into chaotic mist, absorbed by the Pengu crystal core. The remaining 2 puppets broke free from the flag's constraints, attempting to assault Lin Feng simultaneously. But the Ice Bear Demon's Warhammer had already descended, freezing their spears within the Chaos Ice domain. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan's light blades also struck at the seams of their armor. Within moments, the last 2 puppets were vanquished, and the formation stone lost its power, causing the mist of the chaotic maze to begin dissipating. Ding. Killed Chaos Ruling Puppet 3. Absorb chaotic energy, converting to rage value 80,000. Current accumulated rage value 165,000, 800,002, 450,000. Chaos Maze dismantled, unlocking fortress entrance permissions. Upon reaching the fortress gate, they discovered it was crafted from a solid slab of chaotic metal, intricately etched with chaotic patterns akin to those of the Pengu crystal core. The center featured a recess perfectly designed to accommodate the Pengu crystal core. Lin Feng pressed the crystal core into place, and the golden gray light spread along the patterns, causing the door to tremble gently. However, just as a narrow gap opened, a disquieting wave of chaotic energy surged forth, 10 times stronger than that of the ruling puppets, accompanied by a familiar residual malice. There's something inside. Sun Xiaojian's spiritual pulse pan erupted with warning signals. It was not a puppet, but a living chaotic creature. Moreover, it harbored malevolent energy, reminiscent of the remnants of the dark spirit Pulse Master's power. The Ice Bear Demon gripped his warhammer tightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Whatever it is, as long as it's not quicksand, I can smash it flat with one blow. Once we obtain the fragments, we'll find a clean spot in the fortress to roast the jerky we brought. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the slowly opening door, the resonance of the Pengu crystal core in his palm intensifying. He understood that the final fragment lay within, but the peril inside might be the greatest challenge they had faced in the chaos domain. Yet, there was no retreat. They could only press onward. Stay vigilant once we enter. Qingyue, Lin Xiaowan, be ready to purify at any moment. Ice Bear, take the rear, and Sun Xiaojian, follow my lead. Lin Feng stepped through the doorway first, his companions swiftly trailing behind him. In the darkness of the chaotic fortress, a pair of eyes, glowing with an inky gray light, fixated upon their approach, eagerly awaiting the arrival of prey. Chapter 124. The Chaos Malice Master blocks the core. Pengu explodes to shatter the black barrier. The interior of the chaotic fortress was more oppressive than one could have imagined. The walls shimmered with a cold light emanating from the chaotic metal, while the ground was etched with twisted dark patterns. With every step taken, these dark patterns illuminated with a silvery gray glow, as if marking the intruder's position. In the air, amidst the chaotic force, a faint scent of malevolent energy lingered. At the tip of Lin Xiaowan's spirit vein staff, the pure Yin spirit vein orb pulsated with a frantic red glow, causing the fingertips that clutched the staff to turn pale. Ahead lay the direction of the core platform. Sun Xiaojian shattered the 4th chaos detection talisman, and a golden gray light coalesced into a beam, revealing a stone platform suspended in midair. At its center, A glimmering fragment radiating golden gray light was discernible. It was the final piece of the Pangu core they sought. However, before the excitement could fully blossom, the beam was abruptly torn apart by a surge of black-purple energy, and a figure began to rise slowly from the dark patterns. It was the Chaos Malevolence Master, its body half solidified chaos stone and half swirling malevolent mist, wielding a Chaos Malevolence blade imbued with dual attributes. Embedded in its forehead was a fragment of Dark Spirit Vein, a remnant of the Dark Spirit Vein Master's power. As it steadied itself, the surrounding chaos metal walls began to exude black mist, tightly encasing the core platform and forming a Chaos Malevolence barrier, which weakened the resonance of the Pangu crystal core. No one anticipated that the remnant soul of the Dark Spirit Vein Master could merge with chaotic energy. This abomination was even more formidable than the previous Malevolence Master. Su Qingyue swiftly unleashed the twin-born chaos purification, a golden gray shield that repelled the initial onslaught of black mist. However, the malevolent energy entwined with chaotic force required double the spiritual power to purify. The Chaos Malevolence Master remained silent, merely waving its blade as two streams of black-purple blade light cleaved toward the Ice Bear Demon. The Ice Bear Demon raised its hammer to defend, but the chaotic ice patterns on the warhammer were corroded upon contact, and even the hammer's handle began to turn gray. It was forced to stumble back 3 steps, its palms tingling. Damn it, this blade can corrupt even my ice malevolence. Lin Feng, think of something quickly. Sun Shaojian hastily produced the last few chaos locking formation flags, inserting them into the ground to activate. Emerald spiritual light, enveloped in golden gray, wove a protective net around the group, temporarily halting the encroaching black mist. Yet, mere moments after the formation flags illuminated, they were pierced by the malevolent energy of the Chaos Malevolence Master. In that instant, as the flags shattered, Sun Shaojian spat blood onto his collar. The formation flags cannot withstand it. Its power can simultaneously break both the chaos and malevolence formations. Lin Feng gripped the Pangu crystal core tightly, acutely sensing the fragments within the core platform calling to him. He knew he could wait no longer. A swift resolution was imperative. Consuming 50,000 points of wrath, he activated the Pangu core's Chaos Malevolence Purification state. A burst of golden gray light erupted from within him, as the flame dragon Xianzun armor evolved into a full-body Chaos Malevolence Purification armor, and the Pangu slaying blade was enveloped in dual attribute light, its runes illuminating, capable of simultaneously shattering chaotic energy and malevolence. Ding! Consumed 50,000 points of wrath to unlock Chaos Malevolence Purification state, inflicting 600 damage to targets of chaotic malevolence attributes. Current accumulated wrath, 245,000, 500, 00, 195,000. Lin Feng leaped into the air, the slaying blade, imbued with dual attribute light, cleaved toward the Chaos Malevolence Master. The Master countered with its blade, and at the moment of collision, the black-purple malevolent energy clashed violently with the golden-gray purifying force, causing the surrounding chaos metal walls to crack. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Feng let the blade slide against the malevolence blade, aiming directly for the dark spirit vein fragment embedded in the Master's forehead. The moment the fragment was struck, the Master emitted a piercing shriek, its malevolent mist beginning to destabilize. Now was the time. Attack its chaotic stone body. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan seized the opportunity, coalescing their twin-born chaotic purging spears, simultaneously thrusting them towards the chaotic stone at the heart of the Chaos Master. As the spears pierced the stone, the golden-gray, purifying force erupted within, momentarily stalling the Chaos Master's movements. Observing this, the Ice Bear Demon summoned all its strength, channeling 30,000 points of fury into its warhammer, Spirit Vein, Ice, Chaos Freeze. The golden-gray ice patterns, enveloped in a pale blue glow, spread from the ground to the legs of the Chaos Master, freezing not only the chaotic stone, but also solidifying the seeping chaotic energy into icy shards. Lin Feng, I have immobilized its legs. Quickly strike at its core. Ding! Consumed 30,000 points of fury to unlock Chaos Freeze, freezing the dual attributes of chaotic energy. Current accumulated fury, 195,000, 300, 000, 16, 500. The Chaos Master thrashed violently, attempting to detonate the chaotic energy within itself for a mutual destruction. However, Sun Shaowan suddenly produced a shard of chaotic metal previously salvaged from the chaotic hub and hurled it at the Chaos Master's chest. The moment the metal fragment made contact with the stone, it exploded with golden gray light, binding the Chaos Master's energy transmission and preventing it from igniting the chaotic energy. I salvaged it from the wreckage. It can temporarily restrain chaotic power. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng infused all remaining 165,000 points of fury into the slashing demon blade. The blade's radiance surged, forming a dual-attribute light blade over 10 feet long, aimed directly at the core of the Chaos Master. Shatter for me. As the light blade penetrated the core, chaotic power and chaotic energy were simultaneously purified, causing the Chaos Master's body to begin disintegrating into a swirling mass of black and gray mist, which was immediately absorbed by the Pangu crystal core. Ding! Defeated the Chaos Master, dual attribute boss. Absorb dual attribute power converting to fury, 100,000. Current accumulated fury, 100,001, 000,000. The chaotic barrier is shattered, unlocking the core platform. At the moment the chaotic barrier dissipated, the core platform emanated a brilliant glow. The final shard of Pangu floated at the center of the platform, radiating a golden gray light that perfectly resonated with Lin Feng's palm crystal core. The crowd approached the platform's edge, and the ice bear demon, unable to contain its eagerness, reached out to touch it, only to be halted by Lin Feng. Not so fast. The shard is just detached from the Chaos Master's influence and must be guided by the Pangu crystal core to be retrieved. Otherwise, it may trigger a chaotic power surge. Lin Feng placed the Pangu crystal core into the recess of the core platform, and the golden gray light spread along the platform's engravings. Resonating with the shard began to rise slowly, autonomously flying towards the crystal core, slotting into the final gap. At the moment the shard aligned perfectly, the crystal core erupted in a blinding radiance, its golden gray light enveloping the entire chaotic fortress. Even the chaotic domain outside the fortress began to shimmer with gentle spirit vein light, and the twisted chaotic stones gradually reverted to normal spirit vein stones, while the trees within the chaotic forest sprouted tender green leaves. Ding! The Pangu core is now fully complete, unlocking the Pangu spirit source domain master status. All realm spirit veins are permanently stabilized, transforming the chaotic domain into a spirit vein domain. Current accumulated fury, 100,000, 200,000. Complete core reward, 300,000. Just as everyone believed that everything had come to an end, the Pangu crystal core suddenly emanated a strange light. Not the golden gray nor the golden purple, but a pale blue glow imbued with the essence of the starry sky. The surface of the crystal core revealed intricate patterns resembling interstellar spiritual veins, directing attention toward the realms beyond chaos. Was this the fluctuation of the interstellar spiritual veins? Sun Xiaojin's spiritual vein pin flickered wildly, and an unprecedented star domain map appeared on the screen. Once restored, the Pangu core could indeed connect to the interstellar spiritual vein domain. The ice bear demon gazed intently at the starry patterns on the crystal core, suddenly laughing. Interstellar domain? Surely, it must harbor interstellar spiritual source beasts. Roasting them might yield a taste infused with starlight. Lin Feng tightly gripped the complete Pangu crystal core, clearly sensing the call from the interstellar spiritual vein domain. It was a world far grander than all previous spiritual vein domains, concealing even greater secrets of spiritual veins. He turned to his companions, eyes brimming with anticipation. It seems our path of guardianship will lead us from the spiritual source realm to the stars. The brilliance of the chaotic fortress illuminated the faces of the gathered crowd. No words were spoken, yet everyone tightened their grips on their weapons and equipment. A new adventure awaited in the direction of the stars, and this time, they would embark with a complete Pangu core to protect the expansive realm of spiritual veins. Chapter 125, Celebration of the New Birth in the Chaotic Domain. The interstellar veins guide the new journey. The sunlight of the chaotic domain finally pierced through the previous gray fog, cascading upon the newly transformed spiritual vein grassland. Tender green blades glistened with morning dew, radiating a soft golden spiritual vein light. The previously distorted chaotic trees had sprouted fresh branches, and several entirely silver-white, chaotic spiritual source rabbits leapt from the grass, bounding joyfully as they nibbled on the foliage, appearing more agile than the spiritual source beasts of the spiritual source realm. This place is finally presentable. The ice bear demon squatted on the grassland, reaching out to touch a spiritual source rabbit, only for it to nimbly evade his grasp. Chuckling, he thought of returning to tell Master Zhang to come here next time to catch spiritual source beasts. Roasting them would surely yield a sweetness akin to morning dew. Sun Shaojian was crouched over a recently restored spiritual vein stone, his pen diligently recording data. While the screen displayed the spiritual vein parameters post-transformation of the chaotic domain, the chaotic energy had entirely converted into pure spiritual vein energy. Even the underground spiritual vein water had become sweet. Henceforth, this place could serve as a reserve spiritual vein area for the spiritual source realm, alleviating fears of spiritual vein shortages. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan were inspecting the temporary purification array they had previously set up. The golden-gray light of the array flags had faded, replaced by a gentle pale blue glow. Upon removing the flag, Lin Xiaowan discovered it had attracted tiny fragments of interstellar spiritual vein dust, which shimmered subtly in the sunlight, resonating faintly with the starry patterns of the Pangu crystal core. These were particles of interstellar spiritual vein dust, which could only be found in the channels of spiritual veins traversing star domains. Su Qingwei picked up a grain of dust and placed it beside the Pangu crystal core. Instantly, the particle was absorbed by the core, causing the starry patterns upon its surface to glow even brighter. It appeared that the channel to the interstellar spiritual vein domain could only be activated by these dust particles. Lin Feng held the complete Pangu crystal core, its surface adorned with celestial patterns that slowly rotated, pointing towards the depths of the chaotic domain where a newly emerged interstellar spiritual pulse lighthouse stood. The lighthouse, constructed entirely from luminescent interstellar spiritual pulse stones, emitted a continuous stream of spiritual pulse signals from its glowing sphere at the apex, evidently an ancient navigational device left behind to guide through the starry realms. First, he would return to the Lingyuan realm to share the good news, then prepare for the supplies needed for interstellar adventure. Lin Feng stowed the crystal core and turned to his companions. With the chaotic domain newly stabilized, it was essential to station someone there, and given the uncertain conditions of the interstellar realm, they needed to bring sufficient anti-radiation banners and purification elixirs. Upon hearing they would be returning, the ice bear demon immediately shouldered his war hammer and dashed towards the spatial passage, exclaiming, "It's about time we went back. Master Zhang must have prepared the feast by now. If we're any later, the skin of the Lingyuan beast will be burnt to a crisp." The others followed suit, laughing, and as they traversed the spatial passage, they noticed that the chaotic patterns on the passage walls had transformed into delicate blue interstellar designs. Occasionally, tiny specks of interstellar spiritual pulse dust drifted by, settling in the mane of the spiritual steed, resembling a sprinkle of starlight. Upon their return to the Lingyuan realm, the spiritual pulse valley was already bustling with people. The grand elder of the Qingyun sect, accompanied by disciples holding spiritual pulse banners, stood alongside practitioners from the Qian sect who were pushing freshly forged spiritual pulse cannons. Disciples from the Bu Gate carried jade pots filled with spiritual pulse water, while Master Zhang stood at the forefront, beside a roasting rack that held a Lingyuan beast larger than the ice bear demon, its skin glazed with spiritual pulse honey, exuding an enticing golden hue. "You finally returned," Master Zhang exclaimed upon spotting Lin Feng, promptly lifting the foil from the roasting rack. The mouth-watering aroma instantly filled the spiritual pulse valley. This was the starlight Lingyuan beast freshly captured from the spiritual pulse plains, said to be connected to the interstellar spiritual pulse. Consuming it would replenish interstellar spiritual energy. The ice bear demon was the first to rush forward, tearing off a piece of the beast's leg, grimacing from the heat, yet unwilling to spit it out. "Delicious. It's even tastier than the Lingyuan rabbits from the chaotic domain. Master Zhang, when we head to the interstellar realm, let catch an interstellar Lingyuan beast for you to roast for us. Sun Xiaojian then produced a spiritual pulse pen, showcasing the transformation data of the chaotic domain and the image of the interstellar spiritual pulse lighthouse to the elders of various sections. The Panga core is now whole, and the chaotic domain has become a reserve spiritual pulse area. The crystal core now guides us towards the interstellar spiritual pulse domain, which conceals broader spiritual pulse resources, yet harbors unknown risks. We require support from all sects in the form of materials resistant to interstellar radiation. The Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect nodded immediately, instructing someone to bring forth a box of interstellar spiritual pulse steel. This material, passed down from ancient times, can shield against interstellar radiation. Take it to craft your banners and mechas. The Qi sect's spiritual pulse cannons can also be modified for interstellar use to assist you in facing interstellar puppets. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan began concocting interstellar spiritual pulse purification elixirs, infusing the interstellar spiritual pulse dust into the potions. The surface of the elixirs instantly manifested faint blue celestial patterns, which would automatically activate upon exposure to interstellar radiation, forming a protective membrane. Standing at the highest point of the spiritual pulse valley, Lin Feng grasped the Pangu crystal core and gazed skyward. The celestial patterns of the crystal core resonated with the distant interstellar spiritual pulse lighthouse, projecting a pale blue beam toward the heavens, tracing a path through the clouds leading to the interstellar realm. 3 days later, the assembly at the spiritual pulse valley commenced. The voice of Lin Feng resonated throughout the spirit vein valley. This time, we carry the hopes of the spirit source realm as we embark on an exploration of the interstellar domain, seeking new realms of spiritual veins, extending the guardianship of the spirit source realm into the vast expanse of the cosmos. The ice bear demon, gnawing on a beast's leg, mumbled, "I want to fill the entire storage bag with the dried meat of interstellar spirit beasts." Sun Xiaojian diligently inscribed a list of supplies for their cosmic adventure in the spirit vein book. The tip of his pen still glistening with spirit vein honey. We need to craft 10 interstellar detection talismans and modify 20 anti-radiation flags to ensure absolute safety. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged smiles as they placed the freshly refined purification pills into porcelain vials, the starry patterns etched upon the vials shimmering softly under the sunlight. On the morning 3 days hence, the spatial passage of the Spirit Vein Valley had been transformed into an interstellar passage, its entrance glowing with a faint blue starlight. Lin Feng, accompanied by his companions, carrying bags brimming with supplies, mounted their spirit steeds and ventured into the passage. At the other end lay the vast starry expanse, countless celestial bodies aglow with the light of spirit veins flickering in the universe, the contours of the interstellar spirit vein domain becoming increasingly discernible. The Pangu crystal core in Lin Feng's palm radiated a gentle starlight, resembling a small star, guiding them toward a new journey of guardianship. The tale of the spirit source realm continues, and their interstellar adventure of spiritual veins has only just begun. Chapter 126. Encountering Pirates in the Interstellar Veins. The Panga shield shatters ships and captures enemies. The blue light of the interstellar passage still flowed behind them as they stepped into the cosmic realm, their senses overwhelmed by the breathtaking vista before them. The sky was adorned with stars intertwined with faint blue spirit vein light, resembling diamonds scattered across black velvet. Several large interstellar spirit vein meteors, shimmering with golden patterns, drifted slowly, the spirit vein liquid seeping from their surfaces congealing into crystalline beads in the vacuum. Even the manes of the spirit steeds were tinted a delicate blue by starlight. "This place is far more beautiful than the chaos domain," exclaimed the ice bear demon, while perched upon the spirit steed, reached out to grasp a distant spirit vein meteor, only to be halted by Sun Xiaojian, who seized the reins. "Don't move recklessly. There's no gravity in interstellar space. If you let go, you'll drift away." "Who will help me carry the flags, then?" Sun Xiaojian was busy calibrating the modified interstellar detector, the screen pulsating with the surrounding spirit vein fluctuations. Suddenly, a red dot appeared, 10 miles ahead. There is an interstellar ship, not of the standard spirit vein domain design, emitting predatory spirit vein waves, likely interstellar spirit vein pirates. No sooner had he spoken than the black-purple interstellar ship adjusted its course, dozens of spirit vein plunder cannons emerging from its sides, aimed directly at them. A mechanical voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Hand over the Pangu core if you know what is good for you. Otherwise, we'll dismantle your spirit steeds into components and roast their flesh for rations. Upon hearing the mention of roasted spirit vein meat, the ice bear demon immediately bristled, brandishing his war hammer, ready to charge. Dare to touch my steed or my meat. I will turn your ship into scrap metal. Don't be rash. Lin Feng quickly interposed, the Pangu crystal core in his palm glowing with a soft blue light. The armor of that ship is forged from interstellar spirit vein steel. Ordinary attacks will not penetrate it. Only the interstellar spirit vein power of the Pangu core can breach its defenses. He expended 30,000 points of fury to activate the Pangu interstellar shield, and a faint blue dome instantly unfurled, enveloping everyone and the spiritual steed within. Just as the shield was established, the spirit vein plundering cannon opened fire, its projectiles crashing against the shield and instantly transforming into dissipating particles of spiritual essence. Ding! Consumed 30,000 points of fury to activate the Pangu interstellar shield, repelling interstellar spirit vein attacks. Current accumulated fury: 300,000, 300,000, 27,000. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan exchanged glances, simultaneously wielding their spirit vein staves. Strands of golden-blue, dual-born interstellar purifying light shot towards the cannon's muzzle, entwining around the barrel and purging the predatory spiritual energy within, rendering several spirit vein cannons inoperative. We can temporarily incapacitate their weaponry. Lin Feng, quickly locate the bridge. That is the control center. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xiaojin loaded the interstellar locking flag into the launcher, aiming it at the starship's flank. This flag can ensnare the ship, rendering it immobile. Ice Bear, be ready. Once the flag activates, rush in and dismantle their deck. Ice Bear tightened his grip on the war hammer, the spiritual power of the ice calamity realm enveloping the starlight. No problem. Once I get up there, I'll smash open their storage compartment and see if there are any interstellar spirit source beast jerky. Lin Feng focused on the starship's bridge, injecting 20,000 points of fury into the Pangu slashing blade. The blade shimmered with a dual hue of gold and blue. Propelled by the interstellar spiritual energy as he leaped into action, Sun Xiaojian launched the flag. Sun Xiaojian promptly pulled the trigger of the launcher. Several flags, trailing luminous tails, soared toward the starship, instantly unfurling a light net that ensnared the vessel. The ship shook violently, even its engines belching black smoke. Seizing this moment, Lin Feng cleaved toward the bridge's armor. Crack! The steel of the interstellar spirit vein was sliced open, and he leapt into the ship, landing directly in the presence of several black-armored pirates wielding spirit vein blades. The blades' glow swept across, shattering the pirates' weapons and fracturing their armor. Lin Feng swiftly located the control room of the bridge, where a pirate leader, adorned with a mechanical eye, frantically pressed buttons in an attempt to break free from the flag's constraints. You dare to destroy my ship. My elder brother is the Black Armor King of the Interstellar Spirit Vein Domain. He will not spare you. Black Armor King? I've never heard of him. Lin Feng pressed his blade against the leader's throat, demanding, hand over the Interstellar Spirit Vein Domain map you possess, or I shall dismantle your ship. The leader trembled in fear, hastily retrieving a fragment of the interstellar map, glowing with blue light, from his storage bag. This is all I have. The rest is with the Black Armor King, who is entrenched at Meteor Starport, controlling the primary routes of the interstellar spirit veins. Meanwhile, Ice Bear had already breached the starship's storage compartment, where indeed a considerable stash of spirit vein jerky lay piled, alongside several interstellar spirit source birds confined in cages, their feathers sparkling like stars as they anxiously flapped their wings. Haha, now we have meat to eat. He hoisted a bag of jerky and casually opened the cage. As the spirit source bird fluttered onto his spiritual steed's back, affectionately rubbing against his arm, Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan were engaged in the task of eliminating the remaining pirates aboard the ship, dismantling their spiritual pulse cannons for use as spare supplies. These cannons have been modified to convert into spiritual pulse supply cannons, which could absorb the spiritual energy from meteors in case of shortages in interstellar space. After inspecting the ship, Sun Shaojian approached Lin Feng and took the fragment of the map from him. This fragment indicated the location of Meteor Harbor and marked the main spiritual pulse route leading to the core area of the interstellar spiritual pulse domain. The Black Armored King controlled this route, and to reach the core area, they must first overcome his obstacle. Lin Feng clenched the map fragment tightly, feeling its patterns resonate with the starry designs of the Pangu crystal core, pointing towards Meteor Harbor. Meteor Harbor it is, he declared, eager to see just how formidable the Black Armored King truly was. Turning to his companions, he noticed the Ice Bear Demon feeding the spirit source bird with dried meat, while Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan were inventorying supplies, and Sun Shaojian was modifying the pirate ship's engine. The winds of interstellar space wrapped around them, carrying the warmth of new adventures. Let's modify this ship. It will serve as our interstellar vehicle, Lin Feng suggested as he patted the vessel's hull. The starry essence of the Pangu crystal core infused into the ship, transforming its dark purple hue into a gentle blue, while a layer of spiritual pulse protective membrane emerged. Once the modifications were complete, they would head to Meteor Harbor, retrieve the complete map, and settle accounts with the Black Armored King. Upon hearing they were bound for Meteor Harbor, the Ice Bear Demon immediately set aside the dried meat. Great! I've heard their SA stall for interstellar spirit source beasts there. First, we feast, then we confront the Black Armored King. Laughter erupted among them as they boarded the modified interstellar ship, which glimmered with a soft blue light, gradually sailing towards Meteor Harbor. The stars of interstellar space danced beyond the windows, with the starry patterns of the Pangu crystal core shimmering, seemingly guiding them towards the core area of the interstellar spiritual pulse domain. New challenges awaited at Meteor Harbor, and this time, they would navigate the vast expanse of the cosmos in their own ship, safeguarding the order that belonged to the spiritual pulse. Chapter 127. The chaos at Meteor Harbor faces provocation. The black armored guards surround with sharpness the newly modified spirit source ship traced a delicate blue trajectory through interstellar space. The faint aroma of grilled meat wafting within. The Ice Bear Demon busily tended to a makeshift interstellar grill, with the rescued spirit source bird perched on his shoulder, occasionally pecking at the spiritual pulse jerky in his hand. The interstellar spirit source beast skewers on the grill shimmered with starlight, sizzling as fat dripped onto the heated spiritual stones, producing an enticing sound. Just 3 more minutes. These skewers need to be grilled until the starlight seeps into the meat for the best flavor. The Ice Bear Demon flipped the skewers with a spiritual pulse spatula. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Sun Shaojian furiously typing away at the control panel. Hey, Lao Sun, how long until we reach Meteor Harbor? If we don't hurry, the spirit source bird will have devoured all the skewers. Without looking up, Sun Shaojian's fingers glided over the interstellar detector. Almost there. We'll reach the outskirts of Meteor Harbor in 5 minutes. But this area is littered with abandoned meteors. We must be cautious of hidden reefs and pirate ambushes. As soon as he finished speaking, the detector suddenly illuminated a yellow warning. A vast port constructed from meteors emerged on the screen. It was the meteor port. Dozens of black and purple pirate ships were docked within, while the stalls along the port brimmed with plundered spiritual resources. The air thick with a blend of rust and spiritual essence. The spirit source slowly glided into Meteor Port, and just as it settled into a temporary berth, 2 guards clad in black armor approached, their spiritual blades gleaming coldly. New arrivals? Pay the docking fee. 10 interstellar spiritual crystals, short by even 1, and we'll dismantle your ship. The Ice Bear Demon, having just taken a bite of a roasted beast rib, gnawed the meat clean off the bone and tossed it toward the guards. What docking fee? We are here to find someone, if you know what's good for you. Step aside. Otherwise, you shall taste the chill of ice. The guards, struck by the bone in the chest, were instantly enraged and swung their blades at the Ice Bear Demon. Yet, before the blade could make contact, a faint blue light shielded him. Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan had appeared beside the Ice Bear Demon, the light emanating from the tip of their spiritual staffs, exuding an aura of intimidation. Want to make a move? First, ask our purification silk if it agrees. Seeing this, the guards immediately blew a whistle, and over a dozen black-armored sentinels leaped down from the nearby pirate ships, armed with spiritual crossbows, their arrow tips coated in a corrosive black oil. Dare to wreak havoc in Meteor Port? Do you know whose territory this is? This is the domain of the Black Armored King. The Black Armored King? Perfect. He is exactly who we are looking for. Lin Feng stepped down from the spirit source, the Pangu crystal in his palm glowing with a soft blue starlight. Bring out your king. We wish to negotiate a deal. Fragments of the interstellar spiritual map in exchange for your lives. The black-armored sentinels exchanged glances and chuckled as if they had heard a joke. You think you can see the black-armored king? First, you must pass through us. The leader of the black-armored sentinels raised his spiritual crossbow, aiming it at Lin Feng. Hand over the blood crystal, or we will turn you into a sieve. The ice bear demon, unable to contain himself any longer, infused 25,000 points of rage into his warhammer. Spiritual ice calamity of the stars. A faint blue frost pattern spread from the warhammer, instantly freezing the spiritual crossbows in the hands of the black-armored sentinels. The black oil on the arrow tips crystallizing into ice shards. Wasting time talking to you is futile. I still have interstellar delicacies to enjoy. Ding. Consume 25,000 points of rage to unlock the effect of interstellar ice calamity, freezing interstellar spiritual weapons. Current accumulated rage, 270,000, 250,000, 45,000. Taking advantage of the chaos, Sun Shaoan swiftly produced the interstellar locking flag and planted it into the meteoric ground at the docking site. The faint blue energy net unfurled instantly, ensnaring several black-armored sentinels attempting to flee, while the spiritual energy from their armor began to be absorbed by the locking array. Thinking of escaping? This array can bind spiritual essence. The more you struggle, the faster your energy dissipates. Meanwhile, Su Qingwei and Lin Shaoan coalesced twin interstellar purification spears. Their light-carrying, purifying power aimed directly at the gaps in the armor of the leading black-armored sentinel. The moment the spear penetrated, the black oil in the armor was instantly purified, revealing the ordinary spiritual steel beneath. The black-armored sentinel let out a shriek, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the remaining black-armored sentinels, the Pangu slaughter blade shimmering with starlight. I'll ask one last time, where's the black-armored king? A member of the black-armored guard, trembling in fear, swiftly pointed towards the center of Meteor Harbor, exclaiming, there, in the black-armored fortress. He is refining fragments of the interstellar spiritual veins within, preparing to forge the vein plunderer cannon, with the intent to seize control over the entire interstellar spiritual vein route. Refining fragments? Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as the Pangu crystal core suddenly resonated intensely. He could sense the fragments' fluctuations emanating from the direction of the black-armored fortress. These fragments were part of the same map previously submitted by the pirate leader. Let us proceed to the black-armored fortress. As the group was about to set off, a thunderous roar echoed above Meteor Harbor. A black-armored ship, thrice the size of other pirate vessels, slowly approached. Its hull emblazoned with the menacing insignia of the black-armored king. A gruff voice boomed from the bridge, "Dare to touch my people and covet my fragments? Today, you shall be buried in Meteor Harbor." Dozens of enhanced vein plunderer cannons erupted from the sides of the black-armored ship, their barrels aimed at the spirit source ship. While the interstellar spiritual energy coalesced at the cannon mouths, radiating a perilous black-purple light, the ice bear demon gripped his war hammer tightly, the power of the ice calamity realm boiling within him. Just in time, I've been yearning for a worthy opponent. Lin Feng, I'll freeze his cannon mouths. You take down his ship. Lin Feng nodded, channeling 30,000 points of rage into the Pangu crystal core, a pale blue starlight forming the interstellar purification armor around him, while the slaughter blade enveloped in dual attributes of light. Qingwei, Lin Shaoan, use your purifying powers to shield the spirit source ship. Sun Shaojian, set up the interstellar anti-missile formation. Ice Bear, prepare to freeze the cannon mouths. Today, we shall dismantle the lair of the black-armored king. The vein plunderer cannons of the black-armored ship finally fired, and the black-purple shells, imbued with corrosive power, hurtled towards the spirit source ship. However, just as they reached midair, they were intercepted by Sun Shaojian's anti-missile formation, exploding into a mist of spiritual veins. Seizing the opportunity, the ice bear demon leapt up, the interstellar ice calamity freezing several cannon mouths, while Su Qingwei and Lin Shaoan unleashed their purifying spears towards the black-armored ship's engine, producing billows of black smoke. Lin Feng took advantage of the chaos, leaping onto the deck of the black-armored ship, and swung the slaughter blade towards the armor of the ship. With a crack, the interstellar spiritual steel was cleaved open, allowing him to slip through the fissure and charge towards the bridge. The voice of the black-armored king echoed ahead. "Dare to trespass on my ship. I shall show you who holds dominion over the realm of interstellar spiritual veins." Thus began a decisive battle over the fragments of the interstellar spiritual veins and the control of the routes, amidst the gunfire of Meteor Harbor. Chapter 128. Slaying mechanical guards within the black-armored ship. Pangu Starbreaker armor. The interior of the black-armored ship was suffused with the acrid scent of spiritual machine oil, with energy conduits along the corridors radiating a black-purple glow and a mechanical sentry stationed every 3 steps. These puppets were forged entirely from black steel, their arms equipped with rotating vein saw blades, and their chests embedded with plundered interstellar spiritual vein crystals. As Lin Feng stepped into the corridor, they all activated simultaneously, their saw blades buzzing ominously as they lunged at him. Annoying pests. Lin Feng swung the Pangu slaughter blade, the starlight cleaving through the air. The first mechanical sentry saw blade was severed instantly, the blade's light then slicing towards its energy core. With a loud bang, the spiritual vein crystal exploded, and the mechanical sentry collapsed to the ground, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. However, the remaining mechanical guardians suddenly merged into a cohesive unit, their black steel surfaces revealing intricate spiritual vein patterns that formed a formidable iron shield wall, effectively obstructing the subsequent onslaught. These puppets were capable of synchronization. Lin Feng took a step back, the Pangu crystal core in his palm, emanating a faint glow. He could sense the flow of spiritual energy behind the shield wall, and knew he must sever their energy connection first. Meanwhile, outside the ship, the Ice Bear Demon wielded a war hammer, striking the armor of the black ship. Why isn't Lin Feng out yet? If he continues to delay, the spiritual energy of the black armored king will be extinguished. He infused 30,000 points of rage into the warhammer, unleashing the frozen star of spiritual ice. Pale blue frost patterns erupted, enveloping the starlight and freezing the energy interface of a ship. Black smoke billowed from the black ship's engine, and the internal lights began to flicker. Ding! Consumed 30,000 points of rage to unlock Starburst Ice, freezing the starship's energy system. Current accumulated rage, 245,000, 300,000, 21, 500. Taking advantage of the chaos, Sun Shaojian inserted the starship armor-piercing banner into a gap in the ship's hull. Vibrant green spiritual light entwined with starlight permeating the armor, undermining the defenses of the black steel. The energy within the ship is in disarray. Lin Feng, the control room of the Black Armor King, is on the top deck of the bridge. Hurry and find him. Su Qingwei and Lin Shaowan concentrated their efforts to conjure a twin interstellar purification net, enveloping the main cannon of the black ship and purifying the predatory spiritual energy within. Will stabilize the situation outside. Don't let other pirate ships come to their aid. Seizing the opportunity amidst the energy turmoil, Lin Feng infused 20,000 points of rage into the slashing blade, its edge radiating a blinding starlight. Pangu Starblade, breakthrough. The starlight surged along the mechanical guardian shield wall, severing their spiritual vein connections, causing the shield wall to collapse instantaneously. The remaining mechanical guardians, now devoid of coordination, were swiftly reduced to scrap by Lin Feng's blade. Ding! Consumed 20,000 points of rage to activate Panga's Starblade, severing spiritual vein connections. Current accumulated rage, 215,000, 200,000, 19, 500. He dashed along the swaying corridor towards the top deck of the bridge. As he pushed open the door, he beheld the black armored king seated in the control chair, his black armor glowing with a dark purple light. Clutching a shard of map, radiating starlight. Indeed, the missing half. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the black-armored king sprang to his feet, the spiritual vein patterns on his armor igniting. You destroyed my port and dismantled my ship. Today, I shall reduce you to interstellar dust. The black-armored king swung his fist, the armor on his hand enveloped in layers of spiritual energy. Lin Feng raised his blade to block. It was forced back 3 steps, his arm numbed. My black armor can absorb interstellar spiritual energy. The stronger your attack, the mightier I become. With a sinister grin, the black armored king pressed a button on the console, causing dozens of spiritual energy tubes to spring forth from either side of the bridge, channeling energy into his black armor, deepening its color and warping the surrounding air. Lin Feng focused on the chest of the black armored king, where the energy core of the black armor pulsed with a dark purple light akin to that of the plundering cannon, absorbed spiritual energy. Let us see how you fare against this. He poured all 195,000 points of rage into the Pangu crystal core, his entire being glowing with a dual gold and blue starlight, entering the Pangu core's starburst state. The stellar radiance coalesced into a suit of armor known as the Celestial Annihilation Armor, while the Scythe of Annihilation evolved into the Starburst Blade. Capable of rending the very essence of interstellar energy, its blade etched with runes of astral ley lines. Lin Feng leapt into the air, the Starburst Blade wielded with cataclysmic force, cleaving towards the chest of the black armored king. With a resounding crack, the energy core of the black armor was breached, releasing torrents of predatory ley line energy. The black armored king let out a tortured howl as his armor began to disintegrate. No, my armor! In a desperate attempt to detonate the remaining energy and perish in the explosion, he was suddenly pierced by the twin celestial purification spears of Su Qingyue and Lin Shaowan, which shot through the command bridge window, embedding themselves in his shoulder, the purifying power spreading through the wound and binding his energy. Taking advantage of the moment, the Ice Bear Demon charged into the command bridge, bringing down his warhammer upon the black armored king's back, sending him crashing to the ground. You think you can self-destruct? Not on my watch. Lin Feng stepped forward, pressing the starburst blade against the black armored king's throat. Hand over the map fragment, and I shall spare your life. The black armored king, gazing at the collapsing armor, despondently tossed the map fragment to the ground. Here's your fragment. But the core star of the ley lines has already been targeted by the Celestial Annihilation Alliance. Even with the fragment, you stand no chance against them. Lin Feng picked up the map fragment, and as it touched the previously held half, it seamlessly fused into a complete map of the astral ley lines. The ley line mother star glimmered with a gentle golden light, the very source of the astral ley lines. The Celestial Annihilation Alliance? We shall confront them. Sun Shaojian burst into the command bridge, sweeping the ley line pin across the map. The ley line mother star conceals the essence of the astral ley lines. If we secure it, we can thwart the Celestial Annihilation Alliance's plundering of ley line energy. The Ice Bear Demon eyed the black armored king's storage bag, rummaging through to retrieve crystalline ley line energy and several bags of ley line jerky. Consider this compensation. If you dare to steal ley lines again, I will turn you into an interstellar ice sculpture. With the complete map in hand, the group departed the black armored ship. Other pirates in Meteorite Harbor, witnessing the capture of the black armored king, hastily fled in their ships. The Ice Bear Demon, carrying the spoils, exclaimed, "Let us head to the interstellar food stall. I've heard the interstellar ley source beast hot pot there is exceptionally delicious. We'll feast before making our way to the ley line mother star." Lin Feng held the complete map of the astral ley lines, feeling a powerful resonance between the Pangu crystal core and the ley line mother star depicted on the map. Not only was it the source of the astral ley lines, but it also concealed the key to resisting the Celestial Annihilation Alliance. He turned to his companions, the starlight of the spirit's source ship shimmering behind them, the celestial bodies of interstellar space seemingly guiding their path. First, we shall indulge in hot pot. Then we will journey to the ley line mother star. Lin Feng smiled. This time, we shall safeguard the roots of the astral ley lines, making it clear to the Celestial Annihilation Alliance that the ley lines are not theirs to plunder at will. The spirit's source ship glided slowly away from Meteorite Harbor, heading towards the interstellar food stall, the aroma of grilled meat mingling with the impending scent of hot pot, while the radiance of the ley line mother star awaited their guardianship in the distant starry expanse. Chapter 129. Encountering the messenger at the interstellar diner. Rushing to aid the maternal star, surrounded by the evil alliance, the interstellar diner floated in the orbit of an abandoned planet, with dozens of transparent floating booths encircling a central bonfire of spiritual veins. A soft blue starlight streamed through the dome above, casting a gentle glow on the sizzling, oil-laden spiritual source beast hot pot. The Ice Bear Demon clutched a porcelain bowl larger than its face, shoveling tender, boiled beast meat into its mouth. The corners of its lips smeared with thick spiritual vein sauce, while the interstellar spiritual source bird perched on its shoulder pecked at the bits of meat around the bowl, thoroughly enjoying the feast. Boss, add some more spiritual, vein spicy oil. The ice bear demon slammed its bowl onto the table, causing the nearby spiritual wine glasses to tremble. This hot pot is 10 times better than anything in the spiritual source realm. Once we secure the maternal star, we'll open a branch here. Sun Shao Jian was leaning over the table, studying a complete interstellar map, his fingertips tracing the location of the maternal star. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. The spiritual vein light bands surrounding the maternal star were diminishing. At this rate, by the time we arrive, the evil alliance may have already begun to plunder the essence, just as he intended to activate the detector for confirmation. A figure clad in a gray robe stumbled into the diner, clutching a glowing red emergency communication crystal, its surface pulsating with frantic spiritual vein patterns. Who among you is the guardian from the spiritual source realm? The gray-robed cultivator scanned the room, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. The starlight emanating from the Pangu crystal resonated with the communication crystal. The maternal star is besieged by the interstellar evil alliance. They have dispatched over 100 evil energy ships and unleashed interstellar evil puppets. If we delay any longer, the essence of the maternal star will be drained. Lin Feng immediately rose to his feet, the starlight from the Pangu crystal intensifying. How many of them are there? Can the guardian array of the maternal star still hold? At least 5,000. The guardian array has already breached 3 lines of defense, and our cultivators are on the brink of collapse. The gray-robed cultivator produced a maternal star coordinate crystal and handed it to Lin Feng. This is the most recent coordinate. I am the last of our messengers. You must save the maternal star. The ice bear demon wiped the sauce from its mouth, seized a war hammer, and charged towards the spiritual source ship. We can't even enjoy a hot pot in peace. If the evil alliance dares to attack the maternal star, I will freeze their evil energy ships in ice blocks for bowls. The others hurriedly followed suit. As they boarded the spiritual source ship, Sun Shao Jian inserted the coordinate crystal into the control panel, instantly magnifying the interstellar map. The maternal star was surrounded by a dense cluster of red dots, indicating the presence of evil energy ships, while countless gray shadows writhed on the surface of the maternal star. Interstellar evil puppets. Larger than the chaotic evil masters they had encountered before, their bodies shrouded in mist that devoured starlight. Initiate interstellar jump. Lin Feng infused 40,000 points of rage into the engine of the spiritual source ship. The starlight from the Pangu crystal coursed through the energy conduits, and the ship emanated a blinding blue glow. Qingyue, Lin Shaoan, prepare the twin star interstellar evil purification. Once the jump is complete, purify the surrounding evil mist. Ice Bear, guard the bow of the ship, using starburst ice to freeze any approaching evil energy ships. Sun Shaojian, deploy the interstellar anti-puppet formation to prevent them from nearing the maternal star. Consuming 40,000 points of fury activates the Pangu interstellar leap, reducing travel time by 50. The current accumulated fury stands at 195, 0,195, 0,100, 40, 0,060, 0,000. Note, this calculation of fury continues the logic from the previous chapter's core rewards and combat consumption. The Lingyuan ship jolted violently and instantly vanished from interstellar space, reappearing at the periphery of the mother star. The scene before them was heart-wrenching. The pale blue energy shield of the mother star was riddled with cracks, and several sinister energy ships were using siphons to penetrate the shield, continuously draining the source of the spirit veins. On the ground, interstellar puppets were assaulting the last line of defense, while the gray-robed cultivators fought desperately with spirit swords, yet many were consumed by the sinister mist. Engage. With Lin Feng's command, the ice bear demon leapt into action, channeling 30,000 points of fury into the war hammer. The spirit vein ice sin domain freeze. Pale blue frost patterns enveloped the starlight, instantly freezing the siphons of 3 sinister energy ships, the frost spreading along the vessels, encasing even the engines in solid ice, thwarting their attempts to drain the spirit veins. Ding! Consumed 30,000 points of fury to unlock domain freeze, extensively freezing interstellar sinister energy devices. Current accumulated fury 60,00030, 00030,000. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan unleashed the twin-born interstellar sin purification, a golden blue light net unfurling from the Lingyuan ship, enveloping the energy shield of the mother star. The purifying force from the net seeped into the cracks, slowly mending the damaged areas of the shield, allowing cultivators ensnared by the sinister mist to escape and rush toward the Lingyuan ship. Sun Xiaojian launched the interstellar anti-puppet formation flag onto the surface of the mother star. Emerald spiritual light interweaving with starlight to form a protective net. As sinister puppets rushed into the net, they were instantly purified, their bodies dissipating into mist. The formation could sustain for 10 breaths. Lin Feng, quickly locate the flagship of the Sin Alliance. Destroying the flagship will throw their command into disarray. Lin Feng's gaze fixed upon the largest black-purple sinister energy ship in the distance. Its hull emblazoned with the skull emblem of the Interstellar Sin Alliance. Indeed, the flagship. He tightened his grip on the Pangu slaying blade, infusing the remaining 30,000 points of fury into the crystal core. Pangu core star, Sin purifying blade. The blade shimmered with golden blue light, imbued with the power to purify sinister energy as he leapt toward the flagship's deck. On the deck, Sin Alliance cultivators brandished sinister energy blades and charged forth. Lin Feng swept his blade, and where the blade light passed, the sinister energy blades shattered, the cultivators enveloped by the purifying force, their inner sinister energy vanishing in an instant. He dashed towards the bridge. As he pushed open the door, he beheld a figure in a blood-red robe seated in the command chair. It was the leader of the Sin Alliance, Blood Sin King, clutching a black-red sinister energy core, frantically siphoning the source of the Mother Star's spirit veins. Once again, you thwart my plans. Blood Sin King sprang to his feet, the sinister energy core erupting with black-red light, countless sinister threads bursting forth from his body, transforming into a colossal sinister hand grasping toward Lin Feng. This time, I shall refine your Pangu core into sinister energy. Lin Feng swung his blade at the colossal hand, the purifying power of the star, Sin purifying blade, cleaving through the giant hand. He leapt high, the blade tip aimed directly at the sinister energy core in Blood Sin King's grasp. Your sinister energy is due for purification. As the blade made contact with the core, a burst of golden blue light erupted, causing the malevolent energy core to begin its disintegration. The Blood Fiend King emitted a pained howl. No, my empire of malevolent energy. In a desperate attempt to detonate the core and take everyone down with him, he was struck from behind by the approaching Ice Bear Demon, rendering him unconscious on the spot. Notification: defeated the leader of the Star Alliance, Blood Fiend King, and purified the malevolent energy core. Current accumulated rage value: 80,000. Purification reward. With the flagship destroyed, the remaining malevolent energy ships were thrown into disarray. Some sought to flee, while others were ensnared by the purifying light nets of Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan, and still others were frozen solid by the Ice Bear Demon. In a short span of time, the forces besieging the mother planet of the malevolent alliance crumbled, leaving the remaining ships to make their escape through jumps, disappearing without a trace. The leader of the gray-robed cultivators approached Lin Feng and bowed deeply. Thank you, Guardians. Without you, our mother planet would have fallen. Lin Feng helped him to his feet, gazing at the now fully restored protective shield of the spiritual vein mother planet, which cast a soft blue light across the entire globe. The cultivators on the ground were busy clearing away the remnants of the malevolent puppets, while the interstellar spiritual source birds circled above the shield, chirping joyfully. The Ice Bear Demon sidled over, rubbing its belly. Now we can enjoy our hot pot in peace, right? I've heard the mother planet has spiritual vein beasts. Roasting one would surely be divine. Sun Xiaojian chuckled and shook his head, using a spiritual vein pen to circle the core area of the mother planet on the map. The original source of the spiritual veins here needs restoration, so we'll have to stay for a few days. Moreover, the Pangu crystal core sensed something earlier. Deep within the mother planet lies an ancient spiritual vein legacy, which might unlock even greater interstellar guardian abilities. Lin Feng gripped the Pangu crystal core tightly, as its starlight resonated with the depths of the mother planet. He understood that this interstellar guardian battle was far from over. The ancient legacy, the lingering remnants of the malevolent alliance, and the vast expanse of interstellar spiritual veins awaited their exploration. The lights of the Lingyuan ship intertwined with the light of the mother planet's spiritual veins, as the stars in interstellar space seemed to twinkle in celebration of their victory. The new chapter of their interstellar spiritual vein guardianship had only just begun to unfold its most thrilling page. Chapter 130. The Awakening of the Spiritual Vein Sanctuary. The hidden crisis of the outer malevolent shadows, the dawn light of the spiritual vein mother planet filtered through the pale blue protective shield, casting its glow upon the recently cleared battlefield. The spiritual vein grass, once tainted by malevolent mist, sprouted fresh shoots, emanating a golden-green aura. A few completely transparent mother planet spiritual source butterflies alighted upon Su Qingyue's spiritual rod, their wings scattering fine spiritual vein dust, enhancing the brightness at the rod's tip. The concentration of spiritual vein energy here is astounding. The ice bear demon squatted in the grass, cradling a spiritual source butterfly in its palm. Watching it sip the spiritual vein dust and glow with golden light from its wings, it couldn't help but lick its lips, thinking that should they roast a spiritual vein beast here, the meat would surely be infused with spiritual vein light, enhancing one's spiritual power with every bite. Lin Feng remained silent, his attention fixated on the Pangu crystal core in his palm. The starry patterns on the surface of the core were flickering wildly, as if beckoned by some unseen force, while the previously absorbed interstellar spiritual vein dust began to swirl within the core, forming tiny vortices of light. Deep within the core of the mother planet, something is beckoning the crystal core, likely the entrance to the ancient spiritual lineage. Sun Xiaojian promptly retrieved the interstellar detector, aiming it towards the heart of the mother planet. The screen soon revealed a hidden sanctuary nestled within the Spirit Vein mountain range. The sanctuary, constructed entirely from ancient spiritual stones that shimmered with a golden hue, featured at its pinnacle a spiritual pearl resonating intensely with the Pangu crystal core, encircled by 3 faint golden protective runes, clearly marking the entrance to the lineage. The entrance, guarded by these runes, requires a corresponding spiritual force to unlock. Sun Xiaojian pointed at the runes on the detector. The first was of the ice attribute, the second of purification, and the third of space, aligning perfectly with the abilities of the group. Upon hearing of the lineage, the ice bear demon immediately hefted his war hammer and charged towards the mountains, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us seize the lineage. Once we have it, I can find a mother planet-esque spiritual beast for a barbecue." The group followed the detector's guidance into the Spirit Vein mountain range, where the spiritual stones became increasingly dense. Liquid spiritual essence began to seep from the cracks in the stones, dripping onto the ground to form small puddles that reflected the shadows of the surrounding spiritual trees. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the sanctuary finally revealed itself in its entirety. The grand entrance stood closed, with 3 protective runes slowly rotating on the door, emanating an impenetrable golden light. "I shall break the first one," declared the ice bear demon, stepping forward to infuse 25,000 points of rage into his warhammer. Invoking the ice spirit lineage S freeze, a pale blue ice pattern enveloped in golden light struck the first ice attribute rune with precision. The rune immediately illuminated, resonating with the ice pattern, gradually merging into the door and unveiling the first passage within. Ding! Consume 25,000 points of rage to unlock the ice spirit lineage. Breaking the ice attribute protective rune. Current accumulated rage: 800, 002, 500, 055, 000. Su Qingyue and Lin Xiaowan quickly approached next, pressing their palms against the door to channel their purification power into the second rune. The soft golden light of purification intertwined with the rune, transforming its cold glow into a gentle radiance that morphed into luminous patterns, integrating into the passage. The door opened a fraction more. The second purification rune had been unlocked. "Lin Feng, it's your turn." Lin Feng, grasping the Pangu crystal core, stepped before the door and infused 30,000 points of rage into the core. The starry patterns and the third space rune illuminated simultaneously, their golden and blue lights intertwining above the door to form a complex array of symbols. As the array rotated, the final rune transformed into a stream of light, and with a thunderous rumble, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a sanctuary hall aglow with golden light. Ding! Consumed 30,000 points of rage to activate the Pangu Space Resonance, breaking the Space Attribute Protective Rune. Current accumulated rage, 550,000,025,000. Upon entering the Sanctuary Hall, the group was awestruck by the sight before them. At the center floated a lineage inheritance platform, upon which lay an ancient spiritual crystal radiating a spectrum of colors. Within the crystal, a vague silhouette was sealed, the very essence of the ancient spiritual guardian who had left behind the lineage. The surrounding walls were inscribed with ancient runes, chronicling the origins of the interstellar spiritual veins and their guardianship mission. At last, they had discovered the lineage. Sun Xiaojian approached the rune wall, the spirit pulse pen swiftly inscribing the symbols. These runes conveyed that the spirit pulse mother star was the source of all interstellar spirit veins. If the mother star were to be destroyed, the spirit veins of the entire star domain would wither. Lin Feng stood before the inheritance platform. As the Pangu crystal core neared the ancient spirit pulse crystal, the figure within the crystal slowly opened its eyes, its voice resonating with the weight of time. Guardian, you have finally arrived. I am the last sovereign of the ancient spirit pulse domain. Today, I shall bestow upon you the power of the interstellar spirit vein dominion, aiding you in resisting the impending threat of the extraterrestrial evil master. No sooner had the words been spoken than a burst of colorful light erupted from the spirit pulse crystal, flooding into the Pangu crystal core. The starry patterns adorning the surface of the core transformed into a radiant spectrum, emanating a spirit pulse light capable of enveloping the entire star domain. Lin Feng was similarly enveloped in this resplendent glow. The flame dragon Xianzun armor evolved into the armor of the interstellar spirit pulse sovereign, while the Pangu slaying blade transformed into the seven-colored star blade, capable of severing the energies of the extraterritorial evil. Ding! You have acquired the ancient spirit pulse inheritance, unlocking the status of interstellar spirit pulse sovereign. All attributes of the Pangu core enhanced. Current accumulated fury value, 25,000,015,000. Inheritance reward, 175,000. The Ice Bear Demon gazed at Lin Feng's new armor, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch it, only to be repelled by a faint golden light. Glancing down, he noticed his war hammer glimmering with a soft blue star radiance, now inscribed with the rune of extraterrestrial ice evil. Goodness, I've also been blessed. This new rune can freeze extraterritorial evil energy. When I encounter the evil master again, with a single strike, I can immobilize him. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan's spirit pulse staffs also bore the shimmering light of purification, while Sun Xiaojian's formation flag unlocked the extraterrestrial anti-evil formation, capable of resisting the encroachment of extraterritorial evil energy. Each individual received the gifts of inheritance, significantly enhancing their powers. However, just as the inheritance was about to conclude, the walls of the sanctum began to tremble violently, and dark shadows of extraterritorial evil slithered through the cracks in the runes, exuding a black radiance that threatened to devour the colorful light. Ancient inheritance? Alas, it is too late. The extraterrestrial evil master has already breached the star domain barrier and will arrive at the spirit pulse mother star in 3 days. At that time, the entire interstellar spirit pulse domain will be transformed into a paradise of evil energy. Upon finishing its ominous proclamation, the shadow lunged towards Lin Feng, only to be repelled by the colorful light of the Pangu crystal core, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Yet, the evil energy it left behind tainted portions of the runes, and the ancient records upon the wall began to blur, leaving only the words, Extraterrestrial Evil Master. Source of evil energy, requires the strength of all spirit veins in the star domain to resist. The extraterrestrial evil master? Stronger than the previous interstellar evil alliance? The Ice Bear Demon tightened his grip on the warhammer, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Perfect. My newly acquired extraterrestrial ice evil hasn't been put to use yet. When he arrives, I will freeze his evil energy, and Lin Feng can deliver the final blow. Sun Xiaojian quickly checked the detection device, and the screen displayed data on the damage to the star domain barrier. The evil energy of the extraterrestrial evil master is too potent. Relying solely on us is insufficient. We must unite all cultivators of the interstellar spirit pulse domain and establish the spirit vein formation across the entire star domain to withstand it. Su Qingwei and Lin Xiaowan began concocting the extraterrestrial purification pills, infusing the 7-colored spirit pulse dust obtained from the inheritance into the elixirs, which bore the runes of extraterritorial anti-evil on their surfaces. We must promptly inform the cultivators of other star domains, urging them to prepare anti-evil supplies in advance. Lin Feng grasped the enhanced Pengu crystal core as vibrant rays of light cascaded through the dome of the sanctuary, reaching into the vastness of interstellar space. As if summoning the entire star domain, he understood that the battle in 3 days would be the ultimate confrontation determining the fate of the interstellar spiritual vein domain, and they would serve as the core guardians of this conflict. In 3 days, the Sacred Hall of Spiritual Veins would convene. Lin Feng turned to his companions, his eyes brimming with resolve. This time, they would harness the spiritual power of the entire star domain, making it abundantly clear to the malevolent forces beyond that the interstellar spiritual vein domain was not to be trifled with. The ice-bear demon hefted his war hammer and strode towards the exit of the sanctuary, proclaiming, "Let's first seek out the primal source beasts of our home planet and prepare some jerky as battle rations. Once we triumph over the malevolent beings from beyond, we shall establish the grandest barbecue stall on our home planet." Laughter erupted among the group as they followed suit, the kaleidoscopic light of the Sacred Hall of Spiritual Veins shimmering behind them, illuminating their silhouettes as they ventured towards the new battlefield. The fate of the interstellar spiritual vein domain rested firmly in their hands, while the grand and tumultuous ultimate battle awaited silently in the starry sky 3 days hence.